Family members, there's been a shocking event at the entrance of Shrek Academy. 12-year-old Lin Xuan claims to be a level 29 soul master, with one yellow and one purple soul ring. But 6 years ago, he was called a monster, and his martial soul was deemed useless. What did he experience after starting with such a hellish difficulty? Keep reading. Let me tell you, the entrance of Shrek Academy was practically blown to the core today. A child who looks at most 12 years old comes up and declares himself a level 29 soul master, with a soul ring configuration of one yellow and one purple. Can you believe it? The entire crowd fell silent, and the teacher in charge of the testing was trembling. But you absolutely wouldn't believe that 6 years ago, this guy was a monster cursed by the whole village, with his martial soul awakening, revealing a pure waste martial soul. This guy is named Lin Xuan, and from the day he was born, he was different from others. With silver hair and completely black eyes, he had no whites in his eyes, which led the village to see him as an ominous sign. Nobody knew who his father was, and his mother spent her days crying by the window, ultimately disappearing on his 6th birthday. Family members, who understands? This start was simply hellish. After handling his mother's funeral, Lin Xuan knelt alone before her grave, with only one thought in his mind: to leave this cursed place and figure everything out. Just then, the village chief arrived. This old man was the only one in the village who treated him kindly. As soon as the village chief arrived, he got straight to the point. "Little Xuan, are you still worried about your useless martial soul? Let me tell you, Lin Xuan's martial soul is truly bizarre. He is a rare, innate, full soul power in the village. Yet the martial soul he awakened was blank. It wasn't a weapon or a beast, but just a void. The soul masters sent from the Star Dou Empire were dumbfounded, filing report after report, even citing Master Tang San as an example, saying this might be a potential stock. But what happened? It was useless, because the second test found that this martial soul had no attributes. Without attributes, he couldn't absorb soul rings. If he absorbed the wrong one, he would explode on the spot. The village chief sat him down and began to tell stories. He said that 6 years ago, Lin Xuan's mother, covered in blood, came to the village holding him as a baby, clearly a high-level soul master. The village chief, seeing her plight, took them in despite the pressure from the entire village. The old man sighed and pointed to the stars in the sky, saying, "Little Xuan, don't listen to their nonsense. What useless martial soul? I see it as their narrow-mindedness. I was once a soul master and even a teacher in my life. I've never seen an innate full soul power as waste. This can only mean that your martial soul is a unique existence on this continent." Wow. Those words hit Lin Xuan like a heavy hammer, waking him up. Why should they consider him useless just because they didn't recognize him? Lin Xuan was excited at that moment and asked the village chief what to do. The village chief shook his head and said he had to walk his own path. Before leaving, the old man gave him a final piece of advice. If you really can't make it, go to Shrek Academy and find an old man named Confronting. Once the village chief left, Lin Xuan set out that very night. At just 6 years old, but with innate full soul power making him as sturdy as a young bull, he took a little gold soul coin his mother left him and headed toward the Star Dou Forest. He had to find out why his mother had acted that way and what his own origins were. You wouldn't believe it, this guy is really smart. He looked mature for his age, and everyone along the way mistook him for a 12 or 13-year-old young soul master, and no one dared to provoke him. He smoothly reached the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest. Just as he was about to dive in, a hand suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind. Wow! Lin Xuan's reaction was like a startled wildcat. He darted away, backing against a big tree, with a red dagger in his hand, a relic from his mother, which he usually used for chopping wood. When he turned around, he saw a little girl with blue hair, looking innocent. Behind her was a middle-aged man. The little girl pouted. "Hey, why did you react so much?" Lin Xuan's face was as cold as ice. "Then why did you just pat me from behind without saying hello?" The little girl was directly rendered speechless. The middle-aged man quickly stepped in to ease the situation, apologizing and saying nice things. Only then did Lin Xuan relax. But when he looked up and saw the large Tang character embroidered on the man's chest, his pupils instantly shrank. Tang sect. Let me tell you, Lin Xuan is all about reverse operations. As soon as he saw they were from Tang sect, without saying a word, he cupped his fists and said, "I want to disturb you," turning around and darting into the forest faster than a rabbit. The Tang sect man was left stunned, unable to react in time to stop him. The little girl, known as Tang Xiao, was anxious. "Uncle Tai, isn't he going his death going in alone?" The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Tai, sighed and said, "Clearly, he saw our Tang sect emblem and ran away. He probably has some grievances. Chasing after him will only annoy him." On the other side, Lin Xuan just entered the forest and ran into bad luck. He was targeted by a 100-year-old fire monkey. Not paying attention for a moment, his left hand was scratched, blood flowing profusely. He desperately ran through the woods, but his legs couldn't outrun the monkey, and soon he was cornered. Damn it! Lin Xuan gripped the dagger tightly, his whole body tense. He unconsciously released his martial soul, but the fire monkey pounced again, this time tearing 5 gashes into his shoulder, nearly making him faint from the pain. Just at that critical moment, a crack suddenly opened in the space next to him. It seemed as if a voice was calling him to enter. Lin Xuan didn't have time to think the monkey's claws were already at his face, so he gritted his teeth and charged into the crack, instantly disappearing without a trace. The monkey missed its target and, infuriated, screeched in place. Just then, a large handprint descended from the sky, directly squashing the monkey into a meat paste. Uncle Tai and Tang Xiao arrived. At a glance, Uncle Tai was clearly a top expert, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul ring san atring soul de loa. The master of Tang's sect, Tyson. Tyson crouched down to examine the blood on the ground and found that the blood simply ended here. He looked around, dumbfounded. This kid, what method did he use to vanish right under his nose? Meanwhile, Lin Xuan plunged into the crack and arrived in a pure white world. He had lost too much blood, and his spirit was at its limit, collapsing onto a white staircase. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely heard a voice. After waiting so many years, I finally found someone like me. You can't die. A man in white slowly walked down the steps. The man waved his hand, and Lin Xuan's injuries instantly healed, the blood flowing back into his body. The man was named Yang Zhao, claiming to be the god of space. He examined Lin Xuan's body and discovered a mysterious bloodline within him that even he couldn't see through. Seeing the dagger in Lin Xuan's hand, he was amazed that it turned out to be a high-level artifact. As Yang Zhao modified Lin Xuan's roots, he pondered, what kind of background does this kid have? When Lin Xuan woke up, he suddenly let out a loud roar, and his entire being transformed. His silver hair turned fiery red, his stature increased, his eyes became crimson, and he felt as if he was on fire. Rage transformation? Yang Zhao was shocked. This ability didn't belong to this world at all. What was even more outrageous was that Lin Xuan, while in rage transformation, still retained his sanity. This kid's bloodline seemed ready to awaken a second self at any moment, focusing on a cybernetic double. A few seconds later, the rage transformation ended, and Lin Xuan returned to his previous state, staring at his hands in confusion. Yang Zhao directly sent a light ball into his mind, revealing his identity and purpose. I am the god of space, and I see your unique bones come inherit my divine position while I pursue a higher peak of martial arts. And realized that he needed to take action. He decided to set out on a journey to find his own path and strengthen his abilities. With the knowledge and skills he had gained over the past 6 years, he felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As he left the village, he couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and apprehension. The world outside was vast and filled with unknown dangers, but he was determined to make a name for himself and protect those he cared about. His journey would not only be about personal growth, but also about confronting the looming conflicts between the Star Luo and Heaven Dou empires. With his rare, spatial martial soul and the experience from his rigorous training, Lin Xuan was prepared to carve out his destiny in this tumultuous world. He decided to listen to the village chief and go to Shrek Academy. A week later, he stood in the bustling Shrek city, in line for new student registration. Just as it was about to be his turn, he saw a familiar figure. That blue long hair, those lively eyes. It was actually Tang Xiao from 6 years ago. What are you doing here? Tang Xiao covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. You're still alive? Next to Tang Xiao stood a man with an aristocratic air, but his eyes were filled with hostility towards Lin Xuan, making him feel like a walking embodiment of jealousy. Tang Xiao chattered, by the way, I still don't know your name. I am Lin Xuan, a wandering soul master. Lin Xuan replied calmly as he walked past her to the registration teacher. Name, age, soul power level. Lin Xuan, 12 years old, level 29 great soul master. As soon as these words came out, everyone around gasped in shock. A 12-year-old with a level 29? And he is a wandering soul master? What a joke. The teacher's face turned serious. Can I check your bone age? Lin Xuan nodded, extended his right hand, and released his martial soul. 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 soul rings suddenly lit up. The dazzling purple light made the teacher's hand tremble as he measured the bone age. He took a deep breath, released Lin Xuan's hand, and confirmed that the bone age was indeed 12 years. This is your identity badge and dormitory key. Check the bulletin board for class assignments in 3 days. Lin Xuan thanked him, took the items, and turned to leave, leaving behind a group of people whose worldviews had been shattered. Tang Xiao blinked her big eyes, her mind filled with questions. How on earth did he cultivate? She wanted to chase after him to ask for clarification, but Lin Xuan had already entered the boys' dormitory, and she was stopped by the dormitory manager, leaving her with no choice but to leave helplessly. I returned to the dormitory, and that was truly exciting. I pushed the door open and saw my future roommate sitting cross-legged on the bed, trying to act all wise and not moving at all. I ignored him and started to tidy up my things. Actually, I didn't have much, just a mat which I laid on the floor, and I began to meditate. After all, I was about to break through to the soul master level, so I didn't have time for any nonsense. Speaking of cultivation, before my master Yang Zhao left, he directly infused 7 light orbs into my body, which could be considered a newbie gift pack 2.0 version. Inside were all the monsters I was going to face next, even detailing what equipment would drop. Oh no, I mean, what soul beasts to hunt and what soul bones to collect, all laid out clearly for me. It was a caregiver level tutorial. Then at night, this girl, finally couldn't hold in anymore. When she spoke, I was stunned on the spot. Her voice was sweet like a falsetto. She was quite straightforward and revealed, "My name is Linger, I'm a girl, and I'm here disguised as a boy waiting for you." At that moment, I had 1,000 question marks flying through my mind. What's going on? Is there really such good luck these days? But in the next second, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. She started to lay down the law, saying things like, "If you dare to peek at me, I'll poke your eyes out." Does anyone understand this? Does this girl have some sort of performative personality? One second she was on a mysterious mission, and the next she was giving me a threat that sounded like something from elementary school. Her tone as soft as reading a script. I thought to myself, hey, this woman is interesting. Then the next day, trouble came knocking. I thought I'd grab some food first, but guess what? The guy who was following Tang Xiao around like a love-struck protector showed up right at my dining table. He started off with a domineering statement. "Stay away from Xiao Xiao." I rolled my eyes so hard I thought they might get stuck. "Who are you? And why are you so familiar with Xiao Xiao?" Did Tang Xiao even agree to that? When this guy saw that I wasn't reacting, his face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and he introduced himself. "Remember my name? I am Shui Qingtian." Great, the moment I heard that surname, I knew he was from a royal family. Well, on the first day of school, I've just acquired a royal rival in love. My luck really is something else. It got even crazier. When it came time to check class assignments, I, a 29th level Great Spirit Master, was placed in class 4, the so-called trash class. Tang Xiao was furious at the sight and insisted on dragging me to confront the dean, saying I shouldn't waste my talent. But then this girl, Chu Linger, stepped right in front of me, defending me like a mother hen protecting her chicks, and started lecturing Tang Xiao. I pulled her aside and casually remarked, "What are you doing? Do you like me?" I swear I just said it casually. Who knew? That girl, in front of the whole school, used her disguised male voice and dramatically exclaimed, "What's wrong with me liking you?" The entire place fell silent in an instant. I swear at that moment, I could hear their CPUs burning out. I thought to myself, fine, you want to play awkward, right? Come on, let's hurt each other. I grabbed her waist and kissed her right on the lips. Boom. The whole venue went into cardiac arrest. I tell you, at that moment, I was the only madman in the entire place. As a result, we were both called to the office for a tea and received a disciplinary action. But the most scandalous part was, as soon as we left, the big shots in the office started gossiping, saying that Chu Linger was actually a girl, and her master was the top divination master, no Star Dou Luo, who sent her to get close to me. Wow, I became the hot commodity. Back in the dorm, Chu Linger was furious and came at me wanting to hit me. I took her punch head on, then headbutt her to daze her, warning her not to mess around anymore. Well, the next day, the whole school knew that I, Lin Xuan, was a demon who only liked men, and Chu Linger was the first victim. On the first day of school, our homeroom teacher, the legendary devil teacher Wang Lin, without saying a word, directly punished us to run 100 laps on the playground, and even implemented collective punishment. Run? Who is afraid of whom? Towards the end, Chu Linger's little body couldn't take it anymore and looked like she was going to collapse. What could I do? I could only carry her on my back and grit my teeth to finish the remaining dozen laps. After running, I felt like my legs weren't even mine anymore. Then Teacher Wang Lin called me to the office, and right off the bat, he revealed that he already knew Chu Linger was a girl. Punishing us was just to test me. Then he started painting a big picture, telling me about his tragic past. He said 10 years ago, he had a genius named Chun Yin under him, who turned out to be an evil soul master that drained his girlfriend dry. Wang Lin reported him, but without evidence. He ended up being killed by Chun Yin, which got him exiled to our trash recycling class 4. The most ridiculous part was that Chun Yin's martial soul was the bright flame. Who would believe he was the villain? Now that guy is a duke in the Tiando Empire. Wang Lin wants me to be the class leader, to lead our class 4 to defeat Xinyan and help him prove himself. At that moment, I had only one expression: Subway, old man, mobile phone. JPG. Bro, this task is way beyond the scope, right? But to be fair, this matter seems to have been settled. In the afternoon class, Wang Lin directly announced in front of the whole class that I was the class monitor. No one objected, and Chu Linger surprisingly didn't cause any trouble, keeping her head down like a little wife. As a result, just at that critical moment, a head popped out at the door of our class. It was the homeroom teacher from the neighboring class 3, grinning with ill intentions. Our teacher Wang Lin saw this and got instantly furious. Without saying a word, he displayed his 8 soul rings, and the aura was almost enough to lift the roof. He started to scold the teacher at the door. Teacher Chu Jian, you're always so careless every year. This is not how a class 3 homeroom teacher should behave. It's so embarrassing. I'll tell you that Chu has some thick skin. I've said this much, and he still has the nerve to bring up sparring. All right, sparring it is. I couldn't help but laugh and immediately turn to my class, shouting, Lin Xuan, Chu Linger, Su Luoluo, step forward. Well, the 3 of us stood up, and the faces of Chu Jian and the 3 students behind him instantly turned awkward. They probably thought that I, Wang Lin, had no one under me. What little did they expect? Last year, I was a soul sage, and this year I'm a soul de law. The version has been updated, my brothers. That old Chu Jian still had the nerve to say, Teacher Wang Lin, didn't we agree to have a competition every year at the start of the school year? I almost rolled my eyes to the sky, dismissively saying, oh, I forgot. Then I completely ignored him and led our class's large group towards the arena. On the way, I thought to myself, these 3 little guys may be fierce, but teamwork is still an issue, so I let them quickly get to know each other. Lin Xuan, that kid, seemed to have some idle baggage and hesitated a bit. I directly gave him a warning. Stop hiding things. A class is a whole unit. When it comes to competing, you will be brothers in the same trench. And Su Luoluo is the support I specifically chose for you too. Trust me, it's definitely the right choice. As soon as I finished speaking, the boy named Su Luoluo, looking rather delicate, was the first to step forward and said in a soft voice, I'll go first. My name is Su Luoluo. I am a level 26 control system, and my martial spirit is water element. My first soul skill is water bubble, which can trap a person for 1 minute unless they are 3 levels higher than me. My second soul skill is water spear, which can be used like a spear, dealing damage roughly equivalent to a full force strike from a level 21 soul master. Not bad. This kid is quite capable. He's the 3rd strongest in the class that I personally selected, and his mind is sharp too. Upon seeing this, Lin Xuan felt embarrassed to keep up the act and spoke up. I'm Lin Xuan, level 29 agility attack system, and my martial spirit is shadowless. My first skill is spatial shift, allowing me to teleport within 100 meters. My second skill is spatial cut, which can turn the surrounding space into fragments. Su Lingya, level 29 control system, and my martial spirit is nine-tailed fox. My first skill is clone, and my second skill is charm, which can control targets within a 3-level difference. I nodded in satisfaction after listening. This configuration is simply made for team battles. When I arrived at the arena area, it was a sea of people. Although it was class time, there were always those who loved to watch the excitement. I went up to complete the formalities, and that old guy Chu Jian also brought his 3 precious students from class 3. I quickly shared the information I had with Lin Xuan and the other 2. Listen, the strongest one over there is named Li Qi, level 32, right at the limit of your charm ability, Chu Linger. You can control him for at most a moment. The other 2 are probably level 28, so you can decide on your tactics. Lin Xuan frowned and turned to Su Luoluo. Can you give me 3 of your water guns? Su Luoluo, reliable as ever, replied, No problem, Brother Lin. If it's for close combat, 1 gun is enough for you to fight Li Qi for 3 rounds. That's enough. Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Who understands us? Family? The rules of the arena don't allow us to use our own weapons, and this rule is clearly targeting us poor folks who can't afford Tang's sect hidden weapons. Chu Linger, however, was full of confidence in Lin Xuan and directly handed over the command. On the other side, Chu Jian was also rallying his class, saying that 2 level 29 students had suddenly emerged from our class, and there was also a freak with 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring, urging them not to be careless. The strong man, named Li Qi, looked serious, but the woman next to him had her chin almost pointing to the sky, clearly from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, looking down on everyone. Once everyone was seated and ready to watch, the 6 of us stood on the arena, and the atmosphere instantly ignited. Class 4, Lin Xuan, level 29 agility attack. Chu Linger, level 29 control. Su Luoluo, level 26 control. Class 3, Li Qi, Level 32, Strength Attack. Ningya, Level 28 Support. Mo Zixuan, Level 28 Agility Attack. After announcing our names, the opposing soul rings activated, and I was immediately stunned. Li Qi grew 4 large spider legs from his back, and Mo Zixuan sprouted cat ears and claws, which was fine. The key was that Ningya was holding a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Family, a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. How are we supposed to fight against that? They practically summoned a deity. The tactics Lin Xuan had previously set were instantly declared bankrupt, and he turned green with anger. But the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Su Luoluo reacted quickly, tossing a water gun directly to Lin Xuan. But the opponents were even faster. Ningya's 2 soul rings lit up, and she chanted. 7 treasures spin out of glazed tiles. The first is speed. The second is strength. Buff Li Qi activated his 3rd soul ring, and a green light enveloped Lin Xuan, binding him in a web. Instant cast. My heart tightened, but I had confidence in Lin Xuan. Sure enough, Lin Xuan's 1st spirit ring flickered, and he disappeared in an instant, reappearing behind Li Qi, thrusting the water gun in his hand towards his heart. Li Qi. Ningya screamed, just as she was about to give a second buff. Her head buzzed. On Chulinger's side, things also erupted. A doppelganger directly entangled the cat girl Mo Zixuan, while the main body shot a glance. Using charm, it interrupted the chant of the opposing support. Beautiful. At the same time, Su Luoluo's 2nd water gun also shot out, heading straight for Ningya. Li Qi didn't even look back. The spider legs behind him shot towards Lin Xuan as if they had eyes. But Lin Xuan ignored it completely, activating his 1st spirit skill again, teleporting directly above Ningya, and initiating his 2nd spirit skill, Space Slash, unleashing countless spatial blades that rained down. This wave was meant to take out the support. Just as it seemed he was about to succeed, an old man suddenly appeared and pulled Ningya away. The referee intervened. Lin Xuan immediately redirected his aim at Mo Zixuan. That cat girl was clever, as her 2nd spirit skill activated. She created a doppelganger that ran in the opposite direction while her real body rushed towards Li Qi. Lin Xuan performed a spatial shift and blocked her real body, launching a punch. However, that cat girl smiled strangely, and her body exploded with a bang. A cloud of pink smoke instantly engulfed Lin Xuan. Damn, this clone is a bomb. It even has a hypnotic effect. Mo Zixuan's face broke into a beaming smile, feeling confident that they had it in the bag. But in the next moment, her smile froze. Lin Xuan was firmly encased in a huge water bubble, cutting off all the smoke. Su Luoluo, Balefasith, walked out from behind Chulinger with only 3 water guns left in her hand, her soul power nearly depleted. This kid has incredible on-the-spot judgment, managing to save Lin Xuan with his 1st soul skill. An opportunity. Chulinger seized the moment while Mo Zixuan was stunned and cast another charm. Mo Zixuan fainted on the spot. Chulinger picked up a water gun and threw it over, but the cat girl let out a roar, breaking free from control and slashing the water gun in half with her claws. However, Chulinger was already right in front of her, about to take her down, when Li Qi moved. 2nd soul skill, Earth Spike Trap. Countless sharp spikes suddenly erupted from beneath Chulinger's feet, and she couldn't dodge, getting directly pulled out by the referee. The 2-on-1 situation was instantly reversed. Now, only Lin Xuan was left to face 2 opponents. Lin Xuan picked up the 2 remaining water guns from the ground, facing Li Qi and Mo Zixuan alone. Li Qi, being quite honorable, saw that Mo Zixuan's soul power was almost depleted and directly let her off the field for treatment. The final showdown, Lin Xuan versus Li Qi, 1v1. I tell you, this is the real highlight. Li Qi has high soul power and strong defense, with 4 spider legs behind him like iron walls. Lin Xuan has been using teleportation, which consumes a lot of soul power. Suddenly, Li Qi let out a loud roar and charged over. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, advancing instead of retreating, and activated his 2nd soul ring, shattering the space around him. Countless fragments of space shot towards Li Qi. Li Qi frantically blocked with his spider legs, but still ended up with numerous wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xuan thrust out a spear, and Li Qi surprisingly reached out to catch the blade with his bare hands. Not good. Lin Xuan's face changed, and spikes suddenly emerged from the ground. He jumped back, with the edge of the arena right behind him. There was no retreat, but this was exactly what Lin Xuan wanted. He intended to fight with his back against the wall. He tore through space and appeared behind Li Qi, thrusting the water spear directly into his back. Li Qi's 4 spider legs also stabbed back at the same time, This was a mutual destruction. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and directly punched towards the two spider legs, aiming for vital points. He forcefully deflected them, but the other two still pierced through his shoulder and abdomen with a splat. At that moment, Li Qi's first soul ring lit up, and a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He was going to poison him. The referee's face changed dramatically, about to intervene when a sudden change occurred. Lin Xuan's entire body seemed to ignite. His hair and eyes turned red in an instant, like he had entered a berserk mode. He gripped the two spider legs that pierced through his body tightly with both hands, and under the horrified gaze of everyone, let out a roar and broke them off. Li Qi screamed in agony and fainted on the spot, his martial soul injured. The referee quickly separated the two, and Lin Xuan also exited the berserk state, looking at the unconscious Li Qi with cold eyes. Just now, if he had hesitated for even a second, he would have been dead. I immediately rushed onto the stage and sarcastically mocked Chu Jian, who was coming over. Chu Jian, your students aren't that capable, but they're all ruthless when it comes to hitting hard. That old guy got so angry that his face turned dark, and he hurriedly ran away with Li Qi. We quickly took Lin Xuan to the school infirmary. That kid, as soon as the frenzy ended, was gritting his teeth in pain. Chu Linger supported him, both amused and exasperated. What are you trying to prove? Lin Xuan grinned and said, who wants to lose? The head of the infirmary, with the martial spirit of the Tree of Life, had excellent healing abilities, and the two of them quickly recovered. Strangely, after Li Qi woke up, he looked at Lin Xuan with nothing but fighting spirit. Without saying a word, he just walked away. In the afternoon, I gave the three of them a break. Su Luoluo went back to the dormitory, while Lin Xuan and Chu Linger returned to their little nest. Lin Xuan felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, so he sat cross-legged to start cultivating. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, he felt someone staring at him intently. When he opened his eyes, he was startled to see Chu Linger's pretty face almost pressed against his, which shocked him. Chu Linger, like a startled rabbit, let out a scream and quickly retreated, bumping her backside against the bedside table. At that moment, I had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Is this still that aloof goddess? Has she been possessed? Lin Xuan was also confused and stroked his chin, asking, who are you? Are you Chu Linger's sister? Chu Linger covered her head and said with a particularly aggrieved expression, don't scare me. Lin Xuan was now completely sure that something was off. He leaned in and asked seriously, who exactly are you? And what is your purpose for getting close to me? Stay away from me. Chu Linger pushed him away, her face as red as an apple. At that moment, Lin Xuan also discovered that the bloodline power within him had an intense desire for Chu Linger, as if it wanted to consume her. And obviously, Chu Linger felt the same way. The mystery was solved. Chu Linger quietly admitted that her mission was to take something from his body. After hearing this, Lin Xuan laughed instead, sat back on the bed, and asked, so, are you going to kill me? He didn't believe it all. This girl was so kind that she wouldn't even squash an ant. I don't know. Chu Linger looked confused. Lin Xuan laughed heartily, closed his eyes, and began to push against his bottleneck with all his might. This action was telling Chu Linger, I believe you 1T, make a move against me. Chu Linger looked at the defenseless Lin Xuan, her expression extremely complicated. Her soul ring lit up, and her nails grew longer, but she just couldn't bring herself to act. In the end, she sat back down on the bed, frustrated, scratched her head, and went to take a shower. Lin Xuan secretly opened one eye and smiled. This little girl was indeed kind-hearted. Once the knot in his heart was untied, breaking through became much smoother. In the middle of the night, Lin Xuan successfully broke through the bottleneck and reached the soul venerable realm. He felt a surge of power all over his body. When he grabbed and tore at the air with both hands, a spatial rift was forcibly created. So comfortable. For the next month, life became a routine of 3 points: attending classes, eating, and fighting with Li Qi. That guy had become his #1 sparring partner ever since Lin Xuan defeated him. And the two had sparred 36 times in a month, forging a revolutionary friendship. One day, Lin Xuan came to report to me that he was going to the Star Dou Forest to obtain his 3rd spirit ring. I was a bit worried and wanted to go personally, but Lin Xuan refused. Unable to convince him, I handed him a black crystal card and an invitation. This was an invitation to the Shrek Treasure Pavilion, and the card had 200,000 gold soul coins on it. Consider a loan for me. Don't miss out on anything good. Lin Xuan couldn't refuse and had to accept it. The next morning, Lin Xuan and the also broken through Chu Linger gathered at the school gate. This time, the team leader was Qian Jun, the top student of the 5th grade foreign college. along with Lu Qiao from the 4th grade and a female student of the same grade named Du Zidong. Strangely, the moment Lin Xuan saw Du Zidong, he felt a slight fluctuation from his spatial martial soul. The group arrived at the city gate and met with the senior from the inner court, Wang Tianyu, a soul saint of level 76. They hitched a ride on a merchant's carriage, with the condition of providing protection. Once on the carriage, strange things began to happen. Du Zidong huddled in the corner, trembling and crying to Chu Linger, saying she felt very anxious, and whenever Lin Xuan was in the carriage, she felt like she couldn't breathe. Lin Xuan was completely baffled and had to get off the carriage and walk outside. Chu Linger went in to comfort her, but couldn't get to the bottom of it after much indirect questioning. After seeing Chu Linger come out, Senior Wang Tianyu leaned against Lin Xuan's shoulder like a little bird, instantly imagining a dramatic scene and revealing an awkward smile that said, "I understand." For 3 consecutive days, everything was calm, just as everyone relaxed their guard on the morning of the 4th day. Lin Xuan was having breakfast when he suddenly noticed that Du Zitong hadn't exited the carriage. Just as he was about to ask, a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted from within the carriage. Only Lin Xuan and Wang Tianyu sensed this fluctuation. Lin Xuan shouted loudly, released his martial soul, and activated his first spirit ring, instantly disappearing and reappearing inside the carriage. I have to tell you, as soon as I walked in, I was stunned. That little green tea, Du Zitong, was sitting there with an ice-cold expression, holding a piece of dull green broken stone in her hand. It was this thing that made my spatial martial soul go wild, like a dog that hasn't eaten for 800 years seeing a meat bun, howling and wanted to swallow it whole. I wouldn't waste any more words with her. Second soul ring, activate. Space collapse, open up for me. The area around her was directly twisted into a mess, and the fluctuations from that stone instantly went silent. The little girl turned pale. Just as she was about to move, hey, Chulinga's charm kicked in. A cloud of pink mist floated over, and Du Zitong's eyes went blank, his whole body froze. I dashed forward, pressing the icy dagger against her neck, and casually stuffed that broken stone into my pocket. Done. Just as I was about to interrogate this traitor, a loud shout from Senior Wang Tianyu came from outside. Enemy attack. Good heavens, it was chaos outside. Chu Linger and I rushed out of the carriage to see, my God, a group of masked men in black swarming like a tide, hacking at anyone they saw. Senior Wang Tianyu was locked in a fierce battle with a soul master, while Qian Jun and Lu Qiao were teaming up against the soul emperor. Senior Wang Tianyu seized an opportunity, tossed his hand towards the sky, and with a whoosh, a red light exploded. That was the highest distress signal from the Shrek inner court. But the most dangerous part was a soul saint. That guy appeared in front of the convoy's boss like a ghost, and with a snap, he grabbed the boss's neck. His voice as cold as ice. Where are the goods? The boss was tough and refused to speak. The masked soul saint shook his head and pressed his left hand against the boss's head. Damn, soul search. That was a forbidden technique. The boss's face instantly twisted in agony, and oh man, I felt my teeth ache from so far away. Could I tolerate this? Not a chance. As soon as the spatial rift opened, I flashed behind the soul saint, and with a swift strike, that old guy probably never dreamed a great soul master would ambush him. He didn't even react. With a squelch, an arm flew off, blood spraying. That old man let out a pig-like scream, and his 6th soul skill erupted. A thick cloud of black mist exploded around him, and anyone touched by the mist instantly turned into a dried corpse. I quickly grabbed the already dazed boss and jumped back into the carriage with a spatial leap. The boss's lips trembled as he unintentionally uttered a few words. Soul bone. In the 5th carriage, my heart sank. The soul bone. So that's what they were after. I immediately turned to Chu Linger and said, stay in the car. Don't go anywhere. Keep an eye on the boss and Du Zidong, especially her. If she dares to make any small moves, just give me the result. Chu Linger wanted to come with me, but I pressed her down, saying, don't worry. I won't die. You guard the house and wait for me to come back. After saying that, I rushed out. Outside was already a hellish scene. The guard team was nearly wiped out. The soul saint, whose hand I'd chopped off, was clutching his severed arm and searching for me everywhere. I looked up and saw that the 5th carriage was right at the old Dang's feet. Meanwhile, Senior Wang Tianyu in the sky was also struggling to hold on. I felt a chill run down my spine. The best strategy was to retreat, or should I run away? Just then, divine reinforcements arrived. With a loud shout, a group of people in Tang sect uniforms charged in, led by Brother Tyson. As soon as the Tang sect reinforcements arrived, the enemy Soul Duloa panicked and shouted below. Quick, take the stuff. Not a chance. Brother Tyson shouted as he took over for Senior Wang. engaging with the soul de law. The opportunity came. The soul saint with the severed hand heard the order and, forgetting about seeking revenge on me, rushed toward the first carriage with his men. I seized this moment, using a flash to appear behind a black-clad person, slashing my dagger to take him out, then directly dove into the fifth carriage. I frantically searched and just touched what looked like the most extravagant box when suddenly a tremendous force struck me from behind. With a bang, I was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was that soul saint with the severed hand. He was coldly staring at me. My heart tightened. This was bad. His fifth soul skill activated, and black mist surged toward me like a tide. I made a snap decision, instantly activating my frenzy skill. In the last second before the darkness consumed my consciousness, I tore open a spatial rift with all my strength, clutching the box and diving inside. Inside the rift, I felt like my internal organs were shattered, and black energy surged wildly within me. Outside, I heard Brother Tyson's furious shout, "You dare?" He slapped that soul saint, sending him spitting blood. The leader on the opposite side saw things were falling apart and could only unwillingly shout, "Retreat." When I tumbled out of the spatial rift, I was already out cold. The last thing I saw was Chu Linger running towards me in tears. When I woke up again, it was already 3 days later. The Tang sect's medicine was incredible. My injuries had mostly healed. I had also accomplished a great feat by securing the soul bone that the Tang sect boss wanted. But then a thunderbolt struck. Du Zitong had run away. While we were fighting the enemy, she had mysteriously disappeared from the carriage, leaving only that piece of green stone behind. This was too strange. Chu Linger assured me she hadn't left my side for a moment. How did that person escape? The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. The problem must lie with that stone. I immediately took Chu Linger to find Elder Kong, who was leading the team. When Elder Kong saw me, he first praised me profusely, then took out a large box. Good grief. The Tang sect leader had sent me an entire set of top-notch hidden weapons as thanks. Sleeve arrows, crossbows, Zhuge divine crossbows. Was this unbelievable wealth for real? Elder Kong also said that the Tang sect leader wanted to recruit me and welcome me to learn even more advanced hidden weapon techniques at the Tang sect. I felt both amused and helpless. They wanted to lock me in as a potential stock early. After the pleasantries, I quickly asked about the stone. Elder Kong took out the piece of green stone. As soon as I reached out, my martial soul stirred, and before I could even touch it, whoosh, I was gone. I entered a pure white world, with nothing around, just empty. As soon as the thought of going out popped into my mind the next second, I was back in a room. Both the teacher and Chu Linger were stunned. I instantly understood that the little girl Du Zitong was definitely hiding in this stone. This thing is a portable space. I told Elder Kong, and he immediately asked me to try again. As a result, I found out that only I, the one with the spatial martial soul, could enter. I tried putting the hidden weapon box gifted by the Tang sect inside and taking it out again, and there was no problem at all. Now, it was clear that I had to go in and rescue Du Zitong. Seeing that I had made up my mind, Elder Kong handed me a life-sized puppet, saying it was a treasure he bought at a high price from the Heavenly Machine sect, capable of unleashing peak soul king combat power. Unfortunately, my soul power was insufficient, so I could only activate it to the level of a peak soul sect. But that was enough. I entered the stone space again with my puppet and the hidden weapon box. Inside was a vast expanse of white. I assembled the Zhuge crossbow and sent the puppet ahead to scout cautiously. Not far into the journey, Du Zitong appeared, accompanied by a fluffy, ancient soul beast, the illusion crystal bear. Upon seeing me, her eyes were filled with killing intent, completely different from her previous weak demeanor. "It's all your fault. You ruined my plan." I laughed and put down the crossbow. "Is that all you got, you bear? I suggest you stop dreaming." I directly laid my cards on the table with her, saying that I could leave any time, and then let the title Dou outside take this stone and throw it into some corner and see who starves to death first. I even guessed that this white world was nothing but an illusion. Du Zitong face un stone pas. She had already been hungry for several days and had no strength to fight. She still wanted to negotiate with me, saying that I wouldn't go out and that I had to let her go. I couldn't handle her directly. I said to her, "Hey, don't you understand the situation? Right now, I'm the one holding the knife, and you're the fish on the chopping board. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me?" I told her that in a couple of days, once I obtained the third soul ring and became stronger, I would come back and take her life. After saying that, I ignored her and turned to leave this space, leaving her standing there completely dumbfounded. "Family, this is how you deal with her," I told Old Kong, and the plan succeeded. Let's see how she holds up after being hungry for a couple of days. Back in my room, Chu Linger confessed to me with a red face. I sighed and said honestly, I always considered her my best friend, but I didn't want to reject her. So I gave her the entire box of hidden weapons that the Tang sect sent for self-defense. The little girl was so touched that she was in tears. The next day, Old Kong personally led the team to escort us to the Star Dou Forest to obtain soul rings. What a grand occasion. My goal was a 999-year-old devourer bug. Let me tell you, this time I had an epiphany while absorbing the soul ring. I wasn't just absorbing energy. I was absorbing the bug's entire understanding of spatial power. It felt like the whole world looked different to me, as if I had opened my heavenly eye, and my comprehension of space took a huge leap forward. After spending 7 hours completing the absorption, I returned to the hotel at the border, and it was already night. I was sitting by the window lost in thought when Chu Linger suddenly told me she was going out for a bit. As soon as she left, I felt a jolt in my heart. I saw her walk into a small alley, where a white-haired old man cloaked in black robes was waiting for her. It was her master, the Wuxing. The old man sighed and embraced her, saying, "Linga, how did you promise me back then?" Chu Linger's voice was trembling. That I wouldn't fall in love with Lin Xuan, and that I would obtain the bloodline within him. Goodness, I was taken aback. It turned out that Chu Linger approaching me was a task assigned by her master from the very beginning, with the purpose of obtaining my special bloodline. I can only say, what a plot twist. Then her master, the old man called Wuxing, started weeping and told me that his disciple was a child of misfortune. I thought, what's going on? Is there more to this? Goodness, this old man dropped a huge bomb on me. He said that when Chu Linger awakened her martial soul at the age of 6, she discovered something was wrong with her body. She actually had a dual martial soul. And there was even a trace of a soul beast bloodline. Family, who understands? A small body contained 3 powers, the most dangerous of which was that soul beast bloodline. It seemed to help her level up now. But the old man had calculated with his astrology martial soul that when Chu Linger reached the soul sage level, that bloodline would suddenly erupt, turning her from a human into a soul beast. I was taken aback when I heard about this. The old man traveled all over the continent for 6 years, going to places like Hao Ian Sect and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, looking for a solution. But it was all for nothing. In the end, with no other choice, he burned 5 years of his own lifespan to do a divination. And that is how he saw my appearance in the crystal ball. That's why he had Chu Linger disguised as a man to approach me, with the goal of getting something from me that could save her. But in the end, the task was not completed, and his apprentice fell in love with me first, which made him so angry that he couldn't even speak. Chu Linger was by the side wiping her tears, saying things like, "Master, if this is my fate, I accept it." Sigh, it made me feel uncomfortable just listening to it. This old man is also quite ruthless. He said he would risk his life to find another way for her. He is only 80 years old, but he looks like he's 150, all because of excessive divination and the backlash from probing into the secrets of heaven. While the two of them were talking all night, I was also called over by Old Kong. That is when I found out that the Wuxing Duo was called by Old Kong. They are old friends. Old Kong called me over because he was worried that the girl named Du Zedong would starve to death inside that green stone. I picked up the stone, and oh, now I know it's called the ethereal stone, a treasure that grows in the space rifts. My spatial power has become stronger, and I can feel 2 life forms inside. But Du Zedong's is weak, like a flickering candle in the wind. I told Old Kong, we can't wait until tomorrow. If we do, the person will really be gone. I must go in right now. Old Kong was also anxious and handed me a puppet that was fully charged, saying this thing could unleash the combat power of a peak soul emperor and withstand a full force strike from a soul saint. All right, with this assurance, I felt more confident. I entered the void stone again with the puppet, and the world inside was no longer pure white. It had become particularly desolate. The place was pitifully small, probably not even 30 square meters. A fluffy bear lay across the way, watching me warily, while the emaciated Du Zedong lay on the bear's body. She weakly said to me, "You should go. I'd rather starve to death than speak." I shook my head and placed the food I brought in front of her illusionary crystal bear. The bear was quite perceptive and quickly nudged her with its head, urging her to eat. But this girl didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. I really couldn't understand why an ordinary person would go to such lengths for a group of evil soul masters. I sat down and asked her, "Are you a soul master of evil?" She ignored me, but the bear beside her shook its head vigorously. I continued, "Du Zedong, you have to eat something for me to understand the context. I'm not that rigid of a person. There are bad people among good ones and good people among bad ones. I just want to know the truth." It seemed my words struck a chord with her. She shuddered, opened her eyes, and looked at me with suspicion. In the end, She ate while holding back tears. After waiting for half an hour, having cried enough, she finally spoke. I immediately asked her, "You're so young. How did you come into contact with soul masters of evil?" She told me that she was actually taken from her parents' arms by a notorious soul master of evil, and later saved by another one. She said her adoptive father was a good person who often helped the poor, but was classified as a soul master of evil because of his unique martial soul. 3 years ago, a group of people approached her adoptive father, saying they wanted to form an organization of soul masters of evil called the Holy Spirit Cult, to unite all soul masters of evil. Her adoptive father was quite pleased at first, but when he went, he found out that they were truly bad seeds. To avoid being complicit with them, her adoptive father took on a mission to infiltrate Shrek. Therefore, she would never betray anyone from Shrek. Wow, is this a game of undercover work? Her words sounded very sincere, but I always felt something was off. I pressed further. All right, even if I believe you, if your adoptive father is truly a good person, why did he help the Holy Spirit Cult leak information? How do you know about the Holy Spirit Cult? She was taken aback. I felt a jolt in my heart. It seems that Teacher Wang's information was correct. This organization is indeed called the Holy Spirit Church. I ignored her and continued analyzing. Your adoptive father infiltrated 3 years ago. How many people has Shrek managed to sneak in over the past few years? The more I thought about it, the more my head ached. Shrek's recruitment standards are too lax. I touched my chin and suddenly said, "Your adoptive father must be a member of the Sea God Pavilion, someone who joined in the last 3 to 5 years, previously unknown, claiming to be a loose cultivator." As soon as I finished speaking, Du Zitong exploded. An astonishing killing intent radiated from his whole body, and the 2 yellow soul rings behind him shone brightly. With a fine sword in his hand, ready to thrust forward in the next second, I looked at her coldly. Her reaction only confirmed that I was right. But my mind was racing. Her adoptive father definitely didn't come alone, and it was very likely that he had just broken through to Title de Loire with the help of Shrek. "Do you think I'm going to uproot everything?" I looked at her, wanting to know who the person meeting you was. "Tell me now, and I won't make things difficult for him. I'll kill you." She screamed as she rushed forward, the first soul ring lighting up, and the sword in her hand split into 3. I simply chuckled, and behind me, 3 soul rings appeared, 1 yellow and 2 purple. The 3rd soul ring lit up, and a silver long sword appeared in my hand. The 3rd soul skill, space solidification. It directly materializes the power of space, focusing on the ability to change whatever I want. Now, my weakness of insufficient attack power has been compensated. With 1 sword, I blocked her true form, while the other 2 were mere illusions. My left hand reached for her neck, and, at the same time, the 2nd soul skill, space cutting, was activated. Instantly, countless space blades surrounded her, rendering her unable to move. I grabbed her by the neck and said coldly, "Now you have only one choice. 1. Tell me who your adoptive father is, and I promise to talk to him alone. 2. I kill you here, and your body will be hung on the city wall of Shrek to be exposed for 3 days, after which your adoptive father will be besieged by all the elders of the Sea God Pavilion. Choose." At first, the girl wanted to be defiant, but she was still just a little girl. As soon as she heard about her adoptive father's fate, she immediately caved and used all her strength to say, "I'll tell you." Although she didn't mention the name, she had already revealed the most important timing. I let go of her, and she began to cover her face and cry. I ignored her and directly left the Void Stone. Once outside, Elder Kong came up to me. I told him directly, "Elder Kong, I need the list of elders who can join the Sea God Pavilion within 5 years, as well as the list of teachers above the Soul Duel level in the inner courtyard." Without saying a word, Elder Kong took out a handwritten notebook and handed it to me, saying, "You won't need this. I have it here." When I looked, I was stunned. It contained records of everyone's enrollment dates and identities. This was definitely a core secret. Elder Kong had placed all the treasures in my hands. I opened the booklet and indeed found a person named Yang Kaitai in the old alumni roster, who had arrived at Shrek 3 years ago. I asked Elder Kong who knew about this transportation of soul bones. Elder Kong told me that all the elders knew, but only 2 teachers from the Inner Academy were aware. This aligned closely with what Du Zitong had said. Now the most important thing was that ethereal stone. I had to find a way to obtain it. After chatting with Elder Kong for a few more minutes and reminding him to pay attention to a few individuals, we prepared to head back to school. This soul hunting only took 1 day, which broke Shrek's record. On the way back, Chu Linger had red, swollen eyes. As soon as she got into the carriage, she fell asleep in my arms, completely forgetting that she was still in disguise as a boy. Upon returning to Shrek, I was shocked. At the school gate, the dean of the Outer Academy, Fanqing, the vice president of the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Long, and a large group of elders actually came out to welcome us personally. This was quite the spectacle. Fanqing awarded each of the four of us a golden Shrek highest honor medal. After the awarding ceremony, Elder Long suddenly looked at me and said, "Kid, can we have a private chat?" I nodded and walked over to him. Just as I reached him, he suddenly turned around and pressed his palm on my shoulder. Damn! A tremendous pressure instantly overwhelmed me, nearly making me spit blood. Just when I was about to collapse, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and Kong Lao appeared behind me to support me. I was feeling numb and weakly asked, "Two esteemed seniors, what exactly do you want to do?" Long Lao chuckled and said, "There's no choice. Dealing with internal traitors is a big deal. I must ensure that you haven't been controlled by the evil soul master. Who knows what happened to you in the ethereal stone? All right, I get it. It's a pressure test. This operation is like the ultimate background check before employment." Fearing that I might be turned against them, Kong Lao said he had already told Long Lao everything I mentioned, and now he wanted to hear my opinion. Long Lao informed me that there were very few people in the entire academy they could absolutely trust, and now I was one of them. After thinking for a moment, I said, "To be honest, I don't think the situation is as bad as you two think." I brought up the case of Chun Yin from back then. Kong Lao still felt the evidence was insufficient, but in my heart, I believed this matter was already tied in a dead knot. Then Kong Lao asked me if I still needed the ethereal stone. I felt a tightness in my chest. Of course I wanted it, but I could only feign helplessness and say, "I hope the Lord can give me the stone after he's done with it. This thing is very useful to me." What I didn't know was that after I left, Old Long and Old Kong didn't actually leave. They were hiding in the shadows watching me, discussing whether to give me the void stone first to see what I was up to. I returned to the crowd, but didn't see Chu Ling, so I went straight back to the academy. On the way, I ran into teacher Wang Lin, who had actually changed his class schedule just to wait for me. After hearing about my experience, his first words were, "Congratulations, the Holy Spirit sect does exist. But the bad news is that the one controlling this organization is likely a super dual level evil soul master." Teacher Wang Lin looked at me seriously and said, "Lin Xuan, you are my best student, but you have attracted too much attention this time. The proud easily break. Those lurking in the school will definitely look for opportunities to take you down." I said with "I've done it. Teacher, please don't discourage me." Wang Lin laughed heartily, then took out a small shield and handed it to me, asking me to drop my blood on it to acknowledge it as my own. The shield directly. Wang Lin told me that this is called the Xiantian shield, made from the skin of a 10,000-year-old beast that he forged 10 years ago in the Tang sect, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a super doloa. I was completely stunned. 100,000 years of soul beast skin. My teacher has given me his most treasured possession. This is not just a shield. It's practically a second life. He must be going after Chun Yin with a determination to die, so he has placed all his hopes on me. This really breaks my defenses. This feeling is too heavy. Wang Lin also reminded me that the class leader of Class 2 has set his sights on me because he has a crush on Du Zidong and thinks I am deliberately setting her up. I chuckled, not worried at all. Whatever happens, we'll deal with it after the fight. After bidding farewell to my teacher, I returned to the dormitory. After dinner, without hesitation, I headed straight to the residence of Yang Kaidi at the Sea God Pavilion. I'm going to meet him. I want to see for myself if what he told Du Zidong is really the case. With the Xiantian shield in hand. Am I afraid of a level 91 title Doloa? I arrived at the seaside of the Sea God Lake, reported my name to the duty teacher, and said I want to see Yang Kongtai. After receiving the notification, Yang Kongtai, although reluctant, still let me in. As soon as I entered his room, he directly used his soul power to close the door, isolating the inside from the outside. I remained unfazed, and, in front of him, a title Doloa casually tore a piece of fabric, creating a spatial rift right in front of him. The meaning was clear: don't try to play tricks on me. I can leave whenever I want. Yang Kaitai's breath caught in his throat as he straightforwardly asked, "Where's my daughter?" I shook my head. You can see the situation clearly. Back then, Du Zitong almost starved himself to death for you. His entire demeanor changed as he stared at me fiercely. Did you abuse her? As a sinister soul master, I won't hesitate to use any means necessary. I sneered, but I'm not that bored. She told me you're a good person, just because your martial soul was labeled as a sinister soul master. He humiliatingly nodded. I continued to take control. Since that's the case, I'll trust you and your daughter once. But I don't believe you are someone who can turn over a new leaf. It was you who leaked the information about this soul bone transport. If you truly didn't care about the Holy Spirit sect, you could have easily denied it. So, in fact, I really want to have someone take care of you. I said coldly. Unexpectedly, Yang Kaitai remained unfazed and looked at me, saying, "The younger generation is formidable. Not only do you dare to attend a meeting alone, but your words are also so sharp." That's right, I lied to my daughter. I am not a good person. I have killed many for my survival. But at the same time, I have also saved many people. And for me, that is a form of atonement. He began to assign value to himself, saying he couldn't stand the people inside the Holy Spirit sect, yet he had been labeled as a sinister soul master since birth. Saving Du Zitong was also for the sake of atonement. Listening to his rebuttal, I was momentarily at a loss for words. This world is not a fairy tale. It is filled with cold indifference and violence. If what he said is true, that he kills merely to survive, then it doesn't seem so wrong, does it? Given this, I thought for a moment and decided to end the conversation. If you believe what you're doing is not wrong, how many of those you've killed did so for the sake of justice against you? Their reasons are not wrong either. It seems we have nothing left to discuss. At that moment, I thought to myself that this conversation really couldn't go on any longer. We just couldn't see eye to eye, and it wasn't productive for us to waste time here. But guess what happened? This old guy suddenly started putting on a sad act, saying he admitted defeat and only hoped that I could take good care of his daughter in the future. Goodness, with that kind of solemnity, I thought he was going to commit suicide right there. Who would have thought that behind him, 9 soul rings suddenly lit up, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. This was clearly a serious fight to the death. At that moment, my mind went blank, and without saying a word, I tore open a space rift and prepared to run. But this old guy didn't play fair. He slammed the table, and suddenly a bright green teleportation array lit up beneath my feet. My face turned green. It was a transfer array. I knew there were people in the Holy Spirit sect who understood spatial powers. Without thinking, I activated my martial soul. My second soul skill directly aimed at the core of the array and forcefully blew apart that spatial structure. The array was destroyed. But that old guy Yang Kaidi had already punched me in the face. In that split second, I could only roar Xiantian shield, putting all my last hope on the shield. And what happened? The earth-shattering collision I expected didn't occur at all. A huge golden hand, I tell you. It looked like it reached out from the ceiling, and it grasped Yang Kaidi's fist in one go. His expression changed from fierce to terrified, as if he had seen a ghost. Family, who understands? It turns out a few old men have been live-streaming from upstairs watching me. The master of the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Long, and Elder Kong, the 3 of them surrounded a mirror, and they were almost scared to death just now. Elder Kong wiped a sweat and said I was bold, while Elder Long directly chased after Yang Kaidi. When Yang Kaidi saw the big shots intervene, he didn't dare to stay another second and tore open the barrier to run outside the city. But could he outrun Elder Long? Just as he exited the city, that overwhelming pressure directly slammed him down from the sky, like swatting a fly. The 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul rings behind Elder Long lit up, and good grief, Yang Kaidi immediately despaired, becoming limp on the ground like a noodle, trembling and revealing all the undercover agents of the Holy Spirit sect in Shrek City. On the other side, Elder Kong also pulled me out. Seeing my gloomy face, he instead laughed, saying I did well this time and had long known my little schemes. Otherwise, how could he have saved me in time? As he spoke, he handed me the ethereal stone and told me it had a seal on it, allowing only those below the Soul King level to come out. Meaning Du Zitong could come out, but that soul beast could not. I felt warm inside. This was the feeling of home, where you don't have to say anything, and the elders have already arranged everything for you. In the following days, I attended classes while studying that stone. Soon, it was time for the annual auction at the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Chu Ling complained that I didn't even have a decent outfit, so in the end, I had to awkwardly wear one of her white dresses. I must say, although it was a bit tight, people rely on their appearance, and I did look more spirited. When we arrived at the entrance of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, our invitation immediately attracted the attention of the manager, who sent a specialist named Xiao Feng to lead us inside. As soon as we entered the exhibition area, Chu Ling stopped in her tracks, staring intently at a display case. I leaned over to take a look, and wow, the left arm bone of the Radiant Fox, priced at 6 million gold soul coins. I gasped. This was no ordinary soul bone, it was a walking vault. Just as I was lamenting that I couldn't afford it, a hand rested on my shoulder. Turning around, I saw Chu Ling, Urus Master, that whooshing Dua, smiling as he swiped his card for 6 million without blinking, directly buying the soul bone for his disciple. Then, he pulled me aside, his face instantly serious, and asked if I liked Chu Ling. I thought it was obvious, so I admitted it openly. As a result, He dropped a bombshell of information on me. He said that there were 3 powers fighting within Chu Ling, one of which was a soul beast bloodline that was extremely dangerous, and my bloodline was the only thing that could possibly save her. But this process wasn't as simple as harming my interests, it meant. Only one of us, Chu Ling or I, could survive. I was completely stunned at that moment. My mind went blank. But looking at his serious expression, I knew this was no joke. I remained silent for a long time, but finally gritted my teeth and expressed my stance. I said that if it were in the past, I definitely wouldn't do it, but now I had promised another senior. And I couldn't undermine my foundation. However, as long as I could find a solution that worked for both sides, I was willing to give my bloodline to save Chu Ling. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt someone crying around the corner. Wu Xingdou Luo gave me a glance, and I realized that Chu Linger was eavesdropping, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. This old man probably recognized me, as he shoved the soul bone into my hand and disappeared. I walked up to Chu Linger with the soul bone, squatted down to wipe her tears, and comforted her for a long time, telling her that I would support her if the sky were to fall. By the time we calmed down, the auction had already started. The first item up for bid was a lady soft armor called Tianjia. I wasn't particularly interested, but when I looked up, I saw the prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qingtian. The look in his eyes clearly showed that he wanted to buy it for Tang Xiao. I got fired up at that moment. Since you don't like me, fine, today I'll make it difficult for you. The price soared to 120,000, and Xue Qingtian was determined to win. I raised my paddle, 125,000. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth to shout, 130,000. I replied, 140,000. He followed with, 150,000. I immediately raised my bid to 180,000. I was just trying to annoy him, focusing on a companion-style bidding. Xue Qingtian almost ground his teeth in frustration and finally had to give up reluctantly. I spent 180,000 on a piece of soft armor, although it stung. Seeing his defeated expression was simply delightful. Next was a broken scroll, said to be a treasure map, starting at a price of 1,000. My martial soul suddenly stirred, sensing that this item was not simple. I tried to bid 20,000. Sure enough, Xue Qingtian jumped in again. 40,000. I immediately backed off, smiling and saying, it's yours. But guess what? Wu Xingdou Luo shouted from the box. 60,000. He directly helped me win it. This is called returning a favor. I helped his disciple, and he helped me, understood. The finale was a cleansing pill. Chu Linger came over and said her master would help us win it. Sure enough, Wu Xingdou Luo stepped in with 100,000 gold soul coins and secured one. By the time the last one came up, I didn't have enough money, and while I was worried, Elder Kong sent me a voice transmission from the box above. Bid, he LL pay. I immediately raised my paddle. 110,000. Xue Qingtian came to stir trouble again, raising the price to 150,000. Elder Kong in the box almost broke down, probably forgetting about this, and finally added up to 151,000 with a dark face, helping me secure the pill. As soon as the auction ended, Xue Qingtian blocked me at the door, saying he wanted a duel. I shot back at him, telling him that Tang Xiao wasn't his personal property. He was shaking with anger. But since we were at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, he didn't dare to make a move, only able to leave with a harsh remark. Then, Elder Kong and Wu Xingdou Luo came down. Elder Kong handed me the cleansing pill and a card worth 500,000 gold soul coins with a pained expression, while Wu Xingdou Luo was stoking the flames beside him, making Elder Kong's face turn green with anger. Just after saying goodbye to them, Prince Dai Lin from the Xing Luo Empire approached me again, saying he wanted to be friends. The meaning was obvious. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and he wanted to join forces with me against Xue Qingtian. Back in the dormitory, without saying a word, I swallowed the cleansing pill with Chu Linger. She was in excruciating pain, while I felt nothing. Just as I was wondering if that 150,000 was wasted, my master Yang Zhao's split soul exploded in my mind. You brat, who told you to randomly eat such trash pills? I quickly immersed my mind into the sea of spirit and obediently accepted the scolding. He told me that he had already used supreme methods to help me reshape my body, which was 1,000 times stronger than any cleansing elixir. And consuming this thing would only ruin the foundation he had established. I could only force a bitter smile and obediently expel all the medicinal power worth 150,000 gold soul coins. I just took it as if I had paid for a detox for my body. After scolding me for a full hour, my master finally calmed down. He installed a warning device in my mind to remind me of what I could eat and what I couldn't eat in the future. Then, he suddenly changed the subject and, with great interest, asked about Xu Ling. When I mentioned that there were 3 powers within her, even he was taken aback and exclaimed that she was a freak. Then, with a mischievous smile, he suddenly asked me, "Disciple, have you fallen for that girl?" I felt my face flush and nodded. Yang Zhao smiled with satisfaction. His discerning eyes were sharp. He said that Xu Ling, this little girl, was quite impressive. Although her 9-tailed fox martial soul wouldn't become a deity, there was a tremendous advantage. That is, Xu Ling, this little girl, could provide me with a huge amount of pure soul power due to her virginity. Moreover, the stronger she became, the more she would return. I tell you, when I heard that, my face turned pale. Goodness, is my cheat master trying to pin me out? As a spiritual entity, my face turned completely red. I quickly coughed twice. Cough, cough. Master, we haven't even started yet. As a result, he glared at me. Started? I see that you two are almost done writing. Absolutely not. I am a righteous person. No sooner had I finished speaking than I received a slap on my forehead, making me shiver in pain. My master snorted. You little brat, stop pretending to be naive. I'm telling you, this is for your own good. So you don't end up in a situation where the girl doesn't resist, and you end up ruining her. As for the issue of her 3 souls coexisting within her, I have a way, but it will take time, so don't bother me if there's nothing important. After saying that, he turned back into that gray, fuzzy light again. I held my head, feeling immensely grateful. Master S' reminder was crucial. Otherwise, as 2 clueless first-time lovers, Xu Linger and I might really end up doing something reckless. I was just feeling emotional, waiting for almost 2 hours, and finally, Xu Linger woke up. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes wasn't to thank me, but to suddenly pinch her nose and dash into the bathroom. Goodness, the smell from all the impurities expelled during her cleansing was something else. I had already wisely sealed off my sense of smell, or I would have passed out on the spot. When she came out of the shower, smelling fragrant, she directly threw away the mat she had sat on, and then took out the 70,000-year-old bright fox soul bone, sitting cross-legged to start absorbing it. I'll guard you, I said, sitting down to also get down to business. I took out the parchment scroll that the Starless Deloa gave me and wildly infused it with spatial power. Sure enough, intricate patterns began to emerge on the scroll, resembling a circuit diagram. But let me tell you, this thing consumes blue energy like crazy. I drained my blue bar completely, and the map only lit up halfway. As soon as I relaxed my hand and the energy stopped, bam, the map instantly went dark again, clean as if it had been edited. I was left speechless. Did this map add an anti-addiction system or what? This design clearly tells you, if your level ISNT high enough, don't come and die. I estimate that I'll have to spend a lot to reach Soul Emperor level to fully unlock this thing. It's really frustrating. The next morning, I saw that Qinger was still absorbing, so I left a note and went to class. On the way, I happened to run into our class's temporary monitor, Su Luoluo, a cute little girl, but she managed the class very well. She quietly told me, Lin Gu, you need to be careful of the class monitor from class 2. Xiao Bei, during the time you were gone, he kept asking if you were back. No way, holding a grudge like that. I forced a smile. Su Luoluo looked serious. He is from the Tang sect's collateral branch. His martial soul is a fire dragon, and he has a level 30 soul respect. Fearless in battle. He previously sparred with Dai Lin from class 1 and only lost by 1 move. As soon as I heard that, I was taken aback. Dai Lin is a sinister-eyed white tiger, and even a top-tier martial soul can only win narrowly. This enemy is quite formidable. Su Luoluo leaned over and whispered, also, Class leader, everyone in the school knows about your situation with Xu Linger. Everyone thinks you, like guys. I laughed at that moment and patted her on the shoulder. Lolo, it doesn't matter whether I like boys or girls. What matters is having a strong inner self. Let others say whatever they want. If you care too much, it will throw off your own rhythm. If they think that's the case, then so be it. As soon as we entered the classroom, our teacher Wang Lin followed in right behind us. I explained Xu Linger's situation to him, and he nodded before starting the class. The whole morning was filled with theoretical lessons, correcting combat techniques, and so on, which felt like being in prison for me. Just as class ended and I was about to go eat, I tell you, the door to our classroom was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. The whole class stood up in unison, glaring in anger, ready to rush forward and start a group fight. Standing at the door was a young boy with a gloomy expression. It was that Xiao Bei. As a class monitor, I couldn't let him be so arrogant. I glanced at our teacher, who seemed unfazed, and I understood. I walked to the front and coldly looked at him. This student, you should know what the consequences are for kicking the door of a class in Shrek, right? He completely ignored me, his eyes fixed on me. Are you Lin Xuan? Come with me to the arena. I shook my head. The next second, I directly teleported behind him and slapped him hard across the face. The sound was crisp and loud, echoing through the entire hallway. Everyone from the neighboring class who came to watch, including Dai Lin, was stunned, their jaws dropping to the ground. You, Xiao Bei's face twisted in rage as he was about to retaliate. I directly exerted my pressure to pin him in place, then patted my clothes and walked back to the classroom, leaving him with my back. You uncultured thing. This is school, not your backyard. You have to follow the rules. I slapped you to teach you a lesson. It's better than you getting beaten half to death by our entire class. You. He trembled with anger, but in the end, he took a deep breath and surprisingly calmed down. It was my fault. I apologized to the students of class 4. After saying that, he actually bowed deeply to all of us in the class. At this moment, not just me, but the entire class was stunned, our eyes nearly popping out. I originally thought he was just a reckless kid, but it turned out he was quite reasonable. Lin Xuan, he raised his head, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Can you come with me to the arena now? I need an explanation. All right, you have guts. I nodded and directly led the way to the arena area. Our classmates followed closely behind, and Tang Xiao, Dai Lin, and the others also came to watch the fun. Only that Xue Qingtian disdainfully went off to have his meal. When we arrived at the arena, I paid the fee, and the two of us stood on stage. He stared at me intently, his gaze as if he wanted to eat me alive. I understood. His friend Du Zitong had become a soul master and was missing. Anyone would go crazy in his position, and he just needed an outlet. Enough nonsense, let's fight. 3 soul rings lit up behind me, 1 yellow and 2 purple. He had 2 yellow and 1 purple on his side as well. I saw his hands turn into dragon claws, thinking he was a close combat fighter, but I was gravely mistaken. As soon as his first soul ring lit up, 5 large fireballs directly hit my face. I countered with a spatial rift that swallowed them all. At that moment, he charged at me with a big step, letting out a roar. Let me tell you, that sound wave attack completely stunned me for a split second. With that, he landed a heavy punch right on my chest. I was sent flying, crashing against the edge of the arena. My classmates covered their eyes. But to be honest, a full force strike from a soul master was just that for me. It only made my chest feel a bit stuffy. He rushed over, trying to deliver a finishing blow, but I had already recovered. My 3rd soul ring lit up, and I instantly formed a spatial spear in my hand, stabbing it toward his chest. He hurriedly stopped to dodge, and the spear in my hand instantly transformed into a scythe, slashing toward his head. His 3rd soul ring erupted, and a fiery halo directly shattered my scythe. I immediately pressed the attack, flashing into space behind him, and kicked out. As a result, this kid had anticipated my move. He sidestepped and grabbed my foot, executing a throw that slammed me headfirst into the ground. Dai Lin watched from the sidelines, gritting his teeth in frustration. What he didn't know was that this level of attack was merely a tickle to me. I shook my neck and stood up as if nothing had happened, conjuring a large spatial sword in my hand and swung it down at Xiao Bei. He was so frightened that he quickly distanced himself and began using fireballs to wear me down from afar. He thought he could exhaust my soul power, but he was mistaken. Aside from that spatial slicing move, all my other skills used the existing spatial energy, which hardly consumed any mana. I flashed behind him again, but this time, the large knife in my hand turned into a shield. Sure enough, he punched the shield directly. My eyes narrowed as I grabbed his right hand and executed a beautiful shoulder throw, sending him tumbling. Just as he staggered to his feet, I landed a punch on his chest, knocking him to the edge of the ring. This move of using his own tactics against him left everyone dumbfounded. Xiao Bai, lying on the ground, coughed up blood and struggled to get up, staring at me defiantly, refusing to admit defeat. He let out a roar and attempted to use that sound wave attack again, but this time I was prepared and managed to withstand it. I conjured a giant hammer in my hand and swung it at him. He used the resistance fire ring to shatter my weapon again and threw a punch at my head. I won't give him a chance. The useless 2nd soul skill, space cutting, was finally unleashed. Countless dense fragments of space shot towards him like a rain of blades. This guy is also a madman. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he charged at me head-on, blood gushing from his body, fearless of death. He rushed in front of me. His last punch was less than half a meter away. I looked at him, my pride surged. In this duel, I couldn't back down. I also threw my right fist, and our fists collided fiercely. The result? He was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing to the ground, while I didn't take a single step back. A pure, physical crushing. His soul power was exhausted. and using his bare fist to clash with me was simply seeking death. Below the stage, Lin swallowed hard. This freak, I really don't want to encounter him. Xiao Bei lay on the ground, his right arm already broken, struggling to get up but feeling utterly powerless, his eyes filled with despair. I jumped off the ring, took out a bottle of elixir, and handed it to him. Now, can we have a proper chat? All right. He sighed and accepted the elixir. I sent the excited classmates away and supported Xiao Bei towards the infirmary. On the way, I got straight to the point. I know what you want to ask. Du Zitong is indeed the mastermind, but the one pulling the strings is her adoptive father, Yang Kaitai. Yang Kaitai? He really knows. What is your relationship with Du Zitong? I looked at him. Very good friends. He spoke with obvious guilt. It seems he has a crush on her. All right, I believe you. I won't expose him. She isn't dead, and I'm also troubled about how to deal with her. Upon hearing this, he almost jumped up in excitement. She was caught by Shrek? Don't get excited. She's fine, and not in the Shrek prison. I pointed to the infirmary ahead. Go treat your injuries first, and wait for me by the Sea God Lake tonight. He gritted his teeth, but went in first. As soon as I finished speaking, I turned around and saw Chu Linger walking over slowly. The excuse of waiting until night was just me sensing her arrival. She tossed me a cloth bag filled with food and even took a bite of melon. What a scene, directly beating the class leader of Class 2 so badly. You don't know, I just saw Xue Qingtian's face in the cafeteria. It looked like pig liver. I forgot to tell you, he had previously been defeated by Xiao Bei. There's this too? I really didn't know. The afternoon class was incredibly boring, all theory. After class and finishing my meal, I arrived by the Sea God Lake as promised. Xiao Bei was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. I pulled him into the small woods and made him swear in front of the Sea God statue that he was not a soul master. Goodness. As soon as he finished swearing, a blue light descended from the statue and enveloped him. It turned out to be a real Sea God oath. All right, I believe you. I slapped him on the shoulder, forcibly infusing spatial power into his body, giving you 30 minutes, go in and talk to her. As soon as I finished speaking, inside the ethereal stone, as soon as they met, Xiao Bei rushed up and tightly embraced Du Zitong. I initially intended for him to be a negotiator. But what happened? The two of them directly put on a heartfelt drama of 2025, declaring that even if they had to face the whole world, they would still protect each other. I was left with goosebumps. Who understands I was here being a third wheel, purely sitting in prison? I quickly withdrew my mind, letting them be lovey-dovey on their own. I was wandering by the lake alone when I unexpectedly ran into Senior Wang Tianyu, who was looking emo while staring at the lake. He seemed to see through my thoughts and said directly, "Don't worry, my secret won't be told to anyone else." With a serious expression, he told me that this time the Continental Grand Competition is in jeopardy for Shrek Academy. The Academy is facing a talent shortage, and he, a soul sage, has become the top person in the inner academy. I was stunned at that moment. What about the champions from the previous session? Seeing the sadness in his eyes, I didn't dare to ask, feeling that there was something very deep going on. The senior also reminded me that the old fox Yang Kaidi only disclosed part of the infiltrators, so I should be careful. It's really a heavy responsibility. I chuckled self-deprecatingly and dove back into the ethereal stone. Those two had already finished their conversation. Xiao Bei looked at me and said he wanted to help Du Zitong drop out of school and retreat to the mountains. I was so mad that I laughed. Stop, 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 can you beat me? Do you think the Holy Spirit Church would spare a traitor? With those two sentences, I left him speechless. I pointed out a clear path for him. I could let her live in Shrek City, but she had to be under surveillance 24 hours a day. As a result, Du Zitong, that little girl, even bargained with me, saying she needed some personal privacy and wanted to take her illusory crystal bear with her. I rolled my eyes and said, "Are you dreaming? A 10,000-year soul beast appearing in the city? Do you think I'm stupid? Let me tell you, I can return this broken stone to the academy at any time and exchange it for a storage bag. At that point, you two can fend for yourselves." You. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. In the end, it was Xiao Bei who recognized the situation and stopped her. I'll agree for her. But I hope you could treat Dubai well. It's her most important partner. All right, I'll keep an eye on it. Either let it go or let it stay here. You two better not cause any more trouble. I took Xiao Bei out and coldly grabbed his wrist, warning him, watch her closely. If she gets caught by the spirit hall, we'll be in a tough spot. I understand. I will settle down in Shrek City. I had a heart-to-heart with my buddy Xiao Bei and convinced him to settle down in Shrek City. So that was settled. Then I went to find Old Kong from the Sea God Pavilion and reported the matter about the illusion crystal bear to him in detail. Guess what happened? The old man nodded and said it was fine, but told me to go to the frozen forest to release it myself. The reason? Not to trouble the school with such a small matter. I was so angry that my face turned green. I was originally planning to go back to my hometown in the Star Luo Empire for the holiday in 4 months, but now my plans were completely ruined, and I had to detour to the north first. I sulked back to the dormitory, and Linger wasn't there. Fine, I thought I'll just cultivate out of sight, out of mind. Days went by like this, but the atmosphere was anything but relaxed. In our class, 10 students were ultimately advised to leave, who understand the families. It's not that they didn't work hard. Teacher Wang Lin even tutored them one-on-one, but after half a year, they still couldn't reach level 25. In Shrek, this really is, well, a bit like being an electronic cactus, mainly about companionship, not achieving anything significant. However, our class's momentum picked up. I took Chu Linger and Su Luoluo every day to fight with classes 2 and 3. We defeated class 3 every time. Against class 2, we also won more than we lost, so the report card was somewhat decent. One day before class, Teacher Wang Lin gave a speech. Get ready. This time for the class assessment. If anyone fails in the first round, get ready for my special attention next semester. His calm tone made the whole class shiver. Then he clapped his hands and called Lin Xuan's group to come to my office, while everyone else was dismissed. So, I took Linger and Luoluo with me. Teacher Wang adjusted his glasses and asked with a smile, "What's the goal this time?" We 3 answered in unison, "The championship." Teacher Wang was very pleased and nodded. But then he began to pour cold water on us. He leisurely opened a book and said, "I called you here to make you face reality. The opponents you will face are increasingly abnormal." He first mentioned Xiao Bei from Class 2, whose team had 3 Soul Masters, which was already quite strong. Then the focus came, Class 1. Class 1 had 7 Soul Masters, each one a heavyweight. Teacher Wang's tone became serious, especially regarding the first group, led by Shui Qingtian, with team members Tang Xiao and the heir of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengtian. He paused and dropped a bombshell. Shui Qingtian, peak level 36 soul power. I was completely overwhelmed at that moment. Level 36? 13 years old. What does that even mean? Historically, no one has ever been that powerful. Even the legendary 7 Masters had to step aside at that age. After months of hard work, I had barely reached the peak of level 33, almost 34, and I still felt it was slow. Compared to them, it was just ridiculous. Teacher Wang continued, Tang Xiao is level 34. Ning Fengtian is level 32. This paper strength is crushing. On my side, I was barely at level 34, Linger was at 32, and Su Luoluo was at 29. I could clearly see that Luoluo was almost burying her head in her chest. This kid felt like she was dragging us down. I couldn't stand it anymore and directly told Teacher Wang, "Teacher Wang, we will win. I must win." That's Shui Qingtian, always acting like he's the best in the world, even treating me as a hypothetical rival. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Now that Teacher Wang is saying this, isn't it clear that we have no chance? Can I accept that? I turned to grab Su Luo's shoulder. Luoluo, don't think too much, just do your best. The 3 of US represent Class 4. We must set an example for our classmates. Su Luoluo looked at me. Her eyes reignited with determination, and she nodded vigorously. Although Teacher Wang was still reading, I could see the smile at the corner of his mouth, and even Chu Linger beside me noticed it. This old fox was trying to motivate us. Teacher Wang then mentioned Dai Lin's group. You all know Dai Lin's strength, but he has never fought at full power when sparring with you. He has a 10,000-year soul bone in his left arm, and his martial soul fusion skill with Zhu Lin, the nether white tiger. You must be careful. Suddenly, Chu Linger, who had been silent, spoke up. The nether white tiger is strong, but I have a way to break the martial soul fusion skill. Wow. Teacher Wang was momentarily stunned and then laughed. That's right. Linger is indeed our trump card. Finally, Teacher Wang painted a picture for us, saying the assessment rewards were very generous. If you perform brilliantly and win against a stronger opponent, the school might reward you with a soul bone. My eyes lit up. Really? Teacher Wang chuckled. Dream on. There's a possibility, but historically, it has only happened 3 times, and they were all Millennium Soul Bones, which aren't very useful for you. We were kicked out by Teacher Wang. I told Linger and Luoluo to go back first and left the academy by myself. I needed to find Du Zitong to ask about the situation. As soon as I stepped onto the main street of Shrek City, I felt something was off. Someone was tailing me. My heart sank. Was I being targeted on my first trip out of the city in 4 months? This is spooky. I deliberately took a series of twists and turns and entered a deserted alley. Then with a swift motion, I tore open a spatial rift and hid inside. In less than a minute, 4 masked men rushed in. When they saw no one in the alley, they were dumbfounded. Where is he? Did he spot us? Run. We'll be done for if the city guards catch us. Just as the leader was about to flee, I tell you, a horror movie unfolded. A figure wrapped in a black cloak suddenly appeared, extending a withered hand, and behind him, 8 soul rings shone, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Soul Dou. I hid in the rift, watching helplessly as those 4 unlucky guys were instantly turned into blood and sucked into the black cloak. I was paralyzed on the spot. An evil soul master at the Soul Dou level. Did they hire someone to kill me and conveniently recycle the assassins? My mind was racing. This evil soul master clearly wanted to distance himself from the situation. Could it be that Du Zitong sold me out? No, if she did, she could have just blocked me at my doorstep. There was no need for an ambush on the way. Just then, the man in the black robe seemed to sense something and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, a middle-aged man in white armor, radiating killing intent, landed in the spot. I looked and thought, good heavens, it's the Shrek City Lord, the battle flag de law. I quickly emerged from the spatial rift, still clutching my Shrek student ID. When the battle flag de Lua saw me, his imposing aura instantly softened, and he looked surprised. You are Lin Xuan? This contrast left me momentarily speechless. He glanced around cautiously and then patted my head, saying, little guy, it's not safe in the city right now. The Holy Spirit cult has marked you as their #1 target. You were too careless. What happened just now? I recounted the earlier events, and he broke into a cold sweat, saying that if it weren't for my spatial abilities, I wouldn't have lasted even a second. In the end, he insisted on escorting me back, but I thought better of it. My life was more important, so I decided to return to the academy and lay low. This city lord was quite interesting. His name was Zhang Jinfeng, and he asked me to call him Uncle Zhang. We chatted all the way back to the academy, while the black-robed man hiding in the shadows was probably furious. For the next 3 days, I didn't dare to leave my dormitory. Early on the 3rd day, while I was still practicing, there was a loud knock on the door. When I opened it, it was Su Luluo, sweating profusely. Lin Xuan, quick, check the group assignments. He shoved a crumpled piece of paper into my hands. I looked and saw Group A, our team, Dai Lin's team, Xiaobei's team, and the team led by Class 3's captain, Li Qi. Damn, it's the death group. For Soul Master teams, and only one can advance. This is definitely intentional by the school. Luo was in a panic. Aren't you worried? Lin Xuan? I laughed. What is our goal? The championship? He said weakly. Then how can we avoid them if we want to win the championship? Sooner or later, we have to fight. What is there to be afraid of? I looked out the window and gave him a motivational speech. If you want to be a legend, you have to have confidence. We are a team. When one thrives, we all thrive. And when one suffers, we all suffer. This kid was finally ignited by my words. While we were talking, Chu Linger came back. She frowned at the group division and then didn't say anything more, remaining incredibly calm. She said her special training was over and it was a good time to practice coordination. The 3 of us went to the small forest by the sea god lake. Linger directly suggested that she would take on both me and Luo alone. Before I could react, she made her move. I instinctively closed my eyes and used spatial power to defend, but the next second, my head buzzed, everything turned pink, and I was completely dazed. Then my body acted on its own, and I punched Su Luo beside me, knocking her down. It was just half a second. I was enchanted for half a second. Even with my eyes closed, I was enchanted. Family, this is simply leading by a wide margin. I helped Luo up and looked at Chu Linger in shock. She proudly lifted her chin and said, it's simple, my soul bone has evolved. She explained that she had dripped a few drops of higher-level bright fox blood, which upgraded her soul bone. It didn't give her new skills, but it enhanced all her original soul techniques, especially the second soul technique, Charm, which is now called Absolute Charm. It ignores closed eyes and can be triggered instantly with guaranteed hits. As long as the soul power difference is within 3 levels, it can definitely control the opponent. Moreover, there is a 10 chance to confuse the opponent, making them attack their own team. I was ecstatic. This filled our biggest gap, rendering Dai Lin and Zhu Lin's martial soul fusion skill useless. In the following 2 days, the 3 of us trained intensely together. The night before the competition, I unusually didn't practice and instead watched the moon with Linger on the windowsill. The atmosphere was understood by those who got it. The next day, the competition officially began. As soon as I stepped onto the stage, good heavens. The first seat in the guest area had an old man with a displeased expression sitting there. It was Linger's master, the Wuxing Dou. He was probably forced to sit there by old Kong. Behind him sat a row of soul Douos and soul sages, all sitting straight like elementary school students. The referee was the director, whose face was as black as a pot bottom. We started to announce our lineups. On Dai Lin's side, he was level 37, Zhu Lin was level 33, and there was a control type named He Qin, who was level 31. On my side, I was level 34, Linger was level 33, and Luo was level 29. Dai Lin even pretended to be polite with me, but was scolded back by the director with a shout. Then, the competition began. As soon as I arrived, I didn't hold back and tore through the space to appear right in front of Dai Lin with a sword strike. Dai Lin reacted quickly, countering with a white tiger's fierce light wave. At the same time, Zhu Lin launched a sneak attack from behind me, and Su Luo threw a water gun at the control type, He Qin, on the opposite side. However, He Qin turned out to be an ice type. She froze Luo's water gun into an ice stick mid-flight. My attack was also blocked by Dai Lin, and Zhu Lin's claws only caught my afterimage. I used a blink, grabbed the frozen ice gun from Luo, and teleported behind He Qin, stabbing down. Although this woman was flustered, her reaction was quick, and she cast an ice cage towards me. I simply flew above her, throwing the ice gun down. Dai Lin finally arrived, shattering the ice gun with a white tiger destruction kill. He looked at me, suspended in midair, his face turning green. I was relying on the space rift to hover, a maneuver he had never seen during our sparring sessions, completely ruining his prepared strategy. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Dai Lin directly signaled Zhu Lin, and the two prepared to unleash their ultimate move, ready for spirit fusion. The audience from the Star Luo Empire was cheering wildly. However, just as they embraced and their soul power merged, Zhu Lin suddenly let out a muffled groan, blood gushing from her 7 orifices, and she slapped Dai Lin's stomach with her hand. I almost laughed out loud. Zhu Linger's absolute charm had taken effect. Dai Lin was stunned, and when Zhu Lin came to her senses, looking at the mess she had created, she was equally bewildered, then glared at Linger with murderous intent. Well, the women's fight had officially begun. I have reconnected with Dai Lin, but that ice type called He Qin is so annoying, constantly using freezing to harass me. Su Luo has run out of soul power and, with his last breath, throws out a water gun to try to hinder Dai Lin. Upon seeing this, Dai Lin immediately changes targets and charges towards the weakest Su Luo. I panicked and wanted to go back to save him, but I was frozen by He Qin for a second. Just that 1 second. The Star Dou sighed, and I knew that Luo was done for. I made a decisive choice, gave up on the rescue, and turned to charge at He Qin with all my strength. On the other side, Chu Linger also completely erupted, using her 3rd soul skill, Foxtail Needle, like it was free, frantically attacking Zhu Lin. But that kid Su Luo, really I could cry? He knew he couldn't escape, and with his last bit of soul power, he didn't use it to run, but instead held his breath and directly wrapped Dai Lin in a water bubble. Then he flung out his last 2 water guns. Dai Lin caught the water guns barehanded and countered with a white tiger's fierce light wave. Luo desperately dodged, but he was forced to the edge of the ring with nowhere to retreat. At that moment, in another corner of the battlefield, there was a sudden explosion. Su Lingye, my good buddy, suddenly stopped fighting Zhu Lin and turned to He Qin, shouting, "Absolute charm. Wow, this move is to help me." He Qin was indeed caught off guard. Her movements froze, but the price was that Zhu Lin seized the opportunity and clawed at Chu Linger's right chest. Blood immediately gushed out. Zhu Lin was stunned, probably not expecting to land a hit. But what stunned her even more was what happened next. Chu Linger looked down at her chest wound, her face showing no expression at all. Does anyone understand? I felt something was off at that moment. When Zhu Lin clawed down, the area around the wound was covered in blood, but the outline of the pectoral muscles looked completely flat. Zhu Lin was petrified on the spot. She must have realized that my buddy was actually a girl disguised as a guy, taking advantage of Zhu Lin's moment of shock. Chu Linger ignored her and charged back in. Meanwhile, with the opportunity created by Chu Linger, I swiftly dealt with He Qin. Just as I finished, I hadn't even caught my breath when I saw a blue light flash by. With a puff, it was Su Luo. He was pierced through the left chest by his own water gun. That bastard Dai Lin looked at him with indifference, his eyes filled with the ferocity of a wounded beast. Puff! Su Luo spat out a mouthful of blood and directly knelt down. I was numb all over. A spatial rift flashed next to him, and Dai Lin tried to repeat his trick, throwing another water gun, but it was swallowed by my spatial rift. In the next second, it emerged from behind him, scaring him into quickly turning around to punch it away. I supported Luo and softly said to him, "It's okay. You can get down now. Leave the rest to me." Honestly, this kid is amazing for overcoming his fear and standing up to Dai Lin. I handed him over to the doctor offstage, then turned back, my gaze already cold enough to freeze ice shards. That bastard Dai Lin. I used to think he was a friend. We had sparred several times, but I never expected him to be so ruthless. If he hadn't hurt Luo like this, I wouldn't have resorted to such harsh measures. Yet this guy sighed and said with a look of regret, "Brother Lin, it's really sad that we have to fight to the death for a spot." I spit. I couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Directly forming a spatial dagger in my hand, my whole body shrinking down like a leopard ready to hunt, staring intently at him. Seeing me like this, he must have felt a chill run down his spine. In the next second, I moved. No, I was still in place. But a spray of blood burst from his left arm. He stared in horror at his arm, completely unable to see how I moved. Let me tell you, I was hiding in a spatial rift, just extending one hand to slash at him. He roared and threw a punch, but hit nothing but an afterimage. Another afterimage. Dai Lin's mentality was starting to crumble. My speed, this damned spatial power, was simply the father of their heavy assault type. Although Zhu Lin could also use afterimages. That was for long-distance dashes, unlike me, who focused on ghostly steps, dancing in front of him while he couldn't catch me. I play with him like this, cutting him one knife at a time, with wounds that aren't deep, and some even don't bleed. But I want to play like this, striking and then immediately slipping away, never being greedy for more hits. Because I know he reacts quickly, what I want isn't to seriously injure him, but to drive him crazy, to apply pressure on him. Almost there. I hide in the crack, thinking that this guy's psychological defenses should be close to collapsing. But the only thing I fear is that eternal soul bone of his, who knows what tricks it has. I decided to test things one more time, and as soon as I appeared, I was met with a punch. It hit me square in the chest, sending me flying. Damn, my chest hurt like hell. And when I looked up, I was shocked to see Dai Lin had his eyes closed. Even the no Star Dou was surprised. Wow, this guy had entered battle instinct mode. It was like he was cheating. What he saw with his eyes might be fake, but his body's instincts wouldn't lie. My little sneak attack was as transparent to him as if he had X-ray vision. All right, no more pretending, time to lay it all out. Since the sneak attack was useless, let's go head to head. I dropped my dagger, got into position, and with a fierce stomp of my right foot, I charged straight at him, throwing a powerful punch. Dai Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and with his left arm glowing with dark energy, he threw a punch behind him without thinking. He thought I would play the distraction game again. But what happened? My punch landed solidly on his ribcage, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. Clown. Now you look like a clown. Huh? He struggled to get up, his face twisted in pain. I didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and charged at him again. The power of his left arm's soul bone erupted completely, and he threw a punch at me. In that moment, I felt the gravity around me suddenly increase several times. My body felt heavy, my movements slowed down, and the surrounding space felt locked. I couldn't even use instant teleportation. Lin Xuan, this is the trump card I prepared for you. Dai Lin roared, and with a move called White Tiger Destruction Kill, he hit me square in the face. I flew out like a broken sack, crashing at the edge of the arena, covered in blood, unable to move. On the other side, Chu Linger had just finished off Zhu Lin, and when she saw my miserable state, she went crazy. She tried to use her charm to help me, but the level difference was too great, only causing a slight effect on Dai Lin, while she herself let out a groan and fainted directly. Everyone thought I had lost, and the director was about to announce the result. Just then, I performed a carp leap and stood up directly. The wounds on my body were healing rapidly, forming scabs. I tell you, Lin Xuan, cannot fall here. I rushed at Dai Lin again. He grabbed my fist and was about to counterattack when I used his strength to twist my body in midair, delivering a downward kick with my left foot. With a solid kick, I slammed his head onto the floor, making him have an intimate kiss with the ground. Dai Lin struggled to lift his head, nearly exploding with anger. I grabbed his arm and, like swinging a sack, wildly smashed him down to the ground. The entire audience was stunned. The esteemed prince of Xinghua was being tossed around like trash. Just when he tried to get up, a sudden sharp pain hit his head, and with a scream, he collapsed back down. That was the after effect of Chu Lingyu's previous charm. With an indomitable spirit, he actually tried to get up again. Want to take me down with him? Could I let you succeed? A space rift flashed behind him, and I put all my strength into my right leg and kicked him off the stage like garbage. The entire venue fell silent. I limped in front of him, mimicking his earlier tone, and said with a look of regret, "Brother Dai, it's really sad that you and I have ended up like this." Dai Lin almost fainted from the shock of it all. The match was over, and we had won. Chu Linger helped me to the infirmary, where Luo was already lying down. The doctor said that during the assessment period, senior therapists were not allowed to intervene, and we had to recover on our own. The bad news was that tomorrow we would face Xiao Bei's team, and it would have to be 2 against 3. Back in the dormitory, I had just sat down to tend to my injuries when Chu Linger came out of the bathroom, wrapped only in a bath towel. I was momentarily stunned. Her appearance back in female attire was breathtaking. It wasn't the innocence of Tang Xiao, nor the allure of the fox spirit martial soul, but a clean and refined beauty that made one want to protect her. She blushed at my gaze, and I quickly realized and rushed into the bathroom to splash cold water on myself. When I came out, she had changed back into her male outfit, and I couldn't hide the disappointment on my face. She smiled and asked if she looked pretty. We exchanged a few playful remarks, and I couldn't help but pull her into my embrace. She didn't struggle, leaning against my chest, and suddenly asked, "Will you find other women in the future?" The question caught me off guard. I didn't dare make any promises. Seeing my hesitation, her eyes turned red, and she said I was too outstanding and so kind to everyone, which made her feel insecure. I can only honestly answer, I don't know. After she heard this, she bit my shoulder fiercely and said, "You mustn't be fickle." I winced in pain, but didn't dare to move. She released her bite, leaving a clear row of teeth marks on my shoulder. The next day, we both dragged our exhausted bodies to play against Xiaobei's team. I had just broken through to level 34, but my condition was terrible. On the opposite side were Xiaobei and two control-type girls, Xie Kaier and Xie Feier. As soon as the match started, they played dirty. One set a net, while the other prepared to control. Chu Linger used charm, but their soul rings crossed, causing her to misjudge and control the wrong person. Just as the net was about to cover her, I teleported to the back row with her. However, Xiaobei shouted loudly, stunning me for a second. In that 1 second, the opposing formation mage, Xie Feier, actually bit her tongue to forcibly break the charm and set up a lightning formation beneath our feet. I was paralyzed on the spot with Chu Linger unable to move. Xiaobei grinned wickedly and rushed over, intending to take us out first. In a moment of crisis, the power of my bloodline erupted, instantly breaking through the paralysis. I leaped forward, blocking his punch aimed at Chu Linger, grabbed his fist and gritted my teeth, saying, "What sneaky move?" Then, in Xiaobei's terrified gaze, I threw him like a bowling ball. He flew like a cannonball, crashing through 3 arenas before slamming into the wall and passing out. My right arm also dislocated from the force. Another poison-type soul master, Xie Kaier, was still not giving up and charged at me, releasing toxic mist. As a result, I reached out from the mist and grabbed her by the neck. My bloodline power makes me immune to all poisons. I looked at her terrified face, forcibly suppressing my killing intent, released my grip, and coldly said, "Surrender." She didn't dare to take the risk and reluctantly conceded. We actually managed to win 2 against 3 again. After 2 days of high-intensity battles and using my bloodline power twice, I was completely exhausted. On the 3rd day, facing Li Qi's team, both Chu Linger and I looked haggard. When Li Qi saw us like this, he thought he had hit the jackpot and was visibly excited. As soon as the referee shouted start, Chu Linger used absolute charm. Although Li Qi immediately bit his tongue to regain focus, he still froze for 0.1 seconds. In that brief moment, I was already in front of his face. When he regained his senses, he was already in midair, with my disdainful gaze being the last thing he saw. Instant kill. Seeing their leader taken out in 1 move, his 2 teammates immediately surrendered. We won all 3 battles, finishing first in our group. I returned to the dormitory and fell asleep immediately. I slept until midnight and woke up so hungry that my stomach was touching my back. I didn't know where Chu Linger had gone, so I had to go to the seaside of the Sea God Lake alone to prepare some meat to grill. Just as I set the meat on the fire, I felt a hand on my shoulder, which startled me so much that I jumped 3 feet high and the meat flew out of my hand. When I turned around, I saw it was a senior with a cheeky grin, saying I was wasting the meat. As I was speechless, Senior Wang Tianyu suddenly appeared like a ghost and scared that senior away. Wang Tianyu pulled me down to sit and got straight to the point. "Last time you left the academy, you were ambushed, right?" I nodded. What he said next made it hard for me to swallow. "The graduation assessment given to me by the academy is to cooperate with you to take down that Contra. So, I need to trouble you, to be the bait once again." Damn, are they using me as bait to fish for Contra? What kind of hellish graduation exam is this? But then I thought, the academy will definitely send a title de law to protect me in secret. And since Wang Tianyu has spoken up, I have no reason not to help. I directly agreed. Wang Tianyu hid inside my ethereal stone, and I extinguished the fire before heading towards the outskirts of Shrek City. Along the way, I could feel several sneaky gazes following me. They were just some small minions. A mere distraction. However, I didn't exit the city directly. Instead, I took a turn and arrived at Du Zitong's residence. I pushed the door open and found her reading by the light. Just as she was about to speak, I immediately made a shushing gesture. Then, lowering my voice, I said, Du Zitong, you need to come with me to the city gate right now. Someone has arranged for you to leave Shrek City. While I spoke, I was frantically making facial expressions. Although she was confused, she obediently nodded and followed me. I tell you, my spatial ability is really impressive now. I tore open a rift and, with a whoosh, took her outside the city. Those pesky followers had long been shaken off by me. But what did my family know? As soon as I landed, I felt a chill at the back of my neck. A shadow, like a ghost, reached out with a claw straight for my heart. Damn! In the blink of an eye, with a crisp sound, a figure blocked in front of me. I focused and realized it was my old buddy Wang Tianyu. I had anticipated an ambush and released him in advance. The black-robed person, upon seeing Wang, was thrown off balance. Wang's mouth was sharp. He directly mocked, "Oh, isn't this the great genius Yang Zhini from back in the day? How did you end up like this? Like a rat in a gutter. Too ashamed to show your face?" The opponent completely lost it, shouting, "Wang Tianyu, don't go too far. You were my defeated foe back then." I stood there, stunned, wondering what this old grudge was about. Wang continued his assault. "Is it because your face is too disgusting to be seen? Or because you're no different from a walking corpse now? TSK, your words are lethal." Yang Zhini exploded with rage and threw a punch. Wang didn't dodge. Meeting him head-on, they both flew backward like cannonballs. It was at that moment I got a clear look at Yang Zhini's face. My goodness, it was as white as paper, his limbs dry like kindling, and his skin had a bizarre, baby-like red hue that nearly made me vomit. Yang Zhini shouted with resentment. "This is all you're doing? You severed my limbs back then? Damn, that's brutal." Wang directly revealed his weapons, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings behind him, 7 in total. In his left hand, he held a white knife, and in his right, a red knife, looking incredibly cool. Yang Zhini wasn't to be outdone either, sporting 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings. 8 in total. One more than Wang. He swung a chain, wrapped around his hand straight at Wang. Wang stood firm, not dodging or evading, allowing the chain to wrap around his left hand. And then Yang Zhini flew over along the chain. Immediately after, Yang Zhini activated his 5th soul skill, and a sea of blood appeared, threatening to engulf Wang. However, Wang raised his red knife, and with a flash of his 6th soul ring, the overwhelming sea of blood was completely drained by his knife. Like drinking water. But it seemed Yang Zhini had anticipated this. He seized the opportunity to punch Wang square in the chest, sending him flying. "Yang Zhini laogid maniatali, Wang Tianyu. You're done for." Before his words faded, Wang appeared behind him like a ghost, and all 5 of his soul rings lit up in an instant. I was stunned. Could he play like this? The white knife flashed and pierced through Yang Zhini's right chest. But guess what? The guy not only didn't fall, but he laughed even harder. A bloody hand grabbed Wang, and on his back, something tumor-like sprouted a face. What the hell is this Cthulhu thing? Wang was shocked and shouted, "Impossible." In that instant, Yang Zhini activated his 7th soul skill, and a blood shadow directly drilled into Wang's body. I finally understood that the thing was his martial soul, the soul of his twin brother who died in the womb. This is too outrageous. It's like being born in Rome. Oh no, it's like being born as someone else's martial soul. Yang Zhini wanted to take over old Wang. The two of them started to clash again in a sea of blood. At that moment, I felt that if I stayed any longer, I would be used as nourishment. So I quickly pulled Du Zitong and dove into the space crack. I saw old Wang roar angrily, forcibly driving out the blood shadow, then crossing his dual blades. He instantaneously appeared behind Yang Zhini. In the next second, Yang Zhini had an X-shaped wound on his chest, spewing blood wildly. But that wasn't the end. Before dying, Yang Zhini actually created an illusion, and thick fog suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Old Wang sneered, ignored it, and thrust his sword in one direction. A scream was heard, and the illusion shattered. Yang Zhini fell to the ground, his heart vein pierced, and it looked like he was about to kick the bucket. Just as old Wang sighed in relief and sheathed his sword, the scenery around him changed again. The corpses on the ground turned into a puddle of blood. Another illusion. The Real Yang Zhini had wrapped chains around old Wang's neck. Goodness, a Russian nesting doll. Huh? But this time, old Wang's eyes turned blue, and the sword in his left hand erupted with terrifying wind power, directly blowing Yang Zhini into the sky. Then a chaotic dance ensued, so fast that my eyes couldn't keep up, and all I could see was Yang Zhini being sliced into bloody cuts in the air. Old Wang landed and sheathed his sword. "This move is the same as the one I used to sever your limbs back then. You really don't learn your lesson." Killing someone while targeting their heart, that's ruthless. At that moment, another man in black appeared out of nowhere, picked up the bloodied Yangzheni, and was about to escape. Old Wang tried to stop him, but was punched away, crashing directly into the city wall. I was dumbfounded. What kind of deity is this? Just as I hesitated to intervene, Elder Kong descended from the sky, shouting bold. The pressure was so immense that it felt like the sky was about to collapse. And guess what? That man in black actually tore open a space crack and ran away with Yangzheni, another one who plays with space. Elder Kong slammed his palm on the ground, creating a pit over 10 meters deep, but the person had already vanished without a trace. Elder Kong looked at Old Wang, whose ribs were all broken, his internal organs displaced, and he was in a terrible state, so he quickly used his soul power to prolong his life. Then he didn't even glance at Du Zitong, directly picking up me and Old Wang to leave. Poor Du Zitong stood there alone, stomping her feet in anger, probably cursing in her heart. Damn it, do they treat people like air? I was directly thrown into the Sea God Pavilion by Old Kong. Just as I was feeling confused, a kind voice told me to go to the 3rd floor. When I got up there, I was surprised to see Lin Xuan. He called me into his room, and as soon as I stepped in, I was hit by a strong scent of perfume, pink bedding, and a vanity table. I immediately felt a chill run down my back. What kind of preferences does this dean have? Then he slapped me on the head and said, "You brat. Don't think too much, this is my wife's room." So that was it, I was startled. Then he dropped a bombshell, saying that the village chief of my hometown, Hutu village, was his teacher. I was dumbfounded. I thought the village chief was just an ordinary old man. But it turns out he was the dean's master. This network of relationships made me feel like I was taking off right there. Dean Yi said that his teacher had already contacted him to let me come to Shrek for proper training, but unexpectedly, I had become so strong after 6 years apart. Next, Dean Yi asked me about the man in black who used spatial power to save someone today. Based on what my master taught me, I analyzed and said that guy must have first cultivated his soul power to a very high level and solidified his roots before suddenly delving into spatial power, which is why his technique was rough, only able to tear space for teleportation. After I finished speaking and looked up, I found Dinya's mouth was agape enough to fit an egg, his eyes wide in shock. Suddenly, he released his pressure, making it hard for me to breathe, and questioned me. "You just awakened your martial soul 6 years ago. How do you know these things that only the core area of the library has?" I was drenched in cold sweat. Oh no, I had overdone it with the bragging. I couldn't just say my master was the space administrator of this world, could I? Just as I was frantically trying to think of an excuse, he suddenly withdrew his pressure, sighed, and then shifted the conversation, asking seriously, "Does that person behind you have any ill intentions towards Shrek?" I quickly shook my head, "Absolutely not." Then he suddenly smiled and said, "Dean, my conversational skills are pretty good, right?" Damn, this old fox almost scared me into a heart attack. Dean Yi said that the person today resembled a legendary sky thief named Wu Yisin. He was a powerful figure from the same era as Old Kong and Old Long, or even earlier. He handed me a book he wrote titled Chronicles of the Continent. When I opened it, Wu Yisin's life was like a thrilling tale. He achieved greatness late, only becoming a Soul de Loi at 50, but his sect was destroyed by a prince of the Tiando Empire just because he stole the woman he loved. Wu Yisin worked hard to cultivate to become a title de Loi, but still couldn't defeat his enemies. Then he disappeared for 10 years, and when he returned, he had become a master of spatial power. He directly assassinated that prince and his title de Loi bodyguard. And then it got even crazier. He stole the treasury of the Tiando Empire. 5 soul bones. I saw in the book that Shrek actually bought 4 soul bones from the black market. And I was shocked at the time. Shrek is involved in this. Deanie asked me to keep reading. This Wu Yisin later caused chaos in the Dou Empire. And when he was close to death, he even plundered Shrek and the Star Dou Empire, but only took medicinal materials, wanting to refine pills to extend his life. The story ends there. I asked the dean if this person was found. The dean said no, and it is said that he buried himself in a space rift. Then, he looked at me, suddenly laughed, and said, "Do you think this book is true?" I said, "It should be, right?" He shook his head. "Of course not. Because after Wu Yisin plundered the Dou Empire, he hid in our Shrek Academy." I was completely petrified at that moment. What the heck? A flying thief hiding in Shrek? Dean Yi said this was to balance the 2 empires and prevent the Dou Empire from launching a war alone. And Shrek ended up taking the blame for it. I was confused, and then Dean Yi finally revealed his true intentions. He maliciously told me, "Do you think that just because you don't consider yourself Wu Yisin's disciple, others think the same?" Upon hearing this, my heart sank. He informed me that because of my spatial power, everyone outside now views me as Wu Yisin's successor. Both major empires have come knocking, demanding that Shrek hand me over and pressuring them to reveal the location of Wu Yisin's treasure. I was completely shocked. My family, this trouble came out of nowhere. What does it have to do with me? I asked at the time. Dean, the Academy wouldn't really hand me over, would they? Dean, you slapped me on the head and scolded. When has Shrek ever given up on its students? This made me feel incredibly moved. However, my emotional moment lasted only 3 seconds before he came over with a grin and said, "Of course, if you really know where Wu Yisin's grave is, the Academy would be very happy to accept the inheritance." Wow, I'm really going to thank you. This old man is too much. He called me here just to make me take the blame and also help the Academy search for treasures. I'm practically a walking KPI. Dean, you finally reminded me earnestly to be more careful in the future, as the Holy Spirit Church has its eyes on me. I walked out of the Sea God Pavilion, my mind a complete mess, but then I thought if the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. I should focus on the elimination match in 2 days, and also on the inevitable encounter with Tian in the finals. Let me tell you, I haven't been idle these past few days. I've been making the most of every moment to finalize the team synergy with Chu Ling and Su Luoluo. And guess what? Just the day before the competition, our Su Luoluo managed to break through to Soul Sovereign, although the competition doesn't allow for temporary soul rings. This upgrade gives us a huge boost in morale. 3 days flew by, and the elimination rounds officially began. I tell you, this elimination round turned into my personal showcase. After being too fierce against Lin and the others for 5 consecutive days, my opponents would surrender on the spot as soon as they saw my name, without even stepping onto the stage. Wow, this feeling is akin to the treatment that Tian gets, and it made me a bit uncomfortable. The only setback was another Soul Sovereign group, which got ambushed by 3 level 29 Great Soul Masters. Truly pathetic. However, I didn't get complacent. I knew this was just a minor scene, and the real tough battles were still ahead. Finally, in the semi-finals, I encountered Tian ahead of schedule. I could tell with my toes that this was definitely the old man, Dean Yi, pulling strings behind the scenes, forcing us to stage the Battle of the Titans early. That night, I was completely sleepless. My mind kept turning over that guy, Tian. I've already figured out his martial soul. It's a dragon. Although I knew that the Tianqiu royal family's martial souls are not fixed, this dragon martial soul paired with his prince status is simply a full buff. In previous matches, it was all his little follower Tang, Xiao, doing the fighting, with Ning Fengti in assisting, sweeping everything away. Tian himself had only made a single move. I remember it clearly. At that time, a sensitive attack system from Class 2 wanted to sneak attack Tang Xiao. When Tian's third spirit ring lit up, a white dragon spirit descended from the sky and directly drilled into that guy's body. I was quite far away and didn't feel any elemental fluctuations, thinking it was something like lightning. Guess what happened? The guy passed out and started convulsing. Later, when I went to find him, I discovered he had already dropped out. Family, who understands this? What kind of domineering behavior is this? Just because you're a prince, if someone spars with you and accidentally makes you unhappy, they have to be forced to drop out? I can't tolerate this. I'm sure this was definitely not Tang Xiao's intention. That girl isn't that kind of person. To put it bluntly, it's just Tian's disgusting possessiveness at play. Sigh, I don't want to think about it anymore. The strategy remains the same. We will focus fire on Ning Fengtian at the start. Once Chu Linger's absolute charm is unleashed, whether you're the 34th level Tang Xiao or the 32nd level Ning Fengtian, you'll fall for it. But deep down, I always feel that things won't be this simple. Don't overthink it. Just do your best tomorrow. Chu Linger woke up at some point and held my hand. I felt a warmth in my heart. Yes, just doing my best is enough. In terms of paper strength, I really can't compare to him, and losing isn't embarrassing. Besides, if he really pushes me to my limits, I can unleash my full potential and show him what bloodline suppression means. In the end, I still stayed awake until dawn, contemplating countless possibilities and preparing myself to accept any outcome. But deep down, I had only one thought: to defeat Tian and seize the championship. The next morning, Chu Linger dragged me downstairs, and Su Luoluo was already waiting for us with 2 big dark circles under her eyes. Goodness, it seemed I wasn't the only one who had insomnia last night. I guess that Tian and his team were the same, while Chu Linger, this carefree girl, slept the soundest. "Let's go eat," I said. No sooner had I spoken than a disdainful voice rang out. "Yeah, it's best to eat well, since losing wouldn't be good." I suddenly turned around, and Tian's annoying face appeared in front of me, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes. I shot back, "What's wrong? Are you in such a hurry to lose to me?" Weaklings can only boast with their words, he said arrogantly. I replied, I'll give you this piece of advice too. Your provocation is like a fly in a trash can, innocent but truly disgusting. My words were sharp enough to break through Shui Qingtian's defenses, and his face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Just as we were about to engage in a real-life Shrek-style fight, Ning Fengtian hurried over to mediate, only to be brushed aside by Shui Qingtian, who didn't even spare him a glance. Ning Fengtian's expression immediately soured. I thought to myself, aren't you the future leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Why are you being so disrespectful? Just as the tension was escalating, a thunderous roar came. Shui Qingtian, this is Shrek, not a place for you to act wild. Get the hell away from me and don't block my way. I, along with Shui Qingtian, flinched at that shout. Turning around, I saw a muscular guy standing there, towering over Shui Qingtian by a head, exuding an imposing aura. Shui Qingtian's face turned pale. I recognized this person, Confrontation, the acknowledged top student of the outer college in the 6th grade. Confrontation, don't go too far. I'm the prince of the Heaven Dou Empire. Shui Qingtian still tried to use his status to intimidate. Get lost. I don't care if you're a prince or an emperor. You're blocking my way, and you still want to gather a crowd for a fight? Huh? Confrontation directly confronted him, unleashing an aura that was as striking as Shrek's unmistakable presence, teaching you a lesson. Shui Qingtian clenched his fists but didn't dare to make a move. He knew that Confrontation was a soul king and he couldn't win. Confrontation added insult to injury. What's wrong? Not going to use your power? Why doesn't the dog of the Heaven Dou Empire in the higher grades dare to strike at me? He shoved Shui Qingtian aside and walked away. I felt so relieved. This senior is so handsome. He walked up to me and smiled, saying, Junior, want to grab a meal together? I quickly nodded and followed along with Chu Linger and Su Luoluo. At the dinner table, Kongda was smiling and said, there's no other way. To deal with someone like Shui Qingtian, you have to be even more forceful. I'm looking forward to you bringing him down notch today. I didn't finish my words, just said to do my best. On the other side, Shui Qingtian returned to the dormitory, furious, and smashed the room to pieces. He knew that Confrontation would definitely make it into the Academy competition reserve team, and he couldn't do anything to Confrontation outside the college. So, he vented all his anger on me. Lin Xuan, don't blame me for being ruthless. A purple light flashed on his left arm. Good heavens. This guy actually hit a soul bone. At noon, the competition officially began. This King Shui Qingtian actually played late, entering the arena at the last minute, making the referees face black with anger. Both sides announced their names. Lin Xuan, level 34 agile attack system. Chu Linger, level 32 control system. Su Luoluo, level 30 control system. Shui Qingtian, level 36 strong attack system. Tang Xiao, level 34 control system. Ning Fengtian, level 33 support system. As soon as the announcement was made, I didn't waste any time and tore open a spatial rift, heading straight for Ning Fengtian. Tang Xiao reacted quickly, using the first soul skill to bind me instantly. But the same second, Chu Linger's absolute charm arrived. Tang Xiao immediately cried out in pain, and I broke free from the blue silver grass, slamming Ning Fengtian off the stage with one palm. I was too quick. My heart skipped a beat, and just as I was about to retreat, Shui Qingtian's sinister voice came. Do you think I don't know your tactics? In an instant, the whole world turned purple. I realized something was wrong and wanted to tear open the space, but a purple lightning bolt shot out directly from the rift, striking me hard. I was directly paralyzed by the electric shock, unable to move. Chu Linger and Su Luoluo tried to come to my rescue, but were all bounced back by an invisible wall. Dean watched clearly from above. Half-domain type soulbone skill? Interesting. I was trapped inside. My first and second soul skills completely ineffective, and I could only rely on my third soul skill to endure the surrounding lightning. Shui Qingtian rode a purple giant dragon, looking down at me from midair with disdain in his eyes. His third soul ring lit up, and a purple dragon charged at me. I took a deep breath and used the power of space to conjure a silver shield. I knew ordinary soul skills couldn't block it, but the power of space could. How was this possible? Shui Qingtian didn't expect his ultimate move to be blocked by me. His first soul ring lit up, and he charged right in front of me to throw a punch. Damn, his strength was actually greater than mine. For the first time, I was pushed back in a fist fight. Immediately after, a lightning dragon crashed into my waist, and countless lightning balls from his second soul skill rained down on me. I've had enough. I directly unleashed my full power. A suit of silver armor enveloped my body, and I charged through the lightning balls to reach him. Grabbing his right arm, it's coming. Shui Qingtian must be screaming in his heart. That's right, I grabbed his arm and slammed him down to the ground like trash. Bang, bang, bang. Just as I was about to finish him off with a punch, another lightning dragon hit my shoulder. Poof! I was sent flying, crashing hard against the barrier. The thunder instantly engulfed me. At that moment, the power of my bloodline erupted completely. My hair turned bright red in an instant, and my skin flushed crimson. Family. I transformed into the Red War God. A terrifying pressure emanated from me, and Xue Qingtian's dragon martial soul trembled in fear. I roared, charging in front of him with a punch. Xue Qingtian stood his ground, using his first soul skill, Dragon Fist, to collide with me head-on. I was still pushed back a step. Then he unleashed a storm of lightning balls upon me, and I braced myself with my body. He took the opportunity to sweep my supporting leg, and I lost my balance, getting kicked away like a ball, just as I was about to fly off the stage. Xue Qingtian retracted his domain. I was about to hit the ground and lose, so I suddenly reached out, grasping at the air, and strangely stopped in mid-air. Bind! Tang Xiao shouted, and blue-silver grass wrapped around my feet, while her third soul skill, blue-silver overlord spear, aimed directly at my face. I sneered and waved my right hand, a spatial crack swallowing her overlord spear. So close. I severed the blue-silver grass and returned to Chu Ling'er's side. Her clothes were torn in several places, and her feminine figure could no longer be hidden. Su Luoluo had already been eliminated by Tang Xiao. Now, it was a 2-on-2 situation on the field. My bloodline power can only be used once a day, and now I can't withdraw. Otherwise, the finals will be ruined. The situation is not good, and my mind is racing. Xiao Xiao, Xue Qingtian shouted. Tang Xiao immediately activated the purple extreme demon eye to counter Chu Ling'er's charm, while simultaneously using the ghost shadow stepping technique, sending 10 strands of blue-silver grass towards me. I directly flashed behind her, but she dodged all of them. At the same time, Chu Ling'er unexpectedly used her second soul skill, Absolute Charm, against Xue Qingtian. Xue Qingtian let out a furious grunt and endured it, while Chu Ling'er suffered a backlash, letting out a muffled groan and kneeling on one knee, appearing to have lost her combat ability. I understood immediately, gave up on Tang Xiao, and turned to punch Xue Qingtian. Xue Qingtian sneered and let Tang Xiao wrap him in blue-silver grass, putting on a layer of blue armor. But my punch was a feint. I suddenly spun in midair and delivered a fierce whip kick to his head. Xue Qingtian's breath stopped. He didn't expect me to turn in the air. What he didn't know was that my right hand was grasping an invisible space crack. Just as Tang Xiao wanted to add defense to Xue Qingtian's head, a loud smack sounded, and she was hit hard from behind. It was Chu Ling'er's clone. I tell you, even Oscar owes her a little golden statue. She was just pretending. She took advantage of Tang Xiao's naivety. Tang Xiao spat out blood and knelt on one knee. Xue Qingtian was completely dumbfounded and was unceremoniously kicked in the right cheek by me. In the sea of consciousness, the seed of charm erupted instantly, triggering absolute charm. He was stunned on the spot, unable to resist as I punched him off the stage. The power of bloodlines was instantly released, and when I landed, my legs went weak and I nearly knelt down. I won. The match ended, and Chu Ling'er and I were inevitably called in by the director of education and scolded for half an hour. The final punishment result: Chu Ling'er moved into the girls' dormitory, and we both received a major demerit notification school-wide. I was really going to thank them. Wasn't this just purely breaking up my CP? When Chu Ling'er left, she acted like a mother, holding my hand and reminding me to eat well, not to forget the time while cultivating, and to sleep at night, making it sound like a life-and-death party. I made a pinky promise with her, guaranteeing that I would wait for her downstairs every morning, and only then did she leave. Looking back 3 times, I was the only one left in the dormitory, looking at the empty bedboard, feeling empty inside. That night, I went to the seaside of the Sea God Lake alone to grill meat and emo, but to my surprise, the usual spot I went to had someone there, and it was Senior Lu Yang. He smiled and handed me a piece of grilled meat. "Junior, take out your meat. I'll help you grill it." I was not polite either and directly took out the meat. At a glance, I knew he was just waiting for an opportunity here. While eating the barbecue, I asked him, "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it." Only then did he mention that the preliminary selection for the Academy competition was about to begin, and the selection competition for Shrek was like a large-scale battle royale. The rules change every year, and they needed me, a bug from the space system, to help them filter out the undercover agents planted by the 2 major empires. When I turned around, Kongda and another senior, Lu Qiao, also walked out from behind a tree. This was too big. I needed to think it over carefully. I said goodbye to the seniors and returned to my dormitory. For the next 4 days, I didn't go out. 4 days later, in the finals, the opposing team didn't even have a soul master. So I quickly resolved the battle and secured first place in my grade. After that came the award ceremony and the announcement of core disciples. Me, Chu Ling, and Su Luoluo all made the list. The holiday officially began. Teacher Wang Lin brought us back to the classroom, said a few words, and then let us out. As soon as he left, the whole class cheered. A girl mustered up her courage to invite me and Chu Linger to dinner on behalf of the class, saying it was to thank us for our leadership this semester. Su Luoluo also stood up and said it was all arranged. All right, looking at this group of excited classmates, what can I say? I held Chu Linger's hand, and, along with this group of classmates, we set off toward Shrek City in a grand procession. Guess what happened next? These people really know how to have fun. They partied all night in Shrek City. When I returned to the dormitory and just laid down, my eyelids were about to stick together, and then suddenly, knock, 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 someone was knocking on my window. I was puzzled at the time, wondering who it was making a surprise visit in the middle of the night. I got up to take a look, and lo and behold, it was Chu Linger. She was crouching on my windowsill like a little cat, sneaking around. I opened the window to let her in and couldn't help but complain, "What are you doing? It looks like you're sneaking in like a thief." I was just about to give her a loving hug when she suddenly swatted my hand away, her face turning as red as a cooked shrimp. She quietly pointed to the ceiling and whispered, "My master is watching from up there." At that moment, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, and I thought, who understands this? The master and apprentice both understand the overseer. Then, her next sentence completely silenced me. She said with great disappointment, "I'm here to say goodbye to you, and I have to go back now." I thought to myself, it's only been 2 months, and it feels like a heartbreaking separation. She even mustered the courage to ask if I wanted to go back with her. But I shook my head directly. Are you kidding? Those people from the Holy Spirit Church are still hunting me down all over the world. If I stroll out like this, it's basically handing myself over. Besides, I need to make a trip to the frozen forest to release the precious illusion crystal bear trapped in my ethereal stone. I could only encourage her, saying something like looking forward to a stronger you in 2 months and that we would fight side by side. Seeing her little face drop made me feel frustrated too. Who cares about the master or not? I directly grabbed her and kissed her right on the lips. At that moment, I only had one thought in my mind. I had to make her dizzy with the kiss. Chu Linger's eyes widened in surprise, probably not expecting me to be so bold. And guess what happened? There was a loud crash from the roof. Her unfortunate master must have been too engrossed in watching the drama and fell straight down from the roof. Let me tell you, the dormitory supervisor came over to check, and there was a huge human-shaped pit on the ground, not even a ghost in sight. I was laughing so hard I almost couldn't breathe. We only separated when we were almost out of breath from kissing, and Chu Linger, with a red face, sat for a while before quickly darting away like a frightened little rabbit. Before she left, I could still feel a murderous glare coming from the direction of the roof. The next day when I went to collect my award, Su Luoluo even asked about the vice class leader. I told him that Chu Linger had gone home, and her master probably was afraid I would spoil his precious disciple and took her away overnight. When it came to the award collection, I had to play a trick. I went straight to the dean, Yi Fanqing, and made a small request. I said, "Dean just announced that I, Lin Xuan, will be in seclusion at the Sea God Pavilion for 2 months. You understand what I mean, right? A golden cicada shedding its shell. I want to sneak out to do some personal business." The way the dean looked at me was as if he were looking at the village idiot next door. He said, "What are you thinking? Do you think the Holy Spirit Church people are fools? What status do you have to be in seclusion at the Sea God Pavilion for 2 months? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" His words left me speechless. The old fox was indeed clever. He gave me a brilliant idea. He suggested that I go to the inner courtyard library in name, as that place had a forbidden air array and no one could escape, which seemed flawless. Then he would secretly open a back door for me to slip out from inside. Isn't that much smarter than my plan? He even casually gave me a treasure, a nice silkworm silk mask. When I put it on, good heavens, a face more stunning than a woman's appeared in the mirror. The dean was still there bragging proudly. Back in the day, I relied on this to walk through the flowers without touching a single petal. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind. "Oh, walk through the flowers?" I turned around and saw a sister with an imposing aura of 2 meters 8, coldly staring at him with her arms crossed. I understood immediately. I quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, "Hello, teacher's wife. Sorry to disturb you. I'll leave right away." Then I grabbed my small box and ran off. The director's face instantly fell. I guessed he must have been kneeling on a washboard that night. After that, I proceeded with my plan. The director issued an announcement, and I swaggered into the library in the inner courtyard. My teacher, Lin, was also there. As soon as he saw me, he understood my plan. Before long, I sensed that the library's anti-space array was being quietly weakened. I greeted my teacher, found a deserted corner, and with a casual swipe, a space crack appeared. I calculated the distance and directly dove in. After walking through the spatial passage for more than half an hour, I emerged in the forest outside Shrek City. This operation was simply textbook-level mastery of the art of subtlety. To avoid detection, I put on that little white mask and blended in with a merchant convoy heading to the frozen forest. Along the way, I became chummy with the guards, chatting and boasting, and quickly got familiar with them, extracting quite a bit of information. But then, trouble struck halfway. Just as we were about to set up camp and cook, I suddenly felt something was off. All the hairs on my body stood up, and I shouted, "Enemies!" As soon as I finished speaking, whoosh, a shot by, and the Soul King brother I had been chatting with got his head pierced right next to me. Blood splattered all over my face. At that moment, I just drilled into a space rift to hide. These bandits immediately took out our strongest member and then rushed towards the Merchant Guild's young lady's carriage. I saw that the young lady was foolishly running outside, making her a moving target. I had no choice but to instantly teleport in front of her and use my dagger to block a dagger that was slashing at her from the shadows. I revealed Shrek's name to scare them, but the boss on the other side was even more ruthless and directly ordered to kill him. All right, no more nonsense. I instantly erupted, taking down their strongest Soul Zune in a second, then casually dealt with another one and finished off 2 great Soul Masters. My movements were clean and swift. But during that delay, the maid beside the young lady, named Xiaoyu, was shot through the back by an archer from the enemy side and died on the spot. The young lady was crying her heart out, while the enemy leader still wanted to negotiate with me, asking me to let the young lady leave by herself. I spat. I shot back. Flowers may bloom again, but a person cannot return to their youth. Today, this person I will protect. The leader was enraged by my words and drew his bow to launch a deadly attack. The pitch-black arrow shot toward me with a whistling sound. I condensed a shield using spatial power, but it shattered with a crack. However, I had a backup. I activated the Xiantian shield. No matter what Soul Sect or Soul King, this thing can withstand a hit from a Super Doloa. I braced the shield and charged, dragging the young lady back to our main forces position. The bandits, seeing they couldn't gain anything, cursed and retreated. After the battlefield was cleaned up, the merchants were extremely grateful to me. I also felt quite guilty. If it weren't for my inability to reveal my martial soul, I could have saved the first one who died, Brother Chong. Sigh, to have a clear conscience before I left. I secretly left behind a crystal card with 10,000 gold soul coins as compensation. Then I set off alone, officially stepping into the frozen forest. As soon as I entered, a group of blind fools tried to kill and rob me, but I used a spatial jump to shake them off. To my surprise, 2 of them turned out to be from the Holy Spirit Church. One was called Hanya, and the other was Chunfeng. They didn't know I had been in seclusion and thought they had struck gold. While chasing me, they were plotting how to backstab each other. I didn't pay attention to them and found a secluded place to release the illusion crystal bear from the ethereal stone. Finally, this guy is home, but releasing it almost drained my soul power, so I quickly found a cave to recover. As a result, I saw those 2 clowns, Han Yi and Chunfeng, start fighting each other. I originally didn't want to get involved, but then I sensed that the one named Han Yi was an evil soul master. I couldn't let that slide. I went up and kicked him to the ground. That kid Chunfeng is quite the actor. He ran over and said, "Brother, you're just in time. Let's take down this evil soul master together." I pretended to cooperate, using the Xiantian shield to block in front. As a result, that bastard Chunfeng took the opportunity to sneak attack and kill his good brother Hanya. His head was twisted 180 degrees. It was ridiculous. After killing someone, he still wanted to act like brothers with me and call me Brother Lin. I immediately put a dagger to his neck and sneered, "I'm wearing a mask. How do you know my surname is Lin?" This kid panicked right away and made up a terrible excuse. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so I exposed that he was also an evil soul master. When he begged for mercy, he still tried to fight back, but I took him down with 1 stab. I quickly buried these 2 and continued deeper into the forest. As I was walking, suddenly I heard a wolf howl, the eternal soul beast. I was so scared that I was about to tear open a space to escape when I suddenly felt a tightness around my waist, and a pair of hands hugged me completely from under my armpits. A particularly pleasant fragrance wafted over, and I blacked out. When I opened my eyes again, I found the enchanting woman who had been following me was tied up with ropes on a tree. I was still in a daze when I suddenly realized that the dagger my mother left me was missing. I went crazy and searched everywhere. Just then, with a clink, my dagger was thrown onto the ground in front of me. I picked up the dagger, and when I looked up, I was stunned. Guess who I saw? Lin. Before I finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and I swear, I was completely stunned. My face was burning, and a big insult left me speechless. Don't call out so intimately. This girl coldly tossed out a line. I realized at that moment that this was definitely not my family's Ling. Wow, this is a master of illusion, able to take the form of the most important person in my heart to stab me. I was just saved by a beautiful woman, and then turned around to be beaten by another beauty. Family, who understands? My dignity as the male lead is being rubbed into the ground. I thought I had to regain some face, mustered my courage, and glared at her fiercely. I warn you not to lay a hand on me. Guess what? Her fist actually recoiled slightly. Hey, this could work. I was initially overjoyed, but then bam. Another punch landed squarely on the other side of my face, giving me a symmetrical look. Enough. I was really angry now, and I summoned my Xiantian shield, charging at her like a little tank. She probably didn't expect me to be serious, and her expression changed in a panic as I knocked her flying. She fell to the ground, looking up at me with tear-filled eyes, appearing so pitiful. But let me tell you, my attention was completely not on her face. Goodness, that figure was something else. The thick clothing couldn't hide the sense of pressure, and I couldn't help but instinctively take a step back. What shocked me even more was that I saw her pointy ears and the pair of almost transparent wings on her back. Unwilling. The girl tied up next to me and I both widened our eyes in surprise. This was a race that was said to have been extinct long ago. My mind raced. Could it be that the frozen forest is a transfer station for the elf race, fleeing to another world? This theory totally holds up. My gaze towards her instantly became a bit eager. Not that kind of eager, hey. It was the kind of eager one feels upon discovering a national treasure like a giant panda. As a result, this elf girl clearly misunderstood, quickly covering her chest, and with a flick of her hand, conjured a longbow, shooting an arrow at me. I quickly raised my shield to block it and shouted, "Wait. I mean no harm. Who would believe you humans?" She replied, drawing back the bowstring again. As soon as I saw this, I knew it wouldn't work. A spatial rift appeared right in front of her, and I grabbed her arm. But wow, this elf was so light. It was like grabbing a cotton candy. Using the force of me grabbing her, she smoothly executed a shoulder throw and took me down, then stepped on my shoulder and swiftly ran up the tree. I got up, shaking my head. The legend that elves are as light as a swallow is true, but even more outrageous is that while she was escaping, she casually snatched my silk mask. I was completely stunned. What kind of situation is this? Fortunately, the guy who was following me is still tied to the tree by her. I walked over, pulled the cloth out of her mouth, and asked her what was going on. My name is Lin Xuan. This girl was quite honest. I asked her, "Why are you following me?" She looked at me with a face that seemed to say, "Do you have a problem?" and said, "You're from Shrek? You killed someone from the Star Dou Empire Royal Soul Master Academy, and you're asking me why I'm following you?" Well, I guess I was indeed seen. I scratched my head and asked her what she wanted to do. Then this girl came out with a bombshell. She said, "I was actually planning to blackmail you into helping me kill someone." Who? Someone from your Shrek Academy. Lv. 29. I was frozen in place. A big sister from the underworld wants to kill a seemingly refined senior from our academy? What's going on? Then, things got even more explosive. Lin Xuan gritted her teeth and said, "That guy tricked me into bed and then ran away. I must take down this heartless scoundrel." Wait. My CPU is about to overheat. This is too much information. Lv. 29, the senior who looks like he's unapproachable, is actually a scumbag who deceives women? Everyone, I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed by this gossip. Our Shrek Academy's reputation is about to be ruined. I have to get involved in this matter. I took a deep breath and said to her, "Your threat is useless to me. I'm killing evil soul masters, and the Academy will recognize my contributions once they investigate. You might as well give up on that idea." Lin Xuan snorted, closed her eyes, and acted as if she was ready to be killed or tortured. I realized that this girl was just putting on a show for me. Did she really think I was a villain who would silence witnesses? What a joke. I'm only 12, although I do look a bit older than my age. I untied her, only to find that I couldn't break the seal that the elf girl had placed. Her power was sealed. I'd lost my mask, and now we were stuck, unable to enter the city or stay in the forest. Lin Xuan's eyes twinkled as she leaned in and said, "I have an idea. That crazy elf girl has a kind heart. We can trick her out and capture her." The plan was simple, to use her kindness. We pretended to be in deep trouble in the forest, overwhelmed by a 10,000-year soul beast, putting on a sad performance to lure her out. Although I felt it was a bit unethical, there was no other way at the moment. So we got to work. We plunged deep into the forest, specifically looking for the territory of a 6,000-year earth-tail scorpion. I channeled my inner actor, pretending to be chased by the earth-tail scorpion in a panic, jumping around frantically. "Hold on to me," I shouted to Li Xuan, then intentionally got swept into the air by the scorpion's tail. As I was falling down, a pair of soft hands grabbed my shoulders. It was the elf girl. She flapped her wings and steadied me in midair. The opportunity had come. Li Xuan moved. She wrapped her arms around my waist, pushed off my ribs with her feet, and launched herself into a flying crosslock, directly capturing the elf girl in midair. The three of us fell from the sky like a bunch of candied hawthorns, and I ended up at the bottom, almost getting knocked out. That elf girl was knocked out cold by the impact. We tied her up and brought her to a cave. When she woke up, she was so scared that she started crying. I quickly comforted her, saying we meant no harm. This girl is named Luna, and I negotiated with her, asking her to return the mask to me and to lift the seal on Li Xuan, and then we would let her go. Li Xuan, who was beside us, was clearly displeased, thinking it was a waste to let a living elf go. But I insisted. After all, she had saved me out of kindness. The most shocking part came when I asked Luna where the mask was. Her face turned bright red, and she stammered that it was in her underwear. I was completely stunned at that moment. Li Xuan was laughing so hard next to me that she was rolling on the ground. Family, how can I wear this mask in the future? I felt like my persona was experiencing an unprecedented landslide. There was no other way. I could only untie her and let her go to the corner to take out the mask herself. When the mask was handed to me, it still had some warmth. I silently put it away in my storage soul guide, deciding to let it cool down for a while. Luna helped Li Xuan break the seal. The next second, I gasped in shock. Li Xuan's soul rings were fully opened. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. 6 rings. A soul emperor. I immediately felt a chill at the back of my neck. If this girl wanted to kill me, it would be no different from squashing an ant. Sure enough, she started probing me with a cold face, saying that if I handed Luna over to her, she would let me go. Of course, I refused, directly activating the Shintian shield, ready to fight to the end. As a result, she suddenly retracted her martial soul and smiled, saying, "All right, little brother, you passed the test." Good heavens, another trick. This world is too treacherous. Li Xuan said she still had some business to attend to in the frozen forest and would come back to settle accounts with Lu Qiao at the Continental Soul Master competition in a year. And then she left gracefully. The cave was left with just me and Luna. I helped her unlock the acupoints on her body, and she didn't leave. Instead, she sat next to me. She told me she was 3,000 years old, which was equivalent to about 15 years in human terms. She also said that once elves become emotional, they are unwavering until death. What I didn't know was that this girl had a huge secret behind her. She wasn't a pure-blood elf at all. She was a half-blood, left here because her mother forgot about her. What she said about unwavering love was also a lie. Her mother just forgot about her father. Then, she thought that me, was the man destined for her. After I left, she ran off to a secret fairyland and made a wish in front of a statue of an elven queen. In a flash, she transformed herself into a pure human and then came out to chase after me. This plot is simply outrageous. Of course, I didn't know any of this at the time. I took back the mask and found a hotel in the distant mountain city. That night, the president of the Flying Ming Chamber of Commerce, who was the father of the young lady from the merchant team I saved, came to see me. This uncle was also quite a character. I refused his gratitude, and his next line was directly, "How about becoming our family as son-in-law?" I spat out a mouthful of tea for 2 miles. Goodness, it's 2025, and is it really this direct now? I quickly refused, and the uncle didn't insist. He gave me a VIP token from their Chamber of Commerce and left. The next day, I rode out of the city, preparing to return to the academy. I hadn't gone far when I heard someone behind me calling my name. Lin Xuan. I turned around and almost fell off the horse. Luna. She was riding a white horse, dressed like a human, rushing towards me like a fairy descending to the mortal world. I was so stunned that I quickly pulled her to a small forest area where there was no one around, only stopping once I confirmed that no one was following us. I looked at her, feeling overwhelmed. "Give me an explanation. I don't believe you could just foolishly leave a place you've lived for 3,000 years. She looked at me, her eyes sparkling, and smiled as she asked, "Do you want to hear the truth?" "Of course I want to." I nodded at the time, thinking to myself, "Just hurry up and say it. Don't keep me in suspense." I can't believe a shy little elf girl would just run out with a big man like me for no reason. Isn't that like eloping? If there is no ulterior motive behind this, I'll write my name backwards. What love at first sight, my feelings for our Ling developed over time. Okay, so guess what she said? She said, "To be honest, I don't know either, but I feel like you're the person I've been looking for all along." I was like, huh, am I acting in a romantic drama here? I was completely stunned. What the heck is this? As a result, the girl blushed and said to me, "Oh, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think." She said that the elves rely entirely on feelings throughout their lives. Having lived for 3,000 years, she has seen so many geniuses and great benevolent people, yet their hearts are like a stagnant pool of water. But when it comes to me, it feels like if she leaves me, she would lose something particularly important. As soon as I heard this, my heart skipped a beat. Wow, isn't this reaction exactly the same as Chu Linger's back then? It must be that mysterious bloodline in my body, causing trouble. I was thinking, what on earth is this bloodline? How can it make girls rush towards me without a care? But then the question arises, the girls might think this is love. But what if it's a guy? Damn, that leads to two possibilities. Either he wants to kill me to steal my bloodline, or he falls in love with me? Just thinking about it made me shudder. The scene is too beautiful for me to bear. I quickly suppressed this terrifying thought, frowned, and said to her, "Hey, do you know how dangerous it is for you to run out like this?" Her face turned pale, and she nodded, saying, "I know. Our elven tribe hasn't appeared on the mainland for over 3,000 years. If we're discovered, we will be captured and interrogated about our old locations and even forced to have children with humans. I'm glad you understand." I told her that this situation was even more serious than she thought. A living elf? Doesn't that mean a child running naked in the bustling city while holding a pile of gold soul coins? Just as I was about to persuade her further, I suddenly felt a chill down my back. Great, here comes another one. The woman named Li Xuan had followed us. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, Li Xuan appeared in front of us, swaying unsteadily, and Luna was so scared that she hid behind me. I protected Luna and stared at Li Xuan, asking, "You're from the Flying Ming Chamber of Commerce, right?" She took a swig of her drink and laughed, saying, Hey, I can't hang out with Brother Gene. That would just cause him trouble." Her nonchalant attitude made my head spin. Goodness, are these two trying to apply some pressure on me? They are sticking to me like glue. Then, Li Xuan suddenly changed her tone, her expression turning cold as she stared at Luna, saying, "Oh, isn't this the little elf? You actually thought I would go easy on you after letting you go last time?" Luna trembled in fear, but mustered up the courage to shout, "Don't think I'm afraid of you." "Oh," Li Xuan sneered, and suddenly 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, flashed behind her. Luna was not to be outdone either. She displayed her own 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. I was stunned, thinking, what the hell? Can elves even use soul rings? Seeing that these two were really about to fight, I quickly tore open a space crack and shouted, "If you two dare to fight, I'll run away right now. You can have fun by yourselves." Li Xuan clicked her tongue and reluctantly withdrew her soul rings. I knew she still held a grudge against Luna for being captured before, but now she needed my help to find Lu Qiao, so she didn't dare to offend me completely. Finally, it quieted down. I silently mounted my horse and continued towards Shrek Academy. For a whole 7 days, I didn't say a word. I was feeling annoyed inside. Anyone would be unhappy being tangled up with these two. They also had the sense to remain quiet along the way. Finally, we arrived at Shrek City. Without looking back, I coldly said to the city wall, "This is Shrek City. You can use my identity to get in, but let me be clear, I won't help you conceal your identities. If anyone dares to harm Shrek, don't blame me for being impolite." My words carried a murderous intent, and they both recognized it, knowing I wasn't joking. I pulled off the mask and walked toward the city gate. As soon as the guard saw me, he looked like he had seen a ghost and quickly ran to inform Zhang Jinfeng, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang rushed over, grabbed me, and pulled me into the city, nearly jumping up and down in anxiety. "Lin Xuan, you brat. Too reckless. If Yifanqing finds out you sneaked out, she will definitely scold you to death." "Uncle Zhang, it was Ding Yi who let me out." "What?" Uncle Zhang got even angrier. "That's even more outrageous." Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. "Who are you calling outrageous?" Ding Yifanqing suddenly appeared from nowhere and playfully punched Uncle Zhang. When she saw Luna and Li Xuan behind me, her brows furrowed, and she pulled me into a corner, sternly asking, "What's going on? Didn't I tell you not to mingle with people outside?" "Dean, it's a long story. Let's talk about it back at school. There are too many people on the street, and I can't speak freely." Ding Yi understood, explained a few things to Uncle Zhang, and then took us back to the academy. On the way, she told me that during our break, many teachers had been attacked by the Holy Spirit Church, and it was just some probing attacks meant to pressure the academy. Hearing this, my heart sank, and I quickly asked, "What about the illusory crystal bear I released? What about Du Zidong?" Dean Ye's expression instantly became particularly grim, and she sighed, saying, Du Zitong and Xiao Bei are missing. It's uncertain whether they were captured or ran away on their own. At that time, Zhang Jinfeng went to chase the people from the Holy Spirit Church, and there was no one in the city to watch over them. I can hardly believe my ears. Are they really just going to leave them unattended? Director Yi nodded. I immediately felt a chill in my heart. This was going to be a big problem. Du Zitong knew too much, and if the Holy Spirit sect pried it out of her, Yang Qingtai would be the first to turn against us, and I, as the mastermind, would also be exposed. I was originally just a minor character, but now I would probably be directly on the Holy Spirit sect's hit list. Seeing my expression change, Director Yi patted me and said, Don't think about it. The inner court and the elders of the Sea God Pavilion are all looking for them. Hopefully, they can find them. What she said was basically telling me not to hold out hope and to prepare for reality. Sigh, what terrible news. We walked all the way to Director Ye's residence, and as soon as I entered, I was stunned. Good heavens, the entire room was pink. Pink walls, pink furniture. My mouth twitched, seriously questioning this old man's taste. Just then, a little girl with a ponytail ran out from inside and exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Fanxing, why did you bring a guest back? I instinctively asked, Director Yi, is this your child? As soon as the words left my mouth, I felt a tremendous force hit me, and with a loud bang, I was thrown out, crashing through the door. Luna and Li Xiaoyan turned pale with fright. Just before I lost consciousness, I heard Director Yi covering his face and saying, Akai, don't be so angry, they're just a child. When I woke up, I felt a crushing heaviness in my chest, and Director Yi was supplying me with soul power. I realized that in the face of absolute strength, things like the Xintian shield and bloodline power are just illusions. I didn't even have time to react. Director Yi looked at me with sympathy and said, Kid, trouble comes from your mouth. Be more careful next time. What can I say? I can only admit defeat. Once I entered the Night Dean's office, things finally felt a bit more normal. He sat down and asked me to introduce the two women. I told him everything about Li Xiaoyan, but I concealed Luna's identity as a spirit and only mentioned that she was an ordinary person who had saved me. After listening, the Night Dean frowned tightly and said, So you're saying that a student from our school deceived you and then ran away? After thinking for a moment, he added, Lu Qiao has gone home. When he returns, I'll have the teachers investigate. For this month, you should stay in Shrek City. Li Xiaoyan shrugged indifferently, and the Night Dean's gaze flickered as he directly told her, In that case, please leave the academy for now, as you're not a member of the academy. Li Xiaoyan responded with an O and really just walked out. I was about to say something, but the Night Dean shot me a look, so I had to keep quiet. After she left, the Night Dean said, The world is dangerous. This matter is not so simple. She must have another purpose for seeking out Lu Qiao. However, we will still handle it. I nodded, feeling that I was still too young. Then, Director Yi turned his gaze to Luna, smiling intriguingly. Is this girl beside you really just your savior? Luna and I were startled, and Luna's palms were sweating. I quickly said, Director Yi, don't ask. Why can't I ask? Director Yi suddenly got a bit angry. Do you know what you're doing? Kid, you're straddling two boats. Linger is a good girl, and her grandfather, the Starless Delaw, is someone I respect. You like her granddaughter, and still dare to be flirtatious outside? Director Yi, I shouted out in anger, what is this all about? Am I that kind of person? He continued to speak earnestly. Who hasn't been young and reckless? But you have to know your limits. I was speechless and almost revealed Luna's identity. In the end, I could only pull Luna along, thank him, and run away. As I walked away, I overheard a conversation between Director Yi and his wife, and I realized he had long seen through Luna's identity. That previous remark was purely to annoy me. Back in the dormitory, I was furious, but after calming down, I thought about it and realized I hadn't done anything wrong. Why should I care what others say? I can only say I took Director Yi too seriously as an elder. Luna quietly said next to me, I'm sorry. I waved my hand and said, This is none of your business. You heard me. I have a girlfriend now. If you don't leave within a month, I'm afraid she might misunderstand. Luna's expression instantly dimmed, and her aggrieved look made me feel a twinge of guilt. I was startled and quickly said to her, Don't use any abilities on me. I didn't. She explained, It's a talent of our elven race. When we feel sad, it can affect the creatures around us. Who understands this in my family? I have to comfort her and make sure she doesn't cry while spending time with her. I cried out in my heart, Linger, come back and save me. To avoid getting too entangled with her, I simply took out the ethereal stone to study it. I infused it with spatial power, and the stone emitted a green light. I could sense the formations inside, but they felt very rudimentary. Just as I was focused on my research, Luna suddenly asked in my ear, Is this the ethereal stone? Wow, I was startled, and just as I was about to scold her, I was dumbfounded the next second. The ethereal stone in her hand emitted a light 100 times brighter than before. Immediately after, we were both sucked into it. When I steadied myself, I found myself in a huge square. A loud noise came from all around as 4 black towers rose from the ground, and the square beneath our feet began to ascend, revealing a magnificent white palace below. I was completely bewildered. Was there really a hidden world inside the ethereal stone? What shocked me even more was that the remnant soul of my master, Yang Zhao, had also emerged from my spiritual sea. He watched everything with great interest, then waved his hand, directly freezing Luna so that she felt nothing. He said to me, "This is the work of an ultimate Doluo, or even a demigod. The spatial power this person used is even older than mine, and he might not even be from this world. Can he become a god?" I asked in surprise. "Don't underestimate yourself," my master patted my head. "You are a natural user of spatial power with unmatched affinity." He pointed to a giant tower to the east and told me to go take a look. I thought to myself, I can't fly. How am I supposed to get over there? As a result, my master directly scolded me. "You are now the master of this ethereal stone. Are you still afraid of falling to your death? Jump." I gritted my teeth and jumped down. As a result, a pair of white wings suddenly sprouted from my back, automatically carrying me to the front of the tower. Just as I was about to enter, my master stopped me. "Don't go in. Your strength is too weak." But I felt something inside calling to me, and I unconsciously wanted to move forward. My master grabbed me and sneered, "So eager? Come back." He saw through it immediately. There must be something sinister in that tower, likely an old monster sealed away trying to take over my body. I broke out in a cold sweat. If my master hadn't been there, I would have been in serious trouble today. Since the giant tower was suspicious, we went to the palace below. The great hall was empty, with only countless murals on the walls and a skeleton on the throne in the corner. My master took one look and said, "This is a true god, a deity of the elf race." He pointed to the skeleton's hand, which was green, just like Luna's. I looked at the mural, but I couldn't recognize any of the words on it. The master also expressed his helplessness. He wasn't omnipotent. I suggested waking Luna up to take a look, and after some thought, the master agreed. He snapped his fingers, and Luna instantly appeared in the hall. As soon as she saw the words on the mural, she was stunned. "This is the story of our elven god Barbados." She pointed at the mural, and when she mentioned the 4 demon gods, suddenly, everything went black in front of us, and we were directly kicked out by the ethereal stone. I fell heavily to the ground, with Luna right on top of my stomach. I only felt a warm sensation on my face, and then I passed out. When I opened my eyes again, I saw Luna anxiously channeling magical energy into me. My master's voice echoed in my mind, saying that my spiritual sea had nearly shattered, and he had used his own power to help me repair it, warning me not to enter the ethereal stone again for 3 days. I was too weak to move, so I could only lie in bed, enjoying Luna's care, truly a mix of pain and pleasure. What else could I do? I just focused on companionship. By evening, I finally managed to move. Luna sat by the bed and began to tell me the history of the elf race. "This is the true history of our elf race." She curled up on the bed that once belonged to Chu Linga, looking particularly pitiful. "This branch of our race on the Doluo continent is descended from the first elf queen, the 9th princess." I comforted her for a while, and then she continued to speak. "The first elf queen established our homeland, and after her passing, her eldest son Barbados ascended to the throne. Although Barbados was a wood elf, he was proficient in spatial power. It was just when we were on the brink of extinction that he tore open 9 spatial rifts, allowing the other 8 siblings to lead their respective clans away from their habitat. The 9 major races are wood elves, earth elves, water elves, fire elves, wind elves, light elves, dark elves, holy elves, and the rarest, thunder elves. I tell you, after the 9 major races dispersed, our wood elves have been cursed and ended up on the Doluo continent. Luna told me that their elf clan was like Tang Sing's flesh back in the day. Everyone wanted to take a bite. Why? Because they are naturally in perfect harmony with the elements, making them god-level support. Even worse, their ancestor, a great god named Barbados, was surrounded and beaten up by 4 guys called the 4 demon gods right after he ascended to godhood, and in the end, both he and his wife went missing. After listening, I just feel that the elf race is too tragic. Does anyone understand? From the moment they are born, they are treated like a baby bus, just because they are too perfect. Moreover, elves have very simple feelings. When they fall in love with someone, it's for a lifetime. Unless the other person dies, they will mindlessly follow them. At that moment, I was pondering the ethereal stone in my hand. Isn't it sealing those 4 demon gods? Could it be that the wooden spirit's skeleton I encountered earlier is Barbados? But what about his wife? This matter is getting more and more bizarre. What am I most afraid of? It's that those people from the Holy Spirit Church find out the secret of this stone. But then I thought, if they really knew that 4 god-level big shots were trapped inside, would they dare to let this thing be used as a signal receiver by du Zidong? Impossible. They wouldn't have the guts to do that. Fortunately, I found Luna first. If she fell into the hands of the Holy Spirit Church, those 4 demon gods would have probably come out to party long ago. Luna fell asleep early because she was heartbroken. I covered her with a blanket and sat alone in the old spot watching the moon. My body was weak, but my mind wouldn't stop. These puzzles crawled in my heart like ants, itching to death. Just when I was overwhelmed, Wang Tianyu came back, injured all over, and the news he brought left me speechless. Xiao Bei was captured by the Holy Spirit Church, and Du Zidong was also missing. My heart sank to the bottom. This is it. I have to speed up. I must find out whether the Holy Spirit sect knows the details about the Void Stone. By noon, I had almost recovered, and I took out the Void Stone. Luna looked at me with great concern and said I couldn't push myself any further if I did it again. She wouldn't be able to bring me back, and I would need at least a month to recover. A month? I don't have that kind of time. I looked at her firmly and said, "There's no time left. I trust my master." After saying that, I directly infused the Void Stone with spatial power and handed it to Luna. She activated the power of the spirits, and in the next second, we were back in that cursed place. As soon as we landed, my master Yang Zhao jumped out from my mental sea, looking serious. "Be careful. This time we're here to clarify the situation." I nodded, took out an hourglass, and started timing. We had to get out before it ran out, or I would be seriously injured. I had Luna hold me tight, and then with a flap of her wings, we flew directly above the palace. Wow, it had only been 3 days since I last came, and the palace looked so ominous, completely lacking the previous sense of divinity. Yang Zhao frowned and said, "Let's not go in yet." He snapped his fingers and conjured a bronze mirror, claiming it was a replica of his heavenly machine mirror, and instructed Luna to use it to look at the murals, needing to finish within half an hour. Luna took the mirror and started to look intently. Her speed was like she was on fast forward. I was on guard right beside them, but the next second, I was stunned. Yang Zhao and Luna disappeared right under my nose. Poof. I was left standing alone at the palace entrance. When did I fall for an illusion? I bit my tongue hard, but it was useless. I quickly calmed my mind and checked myself, realizing I was fine. It was the 2 of them who had been teleported away. Immediately after, I felt a call in my heart, drawing me towards the black tower to the north. I glanced at the hourglass. Half the time had passed, and I couldn't dawdle any longer. Gritting my teeth, I followed the call and arrived in front of the north tower. At the same time, Yang Zhao and Luna were directly teleported into the main hall. As soon as Luna looked around, she was stunned and shouted, "Not good, this is a trap." Yang Zhao's face also turned pale. Luna pointed at the skeleton on the throne and said, "The bones here aren't Barbados's." Yang Zhao clicked his tongue, slapped the skeleton, and it instantly shattered into pieces, leaving only a pair of hands intact on the ground. Good grief, the one sitting on the throne wasn't even Barbados. It was a counterfeit that had chopped off someone else's hands to put on itself. What a hell-level modified figure. Luna ran to the mural, scratched it, and with a whoosh, the surface paint layer peeled off, revealing an entirely different layer of mural underneath. It was a complete renovation scam. The worst part was that my master had previously told me not to approach the palace casually. Yet those 2 got locked inside, while I foolishly went to that broken tower in the north. This was a case of extreme miscommunication, a classic case of talking past each other. As the time in the hourglass was running out, a flash of inspiration hit me. They wouldn't be trapped in the palace, would they? I hurriedly ran back, and sure enough, I saw them trapped behind a barrier. Just as I was about to break the formation, the barrier disappeared on its own. Without a word, Yang Zhao dug back into my mind. Time's up. I brought Luna back to the real world, and as soon as we landed, everything spun around, causing Luna to faint. Looking at the murky, ethereal stone in my hand, it became clear to me that this was all a scam. That tower in the north was definitely a trap designed to lure me in. I carried Luna to bed and, exhausted, fell asleep while sitting. As a result, in my dream, my spiritual body was once again pulled into the ethereal stone. This time, the perspective was different. I could see through the several black towers directly. In the eastern tower, there was a greasy, gluttonous dragon hugging a mountain of gold, almost as if it wanted to engrave the words, "I am a rich tycoon," on its forehead. The one in the west was even more ridiculous, pretending to be a melancholic handsome man, But when the illusion broke, it turned out to be a faceless man with buck teeth. It nearly made me vomit my dinner. To the south was a black egg that kept bouncing. Finally, I looked at the northern tower, where a man with both hands chopped off was smiling at me. He spoke. "Don't look any further. I specifically called you in." I was on high alert at that moment, and just as he finished speaking, I was sucked into the tower, while I was terrified to the point of losing my mind. My master's voice rang out directly from my soul. "Did you think I was really asleep?" Yang Zhao split from my body and immediately countered Barbados' sneak attack. It turned out that this was the real Barbados. They were like a comedy duo, exchanging lines and exposing each other's secrets. In the end, Barbados, seeing no way out, expressed his hope that I could eliminate the other few demon gods. My master refused on the spot, saying I was dreaming. Only then did Barbados start to speak the truth. He said that back in the day, he and his wife fought together and sealed 3 of them, but he was also close to dying. In the end, his wife sacrificed herself, transforming into an ethereal stone spirit to seal the last god-level demon in the spirit palace. When I asked, "Did you win in the end?" he awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Even with half my strength restored, I wasn't a match for that demon." "Wait, man, why didn't you say that earlier?" He told me that the demon in the palace had long since died, and now it was just a skeleton. Then he said that the first owner of the stone was named Wu Yisin, and his treasure had long been taken by a mysterious person with demonic energy. That mysterious person even reached an agreement with the dying demon in the palace, ultimately plotting to kill the demon and then ran away. My mind buzzed. Isn't this just a trick of the Holy Spirit Church? I haven't figured it out yet. But Yang Zhao directly revealed the secret with one sentence. His wife is not an ordinary elf. She is the spirit of space. She is the very essence of the laws of space. Family. Now you know why the elf race has been hunted down, right? This isn't just marrying a wife. It's bringing home the ultimate cheat of the entire universe. No wonder the 4 demon gods are chasing after them. With the truth revealed, Barbados also laid down his cards, and the atmosphere became instantly tense. I quickly stood up to mediate and pulled the 2 of them. Wait. Hold on a second. Let me ask my master. Master, are you interested in this thing? Yang Zhao shook his head disdainfully and said he just wanted to travel the world, and having this thing would just make him a living target. Now it was Barbados' turn to be stunned. I turned to Barbados and said, "Isn't that it? Your goal is to have me silence the spirit religion's leader who knows the secret, right?" He nodded. "Then I'll go." I patted my chest and promised. My master was shocked, and I quickly explained to him that the spirit religion had deliberately given me the stone, wanting to tempt me with its power so they could profit. I told my master, "Master, if I'm just a flower in a greenhouse, how can I become a god?" My words moved my master greatly. Seizing the opportunity, I negotiated with Barbados. "Senior, if you let me freely use this stone as a storage space in the future, I'll help you physically silence that guy who knows the secret." Barbados hesitated for a moment and said he needed me to retrieve his hand first before he could regain his power to help me. This matter was temporarily settled. As soon as I opened my eyes, I returned to reality. Yang Zhao was still in the ethereal stone, battling wits with Barbados, while the 2 sealed demon gods were nearby, making sarcastic comments, betting that I would eventually fall due to greed. What I didn't know at the time was that Barbados' real trump card was that pulsating egg to the south. After I woke up, I immediately ran to find our dean, Yi Fanqing, to tell him that Wu Yisin's treasure had been taken away. Goodness, when Yi Fanqing heard this, he got so excited that he grabbed my shoulder, but when he heard the treasure was gone, he instantly slumped into his chair like a slime, despairingly muttering about what to do about Akai's curse. When I mentioned that the treasure was taken by the leader of the spirit religion, his face turned even worse, and he waved me off. It seemed this matter was quite serious. I returned to my dormitory, first giving Barbados back his hand, then, without a word, I began intensive training. There was just over a month left in holiday, and if I didn't level up soon, I'd really be left behind. Just right, I had to solve the Luna issue first. This little fairy girl following me every day was indeed a bit inconvenient, especially since my homegirl, Chu Ling, was coming back soon. If they bumped into each other, it would be a large-scale battle, and I really didn't want to experience that feeling. Fortunately, Barbados suggested that the fairy hall in the ethereal stone had the inheritance of the fairy clan, which was perfect for Luna. When I told Luna, she was overjoyed, and before entering, she sweetly smiled at me and said I was a good person. Goodness, I directly received a legendary good person card, but it was for the best. As Barbados said, once she went in, she wouldn't come out for at least 2 years, which finally solved a big problem for me. After sending Luna off, I dove into my relentless training. For that month, the entire Shrek was shrouded in dark clouds. The conflict between the school and the spirit religion was devastating. The seniors from the inner court rushed out daily, returning with injuries, and over 20 people had even sacrificed, including 2 mainstays from the competition. I tell you, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. The most outrageous part was the 2 great empires that had previously looked down on the spirit religion, now realizing the pain and fear. But they just stood by, watching the fight from a distance, waiting for Shrek and the spirit religion to exhaust each other. This really angered our hot-tempered Elder Long, who stormed into the palace and pointed his finger at the 2 emperors, scolding them for a full hour. He left with a harsh remark. We at Shrek won't take care of it anymore. You handle it yourselves. But if the spirit religion dares to touch my people again, I'll chase them to the ends of the earth. And what happened? The spirit religion immediately slaughtered a military outpost of the Tiendo Empire and used the corpses to spell out words in response to Shrek. Now the 2 great empires could no longer sit still and rush back to beg Shrek for help, only to be rebuffed by Elder Kong with a single sentence. What were you doing earlier? Scram. It was incredibly satisfying. In this atmosphere, under the guidance of Teacher Wong, I worked hard and advanced to level 36 in just 1 month. The day before school started, I was sitting under the parasol tree, lamenting that I was still too weak, when suddenly a voice behind me, sweet and familiar like a lark, said, "Oh, our first grade champion also laments their lack of strength?" I was frozen at that moment. All the blood rushed to my head. It's her. It's Chu Ling. She said she would come back to see me as a daughter. Let me tell you, I really didn't dare to turn around at that time. I was scared that she wasn't the way I imagined. Then she smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you afraid to look at me? I'm very sad, you know." I took a deep breath and turned around abruptly. Just that one glance. Who understands what my family feels? I felt like my CPU was about to overheat. With long blue hair down her waist, paired with a blue floral skirt, she looked like a goddess emerging from the sea, stunningly beautiful. Although her face was still that gentle face, her whole aura was completely different. We were like a scene from a romantic drama, sitting under the tree and being all lovey-dovey for a long time. She even jokingly asked if I had been flirting during the holidays. We were playfully teasing each other, and that feeling was simply amazing. The next day was the start of school and class assignments, and I, Chu Linger, and Su Luluo were all assigned to the same class. The most shocking thing was that our homeroom teacher turned out to be Teacher Wong Lin. Wow, from the worst class 4, he directly parachuted into the top class 1, leaving everyone stunned. There were also some familiar faces like Dai Lin and Zhu Lin in the class, and seeing them gave me a headache. As soon as Teacher Wong entered the classroom, the atmosphere was different. That arrogant Shui, Qing Tian, wanted to transfer to class 2 to find Tang Xiao. But Teacher Wong didn't even lift his eyelids and said, "Sure, go ahead." Once he left, he scanned the entire class and said, "Those who don't want to leave can stay. Why can I be the homeroom teacher class 1? The reason is simple, because I'm stronger than all of them." As soon as he said this, the class fell silent. Then he directly called my name, Lin Xuan. "Stand up." I quickly stood up. He shook his head and sighed, Too weak, too weak. In the whole class, I can't find anyone stronger than Lin Xuan." I panicked at that moment. "Teacher, are you trying to raise my intensity and make me a target for hatred?" Sure enough, his next words were even harsher. Lin Xuan was only level 29 when he enrolled, and by the end of the term, he was level 33. Yet he defeated an opponent at level 37. This statement directly aimed at Dai Lin. Dai Lin's face turned dark instantly, and he stood up. "Teacher, I'm already at level 41 in my soul rank. I think I could be the class monitor." I felt so bitter inside. Well, in order to establish authority for Teacher Wong, this fight was unavoidable. As a result, before I could even make a move, Chulinger also stood up and said with a smile, "I also want to compete for the class monitor." Teacher Wong nodded. "All right, then let's head to the arena." I was the first to step onto the stage, calmly looking at Dai Lin. Let me tell you, in that moment, my entire feeling changed. I had decided, no longer hiding, I would walk the path of an assassin. Dai Lin looked at me, his eyes full of vigilance. He sensed that I was no longer the naive and passionate me, but rather a venomous snake ready to strike at any moment. He took the initiative to attack. With 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rising, and he shouted, "White Tiger Diamond Transformation," just a second before he released his soul skill. I had already disappeared from my original spot and appeared behind him. He reacted quickly, shooting a white tiger fierce light wave towards me. I tore open a spatial rift and appeared above him. He then used his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Annihilation, to strike at me in the air. I laughed. I directly threw my divine dagger, the wind blade, out. Guess what? His locking technique, the white tiger destruction kill, was actually attracted by the wind blade and switched targets. Lin was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect that his soul skill had such a flaw, just as he was about to use his fourth soul skill. The wind blade was already above his head, and he could only swat the dagger away with one hand. In that moment of distraction, I had already appeared behind him like a ghost, with an ordinary iron dagger pressed against his waist. "Goodbye," I said softly. Lin froze, his face pale to the extreme. He didn't even get to use his fourth soul skill before losing. He lost willingly and sighed, saying he didn't expect me to be so strong with a weapon. I smiled, but inside I was thinking that if I could, I would rather not have this divine weapon, because it was exchanged for my mother. Then it was Linger's turn. She walked up to the stage, puffed up with anger, and questioned me why I had put away my weapon, as if I looked down on her. I just looked at her gently and said, "Come on." She huffed and directly activated her martial soul, using her second soul skill, absolute charm. However, it was useless against me. I'll tell you, this wave was powered by love, and I was immune to the charm effect. I walked towards her step by step while enduring her skill. She was stunned and quickly used her third soul skill, tail needle strike. I easily sidestepped and casually grabbed her fluffy tail, pulling it hard. She let out a surprise cry and flew into my arms. As a result, she mischievously smiled in my embrace and lightly slapped my chest. "You lost." I was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly, let her down, and said to Teacher Wong, "I lost." The whole class was looking at us with ambiguous expressions. I guess the CP fans are going to go crazy. In the end, I remained the class monitor, and Lin became the vice monitor. But it wasn't long before my peaceful days turned into trouble. My soul power was stuck at the peak of level 36, and I couldn't level up no matter what, which started to frustrate me. Teacher Wong noticed that something was off with me and called me to his office. He asked me what was wrong, and after hesitating for a while, I finally gathered the courage to tell the truth. "Teacher, I feel that Shrek's teaching methods don't work for me." I could sense that Teacher Wong was frozen at that moment. My words were equivalent to denying all of his hard work. I told him that the discussions at school were just superficial and couldn't put any pressure on me. I felt like a fierce beast trapped in a cage, with my claws nearly worn down. Teacher Wong was silent for a long time, and in the end, he just told me to go back first and have a heart-to-heart talk with Linger. I walked along the road in a daze, filled with confusion and guilt. I felt that I didn't belong here. This comfortable big family made me feel a lack of belonging. In the evening, I held Linger's hand, and she asked me if I would be sad if one day I left her. I said of course I would. At that moment, I suddenly felt that the person in front of me was the most important. But whenever I thought of the Holy Spirit Church, the fire in my heart couldn't be suppressed. I sent Linger back to the dormitory and went back to my room, chewing on some dry food. Just as I pushed open the door, the biscuit in my hand fell to the ground with a thud. A cold, piercing dagger had silently pressed against my throat. I was so scared that I froze, my mind went blank, and a shadow of death instantly descended upon me. I couldn't even think of tearing through space to escape because the opponent's aura had locked onto me tightly. Just when I was sweating profusely, believing I was doomed, the person withdrew the dagger and said in a disappointed tone, "I thought you were very alert, but it seems that old guy was just bragging." I survived the ordeal, kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. While I looked back, I was surprised to see that the other party was an extremely ordinary middle-aged man, the kind you wouldn't even find in a crowd of losers. At that moment, Old Long jumped down from the beam and patted the man's shoulder, smiling as he said to me, "This is our new teacher, whom we have brought in at great cost for you." "Teacher?" I was completely bewildered. The middle-aged man looked at me as if I were an idiot. "You were just laughing like a fool. It's obvious you've been in love. If I were from the Holy Spirit Church, I could find at least 5 ways to assassinate you. If I kept my distance, there would be dozens of methods." I retorted unwillingly. "Do I need to be on guard all the time in the academy?" He completely ignored me and said directly, "Get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow at noon, come to the back mountain of Shrek. We'll be living there from now on. Bring your things." After saying that, he just walked away. I looked at Old Long, hoping he could give me an explanation. Old Long just shook his head and looked at me meaningfully. "The academy wouldn't assign a useless person as your teacher. Of course, if you think he is unqualified, you can tell me. What else can I say? I've already said so much. I can't just confront Old Dragon face to face, can I? All right then. Let's see who has the real skills tomorrow. I want to see just how capable this uncle really is." Early the next morning, I headed straight to the back mountain. Let me tell you, this special training is something else. They just threw us into a huge forest. I thought about it all night. That uncle quietly sneaked up behind me yesterday. He must be a top-notch assassin. Wow, is he playing cat and mouse with me here? Fine. Who asked the cat and who asked the mouse is still uncertain. I'm going to turn my spatial awareness up to the max, within a 50-meter radius. If a fly passes by, I'll make sure to register it. Just watch me turn the tables on you today. I confidently held my windblade bow, carefully weaving through the forest. But as soon as I stepped in, I sensed something was off. My leg tripped over a thread thinner than a hair. And when I looked down, I realized it was a trap. I couldn't help but laugh. Was that it? I could easily dodge with my spatial power. But just as I was feeling smug, a chill ran down my spine. For those who understand, it was that intense sixth sense warning me. There was nothing in my spatial perception, yet I felt someone had entered. Without thinking, I ripped open a space and ran. As soon as I landed, I felt the ground give way beneath me. Another pitfall trap filled with spikes. Just as I was about to dodge again, an arrow shot toward my forehead. Damn! In a split second, I blinked through space and narrowly avoided it. This uncle had me all figured out. While I was catching my breath, that eerie feeling returned. This time, I got smart and didn't T-run. I hid behind a big tree. I saw a black cat leisurely walking by. Wait. Killing intent. A dagger lunged at me from my blind spot. I instinctively kicked out, only to hit something hard, probably an elbow, which numbed my leg. I quickly tore open a space to escape, and when I looked back, the black cat was gone. My mindset was starting to crumble. How did this person evade my perception? Just as my nerves were on edge, I suddenly heard a voice beside me. Young man, always stay calm. Then, I felt a sharp pain at the back of my head. Everything went dark, and I lost consciousness. Before I passed out, I only saw that Uncle S smiling face, with the dagger once again at my throat. I was really careless. I didn't T-dodge. When I woke up, it was already dark, and I was lying by a campfire. That uncle, my new teacher, had returned with a wild boar on his shoulder, smiling at me. That smile looked anything but friendly. He told me to roast the pig leg myself, and that we would talk after I finished eating. I quickly finished a pig's leg, and then he spoke up. First, let me introduce myself. Were you willing to let me teach you now? How could I not be willing? But I still acted tough. My name is Lin Xuan. If you want to be my teacher, it depends on whether you can put pressure on me. I wanted to leave because I didn't feel any pressure. After hearing that, he laughed, meaning that the pressure I gave you today is still not enough, right? I admit, this cat and mouse game made me realize what it means to be outclassed. This uncle, despite his seemingly low soul power level, played tactics and psychology so well that he practically rubbed my face in the ground. I was impressed and decided to take him as my master. He told me his name was Xiao Feng, a pseudonym. If I wanted to know his real name, I would have to defeat him. Then he started teaching me, and the first lesson left me speechless. Do you think the Holy Spirit Church is watching you every day? Don't take yourself too seriously, kid. I'm more important than you on their bounty list. Right now, you aren't qualified. Hearing this made my face flush. Then he criticized my fighting style as worthless, saying it was clearly outlined in the intelligence reports and that I was too inexperienced. I felt completely crushed. Seeing me dejected, he consoled me a bit, saying that I was invincible among my peers, but I would eventually become a major headache for the Holy Spirit Church. If I got killed due to lack of skill, he, as my master, would be furious. I was taken aback. Master? Isn't this just a teacher-student relationship? He laughed heartily, saying he had no connection to Shrek and was just a hired killer invited for a hefty sum. Wow, this identity was even more exciting than I imagined. Next came practical training. He asked me to take off my shirt and attempt to assassinate him up close. I looked at him with his arms crossed, full of openings, yet I didn't dare to attack. He seriously said, a killer only gets one chance. Being hesitant doesn't make you a killer at all. Gritting my teeth, I charged at him, but just as I reached him, his eyes changed. His right hand moved to distract me, and his left hand's dagger was already pressed against my neck. You see all my openings, but you have them too. He retracted the dagger and began demonstrating his self-created 3 steps of an assassin. The first strike was a feint, with no intent to kill, but the moment he struck, the feeling of death hit me. I barely dodged, but he stopped. Then, just as I was putting my clothes back on, the second move came. The dagger silently attacked, and as I dodged, he grabbed my clothes and pulled my center of gravity away, causing me to fall. Then he was on top of me, the knife on my neck, eyes covered. I tell you, that feeling was like the grim reaper passing by, leaving nothing alive. I couldn't even catch my breath. He said it was his first time teaching someone, and he couldn't help but want to kill me each time. I had to feel his moves through repeated deaths. What could I do? I could only tough it out. I mimicked his style, using the Shintian shield as bait, teleporting in front of him and imitating his first move. But he evaded it with a strange posture. I charged again, only to be subdued by a flowing set of combat techniques from him. Hitting the acupoint in my right hand, leaving me pinned under him, unable to move. The sun set, and he pulled me down to sit, starting to teach me the most important thing for an assassin: observing emotions. What emotion do you see in me right now? Looking at his expressionless face, how would I know? He gave me a smack on the head. Idiot. No emotion means no emotion. Stop being so paranoid. He taught me when people are easiest to kill, when they are at the peak of happiness, and when they are furious to the point of madness. Finally, he looked at me and said, "On the street, if someone smiles at you like me, but has no emotion in their eyes, you better watch out." After a whole day of intense training, I was covered in dirt, but I gained a lot. He told me to go back and rest, as there would be more traps waiting for me in the mountains tomorrow. I respectfully bowed and left the back mountain. As soon as I exited the forest, I saw Teacher Wang Lin and Dini waiting for me. Dini laughed out loud when he saw my disheveled appearance. Teacher Wang, however, looked worried, fearing that I had been ruined by that Grim Reaper. I quickly apologized to Teacher Wang, saying that I had been too arrogant yesterday and had learned a lot today. Back at the dormitory, sure enough, Chu Linger was sitting by the flower bed waiting for me. I rushed over, but she huffed and said she wasn't waiting for me. I told her to hurry up and take a shower while I tidied myself up. Once we both got ready, we sat down to chat. And when I asked about the class situation, she stammered. Just then, Su Luoluo ran over, her eyes brightening when she saw me. She was about to speak, but Chu Linger coughed, cutting her off. I instantly felt something was off. After a day of training with Xiao Feng, I seemed to sense the helplessness and grievances behind their smiles. I said directly, "If there's something to say, just say it, don't hide it." Su Luoluo couldn't hold back any longer and angrily said, "Lin Xuan, the moment you left, Dai Lin challenged Sister Linger, took the class leader position, and even injured Sister Linger." After listening, I couldn't help but laugh. It turned out to be such a childish matter. Chu Linger hurriedly pulled me back, telling me not to cause trouble. I patted her head, looked at her, and my eyes were filled with confidence. "You weren't like this before. Don't worry, I'll help you with this." Then, I directly took the two of them back to the dormitory area, found the dormitory door of that guy Dai Lin, and without saying a word, I kicked his door open. The entire dorm building erupted in chaos, and everyone popped their heads out to see what was going on. Dai Lin's face turned green with anger, veins bulging, and he yelled at me, "Lin Xuan, do you know what you're doing?" I didn't pay him any attention, just coldly threw out a sentence. "Aren't you trying to force me out? I'll be waiting for you in the arena." After saying that, I walked away without looking back. Chu Linger got anxious and chased after me, saying I would be expelled. I grabbed her hand and went to the arena. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo hurriedly went to find Teacher Wang. She ran up to Teacher Wang, out of breath, and said, "Teacher Wang, Lin Xuan kicked down Dai Lin's dormitory door in the freshman dormitory." Let me tell you, Su Luo's little report was so moving that it brought tears to my eyes. And what happened? Goodness, that old fox Yi Fanqing laughed out loud after listening to it. Su Luoluo was completely stunned on the spot, and Teacher Wang beside her had a look that said I knew it, trying to cover his face as he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Yi Fanqing quickly dismissed Su Luoluo, telling her to go watch a show. Then he turned to complain to Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang immediately vented, saying that Dai Lin was simply a disaster, with more tricks up his sleeve than a beehive. He even dared to injure Linger in front of him today. He had long wanted to take action. Yi Fanqing rolled his eyes and said, "What else can we do? Just revoke his title as a core disciple and give him a serious reprimand." This punishment was basically like a light slap on the wrist. After saying that, he patted Teacher Wang on the shoulder and quickly headed toward the arena, fearing that the stubborn director would arrive first and directly expel him. I've been waiting in the arena for a long time for that be King Dai Lin to show up. Chu Linger is so anxious, saying that I'm too impulsive. Don't I know that? But today, I have to take him down, otherwise, Linger won't be able to have any peace in class. After a while, Dai Lin's face appeared. Who understands, family? He looks furious, but his eyes are full of schemes, acting like he's playing the role of a cultured actor here. He even suggested that we both don't use our big moves. He won't use his soul bone. I shouldn't use my dagger either. I laughed at that moment. Is that it? He was on the verge of breaking down right there, but still held it together. As for me, I directly took out my wind blade dagger and, in front of everyone, with a duong sound, stabbed it into the floor of the arena. That was Diamond Rock. It was like stabbing into tofu. The whole audience gasped. "Come on, let me see what tricks you have left." I took out an ordinary fine iron dagger and waved at him with my hand. He let out a roar and charged over, activating his martial soul, and the white tiger's fierce light wave came straight at my face. As for me, I simply put my hands in my pockets, not knowing who was the opponent, and used my second soul skill, space cutting, instantly shredding his wave into bits. Seeing that long-range attacks were ineffective, He immediately activated his diamond transformation and rushed in for close combat, throwing a punch at me. I smoothly turned to the side, and in a moment our bodies overlapped. I suddenly kicked upward with my right foot. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. Let me tell you, that kick hit the mark. No matter what title you have, no matter what god you are, this is a weak spot. With this move, I nearly sent him straight to become a eunuch. Now he was completely broken. I'm going to kill you. The fourth soul skill activated, and a massive handprint came crashing down. Didn't we agree not to use big moves? A petty person is just a petty person. Shu Linger shouted from below in panic about the foul, but the referee seemed to not hear anything. I pretended to be unsteady, trembling all over as if crushed by his soul bone skills, acting so convincingly that he bought it. He covered his groin and walked over step by step. Probably wanted to say something tough. Just as he got close, I unleashed my bloodline power, and the iron dagger in my hand flashed like a cold light towards his neck. He was startled and dodged quickly, but it was already too late. The fear of death was etched into his DNA. I lifted my knee and pinned him to the ground, pressing the dagger against his neck, and blood immediately gushed out. He went limp, his eyes filled with terror. I let him go, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief, I kicked him from behind, sending him flying off the stage, knocking him out cold. Then I waved to his girlfriend, Zhu Lin, in the audience. Come up, your man can't handle it. It's your turn. She rushed up angrily, but what happened? I grabbed her arm and threw her down in a big arc. Cool. I looked at them coldly and dropped a line. Get lost. Tell Dai Lin that I am the enemy he can never defeat in his lifetime. Don't force me to kill him. After saying that, I took Chu Linger's hand and left gracefully. As soon as I got off the stage, the old fox Yi Fanqing appeared with a smile, accompanied by the stern-faced director, Old Gua. To my surprise, several seniors came out to plead for me. Old Gua, with his iron-faced demeanor, insisted on expelling me. Yi Fanqing then started to act, signed that I was wrong while giving me frantic signals. I immediately understood, bowed, and apologized, saying I would compensate. Yi Fanqing took the opportunity and said, well, knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them makes you a good child. So, I'll cancel your core disciple title and punish you by not allowing you to attend classes for a year. If you can pass the upgrade assessment, you can directly advance to the 3rd grade. Folks, this ISNTA punishment, it's practically giving me a paid vacation to focus on my cultivation. Old Guo was so furious that he nearly boiled over, and he was dragged away by Yi Fanqing. This incident caused quite a stir, and I became famous again. But it didn't matter. For the next month, I entered hell mode for intense training. Every day, my perverted master, Xiao Feng, tortured me with various traps, teaching me how to hide my killing intent and aura. As for Dai Lin, ever since I shattered his Dao heart, he went completely insane. He started to bully others in class 4 and even sent people to monitor me daily. Finally, he caught me going to the back mountain every day and took everyone from class 4 to report me to the director. When Old Gua heard this, he was furious and led a large group of people to the back mountain in a rage. He was caught off guard by my master-esque traps and looked disheveled when he saw me, immediately asking, Lin Xuan, what is going on? I directly retorted, who cares about you? Dai Lin jumped out to accuse me, saying that I must have had a teacher privately teaching me, which violated the disciplinary regulations. I laughed and retorted to Old Gua, Director, what if the one secretly teaching me is a teacher from the inner courtyard, or even an elder from the Sea God Pavilion? Old Gua broke into a cold sweat on the spot. That fool Dai Lin still couldn't understand the situation and even dared to shout that he would expose the elder and tarnish the reputation of Shrek. Old Gua couldn't tolerate it any longer and slapped him across the face, cursing that the Shrek elders were sacred and inviolable. Dai Lin was stunned by the slap. And as for me, I couldn't be bothered to waste any more words with them. So I directly hinted that there were toxic gas traps in the back mountain and told them scram. In the end, this matter came to nothing. In the office of Night Stars, Elder Long asked, what? Is there a problem with my teaching? Which made Dai Lin's face turn green with anger. After the storm settled, my master said that this place was not suitable for staying long and took me out of the city to train. I spent a whole night being affectionate with Linger, and the next day I put on a mask and set off with my master. When we reached the border city of Baishur, a foolish general insisted on stopping us, saying he suspected we were spies. Just as I was about to make a move, a senior sister in a red robe came over from behind and asked, can we enter the city? The general shouted, get lost. But before he finished speaking, he was slapped by the senior sister and sent crashing into the city wall, unable to get out. After entering the inn, my master finally told me about the teaching content this time. He took out 5 bounty notices, all for evil soul masters, and instructed me to assassinate them without using soul power. The first target was the chief steward of the Baisher City Lord's mansion, Han Kuangming, a peak soul zone. I sneaked into the outskirts of the Lord's mansion and found out that this Han Kuangming was the one who instructed that general to deal with me today. I followed him and hid in the corner of the room using spatial power to eavesdrop. As a result, who did I see? The senior sister in the red robe who slapped the general away today. I felt something was off at that moment. As a result, when I listened to their conversation, my worldview completely shattered. This senior sister turned out to be the saintess of the Holy Spirit Church. Han Kuangming is not just any soul sect member. He's a soul sage. It's like they're playing Mission Impossible with me. Their plan is to have this saintess kill the city lord and then frame us, Shrek, to ruin our school's reputation. I quickly rushed back to tell my master about this. Now, it's a big trouble. I have some confidence in assassinating a soul sect. But assassinating a soul saint? Isn't that just asking for death? After hearing this, my master fell silent and said that this indeed exceeded our capabilities. But then he suddenly smirked and said that the best way now is to use the trick he taught me. Family. It's that method of winning over the hearts of female enemies with charm. He said we could either use this trick or give up the mission, and he could notify Old Kong, who has been following us, to come to our rescue. He asked me whether I wanted to give up this excellent opportunity for training or take a gamble. Of course, I had to take the gamble. Let me tell you, I was determined on the spot. Give up? What a joke. This is a once-in-a-lifetime training opportunity. I directly told my master, let's do it. We must go for it. My master patted me on the shoulder and said, don't worry too much. On the opposite side, there's a soul emperor and a soul sage. The level suppression is there. They wouldn't dare to go all out. You won't die. Well, thank you very much. That reassurance sounds no different from not being reassured at all. Then he started giving me a pre-battle pep talk, saying that as long as someone is human, they must have weaknesses, money, women, power. There's always something that can take them down. I nodded, understood, and decided to target their weaknesses. As soon as I stepped out, oh my gosh, I ran smack into that beautiful woman in a red dress. Family, who understands? ISNT this just like sending a pillow when someone is sleepy? I immediately turned into a drama queen, widened my eyes, pretended to be dazzled by her beauty, twisted my ankle, and let out a yelp as I fell to the ground. Sure enough, she took the bait, came over with a smile to help me up, and asked how I could be so careless. I covered my ankle, blushed, and shyly said, Senior, you're just too beautiful. I was mesmerized. She chuckled and helped me back to my room. I sat on the bed and quickly complimented her, saying, Thank you so much, Senior. You're not only beautiful, but also kind. You've helped me a lot today. She told me not to call her Senior anymore, but to call her Nangong Senior, and her name is Nangong Qian. I immediately climbed up the pole and started my performance. I pretended to be regretful and said it was a pity that I wasn't a Shrek student, otherwise I could see you every day. Sure enough, she raised an eyebrow and took the bait. I seized the moment and said, Senior, you have to keep this a secret for me. Then I hesitated, thinking to myself that if my father found out about this, he would definitely be unhappy. Next, I started to act, my eyes turning red as I pitifully asked her, Senior, you are so kind. If you had a child, would you have the heart to abandon them? Without a second thought, she replied that she definitely wouldn't. Great. The opportunity had come. I started to weave my story. Senior, you are indeed kind and like my dad, who is afraid I might affect his reputation and refuses to acknowledge me as his illegitimate child. She was taken aback, grabbing my shoulders and asking what was going on. I put on an annual melodrama right there. I am actually the illegitimate son of Lv. Fanqing. My mom only told me before she died. I came to find him, and he just gave me some money to send me away, to silence me. He even gave me a fake Shrek student ID. After saying that, I threw myself into her arms and cried loudly. Of course, it was fake crying. I was afraid I would burst out laughing. Dingy, I'm sorry, but you'll have to bear this big black pot for now. I'll tell you, her eyes lit up at that moment. I knew exactly what was going on in her mind. As a saint of the Holy Spirit Church, she must have wanted to make a big news story to prove herself. She immediately patted her chest and promised to help me. Then she asked me who that guy next door was. I directly smeared my master. That's the person my scummy dad sent to spy on me, planning to lock me away in the deep mountains for the rest of my life. After hearing this, she got even more excited, putting on an act of righteous indignation. Once she left, I bet both of us were laughing in our respective rooms. She was thrilled to have caught Shrek's weakness, and I was laughing at how easy it was to deceive this girl, playing the innocent. However, I didn't fully relax. This girl might be big-chested and brainless, but her partner Han Kuangming was definitely a sly fox, not easy to trick. The next step was to sow discord. Sure enough, That old fox Han Kuangming became suspicious. He told Nan Gongqian that although Yi Fanqing was charming, he never left any heirs with solid security measures. How could he have such a big son? He asked Nan Gongqian to test me, asking if I was willing to join the Holy Spirit Church. The next day, Nan Gongqian brought breakfast. I first pretended to be aloof, looking out the window and saying I wanted to rely on myself to become stronger and slap my scummy dad's face. Then, I suddenly turned around, looked at her affectionately, and boldly said, "From the moment I saw you yesterday, I fell in love with you, and even if we can't meet in the future, I want to make it clear with you." This girl blushed on the spot, her heart in turmoil. Seeing that the moment was right, I sighed, let go of her hand, picked up my bundle, and left, playing the ultimate tug-of-war. On the other side, when Han Kuangming heard I had run away, he immediately chased after me to silence me. Just as Nan Gongqian was battling her inner turmoil in the room, my master appeared mysteriously, delivering a sarcastic comment. "Ah, this child is quite pitiful, thinking you would help him, but unexpectedly you also gave up." Upon hearing this and connecting it to Han Kuangming, Nan Gongqian's expression changed drastically, and she rushed out of the city like crazy. As for me, just as I exited the city, I was blocked by a man in black. Goodness, he was full of killing intent. Wasn't that Han Kuangming? I pretended not to know him and threatened him with Shrek's name. He sneered and said if I had my eyes on his prey, I could only die. After saying that, he attacked. I ran while calculating the distance, feeling that Nan Gongqian was almost there, and directly took his palm head on. I spat out a mouthful of old blood and flew towards Nan Gongqian like a kite with a broken string. This old guy still wanted to deal the final blow. And at that critical moment, Nan Gongqian arrived. She shouted stop, and directly hugged me, taking the second palm hit. Goodness, a mouthful of blood sprayed directly on my face, and I was speechless at that moment. "Sister, could you please spit aside? But the show must go on." I tearfully touched her face. "Senior sister, why?" She put me down, looked at Han Kuangming coldly, and shouted get lost. That old guy could only leave in disgrace. Success. The first step of sowing discord was perfectly achieved. I coughed a couple of times to force out the stagnant blood, acting as pitiful as I could. Nan Gongqian quickly fed me medicine, then sat cross-legged to heal herself. By evening, I transformed into a war man and made her a pot of wild game soup. Let me tell you, my master taught me that to win a woman's heart, you first have to win her stomach. As soon as the soup was ready, I added a strong touch. I pulled out a worn-out iron box from my pocket. Inside was a bruise ointment, and I said to her, "This is something my mom bought for me before. I've always been reluctant to use it, but every time I do, I feel my injuries heal remarkably fast." She was immediately touched, treating that old ointment like a treasure. I was almost laughing crazily inside. I took the opportunity to confess my feelings, and she shyly nodded. I immediately got into character and shouted at the sky, "Great! Finally, someone likes me." I acted so dramatically it was heart-wrenching. Sure enough, she got drawn into my act and started to feel sad, saying her father wouldn't agree. I immediately hugged her and said passionately, "No matter how much senior sister's father tries to stop us, I will be with you. Even if you go against the world, I will stand by your side." This line directly broke down her psychological defenses, and tears streamed down her face. Just when we were in our sweet moment. My master was also busy. He infiltrated the city lord's mansion and silently took out Han Kuangming with golden silk, leaving a big kill written in a woman's handwriting on the table. Family, this move was quite clever. He directly shifted the blame to Nan Gongqian. When my master found us, I immediately exchanged a code with him and urged him to hurry back to Shrek for help. To vent my anger at that scumbag father of mine, my master nodded and before leaving, tossed me an identification card from the Tiando Empire. When I touched it, I felt something inside. The next day, we saw a city-wide wanted notice with our faces on it. Nan Gongqian thought it was Shrek's doing and secretly felt pleased that Han Kuangming was dead. When I opened the item my master gave me, it was exactly the complaint letter written by Han Kuangming. After reading the letter, I realized that this girl wasn't the only child in the Holy Spirit Church. Her father had enough kids to form a line. I had to revise my plan and temporarily get out of here. I took her back to my childhood village, Hutu village. The moment I saw my mother's worn-out tombstone, I really couldn't hold back my emotions, and tears almost fell. She wanted to hold my hand, but I instinctively pulled away. I quickly made an excuse to go get water, left a letter, and directly tore open a space rift to escape. The letter was written with deep feelings, talking about hoping for a better reunion and wishing she could tell me her story when we meet again. It was really just a stalling tactic. But to be honest, after seeing my mother's grave, I did feel a bit uneasy and started to doubt whether what I was doing was right. My master saw my lost and disheartened expression, and his anger flared up instantly. He pulled me into a small grove and asked what was going on. I explained everything in detail. After listening, his face turned pale, and without saying a word, he slapped me and sent me flying. Then he dragged me up and gave me a beating, scolding me as he did. What's wrong? Are you a mama's boy? Just because you lacked maternal love as a child, you don't want to be too harsh on women? But you seemed pretty calm and happy while deceiving that girl for 5 days, huh? Now, you're pretending to be innocent? You disgust me. After the beating, he sat down, took a sip of alcohol, and began to teach me. He said, "We are assassins. To put it bluntly, we are like filthy rats in the sewers, doing dirty and tiring work. You need to ask yourself whether what you are doing can actually achieve your goals, rather than whether it can avoid the condemnation of your conscience." His words instantly woke me up. Indeed, the path is chosen by oneself. What is there to be confused about? My master saw my eyes regain their clarity and sighed, applying medicine to my wounds, saying, "Your heart is still too weak. But so what? The so-called strong are those who succeed after countless doubts and failures. Your talent is even higher than mine. From now on, you should continuously strengthen your heart." I smiled and said, "Master, you're becoming more like a teacher." He was taken aback for a moment, then hugged me tightly, saying, "You silly boy, I only have you as my disciple. Don't let yourself go. I don't want to engage in any sentimental stuff. My master is just like that. He says he doesn't like to be sentimental, but his body is more honest than anyone else." After hugging me, he finally let go and started to discuss things with me, asking how many plans I usually prepare for work. I puffed out my chest and said I definitely have 3 plans. Plan A, Plan B, and a getaway Plan C. But when he asked about Nangong Qian, I was caught off guard, chuckled awkwardly, and said, "Just one plan?" My goodness, the look in my master's eyes was simply one of disappointment, as if he couldn't bear to see me fail. He waved his hand, telling me to tear open a space crack and slip into the city myself, and reminded me to dye my hair and change my style so I wouldn't be wandering around with this face that looks like a wanted criminal. I nodded and tore open the space, stepping directly into Blackstone City. As soon as I entered the city, before I could find Tony, I suddenly felt something was off. My mind buzzed like I had fallen into an ice hole, and all those childhood memories rushed back to me. My vision blurred, and a man who looked somewhat decent was smiling and touching my face. His voice, let me tell you, gave me goosebumps all over. He said that the leaders sent him to wait here for a rabbit and asked if I had hooked up with Nangong Qian. At that moment, I understood. This guy was from the Holy Spirit Church. His martial soul was called Heartbroken Doll, which could drag people into their most painful memories. I pretended to be dazed, and when he asked me to nod, I nodded. This guy actually believed it and asked me to hand over the ethereal stone. I sneered inwardly, "Fine, here you go." I slowly took it out from my pocket, and the moment his hand touched it, let me tell you, my expression changed in an instant. The power of my bloodline erupted, directly pulling him into the world of the ethereal stone. The stone dropped to the ground with a thud, and at that moment, my master arrived just in time to pick it up. It turned out we were performing a duet. He pretended to separate from me, but was actually there to back me up. When he saw the situation, he knew I was playing him, deliberately feigning weakness to trap this guy. Once inside the ethereal stone, that guy was still pretending to be calm. I got straight to the point. "You a soul saint? Were you pretending to be a big shot on my territory?" He still acted tough, saying, "As a dignified soul saint, do you dare to touch me?" Then, with a flash, 7 soul rings lit up, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, which looked quite impressive. But let me tell you, his tone was extremely hollow. I couldn't help but laugh. It was just like strolling through my own backyard, casually walking towards him. He was completely stunned and didn't react at all. When we collided, I quickly slashed upwards with my dagger. He dodged, but I pulled him in and executed a shoulder throw, bringing him down. The blade was directly pressed against his neck. Family, who understands? This guy, a soul sage, was so scared he peed himself on the spot. His pants were soaked. I was speechless at the time. This combat power was simply like an electronic cricket fighting. Looks impressive, but shatters with just a touch. I held a knife to his neck and asked him a question, getting a response for each one. This guy's name was Xiantian, and he claimed that apart from playing with people's hearts, he couldn't do anything else, just a pure support. I thought to myself, what kind of bizarre assassin is this? Then I asked him about the leader, and he said he didn't know, claiming he had just joined. I got furious at that, and just when I was about to do something, he quickly shouted, "I've seen the Grand Elder." The Grand Elder's name is Lin Xuan, and his title is Axe King. Wow, that's a big fish. I then asked him how he got into the sect, and he stammered, saying something about a letter of allegiance. As soon as I saw his cowardly look, I knew something was off. I kicked him and said, "If you don't tell the truth, you'll pay for it today." He was immediately scared out of his wits, knelt down, and knocked his head on the ground, saying that his initiation was to kill one of our Shrek's senior students from the inner courtyard. My blood boiled, and I almost couldn't hold back from chopping him down. He said he was originally saved by the senior student and wanted to trick her into protecting him, but then the Holy Spirit Church sent people, forcing him to ambush and seriously injure her. In the end, the senior student was killed by someone called Tianza, a ninth guardian. Killing this coward is useless. I need to catch bigger fish. I calmed down, took out a pill, actually just a half-finished product, completely useless, and shoved it into his mouth. I lied to him, saying, "This is a unique poison. Without my antidote, you're doomed. I'm skilled in spatial power and can escape anytime. You can't run." This guy was so scared he was trembling, nodding like crazy. "PUA, you still have to rely on me." I left him in the ethereal stone for self-reflection while I went out to discuss with my master. I told my master that I wanted to make a big move and catch all these targets in one go. My goal is to become the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, Chao Jin, and the city lord, Seton, both of whom are underlings of the Holy Spirit sect. I had a sudden inspiration and decided to collaborate with Xiantian to put on a grand performance. I will play the role of the newly arrived Holy Son, Nangong Xian. Xiantian will be my follower and protector. After all, the internal hierarchy of the Holy Spirit sect is strict, and the underlings do not recognize the higher-ups. The holy sons and daughters are also engaged in internal strife. I have a firm grasp on this murky situation. We barged directly into their secret meeting place. That kid Xiantian, although his hands were shaking like he had Parkinson's, still slapped the token representing the identity of Soul Sage right onto Chao Jin's face. When those two saw it, one a Soul King and the other a Soul Emperor, they were both dumbfounded. That old fox Seton still dared to question me, saying how a mere soul master like me could be the Holy Son. I was fired up at that moment, slammed my hand down on the table, shattering it to pieces, and Xiantian cooperatively shouted in anger, "How dare you?" I told them that Nangong Qian had betrayed us and had already been controlled, and now I was in charge. I walked straight up to Seton, staring at him face to face, with a gaze as if I were looking at a dead person. I asked him, "I am the Holy Son. Do you have any objections?" As Xiantian released his soul pressure beside me, the one called Chao Jin immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "I have seen the Holy Son." Seton couldn't hold on any longer and also knelt on one knee. Done. I had them call the rest of the people over. Then I left with Xiantian. Back at the inn, Xiantian collapsed, saying that acting was more exhausting than fighting. After discussing with my master, I decided to take them all down at once, and poisoning was the safest method. But the problem was the materials for high-level poison were hard to come by. My master gave me a list and told me to figure it out myself. The next day, I went out wearing a bamboo hat to shop. Everything else was easy to find, but one ingredient, the tianxin fruit, I couldn't buy no matter what. Finally, I ended up in a dead-end alley and entered a dilapidated apothecary that looked like a haunted house. Inside, a green-haired girl was sleeping in a rocking chair. Just as I was about to leave, she suddenly said, "You've been hit by my smiling 10 steps curse. Walk 10 steps and you'll laugh for half an hour. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, pay up." I couldn't help but laugh. This girl was quite interesting. I ignored her completely and just walked away. With a turn of my bloodline power, all the poison was dispelled. The girl was dumbfounded and rushed out to block me, asking why I was fine. I said, "Do you have the heavenly heart fruit or not?" She chuckled and said, "I do, but you have to tell me what you want it for." I was so entangled by her that I had no choice but to go back to the store with her. She actually said her name is Dugu Shui. Let me tell you, that surname is not ordinary. She is a descendant of the poisoned Duo. She is also quite clever, quickly figuring out that I am from Shrek Academy, and even guessing that the poison formula I want to prepare comes from the death god, which is my master Shao Foam. Goodness, the atmosphere instantly became dangerous. She thought she had me under her control, saying she had placed a real poison on me called 3 Steps Down, and that I would die with just one move, trying to force me to reveal my master's whereabouts. I coldly laughed inside. Does she think she can play poison games with me? I have a physique that is immune to all poisons. I pretended to be affected, and then, taking advantage of her unpreparedness, I struck swiftly, directly locking her down with my soul power. So what if she is from the soul sect? In front of me, I can still control you. The situation turned around in an instant. I took the tianxin fruit and left, letting her deal with it herself. As a result, just when I was about to monitor Saturn, this girl caught up with me and grabbed my arm, saying that since I lost a bet before, I had to take her with me. Folks, this girl is all about companionship, right? I was completely at a loss with her clinging to me. So I dragged her into a small alley and pinned her against the wall. I asked her, "Are you a stray cat?" She was taken aback. I held her chin and said, "Stray cats get attached after just one feeding. You're just like me. Your guard is so low. I brought you here, and I could do anything I want." I intended to scare her a bit, to make her think twice. In the end, I softened my tone and said, "I'm only saying this because your earlier behavior annoyed me. I won't do anything to you. I hope we can be friends, but you need to be more sensible." After saying that, I left without caring how scared she was. I tell you, I didn't look back and just left her there in the alley, probably stunned. She must have been thinking that all men are no good. Hilarious. If I heard that, I'd be furious. But I didn't have time to care about her. I had urgent matters to attend to. 2 days later, my brother Xiao Feng brought me the colorless and tasteless potion I needed. Everything was ready, just waiting for the evening's banquet. Just as I was about to leave, guess what happened? That old guy Saturn actually beat me to it, and found Dong Gushue's shop first. He went straight to the point as soon as he entered and asked Dong Gushue for a deadly poison that could kill without a trace, claiming he wanted to eliminate someone who was bothering him. Of course, Dong Gushue refused, saying that after her mother passed away, she had long since washed her hands of this business. The old guy's face turned as long as Changbai Mountain, and I could feel the murderous intent through the screen. He didn't say a word and just left in a huff. Dong Gushue sensed something was off, and sure enough, just as the old guy left, bang, the door was kicked open. A bunch of armored soldiers rushed in like a tide. But little poison girl wasn't a pushover. She smashed the table with a punch. And suddenly, a purple mist exploded, turning the first few unlucky ones into a puddle of toxic water. But there were too many enemies, and they were calling for backup. The next second, another wave rushed in, and to make matters worse, 4 Soul Kings simultaneously exerted their pressure, immobilizing her. In that split second, whoosh, a cold arrow shot through her abdomen. Just as those henchmen reached out to grab her, I made my grand entrance. I scooped her up in one motion, jumped through space, and vanished unexpectedly, leaving those guys and Saturn staring at each other in shock. Saturn reacted quickly and realized, could it be that the one saving her is that fake holy sun? He went crazy and shouted for the city to be sealed. Then he stormed to my hotel with his men. Fortunately, I had a backup plan with my newly recruited younger brother Xiantian holding the fort at the entrance. The old guy was jumping up and down at the door, saying, "You've been tricked. It's fake inside." Xiantian was panicking inside, but on the surface, he was as steady as a rock, coldly saying, "If you disturb the holy sun, do you know the consequences?" That immediately doused the old guy's anger. Family, who understands? This empty city strategy was incredible. It almost tricked me too. I brought the critically injured Dugu Schweb back to the hotel with a flash. And the first thing I did was stuff her into my personal space. Let me tell you, her injuries were absolutely horrific. Her kidney was directly penetrated, and her own by phosphorus snake venom was starting to backfire. She was on the verge of collapse. I asked my internal Elder Barbados if there was any way to help, and he said there was, but he couldn't intervene. I was so anxious that I kept shoving healing pills into her mouth, as if they were free, but they were useless. With no other options, I could only resort to desperate measures. I tore open her clothing, used a wind blade to make an incision, and directly reached in to apply medicine to her kidney. Just then, the elder suddenly shouted, "Use your bloodline power. Your blood can neutralize all poisons." I was losing my mind and urgently asked how to do it. He told me to directly draw the poison into my body. Trust him just this once. I let go of my defenses, and the biphosphorus snake venom crawled up my fingers. To my surprise, the golden blood in my body rushed up like a cat, catching a scent, and devoured the poison. It even split off a drop that rampaged through her bloodstream, clearing all the snake venom in its path. I saved her, but I ended up in trouble myself. My bloodline power absorbed half of the poison and then stopped working, while the remaining half wreaked havoc in my body. I was in so much pain that I couldn't say a word, only managing to squeeze out 3 words. You. Damn it. Just when I was about to pass out, the golden blood in my heart suddenly split into 2, and a drop of green blood emerged. Then the remaining snake venom rushed towards that drop of green blood, as if it had found home. That is how I narrowly escaped death. Once I recovered, I quickly changed clothes and prepared to attend a banquet at Hongmen. Although I was covered in the stench of blood, I had a sudden idea. I could shift the blame onto that pervert Yangjini from the Holy Spirit Church who drinks human blood. When I arrived at the private room in Wana building, my heart sank. At the main seat sat a young man I didn't recognize, and Seton, with a wicked grin, introduced him. "Nangong Xiansheng, this is Zhongli Qing from the neighboring region. I wonder if the two of you know each other?" Wow. It was clear that the trap was set. That guy named Zhongli looked disdainful and said, "The Holy Spirit Church only has the saintess with the surname Nangong. Are you a woman?" I sat down and retorted, "Zhongli, I haven't heard of you either. Where's your guard?" He shrugged and said he didn't bring them. He tossed out the Saint's Son token, and I spread my hands, saying I didn't have one. I was just executing a secret mission with Xiantian. Then, I had Xiantian recite our script about being hunted by Lin Xuan. These two were completely taken aback by our calm demeanor. But Seton was still unconvinced and questioned the smell of blood and rouge on me, asking if I had saved Dugu Shui in the afternoon. Let me tell you, at that moment, I tilted my head and gave him a sickly smile. Guess what? I had Xiantian play along, acting like the Saint's son should conduct himself properly. And if he knew he was mixed up with Yangjini. Wow. Zhongli turned pale right there and almost vomited. Just as Zhongli was about to believe my ruse and make a run for it, he suddenly knelt down. His entire soul power was sealed, and he was as limp as a noodle. Not just him, Seton and his 4 companions also collapsed. I stood up and laughed, saying, wow, the effects of the medicine are so quick. I tell you, they would never know that the wet wipe I casually tossed out had already been smeared with the colorless and tasteless powerful drug Shao Foam gave me. And then? There was no and then. With a few kicks, I snapped the necks of all 4 Soul Kings. As for Zhongli, I kicked him unconscious and took him away. Is that it? This batch of villains is quite lacking, primarily suffering from a lack of intelligence. After dealing with these people in the private room, I immediately sensed another presence on the roof. It was that guy who shot arrows at me in the afternoon. This kid wanted to run, so I tore open a space and chased after him, ultimately cornering him in a dead end. When I looked, to my surprise, he turned out to be just a kid. No need for words. I knocked him out and took him away. Then I quickly slipped away and met up with my master Shao Feng and the others outside the city to escape overnight. In the carriage, I returned to my personal space and saw Dugu Shui awake. She thanked me for saving her, and I told her that Seton had been taken care of. Guess what she said? She said she wanted to be with me for a lifetime. I immediately declined. She leaned in and asked if I was very ugly. Let me tell you, my heart almost jumped out. The golden blood in my body suddenly stirred, and the words perfect blood popped into my mind, almost making me transform on the spot. She also said she sensed a dragon's aura on me, and I wondered if I was about to awaken some strange attribute. I hurriedly changed the subject, bringing up that guy Zhong and asking her to help with the interrogation. She was quite straightforward and directly handed me 5 small bottles, pointing and saying, the first is for laughter, the second is for crying, the third is for anger, the fourth is for agitation, and the fifth is an aphrodisiac. Family. I really appreciate this naming method. Then, right in front of Zhong, I forced him to drink the laughter potion and sealed his mouth, making him unable to laugh out loud. The scene was too cruel. Even Dugu Shui couldn't bear to watch it. I brought her to the Sky Island where I keep my treasures. She looked at the pile of flowers, plants, and trinkets I had collected and, surprisingly, said she envied the girl I liked. She even gave me a prescription, saying it could help activate my bloodline. But the main ingredients had to be found in a place called the Eye of Ice and Fire, a place she couldn't return to herself. In the following days, I was interrogating Zhong while taking care of Dugu Shui. However, her abdominal injury became increasingly severe and started to fester. The guy who ambushed me woke up and said he used a homemade beast poison, which had no antidote. My heart sank. Dugu Shui instead comforted me, saying she would have died long ago without me. Looking at her pale face, I felt heartbroken. The next day, as soon as I returned to Shrek, I exploded. There was no time for small talk with my classmates. I rushed with Dugu Shui to the Sea God Pavilion, the highest level hospital in the academy. My classmate Yi Fanqing turned pale when he saw the situation and quickly took her for treatment. Old Kong came to deal with the matters of the Holy Spirit sect, and I handed over Zhong, only requesting that they not touch Nangong Qian. The boy I had captured was also sent back by the teacher. I was so busy that day, I barely had time to breathe, and I even rejected an invitation from Wang Tianyu and the others to dinner. In the end, Dugu Shui was saved, but Yi Fanqing told me she would need a long time to recover. Her kidneys were almost failing, and if I hadn't returned quickly, even the big shots of the Sea God Pavilion would have been helpless. Even so, the aftereffects were still significant. After hearing this, I was completely exhausted and went straight back to the dormitory to crash, not even bothering to go see Chu Linger. Let me tell you, the next day I was waiting downstairs early in the morning for my little ancestor, Chu Linger. But guess what? I didn't see a single shadow. I was puzzled at the time. This girl usually doesn't like attending classes, but she absolutely never arrives late. What was going on today? Time was running out, so I could only take a bite of dry food and head toward the back mountain. Little did I know, an even bigger knife was waiting for me in the back mountain. As soon as I arrived at the usual training place, I saw my master, Xiao, phone packing up his things. I quickly approached him and offered to help, but he waved his hand for me to step aside and then handed me a booklet. I looked down and saw it was titled Assassination Handbook. Wow, my heart sank. This script is not right. Sure enough, my master spoke up, saying he had been observing me for the past half-month. He mentioned that while I was quick at planning, I faltered when it came to execution, especially during the encounter with Han Kuangming. I should have retreated, but I chose to confront him head-on, which is a big taboo in the assassin world. I lowered my head and said I just didn't want Shrek to be threatened, nor did I want to disappoint my master. After hearing this, he smiled helplessly and said that this was precisely what he valued in me. But a sentimental assassin can never become a top-tier one. My voice trembled as I asked him, "Master, are you leaving?" His hands, which were packing, suddenly froze. He said, "Silly disciple, I've taught you everything I can. There are many people on the mainland who need me." I became anxious and replied, "But I need you too. There are so many things I'm not familiar with. I haven't mastered the 3 steps of assassination, and whenever I encounter a strong enemy, I lose my head." Before I could finish my sentence, he suddenly clapped his hands in front of me, leaving me stunned. He looked at me and pierced through my heart with his words. "You are too dependent. Normally, you act like an Iron Man, shouldering everything on your own. But as soon as there's someone you can lean on, you turn into a 3-year-old child. This habit is not good. As a man, if you pretend to be strong for too long, you'll truly become strong." He also said, if Shrek Academy has stood for so many years, and it needs a little brat like me to protect it, that would be truly ridiculous. After saying that, he patted my head, shouldered his bag, and left without looking back. I stood there in a daze, his words stamped into my mind like a steel seal. Tears couldn't hold back and flowed down my cheeks. And in the end, I cried until I fainted on the grass, still tightly clutching the book he had personally written, the Assassination Handbook. I waited the whole day, sitting downstairs in the dormitory waiting for Chu Linger, and guess who arrived first? Du Shui. She came up and asked who I was waiting for. And I said I was waiting for my girlfriend, and I asked her how her injury was. She was quite straightforward, just 4 words, permanent renal failure. My brows furrowed. This is no joke. She seemed to take it lightly, saying that as long as she could return to the ice and fire duality eye, it could be cured. But she couldn't go back now. I thought her mother should have gone to find Saturn, but after so many years with no news, she was probably gone. Seeing me silent, she said nonchalantly, "If she's dead, then she's dead. After all, this life of mine was saved by you. However, I have a request." Then she stood up, looking down at me, and threw out a shocking request. "I want to have a child with you." I was stunned at the time. Who understands this? Family? What kind of plot twist is this? I was completely taken aback. I looked at her serious expression, my mouth twitching uncontrollably, and tentatively asked, "May I ask how old you are, miss?" 21. "Do you know my age?" She thought for a moment and guessed, 16? 18? At that time, I was really taken aback. I was only 13. When I revealed my real age, her mouth dropped open as if she could fit an egg in it. With a face full of disbelief, I could only comfort her in a very strange way. "See, don't be so pessimistic. Maybe Annie is still alive. If she is going to die, she has to wait until I'm an adult." After hearing this, she laughed and cried, holding her stomach, saying that this little brat really knows how to comfort people. In the end, she left me with a line. "All right, I'll wait for you for 5 years. But you have to marry me in 5 years. Wow, is this thing on installment plan?" She said those fierce words were taken from street novels. Unbelievable. Just as she left, my little spy, Su Luo, came to inform me that Chu Linger was sulking in the cafeteria and had hid her food, but wasn't eating. As soon as I heard this, I understood that this girl was genuinely jealous. I thanked Luluo and slowly walked to the cafeteria, preparing to surprise her. However, when I arrived at the cafeteria, I was shocked by the scene. A guy named Yikida from the inner court was using his momentum to pressure Chu Linger and harassing her. My brothers, including Confronting, and even my deadliest rival, Shui, Qing Tian, and Tang Xiao, stood up to back her up. Yikida had someone supporting him, as Dai Lin was giving him a dark look from the corner. Shui Qing Tian was really fired up, seeing that Yikida wouldn't back down. He directly threw his plate at Dai Lin. The soup splashed all over Dai Lin, and he pointed his finger at him, cursing, "Dai Lin, I thought I was petty enough, but it turns out you were even worse. You actually called your royal dogs from the Xinglua Empire to harass Lin Xian's woman? Do you even count as a man?" The murderous look in Shui Qing Tian's eyes scared Yikida into silence. Just as that guy named Yikida was about to shout again, I happened to arrive. When he retreated, he bumped right into me. I didn't even look at him and directly asked Confronting and the others, "What's going on? So lively?" Shueqing Tian sat down, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "A dog is barking, disturbing my meal." Even Tang Xiao said that if you keep a dog, it should be a well-behaved one. Dai Lin's face turned green, and he huffed and left. Yikida, unable to save face, threw out a harsh word and tried to slip away. I grabbed his arm with one hand and put the other hand to my ear, loudly asking him, "What did you say?" He tried to break free, but found himself as immobile as if he were caught in a vice. I coldly stared at him. "You come to provoke my girlfriend and now want to leave just like that?" He was still tough, saying, "Do you want to fight?" I let go and told him to scram. But this guy was already written into my death note. To comfort my girlfriend, family matters should not be made public. I caught up with Chu Linger and bombarded her with gifts and sweet words, finally managing to cheer this little ancestor up. The following days were simple. Apart from accompanying my girlfriend, I was frantically refining the toxic blood that Dugu Shui had given me. This stuff was simply a divine skill, allowing my spatial power to be infused with extreme poison, outputting maximum power. Finally, one day, 2 months later, my soul power suddenly shook violently, and with a ding, I had surprisingly broken through to the soul master level. I quickly ran to find Dean Yifanqing to report, and after checking my body, he was utterly dumbfounded, saying I was truly a monster. I told him that I needed his help for my 4th soul ring, and it was a 10,000-year soul beast. At first, he laughed at my big appetite, but when I mentioned that I was going to another world for this soul ring, his eyes lit up. Just a second ago, he was saying he was too busy to die, and the next second he coughed, "I just finished my official business. I'll leave tomorrow." The next day when I went to his office, it just so happened to be a live broadcast. Nangong Qian was arguing with him inside, and Dean Yifanqing had effectively placed her under house arrest, revoking all her outdoor mission rights. Nangong Qian stormed out in anger and almost bumped into me. Dean sighed, saying this was to fish for big fish with a long line. Then this old man grabbed me and took off. The speed was incredible. I felt like a wrung-out piece of clothing. By the time we arrived at the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest, I was holding onto a tree, throwing up. I had already contributed my breakfast to nature. After I recovered, I tore open a spatial rift according to the coordinates given by Yang Zhao. We dove in and directly arrived at a tropical rainforest island. As soon as Yifanqing sensed the stars at night, his expression changed, and he said, "There are actually people on the island, and they don't seem like they're from our Doloa continent." My heart sank. Yang Zhao didn't mention there were natives here. This was truly ahead of my plan. Yifanqing was quite excited, saying that a tidal Doloa could circle the world in a month, and he encouraged me to explore on my own in the future. He took me to the highest point of the island, overlooking the endless greenery, and Yang Zhao mentioned that Soul Beast was right here. Upon hearing this, Yifanqing turned to me and gave a sly smile. His eyes seemed to see right through me, and he asked, "This island wouldn't happen to have the Soul Beast you want, would it?" Good grief, I was caught. What can I say? I could only awkwardly scratch my head and admit, ahem, just one that is 10,000 years old. "Director Yi, you're the boss. Once we find it, we'll leave." He pretended to be angry, pointing at my nose and saying, "Oh, you little rascal, you've learned to lie to me. Huh? This is the last time, or you won't have a good time." After saying that, he went off to find the soul beast. I stood there, feeling both amused and helpless, thinking that if it weren't for a tidal Doloa showing up, a soul Doloa teacher would have probably been beaten to it by the people on the island. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in my head. "Lin Xuan, be careful of those people. They are definitely proficient in spatial power." I was shocked. Wasn't that my master Yang Zhao? He was awake. I quickly focused my mind and saw Yang Zhao frowning in my spiritual sea. He said, "That inheritor of Wu Yisin is truly a big trouble. This entire island has actually been hidden by me using a spatial formation. Ships that come over will just be teleported away unless they are people who understand spatial power and can wrap their strength around the ship to enter." I gasped. "So they're coming for the formation? They want to come in for an adventure?" Most likely. When I threw that little tiger in, I didn't really examine the island closely. Just as Yang Zhao finished speaking, he suddenly added, "No time to chat. Your teacher is back." Then with a whoosh, he fell silent again. When I opened my eyes, sure enough, Yifanqing had returned, dragging a half-dead white tiger, which he threw to the ground with a serious expression. "Lin Xuan, quick, tear open a spatial rift for me to go back. Something big has happened." I was dumbfounded. Huh? What happened, Director Yi? There's an evil soul master at the tidal Doloa level on the island. My head buzzed. It was over. Yang Zhao's guess had come true. The evil soul master who obtained Wu Yisin's inheritance might just be the leader of the Holy Spirit sect. And he was right on this island. I didn't dare delay any longer and immediately nodded. I can open it. Let us go. Yi Fanqing was in a hurry, grabbing me and instantly taking me back to the place we had just arrived. I raised my hand and tore open a spatial rift. And the three of us, a person and a tiger, flashed back to the Star Dou Forest. As soon as we landed, Yi Fanqing said, "You stay on the outskirts to absorb the spirit rings. I'll go back to Shrek." After saying that, he crushed a red metal and threw it into the sky. I focused and saw it was a high-level distress signal from the inner courtyard. In less than 3 minutes, several figures descended from the sky, one of whom was my old acquaintance Tyson. Tyson looked at Yi Fanqing with a puzzled expression. "Director Yi, what are you doing here?" Yi Fanqing, sounding like he was giving orders, spoke rapidly. "Tyson, no time for nonsense. Immediately return to Tangmin and tell your sect master to bring the elite here for a gathering. There's a major discovery." Then he turned to the other two. "You guys are from the Xinghua and Tiando royal families, right? Hurry back to report. Let your emperor prepare. This afternoon, someone from Shrek will come to notify that all Soul Deloa and above must be on standby." Although the three were stunned, seeing Yi Fanqing's demeanor, they didn't dare delay and quickly turned to run back to report. Then Yi Fanqing pointed at a senior student in the inner courtyard uniform and said, "Ruoda, keep an eye on my junior. If anything happens to him, you 1T need to return school." "Yes." The senior called Ruoda stood at attention. I was completely confused at first, but then I thought about the skinny, trembling white tiger next to me, and a terrifying thought emerged. Why wouldn't this tiger dare to find food on its own? Because it knew there were existences on this island that it couldn't provoke. Could it be that we had stirred up a hornet's nest at the Holy Spirit sect headquarters? Senior Ruoda leaned over and whispered to me, "Junior, there are too many people here. Once the signal is sent, all kinds of figures will come. We should withdraw first to avoid trouble." I quickly nodded. What the senior said is right. I picked up the white tiger and followed him to sneak away. Just as I turned around, I felt a cold, murderous intent sweep past my back. It was terrifying. At the same time, on the island we had just left, a handsome man in a white robe and black hair was standing in front of the spatial rift I left behind, grinning wickedly. Oh, there are traces of a spatial rift? This great formation actually has such a flaw. With a casual wave, he sealed my rift. But he didn't know that the back door left by Yang Zhao was something he could seal. When Yi Fanqing returned to Shrek, the entire academy was in a state of chaos. All teachers above Soul Dou were summoned, and numerous old-timers rushed out, heading to the two great empires. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Haoyan School, Tangmin. The entire continent sensed a storm was brewing. As for me, I thought, regardless of whether the sky was falling, I would first absorb the spirit rings. With my current strength, I wouldn't even qualify to block a knife in a fight. Half a day later, after finishing my absorption, I opened my eyes and was startled to find teacher Wang Lin in front of me, looking puzzled as he examined the white tiger's corpse. When he saw I was awake, he asked, "What kind of soul beast is this? I've never seen it in the books. It's a binding sky tiger, thought to be extinct. This might be the last one." "The last one?" No. Wang Lin shook his head, resembling someone conducting academic research. "This is a female, and there are signs of having given birth. It definitely isn't the last one." Just as I was about to speak, he casually tossed me a shiny bone. I caught it and was so excited that my hands trembled. This was a left arm bone, a soul bone. Before I could rejoice, Wang Lin punched me on the head, his mouth twitching in anger. "How many times have I told you? You must check the corpse before absorbing the spirit ring. If it weren't for that clever kid named Ruoda hiding the body, this soul bone would have brought you disaster long ago." I hurriedly admitted my mistake. Mainly, today's events were so significant that my mind was filled with the Holy Spirit sect, and I hardly had time to examine the corpse. Rubbing my head, I asked, "Teacher, why did you come as well?" "Shoo, it's confidential." He lowered his voice anyway. "Basically, all Soul Deluos from Shrek are here. This time, it mainly depends on you." Me? I was taken aback, then realized that Yi Fanqing was calling upon the strength of the entire continent to wipe out the Holy Spirit sect headquarters. And I was the one who would open the door. When the time comes, after you open the spatial rift, be careful. The academy will send someone to protect you. Wang Lin sighed, his expression serious. I patted his shoulder and casually infused a part of my spatial power comprehension into him. "Teacher, you also need to be careful. That guy from the Holy Spirit sect who understands spatial power is not easy to deal with." Wang Lin trembled all over, feeling the surge of spatial comprehension. Looking at me in surprise. "Looks like you've already guessed it," he said with emotion. "We'll set off tomorrow." The two great empires have invested heavily this time, especially the Tiandou Empire. If they don't fight hard, their homes will be stolen by the Holy Spirit sect. Just as we were speaking, Old Kong suddenly appeared and waved at me. Lin Xuan, come here for a moment. I bid farewell to Wang Lin and hurried over. Old Kong looked at the soul bone in my hand and smiled. Quick, put it away. It'll make people envious. I awkwardly put away the soul bone and then asked with a serious face, Old Kong, can you tell me specifically what you want me to do? Old Kong smiled kindly and said, Silly child, fighting is an adult's business. We are preparing to organize an advance team. When the time comes, we will give you a signal, and you just need to tear open the space rift as wide as you can. I'll do my best, I said, and suddenly placed my hand on Old Kong's shoulder, imparting a wave of spatial insights to him. Then I took out the island map Yang Zhao gave me. Old Kong, the spatial power of that evil soul master is very strange. There's a large formation he set up on the island. I request you to take me in to destroy the formation's core. Otherwise, there will be unnecessary casualties. No way. Absolutely not. Old Kong refused without a second thought. It's too dangerous. I can't guarantee your safety. Just then, a hunchbacked old man walked out from behind Old Kong, smiling and saying, I'll take him. Upon seeing him, Old Kong immediately bowed respectfully. Old Xiao, Kong Shu, you're just too cautious. Old Xiao waved his hand. I'll take this little fellow to explore the way. Before tomorrow, I must see the reinforcements from the two empires. Old Kong could only agree helplessly. I looked at the hunchbacked old man in front of me, a bit incredulous that this was actually the sea god pavilion master, the pillar of Shrek, the ultimate duel. Old Xiao saw my thoughts and smiled, disappointed. I answered honestly, forgive my rudeness, I am indeed a little. Old Xiao laughed heartily. I'm old, half my body is already in the ground. Enough talk, time is tight, let's go. We arrived at the space rift, and Old Long stopped me, handing me a black orb. Remember, if you encounter danger, throw this out. Even a titled Dolual would lose half their life from a hit. I nodded and stepped into the rift with Old Xiao. As soon as we arrived on the island, I felt something was off, as if I was being watched. Old Xiao waved his hand casually, and that feeling disappeared. Sure enough, the Holy Spirit Church had an ultimate Dolual. Old Xiao's expression was serious. Kid, can you find the formation's core? I quickly called Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao told me that the large formation on this island was actually set up by him to raise soul beasts, but it was seized by the Holy Spirit Church. He left a back door for me to go to a specific spatial node by the sea and just punch it. I asked Old Xiao, where's the main hall? Old Xiao stomped his foot right beneath our feet. I understood and carefully made my way through the rainforest to the seaside. Just as I was about to step onto the surface of the water, I froze. Beneath my feet were countless invisible spatial threads, hundreds of them. That would be noticed if touched. I dared not move recklessly and directly activated my first soul skill, catching a seabird flying overhead and throwing it over. The next second, the seabird was instantly shredded. Immediately, that tall, handsome man appeared at the spot where the seabird died, frowning in confusion. Now's the time. I signaled to Old Xiao, and the 9 soul rings behind him suddenly lit up. The man was so frightened that he turned to tear open the space to escape, but I couldn't let him succeed. 4th soul skill, space binding. A cold light flashed in my eyes, directly freezing him in place for a second. Not to mention him, even Yang Zhao said that this move could freeze even a god for a moment. Old Zhao's golden giant sword came down, directly cleaving the man in half, and his body fell into the sea. I breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran to the formation's core, punching down. Done. But we didn't know that the body that fell to the sea floor suddenly opened its eyes, grinned eerily, and tore open a space rift to disappear. We returned to the Star Dou Forest, and when I reported the situation, Old Long took me away, saying that I, as a small character, should not interfere with the upcoming meeting. Early the next morning, I was dragged to be a tool, tearing open a huge space rift wide enough for 3 people to pass side by side. Then Shrek's Soul Delaw and Tidal Delaw surged in like a dark wave. The battle erupted instantly, and Old Long punched the island, causing the entire island to shake. Teacher Wang Lin took me up into the sky, and I watched helplessly as countless powerful beings fought above and below, with the whole island continually sinking into the sea during the battle. This fight lasted for 3 days and nights. After the battle subsided, Old Long appeared beside the rift, covered in blood, pointing to a body and telling me to come over. Old Kong also arrived, his face pale. Lin Xuan, Old Xiao is seriously injured and needs urgent treatment. You must reopen the rift. I tried, but found that I couldn't open it no matter what. Just then, a prince from the Tiandou Empire roared. Are you even capable? Hurry up. We have many people waiting to be saved. I couldn't be bothered with him, but Yang Zhao's voice echoed in my mind. Don't try anymore. Someone on the other side is sealing the rift. The spatial node is gone. You can't open it. Let them fly back. It's not far from the mainland. My heart sank as I repeated this to them. The people from the Empire were furious, cursing me for being useless while organizing to destroy the remaining formation. Preparing to fly back. Old Kong pulled me away and then told me what had happened in the past 3 days. Shrek, as the first wave of the assault team, suffered heavy losses. The Holy Spirit Church had hundreds of soul saints self-destructing collectively. The scene was simply catastrophic. Old Xiao, in order to kill the Holy Spirit Church's leader, ultimately shattered all his soul rings, using the secret technique of the Haotian sect to perish together with the enemy. Now, he was just an ordinary person, and that escaping tall, handsome man was the culprit who prevented Old Xiao from getting treatment in time. At the rift exit in the Star Dou Forest, we saw the 3 healing-type tidal duels and the body of that super duel. The scene was in shambles. Everyone was silent. This time, the Tiando Empire suffered the most. For out of 7 tidal duels died, 2 were severely injured, and the Holy Spirit Church was madly targeting them. Once the 2 empires separated, Old Kong looked worried. With the Tiando Empire's high-end combat power heavily damaged, the Xinghua Empire would surely have other intentions. Teacher Wang Lin and I stayed on the sinking island, and I asked him to search for the body of that tall, handsome man at the bottom of the sea. 5 minutes later, Wang Lin returned, shaking his head at me. Sure enough, he had escaped. Back at school, I almost knelt down to apologize to Chu Linger to make her happy. But the next day, before I could settle in, Old Long called me to the training ground, saying the reserve team selection had been moved up. Old Long's eyes were bloodshot. He took a sip of wine and told me that Old Xiao was not dead, but he wanted to see the new generation's hope one last time. Just as I was feeling sad, Dai Lin walked in. Old Long pointed at me, saying to Dai Lin, "Your first assessment is to defeat him." I understood. Dai Lin stared at me fiercely, and I knew this was our last duel. I didn't waste words and stood directly in front of him. He roared, activating his 4th soul skill and soul bone skill simultaneously, increasing the gravitational field and slamming a palm towards me. I smiled, activating my 4th soul skill, bind. Dai Lin instantly froze in place. I didn't dodge his large palm print and directly raised the Xintian shield to withstand it. He reacted, pulling out a long spear from his storage bag and thrusting it at me. I used my 2nd soul skill, space cutting, to block it, then grabbed the spear and threw it back at him like a boomerang. He used his white tiger transformation to swat the spear away and immediately unleashed a white tiger light wave. I knew I had to subdue him today. After my 3rd soul skill's shield blocked the light wave, it shattered, and the shards transformed into countless thorn-like projectiles aimed at him. Surprisingly, he didn't defend and directly slapped toward my head. Trying to trade lives with me? My left arm flashed with white light as the 10,000-year soul bone skill, Void, activated, allowing his tiger claw to pass through my illusion. I instantly appeared behind him, grabbing his arm and executing a shoulder throw, then pinning my knee firmly against his neck. No matter how he struggled, looking at the 4 soul rings behind me, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, he finally unwillingly gave up. Lin Xuan wins, Elder Long announced expressionlessly. After Dai Lin left, Elder Long told me that the Star Luo Empire had recalled all royal descendants. War was imminent. This encirclement seemed more like a conspiracy to weaken the Heaven Dou Empire and Shrek Academy. Forcing me to fight Dai Lin was Elder Long's selfish desire. He didn't want Dai Lin to hold a grudge against Shrek once he became emperor. I clenched my fists and assured Elder Long that I would grow quickly and protect Shrek. In the afternoon, the preparatory team selection officially began. In the free-for-all, only 7 people would remain. Xueqing, Tian, and Dai Lin had already left, and the remaining opponents were no match for us. Confrontation waved at me, and I pulled Chu Linger to join their team. When I revealed my soul ring, the whole place gasped. Chu Linger hugged my arm, feeling incredibly proud. The battle was without suspense. The 7 of us easily crushed the competition. Confrontation was still a bit unsatisfied. It's so boring. Dai Lin and Xueqing Tian actually ran away. Elder Long looked at the eliminated students and simply waved his hand. "Go back. Class will be held as usual tomorrow." The group that was eliminated looked dispirited. Let me tell you, Elder Long really knows how to motivate people. He started to scold them. "Look at your lack of ambition. It's just 1 loss. They practiced a few years earlier than you. You still have 5 years. Can't you surpass them and reclaim this position in 5 years? Acting like you're all wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. What kind of Shrek students are you? Hey, you can't say it doesn't work." Once he pumped them up, those guys really did get it. Their eyes lit up After all, Confrontation and the others were experienced. They purposely repeated a year to grab this position. And they were still young, with plenty of opportunities to replicate their success. Then, our 7-member new preparatory team was directly dismissed by Elder Long to rest, saying that from today on, we were official preparatory members and didn't even need to attend classes. Confrontation, the big brother, immediately patted his chest and said he would treat us to dinner that night to welcome us. Liu Yang quietly warned me, "Be careful. Confrontation is known as the drunken immortal. You're in for a night." I chuckled to myself at the time, thinking how scary could it be, but by evening, I realized I was wrong, completely wrong. Who understands the family dynamics? A whole table of people, and in the end, everyone was down except for him, standing on the table, singing loudly. As for me, I was helplessly lying on the table, and beside me, Chu Linger had already fallen asleep against me. During this meal, we got to know each other. The girl who had been following Confrontation was named Lin Meng, and she was his girlfriend. At first, everyone was chatting pleasantly, but after a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere started to change. The first to go down was someone named Liu Qiao, but I always felt he was just pretending. Slowly, only I, Confrontation, and his girlfriend Lin Meng were left at the table. Then, it turned into the current situation. Confrontation got drunk and started boasting while holding on to me. "Lin Xuan, you are the future of Shrek. Money June and I, to put it nicely, are just conserving our strength, but in reality, we are just being cowardly. We're already 19, and the next competition is age-restricted, but you're only 13. You can compete in 2 tournaments. I have high hopes for you." I clinked glasses with him, speechless, and said, "Senior, you've had too much to drink." As a result, his girlfriend Lin Meng directly pulled him over, soothing him like a child. Only then did I realize that Liu Qiao and Qian Jun were hiding their laughter with their heads on the table. They weren't drunk at all. So it turns out I'm the only honest one who actually got drunk. What was even more shocking was that Confrontation started acting spoiled. "No, I want to sleep with you." Lin Meng said the school doesn't allow that. He replied, "Then let's sleep outside." Wow. Liu Yang, Qian Jun, and the others were laughing so hard they were rolling on the ground. My worldview shattered. The imposing Confrontation, when drunk, turned out to be a mama's boy. Qian Jun even chimed in, saying that Lin Meng would become bolder after drinking, which is what they call a contrast cuteness. I really had no strength to criticize. These two are truly a match made in heaven, a perfect chemical reaction. After finishing that meal and drinking, the next day, something big happened. Let me tell you, this kid Lin Xuan played a big hand, hiding it from everyone, with only Yi Fanqing knowing. What was he planning? He was going to challenge someone above his level. He directly wanted to duel a senior named Yukita from the official team. What were the stakes? If he won, he would take Yukita's position as an official member. If he lost, he would be kicked out of Shrek and never allowed to join any team again in his life. Damn, this was like putting his career on the gambling table. Kong and the others were almost going crazy, but Old Long actually agreed. Early the next morning, Lin Xuan arrived alone at the training ground, and Old Long was there waiting for him as promised, even handing him information about Yukita. I took a glance. He was a level 57 soul king, with a martial soul called the Mighty Diamond Bear, and all his skills were hard control and gravity-related, clearly wanting to use his attributes to completely suppress Lin Xuan. By the time the rest of us arrived and learned about this, we were all dumbfounded. Liu Qiao directly asked Qian Jun to slap him to see if he was dreaming. Qian Jun actually slapped him so hard he flew. Confrontation was stunned and said, "Lin Xuan, are you crazy? That's a 57-level soul king." Yet Lin Xuan just held on to Chu Linger, calmly saying, "This is my business. Even if I lose, I accept it. Compared to my beloved, what is the glory of a big competition? It's insignificant." Chu Linger believed in him the whole time, just smiling. Before long, the main event arrived. Yukita came with a group of inner courtyard people, looking down on us, so arrogant. Among them was Nangong Qian, coldly staring at Lin Xuan as if looking at a corpse. Yukita was even more excited. If he defeated Lin Xuan, he wouldn't be only clear obstacle for the Star Luo Empire, but also gain credit in front of Dai Lin, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Old Long directly stomped his foot, and a 100-meter arena rose from the ground, pushing everyone else to the side. The match began, and using soul skills and weapons other than martial souls was not allowed. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. As soon as the match started, Ikita's grandson went straight in without any honor, launching a 3-hit combo right away with tracking and gravity amplification, slamming his palm down on Lin Xuantian's head. The way it looked, it seemed like Lin Xuantian's brain was about to explode any second. But what happened? Lin Xuantian smiled. As soon as he activated his 4th soul skill, The tracking failed, and with a teleport, he appeared behind Ikeda, striking back with a sword. Ikeda was so scared that his soul almost flew out. He quickly activated his golden body to withstand it, but he still got a cut on his waist, breaking his defense right there. He couldn't take the humiliation of being injured by Junior, so he went all out. His fifth soul skill, gravity compression. I watched as Lin Xuan was bombarded with sounds, instantly suppressed, unable to move. Following that, Ikeda slapped him again, and Lin Xuan was sent flying, spitting blood at the edge of the arena. Ikeda thought he had in the bag and rushed up to finish him off. Lin Xuan looked like he was out of options, even releasing his martial soul, kneeling there. Just when everyone thought it was over, a miracle happened. The moment Ikeda's palm came down, Lin Xuan executed a strange turn, using the force to throw Ikeda off the stage. Then he pulled out a hammer and smashed it down on his back. That guy was quick to react, turning in midair to block with his hand. But he was already falling. But Elder Long didn't call for a stop, because Ikeda used his gravity skill to force himself back onto the stage. Just as he was about to counterattack in fury, Lin Xuan transformed. His hair turned green, and he had 2 green daggers in his hands, transforming into a deadly poison assassin. In a swift move, he made a small cut on Ikeda's body and then withdrew. Ikeda was about to curse when he suddenly knelt down, trembling all over. He was poisoned. Wow, that was clean and decisive. Ikeda was furious, roaring in defiance. Lin Xuan stepped up and slapped him. Your inability to accept it is none of my business? You're already out. Elder Long couldn't watch any longer, knocking Ikeda out with a hand chop and dragging him away, declaring Lin Xuan the winner. Our reserve team immediately tossed Lin Xuan into the air, and the whole place erupted. Then came the time for public display of affection, as Lin Xuan kissed Chu Linger right in front of everyone, not stopping until they were nearly breathless. Unbelievable. Even the aloof Nangong Qian blushed, as if remembering someone. After that, the new and old team members introduced themselves, including Captain Li Yi, the cool and elegant Nangong Qian, and the chef soul master Yu Shao, a whole bunch of people. The key was that the senior brother Wang Tianyu showed up, talking like there was no tomorrow, keeping Lin Xuan and Chu Linger behind, and in front of Chu Ling. He accidentally revealed Lin Xuantian's plan to use Nangong Qian as bait. This blew everything up. As soon as Wang Tianyu left, Chu Linger exploded, pinching the flesh on Lin Xuantian's waist, demanding a confession. Lin Xuan explained that it was to catch a big fish from the Holy Spirit sect. Chu Linger got even angrier. Oh, you're so good at flirting with other women, but with me, you turn into a blockhead? Tell me, how many others have you hidden from me? Lin Xuan, nervous, stammered and ended up confessing about Dugu Shui. Now he was in real trouble. Chu Linger slapped him and ran away. Lin Xuan was really dumbfounded, chasing after her and trying to explain, but Chu Linger, in a fit of anger, turned around and punched him in the chest, making him spit blood. This was no act. Chu Linger was startled, but still stubbornly claimed that his emotional ploy wouldn't work. Lin Xuan wiped the blood and began to pour out his heart, saying everything he did was to get stronger to protect her. But he was too foolish to express himself and was afraid of guessing her feelings wrong and making her angry. But Chu Linger still walked away, crying, "You don't understand what I want at all." Lin Xuan just collapsed. At that moment, 2 people jumped out from the bushes, Kong Dijin and Liu Yang. These 2 guys had been watching the drama unfold and couldn't take it anymore. Kong Dijin slapped Lin Xuan across the face, shouting, "What are you afraid of? Just let it end like this? Go tell her the truth. What's wrong with a man wanting to protect a woman?" Liu Yang also pulled him, yelling, "If you don't chase after her, you'll lose her forever. Do you think anyone in this world loves her more than you do? Go after her." Just then, Chu Linger was stopped by Lin Ming, sitting on a bench and crying. After hearing this, Lin Xuan felt like he was injected with adrenaline, tearing through space with a loud rip and jumping out from the crack, shouting, "Chu Linger," and he grabbed her by both shoulders. I tell you, that Lin Xian kid is quite ruthless. He went straight in and said, "I don't care. I admit I was wrong. I don't know what you're thinking, but I don't believe anyone else could have done what I've done. I'm just being domineering. So what? Once you become my woman, Lin Xian, you can forget about running away for the rest of your life. That's what I promised your master." After saying that, he went in for a kiss. Let me tell you, the 2 strategists hiding in the woods, Kong Dijin and Liu Yang, were about to pop champagne, excitedly high-fiving each other, declaring the operation a great success. Lin Xian's kiss was like returning the one Chu Linger gave him in the morning. The 2 made up, and Chu Linger was smiling through her tears, playfully punching his chest, admitting that she really said nothing, leaving Lin Xuan feeling uncertain. In the end, she leaned close to Lin Xuan's ear and whispered, "Fool, what I like the most is what you give me." Oh, they have made up. The two were sweet for a while, and then Chu Linger spoke up. "By the way, where is that Dou Shui you mentioned? I want to meet her." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan said sure and took her with him. Let me tell you, they went straight to the north of Shrek City, a place so desolate. Basically a slum, inhabited by war orphans and homeless people. And guess what? They saw Dou Shui, whose face was as pale as paper. Looking so sick she seemed like she could collapse at any moment, yet she was there teaching a bunch of little kids how to read. At that moment, I thought to myself, this girl is really something. Her heart is genuinely kind. After her class ended, we walked over. Lin Xuan handed her a bunch of herbs and advised her to go lie down, not to overexert herself. Dou Shui just smiled, then looked at Chu Ling Er and asked, "Is this the Chu Ling Er you often mention?" Chu Ling Er was quite polite and bowed. Lin Xuan chimed in, jokingly saying, "Ling Er insisted on coming to see what the situation is with the one who's been shouting about marrying me." As a result, Dou Shui's next words completely fried my CPU. She said, "Yes, I could live an extra 10 years if I just lay in bed. But working hard like this will only give me 5 or 6 years at most. Instead of wasting time lying down, I'd rather use these 5 years to help the children." Lin Xuan, hearing this, felt quite helpless and said, "In 4 years, I'll take you to Sunset Forest and see if we can use the power of space to send you back to the ice and fire duality eye." Can you guess what Dou Shui said? She shook her head. "For years won't work, let's make it 3. Lin Xuan was puzzled. Why? Dou Shui glanced at Chu Ling Er beside her, smirked, and dropped a nuclear bomb. "Because in 3 years, my body can still hold out for a year, and I want to have a child with Lin Xuan." Let me tell you, if Lin Xuan had any saliva in his mouth at that moment, it would have shot out 3 meters high. He quickly waved his hands. "Don't misunderstand. I never agreed." Chu Ling Er's face turned completely red, and she trembled with anger. "How can you be so shameless? He is my man." Family members who understands this kind of high-level confrontation, where the main wife and the mistress face off, and the mistress comes in with a sincere approach that directly kills the conversation. Du Guxu even apologisé, saying she just speaks her mind and knows that Lin Xuan doesn't like to hide things. In the end, she still stated that she wouldn't compete and knew that Lin Xuan wouldn't accept her. This matter could be considered barely settled. After coming out, Lin Xuan also felt quite uncomfortable, thinking that Dou Shui was truly a pity. After they finished their meal, they took a walk by the sea god lake, and Chu Ling Er asked him, "Are you really going to accept Dou Shui?" As they talked, she confessed first, "I've changed my mind. I really want to monopolize you." Lin Xuan found it strange. He felt that Chu Ling Er had changed into a different person lately, ever since they started living apart. This girl had been acting increasingly odd. Being suspicious was one thing, but now she even seemed more cheerful, laughing and chatting with unfamiliar men. This was unimaginable before. Just as he asked, Chu Ling Er herself seemed taken aback, as if she hadn't realized her own change. At that moment, something explosive happened. Chu Ling Er suddenly stopped, and Lin Xuan almost bumped into her. The next second, she abruptly turned around, activated her martial spirit, and threw a punch straight at Lin Xuan's face. Lin Xuan was startled and quickly dodged using the power of space. When he looked again, Chu Ling Er's eyes had changed from black to blue, and her entire aura had transformed. Lin Xuan's heart skipped a beat, and he said solemnly, "Chu Ling Er's 3 souls coexist. I knew something was off with you recently. Which of your souls is starting to merge?" That Chu Ling Er sneered, deactivating her martial spirit, and said, "You guessed right. I know you have questions in your heart. That's why I came out." She paused and dropped a heavyweight revelation. "I am Chu Ling Er's aunt, Chu Qing Er." "What the heck? Aunt?" Lin Xuan was dumbfounded, unable to react for a moment. He said he didn't believe it, as Chu Ling Er had never mentioned having relatives. Then this Chu Qing Er said that she had always been in the spiritual sea of Chu Ling Er's mother, and after her mother died, she entered Chu Ling Er to fight against another soul, the soul of the 9-tailed fox. She also said she wanted to help Chu Ling Er, and the way to do that was to merge their souls and bodies. Without thinking, Lin Xuan refused. "I refuse." Chu Qing Er directly mocked him. "What qualifications do you have to refuse? Are you a qualified lover?" I have to tell you, Lin Xuan has really lost it. He walked straight up to her, forehead to forehead, and said, "Isn't it my call? I want to ask her myself." After saying that, he directly projected his spirit out, intending to dive into Chu Ling Er's mind for a confrontation. What happened next? He was kicked out by her, and his spiritual C went into maintenance mode, access denied. By the time Lin Xuan's spirit returned, Chu Linger was already holding her head, looking confused and asking, "Did I just fall asleep?" Goodness, this Chu Qing'er voluntarily stepped down. Lin Xian's heart raced with alarm. This matter was too serious, and he had to find Wu Xingduo, who was Chu Linger's master, to clarify things. This matter hung in the air, and the next day, their reserve team began training. Leading them was Kong Daijing's grandfather, Old Man Kong. This old man directly pulled Lin Xuan aside, saying that he was too strong in solo combat and not a team player, so he needed special training to develop his assault capabilities. He brought out a Soul King-level puppet armed to the teeth for Lin Xuan to fight. Old Man Kong started painting a grand picture, saying that for the team and to defeat a genius named Su Tianzi from a sect called Yutian sect in the future, he must train. Lin Xuan was left dazed. What was the result? It was all nonsense. By the end, the old man let it slip that he had bet with another old man and was using Lin Xuan as a pawn, planning to have him spar with a 15-year-old. Level 48 defense-type soul master, whose martial soul was a Xianming turtle, in half a month. Lin Xuan felt numb. But there was no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. So, for the next 7 days, Lin Xuan acted like a fool, smashing the iron canister puppet wildly, trying every method he could think of, but it was no use. He couldn't break its defense, and he was almost worn out. His mentality was about to collapse when Old Man Kong reminded him. If it were your master, Xiaofeng, what would he do? Only then did Lin Xuan calm down, starting to give up the brute force approach and instead began to observe and look for weaknesses. Just when he was deep in thought, Chu Linger pulled him to eat. And in the evening, they went to a small auction. When they finished their snacks and returned to the academy, just as they arrived in front of the dormitory building, an old man stopped them. Chu Linger saw him and joyfully rushed over. "Master, I tell you, the person who came is the Wuxing Doloa." Lin Xuan was overjoyed. He had asked Old Kong to find someone 7 days ago, and he finally brought this elusive big shot here. After sending Chu Linger away, Lin Xuan immediately used spatial power to bring Wuxing Doloa to the Sea God Lake and recounted everything about Chu Qing'er in detail. I tell you, after the old man heard this, his face turned green on the spot, and he couldn't control his anger, exuding a murderous aura. He patted Lin Xuan's shoulder and said with lingering fear, "Well done, Xiao Xian. If it weren't for your courage to directly invade her spiritual sea, I'm afraid Chu Qing'er's scheme would have succeeded." Lin Xuan quickly asked, "Is she really Chu Linger's aunt?" Wuxing Doloa's next sentence made Lin Xuan's hair stand on end. This part is true, but she is also an evil soul master. What? An evil soul master? The old man's expression darkened as he explained that Chu Qing'er was indeed an evil soul master, captured by her sister and brother-in-law, who were Chu Linger's parents, and was supposed to be executed to give the world an explanation. However, Chu Linger's mother was too soft-hearted and used her own spiritual sea to save a fragment of her younger sister's soul. Lin Xuan broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. This wasn't just a little contradiction. This was a deep-seated blood feud. That Chu Qing'er wouldn't be trying to borrow a body to be reborn while plotting revenge against her sister, would she? Wuxing Doloa comforted him, saying that soul fusion generally retains the main soul's memory and personality, so the impact wouldn't be too great. But he was still worried about what tricks this evil soul master, Chu Qing'er, might play. Finally, Wuxing Doloa mentioned Dugu Shui, saying that the poison Doloa that Shrek was looking for, who is Dugu Shui's mother, had long been missing. Moreover, he had predicted Dugu Shui's fate years ago, foreseeing that she would die young. The implication was clear. Dugu Shui might really be destined for such an end. Before leaving, the old man told Lin Xuan that he would be investigating the matter of the three souls coexisting with a few old friends, and it would take about 5 years to return, urging him to take good care of Linger. Lin Xuan patted his chest and promised that as long as he was alive, he would never let anything happen to Chu Linger. I thought that after sending off the old man, Lin Xuan would finally have a few days of peace, right? But good heavens. The very next day, he was taking a train with the seniors in the inner courtyard. When I arrived, Chu Linger's eyes were still red and swollen, clearly from crying badly last night. That kid Lin Xuan was quite good at comforting her, patting her head, and saying something like, "Don't cry, I'm here, oh my." That's some serious dog food. Once everyone was present, Old Kong stood up, instantly radiating authority. The people from the inner courtyard were all looking down their noses, especially the guy named Yi, who was acting all high and mighty. Old Kong directly issued the order. No using the sixth soul skill. Let the battle begin. I thought to myself, isn't this bullying? The opponents were all at the Soul King and Soul Emperor level, while our highest was only at the Soul Sect level. As expected, the other side didn't even bother discussing tactics. It was as if they had crushing victory written all over their faces. Meanwhile, Confrontation was still earnestly arranging things on our side, saying something about the 2-3-2 formation. Qianjun, hold your ground. Lin Xuan, charge in, and it was just heartbreaking to listen to. The match began. With a shout from Confrontation, my heart was in my throat. The opponent, named Nangong Qian, immediately wanted to unleash her ultimate move. Guess what happened? That kid Lin Xuan really didn't play fair. He used an immobilization spell to freeze her in midair, then tore open a spatial rift and teleported behind her, grabbing her and throwing her off the stage. I was ready to pop the champagne, but then an opponent named Liu Yuhang suddenly produced a clone and managed to rescue Nangong Qian. Immediately, the scene turned chaotic. On our side, Liu Yang started going wild, mumbling about delicious, crispy, grilled hot dogs, buffing his teammates. Chu Linger ate the hot dog and threw a charm at the icy beauty Tang Yumiya. But she didn't even bat an eyelash and instantly froze Linger into an ice sculpture. Can you believe it? This ice sculpture even had a reflection damage effect. And Tang Yumiya let out a muffled groan herself. Lin Xuan wanted to take advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack. But Tang Yumiya set up an ice formation, frosting the entire ground. She knew exactly where he was, and countless ice spikes chased after him, forcing him to flee in embarrassment. On the other side, things were even worse. That Li Yi unleashed his fifth soul skill, Inferno of Heaven, and the flames spread everywhere. Kong Daijin and the others didn't even have a chance to struggle and directly surrendered. Nangong Qian also recovered, and once her martial soul activated, she turned into a Shura, swiftly taking out Liu Yang and Lin Ming in 2 moves. In an instant, only Lin Xuan and Qianjun, who was completely baffled, were left on our side. Qianjun eventually collapsed to the ground, looking miserable and saying, "I can't do anything anymore." He had used all 5 soul skills and hadn't even touched Liu Yuhang's clothing hem. Alright, seeing us being so weak, the opponents decided to hold back. Li Yi and Liu Yuhang left the stage, leaving only the icy beauty Tang Yumiya and a guy I didn't recognize. That guy named Gue Jihai came up and told Lin Xuan that he wanted to duel him to earn a legitimate spot on the main team. Let me tell you, Gue Jihua is definitely a tough guy. His bones crackled all over, and with his 3rd soul skill, Stone-Breaking Sky Shock, he came charging like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that Lin Xuan almost didn't react in time. At the last moment, he used the Soul Bone skill Void to barely dodge. Gue Jihua crashed into the edge of the arena, shook his head, and then covered himself with a thick, tough skin, making his whole body as hard as stone. Lin Xuan saw this and thought, "Hey, this is getting interesting. Isn't this just a moving puppet? Perfect for me to practice on." He directly transformed into a Haoyan hammer and smashed down from the sky. However, Gue Jihua was even fiercer, using his 4th soul skill, Astonishing Sigh, to forcibly grab Lin Xuan and slammed him down to the ground with a high-altitude throw. Following that, he executed a ground tremor, leaving Lin Xuan dazed on the spot. Gue Jihua thought he had it in the bag and began to charge his 5th soul skill, preparing to KO Lin Xuan with a single punch. But he never expected that this kid Lin Xuan had a cheat. Once the bloodline power activated, the dizziness was instantly cleared. With a sweeping kick, he knocked Gue Jihua down, followed by a series of frantic punches. Unfortunately, Gue Jihua had rock armor, so it didn't break through his defense. Gue Jihua wanted to use ground tremor again, but Lin Xuan had wised up and opened a spatial rift to create distance. I was anxious just watching how to fight. Poison was ineffective against him, and physical attacks didn't break through his defense. Just then, Lin Xuan suddenly remembered Elder Kong's words. The difference between a person and a puppet is that a person can feel fear. He had an epiphany. When Gue Jihua came crashing in again with Stone-Breaking Sky Shock, Lin Xuan surprisingly didn't dodge and braced himself sideways. He was knocked dizzy, but the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He endured the intense pain and took advantage of the moment when Gue Jihua attacked to use the Soul Bone skill Void for the 3rd time. This was the moment. Gue Jihua's punch missed, and Lin Xuan instantly closed in, executing a beautiful back throw, covering his eyes with his right hand while pressing a dagger against the weakest spot on his neck with his left hand. "Senior, you lost." The whole arena fell silent. Gue Jihua struggled for a moment, but ultimately gave up. Lin Xuan also breathed a sigh of relief and directly collapsed on the ground. His soul power, soul bone, energy, and bloodline power were all exhausted. This operation, I can only say, heeded the advice and focused on a limit counterattack. Elder Kong happily walked up to the stage, praising them, and then reorganized everyone into teams for a large chaotic battle. Lin Xuan was the first to be eliminated as his blue bar was empty. In the end, Li also lost to Nangang Qian because he was short one soul ring. Oh, and there was a bizarre duel between Yu Xiao and Lu Yang. One had a martial soul that was a meatball, and the other a hot dog. They fought and managed to pack the entire dinner for everyone, leaving us burping. After the training session ended, the people from the inner court left, and Elder Kong kept us, a bunch of dejected rookies, behind. Qian Jun was wailing. I feel like a total waste. Elder Kong's words were really sharp, tearing them apart, saying things like, your boxing soul was led around by a sensitive attack system. Your teammate has issues. Congenital, you, a strong attack system, were taken out by an area skill. How embarrassing. And your formation, unbeatable against peers, but who are you? You are the genius of Shrek. A few words directly made them silent, but also reignited their fighting spirit. Qian Jun and the others' eyes burned with fire again. It was just one loss, right? They still had 10 chances. After the meeting, Lin Xuan took Chu Linger out for dinner, and after eating, they strolled around Shrek City. They happened to see a rich young master beating up a ragged middle-aged man just because the latter accidentally bumped into him. Lin Xuan, with his hot temper, couldn't stand it and shouted, stop. The young master was quite arrogant, insisting he would kill the uncle today, just as the two sides were at a standoff. The city guards arrived. Let me tell you, Shrek is amazing. When the city guards came, they immediately made that young master apologize and pay a fine. The reason was simple. The man had apologized, but you still attacked him, so it's your fault. Family, who understands? In Shrek City, a prince is punished the same way as a commoner. This feeling is just too satisfying. In the end, the young master reluctantly apologized and ran away in disgrace. Lin Xuan helped the uncle up and found out that the medicine for his daughter's illness was broken. When he saw the prescription, he was delighted. It was written by Dugu Shui. Without saying a word, he asked Linger to take care of the uncle while he ran off to get the medicine again. The captain of the city guards even came over to remind Lin Xuan, saying, Junior, you did well, but next time don't be impulsive. If you fight in the city, even as a Shrek student, you'll be punished. After everything was settled, the people around applauded Lin Xuan. This kid was shy and quickly dragged Chu Linger away. Guess what? He didn't return to the dormitory, but headed straight for the slums. Our little vinegar pot. Linger was immediately upset, her little mouth pouting so much it could hang an oil bottle. When they arrived at Dugu Shui's place, she was busy treating the poor. After she finished, Lin Xuan told her the news about her mother's disappearance. Dugu Shui seemed quite calm, as if she had known all along, and teased Lin Xuan. You're telling me this late at night? Trying to prevent me from resting well? You don't have to keep coming here. Your little girlfriend might get jealous. Lin Xuan awkwardly scratched his head and casually asked about Su Zhixiong. Goodness, this was crucial information. Dugu Shui said she had fought Su Zhixiong before, and if Lin Xuan wanted to use biling snake venom, he might as well give up. Su Zhixiong's martial soul was the Xianming turtle, and his fourth soul skill, Water Shield, directly immunized against all toxins. Moreover, he also had the stun skill, Xianming Shock, and the spatial skill, Xianming Exchange, which could instantly swap positions with you, making his defense invincible. Dugu Shui directly asserted that if Lin Xuan had no other tricks, he would undoubtedly lose. Even Chu Linger said that the Xianming turtle martial soul was ridiculously strong. After hearing this, Lin Xuan was not surprised but rather pleased, grinning and saying, "Thanks for the reminder, I might have a way." After bidding farewell to Dugu Shui, the two had just exited the slums when that uncle chased after them, insisting on giving Lin Xuan 4 copper soul coins, saying it was for the medicine. Lin Xuan accepted it. Let me tell you, seeing this made me feel a bit emotional. 4 copper coins meant nothing to Lin Xuan, but for that uncle, it was his dignity. With this matter concluded, Lin Xuan began to enter seclusion. With only 6 days left until the battle with Su Zhixiong, he gave up using poison and started researching his third soul skill, spatial transformation. Suddenly, he thought of a clever tactic. If he could drain all the spatial power from a place, wouldn't Su Zhixiong's Xianming Exchange become useless? Meanwhile, at the Xianming sect, Su Zhixiong was sitting there listlessly. His uncle, who was also an elder of the Xianming sect, was discussing terms with Elder Kong. The bet was on this match. If Su Zhixiong lost, the Xianming sect would side with Shrek. Elder Kong, that old fox, wanted to poach, saying if Su Zhixiong lost, he would join Shrek, and if he won, he would get a 10,000-year soul bone. Now, it wasn't just a love rival gathering. When Su Zhixiong heard his opponent was Lin Xuan, his eyes lit up. He had actually known about Lin Xuan all along, and even knew he was Chu Linger's boyfriend. He said that he fell in love with Linger at first sight when he saw her, but unexpectedly, Lin Xuan got there first. Now, filled with motivation, he decided to head straight to Shrek. 6 days later, at the arena area. Wow, it was packed with people. The main team, the reserve team, Elder Long, Wang Lin, and even Elder Xiao in a wheelchair had come. Lin Xuan sat cross-legged in a corner of the arena, closing his eyes to rest. Su Zhixiong made an overly flamboyant entrance, descending from the sky, and just before landing, suddenly executed a Xianming exchange, instantly swapping positions with Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan landed lightly, without even looking at him. Su Zhixiong laughed heartily. I didn't expect you to be so alert. Lin Xuan ignored him and directly released his martial soul. With 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring shining out, Su Zhixiong's face instantly turned serious. Make your move. I have to tell you, that guy didn't want to fight at all and actually turned around to flirt with my goddess, Chu Linger. Can you believe it? He came right up to her and asked if she remembered him, saying he fell in love with her at first sight 4 years ago and wanted to propose last year. Does anyone understand? Chu Linger was completely confused. Her brows furrowed like she could crush a fly, and she just replied, I don't know you. This guy is also quite the character, claiming he has a one-sided crush and trying to use this to shake my brother Lin Xian's mindset. I was just standing there thinking, what a low move. No wonder you're single. My best friend, Nangong Qian, couldn't stand it anymore. When the Soul Emperor's aura was unleashed, he coldly retorted, stop trying to get close. Hurry up and fight. That guy instantly wilted and obediently turned his head. Guess what happened next? He came up with something new and said he wanted to bet with Lin Xuan that whoever wins would be Chu Linger's boyfriend. I almost couldn't help but laugh at the time. What era is this that they are still doing this domineering CEO literature? Lin Xuan shook his head directly and said, let me tell you, his response was simply awesome. He said, I could be her boyfriend because she chose me, not because I defeated her. I won't use her as a bet. What does it mean to have vision? That guy named Su thought he could provoke Lin, but when he couldn't hold his face, he just went for it. The first soul skill, Xianming Shock, came rushing in. Lin Xuan wasn't flustered at all. He countered with his third soul skill, Space Transformation, and a huge bell fell from the sky, smashing down with a clang. That kid shattered it with a shield, and Lin Xuan immediately changed tactics, summoning countless long swords from the sky, raining down like a shower. The guy named Su was blocking with his turtle shield while trying to rush towards my brother. Lin Xuan used his second soul skill, Space Cutting, to intercept him, but that kid also activated a skill called Xianming Exchange, trying to switch positions with my brother. But, let me tell you, the most exciting part is coming. His skill failed. Lin Xuan then revealed a smile that said you fell for it. It turned out that the big bell he initially summoned was just a decoy. The real purpose was to drain all the spatial power around. You think you can play with spatial teleportation? No way. This prediction was on another level. Immediately after, Lin Xuan tore open a space rift and flashed right in front of that kid. The kid was so scared his face went pale, and in a panic, he released another Xianming Shock, but Lin Xuan activated his soul bone skill, Void, perfectly dodging it, and then slid in close. What followed was pure physical domination. Lin Xuan grabbed his hand and executed a clean shoulder throw bang. That kid was thrown into disarray. Lin Xuan, not giving him any chance, locked his arms and threw a punch. Just one punch, slamming it right into his face. I saw it with my own eyes. A front tooth flew out with blood. Just like that. That kid still wanted to struggle and unleash his fourth soul skill, but Lin Xuan would not give him a chance. The fourth soul skill erupted simultaneously, directly interrupting his casting, and a dagger was pressed against his smooth neck. That guy was so arrogant that he didn't even activate his martial soul armor and fainted on the spot from fear. The battle ended in less than a minute. The entire venue was silent. Several big shots in the audience were dumbfounded, and that kid's elder was shaking his head in anger, saying he was too careless, stepping right into someone else's trap, looking like a clown. My best friend, Nangong Qian, even rolled her eyes and walked away, mumbling, "Teach all talk." Lin Xuan sheathed his dagger and left with a line that was so cool it could make people stupid, then stepped off the stage. Chu Linger happily ran over and made a face at the unconscious kid on ground. Lin Xuan patted her head and said there would be no training today, giving her a day off. Yay! Later I heard that when that kid woke up, he still stubbornly claimed he was just careless. As a result, an elder from his family slapped him across the face, scolding him to accept his loss and not make excuses, saying others had been plotting against him from the beginning. And he lost so badly because of his arrogance. The scolding was so intense, it was almost tragic. This wasn't the end, though. It got even more absurd afterward. That kid lost, and according to the bet, he had to join our Shrek Academy. The next day when my brother opened the door, guess who he saw? It was that Su Zhixiong, the kid whose front tooth he knocked out. Standing at his door, smiling, he said, "Good morning, new roommate." My brother slammed the door, thinking he hadn't fully woken up. When he opened it again, the person was still there. Lin Xuan's face turned dark as he said, "No negotiations." However, that guy stubbornly clung to the door, claiming it was an arrangement from school. Lin Xuan was so angry that he tore open a space to confront Old Kong. Old Kong also had a troubled expression, saying that there really wasn't any dormitory available, and that people often said Lin Xuan was living alone in a single room for special treatment. Lin Xuan explained that he had too many secrets and truly couldn't have a roommate. In the end, it was Senior Wang Tianyu who suggested that the school didn't prohibit renting outside. Lin Xuan sighed and agreed to move out. Old Kong felt quite guilty and explained that the intention of bringing in Su Zhixiong and their clan was to prevent a war between the two empires, and Lin Xuan had made a significant contribution in this battle. Hearing this, Lin Xuan also felt a bit embarrassed and stopped causing a scene. Then Old Kong suddenly became serious and told him to go to the top floor of the Sea God Pavilion, saying someone was waiting for him. The expression on his face was particularly sorrowful. Lin Xuan's heart sank. He guessed that Old Xiao might not make it. He ran to the top floor, pushed open the door, and saw Old Long kneeling beside a chair, crying, while Old Xiao, who looked exhausted, sat in the chair. Old Xiao told him to get up and not to kneel, then sent Old Long out to talk to Lin Xuan privately. Let me tell you, what happened next was simply a tremendous fortune that fell on my brother's face. Old Xiao got straight to the point and said he had already guessed that Lin Xuan's master was not from this world, but possibly a god, because his disappearance for those 6 years was too suspicious. Lin Xuan, being single, directly admitted it. Then Old Xiao announced his will. Long Lao would be the new pavilion master, Kong Lao would be the vice pavilion master. And the most explosive part was that Lin Xuan was announced as the candidate for the alternate pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion. My brother was stunned on the spot. This was too grand a vision. Old Xiao explained that on one hand, it was to provide him cover, making others think he was secretly cultivating him to hide the huge secret he carried. On the other hand, he genuinely believed in him and thought he had the potential to become a god. The old man's words were heartfelt, stating that the essence of Shrek was to unite all talents, as many hands make light work. As he spoke, he suddenly emitted a golden light, and in an instant, he became young again, turning back into a handsome young man. Lin Xuan Henti even reacted when Old Xiao slapped him on the chest, knocking him out cold. Then, let me tell you, this old man was really ruthless to himself. He actually raised his hand and, with a snap, detached his own right arm, pulling out a blood-red soul bone that was 100,000 years old. Then he reattached his arm. Next, he pulled out a glowing orb called the Heart of Gold from his chest and placed it inside Lin Xuan's body, saying it would prevent him from going astray. After doing all this, the old man really left. Long Lao and Kong Lao rushed in, and what they saw was Lin Xuan absorbing the soul bone and the Heart of Gold, along with Old Xiao, who had already lost his breath. The news of Old Xiao's passing shocked the entire continent. The emperors of the two great empires came to Shrek, ostensibly to pay their respects. But everyone knew they wanted to declare war right under Shrek's nose. That day, outside Shrek City, there was a sea of people. The Star Luo Empire's people arrived first, making a grand entrance with 6 tidal Doluos flying in the sky, being incredibly arrogant. Long Lao didn't tolerate them at all. He coldly snorted from the attic, and with a terrifying pressure, those 6 people in the sky fell to the ground like dumplings, landing in a humiliating heap. When the two emperors met, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The Tiando Emperor first went to the morning hall to pay his respects, and when he came out, the two faced each other. The Star Luo Emperor pulled out a parchment, and the Tiando Emperor did the same. Let me tell you, that thing was a non-aggression treaty signed 100 years ago. Then, right in front of Old Zhao's morning hall, before everyone in the world, they both simultaneously tore the treaty apart. War began just like that. How could Long Lao and Kong Lao let them leave just like that? Tearing up the peace treaty in front of Shrek was like slapping Shrek in the face publicly. Long Lao flew into the air to block them. The Star Luo Emperor was quite arrogant, asking Long Lao what he wanted to do. Long Lao chuckled. 9 soul rings lit up behind her, and a massive golden holy dragon spiraled out, the aura of a 98th level super law directly crushing the entire scene. She said, "This is Shrek." As soon as she finished speaking, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Swish, swish, swish. More than 20 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. All of them were titled Doluos. Our Shrek Academy's inner and outer courtyard deans, elders, and those usually elusive old seniors all came out. The emperors of the two great empires and their entourage turned pale on the spot. More than 20 titled duels. That was almost the total number combined from both empires. This was the real muscle show, folks. Kong Lao also cheerfully released his martial soul. Also a 98th level super duel. Two 98th levels. Long Lao coldly looked at them and said that Shrek's ability to stand strong was never due to neutrality, but absolute power. She directly challenged them, saying they could try to bring the flames of war to Shrek's territory. The two emperors exchanged glances, their faces filled with despair, and in the end, they could only leave in defeat. Let me tell you, after those two emperors left, the old folks from Shrek were all so worried that their faces were about to twist into a pretzel. Tang Tianxiao was helpless, saying that there was no more room for negotiation. Once war broke out, their alliance with Tang's sect would definitely fall apart. Old Kong, being a heavyweight, sighed and said, "Let's leave it to fate." Goodness, only Old Long got angry and directly made a strong statement. "If you really provoke me, I'll take down those two empires." He was furious, feeling that these two great empires completely disregarded Shrek. But do you think that's the end of it? With the threat of war outside, Shrek was also in turmoil inside. As soon as the news that Lin Xuan was appointed as the alternate leader of Sea God Pavilion spread, a group of inner court students rushed to the Sea God Pavilion, demanding an explanation. Why should it be him? In their minds, the alternate leader must be Wang Tianyu. Lin Xuan is impressive, the best of their generation, but this is happening too fast. Isn't it? Isn't this just pulling up seedlings to help them grow? I tell you, at this critical moment, Tang Xiao has to leave. She is now the crown princess of the Tiandou Empire, and this identity is too sensitive. She can no longer stay in Shrek. Before she left, she handed over the items that Lin Xuan entrusted her to find to Chu Ling. The two good friends hugged each other, reluctant to part. After sending off Tang Xiao, Dou Shui, who was behind her, couldn't relax her brows. She also felt something was off. The Tiandou Empire clearly seemed to be at a disadvantage. So why would they dare to openly challenge the Xinglua Empire? There must be something going on. Once the mourning ceremony ended, 7 days later, the war was declared. On the borders of the two great empires, hundreds of thousands of troops clashed together, and that scene was simply a giant meat grinder. In the end, the Xinglua Empire suffered a tragic victory, losing 100,000 men to take down 130,000 from the Tiandou Empire. And Shrek? They directly announced that they would watch the fight from the sidelines while starting to recruit soldiers. As long as you were a soul master, you could join the army, and your entire family would be protected in Shrek City, just when everything outside was in chaos. Our protagonist Lin Xuan had been in seclusion for 7 days and finally woke up. He had finally absorbed the golden heart and the 100,000-year soul bone left to him by Old Xiao. To be honest, this soul bone was forcibly given to him by Old Xiao, and holding onto this thing that didn't belong to him made him feel quite awkward. However, the skills that came with this 100,000-year soul bone were indeed impressive. One was called Golden Holy Light, a special attack against evil soul masters, effective against various forms of defiance. The other skill was even more interesting, called Giant Sword of Light. It could create a large sword, which could be used to slash at enemies or thrown like a bomb, causing an explosion and leaving a 1-second stun. Wasn't that just too cool? As soon as he woke up, Old Kong brought him food, listing everything that had happened outside, as if reading a menu. The two great empires were at war. Some in the academy were unhappy that he was the pavilion master. The Sea God Pavilion's elder opposed it, and now Shrek was even going to join the battle. Lin Xuan was wolfing down his food while listening, and by the end, he couldn't eat anymore. He had anticipated most of these things, but the only surprise was that Shrek was also going to join the fight personally. After Old Kong saw that he finished eating, he told him to go do whatever he needed to do, saying that Chu Linger was worried sick about him. Without saying a word, Lin Xuan got up and rushed to the dormitory. Sure enough, Chu Linger was waiting for him downstairs. As soon as she saw him, she rushed over, asking with a crying tone if he knew what had happened recently. Sigh. After a moment of sweetness between the couple, Linger finally remembered and handed over a storage bag with a sour expression. Here, it's the item you asked Tang Xiao to find. Lin Xuan was both amused and helpless, quickly explaining. When he opened it, he was also shocked. Tang men had such far-reaching connections that they managed to obtain many items that were only found in the Ice and Fire Duality Eye. Inside were 3 sets of materials, one for himself, one for Dou Shui, and another for someone named Barbados. He instructed Linger to ask Old Kong for an extended leave and set off to find Dou Shui. Unexpectedly, on the way, he ran into Su Zhixiong, a street punk. I was just about to ask him what he was doing here when he punched me first and teased, "Wow, bro, the Sea God Pavilion's Generation Chief? Nice." I exchanged a few words with him, mentioning that I had something to do outside, and he replied that he happened to be looking for Donggu Shui as well. I was puzzled at the time, wondering what he wanted with Donggu Shui. Then this guy had a mischievous grin and leaned in to say, "She's injured so badly. My Xuanwu power can just help nourish her organs. And brother, you really have some skills." The old Donggu Shui was polite and distant with everyone. But when it came to you, TSK, that look in her eyes could practically pull strings. I was completely stunned at that moment. Family, who understands? Hurry up and make him stop. We just kept chatting all the way to the slum. I noticed that there were suddenly a lot of people here. Su Zhixiong explained that there were too many refugees because of the war, and he suggested transforming this place into a refugee reception center. When we arrived at Donggu Shui's residence, Su Zhixiong had a strange smile on his face and told me to go in by myself. My heart sank a little, and sure enough, as soon as I entered, I saw Donggu Shui lying weakly on the bed. When she saw me, she smiled instead. "What's wrong? Did Su Zhixiong plot something with you?" Before I could ask, she confessed everything. "He came up with a terrible idea for me to seduce you and capture you. But unfortunately, I don't want to do that. I know you wouldn't be happy about it." Wow, Su Zhixiong really knows how to come up with ideas. Donggu Shui's body was too weak to refine pills, so she could only act as my mouthpiece and direct me from the side. She told me that the potion we were going to refine this time could only extract human souls and was useless against soul beasts. I steeled my heart and said, "It's okay. This time, I just want to extract the human soul named Chu Qing'er from your body. As for that nine-tailed fox, I'll find a way to merge you too." Donggu Shui shook her head upon hearing this and said that I was truly not an ordinary bold person. I was refining elixirs here while those two characters outside were still bickering. Chu Linger was worried that I would be taken away by Donggu Shui, and Su Zhixiong was trying to mediate, only to be reprimanded by Linger. "I don't believe a word from the men of your Xianming sect." After I finished refining the potion, Donggu Shui sent me a new task, asking me to help her find a void god pill, otherwise her health wouldn't improve. I agreed and pushed the door open, only to see Su Zhixiong and Chu Linger still arguing there. I couldn't be bothered with those two, so I directly pulled Chu Linger back to the dormitory. Without saying a word, I tore open a spatial rift and entered her room. For safety's sake, I set up a barrier using the Void Stone and then summoned my master Yang Zhao from the Sea of Consciousness to help guard me. After all, my spiritual entity would be offline soon, and my physical body needed someone to watch over it. Once everything was ready, I handed the soul-extracting potion to Chu Ling, urging her to drink it and get some sleep. She had unconditional trust in me and downed the potion in one go, instantly falling into a deep sleep. Taking a deep breath, I projected my spiritual entity out and directly dove into her sea of consciousness. As soon as I entered, wow, the scene was spectacular. On one side was Chu Qing'er, who looked somewhat like Linger, and on the other side was a nine-tailed fox, as big as a mountain. Chu Qing'er was standing her ground, not allowing the nine-tailed fox's territory to expand. But can I trust her? A former evil soul master? I immediately lashed out. "I'm here today to deal with you." She was there pleading with me, saying she had turned over a new leaf and was now helping Linger. She promised she would soon find a way to merge with the nine-tailed fox and then separate from Linger's body, begging me not to interfere. I hesitated, but family, this is gambling with Linger's life. I can't afford to take that risk. So I pretended to agree to listen to her and secretly set up a four corners soul transferring array. In an instant, I pulled Chu Qing'er's soul into my own sea of consciousness. My master, Yang Zhao, was already waiting there and immediately sealed her. After dealing with Chu Qing'er, I returned to Linger's sea of consciousness. Without Chu Qing'er to block it, the nine-tailed fox began to expand wildly, but I ignored it completely. I positioned my spiritual body back into my own, returned to my body, and directly made a wind blade cut open Linger's chest. I reached in, passed through her ribs, touched her heart, and then began to forcibly absorb the nine-tailed fox bloodline within her. That power rampaged within me, almost bursting me apart. Just when I was about to lose control, the other two bloodline powers within me finally acted and suppressed the nine-tailed fox. Then, everything went dark and I fainted. In my sea of consciousness, Barbados shouted in disbelief, "Perfect blood? Is it really perfect blood?" When I opened my eyes again, I found I seemed to be watching a movie in a VR first-person perspective. I saw a man and a woman. The woman was my mother, The man was definitely my long-unseen cheap father. They teamed up to take down a golden giant dragon, and then my father drew a drop of golden blood from the dragon. Wow. ISNT, this the first source of bloodline power within me. They were even laughing, saying it was all for our future child. The scene shifted, and I saw a young Dugu Shui, all alone, awakening her bloodline, surrounded by poisonous snakes. That lonely look, who among the family understands that? The beautiful, strong, and tragic character setting was fully revealed. With another shift, a living nine-tailed fox appeared in front of me, and it could actually talk to me. It asked if I came from the future. I was stunned. What was going on? A time paradox? I asked it what would happen after it died, and it directly saw through my thoughts, saying I was looking for a way to solve the troubles caused by its death. Wow, this fox can read minds. I feel like my recent actions. It seems like I personally sent the nine-tailed fox in a Linger-s body. I became both the cause and the effect. This is a closed loop, bro. I really appreciate it. Meanwhile, in reality, while I was absorbing the bloodline, the unconscious nine-tailed fox in Chu Linger's spiritual sea suddenly opened its eyes. Its body became as big as a puppy, but it gained consciousness. It even muttered to itself, saying that thanks to my time-crossing dialogue, it was able to decisively fight with Linger's mother, ultimately leaving behind a remnant soul. Then I just passed out, and that sleep lasted over half a month. Poor my little brother Xiantian. I left him forgotten in the void spirit stone, staring blankly at me, this vegetative person. Every day, he must have started contemplating life by now. During this month, Chu Linger must have visited me countless times, but I was like a meditating old monk, showing no response, continuously absorbing new bloodline power. Meanwhile, outside, things had gone crazy. The two great empires had completely torn off their masks, and the smaller kingdoms and principalities became cannon fodder, with almost one announcing their destruction every day. The Xinglua Empire was practically winning uncontested. Let me tell you, there's a fierce guy under the Xinglua Emperor, his own brother, that white tiger duke, whose strategies are like he is cheating. He swiftly took down 13 cities of the Tiando Empire. As for Shrek Academy, they simply threw in the towel, saying they wouldn't wade into these muddy waters, and instead started frantically expanding their recruitment, establishing their own sphere of influence, making both great empires extremely nervous. Of course, if Shrek chose a side, the other side would collapse immediately. Who would dare fend them? And inside Tiando City, it was truly on shaky ground. The pro-war faction and the conservative faction were having real-life PKs in the court every day. And to make matters worse, the Tiando Emperor's health was deteriorating day by day. Sometimes he had to rely on the crown prince Shui Qingtian to handle state affairs. Everyone felt that the days of Tiando were about to change. Just when the fighting outside was getting intense, a group of sneaky people were secretly popping champagne. In a hidden base, the remaining 9 core members of the Holy Spirit Church gathered together, and a guy named Wang Dong lazily said they were using an undercover named Chinner to bait me, the big fish. Once they caught me, their plan could be set in motion, and they would directly become the rulers of the continent. Let me tell you, these people are really dogs. They poisoned the emperor of Tiando. They used the poison of Duguming, and what happened? Duguming was already silenced by them. The emperor of Tiando still thinks Duguming is alive and is pretending nothing is wrong to avoid alarming the snake. It's ridiculous. Everyone is being toyed with by these bastards. The dead leader was just a puppet, and the real core power is still intact. On the Shrek side, they're still struggling with the issues of the two empires. Degukshu forcibly refined 2 batches of medicine using the divine elixir sent by the academy. One batch to heal her own injuries and the other for me to test my bloodline. But I slept for a whole month without any signs of waking up. This made Chu Linger very anxious. Ever since I helped her solve her bloodline problem, although her cultivation regressed a bit, she felt much more relaxed and came to see me every day. In fact, I'm not in a coma. I've encountered a tremendous opportunity. I feel like I've entered a spiritual time room, rapidly gaining levels. My master Yang Zhao is so happy that he rushed out to tell Xintian not to worry, that I'm in deep cultivation. If I can maintain this for a year and a half, my future achievements will be limitless and no one can disturb me. Once this news spread, Elder Kong and Elder Long were overjoyed. Deep cultivation is best started early, although the Soul Master competition for the entire continent is in 8 months. And I might not make it. Compared to my future, that's nothing. They initially wanted me to put on a show at the competition, but it seems that keeping a low profile and making a fortune is the way to go. Thus, while Shrek was accepting war refugees and building a Star River city that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, They also sent the internal inspection team to the battlefield as peace ambassadors to rescue people. The two empires were more than happy for them to do so, as taking in refugees is a huge hassle. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 8 months had passed with spring turning to autumn. The two empires fought with corpses everywhere, resulting in over 700,000 deaths, but the competition was still held as usual, with 32 teams gathering in Star River City. With so many people, there were more troubles. As a result, Chu Linger and Degukshu were stopped by several average guys while going out to buy medicine. The leading silver-haired man, with a cheeky smile, tried to invite them to dinner. Chu Linger was speechless and said that they were from the Shrek reserve team and told them to step aside. However, the other side became more excited, saying that the reserve team was nothing and they were the main team members. They asked if they wanted to exchange information, with a tone that was as sleazy as it could get. Chu Linger grabbed Degukshu and was about to leave when the other side shouted, "Stop." At that moment, a hand landed on the silver-haired man's wrist. Wang Tianyu had appeared out of nowhere. He was now the lord of Star River City. He smiled and asked, "Did you ask our junior sisters to stop?" The silver-haired man wanted to hold his ground, claiming to be from the Wind Spirit Academy, saying that Wang Tianyu wouldn't dare to touch him. The next second, Wang Tianyu directly snapped the man's arm with a loud crack. The scream echoed through the skies, and his companions were instantly dumbfounded. An old man's furious roar came. "Wang Tianyu, you Shrek dare to hurt our students." Wang Tianyu let Chu Linger and the others leave first and stood up to confront the old man. The old man was the team leader from the Wind Spirit Academy, a Sol Dou. However, Wang Tianyu had just broken through to Sol Dou a few days ago, so he was not afraid at all. With his hands on his hips, he directly confronted him. "Your people harassed our junior sisters, and you call me to act. Everyone heard it, didn't they?" Then Wang Tianyu went all out, saying, "So what if I bully you? Where's this? Star River City, the territory of Shrek. Do you believe I can bring our academy's handsome boy band to your Wind Spirit Academy every day to flirt with girls? Let's see if you dare to act." This statement nearly made the old man vomit blood, but he had no way to refute it. If it continued like this, their academy would have to close down the next day. In the end, he could only suppress his anger and leave with his people in defeat. On the other side, after Chu Linger and Degukshu returned from buying medicine, as soon as Chu Linger got the antidote from Xiantian, she entered the Void Spirit Stone with her soul power. As soon as she entered, she saw a pair of eyes smiling at her. Chu Linger covered her mouth, unable to believe it, and shouted, "Lin Xuan?" I smiled and said, "It's me." As soon as I finished speaking, I was knocked down by a hungry tiger. Chu Linger tightly hugged me. Her voice choked with tears as she said, "You ignored me for 8 months. How are you going to make it up to me?" I held her, feeling both warm and amused. That old man Xiantian had sharp eyes and slipped away long ago. This nap felt like just a blink of an eye, and outside, 8 months had already passed. My soul power hadn't increased, but my meridians had expanded by double, and my cultivation speed had doubled as well. My right arm's bone had perfectly fused. Chu Linger told me everything that had happened in these 8 months, and the competition would start in 3 days. When I heard this, I laughed and said I had already been expelled from the reserve team. Only then did Chu Linger tell me that Su Zhixiong had taken my place. I asked her to tell Senior Wang Tianyu that I still need 7 days and won't make it to the first match. Then I threw the antidote to Xiantian and continued my seclusion, feeling the 3 new bloodline powers within me: the strength of the Golden Holy Dragon, the deadly poison of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King, and the divine sense of the Nine-Tailed Fox. I need to take some time to master them properly. The news of my awakening reached Old Kong's ears, and the old man was grinning from ear to ear. 3 days later, the Grand Soul Master Academy competition for the entire continent officially commenced. The opening ceremony was held in a newly built massive venue, with no admission fee and all 50,000 seats filled to capacity. The VIP section was packed with prominent figures, including the leaders of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang Sect, and Yutian Sect, as well as princes from 2 major empires, all of whom were titled Duel-level characters. Old Kong stood on the podium, and the scene was overwhelming. Who could understand it? Like a mountain roaring and the sea surging. A super Dou at level 98, alive. He spoke briefly, then let the competing teams enter. In our Shrek team, there's only one main member, Li Yi, while the others are all from the reserve team. As soon as we entered the arena, Su Zhixiong glared fiercely at the people from Fengling Academy. The most eye-catching teams on the field, besides us, were the team led by the Crown Prince of the Tiandou Empire, Shueqing Tian, the team led by Dai Lin from the Xingluo Empire, and a team called Yulin Academy, which surprisingly had a Soul Emperor, a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes. Li felt something was off and reminded everyone to be cautious. Soon, the system for the top 32 matches was announced. A one-on-one arena wheel battle, with the first team to score 7 points declared the winner. Then came the drawing lots phase. Except for seed teams like ours, everyone else had to draw lots. Confrontation, as our team captain, was pushed to draw first. He reached in and pulled out a ball, and upon opening it, it read, Unwilling Academy. Su Jixiong immediately burst out laughing like a pig. What bad luck! Qianjun was eager to jump in, and Kong Dajin decisively said, You go just sweep through them all. As the match began, Qianjun faced that silver-haired guy, Mo Ru, from a few days ago. At the referee's signal, Qianjun didn't give any chance. He activated his 5th soul skill to enhance his strength, followed by his 4th soul skill, which took Mo Ru by surprise. He lifted Mo Ru into the air and then slammed him down hard. Mo Ru was knocked dazed, and just as he tried to counterattack, Qianjun's 2nd soul skill, Earth Shatter, made him stumble. Then his 3rd soul skill, Intentional Punch, charged for a second before landing a solid blow to Mo Ru's ribs. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as that guy's ribs broke, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Qianjun disdainfully waved his hand. This guy dares to hit on our junior? Trash. This move ignited the entire arena, being a soul king, yet getting killed in seconds. Is this Shrek? The people from Unwilling Academy were terrified, pushing each other, and no one dared to step up. In the end, their leading teacher sighed heavily and stood up to concede defeat. Shrek easily advanced to the top 16. However, on our way back to the hotel, the people from Unwilling Academy blocked us. The cloaked figure rasped, asking, Where is Lin Xuan? Li frowned, sensing something was off with these people, and led us to bypass them. He suspected they might be evil soul masters. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Unwilling Academy, having just been eliminated, stepped out of Xinga City only to be wiped out by a tidal Dou wielding a spear. Not a single one escaped. The next day, the bodies were discovered, and the city erupted in chaos. A rumor spread widely, claiming it was me who, because my girlfriend was harassed, used the power of the Sea God Pavilion's alternate master to send Shrek's higher-ups to massacre Unwilling Academy. This rumor was ridiculous, but I knew right away that it was definitely the work of those guys from the Holy Spirit Church. I asked Chu Linger if there were any strange people in the participating teams, and she immediately mentioned Unwilling Academy, saying their Soul Emperor had only joined 2 years ago. Named Xianyi. Wanye. My heart skipped a beat. Isn't this the alias I used when fishing before? These guys from the Holy Spirit Church actually want to use my identity to force my undercover agent, Nangong Xian, to be exposed. Chu Linger said that Old Kong is also anxious and want me to show up as soon as possible to give the world an explanation. I let out a cold laugh and said to her, The opinions of the world are the opinions of the world. I only care about your opinion. 3 days later, I finally emerged from the Void Stone. After more than 8 months of seclusion, I officially returned. Our opponent in the top 16 is Alliance Mountain Academy, which is quite strong. I directly told Kong Dajin that if it's one-on-one, I'll be the first to go up. Amidst the thunderous cheers, I stepped onto the stage. Facing me was a girl from Alliance Mountain Academy with twin ponytails named Lu Mengxi. She was quite aggressive, questioning why we didn't send our main force. I smiled and let her draw the competition method first. After she finished drawing, the referee shouted, The duel method is one-on-one. Lu Mengxi was the first to release her martial soul, a 5-meter-long red whip, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings behind her. Just as she was about to unleash her power, I didn't waste any words either, with 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring behind me. The 4 soul rings suddenly lit up. In that moment, the information systems of all the spectators were updated, and their cheers were even more frenzied than before. I tell you, half of the cheers are for Lin Xuan, and the other half are for the new girl who just came up, Mengxi. As soon as she came up, she made a fierce statement, saying she had been wanting to meet Lin Xuan for a long time, and that he would definitely lose today. The next second, wow, her whip suddenly wrapped around Lin Xuan, and with a strong flick, she threw him out of the ring. At that moment, I thought it was over. So soon? Who knew Lin Xuan wasn't flustered at all. He activated his first soul skill and instantly teleported behind Mengxi, kicking her right in the butt. Hiss! The whole audience, including the referee Kong Lao, gasped in shock. That scene was incredible. All the men and women in the audience were glaring daggers at Lin Xuan, and I felt like if he stayed there for another second, he would be melted by the audience's anger. But this guy just innocently scratched his head and asked the girl, why don't you just step down? Get lost. Mengxi completely lost her cool and activated her 5th soul skill, The whip instantly turned into a small tornado and rushed towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan didn't hesitate either. With his third soul skill, a Haotian hammer appeared out of thin air and smashed down at the tornado. Guess what happened? The hammer shattered. It broke apart on the spot. Just as the whip was about to hit him, Lin Xuan activated his fourth soul skill, immobilization technique, and Elming was frozen in place. Then Lin Xuan dashed forward, grabbed her waist, and threw her out of the ring like a sack of potatoes. But that wasn't the end. Elming recovered her movement in midair, and with a flick of her wrist, her whip wrapped around Lin Xuan's leg again. Lin Xuan seemed annoyed, smiled helplessly, and activated his left arm soul bone skill, Void, causing the whip to lose its target instantly. Elming crashed to the ground with a bang. I tell you, Lin Xuan was just toying with her. With his spatial abilities, as long as he didn't want to, the opponent wouldn't even touch a hair on him. Mengqi, a guy from Alliance Mountain Academy, rushed up and helped the fainted Elming up. That guy shouted Lin Xuan's name and jumped onto the stage to confront him. Lin Xuan frowned and threw a punch at him, but he didn't budge an inch, while that guy stumbled back 3 steps. The referee's face darkened, rushing over to warn him that if he dared to act recklessly again, the entire Alliance Mountain Academy would be disqualified. This guy had no choice but to hold back his anger and introduced himself as Bujingtian. The match started, and his fifth soul ring lit up as he slammed his fists into the ground. Lin Xuan jumped to avoid it, but as soon as he landed, he felt something was wrong. His feet sank directly into the arena, as if stepping into a swamp. Wow, this guy's martial soul is earth-based, able to soften the hard arena. Then his first soul skill activated, and a layer of rocks enveloped his fists, pummeling Lin Xuan, who couldn't move. Lin Xuan's shield was instantly shattered. Bujingtian was much harder to deal with than that girl. He had a brain. Just when Lin Xuan wanted to run, Bujingtian's fourth soul skill came into play, and the arena beneath him turned into a stone ball that wrapped Lin Xuan inside. Then he punched the stone ball, causing it to explode, but he was dumbfounded. It was empty inside. Lin Xuan had already appeared in midair. You are strong, but that's all. Lin Xuan used the immobilization technique in midair, and Bujingtian was once again frozen in place. Just as the Haotian hammer was about to smash down, Bujingtian activated his second soul skill at the last moment, and his body was instantly covered with a set of rock armor, withstanding the blow. Immediately after, countless spikes emerged from beneath his feet, ready to turn Lin Xuan into a sieve, but the next second his smile froze. The spikes only pierced through an illusion. Lin Xuan had already reached behind him, holding a dagger to his throat. You lose. Bujingtian still refused to accept defeat and tried to resist. But Lin Xuan struck him at the nape of his neck, knocking him out cold and tossing him back like a chick. Now the Alliance Mountain Academy was pale with fear. A soul master defeated their 2 soul kings. They discussed for a moment and actually sent another soul master up, clearly intending to do a wheel battle to exhaust Lin Xuan's soul power. The entire audience booed loudly, demanding their money back. The commotion was overwhelming. It was so embarrassing. That guy came up swinging wildly, and after using all his skills, he admitted defeat and left the stage, forcing Lin Xuan to use one of his void soul bone skills. Now Lin Xuan had exhausted his soul bone skill count for the day. Next, the Alliance Mountain Academy, even more shameless, sent up another soul master, using the same old trick, coming up, using all his skills, and then admitting defeat. Lin Xuan's soul power was almost depleted, but he still stood on the stage. Finally, the Ace Soul King from Alliance Mountain Academy took the stage. As soon as that guy came up, he put on an act, urging Lin Xuan to admit defeat quickly and not to embarrass himself by holding on. I tell you, the audience's retching sounds almost drowned out the curses. Lin Xuan looked at him and calmly said, "It won't take long." When the match started, that guy was a light attribute soul master, and a beam of light bound Lin Xuan, followed by taunting. "Do you want me to give you the final blow?" "Too much nonsense." Lin Xuan suddenly roared, activating his golden sacred dragon bloodline in an instant. His hair turned golden, and his aura burst forth. He instantly broke free from the binding and charged towards that guy with a speed invisible to the naked eye, punching him squarely in the face. The guy didn't even have time to react before Lin Xuan kicked him away, breaking his ribs and causing him to spit blood on the spot. Wow, so cool. A kind of brain overload beauty. Since he wasn't knocked out, Lin Xuan had no intention of stopping, charging forward and unleashing a storm of punches on him. The scene spiraled out of control until the leader of Alliance Mountain Academy shouted hoarsely for him to stop. Lin Xuan reluctantly paused with a click of his tongue. The guy named Huang Shanshi had already been beaten to a pulp. Lin Xuan threw him off the stage and released the bloodline power. Now the VIP's eyes were wide. Who wouldn't want a bloodline power that could instantly elevate someone to a higher realm? Seeing this situation, the last Soul Master from Alliance Mountain Academy felt his legs go weak, and the leader quickly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. We admit defeat." Lin Xuan ultimately achieved the feat of defeating 6 opponents in a row. Back in the resting area, he pretended to be nonchalant, saying, "Fortunately, that person was too careless." Konga laughed and scolded him, giving him a punch. "You're so full of yourself." After the match ended, Lin Xuan had 7 days of rest. He and Kong Lao directly tore open a spatial rift and returned to the secret prison in Shrek City. Inside the prison was the Holy Spirit cult's Saint's son, Zhong Liqing. As soon as that guy saw Lin Xuan, he howled like a mad dog. Lin Xuan casually dug at his ears and disdainfully told him that the Holy Spirit cult was finished and that he had been abandoned. Then, with a clean cut, he beheaded him. Lin Xuan said it was better to give him a quick death than to have him suffer at the hands of the 2 great empires. After dealing with this, Lin Xuan began to think about how to deal with another person, Saintess Nangong Qian. This woman was tough, and the Holy Spirit cult had always wanted to rescue her. Lin Xuan came up with a plan, the bitter meat strategy. He reported the plan to Kong Lao, who told him to go ahead and do it. Lin Xuan arrived at Nangong Qian's cell. Though she was in a sorry state, her eyes were still cold. Lin Xuan got straight to the point, saying they knew everything about her, including her relationship with a guy named Xianyi. They initially wanted to use Xianyi to catch a big fish, but he tried to escape and got caught by them. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and 2 soldiers dragged over a weak, injured boy. The boy looked at Nangong Qian with a weak gaze full of apologies. "Lin Xuan, I curse you to die a horrible death." Nangong Qian went mad, grabbing the bars and screaming. Lin Xuan kicked Xianyi in the chest, sneering, "Take good care of him. He's Nangong Qian's little lover." Then he looked at Nangong Qian and asked if she was willing to exchange information for his release. Nangong Qian screamed in agony, begging him to let Xianyi go, insisting that everything had nothing to do with him. Lin Xuan left with a smile, leaving Nangong Qian completely broken in the cell. As soon as he left the cell, Lin Xuan quickly crouched down to check on Xianyi. "Are you okay?" The young man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, removed his mask, and it turned out to be the best actor and voice impersonator in Shrek City. I tell you, with this acting skill, the Oscars would have to send him a little golden statue overnight, emphasizing emotional value to the fullest. Of course, Lin Xuan had pulled his punch with that kick earlier. He had originally planned to do his own makeup to perform, but worried about being exposed in close contact. Now this plan was even more perfect. After sending off the actor, Lin Xuan returned to the cell alone. Nangong Qian was sobbing while covering her face. Despairingly, she said she was willing to provide information, just asking to be released along with Xianyi. Lin Xuan obviously didn't believe her and coldly said, "My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is just." To translate that, it means I do things with a clear conscience. He then engaged in psychological warfare, telling Nangong Qian that her father was killed by his own people from the Holy Spirit sect, and now she was like a rat crossing the street, universally condemned. But if she cooperated, he could give her a chance to be with Xianyi openly and above board. This hit precisely at Nangong Qian's soft spot. She wavered and asked Lin Xuan how to cooperate specifically. Lin Xuan told her that there might be an insider from the Holy Spirit sect within Shrek, and she should pay attention to anyone who approached her and report everything truthfully. Finally, he left her with a line, "We will take good care of Xianyi," and left. After this series of moves, Nangong Qian had already started to think proactively. Lin Xuan's negotiation skills were simply remarkable. On the other side, Konga was drawing lots for the quarterfinals, and his luck was as bad as a pot's bottom, directly drawing the strongest opponent, Unwilling Academy. Moreover, they were placed in the same group as the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy, a pure death group. Captain Li Yi quickly held a meeting to strategize, analyzing various situations such as one-on-one, 2-2-3, and team battles. But everyone felt that if only Lin Xuan were here, many risky moves could have been left to him. To make matters worse, Li Yi also received intelligence that Unwilling Academy had a level 59 Soul King who had just left the city to hunt for soul rings, which clearly indicated a promotion to Soul Emperor, meaning that their opponents might have 2 Soul Emperors. 7 days later, the competition began. Shrek wanted to apply for a delay, but Konga drew the first lot again, leading to an immediate first match, which angered everyone and resulted in him getting beaten up. Li Yi stepped onto the platform, and sure enough, the opponent walking up was the newly promoted Soul Emperor, Su Haoyan. The referee brought out 3 balls for them to draw. and they ended up drawing one-on-one first. Both Li Yi and Su Haoyun declared themselves as the first participants. As soon as the referee left, both released their martial spirits. And wow, they both had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, 2 soul emperors. The audience erupted. Li Yi's flames instantly raised the surrounding temperature. While Su Haoyun's martial spirit was a type of spider silk, which was restrained by Li Yi. A fireball from Li Yi melted Su Haoyun's silk, and he felt a bit smug inside. However, just as he was covering the entire area with meteor fire rain, forcing Su Haoyun to wrap himself in silk for defense. He wanted to advance, but suddenly felt a chill at his feet. Looking down, he realized his pant legs were shredded, and his legs were covered in dense, deep cuts. He then discovered that Su Haoyun's second soul ring was still glowing, with invisible silk surrounding him. He had been careless. Li Yi quickly enveloped himself in flames. Forcing his wounds to close, took a deep breath, and said with a serious expression, "You really surprised me, but this is where it ends." After saying this, let me tell you, Li Yi was not one to back down. He raised his hand and unleashed a flame claw aimed directly at Su Haoyun's forehead. But Su Haoyun was also quite tough and calmly released a bunch of moths made of silk, which successfully blocked the flame claw. I was wondering what use this moth had, and then suddenly the moth disappeared, leaving invisible threads all over the ground, just waiting for Li Yi to step on them. If he stepped on them hard, his foot would be cut into 8 pieces. But Li Yi had already learned his lesson once. So this time he got smart and unleashed a blazing fire shield to protect his entire body, making it impossible for those treacherous threads to get close. Then, with a swift motion, he unleashed a meteor shower, crashing down on his opponent. At this point, Su Haoyun was completely stunned, only able to awkwardly wrap himself in silk cocoons to withstand the attack. Let me tell you, in a battle between experts, it's all about seizing that fleeting moment of vulnerability. Li Yi took advantage of the gap when Su Haoyun's old strength had just faded and his new strength had yet to build up, activating his 6th soul skill at full power. Flame Slash. A massive flaming sword materialized in his hand, and with all his might, he swung it down fiercely. A burning fire phoenix, trailing a long tail of flames, charged straight toward the cocoon. Su Haoyun, inside the cocoon, must have been terrified, as he could feel the horror in his eyes even through the silk, and he could only raise his hand and shout, "I concede." The referee reacted quickly, instantly blocking the world-destroying fire phoenix. The match ended, and Li Yi stood on the stage, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Su Haoyun, looking dejected, collected his martial soul and prepared to leave the stage. But at that moment, Li Yi suddenly spoke up, his voice not loud, but clear enough for the entire audience to hear. "Referee, I suspect Su Haoyun tampered with the arena." Damn. Family, who understands? Winning the match, but still having to report on the spot. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent, especially over at Unwilling College. Their faces turned green. Su Haoyun, although trying to appear calm, couldn't hide the panic deep in his eyes. The referee frowned and asked, "What evidence do you have?" Li Yi pointed to the ground. "Can you see these threads?" The referee shook his head. He couldn't even see a contra. Li Yi directly unleashed his ultimate move. "I request to activate the backup arena." Now the referee was in a difficult position, stating that without evidence, he couldn't change the arena casually. Just then, a big shot from the VIP section stood up. It was Tang Min's leader, Tang Tianxiao. He was a title Delois and had no ties to either college, absolutely neutral. He jumped onto the arena, pressed his hand to the ground, and closed his eyes to feel. Suddenly, his eyes shot open, staring intently at Su Haoyun. "What's the deal with that black thread deep in the ground? What? They really cheated?" The audience exploded in an uproar. Su Haoyun was still stubbornly arguing, "Impossible. My threads are all transparent, and they all retract once my martial soul is released." Tang Tianxiao sneered, slammed the ground, and a thread thinner than a hair shot up from the ground. "Because it was obviously an artificial thread. You secretly stuffed it in while we weren't paying attention, using your soul skill, right? You slanderous scoundrel. How dare you?" Tang Tianxiao was furious on the spot. With his status, being confronted like this by a junior was infuriating. Just when Su Haoyun was scared to the point of almost wetting his pants, the mysterious man behind him, who had been draped in a cloak, suddenly stood up, placing a hand on his shoulder, and sarcastically said to Tang Tianxiao, "Is the Tang leader planning to collude with Shrek to slander us?" Wow, this guy knows how to change the topic, flipping the script and muddying the waters. Tang Tianxiao's gaze was as cold as a knife. "Junior, do you know what responsibility your words carry? I could kill you on the spot without any problem." The man was not afraid. Instead, he took off his cloak, revealing a rather handsome face, and shouted loudly to the audience, "Tang leader is going to kill to silence me. Let me tell everyone a piece of news. Shrek Academy's Nangong Xian. Why did she suddenly disappear as a contestant? Because she was falsely accused of being a member of the Holy Spirit sect and was captured. I'm here to demand her release." Wow, the entire venue erupted. The disappearance of Nangong Xian was indeed suspicious, and now everyone's attention shifted from cheating to Shrek. That man, also known as Xian Yi, provocatively looked over at Elder Kong. What? Does Shrek have nothing to say? Elder Kong laughed immediately, his laughter laced with coldness. Just a jumping clown. I know your identity, a remnant of the Holy Spirit sect. You just want to tarnish our Shrek's reputation, but it seems you made a mistake. Killing you requires no reason at all. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, lit up in an instant. Let me tell you, except for Xian Yi and Su Haoyun, no one else felt any pressure. But those two felt as if a massive, invisible mountain was pressing down on them. And with a thud, they knelt on the ground, their faces turning pale with fear. Elder Kong looked down at them coldly and said, "Don't provoke Shrek repeatedly. Otherwise, I will kill you today and resign from my position as Vice Master of the Sea God Pavilion. Understand?" After saying that, Elder Kong withdrew his martial soul, and only then could those two breathe heavily. Xian Ye's goal was achieved. He had muddied the cheating issue, signaling Su Haoyun to stand on the arena himself. Li Yi, who had already consumed a lot of energy and should have left the arena, was also stubborn. How could he endure being humiliated like this in front of everyone? He shouted to the stage, "You all reformat the formation." He was going to go head-to-head. Xian Yi looked at him with disdain. "Do you still have half your strength left? You think you can challenge me?" The referee announced the start of the match, and without a second thought, Li Yi unleashed a fire claw. But Xian Yi just chuckled. His 6th soul ring lit up, and a blood-red moon rose behind him. In the next second, Li Yi was struck as if by an electric shock, crying out in pain while clutching his head. "Damn, it's a mental attack." Confucius's face changed on the stands. Li Yi's flame claw instantly dissipated as Xian Yi stepped closer to the rolling Li Yi on the ground. This move is called Blood Moon Descends, which can drag a person into their most painful memories and torment them repeatedly. Captain, Tang Yumiya cried anxiously from below the stage. "Go to hell." Xian Ye's gaze hardened. The 5th soul ring lit up, his right hand covered in a layer of red armor, fingers sharpened like swords. And he stabbed down towards Li Yi's head. Just at that critical moment, the referee was ready to intervene. Li Yi was suddenly awakened by Tang Yumiya's shout. And as he opened his eyes wide, the 3rd soul ring lit up. A circle of resistance fire erupted, sending Xian Yi, who was about to get close, flying. Immediately after, he barely pushed himself to unleash the final flame slash, and the fire phoenix appeared again, crashing towards Xian Yi in midair. At that moment, my heart was in my throat, thinking I was about to be counter-killed. As it turned out, the fire phoenix crashed in, exploding with a loud bang and forming a huge cloud of fire. In the smoke, 2 cold lights suddenly flashed, and a pair of crescent blades pierced directly into Li Yi's collarbone. As the fire cloud dispersed, Xian Yi stood there unharmed, coldly looking at Li Yi. Li Yi's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had exhausted the last bit of his strength and fell straight backward. On Shrek's side, Tang Yumiao was the first to rush onto the stage and embrace Li Yi. Xian Yi only let out a cold laugh. He had one. Next, we at Shrek were completely passive. Tang Yumiao exploded on the spot, insisting on going up to take revenge for Li Yi. But Kong Dajing firmly blocked her, saying they had to follow the strategy and not act impulsively. This guy was also responsible. He was the first to go on stage under pressure. Xian Yi saw a Soul King coming up and looked disdainful, using the same old trick, his 6th soul skill, Blood Moon Descends. What shocked him was that Kong Dajing's eyes were clear, and he was not affected at all. Let me tell you, sword cultivators are amazing. Their minds are as calm as water, focusing on the principle of you are strong. So what? A gentle breeze brushes the mountain ridge. Kong Dajing directly half-squatted, roaring break. His figure moving so fast it became blurry, instantly charging in front of Xian Yi and stabbing out with his sword. Xian Yi was so scared his soul almost flew away, awkwardly dodging to the side. The two exchanged blows fiercely, and Kong Dajing even managed to push Xian Yi into a desperate situation at one point. Unfortunately, at the last moment, Xian Yi's left leg soul bone glowed, and he teleported behind Kong Dajing, kicking him off the stage. It was 2-1, and we lost another round. Next up was Qian Jun. This guy was a tough man. He withstood Xian Ye's mental attack. Although he got hit, he charged up to Xian Yi and slammed him down to the ground. Then he unleashed a series of powerful punches that left Xian Yi dazed. Unfortunately, Xian Yi eventually recovered thanks to that armor, which seemed to have a bloodlocking effect, and knocked Qian Jun unconscious with a single punch. This kid even wanted to go for a sneaky hit, but he was scared off by a kind look from Old Kong in the VIP area, so he didn't dare to move. The score was now 1-4. We were pushed to the edge of a cliff. In the next round, we sent out the defense type, Gui Ji Hao, while the opponent also sent out a defense type with the martial soul of a diamond turtle, directly retreating into its shell. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. Two turtle shells facing off. Gui Ji Hao tried to smash a couple of times, but found he couldn't break through at all, so he straightforwardly raised his hand and admitted defeat to conserve soul power. The score was now 1-5. The atmosphere in the arena was at an all-time low. Just then, our true ace, Su Zhixiong, swaggered onto the stage. He looked at the fat guy still hiding in his turtle shell and shouted with a laugh, "Turtle, you keep hiding. No need to announce your name." After the referee announced the start, Su Zhixiong turned and ran towards the edge of the stage, pretending to jump off. The fat guy in the turtle shell was still feeling proud, and just as Su Zhixiong's body leaped out of the ring at the last second, a black light flashed on him. Dark reversal. Smack. The two positions instantly swapped. The diamond turtle fat guy was dumbfounded to find himself falling off the stage. Ha ha ha. This move was simply a physical cheat. The whole arena was stunned. On the Yulin Academy side, their faces turned dark as they sent out a scantily clad succubus named Su Er. When Su Zhixiong saw her, he was almost drooling. I thought this kid was going to be taken down by her beauty. But guess what? He was just acting. He pretended to run to the edge of the stage again, but suddenly turned around midway and threw his turtle shield like a frisbee with all his might. Su Er was startled and quickly raised her shield to block. In that instant, Su Zhixiong had already dashed in front of her. Although he got caught in an illusion afterward and was spun around, his mind was quick, and he soon figured out the opponent's ability to turn into smoke. He immediately created a water shield to wrap himself up, then activated Dark Reversal again, swapping Su Er into the water. Let me tell you, that lady can turn into smoke, but she can't turn into water vapor. She was directly trapped in the water, allowing Su Zhixiong to knock her away with a shield. This was a victory of intelligence. The score became 5-3. Su Zhixiong stood on the stage, hands on his hips, laughing wildly. "Do you have any flying soul masters? Bring them out." As a result, in the next round, the opponent sent out a burly man wielding a Thor's hammer named Yuhan Tian. This time, Su Zhixiong was countered by the heavens. He wanted to use Dark Reversal, but the opponent was well prepared, predicting his landing point, and a lightning ball exploded beneath him, electrocuting him into a spasm and sending him tumbling off the stage. The score was now 6-3, and we were once again pushed to the brink. Then, our queen, Tang Yumiao, finally took the stage. Her gaze was cold enough to drop ice shards. Before the referee could finish his 2 words, Tang Yumiao's 5th soul ring lit up, and Yuhan Tian instantly turned into a human ice sculpture, his face still holding a bewildered expression. Tang Yumiao slowly walked over, her eyes full of disdain, lifted a foot, and spat out a word, "Roll." With a bang, the ice sculpture was kicked off the stage, shattering into pieces. Xian Ye's smile froze on his face. "Get up here." Tang Yumiao coldly scolded the resting area of Yulin Academy. The audience's eyes were about to pop out. Who would have thought this icy beauty was actually a hot-tempered big sister? Next, the people from Yulin Academy came up like they were lining up to hand over their heads. One came up, got frozen, and kicked off. Another came up, got frozen again, and kicked off. Tang Yumiao's kicks were just like Xian Ye's heart. With each kick, his heart trembled. 1 against 3. Instant kill. This directly turned the individual match score from 3-6 into a hard-fought 7-6. Shrek! Shrek! The cheers from the crowd were deafening. Who understands this ultimate thrill of a comeback? This is our Shrek. However, after using her ultimate move, Tang Yumiao was also affected and completely exhausted. After a short break, the 2-2-3 match began. We were straightforward. In the first round, we sent 2 supports up, waved our hands, and admitted defeat to conserve our main force's energy. In the second round, we sent out Mo Xiaocheng and Lu Yuhang. The opponents were that Thor's hammer Yuhan Tian and another Soul King. Let me tell you, there was no competition. As soon as the match began, Lu Yuhang's leopard martial soul moved as fast as lightning, instantly kicking the opposing mage into the air. Just as Yuhan Tian raised his hammer, Mo Xiaocheng whipped up a tornado that swept him into the air, mixed with wind and thunder energy. electrocuting him with sparks flying everywhere. When the tornado stopped, he fell to the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth, just like Su Zhixiong's earlier miserable state. In less than half a minute, the battle was over. Now the score in the 2-2-3 was 1-1. Xianyi sat on the sidelines, his face as dark as a pot's bottom. I guessed that he was no longer worried about winning or losing. Instead, he was concerned about how he would walk out of Shrek City alive after the match. Who told him to provoke our Su Zhixiong? This kid is our Shrek's group pet and a heavyweight. Goodness, these two, Xianyi and Su Haoyun, exchanged glances, and their expressions were like they were about to go to the execution ground. They both knew that retreating was impossible now. They could only charge forward. Let me tell you, these two were truly dogs. Their Yulin Academy had long been devoid of living people, all puppets controlled by their holy spirit sect. It looked decent, but in reality, the roots were rotten. These two were proper evil soul masters. Just as they stood on stage, our Li Yi and the others were preparing to go up. Suddenly, a voice came from the back of the resting area. Can I go on stage? Damn, Lin Xuan. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. When did this guy sneak in? Li Yi frowned so hard he could crush a fly and directly said, look clearly, there are two soul emperors on the other side. No matter how strong you are, this level difference is like a chasm. You can't help. Guess what Lin Xuan said next? He grinned and pulled out something, saying, I know, but coincidentally I have the golden heart given by old Shao. Plus, who understand my family? If they were ordinary soul emperors, I wouldn't bother coming out, but they are evil soul masters. Once he said this, Li Yi understood immediately. As a member of the inspection team, he knew that those perverts among the evil soul masters loved to use disgusting tricks, specifically targeting you when you're in a bad state. Li Yi wanted to confirm again, but Lin Xuan directly turned to our substitute team member, Guei Jihao, saying, Senior, I'm definitely stronger than you, right? You agree, right? Wow. Today's Lin Xuan was aggressive, as if he had taken gunpowder. Guei Jihao, being a straightforward person, sighed, You're definitely stronger than me. All right, time's up. You just watched the show. Lin Xuan said this, and was the first to step onto the stage. The two on the opposite side, Xianyi, were dumbfounded. Lin Xuan completely ignored them because he had just received first-hand information from Nangong Qian. The one called Xianyi was actually named Zhongli Mu, and his crimes were simply unforgivable. He had to kill him today. Li Yi and Tang Yumiya hurriedly followed, guarding Lin Xuan like bodyguards. Just as the referee was about to announce the names of both sides, Lin Xuan suddenly moved. He flashed to the back of the Soul Zone, who was just there to fill in numbers, and kicked him off the stage. Goodness, Xianyi turned pale. He clearly had a backup plan with this Soul Zone, but Lin Xuan directly overturned the table. Don't think you can use your disgusting tricks. Let's fight. Lin Xuan said coldly. Bastard. Xianyi, no. Zhongli Mu immediately broke down and activated his sixth soul skill. I saw Li Yi and Tang Yumiya's eyes instantly turn confused, but Lin Xuan placed his hands on their shoulders, and with a flash of golden light, the two immediately woke up. Seniors, you guys fight to your heart's content. I'll take care of the ending. Lin Xuan shouted. Without a word, Tang Yumiya used absolute zero. But when Zhongli Mu's blood moon turned, Li Yi and Tang Yumiya suddenly knelt on one knee, their soul power completely drained. This is an evil soul master. The audience erupted in chaos. The referee's face turned dark, and he shouted, ready to rush up to kill, but Lin Xuan was faster, pulling Li Yi and the others back while shouting at the referee, don't intervene. The big shots in the VIP seats couldn't sit still either. But Elder Kong calmly waved his hand. Don't be impatient. Let's see how my successor plans to play this. I thought to myself, Confucius, you really have a big heart. I saw Lin Xuan standing at the edge of that sea of blood, leisurely speaking up. His voice was not loud, but everyone in the audience could hear him clearly. You're Zhongli Mu, right? I heard you slaughtered a village, draining the blood of all the old and young. You were a disciple of Yangzheni. Am I wrong? Zhongli Mu's face was so dark it could drip water. You know, quite a bit. Lin Xuan continued to pile on the accusations. I also know that you were originally the holy son of the moon worship sect. But then you defected to the Holy Spirit sect, turning your family's inherited full moon martial soul into a blood moon. The entire moon worship sect was slaughtered by you. Your father, who is the leader of the moon worship sect, was poisoned to death by your own hands. Your mother, your brother, your sister, your younger brother, and your younger sister, none of them escaped. What the hell? This is like a live broadcast of a large documentary, The Birth of Scum. In the sea of blood, bubbles started to rise, and one by one, blood people took shape, their faces distorted. The one at the front exuded an aura comparable to a soul saint. Some in the audience were already trembling in fear. Lin Xuan looked at the crowd of lonely souls and wild ghosts and asked again, "Today, in front of the entire continent, you used the means of an evil soul master. Do you think you can walk out alive?" Zhongli Mu still stubbornly replied, "Humph. How would you understand our spirit hall strategies?" "Strategies? Are you referring to the few stinky rats hiding in the audience?" Lin Xuan scoffed. Those tidal duos peeking out were nothing but light-shy bugs. As soon as he finished speaking, several people in the audience changed their expressions drastically, crushed something, and disappeared in a flash. The whole venue was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Lin Xuan with the eyes of someone witnessing a deity, realizing that everything was under his control. "Today, I'm here to step on your corpse and tell everyone that the spirit hall is merely hanging on by a thread. Clean your neck and wait for me." Zhongli Mu went completely mad, commanding all the blood people to pounce on Lin Xuan. At that moment, Lin Xuan's right arm shone. That golden light was gentle yet domineering, like a small sun. The moment the blood people touched the golden light, they instantly froze, the blood on them dripping down. 10,000 years of soul bone skill, holy light, purifying all evil in the world. "All of you, wake up." Lin Xuan raised his right arm, and the golden light illuminated everything. "No, no!" Zhongli Mu screamed in terror. Those blood people transformed back to their former appearances, glanced gratefully at Lin Xuan, and then happily dissipated into the air. Their souls were freed. Only Zhongli Mu was left slumped on the ground. Lin Xuan waved his right hand, and a 3-meter-long giant sword of light appeared, cleaving down towards Zhongli Mu. Just at that critical moment, Su Haoyun moved. He stood in front of Zhongli Mu, using his woolen spirit to forcibly shred the light sword. Then this guy turned around and threatened Lin Xuan. "Lin Xuan, my thread is already wrapped around your neck. If you don't want to die, take us out of the city. Otherwise, we'll perish together." Damn, what a twist. The whole audience saw it. Countless invisible threads had formed a trap that tightly locked Lin Xuan in. Yet Lin Xuan smiled again and began to tell a story. "Su Haoyun, your father is the vice president of Yulin Academy, and just because the president's son, Wu Haoyan, has always overshadowed you, you colluded with the Holy Spirit sect to slaughter your father and your entire academy. Oh wait, it's not mainly because of Wu Haoyan, it's because of his sister Wu Qingyun, right? You forced her to be your wife after taking her away. How could you know?" Su Haoyun was completely stunned. Just as the saying goes, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear," Elder Long protected a trembling girl as she stepped onto the stage. The moment the girl saw Su Haoyun, she was so frightened that she hid behind Elder Long. Elder Long patted her. "Qingyun, don't be afraid. Tell everyone the truth. We will stand up for you." Wu Qingyun mustered her courage and revealed how Su Haoyun colluded with the Holy Spirit sect, how he killed her brother, how he murdered her own father, how he imprisoned her. All the crimes, one by one, were laid bare. "Shut up. Su Haoyun Zhao Fai Sili." Lin Xuan chuckled, activated the Void Soul Bone skill, and disappeared from the deadly thread formation, reappearing as he stepped closer to Su Haoyun. "People like you're more disgusting than born evil soul masters. You appear dignified on the surface, but behind the scenes, you're worse than animals. Do you think Shrek is blind? Our people are spread across every corner of the continent, and one day we will uproot your Holy Spirit sect, and you will not see that day." After saying that, the holy light was unleashed again, and beside him, Zhongli Mu screamed as he was directly purified and fainted. Su Haoyun's eyes turned red, and the threads in his hand shot crazily towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan instantly teleported behind him, conjured the Haoyan hammer in his hand, and smashed it upward. Just as Su Haoyun wanted to struggle, Lin Xuan teleported above him and gave him another blow to the forehead. Although he didn't get killed instantly, Su Haoyun was dazed. He barely stood up and set up an even more intricate thread formation, calculating all of Lin Xuan's teleportation points. "People with dark hearts will never see the light." Lin Xuan suddenly shouted, his silver hair turning emerald green in an instant. Bloodline of the Emerald Serpent Emperor. He grabbed a thread, which was the main line of all the threads, and the poison transmitted through the line. Su Haoyun was caught off guard. In the moment the poison entered his body, his martial soul was directly released, rolling on the ground in pain, his meridians and organs completely destroyed. He was doomed. "Your sins are beyond redemption." Lin Xuan looked at him, then glanced at the fainted Zhongli Mu. This guy recognized the leader of the Holy Spirit sect as his adoptive father, so he still had some use. He couldn't die yet. Shrek Academy wins. Total score 2-0. The referee announced the result with a grim face. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Lin Xuan returned to the rest area. And Chu Linger rushed over with tears in her eyes. She was truly scared to the point where her heart almost stopped. Lin Xuan patted her head, thinking to himself, this victory was thanks to Nangong Qian's intelligence. Otherwise, Shrek would have been doomed today. He reassured everyone and directly tore open a spatial rift to leave. Instead of returning to the dungeon, he went straight back to Shrek City and dove into Dugu Shue's room. Dugu Shue had just finished her bath and was startled. Who allowed you to enter a girl's room without permission? Shu, it's an emergency. Before Lin Xuan could finish a sentence, he hugged Dugu Shue and covered her mouth, activating the power of space, blending the two of them into the void. The next second, a masked middle-aged man appeared in the room and began rummaging through things. I looked closely. ISNT, this the super Dou from the last time we surrounded the Holy Spirit sect in the Tiando Empire? I exposed your bloodline. The Tiando Empire has come knocking. You can't stay here any longer, Lin Xuan whispered. As he spoke, he felt something was off. Looking down, he found that his hand was resting on Dugu Shue's backside. Dugu Shue's face turned completely red. Your hand. Stop grabbing. Lin Xuan quickly withdrew his hand, still stubbornly saying, I let go, but I didn't grab. You. Dugu Shue glared at him angrily. Lin Xuan teleported away with her, and Dugu Shue behind him muttered, you don't want to be with me yet still take advantage of me. You're really a scumbag. I see through you. Hey. How am I a scumbag? Lin Xuan was dumbfounded. He asked Dugu Shue to help him prepare some drugs for coercing confessions in the dungeon. And Dugu Shue leaned closer and said, kiss me and I'll help you. Lin Xuan, being a ruthless person, didn't hold back and gave her a kiss, then smiled wickedly. Since you say I'm a scumbag yet still tease me, you're really something. Let us go. Dugu Shue was so angry she stomped her feet behind him. Later, Lin Xuan was summoned for a joint trial by the two great empires, Tiando and Xinghua. He sat cross-legged beside Elder Kong, facing four princes. The Tiando prince named Shui Yu was as arrogant as could be, and right off the bat demanded Lin Xuan hand over the treasures seized from the Holy Spirit sect. Lin Xuan nonchalantly dug at his ear and contemptuously asked, who do you think you are? You impudent. The prince slammed the table. But Elder Kong was quicker, slapping him across the face, knocking out his teeth. You uncultured thing. Why are you making such a fuss while asking questions? The scene was like watching a thrilling show. As the prince spun around from the slap, almost jumping up in rage, Lin Xuan also started to retort. The emperor must pay respects to our dean. And bow to Elder Su. I am the successor of the Sea God Pavilion, on equal footing with you. Do you think this is your home? Why should I give you what I seized? Another prince named Shuejia, realizing toughness wouldn't work, switched to a softer approach, asking about Dugu Shue's whereabouts, claiming her mother had entrusted them to find someone. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was nonsense. They were just after the ice and fire duality eye. In the end, Lin Xuan whistled and casually said, oh, Dugu Shue? She's my wife, the one I took back. How could I possibly give her to you? Puffed. I almost burst out laughing. The faces of several princes on the opposite side turned green. Their expressions were like they had been constipated for 10 days. The meeting ended unhappily. Lin Xuan discussed with Old Kong and discovered that the attitude of the Tiando Empire was very unusual. The emperor might have been poisoned, and this poison was related to Dugu, Shue's mother. There was something very deep behind this. This matter was too troublesome. So Lin Xuan simply ran off to find Chu Linger and spent a few days with her. Before the semifinals, Li Yi found him again, and the two of them closed the door and whispered for half a day, specifically studying how to deal with Tiando's trump card, Tang Xuanfeng. The 7-day break passed in a flash, and in the semifinals, Shrek faced the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy. Lin Xuan, as the first in the individual competition, directly took the stage. He was moving his body, and the stance said, it doesn't matter who comes. As a result, on the Tiando side, Tang Xuanfeng didn't move at all and sent a female team member up. Shrek Academy, Lin Xuan. Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy, Meng Xiaoyan. Before the referee could even start the match, the girl moved to try a sneak attack from behind. However, Lin Xuan didn't even turn his head and sent a spatial cut over, leaving several cuts on the girl, and then he punched her off the stage. Instant kill. The whole arena erupted in cheers. The atmosphere on the Tiando side immediately dropped to freezing point. Tang Xuanfeng could finally sit still, stood up, and slowly walked onto the stage. I looked at the Haotian hammer in his hand, which was almost as tall as him, and the 6 soul rings behind him, feeling a cold sweat. Although Lin Xuan was extraordinary, the heir of the Haotian sect was not to be trifled with. Tang Xuanfeng looked at Lin Xuan and said in a deep voice, you are strong, but this is where it ends. Behind him, the 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings lit up, while Lin Xuan had 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, clearly showing a significant difference in momentum. But let me tell you, just looking at configurations is something only elementary school students would do. When it comes to real fights, who is bluffing is still uncertain. Tang Xuanfeng's momentum was like a mountain pressing down on me, making it hard for me to breathe. At that moment, I had only one thought. I absolutely cannot back down. If I lose the momentum, I won't be able to fight afterward. Just as I was preparing to make a move, he was even quicker. The 6 soul ring suddenly lit up, and the Haotian hammer in his hand instantly transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant hammer, smashing down towards my side of the arena. Can I let him smash it? Dream on. I directly tore open a spatial rift and zipped away, appearing right behind him the next second, ready to stab him in the back with my dagger. Who would have thought this guy would be so unexpected, throwing away his hammer and turning around to the punch? His 3rd soul skill turned out to be a martial arts technique. Does anyone understand? A big guy who uses a hammer actually has such a sneaky trick up his sleeve. I was sent flying by a single punch and almost flew off the stage. Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that my body was trained to be as tough as a soul emperor, that punch could have sent me back home. I was really angry. Does he think I'm just some guy without a temper? I directly tore open space again and flashed in front of him, using my 4th soul skill, the immobilization technique, and shouted, "Stay right there." I then grabbed his arm and executed a really cool shoulder throw, bringing him down. Just as he broke free from the immobilization, I jumped on top of him, throwing punches left and right, bang bang, 2 punches, although it didn't deal much damage. Let me tell you, the scene was quite a little shock for him in close combat. His face turned green, holding a big hammer, but he couldn't swing it on the ground, yelling in frustration. His 5th soul skill was a large area hammer smash, but I dodged it again. I realized this guy still had his big move ready and his soul power was full, so to make it easier for Li later, I had to bait out another one of his big moves. This move is called tactical seduction. I flew directly toward his face, and sure enough, he took the bait. The 6th soul skill came again. I used my soul bone skill to take the hit, and then, taking advantage of the explosion, I disappeared. Of course, I didn't really disappear. I teleported behind him for a sneak attack, but he still reacted in time and slammed me hard against the wall. I was knocked down, but let me tell you, this exchange was totally worth it. He used both of his 6th soul skill ultimate moves, and I single-handedly drained them. I was carried off, and Li came on stage, looking incredibly calm. Tang Xuanfeng came up with a big move, and Li went head-to-head with him, then started showcasing his skills, using various small fireballs to interrupt Tang Xuanfeng's attack rhythm. Tang Xuanfeng wanted to play his ancestral chaotic hammer technique, but there was no chance. In the end, Li executed a smooth little combo, directly knocking Tang Xuanfeng out of the arena. Of course, Tang Xuanfeng was also intentionally going easy, wanting to conserve energy for the later matches. On our side, Li also consumed quite a bit of energy. After winning this match, he stepped down, making the score 3-1, and we had the advantage. In the subsequent individual matches, our Tang Yumiya also performed strongly, achieving 3 consecutive victories. But he was also exhausted. The team from Tiando clearly wanted to drag us into a 2-on-2 and team battle. Fine, let us play. In the 2-on-2, we were even fiercer, directly sending in our substitute to focus on a war of attrition. In the first match, Kong Dejin and Qian Jun came on stage, facing a tank and an assassin. Let me tell you, it was brutal. Qian Jun ended up taking out the tank in a 1-for-1 exchange, sacrificing himself in the process. Kong Dejin was left to duel the assassin, and he was simply amazing, closing his eyes and using sound to locate his opponent, instantly controlling them and securing the victory. The second match was even more absurd. We sent in Mo Xiaocheng and Liu Yuheng, but the opposing team had hidden a big weapon, Yang Chan, the inheritor of the soul-breaking spear, along with the top-tier support from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This combination was a pure assassination lineup. As soon as the match started, Mo Xiaocheng used a tornado to blow the support into the air, but just when he was about to do something, whoosh. From 30 meters away, Yang Chan shot him down instantly. It was literally a one-shot kill. Liu Yuheng was also fierce, taking advantage of the moment to injure the support that had just fallen. Another 1-for-1 exchange, and Mo Xiaocheng was carried off, directly exiting the competition. It was devastating, everyone. Our team had lost 2 members. Now we were in trouble. After the individual matches, we were filled with injured players. We could only gamble on this last 3-on-3 decisive match. If we won, we would advance directly. If we lost, we would have to face a more difficult team battle. Our team consisted of me, Li Yi, and Tang Yumiya. The opposing team had Tang Xuanfeng, a guy named Tang Miao, and a woman playing the Guzheng named Bai Rou. I thought this woman was a bit ominous. The battle began. We wanted to focus fire on Bai Rou, but Tang Xuanfeng immediately unleashed his ultimate to cover her. I quickly used a space leap to dodge with my teammates. Then various skills were flying everywhere, and that Bai Rou played her Guzheng. Oh man, it was a mental attack. Soundwave, martial soul. It almost controlled us all in place, waiting to die. Luckily, my bloodline power was impressive, and I broke free, pulling my teammates out as well. I got smart and went into stealth, letting Li Yi and the others provide cover up front. Tang Xuanfeng was charging his chaotic hammer technique, and I waited. Did Bai Rou want to play her Guzheng again? I suddenly emerged from the shadows, grabbing her by the throat. She wanted to use a soul bone skill to cast an illusion, but I was like, what are you doing? This is just a massage. The illusion was useless against me. I directly lifted her and threw her off the stage. Then I quickly cast a binding spell, interrupting Tang Xuanfeng's charge technique. As we reached the end, our Tang Yumiya was exhausted and had to step down, while the opposing Tang Miao had also run out of energy. Only I and Li Yi remained against a fully charged Tang Xuanfeng. He unleashed a big move, and before I could save him, Li Yi was directly injured and carried off. All right, now it was a solo match between me and him. He thought my soul power was depleted and started charging his chaotic hammer technique, even taunting me. But I refused to interrupt him. I dodged, weaving left and right, not letting him land a hit. He threw a punch, and I closed in, grabbing his wrist and sweeping his legs to take him down. He instinctively protected his head and neck, thinking I was going for a vital strike, but I slashed a dagger across his stomach. Before he could react, I locked him from behind, pressing the dagger to his neck. It was over. Let me tell you, that ground combat flow was so smooth that everyone in the audience was stunned. He couldn't comprehend how a space-type assassin could also excel in close combat. When the referee announced the result, the entire place erupted. We won. Shrek eliminated Tiando 2-0 and advanced directly to the finals. The people from the Xinghua Empire were grinning, thinking we were easy prey due to our injuries. Just wait and see. Back at the hotel, I was so exhausted that I collapsed onto the bed when Chu Linger cheerfully pushed the door open and stepped aside. I looked and wow, it was my master, Xiaofeng. I immediately pounced on him like a hungry tiger, overwhelmed with excitement. Master, when did you arrive? I was passing by and thought I'd check out your match. Xiaofeng patted me on the back, smiling, and said, well done. Before I could respond, I saw that girl Chu Linger was quite perceptive. She put down her lunchbox, made a face, and slipped away. Brother Xiaofeng looked at her back, chuckled, and said, what a good disciple of Wuxing Delaw. You got lucky, kid. This girl had quite the temper when she was younger. I was puzzled at the time and said to the master, why does it feel like all the big shots in the world know Chu Linger? He then pushed the lunchbox in front of me with a serious expression and said, hurry up and eat. I don't have much time. I'm just passing by. I told you, he casually mentioned it, and the next second, he dropped a bombshell on me. He said, Du Guxue's mother is dead. Goodness. I almost spat out my food at that moment. He continued, saying this news was leaked to him by the Holy Spirit Church. Family, who understands? My master turns out to be a double agent. He has an intelligence deal with the Holy Spirit Church, which is why he is still alive. He said the source of the news is absolutely reliable. It came from someone related to the Grand Elder, inferred through indirect hints. Now it all makes sense. Du Guxue's mother was indeed taken out by the Holy Spirit Church. Then came an even more explosive revelation. Xiaofeng said that the Emperor of Heaven Dou had long suspected this and commissioned him to investigate. Now that it's been clarified, the Emperor is very angry. He has completed his mission and is going to the coast to help the Starless Doloa. As soon as I heard coastal, I said to the master, what a coincidence, I want to go too. He said he knew that Wu Xing Do Luo and a few of his old buddies had gone to a secret realm, but they didn't know if they were alive or dead. The key point is that a new secret realm is about to be spawned next to the coastal city of Haibin, which contains treasures that can solve Chu Linger's 3 souls in 1 body, and Wu Xing Do Luo asked him to help. I asked him why he didn't call himself a titled Doluo, and he said that in today's world, people's hearts are not as they used to be. It's all about you fooling me and me fooling you, and you can't trust anyone. Although he is not a titled Doluo, even a soul Doluo cannot compete with him. After saying that, he patted my head, left a note, and disappeared. Once his martial soul was activated, he flew away in an instant. The note had just 1 sentence. See you in Haibin City in 5 months. All answers will be revealed then. I just finished digesting it and quickly entered the Void Spirit Stone. Goodness, Shui was torturing Xiantian out of boredom. Looking at Xuantian's sweaty appearance, he must have suffered a lot. As soon as she saw me, she asked when we could go back, saying she was getting moldy from boredom. At that moment, my smile was even uglier than crying. What am I here for? I'm here to mourn. Looking at her like that, how could I open my mouth? In the end, she was quite perceptive and directly said to just say whatever I needed to say, that she could handle it. I let Xiantian go cool off first, and that guy ran away faster than anyone else, as if he had been granted amnesty. Then, it was just me and her left. I took a deep breath and said, "Your mother's body has been found. I told you." She looked unchanged on the surface, but her temperature dropped suddenly, and her body was as stiff as a steel plate. I sighed, squatted down in front of her, and pierced through her facade. "Why are you lying to me? You didn't just recently separate from your mom. You've been growing up alone in the realm of ice and fire since you were a child." She broke down instantly, tears welling up in her eyes, asking me, "So what?" I pulled her into my arms and said, "Because I've been through the same thing. I understand. If you want to cry, just cry. It's not shameful." She called me a fool and then cried her heart out in my embrace. Just as I had calmed Shui down, I turned around and sensed something was off with Chu Ling air. That nine-tailed fox in her sea of consciousness had actually awakened. This girl still wanted to hide it from me and bear it alone. I immediately flashed to her bedside, startling her. I said, "The nine-tailed fox is awake?" She nodded. I said, "Leave it to me. You just need to get some sleep." After saying that, I dove into her, and my spiritual entity entered her sea of consciousness. I had Xiantian protect me from the outside. This guy's opportunity had come. Let me tell you, at that moment, Xiantian looked at us with shining eyes, his thoughts almost written on his face. How about taking a chance to get rid of both of them now? Then I could just run away? The doors were wide open, and the corridor was empty. He was in a fierce internal struggle. On one side was freedom, and on the other side was the terrifying soul of my master, Yang Zhao. Suddenly, he jolted, realizing, wait, this must be a test, right? Goodness, he broke into a cold sweat in an instant, obediently sat back down, and even thoughtfully covered us with a blanket. As soon as I entered Chu Linger's spiritual sea, the nine-tailed fox transformed into a grown-up version of Chu Linger, with a stunning figure and dressed quite revealingly. Chu Linger blushed and quickly covered my eyes, saying, "Don't look. I'll show you when you grow up." I thought to myself, all right, let's get down to business. But then this fox immediately dug a pit for me, saying to Chu Linger, if it weren't for him traveling back, I wouldn't have been able to survive at all. Isn't that clearly implying that her mother's death is my fault? Chu Linger's smile froze on the spot. I directly grabbed her shoulders and told her everything about my background. The matter of Shui, how I obtained her bloodline, and how I got involved with the nine-tailed fox, spilling it all out at once. The amount of information was so overwhelming that Chu Linger's CPU practically fried. Seeing her in such a state of collapse, the nine-tailed fox laughed with great satisfaction. I suddenly got angry and shouted, "Get out!" The divine mark of the god of space on my forehead lit up instantly. Once my divine sense opened, the fox was so scared that it almost wet itself. Divine sense? How is that possible? While protecting Chu Ling, I used my divine sense to conjure a large sword and fiercely attacked the nine-tailed fox. At this critical moment, Xiantian outside succeeded with a hypnosis, putting Chu Linger to sleep to prevent her from having a mental breakdown. Now that I had no concerns, I relentlessly pursued the nine-tailed fox and beat it up. In the end, the fox cowered and begged for mercy, saying it wanted to negotiate. I pinned it to the ground with a spear and stopped. It wasn't that I was soft-hearted. I realized that taking another step would bring me into its territory, and I almost fell into its trap. Fine, let's talk. In the sea of consciousness, I began to negotiate with the nine-tailed fox. It said I could enter my sea of consciousness, but the condition was that I had to help it find the corpse of a tidal duel or a 100,000-year-old transformation fruit. I directly scoffed. What are you thinking? An 80,000-year-old transformation fruit could grow 8-pack abs. Where am I supposed to find that for you? In the end, it got anxious and said that as long as I made the people outside withdraw, it would immediately come over and make a huge concession. I thought for a moment. If I didn't cut the knot, I would only suffer more confusion. Let's gamble. Deal. I told Xiantian to get lost and had Yang Zhao hide well. The fox snorted, withdrew all its power, and swiftly dove into my sea of consciousness. I quickly returned to my original self. The next moment, my mental sea became lively. Chu Qinger, the soul of Chu Linger's aunt, had long been on high alert. Then, my master Yang Zhao appeared directly, sealing off the entire mental sea. The nine-tailed fox was dumbfounded on the spot, unable to escape. It had calculated everything, but it didn't T4C that my Master S avatar was residing in my brain. I let out a cold laugh. Your life and death are now in my hands. Speak up. Do you have any other tricks? It was straightforward and admitted that it had buried a bomb in Chu Linger's mental sea, which would detonate upon its death. My master took a glance and nodded, effortlessly dismantling it. Goodness, this was a professional team facing off against a scattered militia. The advantage was mine. In the end, it had no more tricks up its sleeve and could only make an agreement with me. I promised to help it reshape its body after I became a deity, and it honestly disclosed that the issue of the three souls being one body still relied on the Wuxing law. This matter finally reached a temporary conclusion. After dealing with the fox, only Chu Linger was left. I had waited by her side for most of the day, and when she finally woke up, her eyes were indeed vacant. She pushed away the food I offered and rushed outside. I used a spatial flash to block her and pulled her into the ethereal stone. I said, "Let me explain." She cried and said she wanted to be alone. As a result, that nine-tailed fox ran out again to stir up trouble, saying things like, "Your mother wants to kill me. Am I supposed to just stand here and wait to die?" It directly provoked Chu Ling, who was ready to fight it right then and there. I couldn't even hold her. She squatted on the ground in pain, saying I was being a foolish good person, siding with the enemy who killed her mother. I was truly at a loss for words. Just then, the real trump card arrived. Chu Chinger, the soul of her aunt, emerged from my spiritual sea. As soon as she appeared, Chu Linger froze and cried out for her mother. But Chu Chinger said, "I'm not your mother, I'm your aunt." Then she revealed all the truths. It turned out that her aunt had been harmed and was left with only her soul. To save her, her mother wanted to obtain the soul bone and soul ring of the nine-tailed fox to exchange for treasures to help her rebuild her body, which is why she went hunting for the nine-tailed fox. She even made an agreement with Du Gu Shue's mother to go together with the three of them. But things went wrong. Family, who can handle this twist? The root of everything was actually to save her own biological sister. Chu Chinger cried and said that the one to blame was her, not me. I was just an unlucky person caught in the middle. I looked at the two of them and quickly seized the opportunity. I said, "Wait for me to become a god. I will resurrect your loved ones. My master has already helped me find their souls." At this point, Chu Linger completely broke down and cried in my arms. It was truly heartbreaking. This hurdle was finally over. Here I was holding Chu Linger, while on the other side, Du Gu Shue was hiding under the blanket, crying. Sigh. I was really caught in the middle. After finally enduring until the 6th day, I hurried to attend the tactical meeting for the finals. Lee looked at me as if I were an employee caught skipping work. "I thought you wouldn't come out." He then began analyzing the situation. We only had 9 people who could fight, while the opposing Xinhua Empire had a full team of 13, including 1 Soul Emperor and 7 Soul Kings, as well as the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. How were we supposed to fight this? It was pure hell difficulty. Lee, he directly called my name, Lin Xuan. "You go, use your poison to incapacitate a few of them, so they can't compete in the finals." Isn't this just the dirty work that I'm being assigned? I just nodded, and Su Zhixiong stood up, saying he wanted to reveal some information about his cousin. His cousin is the strongest one across from us, Su Tianzi. As soon as he spoke, the entire venue fell silent. He said that his cousin's martial soul had awakened into a true Xuanwu, the 5th soul skill, Xuanwu Guardian, and the 6th soul skill, Xuanwu's Step, can turn the entire arena into a quagmire, making it difficult to even tear the space apart. The most critical part is that defense. He said he had personally seen his brother endure a full force attack from Soul Sage's martial soul and only sustain minor injuries. He concluded with one statement: "None of us can break through my brother's defense." I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the entire conference room was instantly muted. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even our captain Li Yi had a serious expression. Flawless. These 4 words were simply engraved on the forehead of that man named Su Tianzi. I was watching Lin Xuan at that moment, and this guy looked like he could squish a fly with his furrowed brows. He said he would find a way, but I could tell he wasn't confident himself. Later, he admitted that there was at most a 40% chance of success, and that was counting on the poison from his by Lin Snake King as a cheat. What it meant was, even if he could find a way to poison that Iron Turtle opponent, the real problem was how to deliver the poison. Their defenses were so tight that we couldn't find a single gap. Li Yi was there deploying formations, talking about some 2-2-3 formations and Tianji's horse racing strategy. And I felt overwhelmed. In the end, the core tactic was settled on one thing. Lin Xuan, you go and take down the toughest opponent. As long as you can bring him down, the rest will be easy pickings. Goodness, the pressure was simply hellish. After the meeting, Li Yi specifically kept Lin Xuan behind. looking guilty and saying something like this should have been our job, and thanking him for his hard work. Lin Xuan didn't say anything, just shook his head and went back to his room. I tell you, at that time his mind was in a complete mess. It wasn't just about the competition. What was even more critical was that there was a fire in his backyard. The issue with his girlfriend, Chu Linger, had been weighing heavily on him. He directly entered the space called the ethereal stone, wanting to check the situation. As a result, Chu Linger had calmed down, but she was like a wooden doll, her eyes vacant, and the first thing she said was, "Can you let me go? I want to go back to Shrek and be alone." What could Lin Xuan say? He could only nod. He wanted to hold her hand, but Chu Linger directly dodged. The awkwardness of that moment, I could feel it even through the screen. He sighed, sent Chu Linger back to Shrek, and then sat alone in his room, filled with frustration and helplessness. Dong Shui came out from the stone to comfort him, but this guy completely broke down, saying he didn't know what to do anymore. Tears were almost falling. After all, he was still just a teenager, shouldering Shrek's KPIs and dealing with a breakup. Who could handle that? In the end, he didn't want to talk to anyone, directly putting Dong Shui back into the ethereal stone and sat alone in silence all night. The next day at the finals, Lin Xuan looked like he had lost his soul, sitting alone in the rest area early, his gaze vacant enough to run a marathon. The people from Star Dou Empire arrived, and when Su Tianzi saw Lin Xuan's condition, his brows furrowed, probably thinking this kid was off. When our team members rushed to find him, Li stopped everyone, not allowing them to disturb him. Just then, Lin Xuan suddenly spoke, his voice icy enough to freeze. "Senior Li, I will defeat Su Tianzi. At the very least, I will leave him half dead." I was so shocked that my hair stood on end. This was clearly not just a competition. It was a life-and-death struggle. When the match began, the referee turned out to be Old Kong, a super Deloitte personally officiating. The stakes were incredibly high, as Lin Xuan and Su Tianzi took the stage. I can tell you, the atmosphere instantly changed. Su Tianzi, seeing the dead-eyed gaze of Lin Xuan, visibly flinched. After both sides announced their names, as soon as Su Tianzi finished speaking, the Xuanwu shield was raised with a bang, ready for battle. And guess what happened? Lin Xuan lazily threw a Haotian hammer, which was smashed to pieces by the opposing shield. Then Su Tianzi charged with a shield attack, directly slamming into Lin Xuan's chest. Lin Xuan staggered back 2 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet he actually smiled and said 2 words to the stunned Su Tianzi. "Come again." The entire arena was dumbfounded. He didn't even think about dodging. I understood right then, this kid had gone insane. He was playing a psychological game, betting his life. He aimed to completely disrupt the genius opposite him with this reckless fighting style. Su Tianzi, feeling underestimated, went all out and activated his skills. Lin Xuan also unleashed his Golden Saint Dragon bloodline and grabbed the opposing shield, and the two began to wrestle. Su Tianzi, a Soul Emperor, actually couldn't match Lin Xuan in strength. His face turned purple, and only with the support of his 5th spirit skill was he able to barely reclaim the shield. This ignited the flames of fury within him, and Su Tianzi's 6th spirit ring lit up, his aura overwhelming. At that critical moment, Lin Xuan raised his hand and lightly uttered a single word: "Freeze." The skill was interrupted. Su Tianzi was frozen in place. Lin Xuan tore through space and directly appeared behind him, delivering a punch that went straight through his abdomen. But something felt off. It felt like hitting water. This was the skill of the body S-bones. Lin Xuan immediately withdrew his hand. That was close. Su Tianzi was so stunned. He never expected Lin Xuan could predict his casting timing. What followed was complete chaos. Lin Xuan completely abandoned defense and stepped toward Su Tianzi. Su Tianzi panicked and frantically attacked with his shield, while Lin Xuan took the hits with his arms. 1 hit, 2 hits. His arms quickly became a bloody mess, with only 2 shining soul bones visible inside. Just when Su Tianzi swung his shield, aiming to deliver a final blow to Lin Xuan moved. His right arm S-bone skill, Void, activated, causing Su Tianzi's shield to swing empty, and he stumbled forward due to inertia. Now is the time. A dagger suddenly appeared in Lin Xuan's hand, coated with the deadly poison of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King. With a swift motion, he slashed it across Su Tianzi's neck. It was done, but Su Tianzi was also fierce. In his dying moments, he retaliated, swinging the shield towards Lin Xuan's head. If that hit, Lin Xuan would undoubtedly die. Then, I witnessed a scene I will never forget in my life. Lin Xuan, he smiled. He raised his right hand, which was just a bone, towards the referee and conceded. Wow! The entire arena erupted. Old Kong instantly intervened to save Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, Su Tianzi, unwilling to accept defeat, collapsed. Lin Xuan's strategy succeeded. From the start, risking his life to disrupt the opponent's mentality, to finally seizing the opportunity for a decisive kill, and then conceding at the last moment to save his life, everything was perfectly executed. In front of everyone, he retracted the poison from Su Tianzi's body and elegantly tore through space to leave, also exiting the competition. 1-for-1, trading a soul zone for the opponent's strongest soul emperor. This deal was a huge win. The remaining matches lost their suspense. We, Shrek, were guaranteed to win. However, Lin Xuan's condition was terrible. He returned to the dormitory and passed out immediately. Dugu Shui and the others hurriedly got him into the Void Stone for rescue. Let me tell you, his arms were a complete wreck, all the flesh torn and blood vessels broken. If it weren't for the support of the soul bones, he would have been done for. He slept for 3 days and nights, with Dugu Shui taking care of him without leaving his side. When he finally woke up and saw his newly grown pale hands, he was terrifyingly silent. He quietly cooked a pot of meat soup, and Dugu Shui was awakened by the aroma, looking at him in surprise. Lin Xuan looked at her and said something particularly cold. "We're even now." Dugu Shui merely smiled and said, "Okay." Then she extended her hand and said, "Let us get to know each other again. I'm Dugu Shui. And you?" Lin Xuan was taken aback but still shook her hand. "Let me tell you, Dugu Shui is really clear-headed." She directly laid her cards on the table with Lin Xuan, saying she liked him too, but she didn't want to take advantage of him. She urged Lin Xuan to try again for Chu Linger, and if there was really no hope, she would pursue him openly. This move deeply touched Lin Xuan. He received a pile of rewards from the two elders, including a ring that could change the color of spirit rings at will, a gravity stone that could instantly kill a title de loi, and a life-saving golden bell that even a super de loi couldn't break. After acquiring these advantages, he immediately went to find Chu Linger. But what happened? It was still futile. Chu Linger was curled up in a chair, her gaze vacant. The moment Lin Xuan entered, his heart ached. He wanted to explain and make amends. But Chu Linger simply said, "I can't forget. We can't go back. Seeing you reminds me of that pain. Family, who understands that feeling of watching love completely cool off?" It was unbearable. In the end, Chu Linger told him to leave, saying she needed time to calm down. Lin Xuan wiped away his tears, said nothing, and turned to leave. Then this guy completely broke down. He directly sealed the troublesome nine-tailed fox in his spiritual sea and ran out of Shrek like a madman. Not eating, drinking, or sleeping, running for 7 days and nights straight to the seaside city at the northernmost point of the continent. When he was finally put to sleep by Dugu Shui's efforts and woke up again, he had recovered. After a breakup, once you vented, it's time to focus on your career. The two of them entered a city called Yunheng City, and Lin Xuan, wearing a mask, went straight to the land management office without saying a word. The manager was initially quite pretentious, but when Lin Xuan slapped a blue crystal card worth 1 million gold soul coins on the table, the manager nearly knelt down on the spot, his attitude doing a complete 180, becoming incredibly smooth. "Young master, would you like to buy land to establish a sect?" "No problem. You see, there are only these 4 plots available in the city. Feel free to choose." Lin Xuan took the 4 booklets and began to check them one by one. The first one was in the southeast corner, a slum filled with the smell of fish. This place was definitely a no-go. The second one was next to the Lord's mansion, charging an outrageous 40,000 gold soul coins for a 10-year lease. Let me tell you, that's not renting land. That's slapping a fool with money label on my face. No way. The third one was on the southern business road, the economic lifeline. Isn't that the noisiest place in the city? I'm establishing a sect for peace, not opening a vegetable market. Pass. All right, it's down to the last one, the northern civilian area. Although it was described as a mixed bag, with frequent disturbances and fierce competition like a king's contest, I like that. The harder the mode at the start, the more fulfilling it is to clear the game. I directly slapped that booklet down in front of manager, manager who seemed to be quite clever. He wasn't surprised at all and said that young people should be ambitious. Swiping the card for 100,000 gold soul coins, I didn't even blink. I also asked him to clearly arrange for servants and drivers. Once the money was in place, efficiency was high. It wasn't long before a carriage stopped at the door. But when I arrived at the place, I was taken aback, my brows furrowing tightly. The main gate, how should I put it? It had a bit of grandeur, but just a bit, resembling a village entrance archway, exuding an aura of disappointment. The coachman noticed my expression wasn't right and quickly explained, "Young master, this is actually the territory of a soul emperor rogue cultivator. Unfortunately, he died outside, and all his disciples ran away. That guy didn't have any grand ambitions. He just wanted to guard his little piece of land. So this situation is quite awkward. All right, it seems I have to take matters into my own hands. I took out a wooden plaque, and with my fingertips gathering wind as a blade, I swiftly carved two large characters, Xian Zong. Although the writing could only be described as emphasis on participation, the aura of killing intent was absolutely intense. Anyone with ill intentions would feel a chill just from a glance. I placed the plaque on the ground, and that was it. I had established a sect with the principle of doing as I please. After wandering around for a bit, I found the place was about 1,000 square meters, not too big, not too small, consisting of a hall, kitchen, restroom, library, 5 dormitories, and an additional master suite. Everything was complete. Theoretically, it could accommodate over 100 disciples, but I thought that 10 would be the limit. Too many people would be bothersome. I'll tell you, just as we left, that Guan Shi ran off to report to the city lord in a flash. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, the city lord surnamed Yun was stunned after hearing the report. To take out 1 million gold soul coins all at once? When he saw the fake name I registered, Xian Lin, he immediately imagined a grand drama about a young master from a top-tier family going undercover. He ordered on the spot, keep a close watch on him. Someone like him must have a powerful protector behind him. Let us see what cards he has up his sleeve. Let him guess, can he see through my cards? Finally settled down, the sect leader's suite happened to have 2 bedrooms, one for me and one for Dou Forest. To be honest, once I had some free time and that intensity passed, I started feeling emo again, lying on the bed staring at the ceiling, my mind filled with thoughts of Chu Ling, who among my family understands. That kind of longing can almost drown a person. Just then, Dou Forest came in after taking a shower. Seeing me in such a half-dead state, she sighed and sat down beside my bed to comfort me. She was right. She said Linger would also want to see a better version of me. As I listened, I don't know what got into me. I suddenly rolled over and hugged her, burying my head on her shoulder, and whispered softly, I want to allow you to leave me, okay? She stiffened for a moment and then gently responded with an MM. I admit, at that moment I got a bit carried away, treating her as, forget it. But she seemed to understand. She didn't say anything. She didn't care. This relationship is truly complicated and tangled. We quietly separated, and when she went back to her room, I saw her clutching her chest. Probably her heart was racing like a drum. The next morning, Dou Forest, and she and Tian sat down for breakfast. The porridge made by the new maid, Xiao Ling, was incredibly salty, almost making my eyebrows drop. As soon as I mentioned it, the girl got so nervous, and her twin sister, Ming'er, quickly pulled her back. I waved my hand and said it was fine. We're all young people. No need to be so serious. Just as I was about to take another sip of porridge, I suddenly paused, frowned, feeling that something was off. I turned to Xin Tian and gave him a look. 2 clueless ones have come, probably looking to challenge us. Great elder, you know what to do. Show off our Xian sect's reputation. Xin Tian understood immediately, stood up, and even asked the twin sisters if they wanted to go watch the fun. The younger sister, Ling, cheered and followed him. Let me tell you, Xuantiang is incredibly imposing. When he arrived at the entrance, the place was already packed to the brim. The leading muscular guy was about to show off when Xuantiang couldn't even be bothered to speak to him. With a swift motion, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings instantly lit up the entire scene. Soul Sage, do you understand the value of being a soul sage? The crowd collectively gasped, frightened enough to retreat several steps. The muscular guy turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Xuantiang shot him a cold glance. What? You want to challenge us? No. You got it wrong, sir. The muscular guy changed his face on the spot, smooth as silk, saying they had heard a big shot was establishing a sect here and had come specifically to congratulate him. Xuantiang glanced at the other few guys in the crowd wearing sect uniforms. You two? Those people nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Xuantiang was probably overjoyed inside, but on the surface, he maintained an air of a great master, extending his hand. Where are the congratulatory gifts? Hand them over. It cracked me up. Those people didn't dare refuse and hurriedly pulled out their most valuable possessions to give to Xuantiang. After collecting the gifts, Xuantiang waved his hand impatiently. Our sect master prefers peace and quiet, so everyone disperse. We'll discuss accepting disciples later. As soon as he finished speaking, the people at the entrance ran faster than rabbits, not leaving a single one behind. With this move, our Xuanzong's reputation was thoroughly established in Yunheng City. That night, Dou Forest found me. She thought I was really going to retire here and asked me what I actually wanted to do. I laid it all out. Do you think I came here to play house? My goal is the Jinshan sect, ranked 20th in the world. I want to treat them as as my first experience package. Dugu Shui was shocked on the spot, holding her forehead with a look that said I had gone crazy. The city lord of Yunheng also received the news and was surprised to hear that a soul sage had suddenly appeared here, instantly disrupting the balance of power in the city. He was an old fox and immediately ordered to watch the situation quietly, advising no one to approach me for fear of choosing the wrong side. In the following days, I sneaked out at night and explored the entire Yunheng city. The northern part of the city was indeed full of martial virtue, with sects and gangs everywhere. I didn't find any trace of the Holy Spirit Church for now, but there were quite a few people monitoring our sect. After returning, I found Xuan Tiang, who was still keeping watch, and briefed him. I told him I would be in seclusion for a few days to deal with something very important and instructed him to hold the fort, telling him to find Dugu Shui if anything came up. In reality, I was going to my small world's ethereal stone to hatch an egg. What is in that egg, you ask? Let me tell you, it's something big called the Hellhound, the three-headed dog of hell. My master, Yang Zhao, said this thing is incredibly powerful, but also extremely dangerous. A world once perished because of it. He told me to use my light and spatial powers to influence it, marking it with the light of righteousness from birth. As soon as I entered the small world, before I could react, I was directly sucked into the blood-red giant egg. Inside, it was like a blood pool hell, with countless negative emotions rushing towards me. Fortunately, I had the golden heart left by old Xiao in my heart. With a flash of golden light, it directly purified these things. In the center of the blood sea, there was a small dog with 3 heads curled up. I hurriedly swam over, thinking to myself, one on each side, pouring light power into the left head and space power into the right head. Done. But what about the main head in the middle? In a moment of inspiration, I thought of Dugu Shui and decided to just pour her poisonous bloodline, the green phosphor serpent emperor, into it. When I emerged from the egg, holding a fluffy 3-headed puppy, my master Yang Zhao and Barbados almost blew my head off. They pointed at me and scolded me for turning the most important main head into a poison attribute, which was just laying a trap. If this pup turns dark in the future, it will be the first to bite me. What could I do? I was also very desperate. In the end, my master gave up, sighed, and said, "Forget it, at worst, I'll just throw it to Senior Tang San later and let him deal with it." Good gracious. Senior Tang San, truly a brick in the Dolawa continent. Wherever there's a need, he gets moved. But to be honest, this 3-headed puppy is quite cute. With 1 golden head, 1 silver head, and 1 green head licking me all around. I named them Little Gold, Little Silver, and Little Green, keeping it simple and straightforward. As soon as I walked out holding the puppy, Dugu Shui was also stunned. Especially Little Green, when she saw her. It was like seeing her own mother. She pounced on her and licked her wildly. After all, she is her bloodline. While I was in seclusion these past few days, things outside weren't peaceful either. Another soul saint from the north of the city, a guy named Sunda E, came to probe us, but ended up being intimidated by my 76th level soul power. He immediately announced to the whole city that anyone who dared to touch our Xuan zone would be going against his Haowen sect. So, as soon as I came out of seclusion, I received an invitation to his banquet. I discussed with Dugu Shui and decided to go. We will leave the day after tomorrow. We also need to bring Xian Tian, so the 3 of us will go together. Once this signal is sent out, the entire Yunheng city will be in an uproar. That evening, Dugu Shui was lying on my bed playing with the dog and asked me what abilities this little guy has. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Jin's head suddenly shone brightly. Wow! A beam of holy light exploded right in front of us, like someone had thrown a flashbang in our faces. Dugu Shui and I both covered our eyes and took a while to recover. This ability is really enough. On the day of the banquet, the atmosphere in the northern part of the city was tense to the extreme. The tea houses and restaurants were filled with spies, and the leaders of the 2 major gangs from the south and west of the city were personally hiding nearby, just waiting to watch the show. On the way to Wanjin Tower, I told Xian Tian that no matter what happens today, we shouldn't take action. This is a trap set by the city lord, just waiting for us to break the rules so that they can catch us and gain a favor from others. Dugu Shui was still beside me asking what exactly we were aiming for by dining with Sunday. I rolled my eyes. Your perspective is too narrow, sister. Do you think I'm here to form an alliance? She looked confused. If not to form an alliance, then why are you here? To eat? I joked with her, and when I saw her face turn red, I smiled and said, I'm here to recruit little brothers. What does a Sunday count for? My goal is to turn all 4 soul saints from the east, south, west, and north into my people. When I arrived at the Wanjin building, that Sunday was so low-key, personally welcoming me at the door. He's quite a character, setting the banquet in the hall, out in the open to avoid any gossip. After a few rounds of drinks, he started talking about the business landscape, wanted to team up with me for a seafood monopoly, saying that their Howin sect has a long-distance fleet, but can't compete with others in near-sea fishing. I listened to him ramble on for a long time, then furrowed my brows and interrupted him directly. We both understand the rules of Yunheng City. Fighting is prohibited, and anyone caught will be arrested. As a result, this guy named Sun got a bit more animated and said, "Hey, I get that, but you don't know, every year we have a citywide competition in Yunheng City, and the next one just happens to be in a month." As soon as I heard that, I frowned. A month? What a joke. I have to go to Haiban City in 2 months, and I need to set off a month in advance. There's no time to play house with him here. I asked directly, "Is there any other way?" Quickly. As far as I know, there isn't. He was there analyzing, saying that on the day of Xuanzong's inauguration, someone wanted to pick a fight, but the city lord couldn't be bothered with such petty squabbles. But if it came to serious matters, no one would dare. Your elder Liu actually broke the rules that day, but it's a pity that the city lord Yin Heng didn't intervene. I exchanged a glance with Dugu Shui, and she also knew that I would have to leave next month. That old fox, Sun Dei, noticed my hesitation and tentatively asked, "Is it possible that Sect Master Lin has something going on?" I thought there was nothing to hide about this matter, so I decided to come clean. I'm going on a long trip in a month, and Elder Liu won't be going with me. I'm worried about leaving him here to play in this big competition with you all. Sun Dei's eyes turned, and he suddenly laughed. "Isn't that perfect? Just go for it directly." Goodness, finally got to the point. I nodded. It seems that Sect Master Sun understands what I mean. But this matter can't rely solely on the two of us. It's not stable enough. Do you have any allies? He chuckled. Confident. Li Mingrue from the east of the city. Let me tell you, although that area is a slum, mainly relying on freight, the biggest orders come from our northern city. If our northern city collapses, they in the east will have to suffer too. Oh, I see, the lips are gone. The teeth are cold. I understood immediately. Right now, the south of the city is the richest. If we take the south, those people in the west will probably just surrender. But have you thought about it? When the three of us unite, can City Lord Yin Heng sit still? Sun Dei patted his chest. Don't worry. Sect Master Xian, I understand your concerns. But I can guarantee that as long as the City Lord gets his taxes, he won't care how you all unite, as long as there's no threat from someone like a Contra. I splashed a bucket of cold water on him directly. No, you're too naive. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog gets cooked. Our three families are united. Do you think those people in the south and west of the city are fools? They will definitely band together and even seek help from outside the city. What will we do then? What if, and I mean what if, the business that has been thriving in the south for so many years catches the eye of the Jin Mountain sect? As soon as the name Jin Mountain sect was mentioned, Sun Dei's face instantly froze. Looking at his cowardly expression, I felt a bit disappointed. His vision was just too short-sighted. I stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled, saying, of course, I was just saying it casually. Don't think too much about it. Tomorrow morning, let's go directly for the Qing gang in the south of the city. How about that? He could only nod with a bitter face. What do I have to fear from the Jinshan sect? I'm just giving him a heads up in advance. Master Sun, don't be so anxious. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, gather with Li Mingrue at the northern border of the city. If I don't see anyone, the cooperation ends here. I downed the drink in my cup, took Xiantian and Dugu Shui with me, and left him there in a dilemma. On the way, Dugu Shui asked me quietly, "Do you think he will come tomorrow?" I laughed. Don't worry, just watch the show tomorrow. Sun Dei is short-sighted, but it doesn't matter. I just need him to follow orders. On the contrary, that Li Mingrue, I estimate he must have been holding a belly full of anger for a long time, and he would definitely fight me without saying a word. When I got back to the mansion, I asked Xiantian to work hard tonight and guard the entrance, not letting anyone get close. To be safe, I also shared some spatial power with him, so he could sense every movement around him. After settling everything, I went into the room with the Gukshu and told her, tonight, I want to meet Yun Heng and probe his background. Don't run around by yourself. She nodded obediently. I set up a barrier formation and directly tore open a spatial rift to slip away. I first saw the figures moving in the Howin sect, and I guessed that Sun Dei was contacting people in the eastern part of the city. The situation in the southern part was also tense, with 3 Soul Emperors directly stationed at the border, ready for action. I directly teleported to the Lord's mansion. Just as I was about to appear and walk through the front door, I saw a figure wrapped in a black cloak, sneaking around at the entrance. Surprisingly, such a suspicious person was respectfully invited inside by the guards. I directly went in invisibly. In the hall, Lord Yun Heng sat on the throne, looking at the man in black below, and spoke. Judge Jean Exin, what brings you to this remote place? The man named Jean Exin waved his hand. and 10 large boxes filled with gold, silver, and jewels appeared out of nowhere. I bring my master's sincerity to meet you, the war god of the Yunde kingdom. But Yunheng didn't even lift his eyelids. He knew this money was dangerous. Seeing that he was unmoved, Jin Xian began to show his true colors. Yunheng, if it weren't for my master having spoken to the king back then, you wouldn't be where you are today. I hope you recognize the situation. We can elevate you, but we can also bring you down. Yunheng sneered. I led 100,000 Yun guards to achieve great deeds, yet you claim the credit for yourself. What can I say? Your 100,000 Yun guards no longer belong to you. My master needs them. I disagree. Yunheng rejected without a second thought. Jin Xian wasn't too angry. He smiled and said, it seems Lord Yun is prepared to have nothing at all. Even if I have nothing, I can still stand tall and sit straight. At this point, Jin Xian put away the boxes and left. I understood clearly. Jin Xian was a man of the spirit-suppressing king. Now that the Emperor of the Heavenly Dou is nearing his end, several princes are vying for the throne, and he was here to court power. I quietly followed Jin Xian to see where he was going. He left the city lord's mansion, wrapped himself up tightly, and headed towards the territory of the Qin gang in the south of the city. I frowned. What connection does this guy have with the Qin gang? In the next moment, my pupils, family who understands, I smelled the foul odor of an evil soul master from the person who picked up Jin Xian. After they met, they whispered, Yunheng really doesn't fall for this trick. The soul saint in this place is quite capable. He almost discovered me. Then the two of them left the city. I continued to follow, but as soon as I exited the city, I was stunned. There was actually a title de law outside waiting for them, and it was one of the guardian dueluos of the Tiando Empire. Goodness, Jin Xian is deeply embedded. He is not an evil soul master, but is colluding with them. I could only retreat for the time being and keep this account in mind. Early the next morning, the northern part of Yunheng City was crowded with people, scaring the shops so much that they didn't dare to open. I stood at the front with Sun Dei, and he reported to me, Li Mingrui will act simultaneously with us on the other side. They will fight to the death to block the reinforcements from the west of the city. I waved my hand directly after listening. Fight for me. Sun Dei's men thought it was an order from their own leader and charged into the territory of the Qin gang like crazy, as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. Sunda, he looked at his subordinates, twitching at the corners of his mouth, as they crushed everything in their path. I patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, Master Sun, just follow my lead. He nodded in resignation and launched a flare. In an instant, the entire southern part of the city was thrown into chaos. The Qin gang members had never seen such a scene and were beaten back in defeat, frantically retreating to their headquarters. Strangely, the Yunwei of the city lord's mansion showed no signs of movement at all. The leader of the Qin gang, Zhang Zhengtong, was on the verge of collapse, with reinforcement from the west of the city completely cut off by Li Mingrui, bringing only bad news. He could only order everyone to retreat to the headquarters, already having thoughts of withdrawal. I stood directly at the entrance of the Qin gang with Sun Dei, addressing the crowd. Dear elders and fellow villagers, I am Xianling, the leader of the Xian sect, and this is Sun Dei, the leader of the Haowen sect. Let me tell everyone, from now on, this place will be under the management of our Xian sect. As soon as I finished speaking, Zhang Zhengtong rushed out with his men. Standing behind him were 5 soul emperors. He pointed at us and roared, Sun Dei, what do you mean by this? Sun Dei also stood his ground. Zhang Zhengtong, did you ever think about today, when you suppressed me, and only back then? I can't be bothered to waste words with them, so I'll make my conditions clear. Write a treaty, and from now on, form an alliance with us, paying us 1/10 of your annual harvest. Outrageous! Zhang Zhengtong exploded in anger, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings lighting up. The pressure of a soul saint directly bearing down. Xiantian and Sun Dei stepped forward simultaneously, but the combined pressure of the 2 soul saints couldn't suppress him alone. Zhang Zhengtong glared at me with red eyes. I don't care where you, the noble young master, came from. If you want to swallow me up, I'm afraid you won't have the appetite for it. I was directly amused by him. How does this person think? How could he become a major player and not be able to calculate this? He threatened, I will gather all my strength. At least I can make you suffer heavy casualties. Do you think Li Mingrui will be on your side? At that time, we will both suffer. Why wouldn't he take the opportunity to rise to power? As soon as he said this, Sun Dei indeed began to waver again. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiantian laughed along, looking at me as if I were an idiot. What you're saying is just an attempt to level the playing field with us, and then find an opportunity to swallow Li Mingrui, right? I put away my smile. My gaze turned cold, but do you know what? I really don't care. Even if we both suffer, so what? As soon as I finished speaking, Xuantiang suddenly struck from behind. The sixth soul skill, Despair Reincarnation, was released in an instant. The group behind Zhang Jingtong didn't even make a sound. They all fell to the ground in pain. This move completely stunned both Zhang Jingtong and Sun Dei, with Sun Dei even stepping back in terror. Xuantiang smiled and said, "So, where's your so-called mutually assured destruction now?" Zhang Jingtong was utterly despairing, sighed heavily towards the sky, and directly knelt down. Our Qing gang concedes. Upon entering the Qing gang conference room, Zhang Jingtong looked as if he had lost his father. You two, draw a line, whether it's to kill or to maim. I will obey your orders. I'll get straight to my true intention. I want both of your factions to gather all the ships and form an alliance to go fishing together. Sun Dei was taken aback, and Zhang Jingtong was also stunned. Then Sun Dei glared at me with a displeased expression. The Xian sect master has quite the appetite. Huh? Do you want to swallow us both? To be honest, I want to have complete control over the entire Yunheng city, rather than having it fragmented. At this, the two of them directly exploded in anger, refusing in unison. We won't accompany you. I chuckled and asked, do you all just want to stay in this small place for the rest of your lives? The world is in chaos, with two great empires at war, and you coastal cities are completely unaffected. Do you know why? Zhang Jingtong answered without thinking, because we need to defend against the attacks from the sea tribes. I shook my head and directly painted a grand vision for them, because a change is coming. The Heavenly Dou Emperor won't last much longer, and chaos is bound to ensue within the realm. I need a force to help me achieve my goals. This is a gamble. If we win, you will no longer be the local tyrants in this small town. Then I shifted my tone. Of course, if you two are unwilling, we can stick to the previous proposal, where Zhang Zhengtong gives our two families 10% of his income every year. As soon as these words came out, Sun Dei's face turned pale. Zhang Jingtong, not being foolish, immediately chose the second option and allied with me. At this point, Sun Dei was cornered and could only weakly agree. I watched the little schemes of the two of them and suddenly took out a small bell, a gift from my elder. It can block the attack of a tidal doloa. Do you want to give it a try? The pressure from it was real, and the two were so frightened that they kept waving their hands. I grinned and said, I know you don't dare. Come on. We have plenty of people to try it on. The three of us, along with Li Mingrui, officially established the Four-Cornered Alliance. Zhang Hongjie from the Axe Gang in the west of the city has now become a complete loner. But he doesn't seem worried at all. In his sect, he is hosting two one-eyed dragons, Ma Liang, the leader of the Black Wind stronghold outside the city, and he's Sai, the second in command. Both are soul saints, and it is said that they recently obtained a precious treasure that caught the attention of the Mountain Suppression sect, becoming guest elders. Zhang Hongjie boasts to them. That coward Yunheng has long been scared and hiding away. In the evening, someone from the city lord's mansion came to invite me, but I waved my hand and said tomorrow. Dugu Shui playfully pointed at my nose and said, they're inviting you to discuss important matters. Why not go? I lay down on the bed. First, there's a beautiful companion. Second, it's late at night and time to sleep. Third, I don't want to see him right now. As soon as I finished speaking, Dugu Shui suddenly felt a pain in her abdomen and an old injury flared up. Early the next morning, I went straight to the city lord's mansion. The housekeeper, with a troubled expression, told me that the city lord had a distinguished guest today and couldn't come. Is it someone from the Heavenly Dou Empire? I picked up my teacup and asked lightly. The housekeeper cautiously said, does the Xian sect master know Princess Lingi? I went through it in my mind and then remembered that she is Shui Qin Tian's sister. The butler advised me not to take action in the next few days. I put down the teacup and left. I didn't have time to drag it out. Let that princess come find me. Princess? So what? It's all about being reckless. I went straight to the western border of the city and infiltrated the Axe Gang's territory. Goodness, it was all brightly lit and decorated like the new year. Zhang Hongjie and those two one-eyed men were standing at the entrance, grinning from ear to welcome guests. I heard Ma Liang blowing his horn. Zhang Hongjie, today the guardian of our Jinshan sect, and Princess Lingi have come together. So be smart. Zhang Hongjie was so excited that he was almost trembling. After hearing this, I returned to the north of the city and told Sun Dei and the others about it. When the three of them heard about Heifeng's stronghold and Princess Lingi, their faces turned pale. Sun Dei and Zhang Jingtong immediately wanted to quit. Why is everyone so downcast? I said with a smile, get ready. We'll go to fight the Axe Gang at noon. Zhang Jingtong's mouth twitched. Xian Shao, the Jinshan sect, and the princess are both here. So what? Is the Jinshan sect really that impressive? I dug in my ears. In the end, only Li Mingrui stood up, gritting his teeth and saying, I, Li Rui, have come up from the slums, and I am willing to fight for it. I patted him on the shoulder. That's what a good brother is. As for those two cowards, I had them send someone to follow along and watch the show from the sidelines. At noon, our 500 men marched vigorously towards the Axe Gang. Inside the Axe Gang, an old man with a white beard was praising Ma Liang and Jose. The sect leader said he couldn't wait to meet you and offer you positions. Ma Liang was so excited that he could hardly speak. Serving the princess and the sect, I would gladly die right now. Just as they were flattering each other, a servant rushed in a panic to report. Zhang Hongjia turned pale upon hearing this. The white-browed protector asked displeased, "What happened?" Jose exaggeratedly described me as a spy from the Starry Empire and took the opportunity to slander the city lord, Yin Heng. Just as they were speaking, I kicked the guarding disciple outside, shouting, "Tear it down!" Li Mingrui's men were also straightforward. They rushed up and smashed the Axe Gang's courtyard wall. To be honest, even I was taken aback. They really started tearing it down? Zhang Hongjia rushed out with bloodshot eyes, pointing at me and shouting, "Xianlin, today is the day for the protector of the Zhun Mountain sect and Princess Lingi's visit. How dare you come to cause trouble?" I impatiently replied, "Oh, what does it have to do with me?" As soon as I finished speaking, the white-browed protector struck, swinging the dust whisk towards me. I stood my ground and took the hit without flinching. I pointed at his nose and scolded, "Hey, you old man, you just start attacking without a word? Try moving again, and we'll see if I won't beat you up." Xian Tian and Li Mingrui behind me immediately unleashed their martial spirits. On the opposite side, there were 4 soul saints, the white-browed protector, Zhang Hongjia, Ma Liang, and Jose. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone thought I was crazy for taking on 4 opponents alone. Just then, a loud shout broke the silence. "The city lord has arrived." Wow, quite the spectacle. City Lord Yun Heng descended directly to the scene with hundreds of soldiers. Let me tell you, the look he gave me was one of helplessness, clearly indicating that I had forced him out of the city lord's mansion. As soon as he landed, Zhang Hongjia from the Axe Gang rushed over like he had found a savior, rolling and crawling as he began to shout, "City Lord, you must stand up for us. This Lin Xuan is tearing down our courtyard walls. This land has been our private property for hundreds of years. He is openly destroying it. What punishment does he deserve?" Yun Heng didn't even acknowledge him, shooting a cold glance that made the guy take a step back in fear. However, the white-browed elder from the Jinshan sect wasn't having it. He stepped forward and stood in front of Zhang Hongjia, saying with a sarcastic tone, "What's wrong? City Lord Yun Heng, are you not here to enforce the law? Hey, this old man is putting pressure on me." Before Yun Heng could speak, I jumped in and cheerfully replied, "Hey, don't say that. This old man is right. The city lord is indeed here to enforce the law today." The white-browed elder was so furious that his beard stood on end, ready to make a move, but Yun Heng's aura locked onto him. Now he was at a loss, only able to threaten, "City lord, are you really going to shield the criminal and go against our Jinshan sect? Don't forget, the princess is still here." As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this a great opportunity? I cleared my throat and shouted at Yun Heng, "Lord City Master, you've come at just the right time. I have a question I'd like to ask. Those 2, Ma Liang and he say, are they the ones on the wanted list?" Yun Heng had been waiting for me to say this. With a blank expression, he uttered a single word, "Yes." Just that one word caused Ma Liang and he say to stop breathing. The princess of Lingi beside me also looked at me in confusion. I smiled at her and said in an innocent tone, "You must be Princess Lingi, right? I'm afraid you don't know yet. But these 2 heavyweight guests beside you are the chief and deputy chief of Haifeng Stronghold. Lord City Master, since I'm new here and unfamiliar with the rules, could you share their heroic deeds with everyone?" I tell you, as soon as those words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Everyone was stunned. The old foxes around Sunday almost laughed out loud on the spot. They understood that I was not causing trouble. I was dragging the city lord down with me, ready to stir up something big. Yun Heng probably cursed me 1,000 times in his heart, but at this point, he could only cooperate. He shot me a cold glance and said to his subordinate, "Mu Shan read." His subordinate immediately pulled out a piece of paper, and wow. The charges read ranged from robbery to village slaughter, and even included the torture and murder of young girls. By the end of the reading, Princess Lingi's face had turned pale, and the old man with white eyebrows looked so grim he could drip water. Once he finished reading, I immediately seized the opportunity and loudly called out to the onlookers, "Fellow villagers, I believe some of you know these 2 scoundrels, right? Today, they actually dared to deceive the protector of the Zhun Mountain sect and our esteemed Princess Lingi, Simply outrageous. I, Lin, will uphold justice today and eliminate such bullies. Li Mingrui was the first to respond, his tiger-headed knife martial spirit instantly in hand, roaring fiercely. I, Li Mingrui, support this first. Even if I die here today, I will slay these two bastards. The atmosphere instantly ignited. Sun Dei and Zhang Jingtong also released their martial spirits and stood next to Li Mingrui, stating with righteous indignation, "These two scum have committed heinous crimes against our Yunheng city. Today, they have walked into their own trap, and we must kill them." I nodded in satisfaction. These two old guys are quite quick-witted. Then I turned around and threw a soul-searching question directly at Bai Mei and Princess Lingi. "You two aren't planning to associate with this scum, are you?" Before Bai Mei could respond, Princess Lingi swiftly stood by my side, coldly glaring at Ma Liang and Jose. Of course, even she, no matter how foolish, knew how to choose. Although I looked a bit sleazy, I was still better than that perverted murderer. When Bai Mei saw the princess had defected, his face turned green, and he could only grit his teeth and say I naturally didn't know about these matters. If I had known, I would never have associated with them. Well said. I clapped for him, then shifted gears and relentlessly pursued. Bai Mei, you truly are a good protector of our common people. Surely, the Jinshan sect will not only refrain from stopping us, but will also lend their full support, right? The old man's eyes instantly turned dangerous, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Leave some room for others. Regardless of their faults, they have done us a favor, so I will not strike nor assist." Good. I clapped again and then waved my hand impatiently, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Fight!" All right. Li Mingrui could no longer hold back, laughing heartily. He was the first to charge forward. Ma Liang and Jose were terrified and wanted to flee, but they were directly blocked by Sun Dei and the others. While the four soul saints were beating them up, the city lord Yunheng also suddenly made his move, punching Jose through the courtyard wall. That guy was tough too. He spat blood and laughed as he ran away, and Yunheng immediately chased after him. The subordinates of the city lord were dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. I directly urged them, "Come on. What are you watching? This is your city lord's business. 7 against 1. What are you afraid of?" Hearing this, Ma Liang was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. At that moment, that Bai Mei old man saw my back turned and thought he had a chance. Who knows, he actually tried to sneak attack me. He activated his 6th soul ring, and the feather duster in his hand suddenly elongated, wrapping me up tightly, leaving only my head exposed. Li Mingrui and the others were horrified and turned to shout at Bai Mei, "Bai Mei, you old man, what are you doing? Let Xian Xiao go." Princess Lingi also frowned, asking him what he meant. Only my little brother Xian Tian, who caught my signal behind my back, understood. I deliberately acted there. "Bai Mei, you captured me to save Ma Liang, right?" "Huh, I thought Xinshanzong was a prestigious sect." As soon as these words were spoken, the anger of the onlookers was ignited again. Bai Mei coldly said, "Release Ma Liang. He has done us a favor after all." "A favor? What about those who were killed by them? What wrong did they do?" I retorted with righteous indignation. Princess Lingi was also moved by me and angrily rebuked Bai Mei. "Bai Mei, don't tarnish the reputation of Xinshanzong for the sake of a few petty people." Bai Mei was about to say something when suddenly there was a crisp sound of crack. Everyone saw me, Lin Xuan, collapse in shock, breathless. The venue fell silent. In the next second, Li Mingrui went completely mad, his 7th soul ring activated, and he charged at Bai Mei with a tiger-headed knife. Sun Dei and the others also rushed over with bloodshot eyes. Bai Mei hadn't finished his words when he was astonished to see me, who was supposed to be dead, slowly stand up, completely unharmed. Xian Tian stood beside me, looking at him with sympathy. This old fool had no idea that when he first attacked me, I had already used the void technique, and he had no memory of it at all. That crack sound was actually Xian Tian interpreting my signal perfectly and directly breaking Ma Liang's arm. It's all about misdirection. I patted Xuantian's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Not bad at cooperating." Then I walked in front of the terrified Ma Liang and said with a smile, "You think you can go against me just because you have a mountain behind you?" That kid had his acupoint sealed and could only whimper. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, and a wind blade directly pierced into his heart. Even Bai Mei, no matter how foolish, now realized he'd been tricked and coldly said, "Xian Lin, Ma Liang is dead. Do you still dare to make a move against me?" I ignored him completely and walked straight to the princess, smiling as I asked, "Your Highness, do you think this white brow should be killed?" The princess hesitated. She didn't realize that everything just now was an act. I directly emphasized my value. "Princess, if it weren't for my divine skill protecting me, do you think I wouldn't die?" This white brow is ruthless, yet pretends to be an immortal. It's disgusting. Why don't I kill him today and eliminate a menace for the people? That might not be good. After all, he is the protector of the Town Mountain sect. Hey, you are the princess. If I help you kill him, it would be acting on behalf of heaven. Perhaps your father would praise you when he hears about it. I began to hype it up wildly. How could the Tian Dou Empire tolerate such a person with a human face and a beast's heart? Today, he shelters bullies. Tomorrow, he would dare to protect wanted criminals. By then, the reputation of the Town Mountain sect would be ruined, and the entire empire would suffer losses. Seeing her still hesitating, I pointed into the distance. Your Highness, don't hesitate. That guy's about to take something and run. White brow indeed took out a scroll, preparing to escape. The princess finally nodded with difficulty. Just as she was about to say something, I suddenly threw a small, pitch-black ball with all my strength. Li Mingruwei and the others were so frightened that they quickly dodged. White brow tried to use the scroll to block it, but the next second, that black ball pierced through his scroll and his body. The gravity stone given by Old Long was incredible. It was practically a physical cheat. White brow didn't understand until his dying moment, his pupil shattered. Li Mingruwei and the others were all dumbfounded. How could White brow, who was 1 against 4, be taken down by just a small ball? I chuckled and walked over to pick up the gravity stone. Princess Lingy looked at me in astonishment. She recognized this item. Just as she was about to speak, saying, "You are Lin," I flashed in front of her and directly covered her mouth with my hand, giving her a "Please be cautious, Your Highness" package. The group of men around us swallowed hard. Their courage was overwhelming. Even AI wouldn't be able to predict my next move. Once everything was settled, I smiled at Sun Dei and Zhang Jingtong. All right, the matter with Zhang Hongjia is up to you two to discuss now. They immediately understood, propping up the limp Zhang Hongjia and running towards the north of the city. As for what they were going to do, that was not for outsiders to know. I smiled and invited Her Highness the Princess. Your Highness, there are some things that are inconvenient to discuss outside. How about we go to my sect and have a chat? With a belly full of questions, she could only nod. Once we returned to my territory, I got straight to the point. I know you have a titled dog lurking in the tree. Please send him away. I don't want him to know my identity. After a moment of hesitation, she complied. Once the person left, she sat down and asked, "Can I call you Lin Xuan now?" "Of course, Your Highness Shui," I replied with a smile. We acted like old friends and started exchanging information. She asked me why I was here, and I directly changed the subject to ask her about her father, the Emperor of the Heavenly Fight. In the end, we reached an agreement to spill secrets to each other. I asked her, "What is the relationship between the Heavenly Dou Emperor and your friend Doga Shue's mother?" She bit her lip and leaned close to my ear to whisper 2 words. As soon as I heard them, I understood it was indeed love. This aligned with the clues about the Heavenly Dou Emperor being poisoned. Then it was her turn to ask, and I generously said, "Feel free to ask whatever you want." She inquired about Shrek's plans, and I shrugged, saying I was just the acting leader and hadn't been back for several months. She then asked about my plans. And I didn't hide anything, directly saying training using the mountain suppression sect as a sharpening stone, and by the way, consolidating my own power. Didn't I just drag you in as a shield today? She told me that she recognized the gravity stone because it was a treasure her father gave to Elder Long when he was young. Wow, Elder Long almost tricked me. I thought it was some peerless divine weapon. Then I mentioned the name Jean Xian, and Princess Shui's expression instantly froze. She said that this person was the strongest lawyer in the Heavenly Dou Empire, and had recently gained fame by criticizing the Empire. I recounted how I dealt with Jean Xian, and how he was taken away by Doloa under the Spirit Suppression King, and her expression grew even worse. I will directly throw out my guess. Is the Spirit King colluding with the Spirit Sect? I've always felt that those old monsters from the Spirit Sect are hiding in the Heaven Dou City, playing tricks in the dark. Our Shrek has been warning. But your father turns a blind eye. Shui looked dejected and said that her father has indeed been very abnormal lately, acting like a madman. Just then, Dugu Shui pushed the door open, coldly staring at Shui, and the tension in the air instantly rose. I quickly urged Shui to leave, then continued to chat with Shui. I proposed a bold idea. Why don't we pretend to be an arranged marriage, and I sneak into the palace to confront your father directly? She spat out a mouthful of tea and said that a princess's marriage is not a joke. Well, that route is blocked. In the end, we agreed that she would tell her elder brother, Shui Qingtian, about the situation and ask for his help. Before leaving, I directly used a spatial transfer to send her and her bodyguard outside the city. In fact, I was just bluffing her. I don't believe that the Emperor of Heaven Dou knows nothing. The game has already begun, and even though I'm still a pawn now, I will soon become a player. That night, Duga Shui came to settle the score with me. questioning whether I had deliberately gone to see Shui. After much persuasion, I finally managed to appease her and, by the way, learned about their grievances. It turns out to be a classic love triangle, a youth pain literature. I comforted her for a while, but my mind was racing to sort through all the information. The situation gradually became clear. The target of the Holy Spirit sect was ultimately the spirit stone in my hand. I must become stronger as soon as possible. Just as I was about to begin my training, Li Mingrui and the other three arrived. These people had been thoroughly convinced and respectfully handed me a list. When I opened it, I was amazed. Everything from the 4 factions was on it. 4 soul saints, 10 soul emperors, over 1,000 soul kings and soul sects combined, plus more than 700 fishing boats and countless gold soul coins. They had essentially packaged the entire underground forces of Yunheng City and handed it to me. Li Mingrui stood up and said firmly, "Xian Xiao, we have discussed it, and from now on, we will all pledge allegiance to your Xian sect and follow your orders." I laughed. This is exactly the effect I wanted. I nodded, saying, "All right, I'll take the lead, and from now on, you all will listen to me." "Xian Xiao, you can't go back on your word?" "Okay. Why would I go back on it?" "Go get ready. We might need to leave Yunheng City for Haiban City in 2 months." "No problem, but what are we going to do in the meantime, Xian Xiao?" Li Mingrui asked eagerly. I waved my hand irritably and said, "We'll talk about it tomorrow. You guys go back for now." After sending this group away, I didn't have a moment to spare. Let me tell you, there's a lot waiting for me, but the most important thing is to go to Haiban City. My master, Xiaofeng, is probably already waiting for me there. This trip is to completely resolve the big trouble caused by Chu Linger and her 3-soul body. This is a task personally entrusted to me by Wuxing Doluo, and I have to handle it no matter what. I glanced at the time. It was 2 in the morning. Well, there's no point in cultivating anymore. I should quickly plan the next steps. This time, I have no intention of leaving Du Gushui alone in the city. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, I didn't even bother to eat breakfast and went straight to the Lord's mansion. As soon as the guards at the entrance heard my name, they immediately led me inside. The city lord, Yin Hung, was quite a sight. Just like me, he had 2 big dark circles under his eyes, clearly having stayed up all night. Upon meeting, I cupped my fists and, with a forced smile, said, "Oh, congratulations, City Lord Yin. Has your major worry been resolved? Did you sleep well?" He was quite the seasoned player too, smiling back at me. "It's all thanks to Master Xian's help." As he spoke, he stood up and walked in front of me, looking me up and down as if he were examining a rare species. I wasn't intimidated by him and directly said, "Lord Yin, won't you invite me to sit?" He gave a wry smile and replied, "This place isn't suitable. Let's go to the side hall to talk." Of course, this place was obviously where subordinates reported their work, and he was clearly annoyed by my presence. I laughed and followed him into a secret room. The soundproofing in this room was excellent, clearly meant for discussing something unsavory. He poured me a cup of tea and got straight to the point. "The Xuanzong master is looking for me." "What's the matter?" I raised my teacup and blew away the steam. "The lord of the city must have already learned what I've done through his intelligence network, right?" Of course, he nodded, his gaze carrying a hint of appreciation, but his words were laced with sharpness. "It's truly unexpected that the leader of the Xuanzong was able to unify the 4 major families relying solely on one soul saint. Listen to this. What does it mean to rely on just one soul saint? Isn't this just insinuating that my alliance is entirely built on deception and trickery, and is fundamentally unstable?" I laughed. The city lord is right. Maybe it's just that my personal charm is too strong. After all, city lord, haven't you always had this thought? Oh, he pretended to be clueless. Why would I have this thought? I smiled without speaking and just looked at him. Who among my family understands this feeling of keeping someone in suspense? It's simply too enjoyable. Looking at him like that, if it weren't for the power behind me, he would probably have flipped the table right then and there. I put down my teacup and decided to give him a strong dose of reality. "Lord of Cloud City, what do you think of the current situation? The 2 great empires are fighting to the death, but the outcome has long been decided. A Confucian general like you can't possibly be blind to that, can you? Military men don't discuss politics," he said, but I bet his palms and soles were definitely sweating. I directly poked his lung tube. "Is that so? Back then, you led the Cloud Guards and wiped out the long-standing enemy of your own country. How glorious that was. But now, when the country needs you the most, you can't even receive a transfer order, and you're left alone guarding 3 broken cities. Isn't it lonely? They say they'll give you the tax revenue from the 3 cities, but in reality, it's just a way to send you to the border, ensuring that you will never have the chance to achieve merit in your lifetime. Lord of Cloud City, don't you want to return to the battlefield?" With every word I spoke, his face turned a shade paler. "If it weren't for that, King Yunda, Would you be reduced to a pawn manipulated by various forces, doing these petty tasks every day? Let me tell you, even Princess Lingy doesn't know what achievements you have. Over there in the royal city, your record is nothing but a blank slate. How can you establish your merits? Master Xian, please show mercy. He finally couldn't hold back and raised his hand to interrupt me. I chuckled, knowing the time had come. His current situation was either to conspire with the Spirit King and leave a stench for eternity, or to find a strong ally and earn the heroic reputation of saving the king. And I was here to offer him that strong ally. City Lord Yun, I will tell you one thing. Follow me, and I can make you a renowned war god in the future Tiandou Empire, becoming the right-hand man of the new emperor. All you need to do is follow me. He stared at me intently, as if trying to see through me. Master Xian, your appetite is quite large. I admitted that I was indeed a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but what about you? Hiding and revealing only bits and pieces. Afraid to show your true identity. You must have offended someone you can't afford to offend, right? That's right. I openly admit that I am indeed afraid. But I am afraid only because I do not like relying on others. Although I might be the least qualified to say this, I am young, and I can slowly grow stronger until I control the situation. Both of us are pawns, but I have my own strategy, while you're already on the verge of death, unable to move an inch. So I have more confidence than you. I reached out my hand to him. So, Yin Heng, join me, become my friend. I will give you a reason you cannot refuse. As soon as I said this, he began to struggle internally. In fact, the choice was simple. He could only take a gamble. Jin Xin was pressuring him so hard that if he refused again, he would lose his position as the city lord, and then the cloud guards would bear the infamy of treason. What do you think, Yin Heng? Sun Da-yi and the others chose to believe in me. Sometimes, when your own strength is insufficient, you have to rely on others. I've done it before, and it's not shameful. No need to say more. He interrupted me, and his expression had changed. He realized that when I mentioned the left and right arms of the Emperor of Tiandou, I wasn't referring to the dying old emperor at all, but to the crown prince, Xue Qing Tian. As long as he successfully chose a side, his cloud guards would be credited with great merit, becoming the divine soldiers of the nation. Isn't that 1,000 times better than following the spirit-suppressing king in rebellion? I walked up to him and seriously told him, Yin Heng, my expectations for you are not something that Sun Da-yi and the others can compare to. Your Yin Wei is the true goal of my coming to Yin Heng City. Can you tell me your true identity? He asked with a bitter smile. I shook my head. Not yet. I hope our trust is built on this pure cooperation right now. Okay. All right, what do I need to do? Gather all your cloud guards and loyal followers, and hold Yunheng City firmly. Send people to protect the interests of the 4 major families, and while I'm away, vigorously develop the economy. At the same time, keep a close watch on the intelligence from several other cities, especially who has allied with the Spirit Suppression King. This is to get a bad feeling. I pointed to my head and laughed. Buddy, the Spirit Suppressing King has already torn the mask off with you. He wants to devour you, so you have to strike first. I will give you power to take over all the territories that have sided with him. But if you do this, the Spirit-Suppressing King and Heavenly Duel City will not sit idly by. You're still a Confucian general. Think a little. I turned around and walked away. I left. As soon as I leave, Yun Heng is alone in the secret room, probably having come to a realization. The spirit-controlling king dares to act against him. And the Heaven Dou City will definitely take the opportunity to weaken the vassals. And if Heaven Dou City wants to act against him, they fear that the spirit-controlling king will take the chance to raid them. As long as he only deals with the spirit-controlling king's lackeys and doesn't touch the forces of Heaven Dou City, not only will they not interfere, but they might even award him a certificate. This deadlock needs a madman like me to break it. I had just left for a short while when I heard an order coming from the Lord's mansion. Come here, pass the order down, gather 100,000 cloud guards, and assemble in Yunheng City within 3 days. Recruit soldiers from the entire city. Wow, such efficiency. The 4 great families were scared out of their wits, thinking that Yunheng was about to abandon them, and hurriedly came to find me. After I explained everything clearly to them, they rushed off again, looking at me as if I were a deity. In the following 2 months, under my guidance, the entire Yunheng City secretly bought steel, manufactured weapons, and trained new soldiers. Once the whole city was filled with our own people, intelligence could not leak out at all. The money was spent like water. I even gave my own crystal card to Yunheng. Today is the day I go to Haiban City. Before I leave, I called Xintian over and gave him a silver bead and a handwritten letter. Xintian, while I'm away, cooperate well with Yunheng. If things get tough, crush the bead, and it will grant you temporary spatial power to directly seek help from Shrek City. I specifically reminded him, If something happens, don't tough it out alone. Spend more time with Li Mingrui. He is the only person here I can trust with my life. After everything was settled, I put the still recovering Dugu Shui into the Void Stone, tore open a spatial rift, and left. 2 days later, I arrived at Haiban City. This place, let me tell you, is shabby and noisy, not even comparable to Yunheng City. I casually found a hotel to stay in, and just as I was worrying about how to find my master, there came a knock at the door. I sensed with the power of space that outside the door was an ordinary waiter without any soul power. Who is it? Hello, Mr. Xianling. I'm the waiter of the inn. An old gentleman named Xiao Feng instructed me to ask if you know anyone with the surname Xian if they come to the inn. As soon as I heard that, I couldn't help but laugh and cry. My master knows me too well, knowing that no matter what alias I use, it has to have the character Xian in it. I opened the door and asked, "Where's that old gentleman?" The old man said he waits for you on the 3rd floor every night at dinner time, but I haven't seen him for several days. I nodded, gave him a small tip to send him away. But my heart sank. How could my master, such a cautious person, expose his identity in this way? This was definitely a trap. Someone was fishing. My earlier action of giving a tip probably revealed my connection to Xiaofeng. By evening, I went to the dining area on the 3rd floor. Goodness, the large space only had 3 groups of people. One group consisted of ruggedly dressed nomads. Another was a well-dressed, wealthy family. And the most eye-catching was a group of armored soldiers. Their emblem indicated they were from the Spirit Guardian King. I sat down alone, feeling particularly out of place. I glanced at the menu and ordered a few vegetarian dishes and a pot of wine, not requesting any meat. The waiter looked at me with a strange expression. I gave him a peculiar smile, and he jumped in fright and ran away. Just kidding. I had sneaked into the kitchen before coming here and saw that they were using rat meat and problematic pork. It's a pure black market establishment. I'm waiting here, and among that group of nomads, there's a bronze-skinned girl with big eyes staring straight at me. I suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, a towering man walked up to my table. "Hey, our lady owner wants to talk to you." I laughed. "Sorry, I have a family now. Please refuse your lady for me." As soon as I finished speaking, the burly man's expression darkened, and he slapped his hand towards my head. My eyes turned cold, and I immediately grabbed his hand, executing a beautiful shoulder throw that slammed him onto the ground. "Get lost," I coldly shouted. "Aguda, come back," the girl scolded, and the burly man reluctantly retreated. My move stunned the other 2 groups as well. After the dishes were served, I drank alcohol without touching any food. Watching them eat so heartily, I was truly speechless. These people really weren't afraid of getting a stomachache. After finishing my drink, I went straight back to my room. However, as soon as I pushed the door open, my master, Xiaofeng, was sitting casually in a chair in my room. "Lin Xuan, your vigilance has decreased." My master was right. I honestly admitted. In fact, I had sensed him with spatial power long ago, but I subconsciously confirmed it was him. If it had been someone else, I would have already been dead by strolling in so brazenly. If you don't guard against those around you, you'll eventually suffer a big loss. "Master, if I have to guard against everyone around me, life would be so exhausting." He patted my head and smiled. "That's true." Then he straightened his expression. "I've already investigated those 3 groups of people. The nomads come every year and clearly know some inside information. The people from a Spirit King faction are spies from the Holy Spirit Church, monitoring the entire seaside city. As for that group of wealthy families, their origins are unknown, but the strongest among them is just a soul emperor. Master, are we just the 2 of us this time? I didn't bring any helpers. What are you afraid of? In such relic explorations, those with strength die the fastest. Don't worry, our escape skills are top-notch." He patted his chest, speaking with great confidence. He told me that this time the target was the tomb of a super duel called Dragon Emperor Duel. Interestingly, this Dragon Emperor and his partner, Phoenix Empress, practiced a dual cultivation technique, which led to them being envied by the so-called righteous sects who banded together to kill them. The Phoenix Empress died on the spot, while the Dragon Emperor was severely injured and went missing. It seemed he died near this seaside city. "What about Chulinger?" My master suddenly elbowed me. "This is a benefit prepared for both of you." How should I put it? I felt a chill run down my spine. "It's exactly what you're thinking." He had a mischievous smile on his face. "This dual cultivation technique is the key to solving the problem with Chulinger." I felt a drumbeat in my heart after listening. This Dragon Emperor must hate us righteous sects to the core, and his tomb is definitely filled with deadly traps. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. My master saw through my thoughts. "By the way, what happened between you and Chulinger? Why didn't she come with you?" "Well, I can't hide it anymore. I could only lay everything out honestly. After hearing it, My master frowned. Forget it. Let me ask you, do you still want to get involved in this matter? He laid it all out directly. If you don't want to go, I'll cancel the commission right now. I was helping you mainly because of your relationship with Chulinger. Go. Master, this is something I promised. I answered firmly. All right then. Seeing my resolute attitude. He didn't say much more. We waited in the hotel for 3 days. On the third day, just as my master was about to say that the day of the starless Deloitte was, before he could finish his sentence, a deafening dragon roar echoed through the sky. A massive golden dragon phantom appeared in the heavens. A cosmic phenomenon. I exchanged a glance with my master, and in an instant, we understood each other. We tore open a rift in space and stepped through it, arriving directly beneath the golden dragon phantom. Just as we entered, that group of nomads and the spirit guardian were rushing over like mad. But unfortunately, it was too late. As soon as I stepped into the formation, I felt something was off. A force separated me from my master. I was transported into a thick fog where I couldn't see my own hand in front of my face. I released my hellhound, Little Green, as it still had the combat strength of a soul sect. I walked for nearly an hour before realizing I had fallen under an illusion. This mist is toxic. I tried to activate my bloodline power, but it was useless. Just then, Xiao Lu suddenly started barking wildly behind me. I instantly activated my soul bone skill Void, and the next second, a giant axe swung past my waist. I broke out in a cold sweat and immediately teleported behind the attacker, with my wind blade pressed against his neck. To my surprise, it was actually someone from the Spirit Guard Army. The Spirit Guard Army is so dishonorable. Attacking a young person like me? I asked him with a smile. Wait, I can't even tell directions. How did you find me? He hesitated in his breathing and stammered. I was just swinging randomly. Swinging randomly? You think I'm an idiot for being cut in half? I pressed the wind blade in a bit more, giving him one last chance. If he didn't tell the truth, my dog would send him on his way. The big man, seeing Xiao Lu's 3 drooling dog heads, was so scared that his legs went weak and he spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out he had fallen into a pond and eaten a broken barrier flower, which allowed him to see through the mist. As soon as I heard that, I thought, wow, you ate the breaking barrier flower? What use do you have left? I'm someone who values listening to advice. If you say you ate the flower, then I believe you. And then I immediately took him out. Are you kidding me? Why would I keep someone who wants to kill me as a guide? I'm not that foolish. I looked around at the thick fog, feeling a bit helpless, and asked Xiao Lu, can you see anything? Xiao Lu nodded quickly with all 3 heads. I was overjoyed and directly dove into the ethereal stone, letting Xiao Lu carry the stone and run forward. In less than half an hour, we had exited this ghostly fog. After coming out, there was a stone path, clearly carved out forcefully by someone's soul power. I followed the stone path ahead, surprisingly encountering not a single trap. When I reached an intersection, I suddenly stopped, looked up ahead, and coldly shouted, "Who is it?" I sensed that there is a person hidden in the darkness over there, probably at the level of a soul emperor. If they don't come out soon, I might have to take action. My tone is cold. However, the other party remains motionless, probably thinking that I am bluffing. I directly ordered Little Green's little golden head. Take a picture of him. A beam of holy light shot over, and the person was indeed startled, turning around and running deep into the tunnel. I stood at the intersection, thought for a moment, and chose the right path. It's better to solo than to walk alongside a soul emperor. I had just entered the tunnel on the right for a short while when the nomadic girl arrived at the intersection. She hesitated for a moment and then followed me in. As for my master, unfortunately, he chose the left side. Just like that, through a twist of fate, we all got separated. I walked all the way to the end, only to be blocked by a huge golden gate. There were golden dragons carved on the door. It seemed I had arrived at the main tomb chamber. Is it you? I was about to study how to break the door when that girl surprisingly followed me. I immediately took a step back and looked at her warily. She chuckled and said, "We should be the first ones here. How come you got here faster than us?" "Just lucky," I replied, not wanting to waste time talking with her. "Do lucky people carry a smell of blood?" She wrinkled her nose and sniffed. I didn't say anything, but I was already planning how to make my move. Just then, a worse situation arose. That girl's subordinates, those nomadic people, all arrived. I let out a sound of annoyance, and while they were in a daze, I unleashed all my strength and smashed my fist against the big door. The door didn't budge. Taking advantage of the loud noise, I instantly broke free from the encirclement and tore open a spatial rift to hide inside. Those people were so furious that they screamed, but they couldn't find me at all. Slowly, more and more people gathered inside the cave, and the Spirit Suppression Army also arrived. The princess of the nomadic tribe, named Harumu, suddenly spoke up. "Everyone, I just observed that there's a phrase written on the door. Those with dragons may enter. Why should I believe you? The leader of the spirit suppression army scoffed. Irma wasn't angry. She smiled and pointed to the top of the door. You can see for yourself, Your Excellency. The man stepped forward to take a look and indeed saw those words. What does those with dragons may enter mean? In the crowd, a guy suddenly stood up excitedly. My martial soul is the Earth Dragon. I wonder if I can give it a try. Goodness, as soon as this guy spoke, he brought the atmosphere to a climax. And guess what happened next? His shout was like poking a hornet's nest. A group of people erupted, each pulling out their heirlooms. A big guy held up a stick, spitting as he spoke. This dragon-whacking stick was bought at an auction house. It's genuine. I must be able to enter. An uncle next to him pushed him aside. Get out of the way. My dragon-whacking whip is the real family heirloom. I was nearly bursting with laughter in the spatial rift. Who understands this was basically a large offline support group for patients? Just when this bunch of clowns was arguing incessantly, a well-dressed guy strode out with his chest puffed up, scanning the crowd disdainfully, and then dramatically declared, Everyone, step aside. I have the dragon underwear of the great Emperor Tiando from back in the day. I will definitely be able to enter. I stumbled and nearly fell out of the space rift beneath me. What kind of precious beings are these people? It's unbelievable. But seriously, their actions reminded me that I actually have something related to dragons on me. Golden holy dragon blood, and the blood I received from the magic dragon Diego. Isn't that just perfect timing? Opportunity knocks, so I quietly made my way to the edge of the big door, pulled a firecracker out of my pocket, lit it in the rift, and threw it into the crowd. With a loud bang, chaos erupted at the scene. Now's my chance. I immediately darted out of the rift, pressing my hand directly against the big door. The golden holy dragon bloodline erupted instantly, but that Harajumu reacted astonishingly fast as soon as she unleashed her martial spirit. She swung the moon blade towards my wrist. Sorry, you're too late. I sneered coldly in my heart. The golden dragon on the door suddenly burst forth with blinding light, and as my void skill activated, her blade passed right through my hand, utterly useless. She could only watch helplessly, infuriated, as I was completely absorbed into the big door. My vision went black, and before I could feel happy, I fainted. Outside, chaos erupted instantly. Who is that? Damn it, don't let me catch him. What now? Those holding dragon sticks and dragon underwear pushed forward madly, hoping for some luck. The leader of the spirit suppression army, with a cold gaze, directly grabbed an old man beside him and brutally hurled him at the big door like a human sandbag. The old man let out a terrible scream and died on the spot, but the door showed no reaction. Now everyone was furious. The spirit suppression army is killing innocents. Let's fight back. A bloody battle broke out instantly. That woman Harajumu was smart enough to know there was no need to confront head-on. She exchanged glances with her subordinates and quietly slipped away, preparing to lie in wait outside. When I regained consciousness, I found myself and Master Xiaofeng floating in a wondrous world of white mist, both as spiritual entities. We stared at each other in confusion, still trying to understand the situation when a magnetic voice rang out. How can it be two men? I stood back to back with Master Xiaofeng, alertly watching our surroundings. As the fog dispersed, a man dressed in a golden dragon robe walked out. Let me tell you, that face was so handsome it was almost unreasonable. The kind that could make you doubt if your CPU was malfunctioning just from one glance. In my entire life, I had never seen anyone so handsome. Compared to him, my little bit of self-love seemed laughable. Dragon Emperor, Senior? I tentatively asked. The handsome guy was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Master Xiaofeng was straightforward and immediately asked, Senior, your inheritance. It wouldn't be the dual cultivation technique, would it? The Dragon Emperor chuckled bitterly. You guessed pretty well, kid. As soon as I heard this, I quickly gave Master Xiaofeng a glance, and he understood immediately, stepping back behind me. I seized the opportunity and directly asked the important question. Senior, do you have a way to resolve the issue of the three souls being in one body? The Dragon Emperor was also taken aback. Is there really such a thing in the world? I explained Chu Lingyu's situation in detail, since there was no need to hide anything from a dead person. The Dragon Emperor stroked his chin and thought for a long time before shaking his head. I can't help you. My residence was built temporarily. If it weren't for a bit of a natural formation, the grass on the grave would have been dug up. Just when both Xiaofeng and I thought there was no hope, the Dragon Emperor suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh, right. I can't solve the issue of the three souls being in one body, but I have something else. A ready-made body. Do you want it? I was breathless. The body? Isn't this the ultimate upgraded version of the body fruit I've been searching for everywhere? The nine-tailed fox in my sea of consciousness was so excited it was ready to dance. With this, Chu Qing'er could be reborn, and Chu Linger's problem would be easily solved. However, the Dragon Emperor changed his tone and said I had to accept his dual cultivation technique and agree to one condition. What condition? I immediately became alert. Help me take revenge. The Dragon Emperor said, whether I live or die doesn't matter, but the revenge for the Phoenix Empress must be taken. Help me destroy Qingyin Valley. As a result, Master Xiao Feng, who was listening nearby, directly revealed the truth. Senior, Qingyin Valley is now ranked 25th. The sect leader couple who seriously injured you and the Phoenix Empress back then has long since died. Now that sect is left with just a bunch of little girls holding it up. After hearing this, the Dragon Emperor laughed. Is that so? Then it seems there's no revenge to be taken. Well, this big brother is quite magnanimous. He sat down, and his body started to become transparent. There's no time left. My spirit is about to dissipate. The imprint of the technique is in your mind, and inside it is the list of the killers who hunted me back then. If they're still alive, help me take revenge. Take my bones and find a place to bury them together with the Phoenix Empress. Oh, and I'll give you a 1,000-year-old left leg bone. You figure out what to do with it. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Xiao and I were bounced back into our bodies. When I woke up, Senior Yang Zhao grabbed me for a thorough checkup and only sighed in relief when he found nothing wrong. I looked at the coffin in front of me, feeling overwhelmed. This was not an ancient tomb. It was simply a heavenly gift package. The Dragon Emperor not only gave me a top-tier dual cultivation technique, Yin Yang Dragon Phoenix technique, but also a body that could save my life and even packed his storage ring and its usage into my memory. As for why he didn't use the body to be reborn, the reason was simple yet noble. The Phoenix Empress died, and he didn't want to live alone. You're really lucky, kid. Master Xiao Feng sighed. Master, we need to leave quickly. I carefully stored the Dragon Emperor's coffin with the ethereal stone, then tore open a space crack and fled with my master. Once outside, I was stunned. The place was crowded with people like a market, with several soul fighters and soul saints floating in the sky. Unfortunately, I had taken all the treasures, so these people were destined to be busy for nothing. After leaving Haiban City for 100 miles, Master Xiao Feng stopped and said we should part ways. He patted my head. You're too lucky. Hurry up and improve your strength. If you don't reach Soul Saint in 5 years, you'll regret it. He also jokingly advised me to hurry back and cultivate that dual cultivation technique with Chu Linger, saying that Duga Shui would also work. After Master left, I was left speechless. Just as I was about to set off, I unexpectedly ran into a group of people. Haru Mu and her subordinates blocked my way. TSK, what bad luck. I cursed inwardly as I watched them surround me. That woman Haru Mu stepped forward and said, "Little thief, hand over all the treasures you obtained." I retorted, asking her why she thought I'd taken anything, but the brute next to her, named Heiguda, swung an axe right at my head. I directly unleashed the Hellhound. The Hellhound roared as it charged into the crowd, while Xiao Lu opened his mouth and released a mouthful of emerald venom from the Serpent King, causing anyone touched by it to collapse, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. On the opposite side, the archer had just drawn his bow when Xiao Yin directly used the spatial leap to dodge. Taking advantage of the chaos, I flashed behind Harguda and aimed to stab him, but the woman Hargamuna reacted extremely quickly, launching 2 crescent blades at me. I clicked my tongue and had to withdraw, realizing I had used up most of my void skills for the day and couldn't waste them on a reckless fool. Moonlight. Hargamuna's 6th spirit ring lit up, and silver moonlight poured down, instantly freezing both me and the Hellhound in place, unable to move. What was worse, this light also indiscriminately attacked, even freezing her own subordinates. She was quite clever, activating her 1st spirit skill, and 2 crescent blades pierced into my shoulders. I let out a muffled groan, feeling both arms go numb. She just stared at me, seemingly waiting for me to make a move. I fixed my cold gaze on her, and the next second, right in front of her, I forcibly pulled the crescent blades out of my shoulders. What bad luck! I spat out a mouthful of blood, activated my bloodline power for the 2nd time, and my wounds began to heal rapidly. Just as her 5th spirit ring lit up, I pointed my hand and activated my 4th spirit skill, Binding Technique. She was instantly immobilized in midair. I activated my 1st spirit skill, flashed her back, and pressed a blade against her neck. My master, the princess. Her subordinates all panicked. I suppressed my anger and asked her, "Tell me, how did you track me down?" My 4th spirit skill, Moon Tracking, she replied bluntly. I thought to myself, that's not right. She had never touched me. She seemed quite confident. Don't even think about it. If I release you, you will definitely kill me. Right now, There's a tidal law outside breaking the secret realm. Once he gets inside, whatever you take will be known to the world. Her eyes were full of confidence. But unfortunately, the next second they froze. I struck swiftly, cutting her throat open. Negotiating with such an arrogant woman? A complete waste of time. My master, Harguda, that reckless fool, had his eyes blood red, and his fifth spirit ring lit up, charging at me like a cannonball. I activated my third spirit skill, spatial transformation, and conjured a Houkian hammer to clash with him head-on. There was a loud bang, and I was knocked away, the hammer shattered. Clashing with the Soul King was still a disadvantage. But I didn't stop. My right arm flashed with golden light, and a giant sword of light appeared. I gripped the sword hilt and charged forward again. This time, I didn't budge, and with one strike, I split his axe and his body in half. The remaining lackeys were slowly dispatched by the Hellhound. Just as I let out a sigh of relief, a sudden sense of deadly danger surged from my heart. Without hesitation, I activated my last void. Right behind me, Hargamuna, who should have been dead, looked at me with a face full of resentment, and a shattered crescent blade pierced through my ethereal heart. That was close. I swiftly conjured 3 long swords and pinned her to the ground, confirming that she was truly dead before I finally relaxed. Come back. I summoned the Hellhound back, looking at the chaotic scene, and quickly left this hell on earth. This was the 3rd time I had said I was really unlucky today. Although I had obtained a tremendous treasure, troubles kept piling up. Killing a princess would definitely stir up political turmoil, but there was no time to worry about that now. I found a cave in the deep mountains and prepared to recuperate. A month later, I returned to Cloud Horizon City. Wow, the place was already strong and well-equipped. The Lord of Cloud Horizon had directly taken 2 surrounding cities, scaring the Yunda Kingdom into dispatching 300,000 troops to keep watch. In the Lord's mansion, Yunheng eagerly told me that he wanted to swallow those 300,000 ragtag troops and control the entire kingdom. I expressed my support, but had one request. Wait until I return before taking action, and stabilize things first. Xian Xiao, are you leaving again? They were all stunned. I looked at Yunheng and asked, is there still money? Yunheng's face turned awkward as he said that the strength from the 3 cities could not support 200,000 troops, relying entirely on the 4 major families to fund them. I nodded. I'll return to Shrek for a bit. Wait for my good news. I rushed back to Shrek overnight with a clear purpose, to get money and people. At least I needed a senior or teacher at the level of a Star Dou to stabilize the situation. 7 days later, I finally returned to the academy. In the Sea God Pavilion, Elder Huang, also known as the Starless Dou, had surprisingly returned. He greeted me with a smile. Xiao Xian. Elder Huang. I was overjoyed. This meant there was hope for Chu Ling. Elder Kong and Elder Long wisely left the room first. Elder Huang looked at me and said with a wry smile, the bomb we planted before has finally exploded. I quickly explained, but Elder Huang waved his hand and directly asked how I was doing with the taskmaster Xiaofeng had assigned. Without saying a word, I took out the female body. Elder Huang nodded in satisfaction upon seeing it, and then told me about Chu Linger's situation over this period. In short, because of Dugu Shue's incident, and with her mother indirectly dying because of me, she was now determined to break up with me. Elder Huang, do you believe me? I asked anxiously. Silly child, Elder Huang sighed. What she cares about is not that you indirectly caused her mother's death. She cares about something else. I understood. It was Dugu Shue. Elder Huang patted my shoulder and said, Kid, being fickle is not a good thing. Go on, I will wait for your news here. I thanked Elder Huang and headed straight to my place. Just as I reached the door, I saw Chu Linger packing her things, preparing to leave. She didn't even look at me and coldly said, I'm leaving soon. I won't occupy your room. I quickly stepped closer, saying, what do you mean occupy? If you want to stay, just stay. I'm just an ordinary student. I'm not honored to live in the Sea God Pavilion. As she spoke, she tried to push me away and even activated her martial soul. Linger, why can't you understand me? I asked bitterly. Go find your Schwer to understand you. Please have some self-respect, she replied, her words cutting like a knife. I sighed and stepped aside. She saw my movement, and her eyes dimmed noticeably, thinking that I was really going to give up. I looked at her and asked word by word, do you still love me? She didn't reply, but the hand holding the suitcase stopped in place as she looked up into my eyes. I saw that she hadn't taken that step forward, and I felt relieved. She didn't want to end like this either. I stepped back in front of her again, saying, since we can't be apart, why not be together? You know I can't live without you. I also know that you can't live without Dugu Shue. She coldly replied, Dugu Shue, indeed an unavoidable topic. Schwer is a kind girl. She never intended to break us apart. But Linger, I really can't leave you. I took her hand, and this time she didn't pull away. Do you know how I've been these past few months without you? I can't dare to stop. Once I do, I'll think of you. I haven't practiced much in these months because once I meditate, all I think about is you, how to help you solve your problems, how to salvage our relationship. I gazed into her eyes and softly asked, do you remember that heaven's silver armor? As soon as I asked that question, it immediately turned on the floodgates of tears for Chu Linger, and her tears flowed down like pearls that had fallen off a string. I quickly hugged her and told her that I would definitely fulfill the promise I made to her, even if it meant risking my life. Moreover, we are almost there to success. She cried and sobbed, holding me and asking then, after we finish, will we have to part ways? As soon as I heard that, I almost laughed out loud, patting her on the back and saying, what are you thinking? Silly girl, we still have our second promise. When I become a god, I'll bring your parents back to life so they can see us get married. She cried while hitting me, saying, you bastard, don't make me sad again. I don't want to see any other woman with you. Who understands the family dynamics? Just when the battlefield had calmed down, another life and death question came up. I could only sigh and say to her, Linger, you and Schwer, both of you are my wings. Without either of you, I can't fly. Really, this is the last time I'll hurt you. I swear, after she heard that, she cried even harder, cursing me as a heartless playboy, the worst man in the world. I directly covered her mouth and leaned down to kiss her. This scene completely baffled the peeping Kong Lao and Long Lao nearby. The two old men quickly ended the live broadcast, with Kong Lao sarcastically commenting to Long Lao, if you had half the charm of this kid, would you still be single for a lifetime? Long Lao just told him to crawl away. After she had cried enough and her emotions had stabilized, she suddenly said she wanted to talk to Dugu Shue. My heart skipped a beat, but I still released Shue air from the ethereal stone. And guess what happened? Chu Linger took Dugu Shue's hand, and the two girls directly formed an alliance in front of me, saying, if Lin Xuan dares to be unfaithful again, we'll just be together. At that time, my mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. What kind of new punishment is this? The two of them scolded me in unison for being a heartless big carrot, then hugged each other tightly and directly kicked me out of the room, saying that girls were having a discussion and boys should go outside. I could only stand outside, staring blankly, not even daring to eavesdrop. Just as I was feeling awkward, old Huang called me over. He led me to sit by the lake, first congratulating me on winning a beauty, then suddenly changing the subject, repeatedly warning me that although we had made up, I must never do anything with Linga. You know what I mean? He said Linger's bloodline was too special. Although dual cultivation would greatly benefit me, it could be harmful to her. Her mother didn't survive to become a title de law. I was a bit skeptical at that time, but seeing how serious he was, I could only nod and agree, saying I would be careful. In the end, he handed me a pitch black pearl, saying it was the key item to solve the problem of the three souls merging tomorrow, an inner core of a fox-type soul beast, which he obtained at the cost of a friend's life. When I took a look at the pearl, my heart sank. This thing has an evil attribute. Using this to resurrect the nine-tailed fox, wouldn't that mean bringing a big villain back to life? Just when I was feeling troubled, the nine-tailed fox in my spiritual sea suddenly spoke, saying she had a way to solve it, but needed my soul bones' help. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, bid farewell to old Huang, and hurriedly went to find teacher Wang Lin. I had to catch him before he got off work. When I arrived at the office door, however, the atmosphere was off. I knocked on the door, and teacher Wang suddenly yanked it open, pulling me inside without a word and pressing me against the wall to search me. I was dumbfounded. What was going on? After he finished searching and found nothing on me, he tore off my mask and stared at me intensely, asking, "Are you really Lin Xuan?" I felt that something was wrong, so I asked him what was going on. He asked me to sit down and then said, "Do you remember Hoda Village?" I replied, "Of course, it's my hometown. What's wrong?" He continued, "During the time you've been away from Shrek, have you gone back?" I said no. I quickly explained that I had been busy with my career in another city and had been using a disguise. Teacher Wang Lin's brow was tightly furrowed, and he told me, "During the time you were gone, someone used your face to massacre your hometown, Hotu Village. Hundreds of people, not sparing a single old person or child. Moreover, the method the murderer used was to slit throats with spatial power, which is exactly the same as my technique. Now the Star Luo Empire has listed me as the #1 suspect." My mind buzzed, and I instantly understood. This must be the work of those bastards from the Spirit Hall. This move is too vicious. They're setting a trap for me. Their goal is not simply to frame me, as the higher-ups in Shrek definitely wouldn't believe it. They want to use this incident to lure me to the Star Luo Empire, and then, while I'm causing trouble in the Heaven Dou Empire, the Star Luo Empire can justifiably intervene in the Civil War, claiming to hunt me down as a murderer. Good grief, I've been working hard on my plans, only to have them seen through and turned against me. I quickly laid out my entire plan, how to stir up trouble in the Heaven Dou Empire and ultimately save the Emperor for Teacher Wang Lin. After hearing it, Teacher Wang immediately agreed, saying he was semi-retired and could be my bodyguard, accompanying me. Just as I wrapped things up here, I tore open a spatial rift and returned to the Sea God Pavilion. Du Shui and Chu Linger had finished their discussion, and seeing my troubled expression, they asked me what was wrong. I shook my head, but the doubts in my heart grew heavier. How did my plan leak out? Forget it. No time to dwell on that. The important matters come first. I asked Shui to quickly make a list of the medicinal materials needed for tomorrow's ceremony. I took the list to find old Kong, who was truly helpful. Not only did he swiftly gather all the materials, but he also brought me 2 aces. He pointed to a middle-aged man with a pineapple-shaped head and introduced him. This is Han Bin, an 89th level Sol Delois and our intelligence officer for Shrek. Nicknamed Phantom Strategist. From now on, he will be your personal bodyguard and advisor. Han Bin immediately saluted me, saying he would serve me until I became the master of the Sea God Pavilion. I haven't reacted yet when Kong Lao pointed to an old man in a white robe with a similarly styled haircut and said, "This is Lin Xuan, a level 94 pure, free cultivator. He will protect you in the shadows, but will only intervene when you are bullied by Title Delois. You won't be able to contact him at other times. I told you, this sudden wealth and fortune has left me a bit dazed. With a Pete Contra as a bodyguard and a level 94 Title Delois as my trump card, my sense of security is off the charts." Everything was ready, and the ceremony officially began the next afternoon. First came Chu Linger's aunt, Chu Chinger's soul. She emerged from Linger, looked at me, and suddenly said, "I know your promise is very valuable. Can I ask you for a favor? When you become a god in the future, please do not resurrect me. I have too much blood debt. Only death can bring them peace." I felt a shock in my heart and nodded solemnly. After she finished speaking, her figure slowly dissipated, and Chu Linger directly collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Next, it was the turn of the 9-tailed fox. She impatiently crawled out of Chu Linger's sea of consciousness and directly entered the new body made from the bones of the Dragon Emperor. As soon as she entered, she began to shout, "Hurry, the inner core, and your light power." I didn't dare to slack off and immediately activated my right arm soul bone, using holy light to purify the power of the evil inner core while frantically pouring it into her body. Let me tell you, this job is truly not for humans. It took over 5 hours and nearly drained me completely. That vixen even tricked me, secretly extending the time by half an hour after we had agreed on a set duration. Once the inner core was reduced to powder and all the power was transferred, I collapsed directly onto the ground, exhausted. Ha 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 ha! A burst of laughter rang out, and the 9-tailed fox opened her eyes. She had succeeded. She was resurrected at the peak of the Soul King level, her strength skyrocketing. She glanced at me gratefully, said she was going to venture into the Star Dou Empire, and then walked away gracefully. I returned to the Sea God Pavilion, where Du Shui was taking care of the still unconscious Chu Ling. It is said that Linger needs to sleep for 7 days to fully adapt, and due to the soul separation, her strength has regressed by 2 levels. Back to level 38. Looking at the 2 girls lying on the bed, I felt a bit uneasy. With nothing to do, I took out that book Yin Yang Dragon Phoenix skill and waved it in front of Du Shui, teasingly asking, "Beauty, how about a dual cultivation?" Her face instantly turned red, and she directly punched me, scolding me for being shameless. I laughed heartily, pulled her closer, and gave her a kiss on the forehead. I didn't really mean anything by it. I just suddenly felt a strong sense of unease, sensing that something must have happened in Yunheng City, and I had to go back immediately. I briefly explained to Shui and rushed out of the Sea God Pavilion. Han Bin had been waiting outside for a long time. Without saying a word, we directly tore open a space crack and rushed towards Yunheng City with all our might. 2 days later, we finally arrived. Goodness, if I had arrived even a moment later, my home would have been robbed. As soon as I entered the conference room, the atmosphere inside was gloomy. My generals looked like wilted eggplants, one by one. After asking, I learned that the princess of the Tiandou Empire and the prince of the Yunda Kingdom had already been here for 3 days, constantly applying pressure. The city had long run out of food, and the Iron Mountain City across the way had stationed 300,000 troops, ready to go to war at any moment. As soon as I appeared, the whole place was energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Yun Hong was the first to rush over and hug me, shouting, "Xin Xiao, you're back." I sat down and slammed all my crystal cards on the table, urging them to hurry and buy supplies. Then, I met with my 5 core generals, the former General Wu Guang, responsible for infantry assaults. The rear, General Guan Xinyu, in charge of cavalry. The cavalry, General Lung Jian, overseeing archers. The left, General Wang Ping, responsible for siege warfare. And the right, General Yi Fangzhou, in charge of intelligence and infiltration. This configuration was quite impressive. After hearing all the intelligence, I made a decisive order. During the negotiations tomorrow, we will go straight to battle. I will personally lead the troops to raid Taizhan City. Within 3 days, I want to capture 10 cities centered around Yunheng City. Everyone was stunned. Some were worried about the princess being present, fearing that our actions would amount to rebellion. At that moment, Han Bin, who had been silent, smiled. He pointed out directly, everyone is overthinking. Her Highness the Princess has long known that the Kingdom of Yunda has allied with the Jinling army. She is here this time to cooperate with Xian Xiao's plan. As soon as the name of the ghost strategist was mentioned, the looks of my generals towards him changed to admiration. The plan was set. The rest was about tactics. Wang Ping, responsible for the siege, stepped forward and laid out a smooth set of maneuvers. Tomorrow, in the surprise attack, General Guan Xuanyu's 20,000 light cavalry will each bring an archer. When they get within a mile of the enemy camp, the archers will dismount and form a formation. Then, the cavalry will charge with full force, breaking their formation. General Wu Guang's infantry will follow up and go in to reap the rewards. General Lung Jian's archers will provide long-range suppression. The 30,000 troops opposite us are just a bunch of hastily assembled AI teammates. As long as we break their vanguard, the rest will scatter on their own. After breaking the vanguard, we will split into 9 routes, with 10,000 in each team, and directly take down the remaining 9 cities in one go. Then our 100,000 new recruits will follow up to stabilize the situation. Wang Ping's tactical arrangement was clear, and let me tell you, no one at the scene had any objections. This was indeed the optimal solution. With 30,000 mixed troops, we didn't need to wipe them all out. Just breaking their morale would suffice. Lin Xuan nodded after listening and asked, any additions? Guess what? It was Wang Ping again. He stood up, looking very serious, and scanned us all, saying, everyone, our high-end combat power is insufficient. Good heavens, it dawned on me, then, that counting Lin Xuan, the lord of Yunheng City, Xian Tian, and the heads of the 4 major families, we had only 13 soul saints. On the opposite side, 27 soul saints and 3 soul duels. How are we supposed to fight? In high-end combat, we were directly being crushed. Han Bin was a bit stunned and asked Lin Xuan, Xian Xiao, you can't be thinking. Lin Xuan shrugged, his expression calm and casual. I can take on 3. It should be a problem, right? I was listening next to them and almost spat out my drink. Family, who understands 1 against 3 and still calling it not a big deal? This is simply mastering the art of Versailles literature. He then asked, how many soul saints are in the enemy's vanguard? 15. All right, it's settled then. Lin Xuan directly made the decision. Tomorrow I will launch a surprise attack and take 1 out. That makes it 12 against 14. Lord Yunheng, you a soul Dou, can take on 4 soul saints, no problem, right? Lord Yunheng was so domineering, he nodded directly. No problem. Of course, if he can't handle 4 soul saints, then being a soul Dou is meaningless. It was settled just like that. Lin Xuan had us quietly prepare, then notified the princess and prince of the Tiando Empire that we would negotiate tomorrow at noon, and after that, we would directly go to battle. Everyone left excitedly, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. In the meeting room, only I, Han Bin, Yunheng, and Xian Tian were left. Lin Xuan turned to Xian Tian and asked, are you good for tomorrow? Xian Tian was a bit conflicted. It's not a problem, but young Master Xian, my martial soul can control a large area. Why am I only allowed to take on 1? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes at him. Are you trying to expose your identity? If the Holy Spirit Church finds out you're here, that guy, namely Xin, would come over with an axe the next day. Upon hearing this, Xian Tian awkwardly scratched his head, realizing the truth in it. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Han Bin still didn't understand and quietly asked Lin Xuan, young Master Xian, why don't you ask Shrek for more people? Isn't it easy to get soul saints and soul duos? Lin Xuan looked at him and countered, who told you this is Shrek's mission? Han Bin was stunned on the spot. You're overthinking it. Lin Xuan shook his head. This is my own effort to develop power. At that moment, I realized, this isn't just working for someone else. He's building his own side business, focusing on asset allocation. Xian Tian smiled and explained, young Master Xian came out this time to see how far he can go without relying on Shrek. So Han Bin, you are probably the last reinforcement for young Master Xian. Lin Xuan patted Han Bin's shoulder. Xian Tian understands me. That's right, Han Bin. You are now the strongest under my command. Old Duan will only step in when I'm really in trouble. I can't misuse Shrek's power. Hanbin understood completely now. He was siding with Lin Xuan personally, but he didn't feel he was losing out, mixing with the future Sea God Pavilion Master. Isn't that better than anything else? He immediately pledged his loyalty. Then, young Master Xian, I want to call my brothers over. They are all trustworthy people. Lin Xuan just looked at him and nodded. He was worried about loyalty. Anyway, anyone who dared to pull tricks under his nose was simply looking for trouble. Early the next morning, Lin Xuan went to find Princess Shui. Let me tell you, when that princess saw Lin Xuan, her eyes lit up. But Lin Xuan opened his mouth to confront her. I said, Your Highness, I've only been gone for a few days. How did you bring people to kill me? Princess Shui was also tough. Her expression didn't change at all, and she calmly said, I am officially visiting on behalf of the Tiandou Crown Prince, so we don't get caught in private meetings. Besides, don't you want the latest enemy force deployment map? Good heavens. So, she came to deliver intelligence. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan softened his attitude a bit, but still didn't hold back. That was indeed my oversight. But I'll tell you, if it weren't for my keen intuition, my hometown would have been taken by the kingdom of Yunda. Princess Shui was so annoyed she was rubbing her forehead, probably thinking how this person was so stubborn. Lin Xuan didn't care about that and directly made a demand. I need Tang's sect. Arrange for Zhuge Divine crossbows and giant siege crossbows. Don't tell me those ragtag troops have these things. What are you thinking, Shui said. Zhuge Divine crossbows are unaffordable for any other small kingdoms besides us and the Xinglua Empire. However, the King of Spirit Suppression has 5,000 equipped, and his main city has a newly developed crystal cannon, which is extremely powerful. Fine, anyway, I'm not foolish enough to directly clash with the Spirit Suppression City. Lin Xuan pointed to his head, then directly extended his hand. Give me the force map, we'll talk at noon. Princess Shui was so angry she laughed. So you came early in the morning just to take things? She handed over the map, and Lin Xuan took it without looking and turned to leave. He stopped at the door, turned back and said, Tell Shui Tian to settle this trip's expenses and compensation. Don't even think about it. Shui replied in an instant. Lin Xuan smiled and left. Back at our Xian sect, he hung up the map, and both Hanbin and I gathered around to take a look. After Hanbin finished, he said, This map is much more detailed than what I explored before, especially in the coastal areas I'm not familiar with. Lin Xuan snapped his fingers. I want to target the areas they're not interested in. We both understood immediately that Lin Xuan was planning to annoy the Spirit King. I tell you, this old guy really knows how to endure. Back in the day, he didn't become emperor just because he was an illegitimate child, and he directly ran off to some remote coastal area to become a prince. Everyone thought he was finished, but secretly he got involved with the Holy Spirit sect and made a fortune quietly. Now he has an army of nearly 1 million at his disposal, ready to stab the Heaven Dou Empire in the back at any moment. Hanbin directly asserted, Young Master Xian, I say the Heaven Dou Empire's fate is up. Outside, the Star Luo Empire is eyeing them covetously, and inside, the Spirit King is sharpening his knives. It's a deadlock. Lin Xuan, however, smiled. Back then, the Spirit Hall even reached their doorstep, yet the Heaven Dou Empire still relied on Tang San to come back to life, right? Hanbin awkwardly laughed. Young Master Xian, your ambition is too great. Do you want to be the second Tang San? Joking aside, Lin Xuan waved his hand, saying he just wanted to build up his power within a year to restrain the Spirit King, leaving the rest of the mess for Shui Tian to handle himself. He had Hanbin prepare, then call me over. Oh no, called Xian Tian over. He told me, oh no, told Xian Tian, not to use his real name outside anymore. Just call himself Lu Tianxian. He also instructed that everyone should be gathered for a meeting at the Xian sect, including that princess and the prince. If the prince didn't come, Hanbin should watch for a signal and directly take that guy down. Then the plan would begin. Before leaving, Lin Xuan specifically reminded me, oh, Xian Tian, that when the fighting starts, don't just think about delaying. You must take down one enemy, and then go help that guy named Li Mingrui. He said Li Mingrui is just a ragtag soul sage and needs some protection. Soon, noon arrived. Our troops had quietly assembled outside the city, starting dinner an hour early, making the enemy in Iron Mountain City nervous. Their higher-ups probably smelled gunpowder, but they thought we wouldn't dare act since their prince was still negotiating in our city. Guess what happened? That prince of the Yunda Kingdom, a guy as fat as a pig, exploded when he heard he was supposed to go to our Xian sect for a meeting. What? Go to that damn Xian sect? Let that Yunheng roll over to see me. The messenger we sent, Sunday, also has a bad temper and retorted directly. Come if you want. However, I must remind you, Your Highness, can your cloud kingdom really withstand the wrath of our cloud guard? The old man beside that fat prince was about to make a move, swinging his hand, but was blocked by Sun Dei's martial soul. Sun Dei, holding back his anger, walked away, probably thinking, just wait, your end is coming soon, you bunch of useless people. Just as Princess Shui was about to approach Xuanzong, Hanbin made his move. He appeared in the prince's grand hall like a ghost, and with 8 soul rings shining. The 8th soul ring lit up directly. With just a point, that old soul saint opposite him instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Not even a sound was made. The fat prince was so scared that he rolled away like a ball. But then, with a whoosh, he also turned into an ice sculpture. Then Hanbin snapped his fingers, and with a crash, it all shattered into ice shards on the ground. Family, who understands? This is simply physical transcendence. Once Hanbin was done, Lin Xuan immediately ordered from the city walls. Sound the horns. Zong, zong, zong. The war drums beat, and the charge sounded. Xuan used 20,000 cavalry lined up and charged towards Iron Mountain City. City Lord Yun Hung stood on the city wall, raising his arm and shouting, "All troops attack." 100,000 infantry, 50,000 veterans in front, and 50,000 new recruits behind, charged forward. Our high-end combat forces have also set off. The cavalry rushed to the designated location, dropping off 20,000 archers. These veterans began to sprint as soon as they hit the ground, and once in position, they knocked their arrows. The first wave of arrows shot out and covered the area in an instant. Enemy attack. A chilling scream came from the opposing camp, and chaos ensued. Just as they were flustered and trying to put on their armor, our cavalry had already charged into the roadblock. Wang Ping flew into the sky, and upon unleashing his martial soul, transformed into a fiery bull, incinerating all obstacles in one breath. The cavalry roared as they charged into the main camp, starting the first round of slaughter. Boldly, a furious shout came from the enemy camp, and 15 figures soared into the sky. On our side, Lin Xuan led our 12 members to fly up as well. Go! Lin Xuan shouted, hurling a gravity stone like a cannonball. The first soul saint at the front didn't react in time, and had his head pierced in an instant. Goodness, a quick kill at the start, and the scene instantly turned into 12 against 14. The remaining 2 Soul de Loa on the opposite side were furious and charged straight at Lin Xuan. Hanbin instantly flashed in front of Lin Xuan, confronting 3 Soul de Loa by himself. Yun Hung also targeted the 2 strongest Soul Saints on the opposite side. Executing the plan perfectly, Lin Xuan landed on the battlefield, his wind blades harvesting the lives of the small soldiers like a reaper. He assisted Xiantian, using a binding technique to immobilize the enemy, allowing Xiantian to pierce through the enemy with a spear. Then Lin Xuan patted Xiantian on the shoulder. Hurry, go help Li Mingrue. After saying that, he vanished. Xiantian took a deep breath and immediately joined Li Mingrue's battlefield. Sure enough, that guy was almost at his limit. The entire battlefield starkly contrasted the professionalism of Yun Wei with the amateurism of Yun Da's militia. Soon, the first formation of the enemy collapsed. Wang Ping shouted, "Act according to plan." The retreat horns sounded, and our soldiers obeyed orders, turning around and running. The terrified enemy troops couldn't wait for us to retreat and scattered in disarray. In the sky, only an old man remained in front of Hanbin. The other 2 Soul de Loa had turned into lifelike ice sculptures. The old man looked at him in disbelief. "Ice Emperor Hanbin, why are you here?" Hanbin replied helplessly, "You guys attacked our Xian Shao. Why do you ask me why I'm here?" Just as he finished speaking, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, but the 2 ice sculptures beside him shattered with a crack. The old man's face turned green with anger, but he dared not utter a word, retreating to report the news in disgrace. Back in the command tent, Hanbin whispered a few words in Lin Xuan's ear, and Lin Xuan nodded. Hanbin then left, not revealing his intentions. Lin Xuan clapped his hands and said to everyone, "Clean up the battlefield, rest for a bit. We will march overnight, and I want to hear good news by tomorrow morning." Once everyone left, only Lin Xuan and Yun Hung remained in the tent. Lin Xuan dropped a bombshell. Yun Hung, your subordinate, the soul saint named Gong Xiaohua, was colluding with the enemy, and his act was quite spectacular. He even secretly let them ambush our own people. Yun Hung was stunned. Just as he couldn't believe it, Hanbin entered, dragging the bound Gong Xiaohua along. "Admit it," Lin Xuan said, slapping Gong Xiaohua's face. "Say it boldly in front of your city lord." "I was wronged, city lord." Gong Xiaohua was terrified to the point of losing his mind. Hanbin didn't waste time with him. He grabbed one of his arms, and with a chill, The entire arm was instantly frozen. Then with a crack, it was forcibly broken off. Gong Xiaohua screamed in pain, but gritted his teeth and refused to admit it. Without saying a word, Hanbin broke off his other arm as well. Although Yin Heng felt pity, he didn't stop it. Lin Xuan provided an escape route. Lock him up first. After we completely eradicate the kingdom of Yunda, we will interrogate him slowly. After dealing with the traitor, Lin Xuan handed over the subsequent siege plans to Hanbin and tore open a spatial rift to leave. He needed to hurry back to Shrek to pick up his 2 precious wives. 2 days later, Lin Xuan rushed back to Shrek at full speed. Sure enough, Chu Linger and Du Shui were waiting for him with stern faces. Lin Xuan fumbled through explanations, apologizing and acting spoiled, finally managing to cheer the 2 women up. He then stored them in the Void Stone and rushed back in a hurry. During his absence, Yin Heng had already captured 9 cities and temporarily stabilized the situation by binding local families with interests. However, he also received a personal letter from the Spirit King, clearly stating that in 2 days, a powerful Delaw from the Spirit King side would personally come to Yunheng City to understand the situation. Goodness, wasn't this just a blatant invitation to trouble? I'll tell you, I hadn't even returned yet when I heard about this matter. The atmosphere in the council chamber was so gloomy, and that guy Hanbin wanted to step up and take charge, saying something like with Xian Xiao not here, leave everything to me. But what was the result? No one understood, the people below didn't buy it at all, and the situation became very awkward. If it weren't for Xian Tian stepping in to mediate, there might have been an internal conflict right then and there. But to be honest, I really didn't have time to deal with him at that moment, because on my way back, there was a black-robed swordsman tailing me like a ghost. It made me afraid to use space teleportation, fearing my identity would be exposed and that the Spirit King would find a handle on me. I thought this situation was untenable, so I decided to lead him to a small forest outside the city to deal with him. But guess what? As soon as I stepped in, he took a detour and left. I was completely baffled. What was this guy up to? With that question in mind, I finally returned to Yunheng City. As soon as I landed, Hanbin rushed over to report everything to me. I patted him on the shoulder and told him not to take it to heart. These old-timers were just unfriendly to newcomers, but they would get used to it over time. As for that mysterious swordsman, he was just a soul emperor, and judging by his expression, he was probably here for revenge. I decided to ignore him for now. I didn't have time to deal with him. What was the urgent matter now? Making money, gathering people. I gave a strict order to Yunheng for those 9 cities, not to collect a single penny in taxes, but I wanted soldiers recruited to the fullest. Full benefits, and within a month, I wanted to see an army of 300,000. Upon hearing this, Yunheng's eyes lit up, and without a second thought, he wanted to take care of it. After dealing with these trivial matters, I finally felt relieved. I shouted into the empty room, "Ladies, come out." The next second, Du Shui and Chu Linger emerged from the ethereal stone. Let me tell you, as soon as I saw them, I felt so happy inside, especially Chu Ling. With her soul power at only level 38, it was simply pitiful. I had to give her some intense training. I rubbed my hands and chuckled, so what about getting down to business? The 2 girls' faces instantly flushed. Don't get me wrong, the business I'm talking about is serious cultivation. It's that yin-yang dragon phoenix technique. When 3 people work together, they're S-bound to be a master among us. The great thing about this technique is that we can practice together, and the cultivation speed is based on my speed, which is the fastest. If I cultivate for 1 hour, it's equivalent to the 2 of them cultivating alongside me for 3 hours. It's practically a bug in the cultivation world. Du Shui gritted her teeth, looking determined. Let us go, let us go. All right. I immediately set up the formation, and the 3 of us sat cross-legged, holding hands as our soul power began to flow. I directly activated the golden sacred dragon bloodline within me, and a massive golden dragon phantom coiled behind me. The speed of soul power absorption was, I tell you, like being on triple speed, skyrocketing. While we were fervently cultivating, outside, the atmosphere was tense as a storm approached. After a day and night, the tension in Yunheng City was palpable. Yunheng, Hanbin, and the others stood there, ready for battle. Why? Because the formidable title Doloa under the Spirit King had really come. It is said that this guy once moved a mountain to avenge himself, completely flattening his enemy. He is a ruthless character. Suddenly, a thunderous voice called out, "Xianlin, receive the order." Before the person arrived, the pressure made those on the city wall weak in the knees. Only Han Bin remained suspended in midair, staring intently at the distant black. The next second, the title Doloa appeared above the city, looking down on us as if we were ants. Yunheng mustered his courage to say something formal. But the other party didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. What are you? You think you can talk to me? Damn, that made me furious. Han Bin charged forward. Title Doloa, picking on a junior. Don't you think it's beneath your dignity? And who do you think you are? The title Doloa squinted, his killing intent rising, and he punched directly at Han Bin. Han Bin hurriedly conjured an ice shield, but with a crack the shield shattered, and he was sent flying back several dozen steps. The gap was too great. Just at that critical moment, a cool voice rang out. Title Doloa, attacking a junior is excessive. Isn't it? It was Princess Shui. The old man beside her, a Star Dou, also stepped forward. Upon seeing her, the title Dou recognized her, but he didn't hold back his words, sarcastically asking if Princess was supporting me from behind. Shui had a fiery temper and directly argued with him. The two exchanged barbs, bringing up the old story of how Shui's brother slapped the title Dou years ago. Just when it seemed they were about to completely tear each other apart, I finally emerged from my seclusion. I strolled leisurely up to the city wall and happened to hear Shui scolding him. A dog is just a dog. Don't act tough just because you have someone backing you. I couldn't help but laugh and replied, Princess, you said it well. The face of the one from the opening Mountain Dew instantly turned the color of pig liver, and his eyes bulged like a cow's. I took a step forward, and Han Bin immediately stepped in front of me, afraid he would suddenly become violent. I smiled and looked at him, saying word by word, any command from the Spirit King to me is illegal, right, Your Highness? Shui also reacted immediately, agreeing and specifically mentioning Shrek. Well, as soon as those two words came out, the Mountain Dew clearly trembled a bit. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I decided to play it up and directly turned to Shui, saying, Your Highness, since the spirit-suppressing king is committing treason, why don't we join forces and capture this lackey? As soon as I said that, the eyes of Tianqing Dou beside Shui lit up, looking like he was eager to try. This really caught the Shrek Dou CPU off guard. He had never seen such a scene before. The princess, Shrek, and a level 94 title Dou were all watching him closely. He was stunned and directly threw a roll of Imperial Edict at me, shouting, Look for yourself, and then ran off without looking back. He looked so disheveled, like a stray dog, making everyone laugh. Once everyone had dispersed, it was just me and Shui left on the city wall. My smile instantly vanished as I coldly stared at her. This little princess almost ruined my entire plan. I walked straight over, and my imposing presence left her speechless. I told her that I was here to help out for her brother's sake, to gain experience, not to be used as her pawn. If she messes things up because of her momentary whim, I wouldn't mind taking my people and leaving directly, even destroying the Tiandou Empire in the process. This really put pressure on her. The little princess was so scared that her eyes were filled with tears and her whole body was trembling. Seeing her pitiful look calmed me down, and I instantly changed back to a smiling demeanor, telling her to hurry back and report, sending someone to take over the 9 cities. I was impressed by my own speed of changing expressions. After sending the princess away, it was time to deal with that spirit behind the scenes. I took Han Bin and teleported outside the city. The swordsman named Bringer was still there, cooking over a fire. I quietly approached him from behind and pressed my dagger against his neck. You've been following me for so long. Give me a reason? He was straightforward, saying, You kill my master, Elder Whitebrow. As soon as I heard that, I thought, wow, he's here for revenge. But then I realized something was off. His master was at fault first. In the end, the guy sighed and said he knew he was sent to take revenge, and now that I had caught him, I could do whatever I wanted with him. I laughed and kicked him aside. Pick up your knife. What kind of swordsman are you if you don't even have the determination to charge forward? If you want to die, then die openly by my hand. It seemed like my words ignited something in him. He stood up, his eyes changed, announcing his name as Blinger, and then unleashed his ultimate move. The 6th soul skill, Blade and Man as one. Let me tell you, this guy's swordsmanship is really impressive. Several of his invisible attacks forced me to retreat step by step, ultimately cornering me. Then with a swift draw, he aimed a slicing strike at my neck. But could I let him succeed? I didn't use any illusions. I just wanted to try a head-on clash. My legs softened, and I sat directly against the tree trunk. His blade passed so close to my scalp that it severed the large tree behind me. Now's my chance. I unleashed my golden sacred dragon bloodline, leaping up like a bamboo shoot sprouting from the ground, directly hugging his waist and knocking him out with a punch. I didn't kill him. Instead, I made him a meal. When he woke up, I told him he had a 15-year-old daughter, and just like that, he died. Who does that make sense to? He cried and said he had a miserable life. I patted him on the shoulder and gave him a choice. If you want your daughter to live well, then be my sparring partner. Your swordsmanship is quite good, which can help me refine my close combat skills. When you are of no more use to me, I will kill you. Do you understand? Blinger clenched his fists tightly, and the light in his eyes reignited. After settling everything, I returned to Yunheng City and called everyone for a meeting. My plan was simple. Within a month, recuperate and recruit troops. Once the Tiando Empire takes over the 9 cities, we will launch a full-scale attack on the Yunda Kingdom. Yi Fangzhou's intelligence network has already been established. The Yunda Kingdom is now just an empty shell with infighting among themselves. As long as our army surrounds them without attacking and cuts off their water supply, they will descend into chaos. However, I still felt something was off. It had been too quiet from the beginning to the end. The spirit-controlling king just sent someone to take a stroll, and the Yunda Kingdom didn't make a peep. This isn't their style. It always feels like there is a greater storm hidden beneath this calm surface. Let me tell you, these people really came up with something big. Wang Ping and Yin Heng, these 2 military geniuses, gave me a lesson right there. They said, let us surround them but not attack. I was puzzled at the time and asked, with our advantage in numbers, why not just push through directly? What if the 30,000 troops of the Yunda Kingdom get hot-headed and come at us? Guess what Wang Ping said? He smiled confidently and said, Xin Xiao, don't worry, they definitely won't dare to come out in full force. Yun Heng added that the current king of the Yunda Kingdom is just a useless figure. If it weren't for his previous support, that guy wouldn't even be able to touch the throne. Such a person is not thinking about taking everyone down with him, but rather how to send others' troops to their deaths while preserving his own core forces. Wow. As soon as I heard that, I suddenly understood. So the emperor on the other side is a fool. What is there to be afraid of? I said, okay, approved. Let us do it your way. On the day the army set out, the scene was a torrent of 190,000 people, a sea of black, which made me a bit excited. However, I didn't go with them. I told them to push forward while I stayed in Yunheng City to strategize. Han Bin, that kid, was still worried about me and insisted on staying to protect me. I scoffed at him, implying, see, I have old Duan backing me up. Why do you need to worry? I told him to quickly follow Yun Heng and also leave me a copy of the information on his 6 treasure brothers. I wanted to inspect them personally. Before they left, I specifically reminded him that there must be spies around Yun Heng, so he should be extra cautious. Once they all left, I was left with just 100,000 new recruits and Xiantian. Xiantian foolishly asked me why I wasn't going. I glanced at him and said, Fool, I just broke through to level 49. Don't I need some time to stabilize it? Xiantian was shocked at that moment, probably thinking about how my cultivation speed seemed like I was on a rocket. Hey, can I just casually tell him the secret of the dual cultivation technique? I am cultivating in peace here, while over there in Yunheng, it's like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Let me tell you, at their first stop, the defending troops on the opposite side directly opened the city gates. There were only 100 soldiers in the city, and they were just maintaining order. It was simply laughable. Then they seemed to be on a roll, staying up all night without rest, capturing 3 cities in a row. Just like that, without anyone noticing. They took 6 cities in a few days, without shedding a drop of blood, folks. When this news reached the palace of the kingdom of Yunda, the king, Yunda Blame, who was as fat as a ball, immediately lost his composure and smashed his teacup in anger. There were dozens of people kneeling below, all trembling like chaff. The fat king shouted, asking where Yunheng got so many people. At that moment, a sycophantic minister stood up to give him a bad idea, saying, Your Majesty, don't panic. Most of those people from Yunheng are new recruits with no combat power. We have a 300,000 strong army, and with just one order, we can guarantee to make them drop their helmets and armor. I tell you, the fat king was as excited as if he had grasped a lifeline, clapping his hands and believing it on the spot, almost laughing out like a pig. Fortunately, there was at least one sober person in the court. An old general stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, the 200,000 troops outside the city are just a makeshift rabble and are utterly unworthy of a fight. If we are to engage, we must send our most elite imperial guards. This was indeed a point well made, but the fat king's thought process was rather peculiar. He immediately became suspicious, thinking the old general wanted to move the imperial guard away and then take the opportunity to harm him. Nonsense. He roared on the spot, and a bodyguard appeared behind him in an instant, glaring fiercely at the old general. The old general wanted to persuade him further, saying that the frontier troops and those conscripted soldiers were nothing but trash, and facing the cloud guard was akin to hitting a stone with an egg. What happened? The fat king wouldn't listen at all and had the honest old minister stabbed to death on the spot. Then he coldly scanned the room and asked, I said, The 200,000 troops outside the city are to attack. Who is willing to take the order? Goodness, This operation was practically delivering KPI to the enemy. At that moment, two oblivious generals stood up, accepting the order as if they were ready to die. The two unfortunate old friends of Yunheng, Ma Yuanin and Tu Lingyun, were thus forced to lead 200,000 cannon fodder to their deaths. When Yunheng received the news, he was furious. He wanted to have a chat with his old friends and sent envoys for dialogue at the front, but they completely ignored him. Fine, then they could only fight. On the battlefield, it was a massacre. As the 200,000 troops charged, our side issued the command for a volley of arrows. And 40,000 archers shot in unison, raining arrows like dark clouds, instantly covering the thousands of cavalry at the front. Ma Yuanin was shot full of arrows on the spot, and the entire army was annihilated. The remaining infantry rushed up with loud cries, only to be shot down by our archers, losing another 30,000. Finally, when they reached the front line, Wu Guang's 30,000 heavy infantry met them like a wall, directly scattering their formation. Then came the most desperate moment, as Guan Xuanyu's heavy cavalry charged from the flank, a pure dimension-reducing strike, a one-sided slaughter. Tu Lingyun was captured alive by Guan Xuanyu and thrown directly in front of Yunheng. Yunheng sighed and said, "Old friend, you could have avoided all of this." But Tu Lingyun was also stubborn, insisting on the loyalty of 3 generations and refusing to surrender. After saying that, he jumped back into the battlefield, roaring towards Guan Xuanyu, only to be instantly killed with an axe. Alas, blind loyalty can be deadly. After this battle, the remaining 70,000 or more on the opposite side lost all morale and surrendered en masse. When the news returned to Yunda City, the fat king Blamai rolled his eyes and fainted from shock. When he woke up, he was completely ruined. He asked the Imperial Guard leader, Chu Yun, beside him, "If I surrender now, will Yunheng accept it?" Chu Yun was straightforward, saying, "Your Majesty, Yunheng may accept anyone's surrender, but yours is the only one he cannot. Someone has to take the blame for this war, and you are the most suitable candidate." Upon hearing this, Blamai was utterly deflated. He knew that if they continued fighting, it would end in a massacre of his entire family. To protect his grandson, who was to be the heir, he trembled and uttered 2 words, "Surrender." The next morning, Chu Yun flew over our camp and announced loudly, "On behalf of Yunda Blamai, I declare the surrender of the Yunda Kingdom." At that moment, the entire camp fell silent, and Guan Xuanyu and the others were dumbfounded, thinking it ended just like that. Then came the negotiations, which dragged on for 7 days before concluding. The final result was that Blamai abdicated, his grandson became a puppet king, and Yunheng rose to prominence as the state master of the Yunda Kingdom, taking full control of the military and political power of the nation. This wave was called a peaceful transformation. When Yunheng and the others returned triumphantly to the city, I called them over and gave them a good lesson. I told them not to stay in this small place of Yunheng City anymore, but to quickly move the main forces to the capital Yunda City. Now that you are the state master, you must sit at the center of power to keep those old foxes in check. I also helped him plan the blueprint for the future army, with a total of 600,000 troops divided into 6 legions. We can't just rely on our own people. We need to boldly promote capable outsiders like Wu Guang and Guan Xuanyu. We must broaden our horizons. Yunheng listened and suddenly realized, saying he felt like he had walked into a dead end. In the end, I told him that I needed to go on a long journey. "Buddy, I haven't been idle these past 2 months. I've already broken through to the Soul King level and need to get a more impressive 5th soul ring. This time, instead of going to some forest, we're heading out to the sea for a change, aiming to challenge our limits." When Hanbin heard we were going to the sea, his face turned pale, and he kept saying how dangerous it was with sea soul beasts and tornadoes. I rolled my eyes at him. "If I'm not afraid, why should you be? For this sea trip, I didn't bring a large army. I only took Hanbin and his 6 precious brothers. I had assessed these guys for 2 months, and each one was a capable soul sage or soul emperor, perfectly qualified for this venture. When we arrived at the dock, the ship was already prepared. Hanbin was still worried, but his brothers were laughing and joking, showing no signs of tension. I smiled and patted the shoulders of 2 of the strong men, saying I had confidence in them. Then I turned around to get off the ship and brought Donggu Shui and Chu Ling Air on board as well. A small man ran up to Hanbin and handed him a long list. Wow, it was a densely packed inventory of supplies, basically all ready. Everything was indeed ready. But let me tell you, we forgot the most crucial part. That subordinate reported to Hanbin, "Boss, all the supplies are on board. But aren't we going to find a few sailors?" I was stunned at that moment, right? Who's going to steer the ship? I was so focused on keeping things secret that I forgot that in the vast sea, no matter how strong your soul power is, you still can't navigate without a crew. I hurriedly asked Reiner to find Sun Dei and have him bring some trustworthy sailors, making sure to keep it a secret. Then I took Chu Ling and Degukshu to the room first. Who understands the family? As soon as I walked in, I was stunned. This was not a cabin at all. It was simply a sea view room in a 7-star hotel in Dubai. 500 square meters. 500 square meters. At that moment, I had only one thought. Am I here to hunt soul beasts, or am I on a sponsored trip? Less than half an hour later, Reiner brought a bewildered captain and 10 sailors aboard. These people probably didn't even know where they were, and with a command from Mark, they directly set sail into the sea. Then I called everyone into the conference room, including that poor captain. I'll get straight to the point. The destination is the Mariana Trench. As soon as the captain heard this, he broke into a sweat and said that place is unreachable. Once you go in, you won't come back. Before I could even ask, my so-called all-living encyclopedia, Zhang Buoluan, spoke up. He adjusted his glasses and started a lecture. The Mariana Trench has 2 cliffs at its entrance, resembling the mouth of a giant beast. It said that ships that enter never return. Later, the dean from Shrek Academy went to investigate and found a super-concealed reef inside, which even the spirit power of a titled Da couldn't detect. Once a ship runs aground, even a soul Doloa can't swim back to the mainland. Well, no wonder he asked the man with the martial soul the secret of the West Wind, a walking knowledge payment. When Mark, the muscle man, heard this, he waved his fist and said, then we can just fly in, right? Pino rolled his eyes at him as if to say, dude, do you have muscles in your brain too? Reiner shook his head and said, the key is we don't know what soul beasts are inside. As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at the chubby little guy in the corner who was about to fall asleep. This little chubby guy is called Militang. His martial soul is a puppet, and he is a tech geek who can create various combat puppets. He was startled awake by our gazes and sleepily raised 5 fingers. 50,000 gold soul coins. Reiner and Mark immediately cursed. Damn it, a profiteer. I almost laughed at this scene. Then a blonde handsome guy, whom we all call the chef, spoke up directly. 100,000, bring out 2 to scout the way. Militang immediately rolled his eyes. He knew these 2 poor guys couldn't afford it, and this pretentious guy would definitely make a move. Mark excitedly waved his hand. Chef is awesome. I then patted the captain on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry. Sunda, he sent you here because he trusts me to bring you back alive. The captain's expression was as bitter as if he had eaten a bitter herb. He was probably thinking whether he had boarded a pirate ship or a boat to the Western Paradise. A week later, we finally arrived at the Mariana Trench. Those 2 cliffs, 300 meters high, stand in the sea like 2 giant swords, a masterpiece of nature. I nodded at Militang, who took out a 1-meter-long wooden turtle from his ring and tossed it into the water. The turtle dove straight in, but the next second, Militang's expression changed. My puppet hit a reef. Something's wrong. The soul power in the puppet was instantly drained. This was eerie. We hadn't even entered 100 meters, and we couldn't see or feel anything. Yet the puppet was gone. Without saying a word, Hanbin activated his martial soul, and 8 soul rings flashed dazzlingly, launching his 8th soul skill, Absolute Zero. With a snap, the sea surface within a 200-meter radius around our ship was frozen into a 1-meter-thick layer of ice. That scene was incredible. We jumped off the ship and stepped onto the ice surface. Mark ran to where the puppet was frozen, crouched down to touch it, and looked confused. There's nothing here? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Militang became anxious. Impossible. My puppet definitely hit something. Pino whispered nearby. Could it be that the reef is alive? Upon hearing this, Reiner directly smashed the ice surface with a punch, stood on the floating ice, and said, I'll go take a look. I patted him on the shoulder. Be careful. Reiner was covered in a layer of rock armor and plunged into the sea with a splash. As a result, let me tell you, 3 minutes passed, and he didn't come back up. My heart sank, and I quickly had Pino put a windshield around me, tore open a space crack, and chased after him. As soon as I reached 50 meters underwater, my pupils, I saw a huge black spike deep in the seabed, pointing straight up. Where's Reiner? He was gone. Just as I was about to approach the giant spike, my windshield touched it, and it popped like a burst balloon, disappearing with a poof. My soul power was directly swallowed. Scared, I quickly tore open the space again and dove back. When I described the situation underwater, everyone was stunned. That giant horn can absorb soul power, and Lena was probably sucked in. I suspect there is another world inside that giant horn. I'm not very worried because I know the target I need to hunt has only 30,000 years of cultivation and is no match for Lena, who is a soul saint. I immediately made a decision. I have a plan. I will go in with Han Bin, and you all will provide support from the ship. I stored Han Bin in my ethereal stone and took a puppet bird from Mealy Tang, infused it with spatial power, and handed it to Chamberlain. If we are in danger, this bird will fly out of the sea by itself, and you can come to our aid. After giving my instructions, I jumped directly into the sea and swam to the giant horn. I reached out to touch it, and everything went dark. I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I saw Elena's big face close to mine, full of concern. I released Han Bin, and as soon as he came out, he slapped Lena. "You idiot, what are you touching? You worried us to death." Lena smiled wryly and led us out of the cave we were in. Once outside, both Han Bin and I were stunned, because right beneath our feet was a real human city. Cars were bustling, and people were coming and going. Good heavens, did we enter the belly of a soul beast, or do we time travel to underwater Atlantis? I quickly realized what was happening. I explained to them that this place should be the giant horn left behind by a powerful spatial-type soul beast after its death, which was utilized by the deep-sea magic shark I was looking for to create an independent small world. The people who went missing earlier had their descendants living here. However, there's a fatal problem. There's not a trace of soul power. This means that the people here cannot awaken their martial souls. This also implies that my target soul beast is hiding in this absolutely safe zone, and we have no way to hunt it using soul skills. This time, it feels like I made a trip for nothing. The three of us had no choice but to turn back the way we came. As soon as we emerged from the water, everyone was incredibly excited. I shared the half-true, half-false conclusion with them, and everyone felt quite dejected. They had originally wanted to show off in front of me, but it ended up being me who handled everything alone. Just as we were preparing to head back, I turned around and coldly looked towards the highest point of the strait. Although it was far away, I could sense that someone was standing up there. Everything I had just said below was made up, just to save face. What truly made me give up was this mysterious person. My master, Yang Zhao, was warning me in my mind, saying that the person was on the same level as him and had crossed over from some divine realm, advising me not to provoke them. I asked my master at that moment, "Do you really think soul beasts lack the ability to create such a world?" Yang Zhao said it was impossible, but for the first time, I began to doubt him. Back in Yunheng City, Han Bin asked me what to do about the soul rings. I replied, "We need to go to the Sunset Forest." I had originally planned to go after reaching Soul Saint, but now we had to go ahead of schedule. Just as we were about to set off, Mark rushed in urgently. "Xin Xiao, it's bad. That old bastard, the Spirit King, has made a move. He has sent 60,000 troops to pressure the kingdom of Wufan." When I received the handwritten letter from Yunheng, I saw that the old guy couldn't sit still. However, his reaction was too slow. I've been at sea for half a month already. I knocked on the table and told Mark, "Don't panic. Let Yunheng keep his composure and not act hastily. This is purely a psychological battle. The spirit-suppressing king is trying to deceive me." I turned to Han Bin and smiled. "Let's go. Not only do we have to go, but we need to make a grand show of it." I intentionally let it slip that we were going to the Starry Forest, just to show him how leisurely we were. The main strategy was to catch him off guard, using magic to defeat magic. This news quickly reached the Spirit King of the town. His strategist, Jin Xian, kept fanning the flames, saying it was the best time to launch a full-scale attack. But the Spirit King was extremely timid, fearing that a fight with Yunheng would end in mutual destruction, leaving the Heaven Dose City to take advantage. And he dare not gamble. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Jin Xian resorted to underhanded tactics. He secretly found the title Deloa who had been scared off by my words before and told him my real location, Sunset Forest. "Are you sure this melon is ripe for picking?" The title Deloa's eyes turned red at the thought of revenge, and he flew straight to the Sunset Forest. Meanwhile, Jin Xian was sneering insidiously in the city. "Lin Xuan, this time I want to see if you live or die." I was completely unaware of this. And after spending a day, we found our target in the Sunset Forest, a millennium-level spatial magic mouse. I explained to Han Bin that this creature would gnaw at the spatial barriers and is a pest. After that, I reached into the spatial vortex where it was hiding and pulled it out, snapping its neck and beginning to absorb its soul ring. Han Bin was beside me providing protection. However, it wasn't long before his expression changed. The mountain opening Delaw, that title Delaw, had actually come over. At a critical moment when I was absorbing the soul ring, I absolutely couldn't be disturbed. Han Bin was in a panic, knowing he couldn't escape. So he had to divert the mountain opening Delaw. He steeled himself and immediately took off running. The mountain opening Delaw, indeed, noticed him and roared as he gave chase. The two quickly engaged in battle. Han Bin, a soul Delaw, managed to leave a wound on the mountain opening Delaw thanks to his rich combat experience. But the disparity in strength was too great. He was severely injured by a single blow from the mountain opening Delaw, flying away like a kite with a broken string. with all his ribs fractured and his internal organs injured. Just when the mountain opening Doloa thought he had succeeded and approached to deliver a finishing blow, he vanished. Only a pool of blood remained. Furious, he yelled in place. Hanbin managed to close his wounds with his last breath and escaped at low altitude. I had just finished absorbing the soul ring when I poked my head out from the spatial rift and happened to see him severely injured, quickly pulling him inside. The next second, the mountain opening law appeared at our previous location, sensing the lingering cold aura around him, his brows tightly furrowed. He was puzzled. Wow, this icy aura is so strong, indicating that someone has been here for quite a while. Why did the trail go cold? How infuriating. Just as I pulled Hanbin into the spatial rift, I saw him open his mouth and say one thing, Xian Xiao, hurry, run. And then he collapsed and fainted. I was so scared that I quickly poured all the potions I had stored in the ethereal stone down his throat. That axe from the mountain opening Doloa was really ruthless. Hanbin must have fought that old thing for quite a while to protect me. I told you. I was furious at that moment, feeling both touched and angry. Trying to ambush me while I was absorbing a soul ring? Fine, but something is off. How did my identity get exposed again? Wherever I go, the Holy Spirit sect follows. From Xian Yi to Xian Ling, they always pinpoint my location accurately. When I think about it, damn, there's only one person who could be behind this. Xian Tian. He always knows my whereabouts. But then I realized something was wrong. If Xian Tian really wanted to sell me out, I would have been dead a long time ago. He had countless opportunities to make sure I was completely finished, and he would need to go through all this trouble. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I'll just keep this in mind and be cautious around Xian Tian. Right now, the urgent matter is that title Doloa who killed my brother. I directly put on a black robe, wrapped myself tightly, and then squeezed out from the space crack, running around in the sunset forest. Guess what? I actually ran into someone. It turned out to be the mountain opening Doloa, not a member of the Holy Spirit cult. I was stunned for a moment. But who cares? I boldly jumped out from the space crack and started running. That old man spotted me in an instant, laughed heartily, and chased after me, shouting with a dirty mouth, Xian Lin, I didn't expect it was you. What happened? Did your bodyguard Hanbin get scared off? And now you're all alone. I put on a grim face, hiding my hands behind my back, secretly gripping the wind blade and gravity stone, while politely saying, Senior Kaishan, as a grand titled awe, you wouldn't attack a junior like me, would you? He became overly proud and directly used his aura to pressure me, almost making me kneel. I gritted my teeth. My soul rings were forced out, and veins were popping on my forehead. I continued to act. Senior, are you really going to bully the weak? He laughed maniacally, and what he said next nearly blew my mind. He said, who here would know if I killed you? But I won't kill you. I'll chop off your limbs and let you watch as Yunheng and the others die. And then, I will make your wife kneel before you, so you can see me spend a wonderful night with her. Does anyone understand my family? Harming my family is the bottom line of being human, right? You, a self-proclaimed righteous title Doloa, are playing dirtier than an evil soul master. At that moment, I had only one thought. This old dog must die today. He was still shouting, what's wrong? Are you scared? Kneel down for me right now. I sneered, kneel down? Without saying a word, I threw out the gravity stone. In the next second, a spatial rift tore open, and I directly flashed to his neck. The wind blade slashed across. The title Doloa was taken aback, but he reacted quickly and grabbed my wrist. However, he never expected that the gravity stone could pass through my phantasmal body. At the moment he grabbed my hand, there was a loud bang, and it hit him right on the forehead. I then unleashed the power of the golden sacred dragon bloodline, broke free from his grip, and the wind blade made a small cut on his neck. TSK, still a bit lacking. I saw that a layer of armor had appeared on his head, with only a dent in one spot, and the wound on his neck wasn't deep, so I knew I couldn't take him down in one hit. The reaction and defense of a title Doloa are indeed formidable. I retracted the gravity stone, didn't look back, and directly made my escape. Behind me, I heard that old guy roaring in frustration, his ninth soul ring lighting up, and he went on a wild rampage, slashing around like a mad dog. After being ambushed by a soul king and almost getting killed, how could he not go mad? I had already run far away, calculating in my heart that the combo I just executed was nothing short of perfect, but unfortunately, my strength was still insufficient. My wind blade couldn't break through his defense. If I had used the venomous bloodline of the Emerald Serpent King, even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. But doesn't matter, mountain opening Doloa. Just wait, I will eventually take you down myself. I returned to Yunheng City safely, while the mountain opening door rolled back to Jinling City, covered in dirt and looking disheveled. When Jin Xin saw his pathetic state from the city wall, he probably cursed him 1,000 times in his heart for being useless, but on the surface, he still had to smile and smooth things over. I'm not as hypocritical as Xin Xin. As soon as I returned to Yunheng City, my face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and I shouted directly, "Bring Yunheng to me." My subordinates, seeing my demeanor, didn't dare to make a sound and hurried to deliver the message. I directly released Han Bin, who was heavily injured and unconscious. When Zhang Bojun and the others saw Han Bin's miserable state, they were all stunned. I angrily recounted the situation, and their faces turned pale. A title Dou ambushing a soul Dou was simply the height of shamelessness. Zhang Bojun asked me, "Xian Xiao, what are you planning to do?" I let out a cold laugh. What should I do? My brother has been beaten, and I can't just swallow this anger, right? The Spirit Town King doesn't want me to fight forward. Huh? Fine. I won't attack in front. I'll strike the Storm Kingdom behind me, and you can't control that, can you? Yunheng rushed over in a hurry. After hearing my plan, let me tell you, he almost fainted on the spot. He urgently advised me, "Xian Xiao, I know you've been wronged, but now that we no longer have Han Bin as our top combat power, and the Spirit Town King is watching us closely, if we go to attack the Storm Kingdom, won't our rear be left vulnerable?" I pointed to a place on the map called Mohan City and said to him, "Don't worry, I have a plan. We don't need to hold the Kingdom of Yenda to the death. You take the army to attack the Kingdom of Confronting. Just leave behind 100,000 new soldiers here. This place is easy to defend, but hard to attack, making it an excellent point to tie up a dog chain. Even if the Spirit King occupies other cities, he will still fear being attacked from both sides." Yunheng still looked worried and said that the Kingdom of Confronting has 400,000 to 500,000 troops, and its ruler is not incompetent, making it difficult to fight. I patted him on the shoulder and directly poured him some motivational talk, elaborating on the grand vision of Emperor Tiandou unifying the world, while also guaranteeing that I could incite neighboring countries to harass him. With the conversation reaching this point, Yunheng could only grit his teeth and agree. This move, to put it simply, was a huge gamble. If I won, I would directly hold the resources of 2 countries and lead an army of 700,000 to rise up. If I lost, it would be a complete failure, and I would lose everything. A month later, the plan quietly commenced. The Yunheng army returned to the capital, then secretly turned their guns around and marched towards the Kingdom of Confronting. Meanwhile, I brought the recovering Han Bin to the crucial city of Mohan. The entire Kingdom of Yenda had almost turned into a ghost town. When the news reached Jinling City, it caused an uproar there. The mountain opening Dou was furious. "Your Majesty, this Yunheng is simply arrogant." The Jinling King ignored him and directly asked the military strategist Tang Lele. However, that military strategist Tang Lele was no fool. He quickly saw that this was a trap, claiming that we were using the empty city ruse. But it was also a blatant scheme. He haggled with the Jinling King for a long time, eventually demanding 300,000 ordinary troops, saying he wanted to attack my Mohan city. The intelligence soon reached my hands. The 300,000 troops would arrive in 5 days. My deputy, General Wang Gang, was anxious, saying the food in the city would only last for 2 months, and the water supply was an even bigger problem. I told him not to panic and assured him that the water source could last for half a month without any problem. We must determine the winner within that time. Han Bin was also anxious and asked me if we were really counting on Yunheng to finish the Storm Kingdom in half a month to save us. I smiled wickedly and said, "Who says we have to wait for him to come and save us? We have other reinforcements." Then, I directly called Lin Xuan over and gave him a bold task. I instructed him to take 10,000 men and immediately station them at Yunheng City. 8 days later, they would launch a surprise attack, timed perfectly to catch the enemy troops encircling our southern gate from behind. I told him, "Remember, if you encounter them, just fight, then run. Don't get caught up in a prolonged battle. You must hurry back to Mohan City. My life depends on you." Lin Xuan was so excited that his face turned red as he patted his chest and accepted the mission. With the final arrangements completed, I sat quietly in Mohan City, waiting for that army of 300,000. 5 days later, a scout reported, "Xian Xiao, the enemy is already 100 miles away." I closed the book in my hands. Has it come? The fighting spirit in my eyes instantly ignited. The next day, a dark army was looming at the city gates, and the ground seemed to tremble with their presence. On our side of the walls, we were all new recruits, each one of us nervously pale. Wang Gang stood on the city wall, roaring to boost their morale. Han Bin was counting beside me. 3 soul Duos and 5 soul saints on the opposite side. They have more high-level combat power than us. I smiled and said, "Don't panic. I brought Chuyin over as well." He'll step in at a critical moment. In the enemy camp, Tang Lele gave the order, and dozens of catapults were pushed out. Seeing the situation, I knew that by the time they hit the city wall, it would be too late. I jumped on Han Bin's back and flew out in an instant. The three-souled duels on the opposite side roared and charged towards us. I used spatial power to maneuver Han Bin with a serpent-like movement, dodging all of their attacks. Without saying a word, Han Bin unleashed his 8th soul skill, Absolute Zero. Instantly, those dozens of catapults along with over 100 soldiers were frozen into ice sculptures. Then he used his 6th soul skill, Meteor Shower of Profound Ice, unleashing a barrage on their camp. The brothers on the city wall erupted in cheers, their morale instantly soaring. Tang Lele, furious with red eyes, directly ordered the siege. As the horn sounded, the battle officially began. Han Bin went out to engage the three-soul duos in combat, while Chu Yun, hidden in the shadows, charged out as well, holding off the 5 soul saints single-handedly. I jumped directly off the city wall, holding the wind blade in my hand, feeling like an invincible warrior, killing anyone who blocked my path. 2 soul emperors tried to flank me, but with a single immobilization spell, I used the wind blade and instantly killed one of them. The other attempted to bind me with vines, but I unleashed my golden saint dragon bloodline, breaking free from the restraints, and punched him so hard that his face was distorted. However, the situation on the city wall was dire. The enemy had already set up ladders, and the inexperienced new soldiers quickly allowed some to rush up the wall. I immediately returned to the wall, switched to the Haotian hammer, smashing enemies while pushing down the ladders. Meanwhile, Han Bin was being restrained by 3 fire attribute soul duos and was struggling a bit. Seeing the urgency on the city wall, he directly activated his ultimate skill, the head spirit bone skill, Xianbing Domain. A white light enveloped the 4 of them, and the 3 enemies felt as if they had fallen into an ice pit. They knew it was a life or death moment and simultaneously activated their 8th soul skills, a giant fireball, a firebird, and a massive flaming hand, all smashing toward Han Bin. Han Bin merely exhaled slowly, and a gigantic ice giant rose up to meet the attacks. The ice giant shattered the fireball and firebird with its 2 hands, but one of its arms was also destroyed by the flaming hand. At that moment, Han Bin suddenly changed his attack, using his hand like a knife, slashing at the right arm of the leading old man. The ice giant abandoned its defense, and with a swift movement of its left arm, it struck down. The old man didn't even have time to react before. With a crack, his right arm was instantly severed. Han Bin spat out a mouthful of blood, dispelled the domain, and without looking back, retreated into the city. Chu Yun immediately took his place, watching the remaining enemies with a fierce gaze. The old man, clutching his severed arm, weakly shouted for a retreat, and the high-level combat forces finally fell back to the main camp. The battle below was also nearing its end, with the water in the moat turning red. I killed the last enemy, and we finally withstood this assault. After directing the cleanup of the battlefield, Wang Gang's legs gave out, but I managed to catch him in time. That day we lost several thousand men, but the enemy suffered even greater losses, 6,000 men, including a soul sage and a severely injured soul de law. Tang Lele was so furious that he crushed his water cup, but he maintained his composure, immediately ordering a division of 100,000 troops to prepare to encircle our south gate, while also sending for more siege equipment and fire attribute soul duel reinforcements. I haven't been idle either. I've asked Wang Gang to promote all the surviving veterans today and have them lead the newcomers. Wang Gang nodded, but still uneasy. Asked me when Han Bin would be better. I told him, just relax, Han Bin is tough. He'll definitely be bouncing back tomorrow. Besides, I've got important business to take care of tonight. Guess what? I directly tore open a space rift and performed an extreme drop, sneaking to the outskirts of Tang Lele's camp. Wow. From my high vantage point, I spotted 5 identical fancy tents, playing hide and seek with me. They were pretty good at illusions. Honestly, I don't even know what Tang Lele looks like. If I accidentally stabbed the wrong person, it would definitely alert them. No, this risk is too high. So I changed my mind and decided not to go for the biggest one. Instead, I specifically targeted their small fry, taking out their high-ranking officers one by one. No time to waste. In the dead of night, it was the perfect time to strike. I flashed into the military camp, randomly caught a lone soldier, and with a quick snap, it was done cleanly. Family, you have no idea. This guy's build was practically tailor-made for me. I swiftly stripped off his armor and put it on myself, stuffed his body into my space ring, and voila, I had become one of them. I was just wandering around when suddenly someone tapped me on the shoulder. Hey, Ma, June, what are you wandering around for? Hurry up and go get the general's meal. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Ma Yun? Who is Ma Jun? But I reacted quickly, immediately lowering my voice and pretending to sound hoarse. Oh, I just got lost and don't even know where the general's tent is. That burly man scratched his head, looking at me as if I were an idiot. But he still enthusiastically patted me on the back. Come on, let me take you there. I really don't understand why the general insists on having you around. I was overjoyed, thinking, wow, did I just randomly grab a trusted aide of the general? Am I really this fortunate? I followed him to get my meal, and he specifically reminded me that this is the general's exclusive portion, so I mustn't spill it. I held the lunchbox and, under the guidance of that burly man, arrived at a particularly inconspicuous tent. Remember this? Hurry up and go inside. I nodded, lifted the curtain, and walked in. Inside, a middle-aged man was frowning while reading a book, with a long sword placed beside him, clearly someone with a strong sense of vigilance. I pushed the lunchbox forward. General, it's time to eat. He looked up. Oh, Ma Jun, what's wrong with your voice? I grinned, but my gaze instantly turned cold, my voice. Before I could finish my sentence, the wind blade in my hand swiftly sliced across his neck. As fast as a lightning bolt, he clutched his neck, his eyes wide open, trying to reach for the sword, but as soon as his hand touched the hilt, he went cold. I softly completed my unfinished sentence. No need for your concern. After successfully taking him down, I didn't rush to leave. I propped his body up, sealed his acupoints to prevent blood from flowing out, and arranged him in a position as if he were sleeping on his side. Let me tell you, as long as no one walks over to lift the blanket, no one would be able to tell he has already gone to meet his end. It's all about professionalism. I even casually flipped through his letters, but this old fox was very cautious, leaving no useful clues behind. I swaggered out of the tent and said to the two guards at the entrance, the general needs to rest, keep an eye on the door, and don't let anyone in. I'm going to take care of some matters for the general. The two guards respectfully replied, yes, sir. It dawned on me then that the person I was impersonating, Ma Jun, held a significant position. He was definitely a trusted confidant of the general. This made things even easier, and I walked confidently through the camp. It was just mealtime, and I saw a group of people gathered around drinking. A burly man with a face full of flesh was blowing into a bottle, shouting loudly, drink. Everyone, drink up. We're going to battle tomorrow. Forget the damn military regulations. After drinking, be sharp tomorrow. I scoffed coldly in my heart. Anyone who could drink in the army must have a certain status. Better to kill the wrong person than let one slip away. I crouched in the shadows and waited for 3 hours until that burly man was helped in, swaying unsteadily. Once the two people supporting him left, I silently slipped inside. But as soon as I entered, I was stunned. The burly man was lying on top of a woman. When the woman saw me, her eyes were filled with despair. I immediately understood. She was clearly being forced. Her tattered clothes couldn't hide the bruises on her body, and not a single one of her fingers was uninjured. I quickly made a shushing gesture to her, then floated like a ghost to the drunken behemoth in front of me. This guy was far worse than the last one, completely unguarded. With a swift motion, I unleashed another blade of wind, sending him off to meet the king of hell. The woman, scared and about to scream, was silenced by my hand over her mouth. I figured I couldn't leave her there, so I grabbed her and tore open a spatial rift, directly taking her out of the camp. After bringing her back, I handed her over to the medical staff in the city. The doctors were stunned, saying they had never seen someone so badly injured survive. It was a miracle, but they estimated she wouldn't live for many years. Sigh, I was just acting on impulse at the time. Otherwise, if she had screamed, my plans would have been ruined. Once I handled all this, I returned to my place, washed off the smell of blood, and found Duga Shui and Chu Linger had already prepared a meal for me. Eating with my wives, I finally felt alive again. Meanwhile, in Tang Leilei's camp, chaos had erupted. Who did this? Tell me. You bunch of useless fools. Tang Leilei shouted, looking at the two cold corpses in front of him, furious to the point of exploding. 2 deputy generals had quietly died in their own camp. After a thorough investigation, his subordinates quickly apprehended the burly man who had taken me to find the general. The guy was so scared he nearly wet himself and confessed everything. Put out a bounty for this Ma Jun. Anyone who looks like him should be captured too. Tang Leilei was so frustrated he could spit blood, having lost 2 generals without even knowing who the culprit was. But he gritted his teeth and ordered, the siege tomorrow will continue. The next day, he led 20,000 men to deliver more heads. However, this time I was better prepared. Without much effort, I exchanged the lives of 300 men for 3,000 of his. That very night, as he furiously withdrew his troops, lo and behold, 2 more general corpses were laid before him. Now Tang Leilei was completely mad, smashing everything he could find in his tent. For a time, all his hundreds of generals were on edge. Even going to the restroom had to be done in pairs. With no choice, Tang Leilei ordered that all generals must move in groups of 3 and sent all the skilled reinforcement from his side to stand guard. From then on, I earned a nickname among the enemy troops, the God of Death in the Dark Night. After being toyed with several times, Tang Leilei finally learned his lesson. On the 3rd day, he surprisingly didn't attack the city, ordering the entire army to hold their ground, wanted to wear me down. If he wanted to drag it out, I wouldn't play along. I went against his strategy and slipped out of the city in broad daylight. Sure enough, I saw a convoy delivering supplies into their camp. I quietly followed, overhearing their report that the supplies brought this time would last a month, and there were enough supplies in the granary for 6 months. Plus another 200,000 troops were on their way. As soon as I heard it, I was stunned. They were determined to fight me to the end. Once the grain officer left, I focused on them. I followed them all the way to the enemy's granary, Shangfang Valley. When I got there, I was completely dumbfounded. The endless granaries were not just enough for 6 months. They were 10 times more than all the food in our city combined. An audacious idea immediately popped into my head. Burn it down. As long as I burned this place, Tang Leilei's 400,000 troops would starve to death on the spot. But the problem was, the place was heavily guarded, with 2 soul fighters, 3 soul saints, and 1,000 station troops. I definitely couldn't do it alone. I had to bring a large force. But how to get there? To find a way, I went off the grid for 3 days, wandering around like a wild man. Back in the city, Han Bin and the others were almost going crazy, but Chu Linger and Dugu Shui remained calm. They knew that with my spatial abilities, no one could stop me if I wanted to leave. 2 more days later, I returned, covered in dirt. As soon as I got back, I ran into Tang Leilei's reinforcements arriving and attacking the city with full force. Without catching my breath, I directly joined the battlefield. This battle lasted for a day and a night, and the bodies piled up below the city walls were enough to use as a ladder. After repelling the enemy, I collapsed on the city wall, exhausted like a dead dog. When Han Bin saw me in such a half-dead state, he was so scared he nearly fell from the sky. After checking and confirming I wasn't injured, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I gasped and told him, "Hurry, gather all the generals for a meeting. I have a way to break the deadlock." After saying that, I used the last bit of my strength to blink back to my residence, and I immediately fell asleep. I hadn't been idle these days. I found a route, a top-secret path that leads straight to Shangfang Valley. When I woke up, Wang Gang and the others were already waiting for me in the study. I cleared my throat and got straight to the point. I know everyone is tired, but I have a mission that requires 2 generals to come with me, and I need volunteers. Wang Gang was the first to stand up. "I'll go." I shook my head. "You can't go. You have to stay here. This time, it's a 2-front operation, and I need you to command the troops from this side." I glanced at Han Bin, and he immediately had a bad feeling. That's right, he also had to stay. I turned my gaze to Chu Yun. "Senior Chu, I appreciate you coming along on this tough journey." Chu Yun nodded without a second thought. At that moment, 2 middle-aged men stepped forward. "We'll go too." Wang Gang introduced them, saying, "These are the Yun brothers, Yun Fa and Yun Tian. They are fierce in battle and have made great contributions in defending the city this time." I nodded in satisfaction, took out a map, and slammed it on the table. "Everyone, I found the enemy's grain depot. It's in Shangfang Valley. I need Generals Yun Fa and Yun Tian, along with Senior Chu, to lead 30,000 defenders with me for a surprise attack on Shangfang Valley." As soon as I said this, everyone was stunned, because the only way from here to Shangfang Valley is through the middle of Tang Leilei's camp. Isn't that a death sentence? I pointed to a spot on the map and said, "I found a cliff path that can be marched on. I need 1,000 engineers to build that road for me within 3 days." I brought them to the cliff in the west and pointed it out to them. 10 meters below the cliff, there's a spacious platform that cannot be seen from above or below. Chu Yun was shocked and murmured that, according to legend, hundreds of years ago, a war god general broke through from here and defeated the enemy army. I patted the railing and said to everyone, "Brothers, forget about the story. Whether we can become the new story depends on this battle." I thought reinforcements had already arrived, but they haven't. They're just watching the show. It was my naivety that caused everyone to bleed so much. I apologize to you all, but now we must rely on ourselves to win this battle and survive. 1,000 engineers immediately got to work, toiling day and night to build a road on the cliff. Meanwhile, I was also waiting for news from the South Gate, waiting for Lin Jiwei's ambush results against the enemy's other reinforcements. As for Tang Leilei, he also received news that his southern army was about to arrive. He was full of himself, thinking I would soon be caught in a pincer attack and doomed. He even started planning how to massacre the city after entering. Just as he was dreaming, I received the ginseng soup sent by Lin Xuan. I held her hand and was about to say that I would take her for treatment after the battle when suddenly, a deafening shout echoed from outside the city. Xian Xiao. I shivered with excitement and rushed up to the city wall. Outside the city, I saw Lin Jiwei riding a horse, triumphantly waving a round object high in the air. Without even looking, I knew it was the head of the enemy general, Zhang Yun. Lin Jiwei had succeeded. The threat from the south was eliminated. Great, great, great. I jumped down from the city wall and ran over to give Lin Jiwei a big hug. When this news reached Tang Leilei's ears, he was struck with darkness before fainting in anger. His reinforcements at the south gate were gone, and his 40,000 troops had become useless. That night, I prepared a farewell banquet for the 30,000 elite soldiers about to depart, filled with meat, more than enough. The Yun brothers shouted from the stage, "Brothers, this meal is to send us off. Once we burn the supplies and return, I'll prepare 10,000 jars of fine wine for everyone." Before leaving, I patted Han Bin on the shoulder. "After I'm gone, the city will be under your care. Remember, when performing, do it thoroughly, understand?" Han Bin nodded seriously. On the other side, Tang Leilei had also awakened. His dog-headed strategist told him that scouts reported that Xianlin had led a troop and seemed to have escaped through the south gate, leaving only Han Bin, that ice-type Soul Calibur, and some abandoned pieces in the city. Upon hearing this, Tang Leilei suddenly burst into laughter, terrifying his strategist beside him. He pointed at the map and sneered, "Xianlin, you're just lucky. Does he think I, Tang Leilei, am a 3-year-old child? He thinks he can trick me with such a ruse? He must be planning to sneak around from the south gate and play a double game with me. Split my forces in half and go to the south gate to block him. This time, I definitely won't fall for it again." He thought he had seen through my scheme, unaware that he was stepping into a larger trap I had set for him. On the day we set off, it poured heavily. Marching on the cliff in the rain at night was nothing short of hellish difficulty. Xu Yun was at the front of the line, using his soul power to forcefully create a barrier against the fierce wind. I followed closely behind, like a lifeguard, ready to pull anyone back if they slipped. Not a single soldier complained, because they knew we were charging against the wind and seeking survival in a desperate situation. 3 days later, we appeared outside the valley, drenched to the bone. The heavy rain had made the defending army extremely lax. I turned back to the 30,000 troops and shouted loudly, "Brothers, since heaven does not grant us our wish, we shall make a fire to warm ourselves. Burn this place down. Charge!" The Yun brothers led the way, and the 30,000 troops surged forward like fierce tigers descending the mountain, roaring toward the sleeping enemy camp. The one-armed Sol Delois' face changed dramatically as he flew into the air and caught sight of me with a cold gaze. He instantly recognized my identity and roared, "You are Lin Xian?" So Xianlin is Lin Xian. The secret was exposed, and my expression darkened. So what if he knew I was Lin Xian? He had to die today. He shot a flame at me, and I directly threw out the gravity stone, piercing through the flames toward him. He tried to dodge, but I blinked in front of his escape route, and the wind blade pierced straight for his throat. He let out a furious roar and actually charged at me with his body. I sneered, activating the void skill of my soul bone, causing him to miss completely and fall hard. I was about to deliver a killing blow when his 7th soul ring lit up, revealing his true martial spirit. A minotaur. It seemed he had discovered an earth-shattering secret, and he roared as he turned to run. I teleported in front of him again, and as he slapped at me, I took out the golden bell given by Kong Lao to withstand it. With a clang, his hand went numb. Now's my chance. 4th soul skill, binding technique. Did you forget something? I asked him with a cold smile. His expression changed wildly. The gravity stone. That's right. The moment the binding technique was lifted, the gravity stone I had summoned back pierced through his abdomen. His true martial spirit was shattered on the spot. Just as I teleported behind him to deliver a fatal strike, a massive fiery hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed me in its palm. I instantly activated Void to dodge the flames, but the next second the old man had kicked me hard in the chest, sending me flying. I fell to the ground, struggling to lift my head. The wound on his abdomen was actually gone. He looked at me with a cold smile. "Do you think you have immunity skills?" "BFF." I spat out a mouthful of blood, and he stepped on me, breaking my ribs one by one. That wasn't the end. He roared, "A Soul King dares to challenge me? Everyone underestimates me." With another kick, he broke my right arm. Excruciating pain surged through me, and my vision darkened. My consciousness was fading. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. "Hold on, kid. I'll find a way to save you. You must find a way to block one of his attacks, and I can enter your body. You have to block that attack. It was Duan Xianhua, my mysterious bodyguard. But the problem was I was being trampled underfoot and couldn't even move. How could I block his lethal attack? I tell you, my mind went completely blank at that moment, and then in the next second, Duan Xianhua's voice exploded in my head, as if I had turned on a cheat, shouting, "Do it!" I don't even know where the strength came from, but I threw a punch. That old guy sneered and kicked straight at my face. But my body moved on its own, using an illusion skill to dodge past him. Goodness, he kicked into thin air, losing his balance completely. Taking advantage of that one flaw, the nine-tailed fox bloodline within me activated its only active skill, enchantment, in an instant. My pupils directly turned into the color of lotus flowers, and old Dang froze on the spot, as if someone had unplugged his internet cable. His gaze went blank. I didn't care about that. With my left hand, I grabbed a blade of wind floating nearby, as fast as lightning, and with a swift thrust, it pierced directly through his throat. With a flick of my wrist, a head flew up into the air. Even when old Dang died, his eyes were still wide open, probably unable to comprehend how this ant, whom he had trampled underfoot, could turn the tables in just 1 second. He certainly didn't understand, and neither did I. After pulling off this stunt, I immediately blacked out. When I woke up again, I was already in Mohan City, lying in bed, every part of my body aching, especially my meridians, feeling as empty as the Sahara Desert, with not a hint of soul power to be felt. I was still thinking about it. Is this a moment of turning point? As a result, my master Yang Zhao directly scolded me in my head. Well, load of crap. I quickly calmed myself down to look at him. Goodness, his face looked terrible. I awkwardly asked Master what's wrong. He replied irritably. That guy named Duan Xianhua forcibly accessed your account. He made you unleash the power of a soul saint, which killed someone. But your meridians are like they've been run over by a dump truck 800 times, completely ruined. I estimate you won't be able to make a move for at least a month. And even if you heal well, your meridians have been forcibly expanded. So your cultivation speed will definitely slow down significantly in the future. I thought to myself, this at least saved my life. At that time, my right arm was broken, and even if I charmed him, I wouldn't be able to escape. As a result, my master got even angrier, holding his head and saying, "You just have too little combat experience. When you charm him, run. Who said you had to kill him? You underestimate Contra too much." He was right. I really got carried away. After scolding me, my master went back to sleep. As soon as my consciousness returned to reality, I felt something soft pressing against me. I turned my head, and who would understand? That girl Chu Linger actually fell asleep on my bedside. I reached out and touched her hair, which startled her awake. When she looked up and saw that I was awake, her face turned bright red, and she started to nag. "You can't get hurt so badly next time. Do you know how long Shui Air and I have been taking care of you? We're exhausted." This girl complaining with her mouth, but it's all out of concern. I smiled and told her to go rest, and I called Yin Hung over. No sooner had she left than Du Gu Shui came in with a bowl of chicken soup. Seeing that I was trying to sit up, she quickly rushed over and pushed me back down. "What are you doing? Your ribs just healed, and we're about to put a cast on your right hand. Do you want us to work for nothing? Great, here comes another one." Du Gu Shui was even more direct than Chu Ling Air, giving me a thorough lecture, saying that with me, as the backbone collapsing, everything outside was in chaos, and Yin Hung couldn't find his way back. She told me to be more careful in the future. I was listening when I saw Yun Hung and Han Bin awkwardly standing at the door. Du Gu Shui also saw them. Her face turned red, and she put down the chicken soup and slipped away. As soon as they entered, Yun Hung directly lowered his head, feeling extremely ashamed. "Xian Xiao, the attack on the Storm Kingdom has failed. We only captured 5 cities, and the rest cannot be taken at all." I wasn't surprised at all. It was a hasty decision to go to war. I let out a cold laugh and said, "This isn't your fault. I need to settle accounts with certain people." Yun Hung then reported that after I set fire to the upper valley, Chu Yin took the opportunity to counterattack, forcing Tang Leilei to flee back to Zhenling City in a panic. Now, the cowardly Zhenling king actually sent envoys to negotiate peace with us. I'm clear in my mind that the spirit king of this town probably thinks that the Heavenly Battle Empire hasn't given me any support, believing I'm just a nobody without backing and wants to win me over. Then Han Bin dropped another bombshell on me. He said that when I was attacking Mohan City, Crown Prince Shui Qingtian actually sent 200,000 troops to help me. But that emperor of his directly issued an imperial edict to divert the army to the border, claiming it was to guard against the Xing Luo Empire. And what happened? When the troops reached the border, they found that the Xing Luo Empire hadn't moved at all. Good grief, I was just stunned. This move is simply the latest version of the for your own good backstab in 2025. That old emperor would be happy to see me die out here. I decided right then and there that I would take a month to recover, not going anywhere, just staying put. Then I would return to Shrek. My subordinates should learn to walk on their own. They can't always rely on me. The days of recovery were quite comfortable, being fed soup by Dong Xuan every day and occasionally bickering with her. After 7 days, I would be able to get up. My bones were healing quickly, but my meridians were still a mess. Right now, I had sheer brute strength, but I probably couldn't even defeat a soul master. However, I didn't get to enjoy my peaceful days for long, as Chu Linger rushed in, anxiously saying that there were guests specifically asking to see Lin Xuan. As soon as I entered the conference room, I saw Yun Hung arguing with a man in a black robe. When Hanbin saw me, it was like he saw a savior, and he quickly pushed Yun Hung out. The man in the black robe took off his cloak, and it turned out to be Prince Shui Qingtian. When he saw me, he still tried to act innocent. Lin Xuan, long time no see. I directly went all out with sarcasm. Your Highness, with your busy schedule, how do you have time to come here? He was choked up by my words. I immediately fired back. Private reasons? To put it bluntly, doesn't that mean you don't have the final say? As long as your father is alive, you'll always just be a prince. I said in front of him that I wanted to attack the vassal state of the Tiandou Empire, the Eisen Kingdom, and he didn't dare to say a word. Eventually, he couldn't hold back and said I shouldn't treat him like a punching bag. I sneered and told him that in front of his father, the true dragon, he was just a local snake. Then I turned and left without looking back. Let me tell you, that scene was all about slapping faces. It felt great. Once outside, I had Hanbin pack up. We were leaving this broken place and heading to Yunda City. Upon arriving in Yunda City, it was time to negotiate with the people from the Jinling King. The other side wanted to show me who's boss by deliberately being late. I couldn't be bothered to care, so I directly took my people into the palace. As soon as the leading envoy from the other side, Yang Zhuo from the Jinshan sect, saw Hanbin beside me, he was instantly scared like a mouse seeing a cat, and he became extremely respectful. My family, who understands? It turns out Hanbin had once single-handedly taken on 3 of their sect's masters and subdued their entire sect. At the negotiation table, the diplomat from the Jinling King, Lin Xuan, tried to use my lack of official status against me, wanting to kick me out. I just laughed and said to Hanbin, looks like the Jinling King isn't convinced. How about we have Yun Hung turn around and fight another battle? Let's use this Lord Liang's head for the declaration of war. The moment Hanbin released his killing intent, that Liang's face turned white, and he immediately backed down. Then I started my performance, making bold claims that I wanted to annex several kingdoms and establish the Yunda Empire, with the condition that they wouldn't interfere with the Jinling King's usurpation. Everyone present was stunned, looking at me as if I were crazy. In fact, I was just talking nonsense, purely to buy time for development. Finally, I produced a contract, and that Liang hurriedly took it back to report. After sorting everything out, I handed over the follow-up matters to Chu Yun and the others, and then took Hanbin and my 2 wives directly back to Shrek. I need to go find my teacher, Wang Lin, to investigate the case of Hutu village together. But as soon as I returned to Shrek and entered the Sea God Pavilion, I found Master Kong looking troubled. My heart sank. Master Kong, what's wrong? He looked at me, sighed, and said, Lin Xuan, your teacher, Wang Lin, has gone missing. I was stunned on the spot. Teacher Wang had clearly made an appointment with me. Old Kong said that teacher Wang hurriedly left after receiving a message, and there were still files about the investigation of the destruction of Hutu village left in the office, with 1 page of paper having been pulled out by someone. My mind buzzed and exploded in an instant, and I directly tore open a rift in space and rushed to teacher Wang's office. The files on the desk were still there, and I immediately noticed something was off. There was a page missing. I quickly released my 3-headed hellhound, Little Green, and let's sniff around. Little Green has a truly keen sense of smell, guiding me and Old Kong all the way out of Shrek City. Finally stopping in a small grove outside the city, digging and barking at an empty patch of ground. I suddenly had a bad feeling. My legs felt weak. My teeth clenched, and I didn't dare to look. Kong sighed, waved his large sleeve, and the dirt flew up, revealing what was underneath. In a pit, there lay a person. It was my teacher, Wang Lin. His eyes were still wide open, unblinking, and his body was covered in bruises, clearly beaten to death. Kong tried to calm me down beside me, but I couldn't hear anything. My face showed no expression, but I knew that I was about to go crazy with anger. I directly knelt before the pit. Teacher Wang treated me like a father, and if I didn't avenge this, I would be unworthy of being human. I asked Little Green, that piece of paper, can you still smell the thief who stole it? Little Green nodded with all 3 heads at the same time. then immediately turned around and ran wildly in one direction. I rushed back to Shrek Academy with it, and finally, it stopped in front of a dormitory building in the inner courtyard, yelling crazily at a room. I stood at the door and asked Xiao Lu, "Are you sure there are only 2 smells in the office?" Xiao Lu nodded frantically. Just then, the door opened, and a small, thin man walked out cursing. "What the hell, whose dog is this? Get lost." When he saw me, he froze. His eyes filled with shock and a fleeting panic. It was that look. I was certain right then and there. I kicked the door open, used a binding spell to immobilize him, and unleashed the power of the Golden Saint Dragon bloodline, punching him right in the face. A scream like that of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the entire dormitory area. I lost my reason, grabbing him and going on a wild rampage until Wang Tianyu rushed over and grabbed my hand. I looked at him coldly and said, "This is my private matter, and I hope you won't interfere." After saying that, I dragged the guy with a face swollen like a pig's head into his room. I asked and you answered. My voice was icy name. Li Tianla. Why did you go to Wang Lin's office? 2. Deliver documents. I shook my head, and a blade of wind flashed by, causing one of his fingers to fly off. He immediately screamed in agony. I coldly said, "My methods of interrogation are no worse than those of the Holy Spirit Church. I'll ask you again, what are you going to do?" I was asked by someone to lure Teacher Wang out and then come back to take a piece of paper. He cried, his nose and eyes streaming with tears. What was written on the paper? It said that the Holy Spirit Church has a stronghold outside the city. Before he could finish his sentence, I chopped off another finger. I laughed. Aren't you afraid of dying? You dare to deceive me at this time. Teacher Wang's desk clearly has the identity information of everyone from Hutu village. Whose information did you take? I don't know. I really don't know. I can't look. I burned it as soon as I took it. He shouted hoarsely. Who sent you? A woman. She said if I helped her with something, she'd sleep with me. I was blinded by lust. I didn't know she was from the Holy Spirit Church. Please spare me. What was that woman's name? I don't know. I just thought she was looking for Teacher Wang for something. She must have a soul cultivation level. So you saw the whole process? My words plunged him into an ice cave. He raised his head in shock, and what he saw was another wind blade slicing through. This time it wasn't a finger, but his entire right arm. His martial soul is ruined. He slumped to the ground, his face ashen. I squatted down and looked at him. Tell me everything that happened, and I can spare your life. I said. He finally broke down. 3 days ago, it was already very late at night. Teacher Wang was studying the documents on the massacre of Hutu village on the desk, which was brought to you by the former village chief of Hutu village through someone. You weren't there, so it was given to Teacher Wang first. I said, that grandson is named Li Tianla. And at that time, he was in the city messing around with an older woman. Let me tell you, this guy is just a worthless young master who can't control his lower body. He was easily fooled by that woman's sweet talk and hurried back to deceive Teacher Wang, saying that a student was being chased by the Holy Spirit Church and urgently needed support. You know Teacher Wang. As soon as he heard a student was in trouble, he immediately followed Li Tianla out of the city without a second thought. What happened next? Well, as soon as they left the city, they fell into an ambush. An old man with an axe directly intercepted Teacher Wang. That cowardly Tianla just stood there watching as Teacher Wang was beaten to death by that old man. Teacher Wang didn't back down at all and even tried to fight back, but it was useless. In the end, to save his own life, Li Tianla knelt down right there and joined the Holy Spirit Church, and he dragged Teacher Wang's body to a small grove to bury it, thinking that with so many people passing by, it would go unnoticed. I close my eyes and can picture Teacher Wang's unwavering demeanor even in death. If I were in his place, I would be the same. Li Tianla also confessed that he burned a piece of paper at that woman's command. As soon as I heard this, I understood and pressed him about what was written on the paper. He trembled and stammered out a name. Lu Xian. Lu Xian. I couldn't help but laugh at myself at that moment. So it's you, Xiantian, the deepest mole hidden beside me. Every time my actions were exposed, every time my disguise was seen through, it was all you're doing. I kept my promise and didn't kill Li Tianla. The law enforcement team outside dragged him away. Old Kong asked me if I found the answer, and I told him, Old Kong, Senior Duan, come with me for a bit. This matter is non-negotiable. The next stop is the Kingdom of Gale. I directly had Chamberlain call Xiantian to the meeting room. A feast of hongs is waiting for him to take his seat. When Xiantian reached the door, his face changed instantly. He felt it. I stood on the top of the loft, looking at him with disappointment like I was in a movie. Let me tell you, the scene was such that Old Kong, Old Duan, Yin Hung, and Han Bin had him completely surrounded, making it impossible for him to escape. At first, he was shaking all over, but in the end, he broke down and laughed maniacally, saying that he knew so many of my secrets and had countless opportunities to kill me, but had held back every time. I stepped down from the attic and told him that this was why I had always been unwilling to believe it was him. Suddenly, this bastard hit me hard and said, "You shouldn't have let your woman be completely defenseless in front of me. Family, who understands?" He actually threatened me with my woman. He said he had put some kind of insect on duel, and as long as he got hurt, the pain would directly sink to duel. If we're going to fight, then let's fight, but using such lowly tricks is just pathetic. At that moment, my fist was right in front of his face, but I stopped it forcefully. He was still shouting, saying that the Holy Spirit Church was useless, and if it were him, he would have infiltrated seamlessly. I sneered and told him, "No matter how good you pretend, aren't you still afraid of one person? When that person is around, you don't even dare to say more than a few words to me." As soon as I finished speaking, my master, Xiaofeng, flashed out from behind a pillar. He had sensed something was off for a long time and was also investigating the situation in Hoda village, and, as a result, he found the same information as Teacher Wang. My master asked me, "Why are you wasting words with him?" I ignored him and just wanted to ask Xiantian one last thing. "Lu Xuejia, did you kill him with your own hands?" His face turned pale, and before he could say anything, I was already done waiting. "Afraid of your little tricks? Let me tell you, my spatial power is far ahead." I directly punched him in the face. He wanted to unleash his martial soul? No way. I activated my golden holy dragon bloodline and rode on him, delivering a barrage of punches. One punch after another, my strength perfectly controlled, just to let him experience the feeling of Teacher Wang before he died. "Because of you, I lost a teacher. Because of you, my plans have failed time and again." I beat him until he rolled his eyes and fainted. Then I directly lifted him and slammed him to the ground. "Who told you to sleep?" Even Chamberlain, next to me, was dumbfounded, and it was the first time my master saw me so brutal. He was beaten to a pulp, his bones shattered, begging me in a mosquito-like voice to give him a quick death, saying he could tell me a secret. "Speak. Du Zitong is not dead. She is the saintess of the Holy Spirit Church. Please, save her." Du Zitong? That woman I had almost forgotten? I was stunned. Xiantian wanted to continue to play the victim, saying that his daughter was controlled by the Holy Spirit Church, and that he was also coerced, begging me to save his daughter. I refused, trying to use family ties as a shield. Too late. I pierced his heart with a single palm and sent him on his way. Torture? I have no such hobby. I was just taking revenge. After dealing with the traitor, I turned to the dungeon to find Nangong Qian, who had been imprisoned for almost a year. When she saw me, she was quite arrogant, asking me why I thought of her. I told her that her bit of soul power was useless to me, and I just wanted to know why the Holy Spirit Church wanted to capture Du Zitong. She still pretended to be innocent. I directly confronted her, telling her that I knew her mother was an elder of the Holy Spirit Church and that I was going to use her as bait. If she didn't cooperate, I would sell her to the brothel in my kingdom of Yunda. She actually dared to argue with me, saying she didn't believe I would do it. I stepped closer to her, face to face, and told her a secret she least wanted to hear. I am Xianyi. Damn it. She exploded at that moment, slapping me, but I caught her hand in midair, and tears streamed down her face. I finally gave her a chance, cooperate with me, and I would grant her freedom. She still refused. Fine, let's drag this out. I turned and left the dungeon, leaving her alone inside to break down and cry. Feeling restless, I took Hanbin with me back to my hometown, Hutu village. The village had been reduced to ruins, and my biggest concern was my mother's grave. Fortunately, it seemed that the people from the Holy Spirit Church didn't know my mother's true identity, and the grave hadn't been disturbed. I hurriedly dug up the soil and stored the coffin in the ethereal stone. Just as I finished, a gasp came from behind me. Goodness. Hanbin didn't notice anyone nearby at all. A girl with blue hair in a floral dress emerged from behind a tree, claiming to be the daughter of the president of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, named Xiaofeng. She said she came to check it out after hearing about the massacre. Check it out? To evade the detection of Hanbin. That's called checking it out? I couldn't help but laugh. I changed my face and took on the name Xianlin to talk to her. To my surprise, this girl turned out to be my little fan, calling me Brother Xian and saying that those outside who spread bad rumors about me were all bad people. She also mentioned that her father, the president of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, had something very important to tell me, but couldn't reach out to me directly. As soon as I heard it, I knew something was off. Hanbin also noticed that we had a tail behind us. I was responsible for holding back Xiaofeng, while Hanbin quietly circled around and took out the spy from the Holy Spirit Church in an instant. With the information in hand, the Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit Church is in the Star Dou Empire. Now it all made sense. Xiaofeng's father was most likely under control. This was a trap targeting me. I had Hanbin accompany Xiaofeng, while I used the excuse of looking for Lin Xuan to slip away and rushed at full speed to the headquarters of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, Yuanshan City. It took me 3 days to arrive, and as I stood at the city gate, I saw a lively scene, but I couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding. I didn't dare to enter the city directly and hesitated for a moment at the entrance. Just that 1 second of hesitation saved my life. I suddenly felt the hair all over my body stand on end and instinctively activated my void skill. In the next moment, Senior Duan Qianhua appeared in front of me, blocking a blow. Opposite us, a burly man wielding a giant axe watched us with a grin. The Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit sect, Lv.29, he mocked me, saying that no matter how hesitant I was, the outcome would be the same. As soon as he finished speaking, the city scene behind him instantly vanished, leaving only a wasteland with corpses everywhere. The city of Yuanshan has been slaughtered. Senior Duan urged me to run quickly, saying he could hold the Xin for a minute. I tried to activate the power of space, but found that the surrounding space was locked down. I couldn't escape at all. I immediately calmed down and said to Senior Duan, "Old Duan, give me a minute." Without a word, Senior Duan fused his 9th spirit ring into his body. His soul sublimated, and his combat power soared to level 98, charging straight towards Li Xin. I sat cross-legged, frantically sensing the spatial fluctuations around me. I discovered that there was a spatial wave in one direction that was lagging behind the others by a fraction of a second. It was like someone in a crowd was a beat slow. It was him, just when Senior Duan was about to collapse. I activated my martial spirit and launched my 4th soul skill, the binding technique, directly towards that direction. It worked. He was immobilized for a second. I instantly rushed to Senior Duan's side, tore open a spatial rift, and successfully brought him to safety. We ran, but now I have to take the blame for the tragedy in Far Mountain City. I took the severely injured Senior Duan and hid in a cave to heal. It took him 7 days to recover enough to return to Shrek by himself. When I went back to find Han Bin, he was almost frantic, saying that Xia Fong had fainted as soon as she heard the news from Yuanshan City, and now she wouldn't eat or drink, insisting on going back. I didn't wear a mask this time and pushed the door open. She was curled up in the corner, crying. When she saw me, she immediately threw herself in my arms and sobbed uncontrollably. I could only hold her and comfort her, telling her that her father entrusted her to me to protect her. The next day, I took her back to Far Mountain City. Her father's inheritance, the Starry Empire, had not been touched and was all sorted out. As Xiaofeng looked at her father's tombstone, her eyes became incredibly resolute, and she said she wanted to rebuild the business association. This little girl has indeed grown up. I accompanied her for a month, and just as I was about to leave, a call suddenly echoed from the frozen forest. Yang Zhao's voice rang in my head, saying, "Go to the frozen forest, be prepared. You will need to stay for at least 4 years, and you can't have anyone by your side." 4 years? Solo mode? I was completely baffled, but I had no choice but to comply. I immediately set off back to Shrek and reported the situation to Kong Lao after returning. As for the issue with Nangong Qian, I was also waiting to resolve that upon my return. I didn't linger and went straight back to the dungeon. As a result, Nangong Qian was just standing there like a statue, not saying a word. I thought it was pointless to waste time with her. So I simply closed my eyes and called out to my unreliable master in the sea of consciousness. "Master, stop playing dead. What on earth is this 4-year solo mode?" My master Yang Zhao's voice floated over, a bit sheepish. Ahem, originally that place was supposed to open 3 years later, but perhaps because of you and that someone, just that someone, the resonance of your 2 spatial powers might have accelerated its maturation. As soon as I heard it, I got angry. What is it? Can you stop beating around the bush? The field of space. What the heck is that? I'm completely confused. It's a little world I've created for you. You get it? The ultimate patchwork version. Inside there are goblins and stuff. The strongest are only at the level of Contra, really weak. Your task is to go in and find the space gem. That thing is the space power plus membership card from Dolawa Continent. With it, you can go wherever you want and even directly comprehend the field of space. As I listened to the description, it felt so familiar. I squinted and asked, "Master, this place can't be one where you've used cheats before, right?" Cough, cough, cough. Yang Zhao coughed violently, trying to cover it up. "Wow, it really was you." He quickly changed the subject. "And the most important thing is, this place is all about killing to level up. Any person you take down will provide you with substantial power feedback, just like the mini killing city I set up for you. You get what I mean? Killing to level up? Isn't that my comfort zone?" I sighed. "All right, I'll go." Remember, Yang Zhao's tone suddenly became serious. Single player mode. You got that? Leave all your life-saving gear like the Hellhound, Windblade, and Ethereal Stone behind. The only things you can take are rations and the dog. I let out a wail. No way. So ruthless? Just when I was about to haggle, this old man logged off directly, giving me no chance at all. As soon as I opened my eyes, Nangong Xian was still looking at me with a puzzled expression. I said to her in annoyance, "You still don't know, right? Your Holy Spirit Church has slaughtered another city. I'll give you one last chance. Either you speak up, or I'll use you as a bargaining chip against the Holy Spirit Church." She snorted coldly. "Go ahead and kill me." "Fine, tough bones." I couldn't be bothered to waste more words with her, and just walked away. Saying goodbye to Schwer and Linger was so sticky. I tell you, I almost couldn't move. They were crying like rain-soaked pear blossoms, asking if I could take them with me. My heart was shattered. But my master said that taking them along would be handing over their heads as a gift, pure and simple. I could only brace myself, pat their heads, and threaten Shueqing Tian to take good care of Schwer. Then I grabbed my dog and slipped away. If I stayed any longer, I was afraid my heart would soften, and this 4-year solo hell mode would end up with a bad ending. I ran wildly and plunged directly into the frozen forest. Sure enough, at the very center of the forest, a spatial rift was opening and closing, looking like a big mouth from another dimension. Wrap your whole body with your spatial power and go straight in. Master S voice echoed for the last time. I followed the instructions, hugged the hellhound, and charged right in. Suddenly, everything went dark and then bright again. Goodness, I found myself in a new map. The sky was a dusty yellow, and there wasn't a bit of soul power in the air. My blue bar had become a non-renewable resource, draining little by little. Fortunately, my bloodline power, a true cheat, was still usable. Help! Just as I was thinking this, I heard a cry for help, so pitiful. I looked in the direction of the voice and saw 5 little green-skinned dwarfs, the kind that are most common in games, surrounding a frail girl. I couldn't stand for this. Hellhound, attack. My dog, Little Green, opened its mouth and sprayed a cloud of toxic mist from the azure serpent emperor, instantly sending 5 goblins to their demise, turning them into a pile of eerie white bones. I was just about to go over and help that girl, asking her how she was doing, family members, who understands. Suddenly, my lower back felt cold. A knife was plunged right into me. I was completely numb. Damn, this girl is a real boss. The woman saw that I wasn't dead and still smiled sweetly. "Oh my, I didn't expect you to still be alive. You really are a man of strong will." The next second, she threw a flirtatious glance, and the mental attack came. At that moment, I was particularly cooperative, staring blankly with my eyes wide open, mentally complaining. Is this it? Is this really it? She actually thought I was falling for it. Leaning in with a shy expression that was so greasy, I almost vomited on the spot. I immediately countered with a beautiful shoulder throw. Gross. Just crashed down to the ground. After a round of threats and temptations, this succubus, named Xiao Mei, spilled everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. This world is a closed space, no soul power, all relying on bloodlines. Humans are at the bottom of the food chain. More than a decade ago, my master came here and wiped out everyone with spatial abilities, all for that gem. There's only one city here, and the city lord is a lecherous dragon man. The key point is that killing monsters drops crystal shards, and absorbing them allows for upgrades. The hellhound brought back 5 small crystal shards dropped by goblins. And when I grabbed them and absorbed, even though the energy was pitifully small, it definitely increased. My eyes lit up. ISNT, this a leveling paradise tailor-made for me? I looked at the little charm with shining eyes. "How much do you have on you?" She let out a sharp scream, scared and covered her eyes. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll give you everything." She directly tossed me a bag. When I opened it, it was full of small crystal blocks, not a single big one. It was really disappointing. I was feeling disappointed when a 3-meter-tall giant goblin came swinging a spiked club. But when I saw it, I was unexpectedly delighted. I immediately unleashed my golden holy dragon bloodline and threw a punch. With a loud bang, the upper half of the Goblin King was gone. It dropped a crystal about the size of a human head. Awesome. After absorbing that big one, I directly leveled up to level 52. After absorbing the rest, I only reached the mid-50s. I looked at Little Charm and asked her, "Do you have any more enemies? I'll take care of them all for you." She shook her head frantically in fear, but still pointed me towards a clear path, the goblin encampment. However, I didn't rush there. First, I took Little Charm and swept through the nearby beasts that were asking for trouble, like bandits coming down the mountain. After a few days, I leveled up to 54, but I was starting to be dissatisfied with the leveling speed. Just then, from afar, the Lord of Dragon City, a dragon man named Long E, received the news. Instead of being scared, this guy got excited when he heard that Little Charm was a virgin succubus, and he actually came to find us in person. A black dot flew in from the horizon, and Little Charm turned pale with fear. The Lord of Dragon City. That guy hovered in midair, incredibly arrogant. Are you the one who's been killing beasts everywhere lately? Hand over the woman beside you and become my subordinate. How about it? I laughed at that moment, licked my lips and asked him, Bro, your crystal block must be pretty big, right? His eyes turned cold, and in an instant, he appeared in front of me, throwing a punch. Damn, it was so fast I didn't react in time and took a solid hit flying backward. I was planning to take you as my subordinate, but I didn't expect you to be this arrogant. He walked towards Xiao Mei with a smile and grabbed her face. Just when he thought he had me figured out, I brushed off the dirt from my body, stood up with a disappointed look, and said, Is this it? Almost at the level of a title de law. But the strongest in this world is this weak? You really let me down. He was stunned and threw another punch. This time I blocked it. Kneel before me. I unleashed my golden Saint Dragon bloodline without reservation. Let me tell you, his little hybrid dragon bloodline is just a joke in front of my pure golden holy dragon. His strength was completely suppressed, and I was chasing him around like a punching bag. As a result, when he couldn't win, he resorted to dirty tricks and grabbed Xiao Mei by the neck as a hostage. I stopped immediately, not because I'm soft-hearted, but because of the debuff from my dragon bloodline. I just couldn't bring myself to hurt someone I've spent time with. He told me to get lost, and that he'd release her once he returned to Dragon City. But I'm not stupid. I hit him on the back of the head with an invisible spatial blast, and while he was stunned, I used spatial power to pull Xiao Mei back and then punched him right in the face. He wanted to transform, but I directly used my fourth soul skill, immobilization, to freeze him in place and pierced his heart with the sword of light. Done. After long he died, the crystal block dropped was a full meter square, and I was nearly drooling. If I absorb this, won't I just go straight to the sky? My dog swallowed the corpse of a dragon, and surprisingly, a small flesh lump grew next to its head. It looks like it's about to grow a fourth head. I quickly found a place and absorbed a drop of dark dragon blood that I had saved. This went on for 3 days and nights. When I woke up, I found that my hair could change colors like an RGB light, which was pretty cool. The way Lil Mei looked at me changed too, but then a problem arose. I felt a surge of evil energy within me, particularly bloodthirsty, and my soul power was almost depleted. I urgently needed to find a safe place to enter seclusion and absorb that large crystal. I was thinking of finding a place in the tribe of Xiao Mei and the others, but she was unwilling. As a result, I was stopped halfway by a flirty demoness named Sophia, who tried to flirt with me. I played along and laughed with her all the way back to the tribe, which made Xiao Mei so angry she was stomping her feet. When we arrived, the tribe leader came out, and it turned out to be Xiao Mei's mother, named Yi Su. Xiao Mei hurriedly mentioned that I had killed Long Yi, and all the demonesses turned pale. Then her mother looked at me coldly and said, Leave here. Xiao Mei has already been exiled by us, and her matters have nothing to do with us. I was furious at that moment. Your daughter stabbed me in the back. And for her, I even took down the local tyrant of this world. And this is your attitude? Little Mei was still crying and pulling me along. I got annoyed all of a sudden, feeling like I was meddling in other people's affairs, like the eunuch who was more anxious than the emperor. I simply turned around and walked away, not caring anymore. Unexpectedly, I hadn't gone far when her mother caught up with me. She had a stern look on her face and said, Sir, if my daughter has hurt you and needs to compensate, please say so directly. I let out a cold laugh and said disdainfully, I wasn't expecting anything from you. Looking at your pitiful state, you probably can't offer anything anyway. I just want to know, why was Little Mei driven out of the clan? She's clearly your daughter, yet you don't care at all. Even if she follows someone as dangerous as me, it doesn't matter to you? I was stunned when I heard her say that. Her way of thinking is simply unbelievable. She actually told me that her biggest regret was giving birth to Xiao Mei, and that the bloodline of their succubus clan should end with her generation. I was left with the same expression as an old person on the subway looking at their phone. Is this something a real mother would say? Seeing that I didn't believe her, she sighed and began to explain. She said that besides Dragon City, this broken place is filled with goblins, monsters, and humans. All sorts of forces eyeing them. And Xiao Mei is being used as a tool for a marriage alliance. If they don't give Xiao Mei away, their entire clan will be finished. I was furious at that moment. By driving her out, aren't you sending her into the jaws of tiger? She shook her head and said, No, Xiao Mei is not a real succubus. I told you, I really can't handle this. She said that although the little demoness has wings and a tail, she lacks the most crucial core component of succubus, which is a closely guarded secret in their clan and cannot be revealed to me. But whoever obtains that thing can instantly elevate their power. So she would rather kick her daughter out and let her be sad than allow her to become a coveted human power bank, a puppet at the mercy of others. Who understands this logic? I really want to thank her. Although it sounds somewhat reasonable, I still find it incredibly annoying. I waved my hand and walked away, not looking back, throwing out, "Do whatever you want, I have nothing to do with your daughter anymore." But it's still better for the mother and daughter to face things together. I felt like my back was extremely cool, but after just a few steps, I started to worry. Where am I going to find a safe place to absorb those crystal blocks from that old dragon? Return to Dragon City? No way. My wanted notice is probably plastered all over the streets. Go back to that succubus mom? Forget it. Just finish showing off and now going back. I can't let that happen to my face. In the end, there was no choice but to live like a wild person in the wilderness. I found a cave, drained my soul power, and set up several spatial formations. This formation is just a trick to deceive the eyes. If someone breaks in, they will be randomly teleported to another place. Then I directly close myself off from the world. I stayed like this for half a year. Half a year. I hardly slept, just like a dazzling sugar tangerine, constantly absorbing those crystal blocks from Longi. Longi is at least a soul Dou, and that energy is incredibly surging. In just half a year, I skyrocketed from level 51 to level 61. Even my dog benefited from it, growing a fourth head and inheriting the bloodline of the dark magic dragon, focusing on the dark attribute. I have also mastered a new skill called One Thought Creates a Realm. It sounds impressive, but it's actually just an ultimate flashbang that can instantly blind and deafen my opponents, leaving them with no senses. The key is to catch them off guard. However, the problem arises because this power has grown too rapidly, as if I had consumed high-tech and fierce energy, leaving my foundation unstable and superficial. I must find someone to fight and solidify this fleeting strength. So, I spent another month living like a primitive person in the deep mountains. Every day, I fought hand-to-hand with various giant beasts, covered in injuries, with a scar on my chest that, if it were any more off-center, would have cost me my life. After the fights, my dog would go eat while I made a fire and pondered life. After 7 months of this, my strength has increased. But the most important spatial gem is still nowhere to be found. I thought that continuing to live like a wild man wasn't a solution, and I needed to go to the city. I planned to send my dog to stay with the succubus while I went to Dragon City to seek information. As it turns out, as soon as I arrived in the succubus's territory, the stench of blood nearly knocked me out. My heart skipped a beat, and I rushed in with my dog. The scene before me left me dumbfounded. The ground was littered with the bodies of succubi, and a small succubus, covered in blood, was leaning against a tree with a large gash in her belly, her intestines almost spilling out. Upon seeing me, she actually managed to squeeze out a smile. "It's you?" I rushed over to support her and asked what happened. She said that people from Longsheng came looking for me, and when they saw her, they started killing indiscriminately, demanded to know my whereabouts. Her mother led a group to fight back desperately and managed to drive the leader away. But the other side would soon come back to kill. They stayed behind to cover for her, and in the end, she was the only one left alive. I looked at the pile of corpses she pointed to, and one headless body stood out, said to be the result of 2 succubi self-destructing. My anger surged at that moment. These bastards, instead of coming to me, actually used them as pawns. Without saying a word, I took out the elixir and stuffed it in her mouth. "No, but hurry up and go. Find your mother. Leave this to me." Little May bit her lip, swallowed the elixir, and turned to run. I was left alone, standing in this sea of corpses and blood, waiting for those scoundrels. Before long, an old man arrived with more than 30 people, radiating killing intent. When they saw me standing there alone, they were momentarily stunned. And then one of the younger guys next to him pointed at me and shouted, "Elder, that dog. That's the kid from the intel." Everyone immediately tensed up. I twisted my neck and charged straight into the flock. The old man's eyes nearly popped out. By the time he reacted, a large number of his 30 subordinates were already dead or injured. "You." He was about to say something fierce, but when he met my gaze, which was as dead as a corpse, his legs buckled, and he sat down on the ground. I walked up to him and asked from a high position, "Ask your question, but if you answer incorrectly, you will die. Why did you come to trouble the succubus?" He trembled and said, It's at someone else's request." "Who?" "The demon clan from the Black Forest." As soon as I heard this, I laughed. He saw that I seemed ready to take action and hurriedly explained everything. It turned out that some demon from the Black Forest had set his sights on Xiaomei, wanting the entire succubus clan to submit to them. These useless people from Dragon City came to act as lackeys, hoping to capture Xiaomei to gain favor, so that the demon clan would support them as the new masters of Dragon City. "Just you guys?" I scoffed dismissively. "One last question. Have you heard of spatial gems?" "No." As soon as he finished speaking, my hand had already pierced through his belly. My dog was also very perceptive, going up to finish off the remaining gasping ones. After looting the spoils, especially the pile of crystal blocks in the old man's cosmic bag, I smiled. It seems that the spatial gems are not in Dragon City. It's the demon clan from the Black Forest, right? All right, I've noted that down. I directly stormed into the Black Forest and immediately knocked out the 2 demon clan members guarding the entrance. Holding on to them, I walked into the demon clan's base as if I were strolling through my own backyard. A man who looked quite impressive stepped forward, followed by 4 old men. He was the clan leader, Alex. He looked at me, and surprisingly, he was quite polite. "Young man, why did you harm my clan members without reason?" I scoffed. "You dare to touch someone I have my eyes on? Do you want to know why?" Alex was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "I didn't expect that little May would find a talented young man like you. Unfortunately, you are the human race, and it's not good for you to meddle in our demon affairs, right?" An old man behind him couldn't sit still and shouted that he wanted to kill me. Alex stopped him and said, "Elder, you mustn't be rude. This person in front of us is the one who killed Long E." As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 old men trembled in shock. Alex pointed at my dog and said, "Only someone of your caliber could have such a demon dog. You do have some discerning eyes." We were flattering each other in this business, but I had already noticed something was off out of the corner of my eye. I smiled inwardly and directly made it clear. Little May is the woman I have my eyes on. I'm quite lecherous, and I can't sleep well until I eliminate potential threats like you. I suppose you're thinking the same way, right? Alex's face instantly darkened. His plan had been seen through by me. As soon as I finished speaking, the ground beneath my feet buzzed and lit up. Good heavens, with 8 elders plus himself. They set up a massive prison formation, and half of my blue energy was instantly gone. My dog reacted quickly and tore open a space, cracked to escape, just a second before the formation closed. Alex laughed heartily. His body began to swell, directly transforming into a 2.5-meter tall, muscular giant covered in black fur, looking like a small mountain. I didn't intend for it to be like this, but since it is, I'll use you as a sacrifice to the heavens. All right, so you want to transform, huh? Let me show you something big too. I took a deep breath, and my silver hair instantly turned into a golden red color. A pair of dragon wings spread out behind me. Dragon horns grew on my head, and my hands transformed into dragon claws. I directly transformed into a dragon human form. Alex punched over. I crossed my arms and braced myself. Even though half of my strength was drained, I only took 2 steps back. In the next moment, I flapped my dragon wings and instantly flashed behind him, kicking him away. I was just about to chase after him when I suddenly felt a weight at my back, and a dragon tail popped out with a snap. Wow. It was my first transformation, and I wasn't very skilled at it. Alex thought I was fooling around and roared as he lunged at me again. "Take this whip." I executed a stylish turn, and the dragon tail whipped like a lash, striking him hard in the stomach and sending him flying. All the demon clan members were stunned. Is this really their invincible leader? I touched my dragon tail and felt my combat power increase again. Alex is at least at the Contra level, but after I transformed, even with only half my strength left, my physical strength is on par with his. We fought like children. You threw a punch, and I kicked, making it quite a sight. Although I had the upper hand, he was tough and thick-skinned, so I couldn't deal any fatal blows. He also realized that my transformation couldn't last long. I clicked my tongue in annoyance and said, "Does this broken formation have a void effect? If I can't kill you today, I'll come back another day." Hee. Our clan's prison of Heaven Great Formation is not something you can enter or leave as you please. Alex snarled as he drew his great sword and swung it towards me. I let out a cold laugh and directly tore open a spatial rift in front of him and left. Alex swung his sword at empty air, completely dumbfounded. He and his 8 elders all had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The prison Heaven Great Array, even those proficient in spatial power, couldn't escape. Yet I just vanished? The Grand Elder shouted, "Patriarch, he might have gone invisible. Don't be careless." So they all frantically attacked the air, compressing the array again and again, until they could only retract it with ashen faces. In front of the entire clan, Alex felt like a monkey being played with, embarrassed, and directly went back to his room to sulk. I had just escaped the Black Forest when I knelt on one knee and coughed up blood. The transformation took too much out of me. I wouldn't be able to use it again for 3 days. At that moment, Dog brought a worried-looking little demoness and her mother, Yushu, along with an old succubus to find me. Without saying a word, Yushu saw that I was weak and directly picked me up on her back. It was the first time I had ever been carried by someone, and it felt a bit strange, making my nose tingle. She carried me to their new hideout, a place with a natural spatial formation. My heart skipped a beat. The thing I've been searching for half a year wouldn't just be found like this, would it? I sat cross-legged, taking medicine to heal my wounds, when I heard the old woman mumbling with Ishu. She said that their succubus clan was too weak now, having offended the demon tribe, and the only way out was to cling tightly to my big thigh. How to cling? By having a child with me and giving birth to a descendant with a powerful bloodline, then their succubus clan could turn things around. They thought I couldn't hear them, but I understood everything clearly. I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Goodness, I had boarded a pirate ship. Later that evening, Xiaomei took me to a wooden house. It suddenly struck me that after knowing each other for so long, I hadn't even told her my name. My name is Lin Xuan. After she heard it, her face turned red, and then she shyly confessed her feelings to me, saying that she liked me and was also willing to. At that time, my CPU was overheating. I directly interrupted her. I heard what your mother and the elders said. If you wanted to leave a seed, no way. Besides, do you think I like you? I pointed at myself, speaking with absolute ruthlessness. I told her that I have 2 wives back home, and I couldn't possibly leave any attachments here. I wouldn't make the same mistake again. Tears immediately streamed down her face as she cried and asked me if I would have liked her if she hadn't stabbed me that first time we met. I can't believe I nodded and then quickly tried to make up for it. Liking someone doesn't mean we will be together. We can be friends. She ran away crying, leaving a puddle of tears on the ground. I slapped my own face and helplessly muttered to myself, I'm really a weirdo, having such a fortune handed to me and then pushing it away, sigh. The next day, I acted as if nothing had happened, drank the porridge that Xiaomei brought me, and went to say goodbye to Isu. I told her, Madam, after all, that's your daughter. If I really agreed, you would look down on me in your heart. But I will help solve your troubles, since I'm such a soft-hearted person. After saying that, I left and headed straight for Long City. By this time, Long City had already turned into a mess. When I arrived, I saw 2 groups of people fighting. A man with a handlebar mustache named Baji was about to kill a guy named Lin Xuan. I directly flashed into the arena, using my right hand in the dragon claw form to barehandedly grab his big knife. The one called Lin Xuan immediately recognized me. It's you. You're the one who killed Long Yi. The entire venue instantly erupted. Baki's face turned pale with fear. I twisted my neck and looked at the people on both sides, saying, I'm here to take over Long City. So, are you still going to fight for territory? Baki still talked back, saying I only got lucky and killed Long Yi. Is that so? I took out Long Yi's black dagger and with one slash, sent him and his shield flying. My dog also charged into the crowd, howling, with skills of space, toxic, charm, and darkness raining down like a storm. If you don't want to die, tell your people to stand down. I pressed the dagger against Baki's neck. He dared not resist and obediently surrendered. I looked at the people around me and said, I'm not interested in being a city lord. I'm putting the word out now to gather people to go deal with those demon creatures in the Black Forest. Once we succeed, you can take the territory for yourselves. After saying that, I left, leaving Baki there, his face turning the color of liver from anger. After taking care of things in Dragon City, I headed straight to the goblin territory. To my surprise, they didn't stop me and let me enter their inner land. 12 3-meter-tall goblin kings blocked my path. With this lineup, they can indeed sweep through Dragon City. I will get straight to the point. Although you are strong, you're not my match. I want to meet the one who truly calls the shots. A goblin wearing a crown and about my height stepped out from behind, exuding a presence that was not inferior to Long Yi's. You must be the Goblin King. My father indeed passed away a year ago. The Goblin King said with a somber expression. I touched my cheek and asked directly, I came here to find Space Gem. I heard that your tribe knows its whereabouts. After hearing this, he clapped his hands, and his sharp gaze was not like that of a goblin. Truly impressive. It seems you did quite a bit of homework before coming to our world. You didn't stumble in by accident, but rather came with a strong purpose from the beginning. Wow, is this NPC's IQ a bit too high? He saw through my thoughts and laid it all out. Let's make a deal. I know you are skilled in spatial power, and you also want my father's crystal fragment. I can tell you that I have only absorbed half of it, and the other half has been kept aside. I can even provide you with 5 more crystal fragments left by the previous Goblin King. Your Majesty. The Goblin Kings behind him exclaimed in surprise. When they gasped, I tell you, those Goblin Kings turned green, their eyes wide as saucers, just short of wanting to swallow me whole. Can I not understand their little schemes? The half-divine crystal fragment that the Goblin King wanted to give me was, in their eyes, a treasure capable of creating another king. Giving it to an outsider like me was equivalent to cutting off their flesh. I calmly looked at the Goblin King and said, Old brother, your conditions must be more than just ensuring the safety of your people, right? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm listening. I'm not in a hurry. I've only been in this broken world for half a year, and I still have 2.5 years left. At worst, I can slowly grind monsters and level up. In 2.5 years, I can wipe out your entire goblin clan by myself. Regardless of whether you absorb that crystal or not, I'll take you along with it. The Goblin King took a deep breath and said, I hope you can help us solve a big trouble. Oh, what trouble? To the west, there's a fear dragon. As soon as he said this, my ears perked up. That guy eats goblins like they're snacks every day. And his strength is stronger than mine and that previous dragon combined. I know you're eager to get stronger. My father's half crystal, plus a whole fear dragon's crystal. Should be a deal that you are quite satisfied with, right? Goodness, I exclaimed, a fear dragon? A dragon stronger than the previous one? Family, who understands this? This is like someone bringing a pillow when I'm sleepy, and it's a latex pillow. The meat is right at my mouth. How can I not eat it? As a result, this old goblin pulled another trick. He stared at me and said, however, you must first pass my trial. I exclaimed in surprise and thought to myself, why are you so troublesome? He gave me a punch, looking very serious. I was taken aback for a moment, but then I understood. In trading, one must always check the goods and see if I have a strength. Although I had just been reduced to half my life by that group of demons and was far from being in peak condition, taking one punch from a wound be a big deal. Fine, I agreed immediately, and after the fight, you'll give me your father's crystal block. Once I absorb it, I'll go slay dragons for you. I refused. He shook his head and said I could have 5 Goblin King crystal blocks first. That works. I thought to myself, 5 blocks are pretty good, enough for me to level up to level 63. This isn't a loss. Without further ado, the Goblin King walked up to me, took a deep breath, and swung his fist with the force of the wind. I wasn't holding back either. I met him with a punch of my own, the bloodline of the demon dragon erupting instantly, and my entire right arm was covered in black dragon scales. With a bang, we both hit each other with a punch, and neither of us backed down. You won, I said with a smile, though I was cursing inside. My right arm felt like it was broken, completely numb, relying solely on my physical strength to withstand it. That damn Goblin King clearly didn't use all his power. He probably was shocked, not expecting me to be so fragile. But since he'd already said it, he could only bear with it. He waved his hand, and the other Goblin Kings, looking as if their parents had died, reluctantly threw the 5 crystal blocks to me. Your choice is quite correct. I weighed the bag containing the crystal blocks with my left hand, saying, just wait, I'll come to see you carrying the corpse of the fearsome demon dragon. After saying that, I turned around with my hellhound and left quickly. Of course, I had to run fast. This was a case of empty-handedly catching a white wolf, primarily relying on information asymmetry. If I didn't run now, would I wait for him to react and hit me with a hammer? Once I left the goblin territory, I looked at my ruined right arm and gasped. As a level 61 soul emperor, taking a punch from a level 88 soul de law without it exploding into a mist of blood was a miracle. Honestly, at that moment, I even wished it had just broken off. A short pain is better than a long one. The feeling was both numb and painful, and it felt completely foreign to me. I dragged my injured hand back to the succubus territory. I had planned to go into seclusion right away, but I ended up bumping into the little succubus. She was so concerned about me that it made my scalp tingle. Just yesterday, I had drawn a clear line with her, speaking so definitively, yet she acted as if nothing had happened, making me feel incredibly awkward. I said, sister, can you please stop coming over if nothing's wrong? I'm not some kind of paragon of virtue. Can you stop testing me every day? Oof, you stinky man. Who has tempted you? The little succubus made a funny face and ran off, and only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. I quickly closed the door, tending to my wounds while absorbing those 5 crystal blocks. Time is tight. I've been at the succubus for 5 days, and the outside world has gone crazy. I previously called for people to take action against the demon race, and to my surprise, 3 Goblin Kings really responded and gathered in Dragon City. Along with those humans who have deep-seated grudges against the demon race, Dragon City is now packed with people. My name has become a golden signboard. Stories of me solo killing dragon, breaking into the goblin tribe, and challenging the demon race, and coming out unscathed have spread. I must seem like a god in their eyes by now. As soon as I arrived in Dragon City, I heard 2 guys murmuring, Old Wong, you're here too? Of course. Who wouldn't want to get a piece of the demon clan's fortune? They've been an old family since the birth of the world, so they must have plenty of treasures. I couldn't help but laugh, thinking to myself, when did I ever say I wanted to split the loot? Next to me, Xiao Mei's mother, also laughed and said, that's actually a pretty good motivational method. I nodded, thinking it made sense. I couldn't let my brothers make a trip for nothing. As soon as I spoke up, the 2 guys turned around, and upon seeing the hellhound and beside me, instantly understood. Their faces changed faster than flipping a book, and they became excessively flattering. "Oh, isn't this young Master Xian? You finally made it. Please come in. We'll show you the way." I walked in with a smile, and when I reached the gathering place, Lin Xuan and the others quickly came over to report that the team had assembled, but there was a disagreement over the distribution of the spoils. "Xian Xiao, we all came for your reputation. How should we divide it? Just give us a clear answer." Everyone was looking at me. I scanned the surroundings and directly set the rules. It's very simple. The biggest boss, Alex, I will solo. The rest of you can compete for the loot. Whoever gets it is whoever's. But I changed my tone. If anyone dares to attack their own, I will help the one being attacked. And the attacker can forget about leaving the dark forest alive. As soon as I said this, the whole place fell silent. Those who had ulterior motives instantly became obedient. This distribution plan was simply perfect, relying on one's own abilities while eliminating the possibility of internal conflict. I agree. Rely on one's own abilities. That's right, I, Zhang Jingyang, am a first to support this. The two guys from before immediately jumped out to show their loyalty. Set off. At my command, the mighty army marched into the dark forest. On the other side, the demon clan in the dark forest was filled with despair. Their leader, Alex, clearly knew we were coming but didn't run away, and the 8 elders were almost going crazy. Yet, Alex confidently said, "What are you panicking about? Today, we will catch them all in one net." As soon as we arrived, I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Alex, come out and face your doom." He came out from behind the shield, his eyes filled with calculation. Before the fight even started, he began to trash talk, launching into a wild tirade of insults directed at Yu, saying that she was willing to sacrifice her daughter just to cling to me, and even asked if the two of them were serving me together. My expression darkened at that moment. I tell you, the way others looked at me changed. It was pure envy and jealousy. Yushu was even angrier, nearly bursting with rage and almost rushing out on the spot. I blocked her and coldly said to Alex, "You sure can talk, but I wonder what you can use to fight me when you can't even set up a formation? Your opponent? Ha ha ha. Today, I will use the power of my entire clan to suppress you." Suddenly, Alex went crazy. He slammed the ground, and a huge formation instantly rose beneath our feet. Everyone felt half of their power being drained away. A goblin king shouted in terror, "It's the prison of heaven formation. You actually used the lives of half your clan to set up this formation. He's gone mad." Everyone was stunned. Meanwhile, Alex continued to babble, trying to persuade me. "If you help me capture Lin Xuan and the Succubus clan, I might consider letting you off." I thought to myself, so you think you can act tough? So much nonsense. I instantly transformed into a dragon, and without saying a word, I punched him right in the face. 8 elders. Attack. He was stunned from the hit and was still shouting. "Shut up." I punched him again. Alex also transformed using the Great Formation and fought back against me. I had anticipated he would do this, so I didn't hold back. I came to fight him to the death. He unleashed a cone-shaped attack from the sky, which I blocked with Long Yi's big knife, but he seized the opportunity and punched me in the stomach, sending me flying and causing me to lose my grip on the knife. "Ha ha ha, let's see what you have left to fight me with." He picked up my knife and laughed wildly. "Oh really?" I sneered. The next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. He let out a pig-like scream and, with determination, chopped off his entire right hand. The handle of a knife had been smeared with the deadly poison of the Emerald Serpent King, which I had deliberately allowed him to pick up. Alex looked at his arm, quickly melting in a green liquid, realizing he had fallen into my trap. I flew in front of him and swung the knife down. He blocked with both arms, surprisingly not breaking any bones, which caught me off guard. Just then, a sharp pain suddenly struck my head, and he seized the opportunity to punch me in the head. I instantly activated the Void skill, and his punch directly missed. I coldly looked at him as my sword pierced through his abdomen. I knew that the dizziness I just felt was definitely not his doing. "Chieftain, what exactly is your trump card?" On the other side, the elders of the demon clan could no longer hold on and were being defeated step by Yishu and the others. Alex clutched his stomach, spitting blood, and as he watched me step closer, he suddenly screamed hysterically, "Do you think you've won? The reason I'm still here is that all of you will die today." Senior Chu. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous dragon roar echoed. The Goblin King's expression changed drastically. "Lin Xuan, it's the fear dragon." What? I instinctively blocked, and a tremendous force directly blasted me away. A stout black dragon appeared in the arena, glancing disdainfully at Alex. "If it weren't for your father's face, I wouldn't bother to intervene." I crawled up from the ground and coldly stared at the dragon. I realized that my Golden Saint Dragon bloodline had no suppressive effect on it at all. The fearsome demon dragon mocked me, saying, "Why aren't you using your golden saint dragon bloodline? Perhaps this would work better against you." After I finished speaking, I directly pulled out my trump card, the bloodline of the dragon ancestor Tiago. In that instant, the world changed color, and a chilling and evil force swept across the scene from the depths of my soul. Black dragon scales emerged on my body, 3 sharp spikes grew from my head, and 3 pairs of tattered dragon wings unfurled behind me. No, what bloodline is this? The fearsome demon dragon, which had been so arrogant just a moment ago, turned into a screeching chicken in an instant, frightened and fleeing. It sensed the absolute suppression coming from the pinnacle of the bloodline. This move was originally meant for it. I kicked off the ground, and my whole body shot forward like a cannonball, landing a punch on its head. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a thud. I grabbed its tail and swung it like a sandbag, slamming it down repeatedly. "Spare me. I'm willing to be your mount. I beg you." It howled in agony. Too late. I pulled out the dragon blade and thrust it straight into its head. The fearsome demon dragon, which had terrorized for years, was killed on the spot. The arena fell silent, and everyone was too scared to breathe. How could? Alex was stunned to see his last trump card gone, just like that. EU roared and severed his head with a single strike. The remaining demon elders, seeing the tide had turned, completely lost the will to resist and were quickly cleaned up by us. I looked at the dragon crystal in my hand, which was almost the size of a hellhound, and smiled with satisfaction. Although I had been counterattacked by the dragon before its death, breaking several ribs and almost piercing my heart, it was still a blood prophet. Yu-Yo handed me Alex's crystal block, but I waved my hand and said, "Ant rules are rules. Whoever kills it gets the loot. I have enough with this big one. You can keep it." The Succubus clan also needs power. After dealing with the battlefield, we found the demon clan's treasury, only to discover it was filled with gold coins and some worthless crystal blocks. So poor it was ridiculous. I helped the Succubus clan take a bit more, and this matter was considered settled. After that, I spent a whole month recovering in the Succubus territory before finally regaining my strength. Then I went to the Goblin territory, where the Goblin King greeted me with great enthusiasm. At the banquet, he took out half of his father's divine crystal block, but I refused. I said, "This is your father's relic. I can't bear to take it. I only hope that after I leave, you can look after the Succubus clan." Upon hearing this, the Goblin King was overjoyed. It was like a pie falling from the sky, and he immediately agreed. That day, I got drunk and was helped back to my room by a little succubus. I, lacking the soul power to dispel the alcohol, had a terrible tolerance. In a daze, I smelled the fragrance of the little succubus and mistook her for my wife Linger, pulling her onto the bed and holding her to sleep for the entire night. The next morning, I woke up next to the little succubus, completely stunned, my mind racing to recall what had happened the night before. Fortunately, the little succubus said nothing had happened, just teasing me a bit. Otherwise, I really would have been unable to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. After that, I announced a retreat and began absorbing the crystal blocks of the Fear Dragon. A year later, I successfully reached the peak of the Soul Emperor, just a step away from breaking through to Soul Saint, but I was stuck and couldn't move up at all. I feel like I've spent enough time in this world. It's time to leave. I said goodbye to Yu and took a spatial gem from her clan's hiding place, which was something my master had sent me to find back then. Before leaving, I couldn't escape from the little demoness. She cried like a rain-soaked pear flower, holding on to me tightly. Seeing her like that made me feel quite uncomfortable, and in the end, I couldn't help but give her a kiss as a final farewell. When I'm not around, don't think of me. Live well, and make the Demoness clan strong. After saying that, I tore open the space with the Hellhound and left this world. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in the frozen forest. 2 years had passed, and not much had changed here. I heard that in these 2 years, the Dowa continent had undergone drastic changes, and the Tiando Empire and Xinglua Empire were on the verge of fighting like dogs. I didn't rush back to Shrek. Instead, I went to the Star Dou Forest and hunted a sky-breaking rhinoceros to acquire a soul skill that could break defenses. Just as I finished absorbing the soul ring, I heard a cry for help. Help! I turned my head towards the sound and saw. Hey, isn't that Tang Xiao? Her chest was a bloody mess, and she was being chased by a soul emperor. Without a second thought, I rushed in and punched that guy away, then followed up with a binding technique, and finished off with a punch that exploded his head. A complete combo. What's going on? Where are the people protecting you? I asked her. Uncle Tyson is being attacked over there by a soul Daw and 5 soul sages. Hurry and save him. I threw the elixir to her and told her to wait, then rushed over quickly. When I arrived, I saw that the battle was almost over, and Tyson was lying on the ground covered in blood, convulsing. It was a sight too horrible to bear. I knew it was not safe to stay there, so I immediately went back, picked up Tang Xiao, and used the power of the space gem to teleport back to Shrek. As soon as we landed, Tang Xiao tightly grabbed the corner of my shirt and asked, "What happened to Uncle Tyson?" I couldn't bear to see her like that, but I still told the truth. I'm sorry. By the time I arrived, Senior Tyson was already gone. Goodness, Tang Xiao was completely stunned, tears streaming down her face like pearls that had fallen off a broken string. I had just returned, and all the old men from the Sea God Pavilion were also startled, rushing out one by one. Originally, my return was a great piece of news. But once the assassination of Tang Xiao was mentioned, everyone exploded, especially since Tang Xiao firmly claimed that it was the people from the Xinghua Empire who did it. This was a serious matter. I'm having a headache over here, and so are the elders. Why? Because as soon as I landed, Chu Linger and Dugu Shui rushed over to me. It had been 2 years since we last met, and it was quite overwhelming. As a result, the old men, including Elder Kong, were watching with expressions that said, "This kid is hopeless." Dugu Shui approached me as if interrogating a criminal, pinching my face and questioning, "Tell me, have you been fooling around outside these 2 years?" I wanted to shout my innocence and feign a heartbroken look, saying, "By heaven and earth, I've spent these 2 years only cultivating. Do you think my level 69 just fell from the sky?" As soon as I finished speaking, both Chu Linger and Dugu Shui were stunned. "You're level 69? I nodded proudly, unleashed my martial soul, and activated my soul rings, the dazzling light immediately captivating them. I patted their heads and said indulgently, "Now, I can take you to the Eye of Ice and Fire." After being affectionate with them, I was taken by Elder Kong and the others for questioning. They were shocked by my strength and believed that our Shrek Academy was bound to win the upcoming Soul Master competition in a year and a half. I waved my hand and said, "Elder Kong, don't rush, there is still over a year to go." But Elder Kong looked serious and said, "The situation in the Tiando Empire is very grim, and we need you." I thought for a moment, and since I was going to the Sunset Forest next to Tiando City, I took the initiative to say, "I'll escort Tang Xiao back first and take care of some matters." In fact, I wanted to take Dugu Shui to the Eye of Ice and Fire and sneak into the Imperial Palace to see what the Tiando Emperor was up to. Speaking of this, I suddenly remembered something and asked Old Long, I reached the peak of the Soul Emperor a month ago, but I don't know why I'm stuck at level 69 and can't get past it. The energy I absorbed in the past month should theoretically be enough for me to break through to level 72. But it all seems to have sunk into the sea without a trace, with no movement at all. Does anyone understand? I'm just one step away, and the system is telling me loading, please wait. And I've been waiting for over a month. As soon as I said this, Old Long and Old Kong were both startled, and they simultaneously grabbed my hand to examine it. After checking for a long time, they found nothing wrong. My meridians were even stronger than before, especially my heart, which was as strong as an engine. Old Long was confused and said, "What is going on with you? Under normal circumstances, you should have broken through just from having a casual fight." Old Kong furrowed his brow and suddenly asked me, "How old are you?" I scratched my head and replied, "Who remembers that? I'm either 18 or 19. Old Kong slapped his thigh and said, "I think I understand. You're leveling up too quickly, and your mindset hasn't caught up. It's like you're driving a rocket, but your license is still a learner's permit. Your body is afraid you'll crash, so it automatically put a speed limit on you. The energy you've absorbed hasn't disappeared. It's all being stored for you. Once your mindset is sufficient and your license is upgraded, you'll be able to soar straight up." I understood immediately, so that's how it is. I hurriedly asked, "How do I improve my mindset?" Kong Lao patted me on the shoulder and said, "Go fight. Don't stay in a comfortable place. Make up for the battles you've missed in the past 2 years, and you'll be fine." "All right, if it's fighting, then let's fight." I called Hanbin back as well. To my surprise, he had actually broken through to the title Doluo level. I asked him, "Aren't you going to pursue that Yin-Yang complementary dual soul core anymore?" Hanbin sighed, looking a bit down. "Xin Xiao, one must recognize oneself. I was once arrogant, but after seeing those freaks from the Holy Spirit sect, I realized I'm just average." I patted his shoulder and didn't say much more. This path is indeed not one that everyone can walk, but I must continue on. I took Chu Linger and Dugu Shui into the Voidstone and set off with Hanbin to escort Tang Xiao. The little girl was downcast along the way, and I didn't disturb her. I was pondering what the Holy Spirit sect wanted to do. Did they disguise themselves as people from the Xingluo Empire to assassinate Tang Xiao in order to force the Tiando Empire to confront Xingluo to the end? However, Tang Xiao was calmer than I expected. She suddenly asked me, "Lin Xuan, who do you think killed Uncle Tyson?" I shook my head. I want to say it was the Holy Spirit sect, but there's no evidence. The situation is just too strange. The Xing Luo Empire has just taken a piece of land and is busy digesting it. At this time, to kill you, wouldn't that be looking for trouble? This operation feels like someone is fanning the flames in between. We had no further conversation and successfully delivered Tang Xiao back to the Tang sect. Everyone at the Tang sect breathed a sigh of relief, and the sect leader, Tang Tianxiao, personally thanked me. I also took the opportunity to ask him for some information on the ice and fire duality, and some anti-poison treasures, and, without hesitation, he gave them all to me. I was just about to leave when that kid Shui Qingtian sneaked over to find me. We were in a closed room, staring at each other. I felt annoyed when I saw him, and said impatiently, "If you have something to say it quickly. If not, I'm leaving." He looked apologetic and said, "I'm really sorry about the support last time. I'm here to thank you for saving Xiao Xiao." I rolled my eyes and replied, "No need to thank me. That's what we from Shrek should do." He continued, "I've already helped you move the defenses of the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye, so you can go there now." I thought to myself that at least he did something useful. I stood up to leave, but he actually tried to grab me. I'm not one to indulge him, so I swung a punch, hitting him in the chest and leaving him in disbelief. He is a Soul Emperor now, but in front of me, he looked like a little chick. I coldly stared at him and said, "Shui Qingtian, your father really annoys me. When I return from the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye, I will personally go meet him." After saying that, I walked away, leaving Shui Qingtian gasping for breath, probably stunned by my punch. I left Tiano City and headed straight for the Sunset Forest. This time, I felt very confident, swallowing an antidote pill and activating the anti-poison ability from the Golden Sacred Dragon bloodline, charging through the toxic miasma. As a result, I stepped into thin air and fell off a cliff. I lay on the ground, both crying and laughing, thinking it would have been great to be able to fly at the Soul Saint level, so I wouldn't have embarrassed myself like this. Chu Ling quickly came out from the ethereal stone to help me, while Dugu Shui stared blankly at everything in front of her. This was the place she had grown up in since childhood, every blade of grass and tree filled with memories. Tears welled in her eyes as she softly said, "It's good to be back." The flowers and plants seemed to recognize her, swaying in the wind to welcome her home. When we reached the spring by the Eye of Ice and Fire, Dugu Shui took out an herb and told us to eat it to prevent our bodies from exploding. I waved my hand, indicating that I didn't need it. With my physique, I wanted to test the pressure of this spring water. To my disappointment, the two core fairy herbs, the fiery apricot blossom and the 8-dimensional ice grass, had not fully matured yet, and they posed no pressure on me at all. Dugu Shui then cautiously handed a herb called the Autumn Water Gaze to Chu Linger, saying it was beneficial for mental strength. After Chu Linger accepted it, she gave Dugu Shui a knowing glance. Just as I was puzzled, as soon as Chu Linger began to absorb it, Dugu Shui suddenly lunged into my arms. I was completely bewildered at that moment. What is going on? Why is she thanking me and then getting all touchy? Shut up. She tiptoed and directly sealed my lips. It dawned on me that this was Chu Ling coordinating with her. These two girls had already written the script, so could I be polite? Ahem. As for what happened next, that has some content only available to paying customers. I can only say that here, my relationship with Dugu Shui has definitely leveled up. The next day when I woke up, I felt like my kidneys had been hollowed out. Let me tell you, as a level 69 Soul Emperor, I was almost drained dry by her. When I opened my eyes, Chu Linger was right next to me, smiling like a little fox. "Oh, you're awake?" The noise last night was so loud, I almost got carried away in my cultivation. I was so embarrassed that I could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. She handed me a rare mushroom, the Tongtian chrysanthemum, saying it was a gift from Schwer. That is when I asked, "Where is Schwer?" Chu Linger pouted. "She is recovering from injuries using the immortal herb. She can't even stand today." "You're too much." I felt wronged. It was clearly her. Forget it. Seeing the murderous look in Chu Linger's eyes, I decisively admitted my fault. After absorbing the immortal herb, I felt my body had grown stronger. But my soul power was still stuck at level 69, not budging at all, which was really frustrating. After we finished our meal, the three of us left the Ice and Fire 2 Instruments Eye. Just as we walked away, the people who were transferred by Shui Qingtian came back. As soon as we exited the forest, Han Bin rushed over with a face that looked like his father had just died. "Xin Xiao, something big has happened. You are wanted nationwide." I was taken aback, and Han Bin quickly explained. As soon as Shui Qingtian returned, he was scolded by the Heavenly Dou Emperor and locked up. Now, the second prince is in power, and the first thing he wants to do is to take control of our Yunde Kingdom's army. After listening, my face darkened, and the teacup in my hand was crushed into powder. This Heavenly Dou Emperor is simply too much. I immediately said to Hanbin, "You go back to the Yunde kingdom first, and I'll follow shortly. Don't worry about me. As long as you're in the city, I can teleport to you anytime." After sending Hanbin away, I sneered inwardly, planning to venture into the imperial palace alone and meet that old emperor. I quietly sneaked into the palace, and the lockdown inside felt no different from air to me. Unable to find the emperor's sleeping quarters, I simply went straight to Shui Qingtian's residence. As soon as he saw me, he was about to scream, but I quickly covered his mouth and pressed him against the wall. The two maidservants monitoring him attempted to intervene, but I knocked them out with a punch each. I warned Shui Qingtian, "You're just a useless crown prince now. Your brother wants to take my territory. I wouldn't care if I killed you. Tell me where your father is." He was defiant, closing his eyes and saying, "Just kill me." I clicked my tongue, finding it hard to actually do it. Just then, an angry shout came from outside. Reinforcements had arrived. I quickly thought of a plan, used a wind blade to slash his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, just watch, don't say anything." An old man rushed in and threw a punch at me. I immediately used an illusion technique and then cast a binding spell, disappearing without a trace right in front of him. The next day, the entire city was plastered with my wanted posters, claiming I had broken into the palace and killed 8 masters. The whole city thought I had fled, but who would have guessed that I was still in the palace, right in Princess Shui's bed, in her room. The little girl was trembling in fear. I reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll 1T expose you. I'm confirming that I'm helping your brother." I had secretly manipulated Shui Qingtian long ago. As long as he went to find his father, I would be able to locate that old man. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before I sensed him. I followed Shui Qingtian and discovered that this guy entered a secret passage behind a rockery. Goodness, it turns out the emperor doesn't live in the palace, but in a basement. I sneaked into the underground hall, and upon looking, I almost didn't recognize it. Sitting on the throne was a gaunt, gray-haired, middle-aged man. Isn't this the Snow Galaxy? How did he end up in such a sorry state? I was hiding in the dark listening, and guess what he said? He said he was doing this to atone for Du Gushui's mother. Because he didn't save her back then, he wants to destroy this country as revenge. I was dumbfounded at the time, folks. Is this what they call loving someone to the point of madness? Or is it the latest abstract performance art of 2025? To sacrifice an entire country for a woman? I really can't comprehend this thought process. He also told Shui Qingtian that besides him, the other sons are all sacrifices. I was so furious that I jumped out using the projection. The spirit master of the Heaven Dou Empire punched through my stomach, only to find out it was a fake. The Heaven Dou Emperor even mocked me, saying I was a coward. I retorted directly, "At least I'm better than some people who hide in their basements every day, living like a skeleton." That one sentence completely broke his defense. I'm too lazy to waste words with him, so I get straight to the point. "Are you taking the poison taught by the Holy Spirit?" He admitted it, saying it was to atone for his sins. He also told me that he only has a year to live and wants to see the Heavenly Dou Empire perish before he dies. I was utterly disappointed after listening to him. This person has gone crazy and is beyond saving. In the end, he also told me that there is someone named Wang Dong who also possesses spatial power. I should be careful. I directly used the space gem to flash back to Cloud City. After listening to Yunheng's report, I made a decisive decision. Does Tiandou want troops? Fine. Give him 400,000. But these 400,000 will only listen to Shui Qingtian. I want to see what tricks that old emperor can still play. After handling this, the next target is the Jinshan sect. These bastards have been acting arrogantly on our territory, and it's time to deal with them. I told Hanbin, "Let's go to the Jinshan sect tomorrow, with courtesy first and then force." Hanbin got excited upon hearing this. Great. I've been dissatisfied with those bastards for a long time. The next day, I led Hanbin and 10,000 elite troops, marching over with great momentum. The entire Jinshan sect was in chaos. That young left envoy was still pretending to be polite, saying the sect master was in closed-door training. I sneered inwardly. I had already scouted the place last night, and both of your sect masters had clearly broken through to title Doloa, yet you're putting on a show for me? Upon entering the reception hall, that Li right envoy even gave me a cold shoulder, saying I didn't understand etiquette by coming empty-handed. I smiled, empty-handed? All right, I'll give you a gift. I clapped my hands, and Hanbin handed me a stack of A4 paper. I slammed the papers on the table, which were filled with evidence of the Jinshan sect's numerous wrongdoings over the years. I crossed my legs and watched their increasingly ugly expressions. Slowly speaking, I came today to deliver you a great gift. We plan to break away from Tiandou and establish our own empire. Now, it's time to consider your historical legacy issues. Will you recognize us and follow me, or choose to be flattened? You decide. Han Bin's pressure instantly locked onto the two of them. Just when they were about to crack, two middle-aged men walked in. Oh, I'll tell you. That middle-aged man opposite me, Mingzong, the leader of the Town Mountain sect, came up acting all high and mighty. He called me Xin Xiao, which sounded awkward. I laughed at that moment and said, "What do you think my name is? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" Playing dumb while knowing the truth. Goodness. His expression at that moment, the killing intent flashed by. If it weren't for my brother Han Bin's sharp eyes, who stepped in front of me, I probably would have been hit. Han Bin also has a bad temper and directly confronted him. "Mingzong, where's your brother Ming Mu? Why don't you bring him out for a stroll?" As soon as he finished speaking, his brother Ming Mu popped out from behind, smiling in a sinister way. As soon as these two brothers showed up, the two little lackeys, Yang Li and Li Yushi, slipped away like oil onto their feet. All right, so the scene is cleared, right? Then let us lay it all on the table. Mingzong directly accused me, saying that as the alternate leader of the Shrek Sea God Pavilion, I was developing my own power outside and violating the ancestral teachings. I thought to myself, you know my identity, huh? Then you should also know why I came today, right? Guess what he said? He said, of course, if you want to catch some of the scoundrels in our sect, feel free. Puffed. I couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. This old guy really knows how to act. In that instant, his brother Ming Mu suddenly unleashed a soul attack. Trying to ambush me, Han Bin reacted even faster, landing a punch on his shoulder. I sidestepped to avoid it, but his brother Mingzong seized the opportunity and launched an eagle claw towards my face. I quickly unleashed my fourth soul skill, immobilization technique. I made him stand still in place. Then I kicked out, bang. I hit him squarely in the face, and he was sent flying. I tell you, my foot went numb. This guy's skin is really thick, comparable to a city wall. Han Bin quickly reminded me to be careful, saying those two were about to unleash their ultimate moves. Sure enough, the guy from the underworld sect looked at me with a face full of resentment, and his eighth soul ring lit up. The entire mountain town sect was instantly plunged into darkness. It was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Han Bin shouted, crack, 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 and all the surrounding buildings were frozen solid. As for me, I snapped my fingers, and a beam of light exploded in the sky, reflecting off the ice, making it as bright as day. At that moment, I could clearly see that when those two activated their martial souls, they transformed into horned monsters. Just like that, Alex. The underworld sect raised his hand and sent a big black ball crashing down, while Han Bin directly activated his domain, the Xianbing domain. The entire world went silent in an instant, leaving only me standing there. But I knew that those two lackeys, Yang Li and Li Yushi, were sneaking up behind me. I didn't even look back. I released my fifth soul skill, Space Blast, and heard a scream. Yang Li was hit, but unexpectedly, that Li Yushi silently appeared right in front of me and brought down a hammer. My family, who understands? I was so stunned at that moment, truly thinking I was going to capsize. Fortunately, in a critical moment, I activated Void, otherwise I would have been done for. Li Yushi was also taken aback. In that moment of distraction, I transformed into the golden sacred dragon, grabbed his hammer, and retaliated with a punch right to his left cheek. He flew out, but then his teammate, Yang Li, came from behind and dealt a heavy blow with a knife. Damn, what kind of plastic brotherhood is this? I'm not feeling well either. I was thrown out and crashed onto the ice surface, feeling like my bones were about to break apart. Seeing Yang Li rushing over, I quickly used a spatial cut to block him, and then my sixth soul skill, Fragile, was directly used to ambush Li Yushi behind me. I was furious at that moment, shouting as I punched him in the chest. He was also sent flying, and although he wasn't injured, his defense was broken, and the expression on his face was quite remarkable. So what happened? Dozens of soul saints from the Jinshan sect surrounded us. Li Yushi sneered while holding his chest. Lin Xuan, you can't escape. I stood up straight and asked them, the Jinshan sect colludes with the Holy Spirit cult, and you want to aid the wicked? Yang Li laughed loudly, saying that we from Shrek just like to label others. I directly replied, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. He was unconvinced, saying that with just me and Han Bin, we thought we could turn tide. I scoffed, is that so? With a stomp of my foot, I teleported right in front of him, wielding the soul bone skill my teacher gave me. The Sword of Light. Dozens of attacks hit me simultaneously, but all were withstood by my void. Yang Li wanted to use his seventh soul skill, but it was too late. My fourth soul skill, immobilization technique, descended once again, and in his terrified gaze, I pierced through his left chest with my sword. I released the sword handle, and my third soul skill transformed into a shield, blocking the second wave of attacks. However, the shield shattered instantly, and all the dragon scales on my body exploded. I collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Seeing the opportunity, Li Yushi rushed over to deliver a finishing blow. Just when he thought he had succeeded, a large hand suddenly reached out from my chest. Mark stepped out from my ethereal stone with a grim face, followed by Mealy Tang and the other three. The five of them didn't even look at me and directly started fighting. Li Yushi was dumbfounded. What was happening? I lay on the ground and smiled at him, saying run. It was too late. Old Duan appeared right in front of him and slapped him on the chest, causing Li Yushi to explode on the spot. Old Duan even turned back to me and said, given your condition, me stepping in isn't bullying, right? I told him to go help Han Bin, but he said it wasn't necessary. Han Bin could handle it alone. I looked up and saw that in the ice domain, Ming Zong and his brother Mingmu were covered in wounds, with blood frozen and unable to flow. Han Bin held an ice sword, looking incredibly cool. The two opponents exchanged glances, and their ninth spirit rings lit up simultaneously, trying to break through the domain. Han Bin also activated his ninth spirit ring and lightly slapped Mingmu. With that one slap, Mingmu was so frightened that his soul nearly flew away, and he hurriedly interrupted his ultimate move to defend himself. What happened next? His armor shattered instantly, and a palm print was branded on his chest. Just when he thought he had saved his life, his own brother, Ming Zong, actually turned and ran away. Family, who understands? This was a classic example of betraying teammates. Mingmu was dumbfounded on the spot, and in that moment of shock, he was engulfed by Han Bin's 10,000-year spirit skill, the rage of the Snow King, turning him into an ice sculpture that shattered upon hitting the ground. When the remaining members of the Jinshan sect saw their vice sect leader shattered, they immediately lost the will to fight. Within a day, news of the Jinshan sect's annihilation spread across the continent. Han Bin became famous overnight, earning the title of Ice Dou. But after everything was done, we found that the treasure vault of the Jinshan sect couldn't be opened. The door was 10 meters thick, made of diamond rock, with several formations on it. Even old Duan didn't dare to force it open, fearing it would collapse the mountain. I sat at the door, trying to study it, feeling that this thing definitely wasn't from the Jinshan sect itself. Just as I was getting a headache, a big incident occurred outside. The people from the Holy Spirit Church thought I had eliminated their collaborator and needed to do something to stabilize their morale. The leader, Wang Dong, directly infiltrated the imperial palace of Tiandou City and assassinated the old Emperor Shui Hai. What was even more shocking was that the Emperor's personal guard, that 98th level Titan Dou, was actually one of theirs. This operation, I tell you, even AI couldn't figure it out. The two of them teamed up to shift the blame onto the eldest prince, Shui Qingtian. The second prince, Shui Fengjun, took advantage of the situation and excitedly ascended to the throne, intending to publicly behead his brother, Shui Qingtian, and his sister Shui Yi at the coronation ceremony. On the day of execution, the whole city gathered to watch. The second prince, dressed in a dragon robe, looked incredibly pleased. As the executioner severed the ropes, the knife was about to fall. I made my appearance. I directly caught the white blade with my bare hands and turned to smile at Shui Qingtian. Don't give up, this doesn't suit you. The surrounding guards rushed forward, and Han Bin emerged from my ethereal stone, unleashing an absolute zero that froze them all into ice sculptures. The traitor Titan Dou tried to take action, but Han Bin directly opened his domain to confront him. I condensed a long spear in my hand and threw it at the second prince on the platform, piercing through his dragon hat and coldly telling him, "You're far worse than Shui Qingtian." Then, I teleported away with the Shui siblings. The second prince was instantly furious and placed a bounty on my head across the continent. What happened next? Our Shrek's old dragon, accompanied by a group of titled Duos, fought their way from the border to Tiandou City, forcing the second prince to revoke the bounty. At this point, the new emperor's prestige was completely shattered. A month later, Shui Qingtian established a new Tiandou empire with the territory I gave him as the capital and declared war on the second prince. The Tiandou empire split into three, descending into chaos. As for me, I was still sitting in front of that broken stone door of the Jinshan sect, leaving all the external affairs to Shui Qingtian. I had no desire to get involved in those political struggles. My teacher, Kong Lao, was anxious and came to find me, asking what exactly I wanted to do. I explained everything to him, saying that Shrek was attacked and Nangongxian was captured, all part of my plan. I had already planted a spatial seed on her, and I was waiting for her mother to take her back to the headquarters of the Holy Spirit Church. Then we would catch them all at once. Only then did Kong Lao understand my plan. We then talked about that stone door. I told him there were 5 major formations on it: anti-gravity, rebound, shield, solidity, and bagua, likely the work of a limit de law. To open it, We needed to find another key, which was in the hands of the fleeing underworld sect. After Kong Lao left, I was pondering when I suddenly sensed something was off about Nan Gongqian's location. She had been in one place for 2 days. I quickly used the spatial gem to teleport over, and to my surprise, Nan Gongqian was tied to a cross, and her mother, Nan Gongming, was absorbing her power. This woman, despite still looking charming, had a ruthless heart. When Nan Gongqian saw me, she was stunned, probably not expecting me to come to rescue her. I decided to take a gamble, revealing myself and slapping Nan Gongming on the shoulder with a loud smack. This slap didn't use any soul power, but it was extremely insulting. She immediately exploded with rage, all 9 soul rings lighting up, ready to smash me with a single slap. But in that instant, I teleported away with Nan Gongqian. I told you I was so excited I almost jumped up. That slap I gave her was not meant to hit her, but to leave my spatial coordinates on her. Now I can know where she goes. Once we returned to a safe place, Nan Gongqian completely broke down and asked me why I saved her. What else could it be for? Of course, it was for your information. I told her that as long as she revealed everything she knew after the matter was accomplished, I would ensure she could change her name and live a stable life for the rest of her days. She finally relented and started to reveal the secrets of the Holy Spirit sect bit by bit. She said there were 6 super duels in the Holy Spirit sect, and 2 title duels were still alive. I checked the list and found that none of their high-end combat powers were dead. That's ruthless. This guy really has no humanity left in his pursuit of becoming a god. I tell you, Wang Dong is simply a madman. He directly sold out the old leader of the Spear Hall, and all the super duels retreated, while the title duels only took away 2 trusted aides. The rest all died. Goodness, after he pulled off this stunt, he even inherited their entire network, forcing the people from the Mountain Guard sect to continue working with him against their will. Nan Gongqian laid it all out for me at that time, saying there must be a mole inside Shrek, but she didn't know who it was. However, she provided me with a crucial clue. She said that when her mom, Nan Gongming, helped her break out of prison, there was clearly a title de law at level 94 on the opposite side. Yet they were taken down in just a few moves, acting more fake than I did. Isn't this just pure favoritism? As soon as I heard it, my mind buzzed, and I instantly connected the dots. Zhang Jinfeng, the Lord of Shrek City. Does anyone understand? A level 94 title duel responsible for the city's security. Yet incidents happen every few days. The first time I was ambushed, he sent me back, and that was the end of it. When my teacher Wang Lin died, he just watched as the teacher left the city alone, not even asking a single question. Is this reasonable? My blood pressure shot up. Nan Gongqian also told me a shocking secret. Wang Dong had always treated her very well since they were young. When she was 8, Wang Dong hugged her and asked what she would do if one day the Spirit Hall disappeared. Nan Gongqian was still young and asked why. Wang Dong simply said, "Because I want to pursue the ultimate power." I was suddenly jolted. I exclaimed, "Wow, this guy's playing it big. Supreme power. The Ether Stone. Wang Dong. Everything is connected." This guy never had good intentions from the start. He wasn't trying to trade with the demon god at all. He wanted to kill the demon god and take his place. What he is after is divinity. Giving me the Ether Stone was not out of kindness. It was a long game to catch a big fish. What he needs isn't some golden key or a silver key. He is looking for a way to break through that forbidden void formation. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this game is too big. But what's up with Du Zidong? Why is she said to be the core? I asked Nan Gongqian, and she looked just as confused, saying she didn't know her at all. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore. I told Nan Gongqian to hide here for now, and whether to stay or leave is her own decision. Anyway, I won't save her a second time. Then I directly jumped through space and returned to Shrek. Why go back? I'll tell this to Old Long and Old Kong. At first, the 2 old men looked skeptical, saying that someone planning for 30 years was too far-fetched. I got anxious and said I didn't care whether they believed it or not. The traitor in the academy must be dealt with, starting with Zhang Jinfeng. I want to personally meet him. Upon hearing this, the 2 old men said in unison, "No way. Are you kidding? He's a half-step super duel. How can I go alone?" I directly took out the Void Stone and said for Old Kong to come in so we could go together. As a result, Old Long objected, insisting that he wanted to go too. The 2 old men acted like children, fighting to get into my personal space. In the end, Old Long won the struggle. We went straight to the Shrek prison, to Zhang Jinfeng's room. I sat confidently in his room, waiting for him to return. As soon as he pushed the door open and saw me, his body tensed up instantly, but then he relaxed and smiled, apologizing to me for losing Nan Gongqian. I watched him perform and was almost angry enough to laugh. I didn't beat around the bush with him. I got straight to the point, asking him one why after another, making his face turn green. Why did you get knocked down in 3 moves? Why weren't you there when my teacher had an accident? Why are you never there when something happens? He was still pretending, with a meticulously logical argument, leaving no gaps, acting as if he was genuinely emotional, as if the Oscars owed him a little golden statue. I was too lazy to waste more words with him, so I directly pulled out a golden key from my pocket and flashed it in front of him. The moment he saw the key, his face turned pale instantly. I sneered and said, "How could the key to my teacher's office be in your room?" He stubbornly claimed he didn't know. I laid everything out for him, detailing how he acted as an undercover, how he sold information, how he used others to kill, and how he let Du Zedong go. His face turned pale, and he couldn't say a word. In a fit of rage, he swung a punch at my face without using his soul power. I took the hit, spat out blood, and smiled while asking him, "What's wrong? Are you anxious? Is this your breaking point?" He yelled that I was slandering him. I pulled out a second key, a silver one identical to the gold one, and slammed it on the table. Slander? Then explain why the standard key for Shrek teachers is silver, while yours is gold. You're a city lord who has never taught at Shrek. How would you know what the key looks like? He was completely stunned, standing there dumbfounded. At that moment, Elder Long emerged from my ethereal stone, looking heartbroken. After all, Zhang Jinfeng was a disciple he had personally trained. But Zhang Jinfeng was really a tough nut to crack. Even at this point, he was still putting on an act, saying he couldn't defend himself and that we didn't believe him. I suggested sealing his soul power for a good talk, and he nodded in agreement. However, as Elder Long approached, he suddenly sprang up and threw a punch at Elder Long's chest. Fortunately, I was prepared and anticipated his move. I used a void to block the attack, and Elder Long reacted quickly, roaring and delivering a knife hand strike that knocked him out cold. With that, the matter finally came to a temporary halt. I instructed Elder Long to keep an eye on Zhang Jinfeng and return to the Jinshan sect using the space gemstone. As soon as I arrived at the cave, I saw the last person I wanted to see, Wang Dong. Of course, it was just a clone. He pretended to be sincere, saying my speed was too fast and that I had seen through his plan. He even wanted to shake hands with me and make peace, painting a grand picture. I spat at him, saying, "Aren't you just coveting my body and wanting to take over me? What are you pretending for?" I even brought up the matter of Senior Tang San, causing his smiling face to falter. When the plot was exposed, he attacked directly. But who am I? I was holding my wives, Dugu Shui and Chu Linger, and with a space jump, I vanished in an instant. The next second, a giant axe struck the spot where I had just stood. It was at Gali Xin. I took the hit while holding both of them and was directly transported to the center of the Jinshan sect's main hall. Wang Dong and Li Xin looked at me like I was a rat, threatening to kill everyone around me one by one before arrogantly leaving. I felt something was off at that moment. A bad premonition surged in my heart. Sure enough, the next second someone shouted, "Xian Xiao, it's not good. Nangong Qian is dead." I rushed over and saw Nangong Qian lying in a pool of blood, a massive axe wound on her body. I punched the wall, damn it. I promised to give her a peaceful life. These beasts. I was furious at that moment, directly sending my 2 wives back to the Sea God Pavilion. And then I took Duan Lao and Han Bin and charged out. If you harm my people, I'll uproot your entire network. Our first target is Nangong Meng. That woman exposed Zhang Jinfeng and is currently fleeing like a lost dog. We intercepted her right at the border of the Starry Empire. She had already been in a fight and was injured, so she was no match for us. I used a binding spell to immobilize her, followed by a blast of holy light, which turned her back into her original form. Old Duan and Han Bin followed up with their powerful attacks, completely crippling her meridians on the spot. She still wanted to use Nangong Qian's life to negotiate with me, but I couldn't be bothered to respond. I countered with a sword of light and beheaded her. At this point, who has time for nonsense? After killing her, I sensed something was off. There were still others nearby. A figure hiding in a cloak was spying on us. I immediately teleported over and slapped him on the back, to my surprise. He was as hard as a rock, a skeleton frame. I left a spatial coordinate on him and withdrew first. This skeleton wasn't any good either. He directly fled into a village. When we chased after him, we saw that the entire village's people looked like puppets, their eyes vacant. My heart sank. I knew this was definitely a trap. There was a soul restriction array inside, and this guy had also summoned reinforcements. Wang Dong would arrive within half a day. We had to act quickly. I instructed Old Duan and the others to wait outside while I went in alone. Just as I reached the center of the village, the soul restriction array activated, and I pretended to kneel down, feigning weakness. The skeleton indeed fell for it, swaggering out and declaring he would kill me. Just as he made his move, my golden holy dragon bloodline erupted, breaking through the array. Old Duan and Hanbin burst out at the same time. But at that moment, a suffocating aura of death enveloped the entire area. The skeleton laughed maniacally, and all the villagers around him began to swell up simultaneously. My friends, who understands? Over 500 lives. He turned the entire village's people into human bombs. My pupils trembled, instantly throwing Old Duan and Han Bin into the ethereal stone. Then I activated the void right there. The next second, a earth-shattering explosion engulfed everything. Chunks of flesh slammed into me, like cannonballs. But I stood at the center of the explosion, completely unharmed. As the smoke cleared, that skeleton frame looked at me, who was unscathed, with eyes nearly popping out. It was still shamelessly asking me to dig out my soul bone for it, saying it could give me a quick end. I was feeling the souls that were freed only at the moment of the explosion, and the fire in my heart could no longer be suppressed. I looked at him and smiled. You want me to dig out my own soul bone? You're not worthy. Drink. With that roar, I directly shouted Hanbin and Duan Qianhua out of the ethereal stone. Let me tell you, that scene was exhilarating. The evil soul master opposite was also tough. As soon as he saw us summoning people, he trembled in fear, but reacted quickly, activating his martial soul in a flash. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, 9 rings. Good heavens, a title Doloa. When his 7th soul ring lit up, his cloak exploded, and I went completely dark. Family, who understands? This guy's entire body was just a shiny skeleton with some blood vessels and organs hanging on it. Just like that moving skeleton model from biology class had come to life. It was unbelievable. You actually didn't die? That skeletal voice sounded like rubbing glass. And then the 9th soul ring lit up. My servants, come out. At that moment, I thought it was over. Was the feast about to begin? Thousands of hands shot out from the ground, and I thought the latest zombie film of 2025 was starting to shoot. But then Lin Xuan, the BGM started playing. The protagonist's halo was in full effect. Raising my right hand, the sacred light poured down like it was free, directly giving those freshly unearthed zombies a free purification, complete with a service that even scattered their ashes. Those zombies screamed pitifully, but they also seemed to be enjoying it, as if they willingly wanted to be purified, creating a very bizarre scene. Lin Xuan directly mocked. With these little tricks, you can only fool those souls you locked underground until they went dumb. Now that your trump card is gone, what else are you pretending for? Han Bin followed up, his 9th soul ring lit up, 10,000 years soul skill, ice seal. With a crack, that skeletal frame instantly became an ice sculpture. I thought this was the end, right? But no, his 7th soul skill lit up, and his body suddenly expanded, the lower half directly sinking into the ground, while the upper half transformed into a 10-meter tall giant. Then the 8th soul ring lit up, and a cloud of purple poisonous mist enveloped Han Bin and Old Duan. Old Duan quickly activated his 6th soul skill, the 7-colored lotus shield, but it was useless. The shield broke, and he was poisoned, coughing out purple smoke. That skeletal monster laughed with its broken voice. You 2 rookies who just crossed the threshold of title Doloa think you can kill me? Dream on. I was about to shout that Lin Xuan was strategically retreating, because if we kept fighting, we would be wiped out. Just then, a black shield flew in from the horizon, like a UFO, and smashed right into the skeleton giant, stunning it. I looked up and thought, wow, isn't that Su Zongzhu from the Xiaming sect? He was accompanied by a senior elder, 2 super duluos. Family, who understands? This is truly a case of speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Or rather, he came in like a rocket. Now it's stable, with the 2 big shots teaming up. They quickly pummeled that skeleton monster half to death. Su Zongzhu walked up to Lin Xuan, holding the barely alive skeleton frame, and asked if we were fighting here. Lin Xuan said yes, and asked how he ended up here. Su Zongzhu's response left me speechless. He said, our alliance has dissolved, I've moved the Xiaming sect, and I'm not playing with you anymore. I passed by here and felt a title Doloa was fighting, so I came take a look. What the heck? The Xiaming sect is relocating? The 3rd largest sect in the world just disbanded like that. Lin Xuan wanted to bring up the matter of Wang Dong, but Su Zongzhu waved his hand directly. Don't mention it. Our sect is now following the Haotian sect, planning to live in seclusion and not interfere in the affairs of the martial world. When you become the Sea God Pavilion Master in the future, perhaps my useless son will have some connection with Shrek, but not now. I was extremely disappointed. Isn't this just the luxurious version of the world is so big? I want to see it. Before leaving, Sect Master Su threw the half-dead skeleton monster to Lin Xuan and said, this guy is faking death. There's life hidden in his bones, and he can come back to life within 3 days. By then, you can interrogate him at will. After saying that, the two big shots flew away nonchalantly. I quickly had Lin Xuan use the space gem to bring everyone back to Shrek, and I tossed the skeleton into the dungeon. Master Duan's injuries were quite troublesome. That purple mist was like a parasite. Fortunately, Shrek had a titled duel with the Tree of Life martial soul, which temporarily saved his life. In the dungeon, Lin Xuan looked at the skeleton and got straight to the point. Stop pretending, you're alive and kicking. The skeleton, named Colder, opened his eyes and confessed, I can tell you, I'm not from the Holy Spirit sect. I made a deal with Wang Dong. I help him kill Nan Gong Meng, and he gives me 10,000 corpses to practice with. I clench my fists in anger. What a sociopathic personality. To make matters worse, this guy was arrogant, trying to play games with me. I know you won't let me go, but if you kill me, your old bodyguard will also die. Do you dare? He boasted that his bones took 100 years to forge, and that only a limit de loi could break them. I thought to myself, isn't this just the legendary if you're weak? You have a reason Pro-Max version? Relying on having a hostage to act recklessly. Huh. Lin Xuan clicked his tongue, his expression as if he were looking at a fool. He slowly took out the divine artifact, the wind blade, that his mother left him and gestured at Colder. Colder still had that what are you looking at expression, but the next second, with a crack, Lin Xuan directly chopped off his right hand. Colder was stunned. The two sparks of ghost fire in his eyes almost popped out. His expression was like seeing his fully leveled account that he spent 100 years on getting banned by the GM. Lin Xuan sneered. Now whose bones are harder? Yours or my knife sharper? Speak, or I'll chop you into bone fragments and leave just a heart, and let us see how you revive. At this point, Colder completely caved in and spilled everything he knew like a broken bean. Unfortunately, there wasn't much core information about Wang Dong, but at least we learned some secrets about the Holy Spirit sect. However, this guy was also holding back, refusing to lift the soul skills on Master Duan, wanting to use that as a life-saving talisman. Lin Xuan didn't force him. The main issue was more urgent. He prepared to find his master, Xiaofeng. Just then, a shocking piece of news came. In Yunheng City, my 4 newly recruited little brothers, Sunda, Yi, and the others, had their entire families wiped out. My head buzzed, feeling like it was about to explode. That bastard Wang Dong was retaliating with collective punishment. Lin Xuan was distraught, and Hanbin advised him to stay calm. I quickly reminded him, what about Xiaofeng? Lin Xuan reacted, crushed the space gem, and rushed to Yuanshan City. Fortunately, Emperor Xing Luo Dailin had sent a super dog to guard there, so Xiaofeng was temporarily safe. Just as we breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, my master Xiaofeng was in big trouble. He was mingling in a crowd, wearing a straw hat, when a top assassin was actually tracking him. And the opponent was a titled Doluo. Xiaofeng tried to slip into an alley, but as soon as he turned around, the bustling street suddenly became empty. Good heavens! He was directly pulled into a domain. A woman in a red dress appeared on the street, and Xiaofeng's face fell as he called out her name. Red Dress Killer by Qing Luo. It turned out the two were old acquaintances with a complicated past. Years ago, Bai Qing Luo confessed to my master, but he rejected her for the I don't teach women to kill reason, being a typical ironclad straight man. Now, she was already a titled law, while my master was only a sole emperor. Wasn't this a classic story of a female protagonist returning for revenge? The two faced off for a long time, using soul skills and binding techniques, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Then suddenly, they both laughed. It turned out they were just acting. It turned out Bai Qing Luo was also on Wang Dong's side, but now wanted to wash her hands of it. I thought to myself, wow, this love story in the assassin world is quite twisted. I almost believed it. My master also let his guard down, turning his back to her, claiming he had important information to give to Lin Xuan, and then the two of them went into seclusion together. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of a stab. That woman, Bai Qing Luo, directly stabbed my master's heart from behind with a knife. Wow, family. This is simply the best backstab scene of 2025. Bai Qing Luo held my master's fallen body and coldly said, "Do you think I'm lying? If I didn't do this, how could I get close enough to kill you, you old fox?" My master spat blood, his face filled with disbelief. So you wanted to kill me from the very beginning. He used his last bit of strength to shakily write down information on a piece of paper, then handed the ring and the letter to Bai Qing Luo, asking her to pass it on to Lin Xuan. Finally, he looked at Bai Qing Luo's face, sighed, and completely closed his eyes. A generation of killing gods just vanished like that. On Lin Xuan's side, he was sorting through the information given by Qer Dan when suddenly his heart tightened, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. He ran to find Old Kong to discuss, saying that there were too few people now and they needed to form a small team. Old Kong said he could find someone for him, a senior named Wang Tianyu, whose team was wiped out by the Holy Spirit Church back in the day, and he had a deep enmity with them. He was now a title de law, but Lin Xuan himself was stuck at the bottleneck of level 69, feeling extremely anxious. At this time, old Duan, who was still recovering from his injuries, came up with an idea, saying he could use his ninth soul skill, soul sublimation, to separate Lin Xuan's soul from his body. This way, Lin Xuan's body would no longer have the subconscious limitations of survival instincts, allowing him to push himself to the limit, and he might just break through the bottleneck. They went outside Shrek City, and with a wave of old Duan's soul skill, Lin Xuan's soul floated out, hovering above his body, as if he had gained a godlike perspective. With a thought, he controlled his physical body and began to unleash his skills. He had wanted to try this for a long time, simultaneously activating the bloodlines of the fearsome dragon and the golden sacred dragon. The next moment, Lin Xuan's body let out a roar, and two beams of light, one gold and one black, shot into the sky. What a transformation scene. I was completely stunned. His body was covered in interlaced golden and black dragon scales. His right hand turned into a fleshy golden dragon claw, while his left hand became a slender, sharp black dragon claw. The wings on his back were even more outrageous, with the left being golden and the right tattered and black, and he wore a bizarre mask that was half gold and half black. This look was hideous, simply a half-finished product. Just as he finished transforming, Lin Xuan's body suddenly knelt down. The transformation was undone, and his soul returned to its place. He lay on the ground, unable to move a single finger, his soul power completely depleted, and his heart was about to stop. Old Kong was shocked. But guess what? A miraculous turn of events. At that moment, the two soul bones in his body suddenly activated, replenishing all the previously stored soul power back into him, filling him up instantly. With a crack, the bottleneck of level 69 broke. He finally broke through to Soul Sage. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes and fainted. When he woke up again, it was already 3 days later. He felt his soul power had shot up to level 73, his realm stable as could be. Just as he was sharing some tender moments with Chu Linger, Donggu Shui rushed in, shouting, "Lin Xuan, something's wrong. A woman is at the Shrek gate holding a corpse, looking for you, saying that Xiao Feng has a letter for you." What? Lin Xuan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately activated the spatial gem to teleport over. At the Shrek gate, Bai Qing Luo was kneeling there, holding Xiao Feng's cold body, surrounded by students watching the commotion. Old Long was fuming and cursing, while Old Kong wore a heavy expression. "Master?" Lin Xuan exclaimed, rushing forward. Bai Qing Luo glanced at him, handed Xiao Feng's body to him, and coldly said, "A person is dead. What remains is just an empty shell. Think about how to use the information your master exchanged his life for." She placed the letter down and turned to leave. Lin Xuan held his master's cold body, enduring immense sorrow, and went to the back mountain of the outer courtyard. This was where his master had taught him his skills. He trembled as he opened the letter, and the words were actually all reversed and crooked. One could imagine how much pain his master endured while writing these words. Lin Xuan took half an hour to understand the contents of the letter, and he could no longer hold back his tears. "Lin Xuan, time is pressing. You don't need to investigate who killed me. She will come to accompany me. If you encounter her, please spare her life. Du Zitong is imprisoned in the city of Yatua in the Tiando Empire, where there are 4 super Doluos and 2 title Doluos. Wang Dong is very cautious. With spatial formations everywhere, you must succeed in one attempt. I wanted to write more, but my heart hurts too much. You're like my son. Don't let me see you, this little brat, down there again. Take care. Xiao Yu Master, you really are. Only until the last moment did you finally tell me your true name." Lin Xuan choked up as he buried Xiao Feng in the back mountain, setting up a nameless gravestone. He tightened his grip on the letter, his gaze becoming incredibly determined. He was right. Instead of grieving here, it was better to make good use of the information his master exchanged his life for. The first step of this information was to seek reinforcements. I directly returned to Shrek, looking for Old Long and Old Kong to confront them. I told them that I couldn't handle this alone. The Holy Spirit Church was watching a girl named Du Zitong like a hawk, and there was definitely a big problem here. I had to rescue her, and I needed Shrek's help. Old Kong stroked his beard and thought for a moment, saying okay. He agreed and let Old Long, a level 98 super powerhouse, accompany me. But he set strict rules, saying this time the focus was on rescuing people, and if we could avoid fighting, we should. I had to sneak in and bring her out. If I couldn't, I was to withdraw immediately. He was right. Based on my speculation, that girl was the tool Wang Dong would use to eliminate my soul when he possessed me, and in the worst-case scenario, Destroying her was better than letting him have her. But old Long, with his fiery temper, couldn't stand this, patting me on the shoulder and saying, "Don't listen to him. If it comes to it, we'll just fight. As long as I'm here, don't be afraid." Wow. With that reassurance, I felt more at ease. I said, "Okay, old Long. Then please accompany me to the Star Dou Forest first. I need to get my 7th soul ring." Just as old Long and I were setting out, something happened at Shrek. I had barely left when the traitor Zhang Jinfeng, who had been captured, was taken from the prison. All clues pointed to that grandson, Wang Dong. Let me tell you, old Kong's face turned livid with rage. A super doll really treated Shrek like his own backyard? He could come and go as he pleased? It was ridiculous. On the other side, old Long and I had already arrived at the Star Dou Forest. Old Long was truly formidable. It didn't take long before a lion covered in white fur was thrown in front of me with a bang, saying, "Is this it?" Like a slippery eel. It even had clones, which took me some effort. This was the Wind Shadow Extreme Flow line recommended by Senior Yang Zhao. It should be fine. But I really felt uneasy, my friends. My martial spirit was called Extreme Shadow, but I had never seen what it looked like. After absorbing this 7th soul ring, what will my martial spirit's true form be? I anxiously began the absorption process. When I opened my eyes again, half a day had passed. As soon as I opened my eyes, good grief, standing next to old Long was a middle-aged man in a black robe, exuding an overwhelming aura. His presence was off the charts. I glanced at him, and he actually looked back at me, his gaze full of scrutiny. Strangely, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from him. He asked old Long, "Where did you find this kid?" Old Long proudly replied, "Don't ask. Just say how pure this dragon bloodline in his body is." The man in the black robe snorted coldly. Wasn't it hunted down? How could a human possibly have such a pure bloodline? I'm leaving. Remember, everything has its limits. In the future, don't think just because you're a title de law, you can come here to grab 10,000-year soul rings. That won't happen. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left. Old Long sighed, saying that in recent years, humans have hunted too harshly, and there are many complaints from the Star Dou Forest side. If this continues, the beast tide will soon be uncontrollable. I didn't care about anything else, and quickly stood up to feel the new power. 1 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 7 soul rings all shone brightly. As the 7th soul ring activated, oh my, I felt my spatial awareness surge instantly by more than 3 times. Within a kilometer radius, I could hear even a single leaf falling with crystal clarity. The information overload made my head buzz, and I directly knelt down. Just when I was feeling the headache, a set of incredibly stylish white armor, adorned with silver wave patterns, suddenly covered my body. This is the true form of my martial soul. Although it's just a set of armor and not like old dragon who can turn into a dragon directly. This thing gives me an astonishing boost to my spatial awareness. Now, my confidence in saving people is at an all-time high. I took a break with old Long and zipped back to Shrek with the space gem. As soon as I got back, I collapsed in a bed, completely exhausted. When I woke up at night, I first spent some time flirting with Duga Shui, almost losing control, and then got dressed to attend a meeting at the Sea God Pavilion. As soon as I walked in, I was surprised to see the director of the Outer Academy. Nightstar was also there. We have a good relationship, and he jokingly asked, "What, can't the Outer Academy director be here?" I quickly asked him how my village chief father was doing, and he said he was fine, nothing to worry about. At that moment, old Huang cheerfully walked in and said, "Oh, you two seem to be quite close." He sat down and directly threw a bombshell at me. "Aren't you looking for a super Doloa to be your bodyguard? I've got it sorted for you." I was stunned. What's going on? Old Huang said he would recommend someone to me. The Sword Doloa of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. I was completely taken aback. Does anyone understand? The title of Sword Doloa has been passed down through generations, and each generation has the most elite swordsman on the continent. Moreover, old Huang said that this generation's Sword Doloa, who is currently sealed away, happens to be a super Doloa. Old Huang owes him a personal favor, so it's no problem for him to come and protect me. The immense fortune has finally come to me. I quickly thanked Elder Huang. Shortly after, Elder Long came in with a group of veterans, and the rescue plan officially began. Elder Long announced right away, "In this operation, Lin Xuan is the commander, and I am the deputy." No one had any objections. Everyone was here for my future title as the sect master. I glanced around, and there were only 5 people, including Elder Long. Elder Long said that Sword Doloa would meet us outside the city at the appointed time. I stood up and directly stated my rules. "Seniors, for absolute confidentiality, I need to place a spatial mark on each of you so that I can keep track of your locations at any time. It will be removed once the task is completed. As soon as I said this, the atmosphere instantly froze. An elderly lady exploded on the spot, saying, Lin Xuan, we all came here voluntarily. Are you suspecting that there are traitors among the old members of Shrek? I replied to her expressionlessly, Senior Lin Xuan, I've said it. This operation cannot afford any mistakes. If you find it difficult, you can withdraw. The old lady was so angry that she got up and left. The others remained silent, not moving at all. At a critical moment, it was still Dean Yi Fanqing who acted justly, directly extending his arm. Come on, it's just a mark. With him leading, the elder Chiu Wu Shuang, known as Eagle Eye Daw, also relented, saying that as long as I guaranteed this thing wouldn't harm him, it was fine. The last one saw that both Super Delois had compromised, and, as a title Delois, he had nothing else to say, so he could only agree with a bitter face. With everyone settled, I began to assign tasks. The target is Yeda City. Intelligence shows that there are 4 Super Delois and 2 title Delois in the city. However, the Holy Spirit sect has a very strong infiltration ability, so we estimate that the enemy has at least 7 title Delois. We only have 5 people, so we can't fight head-on. Your task is to provide cover for me, and when my actions are exposed, we will fight to the death with them. Then, I asked everyone to stand by in Shrek City. As for me, I spent a full 7 days, sleepless and tireless, performing rituals on the outskirts of Shrek City, actually setting up a giant spatial formation covering the entire city. Wang Dong, that old sly one, was indeed observing secretly. He watched me dance around, probably confused. Until the 7th day, I stood at the city gate and snapped my fingers coolly. With a buzzing sound, the entire Shrek City was instantly enveloped in silver light. Several old men from Sea God Pavilion flew out and pounded on the light barrier, but it was of no use. The silver light lasted for half a minute before sinking into the ground and disappearing. Wang Dong, hiding outside the city, turned pale. He recognized that this was a spatial formation, but he could only set up 100-meter range at most. I actually covered the entire Shrek City. His elegant facade finally broke down, his expression turning monstrous like a madman, and after dropping a line, Lin Xuan, wait for it, he ran away in a hurry. I glanced back at the direction of the forest and smiled. I had long since discovered him with my martial soul's true form. This move was all about showing off right in front of you, just to make you mad. The formation was set, and we set off. When we reached outside the city of Ader, Dragon Old, and the other old fossils were actually hiding sneakily in the bushes. I was speechless. This method of infiltration was too outdated. I jumped out directly and said, wait for my news. I put on a mask, disguised myself as an ordinary soul sage, and swaggered into the city. There was indeed something wrong in the city. As soon as I entered, I smelled a pungent odor of blood. Following the scent, I found a hot pot restaurant. I closed my eyes to sense the surroundings, and to my surprise, the hot pot here was made with human flesh. I found a spot to sit down, and a woman dressed provocatively came over to take my order. When I saw her, I couldn't help but smile. A titled Dolois was actually working as a waitress here. I looked up at her and smiled wickedly. The things here seem quite problematic. I'm afraid your restaurant won't be open tomorrow, will it? I can smell something called evil in the air. If you want to solve the problem, I'm looking forward to your performance. My bare gaze made that woman's body heat up, and her eyes became dazed. Her name is Wei Wei, and she hurried to the back kitchen to report to the chef named Cheng Jie, saying that we had been exposed. But when Cheng Jie heard that I was a soul sane over level 70, he didn't take it seriously at all. I took a stroll and got a grasp of the situation in the city. Bad news, there are not 7, but 9 titled Duels in the city. 5 against 9. This battle can't be fought. I reached the Lord's mansion and felt a strong spatial power at a depth of 100 meters underground. I directly used the spatial power to turn myself into an invisible person and sneaked in. The underground passage was narrow and long, ending with a wooden door. As soon as I touched the doorknob, I sensed a mechanism on it. I directly tore open a spatial rift and flashed into the door. Sure enough, there was a thin spatial thread connected to the doorknob. Opening the door would trigger an alarm. Inside the room, Du Zitong was nailed to a cross. Her whole body wrapped in this kind of spatial silk thread. As soon as she moved, or if I took her down, the thread would collide and trigger the alarm, simultaneously activating the anti-space formation. This trap is so vicious. I looked at the sleeping Du Zitong. She seemed as if time had stopped for her, unchanged after all these years. I couldn't force a breakthrough, so I could only leave a spatial mark and retreat. Back in the team, I explained the situation, and everyone fell silent. With 5 against 9 and a level 98 Super Doa present, it was indeed a tough situation. I said, take them down one by one. I have already found their hideouts. I had Long Lao and the others stay put while I swaggered into the city. I even intentionally found a hotel to stay in, bought a bunch of pens and paper, and pretended to be planning something just to fish for information. That night, after the hot pot restaurant closed, the group of evil soul masters held a brief meeting, and there were no abnormalities. Wei Wei volunteered to take care of me, this reckless kid. Chang Jie disdainfully told her to go ahead, but to be quick about it. When Wei Wei arrived at the door of my inn, I'd already opened the door, presenting a welcoming posture. She poked her head in, her cheeks flushed, her eyes flirtatious, licking her lips, and said, "Aren't you the one who wanted me to accompany you? I'm here, so hurry up and take me." I expressionlessly uttered 3 words. "I am Lin Xuan." In an instant, Wei Wei woke up, but it was already too late. Beside me, a man as sharp as a sword appeared out of nowhere. It was the Star Dou Chen Feng. Wei Wei's face turned pale with fright. She recognized Chen Feng and had witnessed him annihilate evil soul masters. "Lin Xuan, what do you want?" Her voice trembled. I laughed. "Didn't you just want to eat me?" I walked up to her, my hair instantly turning white, my pupils transforming into an enchanting shape. The bloodline of a 9-tailed fox fully awakened. I gently stroked her cheek and said softly, "I can give you redemption. Lower your mental defenses and let me plant a seed within you." My voice carried a magical charm, and her inner sea of spirit unconsciously opened up to me. A flash of silver light flickered in my pupils as I left a silver mark on her beating heart. After doing all this, I reclaimed the power of the bloodline and coldly said, "Now, your life is in my hands. Go be my spy." Wei Wei ran away in fright, scared out of her wits. Having dealt with one, the next step was to save the others. Chen Feng and I teleported directly to the basement, hiding in the shadows. It wasn't long before a richly dressed fellow walked in, checked around, and just as he was about to leave, Chen Feng's sword had already pierced through his heart. I immediately rushed over and rescued Du Zitong from the cross. The forbidden air formation activated in an instant. 8 titled Delaw from the city charged at us simultaneously. We burst out from the hidden door and collided directly with them. The chef Chang Jie shouted angrily and lunged at me, while the Sword de Luo sneered. And with his 9th soul ring glowing, he instantly turned Chang Jie into a shower of flesh. But absurdly, those pieces of flesh miraculously reassembled. What the hell? Is this guy a liquid metal Terminator? Chen Feng, full of arrogance, wanted to take on all 8 by himself. I'm not stupid. So I smiled and said to them, "Gentlemen, let's meet again next time." Then I directly teleported away with Chen Feng and Du Zitong. Split up and chase. Cheng Jie shouted in frustration. The 8 of them immediately pursued in different directions, which was exactly what I wanted. Long Lao and the others had long been ambushed, 1 for each, and they immediately engaged in battle. Our target, Chen Feng and I, was the traitor who had escaped from Shrek, Zhang Jinfeng. We cornered him in a forest. He took off his cloak, revealing that half of his face was missing skin, looking extremely disgusting. When he saw me, he gritted his teeth in hatred, as he had already broken through to level 95 and had become a super Delaw. "Attack!" I commanded, and the sealed 9th spirit ring lit up. Zhang Jinfeng immediately counterattacked, and the 2 of them fought fiercely. But it was clear that the sealed one was stronger, overpowering him. Just when Zhang Jinfeng was barely stabilizing his footing, I seized the opportunity and used my 4th spirit skill. Immobilization. Freeze. Zhang Jinfeng was immobilized for a whole second. That second was enough. It was all about precise control. The sealed one took advantage of the opportunity, thrusting a sword through his abdomen, then stomped him down, severing one of his hands and crippling his martial soul. I walked up to him, and he closed his eyes, saying that the thing he regretted the most in his life was not saving another traitor named Wang Lin. After saying that, he actually severed his own heart and committed suicide. We met up with Old Long and the others, and the results were glorious. We managed to take down 4 titled Duos from the Spear Hall this time. Only that Chef Chang Jie, who can regenerate, managed to escape. Old Long looked at Zhang Jinfeng's corpse with a face full of disappointment. After all, they were once companions. Back at Shrek, I learned from Barbados that Du Zitong's pure body was the key for Wang Dong to perfectly seize my body. With her, Wang Dong could package and eliminate my soul along with the remnants of senior brother Yang Zhao's soul. I broke into a cold sweat, thankful that I'd saved her. Just then, Barbados brought another piece of good news. The elf Luna, after receiving the inheritance for so long, is finally about to awaken. Once she emerges, she will be at the titled Dolual level. I immediately decided that once the issue with the Church of the Holy Spirit was resolved, I would return the ethereal stone to the elf clan. Barbados was stunned upon hearing this, deeply moved. I exited the sea of spirit and looked at the still sleeping Lv.29. It wasn't convenient for a big man like me to take care of her. So, I found Xiao Bei, the kid who was now taking over as the main force of Shrek. He had been interested in Lv.29 for a long time, and when he heard she was back, he almost got so excited that he was ready to bow to me on the spot. This kid is reliable. So I entrusted Lv.29 to him and had to hurry to the front lines myself. Let me tell you, although things are stable here at Shrek, the Tindo Empire is already in chaos. That Spirit Master King tore up the agreement, teamed up with the Second Prince, and launched a fierce assault on the Yunda Kingdom. I rushed to Yunda City overnight with Hanbin and Qinfeng, and what a mess it was. The group of old hands under the first prince, Shueqing was trying to marginalize Yunheng, insisting on seizing the military power of Yunwei and replacing it with their own people. Shueqing couldn't stop them. They probably thought the first prince was just being polite and couldn't bear to lose face. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard that. Isn't this just pure bullying of honest people? While I wasn't around, they were piling pressure on Yunheng, trying to kick him out of the power center. When Yunheng saw me, he looked so aggrieved. He said, "Xin Xiao, it's not that my army isn't strong, but the allied forces are just too unreasonable. The group the first prince brought keeps hindering us from behind every day. We can't even fight properly." Next to him, Guan Shunyu was so angry that his face turned red, saying that these people from the Tindo Empire were simply unbearable. I looked at Yunheng and directly gave him two choices. I said, "First, come with me to Shrek and become my private army. The honor and treatment will definitely not be lacking for you. Second, continue to serve this group of useless teammates, but think carefully. The Second Prince and the Spirit King may not necessarily be incompetent rulers." Everyone thought he would choose the first option, but guess what? This guy shook his head and said, "Loyalty to the country is my mission." All right, he has spirit. I appreciate him. This kid is no longer just after wealth and nobility. He wants honor. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "Wait, I'll give you an explanation tomorrow." Shueqing wanted to have a private chat with me, but I directly refused. He was surrounded by 6 title de law, so he was quite safe. His subordinates were anxiously advising him. "Your Highness, Lin Xuan is coming on strong. You need to be careful." Shueqing was probably laughing inside and coldly said, "If it weren't for you all pressing me, would I need to call him back?" When these people heard I was back, their faces turned pale, fearing that if I was unhappy, I would slaughter them. The next day, in the conference hall, I brought Yunheng's people, and Shueqing brought his. We sat on opposite sides, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. I got straight to the point, giving no face. "Shueqing, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. I handed over such a large force to you to unify the world, not to let your subordinates create chaos. Are you going to manage this?" Shueqing was also very straightforward, saying, "I am observing. I knew you would come back. I just want to see who is human and who is a ghost. The situation hasn't reached an irreversible point yet." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Shueqing and wanting to scold him. I immediately slapped him, sending him flying against the wall, knocking him unconscious. The title de law in the shadows wanted to move, but the pressure from Sword de law and Hanbin made them feel completely stifled. I wiped my hands and coldly said, "I'm talking to Shueqing. Do you have a say here? Sit down." Another old man was unwilling to back down, saying something about Shrek needing to remain neutral. I shot him a look. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The sword intent from Sword de law locked onto him, and the old man immediately felt like he had fallen into an ice hole, not daring to make a sound. I scanned the room and said word by word, "In times of national crisis, instead of thinking about how to fight the enemy, you are all daydreaming about power plays. I'm targeting you. From now on, my forces will be handled by me. If you don't want to stay, you can leave now." The hall fell silent. As soon as I appeared, the situation instantly reversed. These people weren't afraid of me. They were afraid of Shrek, of the entire Shrek standing behind Shueqing. Once those useless people left, Shueqing looked apologetic. "Lin Xuan, sorry for making you come over." I waved my hand. "If I didn't come, would you have had to take action? I'm just here to help you stabilize the situation." Then, he took out a map and revealed his plan. He intended to let his elite subordinates confront the Second Prince to temper their sharpness. Then he planned to have Yunheng's Yunwei face off against the Spirit King head-on. His logic was that as long as they could hold the Second Prince back, that guy, being suspicious, would definitely not support the Spirit King. Once we took down the Spirit King, we could turn around and deal with the Second Prince. helping him clear the charge of regicide. The plan was good, but I frowned. In a head-on fight, Yin Wei is not a match for the Spirit King's 2 elite troops. Do you have any tricks? Shueqing suddenly stared at me intently. I pointed at myself and smiled. Are you asking me to carry out an assassination and behead the Spirit King? That's the only way. Shueqing said seriously that as long as the Spirit King was dealt with, he could handle everything else. The peace of the continent hinged on this one time. I hesitated and asked him, the Haven T assassinated you. Is it fair to do this? He excitedly replied, where is the fairness in war? If my father hadn't been assassinated, would I have ended up in this situation? All right, that's the reasoning. I sighed. Okay, I'll help you one last time. After this, the affairs of the Tiando Empire will have nothing to do with me. Once this matter was settled, I set off on my own. As I walked along the road, I felt a bit uneasy. Luna flew out from a stone, smiling, and asked me, why you seem more world-weary than before I fell asleep? I touched my face. Really? Have I aged? She said, silly. We elves can see into the hearts of humans. Your heart is much more complicated than before. I let out a, indeed, relying on my bright heart not to turn dark. I had done quite a few outrageous things. Under high pressure, people are becoming numb. Luna started to tell me about the dreams she had while sleeping, saying that she became a human in her dreams, learned magic, and lived a happy life. As I listened, I felt something was off. Who would understand her family? The way she looked at the dirt was filled with affection. Could it be that she got married in her dreams? This operation would make even AI say it was a generation error. However, after chatting with her, I did feel much better. I stood up and looked at the sky. Thank you, Luna, I know what to do now. 5 days later, I arrived outside the spirit town. The million-strong army of Shueqing was already pressing down. I first met with my insider, Vivi, but the girl didn't know any useful information. I could only take matters into my own hands. Once my martial soul manifested, the entire spirit town came into view. There were 5 titled duels from the Holy Spirit sect in the city, and a hidden super Dou was protecting the Spirit King. That old man lived in the center of the city, surrounded by formations, making a successful assassination difficult. Just then, I saw a familiar face, Jin Xin, the king of verbal battles, Wang Dong's negotiator. He must know more than Vivi. I immediately disguised myself and followed him into the city. That night, I sneaked into Jin Xion's study. The guy had just collapsed in his chair from exhaustion, and when I spoke, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Upon seeing me, he crushed a bead without thinking, but it was useless. The space was already sealed by me. He forced himself to calm down. Lin Xuan, what do you want? I smiled. You can shout, go ahead. I guarantee I can kill you before you make a sound. He instantly became timid, his limbs cold. I didn't waste time and laid my cards on the table. I want to assassinate the Spirit King. Then I slapped my palm on his chest, leaving a mark now. I need to disguise myself as your subordinate to see him. This mark can explode your heart with a single thought. If you don't believe me, feel it. I snapped my fingers, and his face instantly turned pale, feeling as if his heart was tightly gripped by a hand. I promise you, he completely dared not play tricks anymore. This guy was pragmatic. He was just a worker, not worth dying for his boss. He asked bluntly, after the job is done, I can't be held accountable later. I replied, you spill all the information, and I'll protect you from Shueqing. What if you die? The mark will automatically explode, and we'll both go together. He sighed heavily, realizing he was completely tied to my pirate ship. He quickly wrote the letter and told me all the information. In the Spirit King's palace, besides the Super Dou, there were 9 soul Duos guarding it, and Wang Dong had set up a forbidden space formation, making it impossible to escape using spatial power. They would also search for weapons before entering the palace, and I couldn't bring my ethereal stone inside. It was practically a spider's web. To clear his suspicions, Jin Xin was also ruthless, directly slapping his chest, spitting blood, and fainting, creating a scene that made it look like I had seriously injured him. I left Jin Xion's residence and released Luna and the Void Stone outside the town Spirit King's mansion. I told her that in case I didn't make it back, she should take the stone back to Shrek. Then, with the letter written by Jin Xion in my pocket, I disguised myself as an ordinary Soul Master scholar and confidently walked into the town's Spirit King's mansion. After a thorough search, I was brought to the door of the town's Spirit King's study. I could sense the presence of peak soul Duos in all 4 directions, and the Super Dou inside was locking onto me tightly. When the door opened, I feigned a look of panic and knelt on the ground, holding a rolled-up parchment with both hands. The town Spirit King, looking weary, asked, why didn't Jin Xion come in person? I lowered my head and replied, my lord. He was too exhausted from his journey to come, but the information is urgent, so he specially sent me to deliver it. Bring it up, he said. I knelt and moved in front of him, slowly unrolling the sheepskin scroll. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Just as the scroll was fully opened, I suddenly launched my attack. I released my martial soul, and the immobilization technique instantly froze that super Delaw. The wind blade hidden in the scroll stabbed fiercely into the neck of the Spirit King. The highly toxic venom of the biphosphorus Serpent Emperor was injected instantly. The Spirit King clutched his neck, eyes filled with disbelief. The old man broke free from the immobilization technique, slapping me hard. Luckily, I was prepared. The golden bell shield withstood the blow, but it was shattered. I immediately flew into the air, and the attacks from 8 soul duos were already upon me. Without hesitation, I activated the soul bone skill, Void, and after landing, I swiftly cast another mobilization technique, freezing one unfortunate soul. The wind blade cut across his neck, killing him instantly. The gravity stone flew out and pierced through the stomach of a pursuer. Just when I thought I could escape, an unimaginable force hit me from behind. I flew out like a kite with a broken string. It was Jia. He could actually conceal his presence. He came at me again, and just as he was about to succeed, suddenly, a colorful arrow tore through the night sky outside the mansion, instantly shattering the barrier. It was Luna. I coughed up a mouthful of blood, immediately activated the space gem, and flashed outside the mansion, picking up the unconscious Luna and the ethereal stone, using the last bit of my strength to teleport away from Spirit Town. In the cave, I felt like I was dying, my consciousness fading. Just as my heartbeat was about to stop, a burst of golden light erupted from my chest, and the figure of old Shao appeared. The last bit of power he left in me, the heart of light, burned itself at that moment, transforming into pure life force that merged into my organs. My heart stopped for a moment, then it began to beat again. When I woke up again, it was already a year later. During this year, the world had changed dramatically. With the death of the Spirit King, Xueqing Tian swept through with his troops, and the second prince was captured after barely holding out for half a month. The Xing Luo Empire also signed a ceasefire agreement with the Tiando Empire, and Dai Lin inherited the throne. Yunheng was named Grand Marshal, second only to the Emperor. The remnants of the Holy Spirit cult all shrank within the territory of the Spirit King, becoming fish in a barrel. Everyone thought I was dead, and Shrek offered incense for me every year. When I woke up, I just caught the finals of the Soul Master competition across the continent. Shrek won the championship without any doubt, and Kongda and the others are now the backbone of the team. In the evening, I saw Chu Linger and Du Gu Shui walking on the street. Chu Linger was feeling sad and said she missed me. I couldn't help but speak out. Don't say that carelessly. The two girls turned around, saw me, and without thinking, Chu Linger jumped into my arms, punching my chest with her little fists, crying uncontrollably. I held her and explained to them about my experiences over the past year. Although I lost the heart of light, that kind of restraint was gone, so it could be considered a blessing in disguise. Back at Shrek, I immediately gathered Long Lao and the others for a meeting. I told them that the people from the Holy Spirit sect were in the Spirit Town, and I had planted 2 insiders. However, that old fox Wang Dong had not shown up, and I always felt he had a backup plan. When Long Lao heard that Jia was there, his eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to go with me to clear the shame of the past. The Sea God Pavilion immediately started to deploy and prepare for a full-scale attack on the Holy Spirit sect. I took Chu Linger and Du Gu Shui and directly used the space gem to teleport to Yunheng's military camp. Chun Feng and Han Bin had been waiting for me there. As soon as Yunheng saw me, he excitedly reported, Xin Shao. We expect to surround Spirit Town in 2 days. We have prepared an army of 300,000 to ensure everything goes smoothly. I shook my head directly and said, No, 300,000 is too much. Yunheng was stunned and asked, too little? I replied seriously, there are evil soul masters inside, and they are at the title Doluo level. The more people there are, the more they will become nourishment for their evil formation. My suggestion is to bring only the elite Yunwei with soul ranks above 10,000. Upon hearing this, Yunheng immediately understood. He told me that the big shots from the Tiando Empire were already on their way here, which made the capital, Tiando City, feel like a feigned retreat, leaving only Tang's sect members on high alert with the Zhuge Divine crossbow. I patted him on the shoulder and said, well done. It seems like the boastful words from back in the day are coming true, but I wonder if you will regret it, as those brothers from back then are no longer around. All right, once everyone is assembled, let's get started. I led the large troop towards Jinling City. Inside, Jia and his group of evil soul masters had already set up their formation waiting for us. There were 7 titled Duel Uos, 5 of whom were evil. Wow, they really invested heavily. We were not to be outdone either. Old Long directly took 4 super duels and flew into the sky. The scene was meant to wipe them all out in one go. Old Long shouted from above, "Evil soul masters inside, come out and die." Cheng Jie was also a tough guy and showed no fear as he flew up with his subordinates. I immediately spotted Wei Wei. She was following behind Cheng Jie, her face pale with nervousness, and she discreetly gave me an SOS with her eyes. Let me tell you, that little expression was basically asking me, bro, what should I do? Should I backstab him now? I shook my head directly at her and joked, this is Old Long's territory. No one can steal the show. With a thought, I activated the power of space and, right under everyone's noses, swiftly pulled Wei Wei back from the enemy's camp. The people on the opposite side looked like their eyes were about to pop out, except for Cheng Jie, whose face was as cold as an ancient iceberg, staring at me coldly. When Wei Wei came to kill you, she was controlled by you, wasn't she? I laughed. Oh, it seems you're not that stupid after all. Then he started to play philosophy with me, saying things like Wei Wei has killed before too, and compared to them, we aren't exactly pure and innocent. The righteous ones might not have killed any less than they have. I spit. I shot back directly. At least we don't kill innocents indiscriminately. Enough nonsense, prepare to die. Long Lao couldn't be bothered to argue with him, and as soon as his martial soul manifested, he transformed into a gigantic golden holy dragon and charged forward. The sky instantly erupted, with various soul skills flying around like fireworks. The battlefield below was also chaotic. Shueqing Tian was a straightforward person and directly ordered all the titled duels of the Tiando Empire to gang up on the most powerful Titan Dola. Fighting in a group, isn't shameful. The battle in the sky was too high level for me to intervene, so I could only wait below for the ultimate big boss, Wang Dong, to appear. But I noticed an evil soul master falling from the sky, and Wang Dong and his lackey Li Xuan were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, my heart jolted, and a sense of foreboding surged within me. This is bad, Shrek. I shouted loudly, Hanbin, and grabbed him, then activated the space gem. In an instant, we were back at Shrek. As I feared the most, the chaos had erupted. Shrek was in disarray, with zombies everywhere, biting anyone they saw. Our city guards turned into cannon fodder as soon as they died. In the sky, Old Kong was locked in a fierce battle with Li Xuan. I shouted to Hanbin, don't worry about the sky. Go clear those little zombies, hurry. These zombies didn't know where Wang Dong had dug them up from. There were actually quite a few titled Doa-level corpses, but the only living person was Li Xuan, and Wang Dong himself hadn't shown up at all. I was directly transported to the city center and saw Xiao Bei rushing towards the Sea God Pavilion while holding Du Zitong. In front of him, Kong Dejing and a few younger brothers were desperately trying to block someone. It was Wang Dong. That guy looked impatient and casually waved his hand, sending Kong Dejing and the others flying like kites with their strings cut, their fates unknown. Just as Wang Dong was about to strike again, I flashed in front of him, my eyes red with anger, and roared at him. You, a level 98 super Dao, have a nerve to attack a soul emperor and soul king? When he saw me, he smiled instead. Hee, just as I thought, you're back. Perfect, come with me. Xiao Bai, Hun. I yelled at Xiao Bei without looking back. Xiao Bei dove into the Sea God Pavilion with Du Zitong, and a golden shield instantly rose up. We were finally safe. Now it was just me and this old pervert left. Luna also appeared beside me, drawing her bow with a serious expression. Wang Dong began his villain monologue. Lin Xuan, I originally planned to wait until you reached the title Doa level to capture you, but I was wrong. If I had acted sooner, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. I let out a cold laugh. Are you doing all this just for the position of the god of space? But sorry, I have to tell you some bad news. As I spoke, a profound mark slowly appeared on my forehead. Wang Dong's face instantly turned pale. That was the divine mark. It represented the acknowledgement of the deity. He went completely mad, pointing at me and roaring, Why? Why do you have this thing? This is something I've fought for my whole life. How come a punk like you can have it? Family, who understands? This guy completely broke down, starting to compare his miseries with mine, saying he had worked his whole life for what I could just reach out and get. I directly countered, what do you know? I grew up hungry and was ostracized. But I didn't turn into trash like you, who climbs up by harming and deceiving others. To put bluntly, you're just a thief. The power you stole, what god would ever look at you? He seemed stunned by my words, looking down and murmuring to himself. It turns out my plan was a joke from the very beginning. I cautiously took a step back, wanting to retreat to the Sea God Pavilion. I didn't believe he would give up so easily. Luna was also nervously staring at him. But before Wang Dong could finish a sentence, I froze completely. Because he wasn't attacking me at all, a black light flashed, and Luna beside me was directly pierced in the abdomen. Her whole body sent flying into the sea god pavilion. Wang Dong smirked and said, "I won't kill you, but I will make you wish you were dead. I'll start with her. Just wait, Lin Xuan, my plan B is about to begin." After saying that, he disappeared. I rushed back like a madman and hugged Luna, noticing a strange black spot on her forehead. A wave of dead energy was swirling inside her, and even the power of the spirits couldn't dispel it. I quickly took her into the ether stone, where the old spirit Barbados' expression changed upon seeing her. "This is the demon god mark. The person struck by it, having received a palm strike exchanged for 10 years of Wang Dong's life, won't live for more than a month." I was anxious. Is there really no way to save her? Tiago, who was beside Barbados, said, "Yes, there's a divine medicine, the heartbreak red. I remember it was with your little girlfriend. But you can't save her." "Why?" Barbados told me firmly. "Because you cannot love her purely." I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. How could this happen? I immediately teleported back to the outskirts of the already occupied town of Ling City, found Chu Linger, and she indeed took out the seeds of the heartbroken red. I grabbed the seeds, desperately thinking about saving Luna, but uncontrollably, Chu Linger's disappointed expression surfaced in my mind. I was scared. I was afraid of losing her again. In the next second, I suddenly spat out a mouthful of heart's blood, having failed. This broken flower could even detect lies. I completely broke down on the spot, squatting on the ground with my head in my hands, feeling as if the sky had fallen. When I opened my eyes again, I had returned to Shrek, and Chu Linger and Dugu Shui were guarding me. I got up and went to the conference room, and upon seeing old Kong, my heart sank again. He had lost an arm. It was all the result of his fierce fight with that Li Xian. Old Long and old Kong comforted me in turn, saying it wasn't my fault. But how could I not feel guilty? Shrek had lost many talented students this time, all sacrificed to protect others. I arrived at the ethereal stone, and Luna was already awake, her face pale, but she was still comforting me, saying it was fortunate that she was the one hit and not me. She told me a story about how, during her inheritance, she lived a perfect life in a dream, and in that dream, she and I got married. The more indifferent she acted, the more pain I felt inside. She said, "Elves can only love one person in their lifetime. You don't need to be sad for me." "Shut up," I interrupted her. With a month left, I was absolutely determined to find a way. I slapped my face to lift my spirits and dove into the Academy's library. Just then, Wang Dong even sent me a letter, filled with arrogance, saying that Luna was just the beginning, and once he broke through to ultimate duel, it would be the end of the entire continent. I handed his letter to Old Long and the others, while I continued to search for solutions. The Demon God Seal is not something from this world, and there is too little information available. But I vaguely had a crazy plan forming. I took Dugu Shui to the Eye of Ice and Fire, and then I teleported her back to Shrek alone. After the teleportation cooldown was over, I returned. In the Eye of Ice and Fire, there was only me and the weak Luna, who asked softly, "Lin Xuan, what are you going to do?" I picked her up and said word by word, "I want to absorb your elven bloodline, along with the demon mark within you, into my body. Then, I believe your love for me will be pure. You come to awaken the heartbreak red and save me." She was stunned, and it was too late to stop me. I pierced my finger in her chest, and the power of her bloodline was instantly unleashed, her internal strength mixed with that deadly demon mark, frantically pouring into my body. On my forehead, the space mark and demon mark intertwined. A sharp pain shot through me, and I blacked out just as I drained the demon mark completely. Luna looked at me, unconscious, tears streaming down her face. She held the seed of heartbreak red, her heart undergoing a battle between heaven and man. But she ultimately overcame her inner demons. She truly was built different. She struck her chest with a palm, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the seed. In an instant, the seed blossomed into a stunning blood-red flower. She succeeded. She chewed the petals into pieces, then bent down and fed me the life-saving juice drop by drop with her lips. When I woke up, it was already the next day. The demon mark had disappeared, and my body had recovered. But looking at Luna in front of me, I didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. She was the first to speak, pretending to be casual. "We were never meant to be together. I will return to the Elven realm, and you can handle your big matters." I struggled to speak. "You can understand the best. I really don't want to see Linger disappointed anymore." As I said this, I felt like a scumbag myself. Just when I was troubled by my feelings for my children, Yang Zhao, the god of space, finally awakened in my mind. He opened his mouth and retorted, "You think just because I nod, you can become a god? Get ready to take the assessment." He said he could open a door to his divine residence, where I would need to complete the 9 trials of the god of space, taking 10 years. During this time, I was not allowed to bring any external equipment. He also conveniently imprinted Wang Dong's hiding coordinates in my mind. Fine, 10 years it is. I confessed to my 2 wives about inheriting the divine position, and they were both happy for me. Then I spent 2 days with them before setting off. The first stop, Wang Dong's lair. That guy was actually hiding in an illusion array, sealing himself in a crystal shell to prepare for a breakthrough. I walked up to the crystal, looked at him inside, and said calmly, "You better live a long time. When I return, I will make you repay everything you did to the people around me 100-fold. After saying that, I turned and left. Back at Shrek, I handed all my treasures to Chu Linger. Then, under their watchful eyes, I stepped into that pitch-black rift. As my vision faded to black and then brightened, I found myself in a pure white palace. A voice came from behind, and when I turned around, I was instantly stunned. A girl who looked exactly like Chu Linger stood in front of me. She claimed to be the boundary spirit seer of this world, and would appear in the form of my most beloved person. Goodness, this assessment even had mind games. Without saying a word, she struck me with a palm, and the 2 soul bones in my body, the bright right arm bone and the void left arm bone, were forcibly extracted by her. She said, "Trash soul bones need to be eliminated. For each level you pass, you will be rewarded with a piece of divine soul bone." 9 great doors rose in the hall, numbered 1 to 9, for the 9 assessments. What else could I say? Let's start with the first door. I pushed open the door and walked in, finding myself on a beach. Yang Zhao's voice echoed. "In this sea, there's an invisible creature hidden. Within a year, find and catch it. If you fail, you will have to wait another year to come back." I flew up into the sky and discovered that this world was pitifully small, only 5 kilometers in size. I dove headfirst into the sea, but there was nothing in the water, not even water pressure. Just as I was about to leave the seabed, I suddenly felt a ripple in space. I turned around sharply, saw nothing, but I immediately cast a binding spell. I felt like I hit something, but it was slippery and vanished in an instant. All right, I got it. This thing can manipulate space. But it hid too well. The entire world was so quiet that I could only hear the sound of the waves. This was going to be fun. Thus, Lin Xuan sat for a week without figuring out what was wrong. Where did that slippery creature go? Lin Xuan was becoming a bit anxious. He started to take deep breaths. In this world, being able to maintain his martial soul manifestation for a month was already unusual. There must be something he didn't understand. Just as he was about to give up, the spatial fluctuation came again. In an instant, Lin Xuan tore open a rift in space, and without hesitation, he reached out to grab that slippery creature. This time he knew what it was. His hand felt like it was grasping a fish, but the fish slipped away again. Chapter 271. First exam. Space control, it ran away again. Lin Xuan spent an entire month without catching this fish. Fishing in the vast sea made Lin Xuan look somewhat ridiculous. Over the month, his emotions fluctuated from frantic to helpless, then to unwillingness, and finally to despair. He realized that his greatest enemy here was not the fish, but loneliness. Here, he could only talk to himself without any way to communicate with others. However, he figured out a pattern. At least the fish would show a flaw every week. And today was the day the fish would appear again. Lin Xuan sat on the beach waiting, pondering the purpose of this test. Was it really just about catching the fish? He believed he could definitely find a pattern and even catch the fish within a year. But was the test really that simple? Lin Xuan stared blankly at the waves crashing onto the beach when suddenly he felt himself entering a wonderful state. It seemed as if he had become the waves, crashing continuously onto the shore. There seemed to be some magical pattern to it. He recalled what he had said back on Duel continent. The power of space is not stagnant. As long as he transmits his spatial power like waves, when those waves encounter certain objects or people, there would definitely be another wave of feedback to him. His eyes gradually brightened, and he plunged his hand into the sea, beginning to mimic the speed and force of the waves to release his spatial power. Even when the fish transmitted spatial power back to him, he ignored it, immersing himself in this feeling. He seemed to be the ocean, containing all things and thriving endlessly. One day, a week, a month, 2 months, 3 months. Lin Xuan could no longer remember how long it had been, but he felt he was close to success. The sea began to stir. 2 waves of equal force continuously collided with each other. Lin Xuan walked step by step on the surface of the sea, each step causing waves to radiate from his feet. He walked to the center of the ocean and sat on the surface, beginning to expand the waves. Finally, in a corner of the sea, he found the fish swimming joyfully. Thanks to the feedback from the waves, Lin Xuan recognized the shape of the fish. It was actually a very common crucian carp. Lin Xuan reached out his hands and directly embraced the crucian carp, which did not resist but seemed willingly to enter his arms. The examiner Lin Xuan completed the first exam of the god of space, taking 5 months and 3 days. Mastering space, even the minutest details could yield unexpected gains. His soul power increased by 2 levels, his affinity with the god of space rose by 10%, and he obtained the left arm spirit bone of the god of space. A comforting voice from Yang Zhao emerged, and a white spirit bone appeared before Lin Xuan, crystal clear and indistinguishable in quality. After returning to the beach, Lin Xuan sat down and began to absorb the spirit bone. Senior Tang San had recorded that after becoming a god, everything about oneself would enhance in quality, and at the same time, all of Lin Xuan's spirit bones would become part of the god of space set. Just thinking about it made him excited. After absorbing for a day, Lin Xuan opened his eyes and looked at his right arm with a mix of laughter and tears. The left arm bone turned out to be his original left arm bone, just enhanced in quality. The skill was still void, but the usage limit changed from 3 times a day to 5 times a day, with no other improvements. However, his soul power had reached level 79, just 1 step away from breaking through to Soul Dou. Lin Xuan returned from the Silver Gate to the main hall. Sheer was not surprised at all, but rather asked curiously, "You took quite a long time, 5 months, which is worse than those previous inheritors. Are there other inheritors?" "Of course. Lord Yang Zhao couldn't choose just you. Before you were born, who knows how many young talents skilled in spatial power exist in the world. The one who took the shortest time broke through the first exam in just a month." Lin Xuan was dumbfounded upon hearing this. A month to see through it? Just thinking of how he had been furious and powerless in the first month made his face flush. There was indeed a gap. But you don't have to belittle yourself too much. At least you're still here. No matter how good their results were, they have already failed. Seeing Lin Xuan a bit awkward, Sheer comforted him. Lin Xuan patted his cheeks to regain his composure and asked, "Can I directly enter the second stage?" "You can, but I advise you not to go in too early. At least wait until you break through to level 80 to talk about it." "For you, breaking through to level 80 should only take about a month, right?" "That's true. Breaking through to level 80 is a bit safer." Lin Xuan thought this reasoning was correct and smiled, sitting down. Before long, he entered a meditative state. Sheer covered her mouth and chuckled. Lin Xuan still didn't know what the second stage was about, and that was simply the beginning of torment. A month later, Lin Xuan broke through to Soul Dou. Crossing the level 80 hurdle meant Lin Xuan had truly entered the ranks of the strong. Under Sheer's gleeful gaze, he entered the second door. He looked at the forest in front of him with some confusion. What was going on? The second exam was a speed test. Survive without killing any soul beast for the duration of an incense stick, and you win. This stage would repeatedly make you feel the sensation of death, taking a year, and if you failed, you would have to wait a year, just like the first layer, to challenge again. One, huh? Before Lin Xuan could react, he felt the world spinning. And then he saw his own headless corpse. Following that, his consciousness vanished. He didn't know how long it had been before Lin Xuan dazedly got up. As soon as he stood up, he touched his neck. Was that real death just now? It was just a moment, and he hadn't even seen his enemy before dying. After death, he couldn't think of anything. How is this possible? Lin Xuan felt a wave of fear. Once you experience the feeling of death, you wouldn't want to try it a second time. Lin Xuan stood up, ready to regain his composure, but found that apart from his mental state, he had no other issues. He took a deep breath. He knew this should be a safe zone. Stepping out, just 1 step would mean the test began. Martial Soul, True Form, Dragon Transformation. Lin Xuan silently recited and immediately released his Martial Soul, True Form. He discovered that his perception range was only 1 meter, meaning he couldn't sense the situation outside the safe zone. Lin Xuan flapped his dragon wings and flew out. The moment he flew out, he felt the breath of death. This was the powerful sensing ability brought by his bloodline power. He instantly released the Void skill, which allowed him to see the true form of what was in front of him. It was actually the silver-winged bird, a soul beast that had disappeared from this continent. This soul beast was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. It would spread its wings while flying and use its 2 pairs of wings to kill enemies, most directly by severing their heads. Moreover, its size was so small that it was impossible to catch. Chapter 272, Second Test. Escapability. Just as Lin Xuan was about to release the binding technique to capture the silver-winged bird, he suddenly felt a huge impact on his back. In astonishment, He turned around and found that a stone man had appeared behind him and punched him. This punch, thanks to its extremely high defense, did not immediately kill Lin Xuan. Just as he was about to move, the silver-winged bird attacked, forcing Lin Xuan to release his void skill again. However, just as the void skill ended, a spider leg pierced through his chest, and the toxin of a human-faced demon spider instantly invaded his body. Lin Xuan fell to the ground, struggled a few times, and then lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he realized that a day had passed because his bloodline power had already recovered. He held his head, feeling a mix of laughter and tears, wondering how he was supposed to keep going. He had only lasted less than half a minute before dying. Moreover, Lin Xuan was sure that there were definitely more than these 3 soul beasts. However, he had also figured out the lifespan of these soul beasts. The silver-winged bird should be 90,000 years old. The stone man, if he guessed correctly, was about 50,000 years old. Its attack power was very low. But the human-faced demon spider was astonishingly 100,000 years old, and the sharpness of its spider legs, combined with the potency of its toxins, was something Lin Xuan could not withstand at the moment. Lin Xuan also discovered that after the silver-winged bird attacked, it would stop moving, then the stone man would attack, followed by the silver-winged bird again, and finally the human-faced demon spider. This seemingly unsolvable cycle had a critical breathing point: the stone man's attack strength. After transforming into a dragon, Lin Xuan could withstand one hit without sustaining injuries. This was a moment to catch his breath. Moreover, the test stated that he could not kill any soul beasts, but it did not say he couldn't render them incapable of fighting. Thus, the silver-winged bird became his target. It would only strengthen its wings at the moment of attack. Without further ado, Lin Xuan stood up, stepped out of the safe zone, and immediately tore open a space crack to dodge the silver-winged bird's attack. He then released the dragon transformation, braced himself against the stone man's attack, and after the huge push, Lin Xuan released the binding technique and used space cutting to directly sever the silver-winged bird's wings. With the silver-winged bird unable to attack, Lin Xuan quickly turned around and released the void skill to dodge an attack from the human-faced demon spider. He warily observed his surroundings, waiting for the next attack. Just as he was watching, a sharp spike from the ground pierced through him like a kebab, and Lin Xuan lost consciousness again. I really exploded. Lin Xuan woke up again, unable to hold back his anger. The burrowing dragon was actually here. This type of ground dragon only hides underground. From the pain he felt just before dying, this burrowing dragon should be about 80,000 years old, as it directly broke through his defenses. Now, there were 4 soul beasts in total, each of them looking so challenging, but Lin Xuan knew he still had an advantage. At least he could continue. For an entire month, Lin Xuan died a total of 30 times before finally managing to hold on for 5 minutes. He had also discovered 5 more soul beasts after the burrowing dragon. Lin Xuan formulated a plan to ensure he could clear the test in one go. Finally, the next day, Lin Xuan released his martial soul and stepped out of the safe zone. Just like before, he successfully rendered the silver-winged bird incapable of fighting while dodging the burrowing dragon's attack. The human-faced demon spider came again, and without hesitation, Lin Xuan released his void skill and pierced through the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider with his hand. Hiss! A blue venomous snake coiled around Lin Xuan's right hand. Lin Xuan tore open a space crack to dodge the bamboo leaf green's bite. Just as bamboo leaf green wanted to chase after Lin Xuan, he immediately released the binding technique to immobilize it, and then he turned and ran without hesitation because a large foot was coming down from the sky. The earthquake of the Bull Demon King. After the Bull Demon King's attack, a green swan opened its wings, and the human-faced demon spider and silver-winged bird instantly regained their fighting capabilities. The burrowing dragon and silver-winged bird surrounded Lin Xuan from the ground and sky, while the small creature and the Bull Demon King charged from 2 different angles, and the human-faced demon spider was watching Lin Xuan's escape route from the outside. Lin Xuan jumped up without hesitation and used the binding technique to immobilize the silver-winged bird. Seeing this, the human-faced demon spider spat out a web to bind Lin Xuan. The moment he was bound, a tiger pounced on Lin Xuan, opening its massive mouth to bite down. Lin Xuan's second soul skill manifested a dagger, and at the moment the explosive tiger was about to bite down, he released the void skill and stabbed the explosive tiger's brain with the dagger. The explosive tiger let out a miserable cry and fell down, and the emerald swan immediately healed the explosive tiger but did not restore its combat ability. Lin Xuan stood in place, looking at the remaining 8 soul beasts. There were still 10 minutes left, And the real challenge was about to begin because the next attacks would be different from the first 5 minutes. They would attack at will. Roar! The bull demon king roared, and Lin Xuan felt dizzy. The burrowing dragon and the human-faced demon spider attacked simultaneously. Lin Xuan released the void skill for the third time, grabbing the human-faced demon spider's spider leg and swinging it directly to smash into the charging stone man. Although the hardness of the human-faced demon spider was not as great as that of the stone man, it still caused the stone man to be dazed. Seeing this, Lin Xuan immediately went to the emerald swan, released the binding technique and the fragile directly. The silver-winged bird wanted to save the emerald swan, but was hit by the space released by Lin Xuan, letting out a wail as it fell from the sky. The burrowing dragon created a cage from the spikes protruding from the ground to block Lin Xuan's attack. Here, Lin Xuan released his first soul skill, moved to an open area, and swung his dragon claw down hard against the ground. The burrowing dragon, with its flesh that had no scales and was extremely weak, was hammered up. Lin Xuan dared not use too much force. He just used one punch to render it incapable of fighting. At this moment, the attacks from a human-faced demon spider and the bull demon king also arrived. Lin Xuan put on the armor that came with his martial soul, true form, and braced himself against the bull demon king's axe. Then released the void skill for the fourth time. The legs of the human-faced demon spider pierced through Lin Xuan's body and stabbed the bull demon king. Lin Xuan immediately withdrew, and now there were 3 minutes left, with only the human-faced demon spider and the stone man still able to fight. Lin Xuan kept calculating and finally formed a winning situation. But the next second, he was astonished as he looked around. Countless spider threads surrounded the large trees, forming webs. Now, it seemed that no matter where Lin Xuan went, he would fall into a dead end. The intelligence of the human-faced demon spider was fully displayed at this moment. Not good. Lin Xuan tilted his head to dodge a strike from the bamboo leaf green, realizing he had forgotten about this little creature. Seeing this, the human-faced demon spider immediately thrust a spider leg at him. It seemed that Lin Xuan had nowhere to hide. To his right was the spider web. Just as the human-faced demon spider thought it had succeeded, Lin Xuan released the void skill for the 5th time. Chapter 273, Third Test. Spatial Transformation. Lin Xuan reached out and grabbed the bamboo leaf green by the head, using it like a whip to strike the spider leg. The bamboo leaf green, although small, was quite hard. As long as he held its head, using it as a whip was no problem and wouldn't harm its life. He came before the stone man, standing in front of the spider web. The stone man, lacking intelligence, swung a punch without thinking. Lin Xuan dodged to the side and then delivered a powerful kick to the stone man, sending him crashing into the face of the demon spider like a cannonball. Lin Xuan sighed as he looked at the emerald swan. It was finally over. After a month, he had finally completed it. 15 minutes were up, and the examiner, Lin Xuan, finished the second assessment, taking 1 month and 4 days. He received a piece of the space god's right arm bone as a reward, and his soul power increased by 2 levels, allowing him to leave and proceed to the next assessment. Yang Zhao's voice rang out, and Lin Xuan was not surprised by the result. If Yang Zhao hadn't returned his left arm bone, it would have been impossible for him to pass this assessment so easily. The void skill was truly unbeatable, allowing him to make 5 mistakes without consequence, a privilege others did not have. So fast? Did you give up in a month? I passed. Lin Xuan waved the soul bone in his hand and said, while Sierra looked at him with great interest. She really didn't understand how Lin Xuan, who had performed rather mediocrely in the first assessment, could achieve the best record in history in the second round. Even the strongest individuals before him had taken a full 6 months. The attack combinations were quite rational and difficult to break. Sierra smiled and said, "You're quite strange, but it doesn't really matter." Lin Xuan rolled his eyes, then stopped arguing and began to absorb the soul bone. If he guessed correctly, this should be his light soul bone. After absorbing it, it indeed turned out to be his 2 skills, Holy Light and Light Sword. The third door was already open to him. He had passed 2 assessments in less than a year and was in good shape. He thought about quickly entering the third door, but Sierra stopped him. "I advise you not to go in so early." "Why? Where do you think the greatest advantage of spatial power lies?" Lin Xuan was stumped by Sierra's question. He hadn't thought about it. The greatest advantage should be the ease of escape, but there were many drawbacks, such as insufficient attack power. Unless aided by external forces, it was difficult to deal a fatal blow to enemies. Escape. Although Sierra was a bit disappointed, she didn't say anything, since Lin Xuan's answer was the same as everyone else's. Even Yang Zhao would say the same. Sierra stepped aside and said, "I hope you think about what I said after you go in." "I will." Lin Xuan entered the third door directly. Once inside, he He saw a vast ocean identical to the first round. Lin Xuan thought he would have to catch fish again, and just as he was about to dive in, Yang Zhao's voice came. Third assessment, spatial transformation. For a spatial Thai martial artist, the most important thing is the means of attack. Otherwise, even if you possess extraordinary abilities, you could be killed by someone of a lower level. This assessment requires you to create 100,000 swords within 10 seconds. The assessment time starts now and lasts 1 year. Wait, Lin Xuan shouted immediately upon hearing this. 100,000 swords in 10 seconds? You might as well just kill him. That would be more practical. Lin Xuan sat down on the ground, releasing his martial soul's second soul skill, spatial transformation, and a lone sword appeared in front of him. What the hell? Lin Xuan was falling apart in the wind. He had only regained a little energy at night. He stared at the campfire, contemplating the purpose of this assessment. Even for a limit Doloa, gathering 100,000 swords in 10 seconds was extremely difficult. The most crucial issue was that he didn't have enough soul power to support such an action. Where do you think the greatest advantage of spatial power lies? Sienner's words suddenly echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. He realized that he could create a sword without using soul power because it was formed by utilizing the surrounding spatial power. All he needed to pay was the soul power to release the soul skill, which was negligible. However, suddenly, Lin Xuan condensed a giant sword that was 10 meters long in his hand. The soul power consumed was the same as that needed to condense a normal longsword. With a forceful motion, he shattered the giant sword, which transformed into a scattering of silver light. Lin Xuan released his second soul skill, spatial transformation, and countless silver lights turned into irregular objects, but it was still clear they were trying to become swords. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up as he gradually understood Yang Zhao's meaning. He sat down and closed his eyes, beginning to feel the surrounding spatial power. He could sense the various spatial nodes around him and was working hard to connect them. I hope you understand what I mean. Sierra murmured softly outside the door. She didn't understand why Yang Zhao had her remind Lin Xuan. In the past, when Yang Zhao asked her to remind others, she could understand, as those individuals all had the potential to become the space god. However, they all ultimately failed. In Sienner's view, Lin Xuan was also one of those people. Lin Xuan's aptitude and mindset were decent, but far from qualifying for godhood. What exactly made Yang Zhao take notice of Lin Xuan? At least she didn't understand. But she wouldn't say anything since the assessment was not over yet. The first 3 rounds were merely warm-ups. If he couldn't pass the subsequent ones, all would be in vain. Time passed quickly, and even Lin Xuan felt bored. He was only connecting with the spatial nodes in this world, sometimes even being rejected. Spatial power is free, and it was very difficult for Lin Xuan to control them. So, 3 months later, Lin Xuan opened his eyes, having given up. Trying to connect all the spatial nodes was simply a fool's dream. However, he gradually discovered that he could condense another giant sword that was 15 meters long in his hand. This giant sword shattered into 10 long swords, which then shattered into 100 short swords, and the 100 short swords shattered into a pile of air. Since the time for condensing spatial power had passed, uncondensed spatial power was just like air. After 3 months, being able to condense 100 swords did not discourage Lin Xuan at all, as he had found the key to completing this assessment: rhythm. He had said that spatial power was like seawater with significant patterns. He had just relied on this rhythm to complete the division. As long as he could condense a giant sword that was 100 meters long, he could indeed complete this assessment. Chapter 274, The Inheritance of the Demon God. Now, the most important thing was to familiarize himself with it. The rhythm of spatial power was easy to find, but he couldn't control it all. Therefore, he needed to master the ability of spatial transformation proficiently. He continuously used the surrounding spatial power to condense the giant sword and then shatter it. Lin Xuan repeated this monotonous process like a machine. Even the slightest progress would make him ecstatic. Time flew by rapidly, and 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xuan had already been here for 8 months, making it the longest assessment he had undergone. Almost there, Lin Xuan took a deep breath, his right hand grasping at the surface of the sea. In the next moment, a giant sword 100 meters long appeared before him. Lin Xuan punched the giant sword, and it immediately shattered. At that moment, the waves on the sea began to ripple for the first time. Lin Xuan's giant sword split into 10, and then after the second wave, it split into 100, then 1,000, then 10,000, and finally 100,000. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened, and with a wave of his right hand, 100,000 long swords plunged into the sea like 1,000 returning swords. The evaluator Lin Xuan completed the third assessment of spatial manifestation. The power of space was like the ocean, vast and all-encompassing, while the waves represented his fluctuations. In the absence of people, the power of space was a stagnant pool, but once someone arrived, it transformed into a vast sea, condensing in 7 seconds. The overall time for the assessment was 8 months and 5 days, and his soul power was raised 2 levels again, earning him a piece of trunk soul bone. Lin Xuan looked up at the trunk soul bone in surprise. There was actually a soul bone reward? As far as he knew, Yang Zhao wasn't the inheritor of the divine residence of Dolua continent, meaning he didn't inherit any soul bones. But now, there was one here. Lin Xuan felt warmth in his heart. Surely his master must have gone to find it. Lin Xuan didn't rush to absorb the soul bone. Instead, he sat down to continue condensing his great sword. He felt that this could very well become his trump card in the future. So he didn't want to lose it here. He needed to take advantage of this perfect venue to practice. Lin Xuan continually condensed the giant sword and then shattered it, gradually becoming more perfect. He could even split it into 100,000 in 3 seconds, but he didn't naively think he could really do that quickly. It was too quiet here, and the fluctuations were very regular. Once he returned to Dolua continent, he would need to reconnect. At the very least, he hoped to quickly familiarize himself with the spatial nodes of a place. Lin Xuan left and returned to the main hall, having stayed there for a full 12 months. Shi'er thought Lin Xuan had failed. She looked at him and asked, "Did you fail?" "Successful, just took a bit longer." "Thank you for your reminder. Without you, I might have really failed," he replied. "That's good." As long as Lin Xuan could comprehend her words, there would be no problem. Shi'er looked at the 4th door and asked, "How's your spatial formation?" "I can arrange all the formations that Master taught me." "What about your ability to break formations?" "That's also passed down from Master." "I have a decent grasp, but there haven't been many practical opportunities." "That's enough. The 4th trial shouldn't trap you for too long." "Good luck. Don't rush. I still need to wait a bit." After Lin Xuan said this, he sat down to begin absorbing the soul bone. The importance of the trunk bone was self-evident. With the support of the trunk bone, his dragon transformation defense could be elevated several levels. While Lin Xuan absorbed the soul bone here, Dolua continent was undergoing great changes. Wang Dong had broken through to the limit Dolua, and the first thing he did was attack Shrek. Long Lao, Kong Lao, and all of Shrek fought hard to resist Wang Dong's assault. In 2 years, breaking through to limit exceeded Shrek's expectations, and it was the most difficult yin-yang complementary double core. Although Long Lao also broke through to limit Dolua, his combat power with the same position resonance double core was vastly inferior to that of the yin-yang complementary double core. Wang Dong forcefully occupied the old site of the Jinshan sect in the Tiando Empire and openly established the Holy Spirit cult. Some hidden evil soul masters regrouped, but this time a majority of the Holy Spirit cult members were a mixed bag, without a single title de law. The forces of the continent led by Shrek united. The 2 imperial families and the top 10 sects led by Tang Min collectively attacked the Jinshan sect, but were rejected by a formation, with no one able to break in. The power of the world could not break a formation, which illustrated its significance. For a time, despair engulfed the continent. The news of Wang Dong inheriting the divine residence could not be concealed. The coalition had no choice but to block this place, hoping that Wang Dong would be unable to inherit the divine residence. Wang Dong stood at the highest point of the Jinshan sect, overlooking the coalition below. A few lewd-looking evil soul masters under him said flatteringly, "As long as the sect master inherits the demon god's divine residence, he will definitely unify the continent. And then we evil soul masters can stand up." Wang Dong merely glanced at these people without speaking. This was not truly the orthodox demon god's divine residence, nor was it the divine residence of Dolua continent. But as long as it could help him break through to limit Dolua, that was enough. Even if it meant selling his soul, he had to achieve his goal. "Lin Xuan, wait for me to find you. It doesn't matter if you're hiding now. I will capture your wife to force you out." After finishing, Wang Dong opened the stone door that left Lin Xuan helpless and entered to begin accepting the inheritance of the demon god. This was the memory Wang Dong obtained after killing that demon god in the spirit palace within the ethereal stone. Long ago, a demon god came to the Dolua continent, but was slain by the god king of the divine realm. After being killed, he secretly left his inheritance power here. As long as Wang Dong could obtain it, he could resurrect the demon god and gain all his power. Lin Xuan knew nothing of this. He was still immersed in the skills brought by the trunk bone. The trunk bone had no active skills, but its passive skill thrilled Lin Xuan. It doubled his perception. No matter what his current perception was, it would be multiplied by 2. This left Shi'er beside him dumbfounded. She increasingly felt that Lin Xuan was being favored. With this trunk bone, the fourth assessment was practically a formality. Why do you have such a sour face? Lin Xuan asket elfea. Shi'er impatiently waved her hand and scolded. Hurry up and go to the fourth assessment. Don't discuss me here. I was going anyway. La la la. Lin Xuan skipped to the door of the fourth assessment. Just as he was about to enter, he felt a tremendous force from his back, and he was kicked directly into the door. Outside, Shi'er covered her mouth and chuckled. That kick felt much better. Chapter 275, Fourth Assessment, Spatial Formation Evaluator. Lin Xuan. In front of you are 9 interconnected formations. You must break the formations within a certain time. These are 9 interconnected great formations. If you fail to break the second formation in time, the first formation will restore itself. The last formation is a natural formation, and the method to break the formations is right beside you. Yang Zhao's words reached Lin Xuan's ears. Interconnected formation. Lin Xuan looked down at his feet and saw the most obvious formations. Forbidden space, forbidden soul, soul extraction, powerlessness, gravity, illusion formation, and killing formation, a total of 7. He temporarily couldn't tell what the natural formation was for, but from the stone figures placed in the center of the formation. There should be a summoning formation as well. Lin Xuan did not act rashly. Everything around him was likely created by illusion formations. His soul power was suppressed, and if he wasn't careful, he could trigger the soul extraction formation. The powerlessness formation should also be a binding formation. Once he broke any formation, it could potentially trigger another. Yang Zhao had told him that when encountering the forbidden space and forbidden soul formations, he must not charge in recklessly. And when breaking the interconnected formations, he should not break the forbidden soul formation first, as it could suppress the triggering of the killing formation. If he broke the forbidden soul formation first, it could lead to his demise. Let's start with the forbidden space formation. Lin Xuan stood up and walked to a stone tablet, then smashed it with a punch. Only this stone tablet had the fluctuations of spatial power. This was the eye of the forbidden space formation. After breaking the forbidden space formation, Lin Xuan looked around. The return of spatial power allowed him to perceive the anomalies around him more clearly. He successively broke the illusion formation, soul extraction, powerlessness, and gravity formations. Because these formations were suppressed by the forbidden soul formation, they hadn't activated and were broken by Lin Xuan. Just as Lin Xuan was about to destroy the killing formation, all the surrounding formations restored themselves, and Lin Xuan lost his perception of spatial power again. Did I break the formations in the wrong order? Lin Xuan looked at the formation with confusion. Logically speaking, the order to break the formation was taught by Yang Zhao, and Yang Zhao wouldn't deliberately teach him the wrong order just to prevent him from inheriting the divine abode. According to this process, he should break the killing formation first, then the summoning formation, and finally deal with the natural formation. No, there was nothing wrong with what his master taught him. The problem lay with the natural formation. Lin Xuan looked around. This was a flat area, and the formations around were fully visible. After breaking the illusion formation, it seemed he hadn't observed everything around him. Seeing this, Lin Xuan could only rise again to break the formations he had just encountered, but just as he was about to break the killing formation, the formation restored itself. There were no changes when the illusion formation was dispelled. As he expected, the illusion formation had not been activated. The problem was, what was the function of the natural formation? He hadn't sensed any issues with the natural formation. Even after the void great formation was broken, he felt no signs of something being wrong. Lin Xuan sat in place for a month. This kind of thing had become routine for him. He tried to increase his speed, and he indeed broke through his limits, destroying the killing formation before it restored, yet it still managed to recover. He also tried changing the order of breaking the formations, and even once directly broke the soul-restricting formation first. As a result, the killing formation was triggered, and he was beaten to pieces by 4 stone men with no ability to fight back. Each of these stone men had the strength of a super Dou, and although Lin Xuan was already an 86th level soul Dou, he was no match for them. Lin Xuan sat on the ground without a shred of doubt in Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao wouldn't deceive him. The problem must lie with the natural formation. He had already thoroughly broken the 8 formations in this place. So why couldn't he break the natural formation? He couldn't even see a hint of a clue, and up to now, he hadn't found any function. He began to recall Shi'er's words. Shi'er had said that as long as it was taught by Yang Zhao, there wouldn't be too many problems. So the issue lay in this statement. The methods for breaking and arranging formations that Yang Zhao had taught him were now memorized perfectly, yet he had no leads. Wait, Why could the formation regenerate? Lin Xuan suddenly said. He had overlooked the most important sentence Yang Zhao had taught him. A formation could not restore itself after being broken. Since the first 3 trials would be restored no matter what, it seemed he had fallen into a misunderstanding. The first 3 trials were not his true body breaking through. And this trial was indeed authentic. Although it was perilous each time, it always stopped attacking before death. His being beaten to pieces was also because a force healed him. So he hadn't been injured for long. But where did that healing energy come from? The ability of the natural great formation was restoration. Lin Xuan finally saw through this point. In fact, Yang Zhao had told him from the beginning that if the formation was not broken and connected, it would restore. However, the formation could not automatically restore itself, and he was the true body breaking through, so the ability of the natural formation was restoration. But how could he find this formation? As long as a formation was activated, there would be fluctuations. There were no silent formations. Lin Xuan directly broke the void great formation and released his spatial power to probe the surroundings. He didn't go to break the other formations, but approached the soul-restricting formation. He calculated the time and broke the soul-restricting formation before it restored itself. He directly released his martial soul true form while using the void skill to make the stone men S attacks miss, allowing him to focus on sensing the surrounding fluctuations. However, what puzzled him was that there were no fluctuations from the formation. This was an unsolvable problem for Lin Xuan. He initially thought this trial would be simple, yet he encountered a setback with the unpredicted restoration. But the timing was exactly the same, which indicated that the formation activated when he was unable to break it. Lin Xuan looked around for flaws, observing everything like a game of spot the difference. He looked at the stone tablet. This was the eye of the void great formation. As long as he broke it, spatial power would surge into the formation, and he relied on this to break the formation. He punched the stone tablet to pieces, and the void great formation was lifted. Lin Xuan looked around, and as he gazed at the shattered stone tablet, he suddenly laughed because beneath the tablet lay a green orb quietly resting. The green orb emitted no fluctuations whatsoever. No wonder he couldn't identify where the problem lay. This green orb was also a spatial essence stone, nurtured by the natural spatial power, forming a natural formation internally that could restore everything around it, including his own body. This proved that what was there was not Lin Xuan's true body, but merely his pain perception amplified many times over. He had indeed been thinking too simply. Lin Xuan grabbed the spatial essence stone and began to break the formations in order. After finishing the soul-restricting formation, he returned the spatial essence stone. He had already broken the formations, so there was no need to destroy this natural formation, especially since the later challengers would need to take the test. He watched everything restore, and Yang Zhao's voice emerged after everything had returned to normal. Chapter 276, Fifth Trial, Condensing the Soul Core Examiner, Lin Xuan. Took 1 month and 11 days to complete the 4th trial, rewarded with a 3-level increase in soul power and a head soul bone. Lin Xuan felt the increased power within him, a sense of excitement swelling in his heart. He was about to break through to Star Dou as long as he completed the 5th trial. However, he knew the 5th trial was definitely different from the 4th. Passing it would elevate him to the rank of Star Dou, and the difficulty would absolutely differ. After absorbing the head soul bone, Lin Xuan was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be an offensive head soul bone. He could shatter space, causing opponents to feel dizzy. At the very least, Lin Xuan could make enemies lose the protection of their soul power. This soul bone still needed further development. But the most pressing issue now was that he had no 8th soul ring, making it impossible to condense the soul core. The topic of the 5th trial was condensation. The exam topic should be condensing the soul core, right? Lin Xuan returned to the Great Hall. Shi'er was not satisfied with Lin Xuan's speed in breaking formations. After all, Lin Xuan was someone Yang Zhao had personally promoted. His speed in breaking formations should have been the first. Without saying a word, Lin Xuan directly entered the 5th great door, only to be astonished to find himself in the Sunset Forest. Yang Zhao's voice echoed in his ears. You have 1 year to hunt 200,000-year soul beasts and condense your soul core to break through to Star Dou. You cannot leave the Sunset Forest, and the soul beasts must be fought alone. Hiss! Lin Xuan couldn't believe what he was hearing. Setting aside how he would condense it, how could he hunt a 100,000-year soul beast with nothing but his bare hands? He sat down on the ground, releasing his martial soul true form to sense the spatial nodes within the Sunset Forest. He discovered 500,000-year soul beasts, and coincidentally, 2 of them were space-type 100,000-year soul beasts. But which one could he kill? Lin Xuan went to the area outside the ice-fire duality eye, thinking he could lure the 100,000-year soul beasts inside. But the 100,000-year soul beasts could completely ignore the effects of the 8-angled profound ice grass and the fire apricot flower. Moreover, carelessly provoking a 100,000-year soul beast might destroy the ice-fire duality eye. Lin Xuan? What are you doing here? A surprised voice came, and Lin Xuan turned around in shock, seeing someone he hadn't expected, the nine-tailed fox. They hadn't seen each other since she helped him reshape his body. The nine-tailed fox looked at Lin Xuan with confusion and asked, "What are you doing in the sunset forest? You aren't here to kill me, are you?" The nine-tailed fox's face turned pale. She had just reached the soul emperor level, but Lin Xuan's aura was already beyond her perception. She thought he was coming to kill her. Lin Xuan walked up to the nine-tailed fox and asked in confusion, "What are you doing here? Didn't you say you wanted to experience human life? Don't mention it. I was only in the human world for less than a month when a guy took a liking to me. He kept pursuing me and eventually tried to force himself on me, but I ended up killing him, and then I was wanted. The human world is really not fun at all," the nine-tailed fox said with distress. Humans only see her stunning face and beautiful figure, and all they think about is lust. It drives her crazy. Lin Xuan covered his mouth and chuckled. Without any backing, this guy's just like that. This world, after all, is a survival of the fittest. If you resist, you may not end up with a good outcome. So, you only have 100 years to live. Are you going to waste it? Not all. I found an old friend from before. He takes good care of me, but he's currently undergoing a heavenly tribulation, trying to break through the 100,000-year barrier, right? If successful, you won't have to stay in the sunset forest anymore. You can go play in the human world without worry. Lin Xuan clicked his tongue. The nine-tailed fox looked at Lin Xuan's forehead and asked curiously, "It seems you've already started inheriting the divine mark. You can't even cover the mark on your forehead. There's no way to cover it. I came here for the 5th trial. I have to kill 200,000-year soul beasts and then condense the soul core. This is really troublesome." "Which two?" the nine-tailed fox asked with a change in expression. Lin Xuan scratched his head and thought about the characteristics he sensed, saying, "One is a void dragon, and the other is a 9-color glassbird. These are indeed soul beasts of spatial power. The 9-color glassbird is a powerful soul beast that existed even during my previous life. Facing it, you have almost no chance of winning. First, it can use its 9-color divine light to keep people at bay, not to mention its terrifying ability to stop time." The nine-tailed fox said this with a sense of dread, clearly having suffered greatly in the past. Lin Xuan sighed. He was also feeling overwhelmed. Just as Lin Xuan was feeling discouraged, the nine-tailed fox patted his shoulder and said, "Let us do it. Anyway, the 9-color glassbird will intervene when my brother breaks through, so why not take it down together with my brother now? First kill the 9-color glassbird? That is indeed a good choice, but my suggestion is to kill the void dragon first. My dragon bloodline can completely restrain the void dragon. As long as I kill the void dragon and break through to the title de law, I'll have the capital to join forces with your brother." That's a good point. The nine-tailed fox also became excited. She was originally troubled by this matter, but now Lin Xuan's arrival helped her a lot. Just as the nine-tailed fox was about to take Lin Xuan to meet her brother, she found that Lin Xuan had already disappeared. Lin Xuan arrived alone in the territory of the void dragon. The void dragon was named so because its spatial teleportation ability was incredibly strong. It could teleport without restraint, making it not difficult for Lin Xuan to kill it. Lin Xuan quietly set up a forbidden space array around the territory of the void dragon. The formation taught by Yang Zhao was completely fine and did not require any materials. However, after finishing the formation, Lin Xuan had no soul power left in his body. He sat down to recover his soul power. 3 days later, Lin Xuan opened his eyes and swaggered up to the void dragon. The void dragon seemed not to expect that a human had quietly intruded into its territory, just as it was about to escape. It found that Lin Xuan was just a soul de law. It glared at Lin Xuan in rage and roared, "You really have some guts, human. In that case, be my meal." The void dragon opened its large mouth, wanting to swallow Lin Xuan. In an instant, Lin Xuan unleashed the dragon god transformation. The powers of the golden sacred dragon and the fearful demon dragon fused together. Unlike the half-hearted transformation the first time, the bloodlines of the golden sacred dragon and the fearful demon dragon perfectly merged. Lin Xuan, clad in black and gold battle armor, coldly looked at the void dragon. The void dragon felt a sense of weakness all over its body. Lin Xuan appeared in front of it in a flash and punched down. Just as the void dragon wanted to tear open a spatial rift to escape, the forbidden space array activated rapidly. Lin Xuan's punch hit the unguarded head of the void dragon, which let out a miserable scream and flew out. Several pieces of its white dragon scales were knocked off. It got up and tried to run, but Lin Xuan would not give it that chance. He grabbed the void dragon's tail and swung it around like a sandbag. Chapter 277. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider Stop. The void dragon was clearly dizzy from being swung around. It shouted in a fit of rage. Lin Xuan's forbidden space array and dragon transformation completely immobilized it. Its defense was not its strong suit. If this continued, it would die. The void dragon's eyes narrowed, and it roared in anger, then rolled on the spot, breaking free from Lin Xuan's grip and struck Lin Xuan's stomach with its tail. Lin Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood, but his hand still held onto the void dragon's tail. The void dragon's tail transformed into a barbed shape, piercing Lin Xuan and causing blood to flow. The void dragon's eyes lit up with joy. It did not hesitate to escape, as leaving the forbidden space array would make killing Lin Xuan as easy as pie. However, as it turned to flee, it saw a silver spider leg stabbing at it. It didn't have time to react before being pinned to the ground by the spider leg. Lin Xuan looked up in shock. A fully silver 8-legged spider appeared in front of him. Although the spider looked terrifying, it did not exude any sinister aura, instead giving off a sense of sanctity. The 9-tailed fox popped her head out from the spider's head and said, "Glad you made it in time, good brother. Quickly kill it, otherwise, the poison will kill it." The spider gently touched the 9-tailed fox's head with its leg, and then looked at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded and immediately thrust a palm through the void dragon's heart. He didn't expect that a soul beast would actually help him kill another soul beast. Looking at the 100,000-year soul ring, Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and said, "I'll trouble you to protect me, senior." Lin Xuan sat down to absorb the soul ring. The spider paused for a moment and then transformed into a human shape, landing on the ground. The human form of the spider was that of a young man with long white hair and a crescent mark on his forehead that was mesmerizing. The 9-tailed fox looked at the spider and laughed, scolding, "Tianyu, can you pay attention to the fact that I'm still on your head? Sorry, after all, I haven't had anyone sit on my head for a long time." Tianyu covered his mouth and smiled. He and the 9-tailed fox had met before they both became 100,000-year soul beasts. At that time, the two had fought fiercely, but in the end, the 9-tailed fox had a slight victory. Neither could do anything to the other, so they had been at odds until they encountered a 100,000-year soul beast. At that time, they seemed to become one and together repelled the 100,000-year soul beast, thus forming a friendship. Unfortunately, after the 9-tailed fox broke through to 100,000 years, they had divergent views. The 9-tailed fox wanted to become human, while Tianyu the demon spider intended to continue breaking through, which led to their separation. After that, the 9-tailed fox was killed by someone, but fortunately, she had already revived. "This human is very strong, and you said he has already inherited the divine mark," which is true. I really envy humans. Unlike us soul beasts, we can never become gods in our lifetime. Tianyu the demon spider sighed. The 9-tailed fox looked at her own body. Although she could be considered human now, she still lacked confidence in becoming a god. After becoming human, she realized she was actually nothing special. Lin Xuan absorbed the soul ring for a day and a night. He had no experience in absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, but his spiritual sea had a seal left by Yang Zhao, so the resentment of the soul beast did not affect him much. Moreover, his physical body had already reached the peak due to the dragon god transformation, and the soul bone from the void dragon was the left leg bone. Even Lin Xuan was surprised if this was something Yang Zhao had planned. A soul ring and a soul bone granted him 4 skills. In terms of soul skills, they were 1 thought creates realm and space slash. 1 thought creates realm can quickly form an independent space. In simple terms, it creates a venue for one-on-one combat in an instant. Space slash, on the other hand, releases an invisible slash forward using his hand as a blade. And the threat of this strike is quite significant. His soul bone skills provided him with explosive bomb and space cage. The explosive bomb can complement his 5th soul skill, while the space cage is a quick casting skill that can rapidly trap enemies. In summary, the skills granted by the instantaneous dragon are somewhat lackluster. Thank you, Senior Protector. So, should we wait for you to condense your soul core before hunting the 9-colored glazed bird? Let's wait until I finish condensing my soul core, Lin Xuan replied, cupping his fists. Tianyu understood this answer, so he led Lin Xuan to his territory. Lin Xuan initially thought that Tianyu's territory would be filled with spider silk, but to his surprise, it was a very tidy place, completely devoid of any spider silk. Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, Tianyu said, "The Tianyu demon spider is different from other spiders. We do not have the ability to spin silk. We possess an outer shell harder than a Xuanwu and a venom more potent than that of the Bailing Snake King, but we lack the skill of spinning webs. It's a trade-off, I suppose. I have learned a lot. Even in Shrek, there are no records about the Tianyu demon spider." "Of course not. Tianyu is from another world," the nine-tailed fox said with a smile. Lin Xian understood now. He probably accidentally stepped on some spatial rift. Tianyu sighed with a wry smile. "According to your world's terminology, I accidentally stepped on a spatial rift when I was 10 and couldn't return. I've lived here for thousands of years and have gotten used to it. If the senior doesn't mind, I believe I will have the ability to send you back once I reach the limit de law." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the Tianyu demon spider's expression changed slightly. But he looked at the nine-tailed fox with a doting gaze and said, "Never mind, this girl only has a few decades left. If I'm not here, I don't even know how she would die. Besides, I am a native soul beast of Doloa continent. There's no need to go back." "Ugh." The nine-tailed fox stuck out her tongue. Tianyu's words were too mushy. After all, she was a nine-tailed fox and knew Tianyu's feelings all too well. She didn't refuse, and Lin Xian showed an understanding expression as he looked at the nine-tailed fox and said, "I hope you can help me with a favor." "What favor? Could you go to Shrek and fetch a few books for me? I don't even know how to condense my soul core after breaking through to Tidal Daw, and just sitting here is a waste of time." Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. He forgot to ask before he left, and now urgently needed those books. The nine-tailed fox stood up and said, "It will take a long time to get to Shrek from here. No need, just look at my method." Lin Xian picked up a branch and began to draw lines on the ground, then poured all his spatial power into it. He looked at the nine-tailed fox and said, "This formation can teleport you to Du Gu Shue's side. Right now, Du Gu Shue and Chu Linger are not together, so be careful. That girl may not say it, but she still cares about you. As if I can go empty-handed. This is a teleportation orb. You can crush it to return. The rest will come later." Lin Xian looked around and asked, "Does Senior Tian, you have any jade stones? Well, I do like these shiny things." Wait a moment. Chapter 278, titled Doa Absolute Shadow. Tianyu opened a wooden box and began to search, eventually pulling out dozens of gemstones of various colors. Lin Xian took a piece of raw jade and infused it with a thought, handing the stone to the nine-tailed fox, saying, "You can take this to Du Gu Shui and find Old Kong." "Thank you." "Okay." The nine-tailed fox entered the formation and was teleported to Du Gu Shue's side. Du Gu Shui was startled, but upon hearing it was Lin Xian's request for help, she immediately took the nine-tailed fox to find Old Kong. Old Kong took the jade stone, and Lin Xian's projection immediately appeared before everyone. Lin Xian explained his situation and needs to Old Kong, then vanished. The others couldn't ask any questions. Old Kong had no choice but to orally explain the method for condensing the soul core to the nine-tailed fox. After confirming several times, the nine-tailed fox crushed the orb and returned to Lin Xian's side. The soul core does not increase cultivation, so you need to condense a small vortex in your dantian. The main function of the soul core is to ensure that the soul power within you is everlasting. However, when condensing the soul core, you must consider what to do next, especially you. Old Dragon only condensed the same position resonance dual soul cores because he didn't consider the next step in his life. "That's as good as saying nothing," Lin Xian said with a wry smile. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. Tianyu and the nine-tailed fox kept their distance from Lin Xian, watching him as the nine-tailed fox thought about condensing her own soul core in the near future. Which was the most important thing? A vortex? How do I condense it into a crystal block? Compress? Use the vortex to compress the soul power to form the soul core? Lin Xian's mind was constantly pondering. He began to slowly compress the soul power within him. He had a lot of soul power in his dantian, but this soul power did not belong to him. Generally, when the soul power in the body is exhausted, one needs to absorb soul power from the heavens and earth. With the soul power, he could not support the release of all soul skills, which often led to headaches due to soul power exhaustion. The soul power gradually began to compress into tiny crystals. His mental energy was highly consumed, but control was not a problem for Lin Xian. He could instantly divide a large sword into hundreds of thousands, reflecting his control ability. However, mental energy was indeed his weak point. Condensing one soul core was already very difficult for him. How was he supposed to condense a second one? Now Lin Xian was faced with a choice: dual soul cores of yin-yang complementarity or dual soul cores of same position resonance. What would Wang Dong choose? He would definitely choose yin-yang complementarity, right? If so, then Then why hesitate? A silver soul core slowly condensed in his dantian, but this soul core was somewhat small, even a bit weak. This was intentional on Lin Xuan's part. To condense the dual soul cores of yin-yang complementarity, he had to weigh his mental state. If he were to condense one soul core with all his strength, perhaps the second soul ring could also be condensed with all his strength, but he would lack the power to complement the two soul cores, which would ultimately lead to a collision and Lin Xuan's explosion and death. Lin Xuan deliberately made the first soul core neither strong nor weak, so when the second soul core condensed, he wouldn't face too many issues. Lin Xuan took a full month to condense his soul core. During this time, he finally perfected his soul ring, achieving a state of perfection. Perhaps Lin Xuan's current soul core wouldn't rank in the top 10 on the continent, but he was the most likely person to complete the dual soul cores of yin-yang complementarity. Of course, he didn't know that Wang Dong had already completed it. "I'll choose Absolute Shadow as my title," Lin Xuan said with a smile, finally breaking through to level 90. For Lin Xuan, this truly marked his entry into the ranks of strong. The soul core within him made him feel as though he had an endless supply of soul power. Tian Yu and the nine-tailed fox walked up to Lin Xuan, congratulating him. "Congratulations, you have entered the ranks of Title Doloa. Your luck is truly enviable." "Just joking, Senior. It's time to go hunt the nine-colored glazed bird. After we kill it, I'll help you protect." Lin Xuan clasped his fists and said, "The most important purpose of coming here is to kill that nine-colored glass bird with a cultivation level of 199,999 years." After Tian Yue devoured the corpse of the Shunkong dragon, her cultivation level also reached the same realm as the nine-colored glass bird. However, to survive the 200,000 year tribulation, they both need to consume each other's physical abilities to transcend the tribulation. "Then let's set off. That bird is probably waiting for us," Tian Yue said before transforming into her true form and heading towards the territory of the nine-colored glass bird. The nine-colored glass bird resided atop the largest phoenix tree in the Sunset Forest. Although she wasn't a phoenix, she possessed the heart of one. She opened her eyes and gazed at the territory of the Tian Yue demon spider, where a strong battle intent was palpable. She looked at her vibrant feathers and then took off with a cry. The Tian Yue demon spider came rushing from afar, and the nine-colored glass bird directly flapped her wings, releasing a barrage of nine-colored feathers that rained down upon the Tian Yue demon spider. Even the Tian Yue demon spider's hardened body was slightly pierced by the feathers, causing her to change her expression and scold. "You've actually broken through to 200,000 years? I broke through 10 years ago, but I intentionally kept it from you. And now look, you've come to me willingly," the nine-colored glass bird said sinisterly. The Tian Yue demon spider let out an angry roar as the crescent mark on her head lit up, releasing the Tian Yue domain. The nine-colored glass bird was undeterred. A nine-colored divine light shone down on her head, making the Tian Yue demon spider feel as if she were stuck in cement. Her movement slowed. The nine-colored glass bird flew down to peck at the Tian Yue demon spider's head. At that moment, Lin Xuan intervened, using his fourth soul skill, the immobilization technique, followed by the fifth soul skills, spatial bomb and explosion bomb. The nine-colored glass bird was caught off guard and was hit in the left wing, letting out a cry as she returned to the phoenix tree. Lin Xuan, who had activated dragon god transformation, stood beside the Tian Yue demon spider, coldly watching the nine-colored glass bird. He too was illuminated by the nine-color divine light, which was why he had pursued her earlier. The nine-color divine light was too powerful, slowing his actions to a near halt. Fortunately, his soul skills did not require much speed. "You lowly dragon race. How dare you injure me? Such things are not uncommon." The eighth soul ring behind Lin Xuan lit up, and he slashed forward, an invisible spatial slash heading straight for the nine-colored glass bird's neck. The nine-colored glass bird sensed danger and immediately took off. But the phoenix tree beneath her was severed in half by Lin Xuan. The nine-colored glass bird roared in anger. "You dare to cut it." She then folded her wings and shot towards Lin Xuan like a cannonball. The Tian Yue demon spider positioned herself to block the impact, bracing herself against the nine-colored glass bird's charge. Just as the nine-colored glass bird prepared to retreat, the Shunkong dragon's left leg bone soul skill was released, creating a spatial cage that trapped the nine-colored glass bird in place. The Tian Yue demon spider immediately thrust her spider legs towards the nine-colored glass bird. Just as the nine-colored glass bird was unable to escape the cage and Lin Xuan felt he was about to succeed, the nine-colored glass bird suddenly vanished before his eyes, and five feathers struck him, sending Lin Xuan flying with immense force. Chapter 279. A Pyrrhic Victory Against a 9-Color Glass Bird. What is going on? The Tianyue demon spider and Lin Xuan looked at the 9-color glass bird in shock, especially Lin Xuan, who had been struck by 5 feathers without sensing any change. If it weren't for the Tianyue demon spider's legs being in front of his heart, he would have already died. Lin Xuan, the 9-tailed fox exclaimed as she rushed to catch Lin Xuan, who had fallen from the sky. The Tianyue demon spider's legs swiftly jabbed at the 9-color glass bird. The 9-color glass bird, clearly somewhat exhausted, could only passively defend while continuously releasing feathers to fend off the Tianyue demon spider. Unable to endure any longer, the 9-color glass bird glared at the Tianyue demon spider and shouted, "Do you really think I don't have a domain?" After finishing her words, a silver light was released from her body, and the spatial domain collided with the Tianyue domain. Lin Xuan's injuries had mostly healed, and he quietly approached the Tianyue demon spider to whisper something. Then, Lin Xuan instantly teleported in front of the 9-color glass bird and punched down. The 9-color glass bird's face lit up with joy as she once again released her skill. Everything in the world suddenly fell silent, not a sound to be heard, and Lin Xuan found himself frozen in midair, as if time had stopped. Lowly humans never learn their lessons. They could never have imagined that I, having only broken through to 200,000 years, have touched the supreme laws of time and mastered the ability to stop time, the 9-color glass bird said. She then waved her right wing, and 9 feathers pierced Lin Xuan from head to toe. Just as she was about to end the time stop, Lin Xuan teleported again to strike her from behind. The 9-color glass bird stared at Lin Xuan in disbelief as she was sent flying in front of the Tianyue demon spider. The 9-color glass bird struggled to rise. Her face filled with dread as she looked ahead, for the Tianyue demon spider was staring coldly at her with its spider eyes. The 9-color glass bird attempted to flee, but was pierced in the left wing by the Tianyue demon spider's legs. With a painful cry, the 9-color glass bird released the 9-color divine light, barely breaking free from the Tianyue demon spider's control. She had never expected that Lin Xuan could move within her time stop. Gotcha! Lin Xuan approached the Tianyue demon spider with a smile. Having guessed it was the time stop skill, he had been cautiously observing the situation since the start of the battle. And only the ability to stop time could allow one to accomplish so much in an instant. What a pity, not enough poison was injected, the Tianyue demon spider lamented. It was rare for Lin Xuan to create such a good opportunity, yet he hadn't dealt a fatal blow to the 9-color glass bird. Just as Lin Xuan was about to say something, the 9-color glass bird stood atop the severed phoenix tree and coldly declared, "I want you to die in great pain." 9-colored demonic flame. Suddenly, the surroundings filled with 9-color divine light, and as the divine light grew denser, it transformed into a 9-colored flame. The Tianyue demon spider realized the danger and immediately shielded Lin Xuan from the demonic flame, but even its tough body could not withstand it, suffering severe burns. "Senior Tianyue," Lin Xuan shouted, quickly releasing the immobilization technique to interrupt the 9-colored glass bird, which was preparing to pursue. He clenched his right hand towards the sky, and within 3 seconds, a massive sword split into 10,000 pieces, raining down. The 9-colored glass bird protected herself, blocking all the attacks, but to her horror, the spatial power around her completely vanished. Her spatial domain shattered without a fight. Lin Xuan's terrifying control over space was something the 9-colored glass bird had never anticipated. She immediately thought of fleeing, but Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, activating the immobilization array in an instant. "Today, either you die or I die. Stay here obediently." Dumno months. The 9-color glass bird's 9-color divine light shone on Lin Xuan, causing him to spit blood and take a slow step back. Lin Xuan's dragon god transformation was instantly lifted, and he returned to his usual self. The 9-color glass bird's face lit up with joy as she rushed towards Lin Xuan without hesitation, thinking that as long as she killed Lin Xuan, the Tianyue demon spider would no longer be a threat. "Lin Xuan, run!" The 9-tailed fox anxiously shouted at Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan seemed unable to escape due to the 9-color divine light, slowly retreating instead. The 9-color glass bird's attack arrived in an instant, and she laughed, saying, "The immobilization array has ultimately harmed yourself." "Oh really? You truly never learn." The golden holy dragon bloodline and the fearsome dragon bloodline within Lin Xuan were instantly unleashed, and 2 dragon roars erupted from his body. The colorful glazed bird looked at Lin Xuan in fear, but Lin Xuan had already grabbed its foot and smashed it to the ground like a sandbag. Then, with immense strength, He directly tore off the left wing of the colorful glazed bird, which was already poisoned by the moonlight demon spider. Lin Xuan easily ripped it off. The colorful glazed bird, dragging its broken body, fled to the edge of the forbidden area, but Lin Xuan did not pursue it. Just when it thought it had escaped, a spider leg from the shadows pierced through its neck. The moonlight demon spider stood coldly on a tree, watching the colorful glazed bird. Lin Xuan rushed from behind and struck the bird on the head with his palm, causing the colorful glazed bird to fall down with a resentful look in its eyes. Lin Xuan, hurry up and kill it, or else the toxin from the moonlight demon spider will kill it, the moonlight demon spider said weakly. Lin Xuan nodded and immediately struck again, ending the life of the barely breathing colorful glazed bird. A circle of blood-red soul rings appeared above its corpse, with the only difference being that there were 2 golden marks on the soul rings, indicating that this soul ring had a lifespan of 200,000 years. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, sat down, and began to absorb the soul ring, while the moonlight demon spider transformed into its human form and collapsed on the ground. The nine-tailed fox rushed over and hugged Tianyue, who had multiple burn injuries all over her body, looking very terrifying. The nine-tailed fox took out some medicinal herbs and said to Tianyue, "Can you transform back to your original form? I can help you apply the medicine." Tianyue nodded tiredly and transformed back into her original form. The nine-tailed fox carefully helped Tianyue apply medicine to her wounds while also infusing her with soul power to aid in her recovery. If it weren't for helping Lin Xuan withstand the colorful demon flames, she wouldn't have been able to endure it all. It seemed that Lin Xuan owed the moonlight demon spider a favor. After absorbing the soul ring, Lin Xuan opened his eyes and a flood of memories suddenly hit him. Before he could process anything, he fainted. He had a dream in which his mother seemed to be arguing with a man. In a fit of anger, she took him, still in swaddling clothes, away from somewhere, and the person arguing with his mother was not his father. However, during their argument, they mentioned something about blood, which should be his bloodline, right? Chapter 280. The 6th test, Convergence Examiner Lin Xuan passed the 5th test, taking 1 month and 7 days, and received a reward of 1 level increase in soul power. Lin Xuan awoke to Yang Zhao's voice, and his soul power rose from level 91 to level 92. This reward did not surprise him, as he had already obtained 200,000-year soul rings and 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. Lin Xuan got up and looked at the soul bones in front of him. The corpse of the colorful glazed bird should have been eaten by the moonlight demon spider, but he found no trace of the moonlight demon spider. Lin Xuan looked at the note in front of him, which had crooked writing, probably written by the nine-tailed fox. "Lin Xuan, we're leaving. Tianyue has already broken through to 200,000 years. We're heading to the Star Dou Forest. Thank you for everything during this time. You're just too hypocritical. I don't want to see your face." Duge Shui said, "She misses you a lot. So visit her when you have time. Don't think too much." "This fox," Lin Xuan said, feeling speechless. It was a good thing that the moonlight demon spider had broken through to 200,000 years, but it was somewhat sad to leave without saying goodbye. He looked around at the battlefield that had not been cleaned up, took some items, and opened the large door in front of him to return to the Great Hall. Is it really okay to leave without saying goodbye? Tianyue muttered as she walked, while the nine-tailed fox huffed and said irritably, "You better not believe that stinky man. Coming together would definitely be hypocritical. Just hearing his voice makes me want to puke." "Indeed, Xiaoyu, you are still so kind. Ba, you big spider. Stop disgusting me." Ha! On Lin Xuan's side, he was being stared at by Sierra with a strange expression. Lin Xuan, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, asked, "What are you doing? Why are you staring at me? I feel like you become a bit better looking." "Oh, I absorbed the soul ring of the colorful glazed bird. You know that kind of bird is quite flamboyant." "Colorful glazed bird? Do you have any feathers?" "What for?" Lin Xuan took out dozens of feathers. Before he left, he collected all the feathers of the colorful glazed bird. These feathers were sharp enough to be used as hidden weapons. Sierra snatched them away with a smile and said, "At least you have some sense. What are you going to do? I can make my clothes look prettier when I weave them." Lin Xuan was speechless. Such good assassination tools were actually going to be used as clothing decorations? He shook his head and smiled. "Go ahead. I want to take your things for free. Here, this is for you." Sierra took out a piece of turquoise ethereal stone and handed it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan held the ethereal stone and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "You'll know when you hold it. It must be useful for the 6th test." Lin Xuan looked at the ethereal stone. It was indeed quite large, but it had no other features. After absorbing the soul bones, he entered through the 6th door. Sierra watched Lin Xuan's departing figure and couldn't help but chuckle. In fact, That was something Yang Zhao was going to give Lin Xuan, and she effectively took Lin Xuan's feathers. But it didn't matter. Lin Xuan would be in there for at least a year, and by the time he came out, those feathers would have already turned into clothing. After entering the door, Lin Xuan unexpectedly saw Yang Zhao's figure. Lin Xuan excitedly ran over and asked, "Master, is this your projection or something? It's my true form. I'm surprised that you made it here in less than 3 years," Yang Zhao said. "However, you should be facing the next challenge here. Master, you asked here to give me the ethereal stone, so you want me to create a world like Barbados, right?" Lin Xuan's words stunned Yang Zhao for a moment, and he then chuckled bitterly. Sierra thought she had deceived Lin Xuan, but Lin Xuan already knew, just not saying anything. He looked at Lin Xuan and asked, "Do you think who created the Dou continent? The creator god?" "Exactly. The creator god established this world, not just the Dou continent, but other worlds similar to it as well. However, we are isolated from the true outside world. Other places are more advanced than us, but no one would neglect the world they created. Yet, the creator god did just that. The creator god didn't die. He is still alive, just missing. He believed that the structure of the divine realm is flawed and seems to particularly dislike this world. Now, I'm also bound by the divine position and cannot leave the Dou continent for too long. I don't want you to be like this, so I hope you can create a world with me." Lin Xuan was stunned in place by Yang Zhao's words. A titled Dou attempting to create a world? If he wanted to create a world, why didn't Yang Zhao do it himself? Lin Xuan didn't believe he could help at all. Yang Zhao patted Lin Xuan's head and said, "This is a test. I won't intervene much. To be honest, I can't create a world, but you can. So you need to use the ethereal stone to create the world you want. The benefit of this is that once you become the god of space, you can leave the divine residence in the Dou continent. But how do I do that? I can't tell you that. Creating a world isn't as difficult as it seems. The formations you need, I've already taught you. The key is to make a living world, not a dead one." Yang Zhao's words made Lin Xuan furrow his brow. He looked at the empty spirit stone in his hand and began to recall the structure of the spirit stone from Barbados, which contained a gathering array, a solid space array, and some formations that Lin Xuan didn't understand. In fact, Lin Xuan didn't need so many formations. He started to carve the solid space array into the empty spirit stone. Without the solid space array, he couldn't infuse spatial power into it, and without spatial power, everything was just a talk. Next was the issue of size. He suddenly thought of his wives and wanted to give them a good environment. So it didn't need to be too big. The size of a forest would be enough. However, he still chose to carve a large array. This was similar to making a storage ring. He continuously infused spatial power into the empty spirit stone, and his martial soul automatically released, attaching its true form. At that moment, his perception of spatial power increased dozens of times, and he could feel a space within the empty spirit stone being opened up. It turned out that this wasn't as difficult as he had imagined, and it was also because the quality of the empty spirit stone in his hand was too high. Lin Xuan took a month to complete the development of the empty spirit stone. He felt quite relaxed, while Yang Zhao, who was beside him, was already so shocked that he couldn't speak. Lin Xuan's ability to easily create a world was not only due to his control over spatial power, but also because he seemed to have experienced something similar before. Given his age, he couldn't have witnessed the birth of a world. Therefore, it must be the inherited memories hidden within his bloodline power. Lin Xuan, indeed, didn't acquire such a powerful spatial martial soul by chance. Who was his father? Chapter 281. Going home, yes, that's right. Yang Zhao nodded in satisfaction. The empty spirit stone in Lin Xuan's hand was already filled with spatial power and could hold items. But people still couldn't enter it because it lacked air and soul power, essential elements of a world. In other words, Lin Xuan had only created a storage ring. But master, if I can let people enter this world, doesn't that mean I've completed the 6th assessment? What does the destruction in the 7th assessment mean? Lin Xuan voiced his doubts. Yang Zhao looked at the empty spirit stone in Lin Xuan's hand and said, "It means you have to destroy the world you've created." Why? Lin Xuan was puzzled. Why can a world be full of vitality? Yang Zhao's question left Lin Xuan a bit confused. A world is full of vitality because someone created life. And life already has templates. It just needs to be sculpted. However, he didn't answer that way. Vitality is because this world has been destroyed. How it develops is uncertain. Some worlds rely on heavenly pearls, some rely on light power, while Dou continent relies on soul power and soul rings, this peculiar method. I understand. Master means after I create a world, I directly destroy it and let it develop on its own? You are very clever. You understood my words at once. A true world is not copied, but is an uncertain world. How it develops depends on you. Lin Xuan nodded. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to sketch various formations. Time unknowingly passed, and 11 months went by. Within the empty spirit stone, life flourished. The forest was filled with the sounds of birds and flowers, and occasionally, fairies flew by. It was a peaceful world with mountains, lakes, and an endless ocean. Lin Xuan looked at the empty spirit stone with a hint of reluctance. Although all the beings inside were virtual, he didn't want to destroy them. Tester Lin Xuan, the 6th assessment is complete, taking 1 year. Reward: soul power increased by 3 levels. The 7th assessment of destruction begins. Yang Zhao's voice came. Lin Xuan stood up, his eyes firmly fixed on the empty spirit stone. Just as he was about to destroy everything within the empty spirit stone, Yang Zhao placed his hand on his shoulder. Destroying a world is not done simply. The so-called desolation is merely vitality hidden underground. If you destroy all vitality, how can there be creation? If the assessment were that simple, why would I place destruction before creation? What does master mean? People always awaken only at the end, but nature will not give you that chance. Everything must be understood by yourself. The time has not yet come. Yang Zhao's words were enlightening, and Lin Xuan put down the empty spirit stone. He sat down and slowly observed the inside of the empty spirit stone. Outside, a day was equivalent to 10 years inside. This was due to Lin Xuan's lack of mastery over the laws of space. When Lin Xuan truly understood the laws of time, he could make the time inside match the outside perfectly. Gradually, humans appeared, and the continent emerged as the sea receded. The elf race and humans began to fight for territory. Although many humans and elves still lived in peace, those humans still in the Stone Age needed more wood to settle down. Gradually, the elves, having lost their trees, began to dwindle, and humans lost usable resources on land. Human wars began. Lin Xuan witnessed everything without any feelings. His gaze became profound, as if a true creator god was watching over his people. His emotions shifted from happiness to disappointment, and eventually to numbness. No wonder creator gods do not love their worlds, because this world was different from what they imagined. No matter what world it is, the law of the jungle always prevails. The strong will continuously oppress the weak. It's time. Lin Xuan waved his hand. In the calm, sea suddenly roared with waves. The tranquil volcano began to erupt. The apocalypse had arrived. Everyone fled in a frenzy. Yet on the way, people remained unrepentant. Only before death would they awaken, realizing they had lost the forests and the elves. Endless greed would only lead to the apocalypse. Tester Lin Xuan. The 7th assessment of destruction is complete, taking 3 years. Reward: soul power level increased by 3 levels. Yang Zhao nodded in satisfaction, saying that Lin Xuan did very well. It was only at the end of this world that he accelerated the arrival of the apocalypse. People indeed died. All living beings were swallowed by the sea. But the breath of life remained buried underground, waiting for the sea to recede and time to pass. Only then would the true world be formed. Master, I feel a bit tired. That's normal. Although 3 years have passed here, you've stayed inside for an epoch, and you've seen too much. Perhaps you really should take a break. I think I should have passed the 8th assessment by now. Yes, you have also passed the 8th assessment. You can go back now. Once you condense your 2nd soul core, you can come back to find me. Yang Zhao said with a smile. Lin Xuan felt a sense of unreality in his soul power. He had already reached the peak of level 98 Super Dou, and everything had taken less than 8 years. Lin Xuan stood up and left, returning to the main hall, where Sheer, dressed in a beautiful long dress, smiled and said, "How do I look?" "This is made from the feathers of the 9-colored glazed bird." "Yes, it's indeed very beautiful." It seems that the trade back then was a loss. Lin Xuan said half-jokingly. Sheer huffed and handed Lin Xuan a bag of things. After Lin Xuan took it and opened it, he found it was a bunch of candies. Sheer looked at the candies and said, "These are local specialties from my hometown. I thought you'd rarely find these in Dou continent, so I wanted you to have taste." "Where's your hometown?" "A place called Earth. It's quite large, several dozen times bigger than Dou continent, but unfortunately, it doesn't have soul power. Sometimes, not having soul power can be a good thing." Lin Xuan opened a candy and sighed, saying that too many people possessing power only breeds violence. After chatting with Sierra for a while, he left the Great Hall and returned to Dou continent. Lin Xuan's return caused a stir. After all, he was already a 98th level Super Dou. Lin Xuan openly admitted that he had inherited the divine throne, and he wanted to know about Wang Dong's situation. "It's been so long and he's still hiding. What a hassle. Once I break through to limit Dou, it should be no problem. It won't be that easy for Wang Dong to inherit the divine throne." Lin Xuan wasn't worried at all. Even if Wang Dong inherited the divine throne, he wouldn't be his match. Right now, all he needed was to accompany his wife. Chapter 282. Yin and Yang Complementary, Dual Soul, Korug. Dugu Shui weakly patted Lin Xian's chest and then lay down. Lin Xian looked around at the mess and couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed he couldn't hold back anymore. He felt somewhat lost, as if he had already lost something. "What's wrong, Lin Xian?" Dugu Shui asked, noticing that Lin Xian seemed troubled. Lin Xian smiled and said nothing. He began to condense his second soul core, a lengthy process, and no one urged him. Meanwhile, above the Zhenshan sect, where Wang Dong was located, dark clouds gathered, and there was not a trace of vitality inside, but the suffocating feeling would occasionally emanate from within. On this day, Wang Dong descended from the mountain. "Not good. Quick! Attack!" Long Lao shouted angrily, and the super duos behind him launched their attacks together. Wang Dong merely waved his hand, and behind him, 6 black and 3 red soul rings lit up, the best proof of his inheritance of the divine throne. The quality of his soul rings had improved significantly, and his 9th soul ring lit up, a massive black dragon materializing and charging at everyone. Long Lao roared and activated his martial spirit. A golden holy dragon entangled with Wang Dong's black giant dragon. Everyone watched in fear. Wang Dong could incapacitate Long Lao just by releasing his 9th soul skill. Why was there such a huge gap between them, both being limit duos? "Oh, and you guys!" Wang Dong's 8th soul ring lit up, and a gigantic black hand descended. Everyone unleashed their strongest soul skills, but they were still crushed by the giant hand. The powerful Wang Dong extinguished everyone's fighting spirit, leaving only the sword Delaw and Duan Qianhua standing straight. "Oh!" Wang Dong looked at the two with interest. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stunned to find someone coldly watching him from above. He looked up, and, upon seeing the visitor, revealed a smile. Lin Xian coldly said to Wang Dong, "If I were you, I wouldn't come out at such a crucial moment of inheritance. But the ceremony always requires a bit of blood, right?" Wang Dong said, and with that, darkness enveloped a 10-kilometer radius around him. As the people below panicked, a silver light appeared. Lin Xian's 9th soul skill, Spatial Domain, was also released, but Lin Xian could only maintain it for a kilometer. In an instant, the disparity was clear. Lin Xian had not yet broken through to limit Delaw and was no match for Wang Dong, yet he felt no fear. "You are still not my opponent. You shouldn't have come here. You only make me want to kill you." "What? You actually don't want to kill me?" "I said before, I want you to watch as everyone around you dies one by one, and you will be the last to die." Wang Dong's tone was very calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. Lin Xian didn't get angry. Instead, he waved his hand, instantly transporting the people below and Long Lao away with his spatial power. Within 10 kilometers, not a single living thing remained. He looked at Wang Dong and said, "Do you think you can kill people in my hands? As fellow inheritors of the divine throne, I believe that your hidden devil is not my opponent." "You think you are my opponent?" Wang Dong waved his hand, and Lin Xian immediately released his void skill. His body was covered by a massive handprint, and if it weren't for Lin Xian's quick reflexes, that strike would have been enough to kill him. "You say you don't want to kill me, but aren't you quite anxious?" Lin Xian said, and with a wave of his hand, the myriad swords returned to origin was instantly released. Wang Dong's 6th soul ring lit up, and a tortoise shell blocked all the swords. Lin Xian was taken aback. Wasn't that the Xuanwu martial spirit of Sect Master Su? "Your attack is neither painful nor itchy. I'll let you." Before Wang Dong could finish his sentence, he suddenly glanced at the Zhenshan sect behind him, where the devil was calling for him again. Lin Xian looked at Wang Dong and said, "It seems you snuck out. Is it the people below making you uneasy? Or are you afraid my progress is faster than yours? Trying to force me out? Verbal disputes won't let you survive. 10 years from now, when I come out again, there won't be a single person left on the continent. Perhaps in 5 years, I can break your tortoise shell and drag you out while you're still inheriting the divine throne. I'm waiting for you." After saying this, Wang Dong disappeared from Lin Xian's sight. Lin Xian, seeing Wang Dong leave, knelt down with a pale face. Wang Dong's pressure had almost made him unable to breathe, and his domain was constantly impacting him. He had not yet reached limit Doluo and couldn't withstand it. Wang Dong seemed to have realized this and left before Lin Xian could no longer bear it. "Lin Xian, are you okay?" Long Lao rushed to Lin Xian's side and asked. Lin Xian forced a smile. He had been summoned while condensing his dual soul core. If it weren't for his strong control, he might have really suffered after effects. "We need to leave, Long Lao. If Wang Dong really comes out, we have no way to deal with him. Let's go. Staying here is meaningless." Long Lao said wearily. He had thought that after breaking through to limit the law, he would at least have the strength to contend with Wang Dong. But he didn't. The coalition of tidal duos on the continent was just paper that would crumble at a touch. Now the continent was shrouded in despair, and no one knew what to do. After returning to Sea God Pavilion, Lin Xuan continued to condense his soul core, and the ethereal stone in his hand began to show signs of vitality. This time, there were no living creatures in his world. Only trees and plants existed, and slowly some animals appeared. This was a good development. Yin and Yang complementary dual soul core. The early foreshadowing should be harvested. Lin Xuan condensed another soul core, just like he did with the first one, but the first soul core in his dantian began to stir. This was not unexpected for Lin Xuan, but what should he do? Lin Xuan didn't know. He didn't want the same phase resonance of dual soul cores. So he didn't try to calm the agitation of the two soul cores. Instead, he was pondering the fluctuations when Wang Dong released his soul skills. It felt as if Wang Dong had only one soul core. The so-called yin and yang complementarity referred to two becoming one. Did he want to fuse the two soul cores together? He didn't know. He just kept researching. Time slipped through his fingers, and he had become accustomed to it. He sat in silence for 3 years, and Lin Xuan didn't even know that outside, 29 had become pregnant and given birth to a daughter for him. 29 was very strong. She didn't disturb Lin Xuan, even during childbirth, and spin it with Chu Linger. The child was already 2 years old, but still didn't know who her father was. Even Long Lao didn't know if Lin Xuan could succeed. But Lin Xuan had to succeed. If he failed, the continent would fall into enemy hands. Of course, Lin Xuan still had one last trump card. The same phase resonance dual soul core to inherit the divine throne of the space god. But did Lin Xuan want to do that? Chapter 283. The reason for the second level divine throne Lin Xuan. Master? Lin Xuan looked around in confusion. His soul core was close to exhaustion, but no matter what, he couldn't synchronize the rhythm of the two soul cores. He couldn't even complete the resonance of dual soul cores, and he felt a flicker of doubt about his own strength. Lin Xuan, your strength has improved too quickly, and you haven't comprehended many things. You are in a very confused state right now. I don't know how to guide you. But would you like to know why I chose you as my heir? Why? This was a question that had always puzzled him. From Siener's expression, he could tell that he was definitely not the strongest inheritor. Although he was not the weakest, he was certainly not the strongest either. One could even say he was somewhat mediocre. He had come this far purely relying on his martial soul. Lin Xuan said dejectedly, 10 years is really too short. Even if I reach limit Doluo, what difference will it make? Wang Dong will have inherited the divine throne in 10 years. He is a true god, and I don't even know how long it will take for me to become a complete god. That's right, you are not the strongest. Your spatial power is even inferior to Sierra's. I have looked for over 300 inheritors, but none of them were chosen by me, even though 1 or 2 of them passed the 9 trials of the god of space. Why? Because of my own reasons. You might wonder why. As the god of space with such powerful laws, I am only a secondary divine throne. The reason is that I am too weak. Yang Zhao said bitterly. He was simply a choice of the times. There was no denying that Yang Zhao was a true genius. His spatial power was extraordinary, and his various methods were unfathomable. However, no matter how strong he was fundamentally different from those first-level gods and main gods. He should have been a first-level divine throne, but was forced to downgrade to a secondary divine throne, which made him a joke. Although not many people mocked him. And even Tang Sin treated him politely, he still wanted to escape. The title of god of space brought him not honor, but shame. Lin Xuan, you're different from me. Your bloodline is very powerful. Even in the divine realm, many are interested in your bloodline. But please believe in your martial soul. The martial soul is a kind of inheritance from your parents. Looking at it now, your spatial martial soul should belong to your mother. This is a powerful force that represents infinite possibilities. You are still young, so don't feel weak. Believe in yourself. Mother's martial soul. Lin Xuan looked at his right hand, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. Yes, he still had so many people waiting for him. Why did he have to give up here? Since the outcome was already determined, why did he stop moving forward? Lin Xuan, I'm waiting for you. Everyone is waiting for you. Your wife, your daughter, your companions, your elders, and your mysterious background. Can it really make you stop? I understand. Lin Xuan stood up, looking at Yang Zhao with determination. The power of his bloodline surged wildly within him. Golden sacred dragon, phosphorescent snake emperor, 9-tailed demon fox, fearsome demon dragon, and his newly awakened bloodline. The bones in his left arm, right arm, torso, head, left leg, and right leg All the places where he had power fell into a wondrous state. Above the sea god pavilion, a nine-colored auspicious cloud appeared, and the sole power in the world poured into him like a funnel. What is this? What's happening? Elder Kong and Elder Long looked at the sea god pavilion in disbelief. All the old seniors of the sea god pavilion came out to witness this phenomenon. The sole power within 10 kilometers around Shrek had all converged here. Although they were puzzled, there was only one answer. Lin Xuan was about to break through to limit the law. Throughout history, Lin Xuan was the only one whose breakthrough to limit the law could attract such a heavenly phenomenon. Wang Dong, wait for me. Lin Xuan took a deep breath. The nearly exhausted soul core had grown to the size of a fist. The two soul cores reflected each other like Tai Chi, forming a complementary dual soul core. Lin Xuan had mastered the soul core. Once he made up his mind, everything in his body became very cooperative, and the complementary dual soul core was born just like that. Lin Xuan could even say that his dual soul core was definitely twice that of Wang Dong's, because he used spatial power to absorb all the soul power within 10 kilometers. Something Wang Dong couldn't do. The inheritance of the god of space still requires you to complete the final trial. Love, of course. Your current strength can completely drag Wang Dong out for a decisive battle, but inheriting the position of the god of space will still take a long time. I will handle it alone, Master. If I don't come back, I'm truly sorry, Master. I really need to solve it alone. Lin Xuan said sadly as he hugged Yang Zhao. He was unsure whether he could truly defeat Wang Dong. But the deaths of many people forced Lin Xuan to face Wang Dong alone. Everyone was watching him. He had to cast aside this life. I believe in you. I will wait for you at the place of inheritance. After Yang Zhao finished speaking, he disappeared. Lin Xuan got up and walked out of the room where he had been staying. 3 years had passed, and the outside world had changed. Especially when Lin Xuan saw the little girl beside Dugu Shui. He was speechless for a long time. Elder Long and the others tactfully dispersed. Now that the family was reunited, there was no need to ask too many questions. Mom, who is this uncle? The little girl asked innocently. Lin Xuan was taken aback for a moment, and then revealed a bitter smile. Dugu Shui squatted down and gently patted the girl's head, saying softly, Yin'er, this is your dad. Oh, it's the bad dad. Dugu Yin rushed over and began to punch Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan could only squat down and let his daughter hit him, feeling filled with guilt. Chu Linger took Dugu Yin into her arms and said, Yin'er, no matter what, this is your dad. You can't hit him. Okay, Lin Xuan said awkwardly. Suddenly having a daughter made him a bit uncomfortable. Dugu Shui looked at Lin Xuan and said, I don't blame you, but my daughter can speak at half a year old. I must give her a name. It's fine. Having your surname is quite good. That's good. When do you plan to leave? I'm not in a hurry. Lin Xuan hurriedly replied. Dugu Shui knew he couldn't stay here for too long, but questions like this made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He had a child now, but still had to keep running around. He truly felt like an incompetent father and husband. Yin'er, can I hold you? Lin Xuan's voice trembled a little. He was scared that his daughter would not recognize him as her father. Chu Linger frantically gave Dugu Yin a look, but Dugu Yin turned her head away and said, No, Mom said not to let strangers hold me. Yin'er. Dugu Shui wanted to scold Dugu Yin, but was stopped by Lin Xuan. Chapter 284. Facing battle alone, it's fine, Shui'er. You take Yin'er back first. I still have some matters to handle. Linger, you stay. Okay. Dugu Shui took Dugu Yin back to the Sea God Pavilion. Chu Linger came to Lin Xuan's side, wanted to ask something, but found Lin Xuan trembling all over. She didn't say anything, but took Lin Xuan to sit by the Sea God Lake. Lin Xuan sat down and sighed. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, many things have happened. Yes, time flies so fast. We were all kids before, and now we are at the age to be mothers. Zu Linger also Zeit. Lin Xuan looked at Chu Linger and asked, Linger, will you blame me? I have given you so little love. Of course I'll blame you. You always deliberately ignore me under the pretext of my condition. I thought you were taking revenge for my initial desire to leave you. Chu Linger said with a smile, while Lin Xuan bitterly smiled back. It had seemed like he had been unintentionally distancing himself from Chu Linger. That incident had indeed created a slight rift in their relationship. Even though Dugu Shui was a later arrival, she was the one who loved Lin Xuan the most, as she was willing to sacrifice herself to understand him. Even though Lin Xuan knew this was wrong, he still wouldn't stop it. Perhaps I really am the most selfish bastard in the world. I've flirted with too many women, and I don't even know how to refuse them, which has led to my increasing guilt. Why say that? Are you planning to die and end it all? You figured it out, huh? Lin Xuan laughed heartily. He had indeed planned to confront Wang Dong in a life-and-death battle. But after seeing Chu Linger, Dugu Shui, and Yuna upon exiting his seclusion, he rejected that idea. because these people were waiting for him. No matter what the future held, at least he always had someone by his side. Don't you dare die, okay? I clearly accepted Sister Xue for your sake. What more do you want, you stinky man? You can't be without a father, you know that. Yes, I'll stay with you for a year and then understand everything. So, do you still want to love me? Lin Xuan said tenderly as he hugged Chu Ling. Chu Linger didn't break free from Lin Xuan's embrace. She just kissed him and said, let's see if you come back. If you don't, I'm going to remarry. Lin Xuan seemed surprised by this answer. He released Chu Linger and said firmly, then I must come back alive, otherwise my wife will run off with someone else. You're right. After chatting for a while, Lin Xuan returned to the Sea God Pavilion. When Elder Kong and Elder Long learned that Lin Xuan wanted to face Wang Dong alone, they were shocked and immediately refused. Elder Long looked at Lin Xuan and said, although my strength isn't that great, I'm still a limit de law. Shouldn't we go together? That's right, you're still young. What if something happens? Elder Kong also advised against it. Lin Xuan shook his head and looked at the two elders, saying, Elder Long, regardless of whether I win or lose this battle, Wang Dong will no longer exist on the continent. If you two were to pass away, Shrek would lose its backbone. I can responsibly tell you that even if I come back, I will immediately accept the goddess inheritance and head to the divine realm. Sigh. The two elders knew that Lin Xuan's reasoning was impossible to refuse. They could only embrace Lin Xuan, knowing that this child bore too much. Lin Xuan then went to Yuanshan City for one last visit to Xia Fong, as he might never show his face again. Some things had to be made clear. Xia Fong was very reluctant, but she also understood that Lin Xuan was about to become a god. After a heartfelt farewell, Lin Xuan arrived at the frozen forest, the place where he had met Luna. There was an invisible letter here, placed within a spatial crack. After Lin Xuan opened it, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Luna had returned to the elf realm through the old spatial crack, and although she was reluctant, she chose to leave alone. It's okay, I will come find you. How can I let you get away? Lin Xuan put away the envelope and smiled, still holding onto Barbados, which he would send to Luna later. Lin Xuan left the frozen forest and spent a year accompanying his family. However, Yunna's indifferent attitude toward him made him very uncomfortable. Although Elder Huang also came out to help and spoke well of him, it didn't work. This little girl, although only 3 years old, was very smart. Should I say she is indeed his daughter? One day, after finishing his work in the ethereal stone, Lin Xuan returned to reality. Yunna bounced in and immediately put on a serious face when she saw Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan awkwardly looked at Dugayun and asked Yunna, what exactly did Daddy do to make you unhappy? Because Daddy is a big bad guy. Why is Daddy a big bad guy? Because Daddy abandoned Mommy and hasn't come back. Daddy has always been at the Sea God Pavilion, just busy with some matters. Lin Xuan didn't know how to argue. If there was a rift between him and his child, it would last a lifetime. It seemed that Yunna would only be close to Duga Xue in this life. Lin Xuan picked up Yunna and said, Daddy is leaving tomorrow. Can you forgive Daddy? Is Daddy going to fight the bad guys? Yes. This big bad guy is going to fight a bigger bad guy, so he can provide a good living environment for the mothers. When will Daddy come back? Yunna's question left Lin Xuan stunned. Yes. When would he be able to return? Just as Lin Xuan was at a loss for words, Elder Huang walked in. Yunna bounced into Elder Huang's arms and sweetly called out, Grandpa. Be good, Yunna. Can I have a moment to talk with your daddy? Yes, Grandpa. Help me teach that bad daddy a lesson. Yes, Grandpa will do that. Go find your mommy. Okay. Elder Huang smiled happily after Yunna left, and Lin Xuan asked, Elder Huang, is there something on your mind? You're planning to set off, right? Yes. I initially wanted to chat with Yunna for a bit before leaving. I sense that if I don't stop Wang Dong soon, something might really happen. The range of dark clouds around the mountain town sect is getting larger, and the 3-kilometer area centered around the mountain town sect is barren and lifeless. If I don't take action soon, I might lose the initiative. After all, I am currently stronger than Wang Dong. Once Wang Dong truly inherits the goddess position, it will be too late. I came to find you for this reason. What will happen to Linger if you leave? I will come back alive. But Elder Huang sat down and sighed. Lin Xuan paused for a moment and then thought of something. Could it be that Elder Huang used his martial soul to divine this? Then, Lin Xuan was suddenly stunned. Is it really impossible to defy fate? Elder Huang, no matter how destiny unfolds, I will return alive. Please believe me. If it truly is fate that cannot be defied, then I will break this heavenly will. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Chapter 285, come on. Lin Xuan. Elder Huang sighed. He couldn't stop Lin Xuan. Although the result of the divination was that Lin Xuan would undoubtedly die, it didn't necessarily mean it was true. For the first time in many years, he doubted his own divination or believed that Lin Xuan would slap his martial soul's face. He must come back alive. Lin Xuan arrived above the mountain town sect, and his hands continuously drew in the sky, creating a massive blood-red mouth that appeared above the mountain town sect. The dark clouds all enter the mouth. People in the distance looked on in amazement at this scene. Lin Xuan, with silver-white eyes, gazed at Wang Dong inside the mountain town sect. You really came to interrupt me. So you were lying to me. You can't inherit the god's position unless you kill me, right? Of course, I think you feel the same way, right? Wang Dong licked his lips excitedly. Both were limit duels, both possessing complementary dual martial cores. They released their martial souls simultaneously. Lin Xian's soul rings also received Yang Zhao's enhancement. 6 black and 3 red soul rings lit up, and Wang Dong's were identical. But the next second, both of them, along with the ruins of the mountain town sect, vanished without a trace. 3 days after the dark clouds dispersed, someone cautiously arrived here. A 30-meter-long spatial fissure in the sky displayed its terrifying nature to the world. However, everyone knew that Lin Xuan had taken Wang Dong away from the Dou continent, but no one was happy because the spatial fissure remained. And true peace was impossible until the two had settled their score. Dad, keep it up. Yuner waved her tender fists at the spatial fissure in the sky, while Duge Shui hugged Duge Yun tightly in tears, praying in her heart for Lin Xian's safe return. She didn't want this child to lose her father forever. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away from the old site of the Jinshan sect, Luna, cloaked in a robe, also watched the spatial fissure with tears in her eyes. She witnessed Lin Xuan and Wang Dong disappear, knowing she couldn't fight alongside Lin Xuan, as her strength would only lead to her death. Everyone on the continent could only wait for Lin Xian's return. At that moment, Lin Xuan was also in trouble, as he couldn't break the Great Formation. Wang Dong sat leisurely within the formation, waiting for Lin Xuan to break through. After 3 days of battling the formation, Lin Xian's soul power was completely exhausted. He looked at the formation and coldly said, "This is no longer the Dou continent. You can become a demon god and survive in another world. But you will never return to the Dou continent, because you are merely a second-level god." Wang Dong's expression darkened completely. Lin Xuan was right. Even if he inherited the divine position, what difference would it make? He was still just a second-level god, so he couldn't just sit idly by. Wang Dong dismantled the Great Formation and stepped out. His 9th soul ring lit up, and a black giant dragon and a black demon god surged towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan snorted coldly, and his body glowed with black and gold colors. The fearsome demon dragon and the golden saint dragon flew out from within him, attacking the giant dragon and demon god summoned by Wang Dong. In the next moment, Lin Xuan held the ethereal stone, and the soul power inside it instantly surged into him. With a wave of his right hand, he unleashed the myriad swords again. Wang Dong was also preparing to release his 6th soul skill, but was immobilized by Lin Xian's immobilization technique. Wang Dong was pierced by the swords that Lin Xuan had condensed, but in the next second, all the swords vanished because Wang Dong's form kept growing larger until he transformed into a demon with 2 horns on his head and wings on his back. Lin Xuan looked at Wang Dong's true form and said, "Come on, didn't you want to finish me off? I'm right here." Lin Xuan raised his right arm, and holy light burst forth, illuminating the surroundings like the sun in the darkness. However, a streak of black light pierced through the brightness, and a long spear penetrated Lin Xian's left chest, pinning him to the ground. Lin Xuan looked at Wang Dong in disbelief. How could this be? Wang Dong coldly stared at him. The holy light had no effect. In the end, the skill from the 10,000-year soul bone was still too weak against him. Lin Xuan got up, grasped the spear in his hand, and forcefully tossed it back. "Release your power. Stop hiding it." That's true. Lin Xian's 9th soul ring lit up, and 9-color divine light shone on Wang Dong. Wang Dong immediately felt as if he were sinking in quicksand. But in the next second, he clapped the ground, and a row of spikes shot towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan grasped the wind blade and vanished from the spot. Wang Dong's expression changed, and he punched backward. Lin Xuan immediately released the void skill, while Wang Dong also unleashed his 4th soul skill, both of them entering an unselectable state. Just as their attacks were about to miss, Lin Xian's right leg bone skill activated, freezing time. Lin Xuan stabbed a dagger into Wang Dong's back, and the wind blade deeply pierced into Wang Dong's dantian. However, the next second, time resumed, and a mass of black gas enveloped Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan used all his strength to withdraw, but his soul core was tainted with black gas and could no longer operate. The result of his soul power stopping its movement was that his martial soul could no longer manifest. Lin Xuan could no longer summon his martial soul. and Wang Dong was also injured in his soul core, causing his soul power to rapidly deplete. He also sensed the true abnormality and said with a grim expression, "There's not a trace of soul power here." That's right. The power here is not soul power. Without our soul cores to convert power, we can't continue fighting. Lin Xuan said with a pale face. Wang Dong roared and charged over, punching Lin Xuan in the face. Lin Xuan immediately released the soul bone skill, Space Cage, trapping Wang Dong in place. But the next second, Wang Dong pulled out the wind blade embedded in his back and threw it directly at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan released a skill to block it, but couldn't stop the wind blade, the artifact left by his mother, which ultimately coldly pierced towards him. Puff! Lin Xuan raised his left hand to block, but the wind blade still penetrated his left palm and stabbed into his left chest. Lin Xuan coughed up blood, and a tiny wound appeared on his heart, gradually enlarging. Lin Xuan looked at Wang Dong in horror, and Wang Dong had already escaped the space cage. He stood before Lin Xuan, throwing punch after punch. The nine-tailed fox bloodline within Lin Xuan erupted autonomously, turning his body a rosy hue, temporarily blocking the wound on his heart. Lin Xuan seized Wang Dong's right hand, performed a nimble maneuver, and pinned Wang Dong down, then butted his head against Wang Dong's. After a muffled sound, they both fell in opposite directions. Wang Dong gritted his teeth and got up, kicking Lin Xuan in the left chest. He then pulled out the wind blade embedded in Lin Xuan's left chest, preparing to deliver the final blow. The bloodline of the Biphosphor Snake Emperor within Lin Xuan transformed into a Biphosphor Snake Emperor, which bit Wang Dong's neck. The Biphosphor Snake's poison instantly entered Wang Dong's body, and the wind blade ultimately pierced through Lin Xuan's right shoulder. When Wang Dong prepared to destroy the Biphosphor Snake Emperor, he discovered that his soul power had already been exhausted. His martial soul dissipated, and he also collapsed to the ground. However, unlike Lin Xuan, the Biphosphor Snake's poison would not endanger his life. For a title Dou, the Biphosphor Snake's poison was already a very weak existence, let alone for an ultimate Dou. Chapter 286, A Fierce Battle Cough. The nine-tailed fox bloodline within Lin Xuan gradually calmed down. The previously staunched injury began to recover, and the wound on his heart grew larger. Lin Xuan's heartbeat became weaker and weaker. He never expected that it would be the wind blade that dealt him the final blow. Just as his eyes were losing their light, a golden light appeared, and a strange man appeared before him. He seemed to recognize this person, yet he also seemed unfamiliar. What's going on? You actually reached the realm of ultimate Dou. How am I supposed to live now? A frivolous voice echoed. The golden saint dragon in the sky seemed to have been summoned, abandoning its opponent to come to the rescue. While the fearsome demon dragon held its ground against the demon god and giant dragon, the so-called power of the golden saint dragon is not limited to just this. The most important thing is your heart. The bloodline power of the golden saint dragon transformed into light in the man's hand and entered Lin Xuan's heart. The injury to his heart began to visibly heal, and Lin Xuan's gaze regained clarity. He clearly saw the man before him. It was actually the Dragon Emperor, who had inherited the Dragon Emperor's legacy and taught him the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix technique. Senior Dragon Emperor. Don't call me senior. To be honest, I secretly entered your Golden Saint Dragon bloodline to see how far you could go. I didn't expect that when I woke up, you had actually become an ultimate Dou. That's truly embarrassing. Your heart has returned to being a golden heart. Honestly, it's a pity that the person who helped you forge your golden heart didn't tell you the true use of the Golden Saint Dragon bloodline power. This remnant soul, don't have many memories left, but I only remember the method of condensing the golden heart. The Dragon Emperor was talking to himself beside him, his body slowly becoming transparent. He knew that this time it might really be a farewell. He looked at Lin Xuan and said, the so-called dual cultivation method is not just about improving one's cultivation. More importantly, it is about the bond. You are vague and even resistant towards many things. After this battle, you must learn to love well, as that is where one can be carefree. No matter what, love boldly. Learn from me. A man should have no shame. Before the Dragon Emperor could finish, he disappeared into the void. Lin Xuan stared blankly at the place where the Dragon Emperor had vanished, shedding a tear. At that moment, the bonds with everyone gathered together. Yes, he was not alone. Whether they were deceased or living, friends and family were watching over him, waiting for him. At that moment, an unexpected person actually came to help him. Isn't this the best explanation? Wang Dong. It seems the saying that those who achieve the Tao receive much help, while those who lose the Tao receive little, is indeed true. Heaven seems to be on my side. Lin Xuan's soul core could still not be used. and Wang Dong had already forced out all the biophosphor snake venom. The two faced each other, neither making the first move. The fear dragon in the sky returned to Lin Xuan's body, and Wang Dong also released his ninth soul skill. At this moment, Lin Xuan had no soul power left in his body, while Wang Dong still had enough soul power to release one soul skill. Lin Xuan took the initiative and launched a punch at Wang Dong. Seeing this, Wang Dong wanted to grab Lin Xuan's hand for an over-the-shoulder throw. This was Lin Xuan's specialty, so how could he fall for it? He jumped up directly, wrapping his legs around Wang Dong's arm. Wang Dong's right hand grabbed his left hand to prevent himself from falling. If he fell, Lin Xuan could instantly break his arm. Just as he was about to kick Lin Xuan with his legs, Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, and instantly the spatial power around them transformed into daggers, stabbing towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong looked at Lin Xuan in fear, then abandoned his defense. Lin Xuan rolled with the momentum and twisted Wang Dong's left arm, breaking it. Wang Dong looked at his left hand, snapped his fingers, and Lin Xuan, who was preparing to attack, froze in place. Time stop. I never expected you to have such a soul skill. Wang Dong walked in front of Lin Xuan and said coldly. His martial soul was actually his eyes, and his soul skills were all released by mental power. Most importantly, his sixth soul skill could copy skills he saw, and Lin Xuan's time stop was exactly the skill he wanted. Although you were difficult to deal with, it ends here. Wang Dong's punch pierced Lin Xuan's left chest, but the next second, cold sweat broke out on his forehead as Lin Xuan's dazed eyes regained clarity. The void skill was released, and his left hand, hidden behind him, was gripping the second ethereal stone. Lin Xuan looked at Wang Dong and said, "From the moment you released your sixth soul skill, I had my suspicions. Do you know why I released my time stops so early? It was because of your misunderstanding of my soul skill. My spatial power has reached the peak realm. I can even wrap myself with my own spatial power to evade your attack without using the void. But if I didn't do that, how could you take the bait? You." At this moment, Wang Dong was already at the end of his rope. Lin Xuan's void ended, and Wang Dong's hand was forcibly spread open. The two were now less than half a meter apart. Any movement could deliver a fatal blow to the other. Lin Xuan looked at Wang Dong and said, "Make the first move. If you strike first, I can kill you too. You still have soul power, right? You can release your own void skill. But with my second attack, I can definitely kill you. In terms of a duel, make your move and see who is faster." Wang Dong's forehead was bulging with veins. He had completely underestimated Lin Xuan. With the recovery of his golden heart, Lin Xuan seemed to return to that state of being fearless and unconfused. But how could Wang Dong just sit and wait to die? He directly used his hand as a knife to slash at Lin Xuan's neck, while simultaneously releasing his own void skill. However, Lin Xuan did not attack. Instead, he raised his left hand to block the strike. His right hand grabbed Wang Dong's right hand and swung it forcefully, making Wang Dong spin like a sandbag. Just as Lin Xuan was about to make another move, he suddenly spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. Wang Dong lay on the ground, chuckling. Lin Xuan's soul ring had exploded. Was it because of that mass of black mist? Lin Xuan thought to himself. He had no soul power, so the explosion of his soul core only caused severe internal injuries, and he did not die from the explosion. Now, what other methods do you have? Wang Dong looked in shock at his chest, where a wound the size of a stone had appeared. Lin Xuan still maintained a throwing posture. He had just used all his strength to throw the gravity stone, the item the old dragon had given him, which had resolved crises countless times. Impossible. How could this be? The moment you detonated your soul ring, my soul power was finally able to circulate within me. Do you think those who were titled de law before had no way to circulate soul power? Chapter 287, the grand finale. Lin Xuan said coldly, "Soul masters do not necessarily need a soul core. After losing it, soul power can still flow through the meridians." He gathered the last bit of soul power in his right hand and threw the gravity stone. This was his final trump card. "No, I can't die here. I absolutely cannot die here." Wang Dong lay on the ground, trying to get up, but with both hands broken, how could he possibly rise? Instead, Lin Xuan dragged his injured body to Wang Dong's side. He pulled out the wind blade embedded in his shoulder, which was covered in blood, and pierced it directly through Wang Dong's skull. Wang Dong never expected to die here. If he had stayed hidden in the formation, he might have survived. But this ending was something neither could accept. Wang Dong died in arrogance, but he was almost able to kill Lin Xuan. If he hadn't let his guard down at the last moment, Lin Xuan lay beside Wang Dong, gasping heavily. The explosion of his soul core had severely injured all his internal organs, and he could barely lift a finger. No way. Am I really going to die here from such bad luck? I have already defeated Wang Dong. Am I really going to die from exhaustion? He felt a bit frustrated. Is it really fate that cannot be defied? Just as he was feeling down, a silver light appeared, and Yang Zhao's figure appeared before him. Master, you really make me worry. I finally found a successor. How could I let you die like this? My luck is too good. Haha. Lin Xuan laughed heartily, but it caused his injuries to flare up again, and he coughed up blood. Wasn't it supposed to be a one-on-one duel? This really isn't following the rules of martial arts, but he actually liked this feeling. Yang Zhao healed Lin Xuan's injuries and looked at him, saying, losing your soul core isn't necessarily a bad thing. Take your time. Spend more time with your wife and daughter. Don't worry about me. It's fine for me to stay in the divine realm for a while longer. MHM. Lin Xuan nodded. He looked at the ruins of the Jinshan sect, deciding to leave the demon god inheritance here. This was a dead star. It had once been very prosperous, but now it had burned out its life. So there was no need to worry about anyone discovering it. As for Wang Dong's corpse, Lin Xuan found a place, dug a pit, and buried him. As the saying goes, to live long and not die is to be a thief. Who knows, if Wang Dong were to resurrect one day, it would be bad for the Dou continent. It was better to bury him here, so that if he were to come back to life, he wouldn't be able to cause harm to the Dou continent. In the next life, don't be so hysterical anymore. Clearly, there are things that can lead to success, yet you insist on doing it this way. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he returned to the Dou continent. His return caused a stir across the continent, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news that Wang Dong would no longer appear. Lin Xuan's sudden drop to title Dou also surprised everyone. But what was even more unexpected was that Lin Xuan did not immediately recondense his soul core. Instead, he planned to hold a grand wedding. The reason he did not condense his soul core was because he remembered the words of the Dragon Emperor, that the most important aspect of dual cultivation is actually the bond between hearts. Dad, am I pretty? Du Guiyin asked, bouncing over to Lin Xuan in a white long dress. Lin Xuan squatted down with a smile and said, you're beautiful. Later, you have to take Mom to find Dad. Okay, I'll leave Mom to you. Leave it to me, Dad. Du Guiyin pat her chest. This was 4 years after the battle with Wang Dong, and after 4 years of preparation, the wedding finally took place within the Star Dou Empire. Lin Xuan didn't make it too extravagant and only invited some familiar faces. Dai Lin, it's time to return my territory, right? On Lin Xuan's big day, don't say such things. Dai Lin replied with a grin while wearing ordinary clothes. Beside him, Shueqing Tian was about to explode with rage. It had been 2 years since they agreed to return all the territories occupied in the Heaven Dou Empire, yet they had been procrastinating. Tang Xiao patted Shueqing Tian's back and said, at least you're a king. Don't act like a child. If we weren't all grown-ups, I'd roll up my sleeves and take him on. Shueqing Tian huffed angrily. Dai Lin chuckled, staying close to Zhu Lin while the elders Kong Lao and Long Lao watched the two's antics with smiles. Besides them, Yi Fanxing, the village chief, Yun Heng, Han Bin, Duan Qianhua, and Chen Feng were sitting here chatting harmoniously. Among them, the nine-tailed fox and the Tianyuet demon spider seemed to be the most frustrated, as they were the only two soul beasts among so many people. Although no one spoke about it, they felt a sense of discomfort. Lin Xuan, do you really want me to be the bridesmaid? Luna said awkwardly from behind the door. 3 years ago, she was embarrassed when Lin Xuan pulled her out, and unexpectedly. A month ago, she was informed that she would be his bridesmaid. Before Luna could say anything else, she exclaimed as she was playfully pushed in by Xiao Mei. Lin Xuan looked at Luna in her emerald green dress and said, you look very beautiful. Lin Xuan, you actually hooked up with an elf woman. How fortunate you are. I want to devour her figure. You're so indecent. Xiao Feng spat, blushing. She was the youngest and had the least impressive figure. Du Guiyin covered her mouth and giggled in Lin Xuan's arms, saying, Daddy is a big flirt. I'm going to tell Mommy. You naughty girl. Don't tarnish my reputation. Ha! The 3 girls simultaneously blushed and punched Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan looked at the 3 girls and said, aren't you two my wife's bridesmaids? What are you doing here? Young Master Lin, how could you be so cruel, allowing us, your admirers, to attend your wedding? How can you bear it? Xiao Mei lay on the ground, feigning tears. Lin Xuan felt a wave of discomfort. Xiao Fang also blushed and said, I don't like Brother Xuan. Is that so? Then, can I monopolize Lin Xuan? Go away, really. You were so normal when I first saw you. Now you're completely a succubus. Lin Xuan hurriedly dodged Xiao Mei's embrace. This woman had changed too much. Xiao Mei got up and smiled, saying, all right, to be honest, with such a small wedding, are you planning to run away right after getting married? Of course, once I go to the divine realm, don't think about me. Who would think of you? Let us go. Xiao Mei dragged the unwilling Xia Feng away. Lin Xuan looked at the empty room and said, I'm really sorry. No need to apologize. You picked the weeping love flower for me, yet I can't marry you. Perhaps that's unfair to you. Lin Xuan said with guilt. He could deliberately ignore Xiao Mei and Xiao Fang's feelings, but he couldn't do the same with Luna. At least this woman's love for him could withstand the test. Chapter 288, The Ninth Test of Love. Lin Xuan, there's not much time left, hurry up. Su Jixiong's voice sounded at the door. He and Xiao Bei were standing there. As the only two survivors of the Shrek 7 monsters, they were also responsible for hosting the wedding. Lin Xuan stood up and said, "Let us go, my bridesmaid. I'm really sorry." "Why apologize? It's fine. Hold your head high. You're the main character." "Yes, I'm the main character." Xiao Bei and Su Jixiong exchanged glances and went straight to the stage. On the stage, Li Xiaoyan and Du Zidong were already standing there. Looking at the many elders below, they felt a bit nervous. Su Jixiong coughed and said, "Thank you to all the elders and friends for attending our good friend, the great hero of Dou continent, Lin Xuan's wedding. This guy sometimes really likes to show off, always arriving late, but it cannot be denied that he has made great contributions to the continent. Now, let us have the groom say a few words." Lin Xuan glanced around and then walked up to the stage side by side with them. He looked down at the familiar faces and said, "Thank you all for coming to my wedding. This may be the last time I see most of you. Soon I will enter seclusion to prepare for truly inheriting the divine throne. I have fought alongside most of you, and my years on Dou continent will surely be the most beautiful memories I have in the divine realm. I also hope that after I leave, Dou continent can develop peacefully. After all, the feeling of being pushed out as a hero by circumstances is not pleasant." Lin Xuan's joke made most people laugh, especially Yunheng's group. When Lin Xuan first entered Yunheng City, he was like a god descending to earth, and in just a few days, he integrated Yunheng City into a solid unit. But unfortunately, the 4 great families no longer existed. Since Lin Xuan has said this, I will be straightforward. Shui Qing Tian, I have delayed this until now to sign a contract with you here again. The contract states that our 2 empires will not wage war for 100 years, and we will not station troops at our borders. I wonder if this contract can be signed in Lin Xuan's presence? I cannot ask for more. Shui Qing Tian seemed not to expect Ai Lin to play this card, but such a matter was beneficial and harmless for the Heaven Dou Empire after the Great War. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. This could be considered a contribution to the peace of the continent, as the 2 empires reconciled. Now, let us invite our brides to come on stage. After the 2 signed, Su Jixiong smiled and said. Lin Xuan nervously turned to look back. Chu Linger and Dugu Shui were wearing white wedding dresses. The 2 stood beside Elder Huang, who solemnly brought them in front of Lin Xuan, while Xiao Mei and Xiao Fang stood on either side of them. Lin Xuan, although Dugu Shui is not my child, I treat her just like Chu Ling, as both are pitiful children. As their only relative, I was initially quite worried about leaving them in your care, but you have proven yourself time and again before my eyes. I believe you can protect them well. Can you truly give them happiness? Huang Lao's words did not shake Lin Xuan's heart. He just looked at the 2 women and said, "At least no one in this world loves them more than I do. Perhaps I am not a competent husband or father, but I still have plenty of time to fulfill that role." Lin Xuan patted the head of Du Gu Yun, who was hiding behind Du Gu Shui, and Huang Lao smiled helplessly, saying, "Then I hope you can do it." "Oh, Mr. Groom, you can't just take the bride away like that. Although we are all of a certain age, you understand the process, right? You must use your words to move the bride so that she willingly lifts her veil." Just as Lin Xuan was about to lift the veil, Su Jixiong and Xiao Bei stepped forward to stop him. Lin Xuan was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled, saying, "I knew I couldn't escape. I guess I'm too shy at my age." Ha ha! The audience burst into laughter. This was the moment they had been looking forward to. Lin Xuan glanced at the crowd below that was cheering and said, "It seems that every time I meet a girl, we end up in a fight, and I always seem to be the one at a disadvantage. Linger, you are the first splash of color in my blank life. To be honest, my childhood brought me only white. I entered this world like a blank sheet of paper. I don't know why I fell in love with someone who dresses as a man, but you are indeed the first woman I have liked. Xuya, you have been by my side during my darkest moments. If it weren't for you, there might not be this wedding today. So my love for both of you is the same. I will continue to work hard to provide you with a good life. So will you marry me? Forgive me for not being very eloquent. As you once said, you didn't want me to use those flowery words on you." Lin Xuan knelt on one knee and said sincerely. He had learned many ways to charm women from Xiao Feng, but he had never used them on these 2 women. This was the most genuine thing he could think of. Fool! Chu Linger and Du Gu Shui lifted their veils, tears in their eyes as they looked at Lin Xuan. This wooden-headed guy has tricks to charm women, but he can't say anything at a critical moment. Marry me. Lin Xuan could no longer remember how he got back. He only knew that on this day, he didn't use soul power to dispel the alcohol. Just like what he did in the demonist territory, he was so dizzy that he couldn't find his bearings. He remembered that he had drunk 3 rounds, and he was simply too happy. However, the awkward moment followed. On the wedding night, he actually slept soundly. He might be the first groom to sleep on his wedding night. Are you awake? Chu Linger pushed the door open to see Lin Xuan sitting on the bed with a dazed smile. Lin Xuan cleared his throat to relieve the awkwardness, and Chu Linger sat on the bed's edge, asking, "How is it? Are you sober? I did drink a bit too much." "So? Tonight?" "Who said tonight is the only time? Can't we do it during the day?" After saying that, Lin Xuan directly pressed Chu Linger down, and the two tangled together in broad daylight, forgetting the time. When they finally came to their senses, it was already the next morning. After waiting so many years, he finally got Chu Linger to the title of duel. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Examiner Lin Xuan, you have passed the 9th assessment. Congratulations on completing all assessments. Please proceed to the space hall to inherit the divine position after reaching the limit duel. Yang Zhao's voice echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Lin Xuan looked at the moon and smiled, saying that's enough. After saying that, he got up, covered Chu Linger with a blanket, and continued to sleep. Occasionally slacking off isn't bad, right? Chapter 289. The Blessing of the Elves. Lin Xuan spent 10 years returning to limit duel. This time, he trained step by step. Du Guiyun had already become a member of the Shrek reserve team, and Chu Linger had successfully given birth to a son for him. Not only did Lin Xuan break through to limit duel, but Chu Linger and Du Guiyun also reached limit duel. Although he was reluctant, Lin Xuan knew it was time for him to leave duel continent. Once everything is packed, just throw it into the Void Stone. We will live in a world inside the Void Stone. Which Void Stone? The one I created. After saying that, Lin Xuan went to the frozen forest. He had an appointment with Luna to go to the elf clan's world today. At this moment, Luna was nervously standing in front of the spatial rift, unsure if her mother was still alive and how to face her. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we set off? Luna nervously took Lin Xuan's hand, and he could feel the sweat in her palm. This girl was quite nervous. He tore open the spatial rift and brought Luna into a forest. Luna covered her mouth in disbelief at everything before her. Countless elves danced in the wind, their faces beaming with smiles. Lin Xuan patted Luna's shoulder and said, "Don't just stand there, go find your mother." "Who are you?" Several elves jumped out from the grass, their bows drawn, ready to shoot if Lin Xuan made any move. Luna's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Sister Hylon, it's me, Luna." "Luna? Luna? Luna?" Hylon put down her longbow, looking at Luna in disbelief. This youngest elf actually came back. Lin Xuan watched as Luna and Hylon hugged each other, both in tears, and he felt relieved. His greatest fear was that when Luna returned, all her peers in the elf clan would have passed away. Now it seemed that the lifespan of the elves was not something he needed to worry about. "Lin Xuan, let's go see Mother." Luna held Lin Xuan's hand and followed Hylon. Hylon spoke to Luna in Elvish, and Luna blushed, unsure of what to say. Hylon led Lin Xuan into the elf hall amid the astonished gazes of all the elves. The elf hall here was quite similar to the elf hall of Barbados and the Voidstone, but it lacked the pressure. However, the woman on the throne exuded the same pressure as Yang Zhao did. "Luna, how did you get here?" "My friend Lin Xuan brought me. He is a human who is proficient in spatial power and has received the recognition of the divine residence. He brought me here before becoming a god," Luna said happily, but who knew her mother had a stern face and snorted angrily. On her left and right, there were 8 elves sitting, each with the strength of limit duel. Lin Xuan's expression did not change, but he asked, "What does this mean, ma'am? You threw your daughter on duel continent without a word, and now that she is back, you still give her a cold shoulder." "Lin Xuan." Luna's expression changed, and she hurriedly stood in front of Lin Xuan to dissuade him. Lin Xuan protected Luna behind him and asked, "If you have something to say it directly. If you don't welcome your daughter, I will take her away." "You deceived Luna's heart but want to leave?" "Ahem, I'm not that kind of irresponsible person. She likes me, and I like her, so I will take responsibility." Lin Xuan's words left Luna dumbfounded. Her mind couldn't process it. Lin Xuan and the elf queen suddenly laughed, and Luna realized she had fallen for their trick. Lin Xuan clasped his fists and said, "Your acting skills are truly impressive, mother-in-law. I admit I'm not as good." "What mother-in-law? You humans are all smooth-tongued." "Hey, that's a skill too." Lin Xuan thickened his skin and said, while Luna grabbed Lin Xuan's sleeve and pouted. Lin Xuan had no choice but to tell everything. When he opened the space rift, the Elven Queen discovered it and came to Doloa continent. He talked with the Elven Queen for a long time and was ultimately persuaded by her. He had also shared this with Chu Linger and Duga Shui. After all, Luna had saved his life, so both women accepted her, especially since Luna did not cling to Lin Xuan. Luna, although I can't take you with me, I will come to see you often in the future. The Elven race is ultimately your home, so spend some time with your mother, he said. Luna buried herself in Lin Xuan's arms, seemingly wanting to never part, but she knew it was impossible. Lin Xuan had expressed his affection and acknowledged her, but their identities were not enough to allow them to abandon everything. Luna carried the responsibility of reviving the Elven race on her shoulders. Take the Ether Stone. I've already let Tiago go, so I'll leave the remaining demon god to you. Lin Xuan handed the Ether Stone to Luna. The Elven Queen smiled and said, Don't rush to leave. How about we have a meal together? Then I will respectfully obey. After staying in the Elven race for a short while, Lin Xuan returned to Doloa continent. Before leaving, he received the blessings of the Elven race, which meant that no matter what happened in the future, the Elven race would fully support him. Was this a privilege of the son-in-law? After returning to Doloa continent, Lin Xuan hurried to the space hall. Yang Zhao looked at Lin Xuan with a gloomy expression, and Lin Xuan immediately dared not joke around but lowered his head and asked, Master, who provoked you? You might as well not inherit the divine position. There's no way around it, Master. You know how difficult it is to reach the limit Doloa. It's not like I broke through just now. Yang Zhao was too lazy to argue with Lin Xuan and instead stood up to ask. Once you accept the divine position of the god of space, it means you are completely tied to Doloa continent, and you won't even be able to investigate your own origins. I need to know if you can break through to my level by entering other worlds from the Elven race. I have no objections. It just depends on your thoughts. Master, there's no need for that. My origins are irrelevant to me. The divine realm is quite good, and besides, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. Lin Xuan said with a smile. Although Yang Zhao's expression did not change, he still breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xuan's words indicated that he could free himself. Yang Zhao hugged Lin Xuan and said, Good disciple, go in and inherit my divine position. Perhaps by the time you open your eyes, I will have already left. Master, I wish you a smooth journey. Yang Zhao patted Lin Xuan's shoulder, and Lin Xuan glanced at the hall before diving in. The inheritance had begun. Sierra looked despondently at the silver light emitted from the hall. Once, she had proudly accepted the divine inheritance, but unfortunately, she had ultimately failed. Now that Lin Xuan had inherited the power of space, although she didn't dislike him, she always felt a bit lost. Do you want to come with me, little Sierra? Chapter 290. The end is also the beginning, Master Yang Zhao? Sierra looked back in disbelief. Yang Zhao held Sierra's hand and said, You've been waiting here for thousands of years, and I can't bear to see you continue to stay. How about coming with me to explore the unknown world? There are many beautiful clothes. Do you hate me for not choosing you as my successor back then? Hate you for what? If you hadn't saved me, I would have been dead. Sierra rolled her eyes, and Yang Zhao laughed heartily as he took Sierra away. From then on, he would no longer be a person of the divine realm. While in the divine realm, Tang San looked helplessly at Yang Zhao's departure. His old senior was truly strange, and he hoped the new junior would give him some face, as the divine realm was about to face some troubles. If they lacked the god of space, it would be difficult to handle. Lin Xuan took 5 years to inherit the divine position. During those 5 years, Doloa continent had almost forgotten Lin Xuan, which was intentional on Lin Xuan's part. However, Shrek would not forget him. His deeds had been recorded in the continent's annals. Lin Xuan, the first powerful being to become a god in the post-Shrek 7 Monsters era. Meanwhile, Shrek's rising star, Duga successfully led Shrek to win the trophy in the Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy competition. The young Duga naturally attracted a lot of admirers. Duga did not plan to follow her parents to the divine realm, but intended to stay on the continent and become a god with her own strength. Duga Shui did not stop her. Although she was reluctant, she believed that her children would have their own fortune and could not overly indulge Duga. Lingya, when do you think Lin Xuan will come back? I don't know. Lin Meng has also disappeared. Ever since he inherited his father's martial soul, he has been running around. It's really a headache, Chu Linger said helplessly. Duga had inherited the martial soul of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, while Lin Meng had inherited the space martial soul. Shadowless. Just as the two women were preparing to continue their conversation, Lin Xuan suddenly appeared in front of them, smiling as he asked, Are you ready, my wives? No one knew where Lin Xuan and his wives had gone, not even leaving a note. Yi Fanqing sat in the Sea God Pavilion and sighed. He was originally not the chosen one to be the pavilion master, But since Lin Xuan became a hands-off manager, and both Long Lao and Kong Lao retired to the sidelines, he had to inherit this position. It was truly troublesome. Lin Xuan arrived alone in the divine realm. Very few people were interested in the arrival of a new god, as he was merely a secondary god. However, one person was waiting for him, Tang San. Junior Lin Xuan greets Senior Tang San. There's no need to be so respectful. Your master has already left. From now on, the divine realm will be in your hands. There's no time to waste. Hurry up and help out. Huh? Lin Xuan instantly made a bitter face, and Tang San smiled, saying, your master has been on strike for a long time. Come on. All right. After Lin Xuan repaired all the space rifts in the divine realm, he finally had time to return to the ether stone to accompany the two women. He finally understood why Yang Zhao did not like staying in the divine realm. He also fulfilled his promise and resurrected Chu Linger's parents. The price was indeed a bit high, but Tang San knew Lin Xuan's importance, so he turned a blind eye, even though Lin Xuan, as a secondary god, could bring his family along. Busy Lin Xuan thought to himself, perhaps the end is also the beginning? Thus, Lin Xuan sat in silence for an entire week, unable to figure out what went wrong. Where did that slippery thing go? Lin Xuan began to feel anxious. He started to take deep breaths. In this world, being able to continuously release his martial soul for a month was already unusual. There must be something he did not understand. Just as he was about to give up, another spatial fluctuation came. In an instant, Lin Xuan tore open the space rift and unhesitatingly reached out to grab that slippery thing. This time he understood what it was. His hand felt like it was grasping a fish, but the fish slipped away again. Chapter 271. First test, space control, ran away again. Lin Xuan had been trying to catch that fish for a whole month. Fishing in the sea made Lin Xuan look somewhat comical. His emotions had fluctuated greatly from frustration to helplessness, then to unwillingness, and finally to despair. He finally realized that the biggest enemy here was not that fish, but loneliness. Here, he could only talk to himself and had no one to communicate with. However, he figured out the pattern. At least that fish would reveal a flaw every week. And today was the day that fish would appear again. Lin Xuan sat on the beach waiting, pondering what the purpose of this assessment was. Was it really just about catching the fish? He believed that within a year, he could definitely find the pattern or even catch the fish. But was the assessment really that simple? Lin Xuan stared at the waves crashing on the beach in a daze, and suddenly he felt himself entering a wonderful state. It seemed as if he had become the waves, continuously crashing onto the shore. There seemed to be a magical pattern, and he recalled what he had said in the Dolawa continent. The power of space is not stagnant, as long as he transmitted his spatial power like waves. When the waves encountered certain objects or people, they would definitely create another wave to feed back to him. His eyes gradually brightened as he put his hand into the sea, began to mimic the speed and force of the waves to release spatial power, and even ignored the spatial power that the fish sent back to him. Immersing himself in this feeling, he seemed to be the ocean, embracing everything in a cycle of life. 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Lin Xuan had lost track of how long it had been, but he felt he was close to success. The sea started to become restless, and 2 waves of equal strength continuously collided with each other. Lin Xuan walked step by step on the surface of the sea, and with each step, waves spread out from his feet. He walked to the center of the ocean and sat on the surface, starting to spread waves. Finally, in a corner of the sea, he found the fish swimming joyfully. Due to the feedback from the waves, Lin Xuan recognized the shape of the fish. It was actually a very common crucian carp. Lin Xuan stretched out his hands and directly embraced the crucian carp, which did not resist and seemed willingly to enter Lin Xuan's arms. The examiner Lin Xuan completed the test of the god of space in 5 months and 3 days. Mastering the intricacies of space could bring unexpected rewards, and his soul power increased by 2 levels, with the affinity for the god of space increasing by 10%. He obtained the left arm soul bone of the god of space. Yang Zhao's comforting voice came, and a piece of white soul bone appeared in front of Lin Xuan. The soul bone was crystal clear, making it hard to discern its quality. Lin Xuan returned to the beach, sat down, and began to absorb the soul bone. Senior Tang San had recorded that after becoming a god, everything about oneself would enhance in quality, and at the same time, all soul bones within Lin Xuan would become part of the god of space set. Just thinking about it was exciting. After absorbing for a day, Lin Xuan opened his eyes and looked at his right arm with a mix of amusement and frustration. The left arm bone turned out to be his own left arm bone, just upgraded in quality. The skill was still void, but the usage limit changed from 3 times a day to 5 times a day, with no other enhancements. However, his soul power had reached level 79, just one step away from breaking through to Star Dou Law. Lin Xuan returned to the main hall from the Silver Gate, and Sheer asked with some confusion, "You took a bit too long, 5 months, which is worse than the previous inheritors. Are there other inheritors?" "Of course, Lord Yang Zhao couldn't have chosen only you. Before you were born, there were countless young talents skilled in spatial power in the world. The one who took the least time broke the first test in just 1 month." Lin Xuan was stunned upon hearing this. 1 month to see through it? Just thinking about how he had been powerless in his first month made his face flush red. There was indeed some gap, but you don't need to belittle yourself too much. At least you are still standing here. No matter how good their results were, they have already failed. Sheer comforted Lin Xuan, who felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Xuan patted his cheeks to regain his composure and asked, "Can I go directly into the second round?" "You can, but I advise you not to go in too early. At least wait until you break through to level 80. For you, breaking through to level 80 should only take about a month, right?" "That's true. Breaking through to level 80 is safer." Lin Xuan thought about it and found it reasonable, so he smiled and sat down. Not long after, he entered a meditative state. Sheer covered her mouth and chuckled. While Lin Xuan was still unaware of what the second round was about, it was simply the beginning of torment. A month later, Lin Xuan broke through to Star Dou Law. Crossing the level 80 threshold meant Lin Xuan had truly entered the ranks of the strong. Under Sheer's gloating gaze, he entered the second door. He looked at the forest in front of him and felt puzzled. What was going on? The second round was a speed assessment, where one must survive without killing any soul beast for the duration of an incense stick, which would count as a victory. This round would repeatedly experience the sensation of death, taking a year to complete. If failed, like the first layer, one would have to wait a year to challenge again. Before Lin Xuan could react, he felt a sudden, dizzying sensation, and then he saw his own headless corpse. Immediately afterward, his consciousness faded away. He didn't know how long it had been before Lin Xuan sat up in shock. He touched his neck, wondering if that was real death. It happened in an instant. He hadn't even seen his enemy clearly before dying, and after death, he couldn't think of anything. How is this possible? Lin Xuan felt a wave of fear. Once one experiences the feeling of death, they wouldn't want to try a second time. Lin Xuan stood up, ready to regain his composure, but found that apart from his psychological state, he had no other issues. Taking a deep breath, he realized that this should be a safe zone. Stepping out would mean the assessment had begun. Martial Soul, True Body, Dragon Transformation. Lin Xuan silently chanted and immediately released his Martial Soul, True Body. He found that his sensing ability was only 1 meter, meaning he couldn't sense the situation outside the safe zone. Lin Xuan flapped his dragon wings and flew out. The moment he flew out, he felt the breath of death. This was the powerful perception brought by his bloodline power. He instantly released his void skill, allowing him to see the true form of the thing in front of him, which turned out to be the silver-winged bird, a soul beast that had already vanished from this continent. This soul beast was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. It would spread its wings during flight and use its 2 pairs of wings to kill enemies, with the most direct attack being a decapitation. At the same time, its size was so small that it was impossible to catch. Chapter 272, Second Test. Escapability. Just as Lin Xuan was about to release a binding technique to catch the silver-winged bird, he suddenly felt a huge impact from his back. He turned around in shock to find a stone man had appeared behind him and punched him. This punch, relying on its super high defense, didn't kill Lin Xuan instantly. Just as Lin Xuan was about to move, the silver-winged bird attacked, forcing Lin Xuan to release his void skill once more. However, just as the void skill ended, a spider leg pierced through his chest, and the poison from the man-faced demon spider instantly invaded his body. Lin Xuan fell to the ground, struggling a few times before losing consciousness. When he got up again, he already knew that a day had passed because his bloodline power had recovered. He held his head, feeling a mix of laughter and tears, wondering how he could continue this for another 15 minutes when he had barely lasted half a minute before collapsing. Moreover, Lin Xuan could be certain that there were definitely more than just these 3 soul beasts. However, Lin Xuan had also seen through the ages of these soul beasts. The silver-winged bird should be 90,000 years old, and the stone man, if he guessed correctly, should be 50,000 years old. Its attack power was quite low, but the human-faced demon spider actually had 100,000 years of age. The sharpness of its spider legs and the potency of its poison were not something Lin Xuan could withstand at this moment. Lin Xuan also discovered that after the silver-winged bird attacked, it would stop moving followed by the stone man launching an attack, then back to the silver-winged bird, and then the human-faced demon spider. This seemingly unsolvable cycle had a fatal breathing point, which was the strength of the stone man's attack. After transforming into a dragon, Lin Xuan could withstand one hit without sustaining injuries. This was a moment of respite, and the assessment stated that he could not kill any soul beasts. It did not say he couldn't incapacitate them, so the silver-winged bird became his target. The silver-winged bird would only strengthen its wings at the moment of attack. Without further ado, Lin Xuan got up and stepped out of the safe zone, immediately tearing open a space crack to dodge the silver-winged bird's first attack. He then released his dragon transformation and took a hit from the stone man on his back, and under the immense force, Lin Xuan used the immobilization technique and directly severed the silver-winged bird's wings with spatial cutting. Unable to attack, the silver-winged bird allowed Lin Xuan to quickly turn around and use the void skill to evade a strike from the human-faced demon spider, his expression vigilant as he watched the surroundings for the next attack. While he was observing, a spike from the ground pierced him like a skewer, and Lin Xuan lost consciousness again. "I'm really blown up." Lin Xuan woke up again, unable to hold back his anger. The burrowing dragon was indeed a creature that only hid underground. From the pain he felt right before dying, this burrowing dragon should be 80,000 years old, as it directly broke through his defenses. Now, there were 4 soul beasts in total, each looking so formidable, but Lin Xuan knew he still had an advantage. At least he could continue. After dying 30 times over the course of a month, Lin Xuan finally managed to hold on for 5 minutes. He had also located 5 other soul beasts besides the burrowing dragon and devised a plan to clear the assessment in one go. Finally, the next day, Lin Xuan once again released his martial soul and stepped out of the safe zone. Just like at the beginning, he successfully neutralized the silver-winged bird-esque combat power while dodging the burrowing dragon-esque attack. The human-faced demon spider came at him again, and without hesitation, Lin Xuan released his void skill and pierced the human-faced demon spider's abdomen with his hand. A green poisonous snake coiled around Lin Xuan's right hand, and he tore open a space crack to avoid the bamboo leaf green's bite. Just as bamboo leaf green was about to chase Lin Xuan, he immediately used the immobilization technique to freeze in place. Then he turned and ran without hesitation because a large foot from the sky was descending Bull Demon King's earthquake. After the Bull Demon King's attack, the emerald green swan spread its wings, and the human-faced demon spider and silver-winged bird instantly regained their combat power. The burrowing dragon and silver-winged bird surrounded Lin Xuan from the ground and sky, while the little one and Bull Demon King charged from 2 different angles, with the human-faced demon spider keeping an eye on Lin Xuan's escape route from the outside. Lin Xuan jumped without hesitation and used the immobilization technique to freeze the silver-winged bird. Seeing this, the human-faced demon spider spat out a web to bind Lin Xuan. At that moment, a tiger pounced on Lin Xuan, opening its massive jaws to bite down. Lin Xuan's second soul skill transformed into a dagger, and at the moment the explosive tiger was about to bite down, he released the void skill and stabbed the explosive tiger's brain with the dagger. The explosive tiger let out a miserable cry and collapsed. The emerald swan immediately healed the explosive tiger, but did not allow it to regain combat power. Lin Xuan stood in place, looking at the remaining 8 soul beasts. With 10 minutes left, the main event was about to begin because the upcoming attacks would be different from the previous 5 minutes. They would attack freely. Roar! The Bull Demon King let out a furious roar, causing Lin Xuan to feel dizzy. The burrowing dragon and human-faced demon spider attacked simultaneously, and Lin Xuan released the void skill for the 3rd time. He grabbed the human-faced demon spider's spider leg and swung it to smash into the charging stone man. Although the human-faced demon spider's hardness was not as strong as the stone man's, it still caused the stone man to be disoriented. Seeing this, Lin Xuan immediately rushed to the emerald swan, releasing the immobilization technique and fragile. The silver-winged bird, wanting to save the emerald swan, was hit by a spatial bounce Lin Xuan had secretly released, crying out in the air as it fell. The burrowing dragon created a cage with the spikes protruding from the ground to block Lin Xuan's attack. Here, Lin Xuan released his first soul skill, arriving at an open space and swinging his dragon claw forcefully against the ground. The burrowing dragon beneath the ground was directly hammered up. The burrowing dragon had no scales and was extremely fragile. Lin Xuan dared not use too much force, only delivering a punch that rendered it unable to fight. At this moment, the attacks from a human-faced demon spider and Bull Demon King arrived as well. Lin Xuan donned the armor that came with his martial soul's true form and withstood the Bull Demon King's axe, then released the void skill for the 4th time. The human-faced demon spider's spider leg pierced through Lin Xuan's body and struck the bull demon king. Lin Xuan immediately withdrew, and now only 3 minutes were left. With only the human-faced demon spider and stone man still able to fight, Lin Xuan kept calculating, finally forming an unbeatable situation. But the next second, he was stunned as he looked around. Countless spider silk surrounded the large trees, forming webs. It seemed that no matter where Lin Xuan went, he would fall into a trap. The intelligence of a human-faced demon spider was fully displayed at this moment. Not good. Lin Xuan tilted his head to dodge a strike from the bamboo leaf green, realizing he had forgotten about this little creature. The human-faced demon spider immediately thrust a spider leg at him. Lin Xuan seemed to have nowhere to hide. To his right was the spider web. Just as the human-faced demon spider thought it had succeeded, Lin Xuan released the void skill for the 5th time. Chapter 273, Third Assessment, Spatial Transformation. Lin Xuan directly reached out and grabbed the head of the bamboo leaf green, using it like a whip to strike the spider leg. The bamboo leaf green was pulled back by Lin Xuan, and the human-faced demon spider quickly retracted its spider leg with a screech. Although the bamboo leaf green was small, it was very tough. As long as he held its head, it could easily serve as a whip without endangering its life. He approached the stone man in front of the spider web. The stone man, with its low intelligence, swung a punch without thinking. Lin Xuan dodged to the side and delivered a powerful kick to the stone man, sending it crashing into the human-faced demon spider. Lin Xuan sighed as he looked at the emerald swan, finally relieved that it was over. After a month, he had finally completed it. 15 minutes were up. Assessor Lin Xuan completed the second assessment in 1 month and 4 days, rewarded with a right arm bone from the god of space and an increase of 2 levels in soul power, allowing him to leave for the next assessment. Yang Zhao's voice echoed in, and Lin Xuan was not surprised by this result. If Yang Zhao had not returned his left arm bone, he would never have passed this assessment so easily. The void skill was simply too unbeatable. It was equivalent to allowing him to make 5 mistakes without consequence, an advantage that others did not have. So fast. Did you give up after a month? I passed. Lin Xuan waved the soul bone in his hand, and Xier looked at him with great interest. She truly did not understand why Lin Xuan, who had been somewhat mediocre in the first assessment, managed to achieve the best record in history in the second round. Previous participants, even the strongest, took a full 6 months, and the attacks and combos inside were very reasonable and hard to break. Xier smiled and said, "You're really strange, but doesn't tea matter?" Lin Xuan rolled his eyes and then directly began to absorb the soul bone without any further discussion. If he guessed correctly, this should be his light soul bone. After absorbing it, Lin Xuan was indeed not mistaken. It was indeed his 2 skills, Holy Light and Light Sword. The third door had already opened to him. In less than a year, he had passed 2 assessments, and his current state was good. He thought about quickly entering the third door, but was stopped by Sierra. "I advise you not to go in so early." "Why? Where do you think the greatest advantage of spatial power lies?" Lin Xuan was caught off guard by Siena's question. He hadn't really thought about it. The greatest advantage should be the ease of escape, right? There were many drawbacks, such as insufficient attack power. Unless aided by external forces, it was difficult to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Escape, huh? Ah well. Although Sierra was a bit disappointed, she said nothing more. After all, Lin Xuan's answer was the same as everyone else's. Even Yang Zhao would say the same. Sierra stepped aside and said, "I hope you think carefully about my words after you go in." "Yeah, I will." Lin Xuan directly entered the third door. Upon entering, he saw a vast ocean, exactly the same as the first level. Lin Xuan thought he would have to catch fish again. Just as he was about to dive in, Yang Zhao's voice came. Third assessment, Spatial Transformation. For a spatial Thai martial artist, the most important thing is the means of attack. Otherwise, even if you have extraordinary abilities, you might still be killed by someone of a lower level. This assessment requires you to create 100,000 swords within 10 seconds. The assessment time is 1 year. Starting now. Wait. After hearing this, Lin Xuan immediately shouted, "Creating 100,000 swords in 10 seconds? You might as well just kill him. It's more practical." Lin Xuan sat down on the ground, releasing his martial soul's second soul skill, Spatial Transformation. A solitary sword appeared before him. What the hell? Lin Xuan was collapsing alone in the wind. He had only recovered a little at night. He looked at the bonfire in front of him, pondering the purpose of this assessment. Creating 100,000 swords would be difficult even for a limit doloa within 10 seconds. The most important thing was that he didn't have enough soul power to support such an action. Where do you think the greatest advantage of spatial power lies? Suddenly, Siena's words echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. He realized he could condense a sword without using soul power because it was actually utilizing the surrounding spatial power to condense. He only needed to pay the soul power to release the soul skill, which was almost negligible. However, suddenly, Lin Xuan condensed a giant sword that was 10 meters long in his hand. The soul power he consumed was the same as that required to condense an ordinary longsword. Lin Xuan exerted force and directly shattered the giant sword, which turned into a speck of silver light and dispersed. Lin Xuan released the second soul skill, spatial transformation again, and countless silver lights transformed into irregular objects. But it was still clear that they were trying to become swords. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. He gradually understood Yang Zhao's meaning. He sat down and closed his eyes to feel the spatial power around him. He could sense the spatial nodes surrounding him and was working hard to connect them. I hope you understand what I mean, Sierra murmured softly outside the door. She didn't understand why Yang Zhao asked her to remind Lin Xuan. In the past, Yang Zhao had asked her to remind some people she could understand because each of those individuals had the qualifications to become a god of space. Yet they all failed in the end. To Sierra, Lin Xuan was also one of those people. Lin Xuan's qualifications and mindset were good, but far from qualifying to become a god. What exactly did Yang Zhao see in Lin Xuan? She didn't know, but she wouldn't say anything because the assessment wasn't over yet. The first 3 levels were just warm-ups. If he couldn't pass the later ones, it would all be in vain. Time always passed quickly, and even Lin Xuan felt bored. He was just continuously connecting the spatial nodes in this world, sometimes even being rejected. The spatial power was free, and it was very difficult for Lin Xuan to control them. So, 3 months later, Lin Xuan opened his eyes. Having already given up, trying to connect all the spatial nodes was simply a pipe dream. However, he gradually discovered something. He once again condensed a giant sword that was 15 meters long. The giant sword shattered into 10 long swords. The long swords shattered again into 100 short swords. And the 100 short swords shattered again into a pile of air. Because the time for condensing the spatial power had already passed. The uncondensed spatial power was just like air. In 3 months, he could condense 100 swords. Lin Xuan was not discouraged at all, because he found the key to completing this assessment, which was rhythm. He had said that spatial power was like seawater. It had a great pattern. He had just relied on this pattern to complete the division from 1 into 100. As long as he could condense a giant sword that was 100 meters long, he could really complete this assessment. Chapter 274. The Demon God's Legacy. Now, the most important thing was to familiarize himself with it. The rhythm of spatial power was easy to find, but he couldn't control it all, so he had to master the ability of spatial transformation proficiently. He continuously used the surrounding spatial power to condense the giant sword and then shatter it. Lin Xuan was like a machine, constantly repeating this tedious process. Even if there was a little progress, Lin Xuan would be overjoyed. Time flew by rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. Lin Xuan had already stayed here for 8 months, making it the longest assessment. Almost there, Lin Xuan took a deep breath. His right hand grasped toward the surface of the sea, and the next moment, a giant sword 100 meters long appeared before him. Lin Xuan clenched his fist against the giant sword, and it immediately shattered. At that moment, the waves on the surface of the sea showed their first fluctuation. Lin Xuan's giant sword split into 10, and then after the second wave appeared, his giant sword split into 100, then into 1,000. 1,000 into 10,000, and 10,000 into 100,000. Lin Xuan's eyes sharpened, and with a wave of his right hand, 100,000 long swords plunged into the sea like a torrent. Tester Lin Xuan has completed the 3rd assessment of spatial transformation. The spatial power is like the ocean, capable of holding all rivers. The waves are the marks of its fluctuations. When there is no one, the spatial power is a stagnant pool, but once someone appears, it becomes a vast sea. The condensation took 7 seconds, with a total assessment time of 8 months and 5 days. Soul power increased by 2 levels, and he obtained a torso soul bone. Lin Xuan looked in amazement at the torso soul bone in the sky. Was there actually a soul bone reward? As far as he knew, Yang Zhao was not the inheritor of the god of duel, which meant he didn't have a legacy soul bone. But now there was actually one here. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan felt warm inside. It must have been his master who went to find it. Lin Xuan didn't rush to absorb the soul bone, but instead sat down to continue condensing the giant sword. He felt that this could very well become his trump card in the future, so he didn't want to just throw it away here. He needed to use this perfect venue to practice. Lin Xuan continuously condensed the giant sword and then shattered it. He gradually became more proficient, even able to complete the division into 100,000 within 3 seconds. But he wouldn't naively think that he could quickly divide into 100,000, because it was simply too quiet here, and the fluctuations were very regular. Once he returned to the Dou continent, he would need to reconnect. At least he just hoped to quickly familiarize himself with the spatial nodes of a place. Lin Xuan left there and returned to the main hall. He had stayed inside for 12 months without coming out. Sierra thought Lin Xuan had failed. She looked at Lin Xuan and asked, "Did you fail?" "I succeeded, but just took a bit of time. Thank you for your reminder. If it weren't for you, I might have really failed." "That's good." Lin Xuan only needed to comprehend her words, and it would definitely not be a problem. Sheer looked at the fourth door and asked, "How's your spatial formation? I can set up all the formations that my master taught me. What about your ability to break formations?" "It's also passed down from my master. I have a decent grasp of it, but I haven't had much practical opportunity." "That's enough. The fourth trial shouldn't trap you for too long. Good luck. Don't rush. I still need to wait a bit longer." After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he sat down and began to absorb the soul bone. The importance of the torso bone was self-evident. With the support of the torso bone, his dragon transformation's defensive level could be significantly enhanced. While Lin Xuan was absorbing the soul bone, chaos erupted on the Dou continent. Wang Dong broke through to the limit Dou, and the first thing he did was attack Shrek. Long Lao, Kong Lao, and all of Shrek fought hard to resist Wang Dong's assault. Breaking through to limit Dou in 2 years exceeded Shrek's expectations, and it was even more challenging with the dual soul cores of Yin and Yang complementing each other. Although Long Lao also broke through to limit Dou, the combat power of the same position resonance dual soul core was vastly inferior to that of the Yin-Yang complementary dual soul core. Wang Dong forcefully occupied the old site of the Zhen Mountain sect of the Tiandou Empire and openly established the Holy Spirit sect. Some evil soul masters hiding in the shadows regrouped, but this time, most of the people from the Holy Spirit sect were of mixed caliber, with no titled duels among them. The forces of the continent led by Shrek united, including the royal families of the 2 empires and the top 10 sects led by Tang sect, launching a collective attack on the Zhen Mountain sect. However, they were repelled by a formation, and no one could break through. The power of the world could not breach a single formation. One could imagine what this meant. For a time, the continent fell into despair. The news that Wang Dong was inheriting the divine mansion could not be hidden. The allied forces had no other way but to block this place, and everyone could only hope that Wang Dong would be unable to inherit the divine mansion. Wang Dong stood atop the highest point of the Zhen Mountain sect, looking down at the allied forces below. A few unscrupulous-looking evil soul masters under him flattered Wang Dong, saying, as long as the leader inherits the demon god's divine mansion, he can definitely unify the continent, and we evil soul masters can rise as well. Wang Dong merely glanced at these people without speaking. This was not technically the legitimate demon god's divine mansion, nor was it the divine mansion of the Dou continent. But as long as it allowed him to break through to limit Dou, that was enough. Even if it meant selling his soul, he had to achieve his goal. Lin Xuan, wait for me to find you. It's fine if you hide now. I will capture your wife and force you out. After Wang Dong finished speaking, he opened the stone door that left Lin Xuan at a loss, entered, and began to accept the demon god's inheritance. This was the memory Wang Dong obtained after killing the demon god in the spirit hall within the Void Stone. Long ago, a demon god came to the Dou continent, but was killed by the god king of the divine realm. After being slain, he secretly left his inheritance power here. As long as Wang Dong could obtain it, he could resurrect the demon god and gain all his powers. All of this was unknown to Lin Xuan, who was still immersed in the skills brought by the torso bone. The torso bone had no active skills, but its passive skills thrilled Lin Xuan. It doubled his perception. No matter what Lin Xuan's current perception was, it would be multiplied by 2. Sheer beside him was stunned, and she increasingly felt that Lin Xuan was favored, making the 4th test seem almost irrelevant. Why do you have such a sour face? Lin Xuan asked Sheer. Sheer waved her hand impatiently and scolded. Hurry up and go to the 4th test. Don't disgust me here. Even if you don't say so, I'm going anyway, la la la. Lin Xuan skipped to the entrance of the 4th trial's door. Just as he was about to enter, he felt a tremendous force strike his back, and he was kicked directly into the door. Outside, Sheer covered her mouth and chuckled, thinking that this kick felt much better. Chapter 275, 4th Trial, Spatial Formation Tester Lin Xuan. Before you are 9 interconnected formations. You must break them within a certain time. These are 9 large, interconnected formations. If you fail to break the 2nd formation in time, The first formation will restore itself. The last formation is a natural formation, and the method to break the formations is right beside you. Yang Zhao's voice reached Lin Xuan's ears. Interconnected formation. Lin Xuan looked down at his feet. He could see the most prominent formations: forbidden space, forbidden soul, soul extraction, powerlessness, gravity, illusion formation, and killing formation, a total of 7. With one natural formation that Lin Xuan couldn't discern its purpose for the moment. However, from the stone figures placed in the center of the formation, there should also be a summoning formation. Lin Xuan did not act rashly. Everything around him was likely created by an illusion formation. His soul power was suppressed, and if he wasn't careful, he could trigger the soul extraction formation. The powerlessness formation should also be a binding formation. Once he broke a certain formation, it could trigger another. Yang Zhao had told him before that when encountering the forbidden space and forbidden soul formations, he must not rush in recklessly. And when breaking the interconnected formations, he should never break the forbidden soul formation first, as it could suppress the triggering of the killing formation. If he broke the forbidden soul formation first, it could very likely lead to his demise. Let us start with the forbidden space formation. Lin Xuan stood up, approached a stone tablet, and directly smashed it with a punch. Only this stone tablet had the fluctuation of spatial power. This was the eye of the forbidden space formation. After breaking the forbidden space formation, Lin Xuan looked around. The return of the spatial power made him more aware of the anomalies around him. He successively broke the illusion formation, soul extraction, powerlessness, and gravity formations. Because these formations were suppressed by the forbidden soul formation, they hadn't activated and were broken by Lin Xuan. Just as Lin Xuan was about to destroy the killing formation, all the surrounding formations restored themselves, and Lin Xuan lost the perception of spatial power again. Did I break the formations in the wrong order? Lin Xuan looked at the formations in confusion. According to reason, the order to break the formations was what Yang Zhao taught him. Yang Zhao wouldn't deliberately teach him the wrong order to prevent him from inheriting the divine mansion. Following this process, he should have broken the killing formation, then the summoning formation, and finally the forbidden soul formation before dealing with the natural formation. Wait, my master taught me correctly. The problem lies with the natural formation. Lin Xuan looked around. This was a flat area, and all the formations were clearly visible. After breaking the illusion formation, he seemed to have failed to observe everything around him. Seeing this, Lin Xuan stood up again to break the formations he had just destroyed. But just as he was about to break the killing formation, the formations restored again. There were no changes when the illusion formation was broken, as he expected. The illusion formation had not been activated. So, the problem was what the natural formation's function was. He didn't even sense any issues with the natural formation. Even after the forbidden space formation was broken, he felt no unease at all. Lin Xuan sat in place for a month. This kind of situation was already commonplace for him. He tried to increase his speed, and indeed broke through his limits, destroying the killing formation before it restored. Yet it still returned. He even tried changing the order of breaking the formations, and once he directly broke the forbidden soul formation first, resulting in the killing formation triggering and being smashed to pieces by 4 stone figures without any chance to fight back. Each of these stone figures possessed the strength of a super Delaw, and although Lin Xuan was already an 86th level soul Delaw, he was no match for them. Lin Xuan sat on the ground, but he had no doubts about Yang Zhao in his heart. Yang Zhao wouldn't deceive him. The problem definitely lay with the natural formation. He had already broken all 8 formations in this place, so why was he unable to break the natural formation? He couldn't even find a hint at this point, and he hadn't discovered any function at all. He began to recall Siena's words. Sierra said that as long as it was taught by Yang Zhao, there wouldn't be too many problems. Then the issue lay in this statement. The methods of breaking and setting up formations that Yang Zhao had given him, he had memorized them thoroughly over the past month, but he still had no clue. No, wait, why would the formation regenerate? Lin Xuan said suddenly, having overlooked the most important sentence Yang Zhao had told him. Once a formation was broken, it could not restore itself, because in the first 3 trials, no matter what was done, it would be restored, so he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. The first 3 trials were not his true self breaking through, but this trial was indeed real. Although he faced great danger each time, he would always stop attacking before death. His body was shattered only because a force had healed him, preventing him from being injured for too long. But where did that healing energy come from? The ability of a natural formation is restoration. Lin Xuan finally saw through this point. In fact, Yang Zhao had told him from the beginning that if the formation was not connected after being broken, it would restore, but the formation could not restore itself automatically. Since he was the true self breaking through, the ability of the natural formation was restoration. But how could he find this formation? Once a formation was activated, there would be fluctuations. There were no silent formations. Lin Xuan directly broke through the Forbidden Sky formation and released spatial power to probe the surroundings. Instead of breaking the other formations, he came to the Forbidden Soul formation. He calculated the time and broke the Forbidden Soul formation before it could restore. He directly released his martial soul true body while using the void skill to make the rock giant's attack miss, focusing solely on feeling the fluctuations around him. However, what puzzled him was that there were no fluctuations from the formation. This was an unsolvable problem for Lin Xuan. He had thought this trial would be simple, but he encountered a Waterloo, with restoration happening without warning, yet the time remained exactly the same. This indicated that the formation was activated when he couldn't break it. Lin Xuan looked around for any flaws, observing meticulously as if searching for differences. He looked at the stone tablet. This was the eye of the Forbidden Sky formation. As long as he broke the spatial power, it would flood into the formation, and he relied on this to break the formation. He punched the stone tablet to shatter it, the Forbidden Sky formation. Lin Xuan looked around and suddenly laughed upon seeing the shattered stone tablet, because beneath it lay a green orb quietly resting. The green orb emitted no fluctuations at all. No wonder he had no idea where the problem lay. This green orb was also ether stone, nurtured by the natural spatial power, forming a natural formation inside that could restore everything around it, including his own body. This proved that the true self was not in this place. It was just that his pain was magnified many times over. He had been thinking too straightforwardly. Lin Xuan grabbed the ether stone and began to break the formation in order. After he finished breaking the Forbidden Soul formation, he placed the ether stone back. He had already broken the formation and saw no need to destroy this natural formation. After all, the later challengers still needed to take the test. He watched as everything restored, and Yang Zhao's voice came out after everything had returned to normal. Chapter 276. Fifth Trial. Condensing the Soul, Core Challenger Lin Xuan completed the fourth trial in 1 month and 11 days, receiving the reward of a 3-level soul power increase and a head soul bone. Lin Xuan felt the increase in power within him and was filled with excitement. He was about to break through to title de loi as long as he completed the fifth trial. However, he knew that the fifth trial was definitely different from the fourth. Passing it would raise his title de loi level, and the difficulty would be absolutely different. After absorbing the head soul bone, Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. It was actually an offensive head soul bone. He could shatter space, causing opponents to feel dizzy. At the very least, Lin Xuan could make enemies lose the protection of their soul power. This soul bone still needed further development. But the most important issue now was that he had no 8th soul ring, making it impossible to condense the soul core. The topic of the fifth trial was condensation. The exam question should be about condensing the soul core, right? Lin Xuan returned to the main hall. Sierra was not satisfied with Lin Xuan's speed in breaking formations. After all, Lin Xuan was personally promoted by Yang Zhao, yet his speed in breaking formations couldn't reach first place. Without saying a word, Lin Xuan directly entered the fifth large door. However, what surprised Lin Xuan was that he had directly arrived in the Sunset Forest. Yang Zhao's voice echoed in his ear. In 1 year, hunt 2 soul beasts of 100,000 years and condense the soul core to break through to title Daw. You cannot leave the Sunset Forest, and the hunt must be done alone. Hiss! Lin Xuan couldn't believe what he heard, setting aside how he would condense the soul core. How could he hunt a 100,000 year soul beast with nothing but his bare hands? He sat down on the ground, releasing his martial soul true body to sense the spatial nodes within the Sunset Forest. He discovered 5 100,000 year soul beasts, just in time for 2 of them to be space-type soul beasts. But which one could he kill? Lin Xuan arrived outside the ice-fire duality eye. It seemed he could lure the 100,000 year soul beasts inside, but the 100,000 year soul beasts could completely ignore the effects of the octagonal profound ice grass and the raging fire apricot blossom, and recklessly provoking a 100,000 year soul beast might also damage the ice-fire duality eye. Lin Xuan, what are you doing here? A surprise voice called out, and Lin Xuan turned around in astonishment to see someone he didn't expect, the nine-tailed fox. They hadn't seen each other since she helped him reshape his body. The nine-tailed fox looked at Lin Xuan with confusion and asked, "What are you doing in the Sunset Forest?" You're not here to kill me, are you? The nine-tailed fox's face turned pale. She had just reached the Soul Emperor level, but Lin Xuan's aura was already unfathomable. She thought Lin Xuan was here to kill her. Lin Xuan walked up to the nine-tailed fox and asked in confusion, "What are you doing here? Didn't you say you wanted to experience human life? Don't mention it. I went to the human world for less than a month and was pursued by a guy who wanted to force himself on me. I ended up killing him in self-defense, and now I'm being hunted down. The human world is really not fun," the nine-tailed fox said with frustration. Humans only had yellow thoughts upon seeing her stunning face and beautiful figure, which annoyed her to no end. Lin Xuan chuckled to himself. This girl had no backing, so it was only natural that she faced such issues. In this world, it was ultimately the survival of the fittest. If you rose up in resistance, you might not get a good outcome. So, you only have 100 years of life. Are you going to waste it? Not at all. I found an old friend from the past. He has taken care of me quite well. He is just going through a heavenly tribulation right now. Is he trying to break through the 100,000 year limit? If he succeeds, he indeed won't have to stay in the Sunset Forest anymore and can go to the human world to play freely. Lin Xuan smacked his lips. The nine-tailed fox looked at Lin Xuan's forehead with confusion and asked, "You seem to have started inheriting the divine position already. The mark on your forehead can't be concealed." "It can't be concealed. I'm here for the 5th trial. I must kill 2 100,000 year soul beasts and then condense the soul core. This is really troublesome." "Which two?" The nine-tailed fox's expression changed with curiosity. Lin Xuan scratched his head and thought about the characteristics he felt. One is a Shun Kong dragon, and the other is a 9-colored glazed bird. These are indeed soul beasts with spatial power. The 9-colored glazed bird is a powerful soul beast that existed in my previous life. Facing it, you have almost no chance of winning. First, its 9-color divine light can prevent anyone from getting close, let alone its terrifying ability to stop time. When the nine-tailed fox said this, there was a sense of fear, clearly indicating that it had suffered quite a bit in its previous life. Lin Xuan sighed, feeling overwhelmed. Just as he was feeling disheartened, the nine-tailed fox patted his shoulder and said, "Let's do it. Anyway, the 9-colored glass bird will intervene when my brother breaks through, so why not take out that guy together with my brother now? Shall we kill the 9-colored glass bird first?" It was indeed a good choice, but my suggestion is to kill the Shun Kong dragon first. My dragon bloodline can completely restrain the Shun Kong dragon. As long as I kill the Shun Kong dragon and break through to become a title de law, I will have the capital to ally with your brother. That's a good point. The nine-tailed fox became excited. She had been worried about this matter, and Lin Xuan's arrival was a big help to her. Just as the nine-tailed fox was about to take Lin Xuan to meet her brother, she found that Lin Xuan had already disappeared. Lin Xuan came alone to the territory of the Shun Kong dragon. The reason the Shun Kong dragon was called that was because its spatial teleportation ability was incredibly strong. It could teleport without restraint, making it not troublesome for Lin Xuan to kill it. Lin Xuan quietly set up a forbidden space array around the Shun Kong dragon's territory. The formation taught to him by Yang Zhao was completely fine and didn't require any materials. However, after setting up the array, Lin Xuan had no soul power left in his body, so he sat down to recover his soul power. 3 days later, Lin Xuan opened his eyes and swaggered over to the Shun Kong dragon. The Shun Kong dragon seemed surprised that a human had silently entered its territory. Just as it was about to escape, it realized Lin Xuan was just a soul de law. It glared at Lin Xuan in fury and roared, "Human, you are quite bold. Since that's the case, be my meal." The Shun Kong dragon opened its large mouth, wanting to swallow Lin Xuan. In an instant, Lin Xuan activated Dragon God transformation, merging the powers of the Golden Holy Dragon and the Fear Demon Dragon. Unlike the half-hearted transformation from before, the bloodlines of the Golden Holy Dragon and the Fear Demon Dragon perfectly fused together. Lin Xuan, clad in black and gold battle armor, stared coldly at the Shun Kong dragon. The Shun Kong dragon felt weak all over. Lin Xuan used Instant Step to appear in front of it and punched down. As the Shun Kong dragon tried to tear open a spatial crack to escape, the Forbidden Space Array activated quickly. Lin Xuan's punch struck the Shun Kong dragon's unguarded head, sending it flying with a miserable scream. Several scales from its white dragon body were knocked off. It got up, tried to dig into the ground to run, but Lin Xuan would not give it that chance. He grabbed the Shun Kong dragon's tail and swung it around like a sandbag. Chapter 277. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider Stop. The Shun Kong dragon was clearly dizzy from being swung around. It shouted in a rage, but Lin Xuan's Forbidden Space Array and Dragon Transformation had completely immobilized it. Its defenses were not strong, and if this continued, it would die. The Shunkong dragon's eyes narrowed as it roared and rolled to escape Lin Xian's grip, then struck Lin Xian in the stomach with its tail. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, but his hands still held onto the Shunkong dragon's tail. The Shunkong dragon's tail transformed into a barbed shape, piercing Lin Xian and causing blood to flow. The Shunkong dragon was pleased, not wanting to fight anymore, and prepared to flee. After all, once it left the forbidden space array, killing Lin Xian would be easy. However, as it turned to escape, it was suddenly pierced to the ground by a silver spider leg. The Shunkong dragon didn't even react before being pinned down. Lin Xian looked up in shock as a completely silver eight-legged spider appeared before him. Although the spider looked terrifying, it did not exude a sinister aura. Instead, it felt somewhat sacred. The nine-tailed fox peeked out from the spider's head and said, "You made it just in time, good brother. Quickly kill it, or the poison will kill it." The spider touched the nine-tailed fox's head with its leg and then looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and immediately struck through the Shunkong dragon's heart with his palm. He didn't expect the soul beast would actually help him kill another soul beast. Lin Xian looked at the 100,000-year soul ring and gritted his teeth, saying, "Thank you, senior, for the protection." Lin Xian sat down to absorb the soul ring. The spider paused for a moment before transforming into human form and landing on the ground. The spider's human form resembled a young man, with long white hair and a crescent moon mark on his forehead that was mesmerizing. The nine-tailed fox looked at the spider and jokingly scolded, "Tian Yu, can you pay attention to the fact that I'm still on your head? Sorry, after all, I haven't had anyone sit on my head for a long time." Tian Yu chuckled. He and the nine-tailed fox had met before either of them reached 100,000 years of soul beast age. At that time, they fought fiercely, and in the end, the nine-tailed fox won by a small margin. Neither could do anything to the other, so they had been at odds until they encountered a 100,000-year soul beast. At that time, they seemed to work in perfect harmony to repel the 100,000-year soul beast and became friends. Unfortunately, after the nine-tailed fox broke through to 100,000 years, they had a disagreement. The nine-tailed fox wanted to become human, while Tian Yu, the demon spider, intended to continue breaking through, which eventually led to their separation, and the nine-tailed fox was killed. Fortunately, she had already been revived. This human is very strong, and it's true that he has inherited the divine throne. I really envy humans. Unlike us soul beasts, we could never become gods in our lifetime. Tian Yu, the demon spider, sighed. The nine-tailed fox looked at her own body. Although she was already considered human, she still lacked confidence in becoming a god. After becoming human, she realized that she wasn't anything special. Lin Xian absorbed the soul ring for a day and a night. He had no experience absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, but his sea of spirit had the seal left by Yang Zhao, so the resentment of the soul beast did not affect him too much. Moreover, his physical body had already reached its peak due to dragon god transformation. The soul bone provided by the Shunkong dragon was the left leg bone, and even Lin Xian was surprised if this was something Yang Zhao had calculated. One soul ring and one soul bone gave him 4 skills. The soul skills were Thought creates realm and spatial slash. Thought creates realm can quickly form an independent space, essentially creating a field for one-on-one combat in an instant, while spatial slash releases an invisible slash in front using his hand as a blade. This strike poses a significant threat. The skills from the soul bone were explosive bomb and spatial cage. The explosive bomb could complement his 5th soul skill, while the spatial cage was a quick casting skill that could trap enemies rapidly. In summary, the skills brought by the Shunkong dragon were somewhat useless. Thank you for the protection, senior. So, do we wait for you to condense a soul core before hunting the 9-color glass bird? Let's wait until I finish condensing the soul core, Lin Xian said, cupping his fists. Tian Yu understood this answer, so he led Lin Xian to his territory. Lin Xian had thought that Tian Yu, the demon spider's territory, would be filled with spider silk, but he was surprised to find it was a very tidy place, with not a single web in sight. Tian Yu looked at the puzzled Lin Xian and said, "Unlike other spiders, the Tian Yu demon spider does not have the ability to spin silk. We have shells harder than a black tortoise and venom more potent than the emerald phosphor serpent king, but we lack the skill of spinning webs. It's a trade-off, I suppose. I have learned a lot. Even at Shrek, there are no records about Tian Yu, the demon spider. Of course not. Tian Yu comes from another world," the nine-tailed fox said with a smile. Lin Xian then understood that he had probably accidentally stepped on some spatial crack. Tian Yu sighed wryly and said, According to your world's terms, I should have accidentally stepped on a spatial crack when I was about 10 years old, and then I couldn't go back. I've been living here for thousands of years, so I guess I've gotten used to it. If the senior doesn't mind, I think I should be able to send you back once I reach the limit de law. After hearing Lin Xuan's words, the Tianyue demon spider's expression changed slightly. But he looked at the nine-tailed fox with a doting gaze and said, "Forget it, this girl only has a few decades left. If I'm not around, I wouldn't even know how she would die. Besides, I was born and raised in the Doloa continent as a soul beast. There's no need for me to go back." The nine-tailed fox stuck out her tongue, finding Tianyue's words too mushy. After all, she was a nine-tailed fox. How could she not know Tianyue's affection? She didn't refuse either. Lin Xuan had an understanding expression as he looked at the nine-tailed fox and said, "I hope you can help me with something. What do you need? Can you go to Shrek and bring me a few books? I don't even know how to condense the soul core after breaking through to title de law. Just sitting here is a waste of time." Lin Xuan scratched his head awkwardly, having forgotten to ask when he left. Now he urgently needed this. The nine-tailed fox stood up and said, "It will take a long time to get from here to Shrek. No need, just watch me." Lin Xuan picked up a branch and began to draw a line on the ground, pouring all his spatial power into it. He looked at the nine-tailed fox and said, "This array can teleport you to Dugu Shue's side. Dugu Shue and Chu Linger are not together right now, so be careful. That girl may not say it, but she still cares about you. Whatever, but I can't go empty-handed. This is a teleportation pearl. You can crush it to return. The rest will come later." Lin Xuan looked around and then asked, "Does Senior Tianyue have any jade stones?" "Well, I do like shiny things like that." "Wait a moment." Tianyue opened a wooden box and began to rummage through it, taking out dozens of gemstones of various colors. Lin Xuan picked a piece of raw jade and infused it with a trace of divine thought, handing it to the nine-tailed fox and saying, "Take this and go find Kong Lao with Dugu Shui, please." "Okay." The nine-tailed fox entered the array and was teleported to Dugu Shue's side. Dugu Shui was startled, but upon hearing it was Lin Xuan's request for help, immediately took the nine-tailed fox to find Kong Lao. Kong Lao took the jade stone, and Lin Xuan's projection immediately appeared before everyone. Lin Xuan explained his situation and needs to Kong Lao, and after finishing, he disappeared, leaving others unable to ask questions. Kong Lao had no choice but to verbally explain the method for condensing the soul core to the nine-tailed fox. After confirming it multiple times, the nine-tailed fox crushed the pearl and returned to Lin Xuan's side. The soul core doesn't increase cultivation, so you need to condense a small vortex in your dantian. The main function of the soul core is to ensure that the soul power within you continues to flow. However, when condensing the soul core, you must consider the next steps, especially you. Long Lao only managed to condense a dual soul core of the same position in his life because he didn't consider the next steps. That's no different from saying nothing. Lin Xuan said with a wry smile. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. Tianyue and the nine-tailed fox did not disturb Lin Xuan, but kept a distance from him. The nine-tailed fox watched Lin Xuan from afar, knowing that in the near future, she would also condense her soul core, which was the most important thing. A vortex? How do I condense it into a crystal block? Compression? Use the vortex to compress the soul power to form the soul core? Lin Xuan's mind was constantly thinking. He began to slowly compress the soul power within him. His dantian was filled with a lot of soul power, but this soul power did not belong to him. Generally, when the soul power in the body is exhausted, one must absorb the soul power from the heavens and earth. With his current soul power, he couldn't even support the release of all his soul skills. So he often suffered from headaches due to his soul power depletion. Gradually, the soul power began to compress into small crystal points. His mental energy was highly consumed, but control was not an issue for Lin Xuan. He could instantly divide a large sword into 100,000 pieces, showcasing his control. However, mental energy was indeed his weakness. It was already challenging for him to condense one soul core, so how could he condense a second one? Now Lin Xuan was faced with a choice: a dual soul core of yin and yang complementarity or a dual soul core of same position resonance. What would Wang Dong choose? He would definitely choose the yin and yang complementarity, right? If that's the case, why hesitate? A silver soul core slowly condensed within his dantian. But this soul core was somewhat small, and one could even say it was a bit weak. This was intentional on Lin Xuan's part. To condense a dual soul core of yin and yang complementarity, he had to weigh his mental state. If he used all his strength to condense one soul core, perhaps the second soul ring could also be condensed with all his strength, but he would lack the power to complement the two soul cores. The final result would lead to a collision of soul cores, resulting in Lin Xuan's explosion and death. Lin Xuan intentionally made the first soul core neither strong nor weak so that he wouldn't have too many issues when condensing the second soul core. Lin Xuan spent a full month condensing the soul core. During this time, he managed to repair and perfect his soul rings. Perhaps Lin Xuan's current soul core wound T make it into the top 10 on the continent. But he was the most likely to complete a dual soul core of yin and yang complementarity. Of course, he didn't know that Wang Dong had already completed it. I'll choose the title Juing, Lin Xuan said with a smile, finally breaking through to level 90. For Lin Xuan, this truly marked his entry into the ranks of the strong. The soul core within him made him feel as if he had an endless supply of soul power. Tianyue and the nine-tailed fox walked up to Lin Xuan and congratulated him. Congratulations, you've stepped into the realm of title Dou. You really have enviable luck. Just joking. Senior, it's time to hunt the nine-colored glazed bird. After defeating it, I'll protect you. Lin Xuan clasped his fists and said. The most important purpose of coming here was to kill that nine-colored glazed bird that had cultivated for 999 years. After devouring the corpse of the Shun Kong dragon, Tianyue's cultivation had also reached the same level as the nine-colored glazed bird. However, to survive the 200,000-year tribulation, they both needed to consume each other to use their physical abilities to cross the tribulation. Then let's set off. That bird is probably waiting for us. After Tianyue said this, he transformed into his true form and headed towards the territory of the nine-colored glazed bird. The nine-colored glazed bird lived in the largest phoenix tree in the sunset forest. Although she was not a phoenix, she had the heart of one. She opened her eyes and looked at the Tianyue demon spider's territory, filled with a strong fighting spirit. Looking at her bright feathers, she stood up and let out a cry. The Tianyue demon spider rushed in from a distance. The nine-colored glazed bird directly waved her wings. And a row of nine-colored feathers shot towards the Tianyue demon spider like rain. Even the Tianyue demon spider's hard body was slightly pierced by the feathers. The Tianyue demon spider's expression changed as he scolded. You have actually broken through to 200,000 years? I broke through 10 years ago. I just hid it from you on purpose. Look, you came right to my door, the nine-colored glazed bird said slyly. The Tianyue demon spider roared, and the crescent mark on its head lit up, releasing the Tianyue domain. The nine-colored glazed bird did not back down. A nine-colored divine light shone down on her head. And the Tianyue demon spider suddenly felt as if it had sunk into concrete, its movements slowing down. The nine-colored glazed bird flew down to peck at the Tianyue demon spider's head. At that moment, Lin Xuan intervened, releasing his fourth soul skill, the immobilization technique, followed by his fifth soul skills, spatial blast and explosive orb together. The nine-colored glazed bird was caught off guard and was hit on her left wing, letting out a scream as she returned to the phoenix tree. Lin Xuan, who had unleashed the dragon god transformation, stood beside the celestial moon demon spider, coldly gazing at the nine-colored glazed bird. He had also been hit by the nine-colored divine light, which was why he had not pursued earlier. The divine light was too powerful, slowing his movements to an extreme. Fortunately, his soul skills did not require much speed. Despicable dragon race, you dare to hurt me? Such things were not uncommon. The eighth soul ring behind Lin Xuan lit up as he slashed forward, sending an invisible space slash directly at the neck of the nine-colored glazed bird. Sensing danger, the nine-colored glazed bird immediately took flight. But the wutong tree beneath her was cut in half by Lin Xuan. The nine-colored glazed bird roared angrily. You dare to cut it? With her wings folded, she charged at Lin Xuan like a cannonball. The celestial moon demon spider positioned itself to block the impact of the nine-colored glazed bird. Just as the nine-colored glazed bird was about to escape, the left leg bone soul skill of the void dragon was released, trapping the nine-colored glazed bird in a space cage. The celestial moon demon spider immediately thrust its spider leg toward the nine-colored glazed bird. Just when the nine-colored glazed bird couldn't escape the cage and Lin Xuan felt victory was near, it suddenly vanished before his eyes, and 5 feathers pierced into him, sending Lin Xuan flying. Chapter 279. Pyrrhic victory against the nine-colored glazed bird. What happened? Both the celestial moon demon spider and Lin Xuan stared in shock at the nine-colored glazed bird, especially Lin Xuan, who felt no change before being struck by the 5 feathers. If it weren't for the spider leg of the celestial moon demon spider being right in front of his heart, he might have already died. Lin Xuan, the nine-tailed fox exclaimed as she caught Lin Xuan, who was falling from the sky. The celestial moon demon spider quickly thrust its spider leg at the nine-colored glazed bird. The nine-colored glazed bird, clearly exhausted, could only defend passively while continuously releasing feathers to repel the celestial moon demon spider. Unable to endure any longer, the nine-colored glazed bird shouted at the celestial moon demon spider, "Do you really think I have no domain?" After saying this, a silver light was released from her body, and the space domain collided with the celestial moon domain. Lin Xuan's injuries had mostly healed, and he quietly whispered something to the celestial moon demon spider before instantly teleporting in front of the nine-colored glazed bird and delivering a punch. The nine-colored glazed bird's expression turned ecstatic as it released its skill again. Everything in the world suddenly fell silent, as if time had stopped, and Lin Xuan was frozen in midair. Despicable humans will never learn their lesson. However, they cannot imagine that I, who have just broken through to 200,000 years, have actually touched the supreme time laws and mastered the ability to stop time. After saying this, the nine-colored glazed bird waved her right wing, and 9 feathers pierced through Lin Xuan from head to toe. Just as she was about to end the time stop, Lin Xuan reappeared behind her and punched down. The nine-colored glazed bird looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief before being sent flying in front of the celestial moon demon spider. The nine-colored glazed bird struggled to rise, fear evident on her face as she looked ahead, for the celestial moon demon spider was coldly staring at her with its spider eyes. The nine-colored glazed bird attempted to flee, but was pierced through the left wing by the celestial moon spider's leg. With a cry of pain, the nine-colored glazed bird released the nine-colored divine light, barely breaking free from the celestial moon demon spider's control. She could hardly believe that Lin Xuan was able to move during her time stop. "I've got it." Lin Xuan smiled as he approached the celestial moon demon spider. He had guessed that it was the time stop skill. From the beginning of the battle, he had been carefully observing the situation, and only with the ability to stop time could so many things be accomplished in an instant. What a pity! Not enough poison was injected. The celestial moon demon spider lamented, as Lin Xuan had created such a good opportunity but had not dealt a fatal blow to the nine-colored glazed bird. Just as Lin Xuan was about to say something, the nine-colored glazed bird, standing atop the severed wudong tree, coldly declared, "I want you to die painfully." Nine-colored demon flame. Suddenly, the surroundings were filled with nine-colored divine light, and as the divine light became dense, it produced a kind of nine-colored flame. Realizing the danger, the celestial moon demon spider immediately shielded Lin Xuan from the demon flame, but even its hard body could not withstand it, suffering burns all over. Celestial Moon Senior. Lin Xuan shouted in surprise as he released the immobilization technique to interrupt the pursuing nine-colored glazed bird. He clenched his right hand towards the sky, and within 3 seconds, under the terrified gazes of the nine-colored glazed bird and the nine-tailed fox, a great sword split into 10,000 and rained down. The nine-colored glazed bird protected its entire body to block all the attacks, but what terrified it was that the surrounding spatial power had completely vanished. Its space domain crumbled without an attack, and the terrifying spatial control Lin Xuan possessed was something the nine-colored glazed bird could never have imagined. It immediately thought of fleeing, but Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, and the immobilization array was instantly activated. "Today it's either you die or I die. Just stay put." Despicable human. The nine-colored glazed bird's nine-colored divine light shone on Lin Xuan, causing him to spit blood and take a slow step back. Lin Xuan's dragon god transformation was instantly lifted, and he returned to his normal appearance. The nine-colored glazed bird's expression was ecstatic as it rushed towards Lin Xuan without hesitation, as long as it killed Lin Xuan. The celestial moon demon spider would no longer be a threat. "Lin Xuan, run!" The nine-tailed fox shouted anxiously at Lin Xuan, but he was moving as if he couldn't escape due to the nine-colored divine light, only able to retreat slowly. The nine-colored glazed bird's attack arrived in the blink of an eye, and it laughed, saying, "The immobilization array has ultimately harmed you. Is that so? You really don't learn from your lessons, do you?" The golden holy dragon bloodline and the fearsome demon dragon bloodline in Lin Xuan's body were released in an instant, and 2 dragon roars echoed out. The nine-colored glazed bird looked at Lin Xuan in fear, but he had already grabbed its foot and slammed it down to the ground like a sandbag, then used his immense strength to tear off the nine-colored glazed bird's left wing. Since her left wing had already been poisoned by the celestial moon demon spider, Lin Xuan easily ripped it off. The nine-colored glazed bird, dragging its broken body, fled to the edge of the immobilization array. Lin Xuan did not pursue, and just as it thought it had escaped, a spider leg pierced through its neck from the shadows. The celestial moon demon spider stood on the tree, coldly watching the nine-colored glazed bird. Lin Xuan rushed from behind and struck down on the nine-colored glazed bird's head, and with a resentful look, the nine-colored glazed bird fell. Lin Xuan, hurry up and kill it, otherwise the celestial moon demon spider's poison will kill it. The celestial moon demon spider said weakly. Lin Xuan nodded and immediately struck again, ending the barely alive nine-colored glazed bird. A circle of blood-red soul rings appeared above its corpse, with the only difference being 2 golden marks on the soul rings, indicating that this soul ring was 200,000 years old. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, sat down, and began to absorb the soul ring, while the celestial moon demon spider transformed into human form and collapsed to the ground. The nine-tailed fox rushed over and hugged the celestial moon, who was severely burned in many places, looking terrifying. The nine-tailed fox took out herbs and said to the celestial moon, "Can you return to your original form? I'll help you apply medicine." The celestial moon nodded wearily and then transformed back into its original form. The nine-tailed fox carefully helped the celestial moon clean its wounds while infusing soul power to help it recover. If it weren't for helping Lin Xuan resist the nine-colored demon flame, it would have been impossible for it to endure everything. It truly seemed that Lin Xuan owed the celestial moon demon spider a favor. Lin Xuan opened his eyes after absorbing the soul ring, and suddenly a surge of memories hit him. Before he could experience anything, he fainted. He had a dream in which his mother seemed to be arguing with a man. In a fit of anger, his mother took him, still in swaddling clothes, away from somewhere. The person arguing with his mother was not his father, but during their quarrel, they mentioned something about blood, which should refer to his own bloodline, right? Chapter 280, 6th Trial. Aggregation. The examiner Lin Xuan passed the 5th trial, taking 1 month and 7 days, and received a reward of 1 level increase in soul power. Lin Xuan awakened to Yang Zhao's voice, and his soul power rose from level 91 to level 92. This reward did not surprise him, as he had already obtained 200,000-year soul rings and 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. Lin Xuan got up and looked at the soul bones in front of him. The corpse of a 9-colored glazed bird should have been eaten by the heavenly moon demon spider, but he found no trace of it. Lin Xuan looked at the note in front of him, which had crooked writing, probably written by the nine-tailed fox. Lin Xuan, we're leaving. Tianyue has already broken through to 200,000 years, and we're heading to the Star Dou Forest. Thank you for everything during this time. You are just too hypocritical, and I don't want to see your face. Duge Shui said she misses you very much. Make sure to visit her when you have time. Don't forget, this fox, Lin Xuan said, feeling speechless. It was a good thing that the heavenly moon demon spider had broken through to 200,000 years, but leaving without saying goodbye was somewhat sad. He looked around the battlefield that hadn't been cleaned up, took some things, and opened the large door in front of him to return to the Great Hall. Is it really okay to leave without saying goodbye? Tianyue muttered on the way, while the nine-tailed fox snorted and said, "You better not believe that stinky man. He is definitely hypocritical. Just hearing his voice makes me want to vomit." Sure enough, Xiao Yu, you're still so kind. Ha ha ha, you big spider, stop disgusting me. Ha ha. On Lin Xuan's side, he was being stared at by Shi'er with a strange expression. Lin Xuan, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, asked, "What are you doing? Why are you staring at me? I feel like you've become a bit more handsome." "Oh, I absorbed the soul ring of the 9-colored glazed bird. You know, the kind of bird is very flamboyant." "9-colored glazed bird? Do you have feathers?" "What for?" Lin Xuan took out dozens of feathers before he left. He had collected all the feathers of the 9-colored glazed bird. These feathers were sharp enough to be used as hidden weapons. Shi'er snatched them away with a smile and said, "Finally, you're being sensible. What are you going to do with them? I can make my clothes look prettier." Lin Xuan was speechless. Such good assassination tools were actually going to be used as clothing decorations. He shook his head and smiled. "Take them then. I want to take them for free. Here is something for you." Shi'er took out a piece of green ethereal stone and handed it to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan held the ethereal stone and asked in confusion, "What is going on?" "You'll know once you have it. It must be useful for the 6th trial." Lin Xuan looked at the large ethereal stone, but it didn't have anything else on it. After absorbing the soul bone, he entered the 6th door. Shi'er couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Xuan's retreating figure. Actually, that was something Yang Zhao was going to give Lin Xuan, so she effectively took Lin Xuan's feathers. But it didn't matter. Lin Xuan would take at least a year to come out, and by the time he did, the feathers would have already turned into clothes. After Lin Xuan entered the door, he unexpectedly saw Yang Zhao's figure. Lin Xuan joyfully ran over and asked, "Master, is this your projection or something?" "It's my true self. I'm quite surprised that you could get here in less than 3 years. Master, you had Sheer give me the ethereal stone. You're not asking me to create a world like Barbados, are you? Lin Xuan's words made Yang Zhao pause. Then he smiled bitterly. Sheer thought she had tricked Lin Xuan, but in fact, Lin Xuan already knew but didn't say anything. He looked at Lin Xuan and asked, "Who do you think created the Dou continent? The creator god?" "Exactly. The creator god created this world, not just the Dou continent, but other worlds like it as well. However, we are isolated from the real outside world. Other places are more advanced than us, but no one neglects the world they created. Yet, the creator god did just that. The creator god is not dead. He is still alive, but has just disappeared. He believes the structure of the divine realm is flawed, as if he particularly hates this world. Now I'm also bound by the divine position and cannot leave the Dou continent for too long. I don't want you to end up like that. So I hope you can create a world with me." Lin Xuan was stunned in place by Yang Zhao's words. A title Dou attempting to create a world? If he wanted to create a world, why didn't Yang Zhao do it himself? Lin Xuan didn't believe he could be of any help. Yang Zhao patted Lin Xuan's head and said, "This is a trial. I want to intervene much. To be honest, I can't create a world, but you can. So you need to use the ethereal stone to create the world you want. The benefit of this is that once you become the god of space, you can leave the divine residence on the Dou continent. But how do I do that? I can't tell you that. Creating a world isn't as difficult as you think. I've already taught you the formations you need. The key is to make it a living world, not a dead one." Yang Zhao's words furrowed Lin Xuan's brows. He looked at the ethereal stone in his hand and began to recall the structure of Barbados's ethereal stone, which contained spirit-gathering formations, solid space formations, and some formations Lin Xuan didn't even understand. In fact, Lin Xuan didn't need so many formations. He began to carve the solid space formation into the ethereal stone. Without the solid space formation, he couldn't infuse spatial power, and without spatial power, everything was in vain. Next was the issue of size. He suddenly thought of his wives. He wanted to give them a good environment, so it didn't need to be too big. The size of a forest would be enough, but he still chose to carve a large formation. This was similar to making a storage ring. He continuously infused spatial power into the ethereal stone. His martial soul automatically released, and his martial soul's true body attached. The perception of spatial power increased dozens of times in that moment. He could feel a space within the ethereal stone being developed. It turned out that this wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. It was also because the quality of the ethereal stone in his hand was too high. Lin Xuan took a month to complete the development of the ethereal stone. He felt it was very easy, while Yang Zhao beside him was already shocked into silence. Lin Xuan's ability to easily open up a world was not only due to his control over spatial power, but also because he seemed to have experienced something similar. Since his age couldn't account for having experienced the birth of a world, it must be the inherited memories hidden within his bloodline. Lin Xuan indeed did not acquire such a powerful spatial martial soul by chance. Who exactly was his father? Chapter 281. Going home, yes, that's right. Yang Zhao nodded in satisfaction. The ethereal stone in Lin Xuan's hand was already filled with spatial power and could hold items, but people still couldn't enter it, as it lacked air and soul power, which are essential elements of a world. In other words, Lin Xuan had only created a storage ring. But master, if I can let this world enter existence, doesn't that mean I've completed the 6th assessment? But what does the destruction of the 7th assessment mean? Lin Xuan expressed his doubts, and Yang Zhao looked at the ethereal stone in Lin Xuan's hand and said, "It means you have to destroy the world you created." Why? How can a world be full of vitality? Yang Zhao's question puzzled Lin Xuan. A world is full of vitality because someone created life, and life already has templates. It only needs to be carved in that way. However, he did not respond in that manner. A world is full of vitality because it has been destroyed, and how it develops is uncertain. Some worlds rely on heavenly pearls, some on the power of light, while Dou continent relies on the peculiar methods of soul power and soul rings. I understand. Master means that after I create a world, I should directly destroy it and let it develop on its own? You are very smart. You understood my words immediately. A true world is not replicated, but is an uncertain world where its development depends on you. Lin Xuan nodded and sat cross-legged, starting to sketch various formations. Time unknowingly passed, and after 11 months, the ethereal stone was already full of vitality. The forest was alive with birds singing and flowers blooming, and occasionally, fairies flew by. It was a peaceful world with mountains, lakes, and endless oceans. Looking at the ethereal stone, Lin Xuan felt a twinge of reluctance. Although all the lives inside were virtual, he did not want to destroy them. Assessor Lin Xuan completed the 6th assessment in 1 year and received a reward of a 3-level increase in soul power. The 7th assessment of destruction began. Yang Zhao's voice came, and Lin Xuan stood up, looking resolutely at the ethereal stone. Just as he was about to destroy everything inside the ethereal stone, Yang Zhao placed a hand on his shoulder. Destroying a world is not done in that way. The so-called desolation is merely life hidden underground. If you destroy all vitality, how can there be creation? If the assessment were really that simple, why would I place destruction before creation? What does master mean? People only awaken at the end, but nature will not give you that opportunity. Everything must be understood by yourself, and the time is not right yet. Yang Zhao's words were like a sudden enlightenment to Lin Xuan. He put down the ethereal stone and slowly watched the inside. Outside, a day was equivalent to 10 years inside, which was because Lin Xuan did not master the laws of space. Only when Lin Xuan truly comprehended the laws of time could he make the time inside match the outside. Gradually, humans appeared, and the continent emerged due to the retreating sea. The elf race and humans began to fight for territory. Although many humans and elves still coexisted peacefully, the primitive humans needed more wood to settle down, and gradually, the elves began to dwindle due to the loss of trees. Humans also lost usable resources on land, and human wars began. Lin Xuan witnessed everything without any feeling. His gaze became deep, as if a true creator god was watching over his people. His emotions shifted from happiness to disappointment, and then to numbness. No wonder creator gods do not love their worlds, for this world is not as he imagined. Regardless of the world, it is always the survival of the fittest. The strong will constantly oppress the weak. It is time. With a wave of his hand, the once calm sea suddenly surged with waves, and the tranquil volcano began to erupt. The apocalypse had arrived. Everyone fled in madness, and along the way, people remained unrepentant. It was only before death that they would awaken, realizing the loss of forests and elves. Endless greed would only bring about the end. Assessor Lin Xuan completed the 7th assessment of destruction in 3 years and received a reward of a 3-level increase in soul power. Yang Zhao noted in satisfaction, saying Lin Xuan did very well. He accelerated the arrival of the apocalypse only after reaching the end of this world. People indeed died, and all creatures were swallowed by the sea, but the breath of life was forever buried underground, just waiting for the sea to reseed and time to pass for the true world to form. Master, I feel a bit tired. That's normal. Although 3 years have passed here, you have spent an entire epoch inside, and you have seen too much. Perhaps you indeed need to rest. I think I should have passed the 8th assessment, right? Yes, you have also passed the 8th assessment. You can go back. Once you gather your 2nd soul core, you can come back to find me. Yang Zhao said with a smile. Lin Xuan felt a sense of unreality in his soul power. He had already reached level 98, the pinnacle of super Dou, and everything had taken less than 8 years. Lin Xuan stood up and left, returning to the main hall. Sheer, wearing a beautiful long dress, smiled and said, "How is it? Does it look good? This is made from the feathers of the 9-colored glassbird." Yes, it is indeed very beautiful. It seems that the transaction back then was really a loss. Lin Xuan said half-jokingly. Sheer snorted and handed Lin Xuan a package. After he opened it, he discovered it was full of candy. Sheer looked at the candies and said, "These are my hometown specialties. I think you rarely have these on Dou continent, so I wanted you to have taste." "Where's your hometown?" "A place called Earth. It's quite large, dozens of times bigger than Dou continent. Unfortunately, there's no soul power there. No soul power can sometimes be a good thing," Lin Xuan said as he opened a piece of candy. "Too many people with power only breed violence." After chatting with Sheer for a while, he left the main hall and returned to Dou continent. Lin Xuan's return caused a stir, as he was already a level 98 super Dou. Lin Xuan also openly admitted that he had inherited the divine throne, and he wanted to know about Wang Dong's situation. Why is he still hiding after so long? It's really troublesome. Once I break through to extreme Dou, it should be fine. Even if Wang Dong wants to inherit the divine throne, it won't be that easy. Lin Xuan was not worried about anything. Even if Wang Dong inherited the divine throne, he was not his opponent. Now he just needed to spend time with his wife. Chapter 282, Yin-Yang Complementarity, Dual Soul Jores. I hate it. Dugu Shui weakly patted Lin Xuan's chest and then lay down. Lin Xuan looked at the mess around and smiled helplessly. It seemed he had lost control a bit. He felt somewhat confused, as if he had lost something. "What's wrong, Lin Xuan?" Dugu Shui asked, looking at him. She always felt that Lin Xuan had something on his mind. Lin Xuan smiled, but said nothing. He began to gather his second soul core. A long process without anyone urging him. Meanwhile, the sky above Jinshan's sect, where Wang Dong was already overcast, devoid of any vitality. But a suffocating feeling occasionally emanated from it. On this day, Wang Dong walked down from the mountain. Not good. Act quickly. The old dragon shouted angrily and attacked together with the super duels behind him. Wang Dong just waved his hand, and the 6 black and 3 red soul rings behind him lit up, which was the best proof of his inheritance of the divine mansion. The quality of the soul rings had been greatly improved. His 9th soul ring lit up, and a massive black dragon materialized, charging towards everyone. The old dragon roared and activated his martial spirit true body, a golden holy dragon entangled with Wang Dong's black giant dragon. Everyone looked at this scene in fear, as Wang Dong was able to leave the old dragon helpless just by releasing his 9th soul skill. Why was there such a big gap between the two of them, both being limit duels? Oh, and you guys, Wang Dong's 8th soul ring lit up, and a gigantic black hand descended from the sky. Everyone released their strongest soul skills, but they were still crushed by the giant hand. The powerful Wang Dong made everyone lose their will to fight, with only the sword de Luo and Duan Qianhua still standing straight. Oh, Wang Dong looked at the two with interest. Just as he was about to make a move, he was surprised to find someone coldly staring at him from above. He looked up and smiled upon seeing the newcomer. Lin Xuan coldly said to Wang Dong, "If I were you, I wouldn't come out at such an important time for the inheritance. But rituals always require a bit of blood, right?" Wang Dong said, and as he spoke, darkness enveloped a 10-kilometer radius around him. As those below panicked, a silver light lit up. Lin Xian's 9th soul skill, Space Domain, was also released, but Lin Xuan could only maintain it for a kilometer at most. The difference was immediately apparent. Lin Xuan had not yet broken through to limit de Luo and was not Wang Dong's opponent, but he showed no fear. "You are still not my opponent. You shouldn't have come here. You will only make me want to kill you." "What? You actually don't want to kill me?" "I've said it before. I want you to watch the people around you die one by one, and you can only die last." Wang Dong's tone was very calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. Lin Xuan did not get angry. Instead, he waved his hand, and instantly, the people below and the old dragon were transferred away by his spatial power. There was not a single living creature within 10 kilometers. He looked at Wang Dong and said, "Do you think you can kill someone in my hands? As a fellow divine mansion inheritor, I think that your hidden demon god is not my opponent." "You think you're my opponent?" Wang Dong waved his hand, and Lin Xuan immediately released his void skill. His body was covered by a gigantic handprint. If Lin Xuan hadn't reacted quickly, that strike would have been enough to kill him. "You still say you don't want to kill me? Aren't you in a hurry?" Lin Xuan said, waving his hand. All swords returned to their origin. He instantly released. Wang Dong's 6th soul ring lit up, and a turtle shell blocked all the swords. Lin Xuan was stunned. Wasn't this the Xuanwu martial spirit of Sectmaster Su? "Your attack is nothing to me. I let you." Wang Dong hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly glanced at the mountain-guarding sect behind him, where the demon god was calling for him again. Lin Xuan looked at Wang Dong and said, "It seems you sneaked out. Is it the people below that make you feel uneasy? Or are you afraid my progress is faster than yours? Trying to force me out? Words won't keep you alive. 10 years from now, when I come out again, there won't be a single person left on the continent. Perhaps in 5 years, I can break through your turtle shell and drag you out while you're still inheriting the divine mansion. I'll wait for you." After saying this, Wang Dong disappeared from Lin Xuan's sight. After Wang Dong left, Lin Xuan also knelt down with a pale face. Wang Dong's pressure was suffocating him, and his domain was constantly impacting him. He had not yet reached limit de Luo and could not resist. Wang Dong seemed to have noticed this and left before Lin Xuan could no longer hold on. "Lin Xuan, are you okay?" The old dragon rushed to Lin Xuan's side and asked. Lin Xuan forced a smile. He had been summoned while condensing his dual soul cores. If it weren't for his strong control, he might have really suffered after effects. "We need to leave, old dragon. If Wang Dong really comes out, we have no way to deal with him. Let's go, let's go. Staying here is meaningless." The old dragon said weakly. He had thought that after breaking through to limit de Luo, he would at least have the strength to contend with Wang Dong, but he didn't. The coalition of titled duels on the continent was nothing but paper that crumbled upon a touch. Now, the continent was shrouded in despair, with no one knowing what to do. After returning to the Sea God Pavilion, Lin Xuan continued to condense his soul core. An ethereal stone in his hand began to show signs of life. This time, there were no living creatures in his world, only trees and plants. Slowly, some animals began to appear, which was a good development. Yin-yang complementarity dual soul core. The foreshadowing laid in the early stages should be reclaimed now. Lin Xuan condensed another soul core, just like he did with the first one. However, the first soul core in his dantian began to stir restlessly. This was not unexpected for Lin Xuan, but he didn't know what to do. He didn't want to achieve a co-resonance dual soul core. So he didn't try to calm the agitation of the two soul cores. Instead, he pondered the fluctuations when Wang Dong released his soul skills. It felt as if Wang Dong had only one soul core. The so-called yin-yang complementarity referred to two becoming one. Did he want to fuse the two soul cores together? He didn't know. He just kept researching. Time slipped through his fingers, and he had become accustomed to it. He sat in silence for 3 years. And Lin Xuan didn't even know that outside, Duge Shui was already pregnant and had given birth to a baby girl for him. Duge Shui was very strong. She didn't disturb Lin Xuan, even during childbirth, spending it with Chu Linger. The child was already 2 years old, but still didn't know who her father was. Even the old dragon didn't know if Lin Xuan could succeed, but Lin Xuan had to succeed. If he failed, the continent would fall into enemy hands. Of course, Lin Xuan still had his final trump card, which was to achieve co-resonance with the dual soul cores to inherit the space god's divine mansion. But did Lin Xuan want that? Chapter 283. The reason for the secondary divine mansion, Lin Xuan. Master? Lin Xuan raised his head, looking around in confusion. His internal soul core was nearly exhausted, yet he couldn't grasp the rhythm of the two soul cores together. He couldn't even complete the co-resonance of the dual soul cores, which made him waver in his confidence about his strength. Lin Xuan, your strength has improved too quickly. You haven't comprehended many things. You are currently in a very confused state. I don't know how to guide you, but do you want to know why I chose you as my successor? Why? This had always been his doubt. From the expression of Shi, he could tell that he was definitely not the strongest inheritor. Although he wasn't the weakest, he was certainly not the strongest and could even be said to be somewhat mediocre. He had come this far entirely relying on his martial spirit. Lin Xuan said dejectedly, 10 years is really too short. He was even thinking that even if he reached limit de law, so what? Wang Dong would have already inherited the divine mansion in 10 years. He was a true god, and he didn't know how long it would take to fully become a god. That's right, you are not the strongest. Your spatial power is even inferior to Shi's. I have looked for over 300 successors, but none of them were chosen by me, even though 1 or 2 of them passed the 9 tests of the space god. Why? Because of my own reasons. Perhaps you will be curious why, as the space god, possess such powerful laws, yet am only a secondary divine mansion. The reason is that I am too weak. Yang Zhao said bitterly. He was just a choice of the times. Undeniably, Yang Zhao was a true genius. His spatial power was extraordinary, and his various techniques were unfathomable. However, no matter how strong he was fundamentally different from the first-level gods and the supreme gods. He was meant to be a first-level god, but was forced to downgrade to a second-level god, which made him a joke. Although not many people mocked him, and even Tang San was polite to him, he still wanted to escape. The title of God of Space brought him not honor, but shame. Lin Xuan, you're different from me. Your bloodline is incredibly powerful. Even in the divine realm, many are interested in your bloodline. But please believe in your martial soul. The martial soul is a legacy from your parents. From what we can see, your spatial martial soul likely belongs to your mother. This is a powerful force that represents infinite possibilities. You are still young, so don't feel weak. Believe in yourself. Mother's martial soul. Lin Xuan looked at his right hand, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Yes, he still had so many people waiting for him. Why did he have to give up here? Since the outcome was already determined, why should he stand still? Lin Xuan, I'm waiting for you. Everyone is waiting for you. Your wife, your daughter, your companions, your elders. And can the mystery of your background really make you stop? I understand. Lin Xuan stood up, his gaze firm as he looked at Yang Zhao. The bloodline power within him surged wildly. The golden sacred dragon, the azure phosphor serpent king, the 9-tailed demon fox, the fearsome demon dragon, and his nascent bloodline, all parts of him filled with power fell into a wondrous state. Above the sea god pavilion, a rainbow cloud appeared, and the soul power from the world poured in like a funnel. What is this? What is going on? Elder Kong and Elder Long looked at the sea god pavilion in disbelief. All the old experts of the sea god pavilion came out to witness this celestial phenomenon. The soul power within a 10-kilometer radius of Shrek gathered here. Although they were confused, there was only one answer. Lin Xuan was about to break through to the limit de law. Throughout history, Lin Xuan was the only person able to cause a celestial phenomenon when breaking through to limit the law. Wang Dong, wait for me. Lin Xuan took a deep breath. The nearly exhausted soul core had grown to the size of a fist. The two soul cores reflected each other like Taiji. The yin and yang complementing each other, dual soul cores. Lin Xuan had mastered the soul core, and once he made up his mind, everything within him became perfectly coordinated. The dual soul cores were thus born. Lin Xuan could even say that his dual soul cores were absolutely twice as powerful as Wang Dong's, because he had used spatial power to absorb all the soul power within 10 kilometers, something Wang Dong could not do. The inheritance of the god of space still requires you to complete the final test. Love, of course. Your current strength is sufficient to confront Wang Dong in a decisive battle. However, inheriting the position of the god of space will take a long time. I will handle it alone, Master. If I don't come back, I'm truly sorry, Master. I really need to solve this on my own. Lin Xuan said sadly as he hugged Yang Zhao. He was too sure if he could truly defeat Wang Dong. But the deaths of many people forced Lin Xuan to face Wang Dong alone. Everyone was watching him. He had to put this life behind him. I believe in you. I will wait for you at the place of inheritance. After Yang Zhao finished speaking, he vanished. Lin Xuan stood up and walked out of the room where he had been staying. 3 years had passed, and the outside world had changed. When Lin Xuan saw the little girl next to Dou Shui, he was speechless for a long time. Elder Long and the others tactfully dispersed. It was unnecessary to ask questions now that the family was reunited. Mom, who is this uncle? The little girl asked innocently. Lin Xuan was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a bitter smile. Dou Shui squatted down and gently patted the girl's head, saying softly, Yinner, this is your dad. It's the bad dad. Dou Yin ran over and started hitting Lin Xuan playfully. Lin Xuan could only squat down and let his daughter punch him, filled with guilt. Chu Linger hugged Dou Yin and said, Yinner, no matter what, this is your dad. You can't hit him. Okay, it's fine, I should get hit too. Lin Xuan said awkwardly. Suddenly having a daughter made him feel a bit out of place. Dou Shui looked at Lin Xuan and said, I don't mean to blame you, but our daughter can speak at half a year old. I need to give her a name. It's fine. Having your last name is good. That's good. When you plan to leave? Not in a hurry. Lin Xuan hurriedly replied. Dou Shui knew he couldn't stay here for too long, but such questions made him uneasy. He had a child now, but still had to keep running outside. He really felt like an unqualified father and husband. Yinner, can I hold you? Lin Xuan's voice trembled a bit. He was scared that his daughter wouldn't recognize him as her father. Chu Linger frantically signaled Dou Yin, but Yinner turned her head away and said no. Mommy said not to let strangers hold me. Yinner. Dou Shui wanted to scold Dou Yin, but Lin Xuan stopped her. Chapter 284. Facing the battle alone it's fine, Shui'er. You take Yinner back first. I still have some matters to handle. Linga, you stay. Okay. Dou Shui took Yinner back to the Sea God Pavilion. Chu Linger came to Lin Xuan's side and was about to ask something when she noticed Lin Xuan was trembling all over. She didn't say anything, but led Lin Xuan to sit by the Sea God Lake. Lin Xuan sat down and sighed, time really flies. In the blink of an eye, so much has happened. Yes, time flies. We were just kids, and now we are at the age to be mothers. Chu Linger also said with emotion. Lin Xuan looked at Chu Linger and asked, Linger, do you blame me? I have given you so little love. Of course I blame you. You always deliberately ignore me because of my physique. I thought you were seeking revenge for me, wanting to leave you back then. Chu Linger said with a smile. Lin Xuan forced a bitter smile. Indeed, he seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally distanced himself from Chu Linger. That incident had indeed created a rift in their relationship. Even though Dou Shui was a later addition, she loved Lin Xuan the most. Because Dou Shui would sacrifice herself to understand him. Even though Lin Xuan knew it was wrong, he still wouldn't stop it. Perhaps I am the most selfish bastard in the world. I have flirted with too many women, and I don't know how to refuse them, which has led to my increasing guilt. Why say that? Are you planning to die and end it all? You saw through me. Lin Xuan laughed. He indeed planned to confront Wang Dong in a decisive battle, but after seeing Chu Linger, Dou Shui, and Yinner, he rejected that idea because these people were waiting for him. No matter what the future holds, at least he always had people by his side. Don't you dare die. I have accepted Shui'er for your sake. What else do you want, you stinky man? Yinner can't be without a father. You know that. Yes, I will stay with you for a year and then understand everything. So, will you still love me? Lin Xuan said affectionately as he hugged Chu Linger. Chu Linger didn't struggle out of Lin Xuan's embrace. She just kissed him lightly and said, let us see if you come back. If you don't, I'll remarry. Lin Xuan didn't expect this answer either. He released Chu Linger and said firmly, "Then I must come back alive. Otherwise my wife will run away with someone else." That's right. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Xuan and Chu Linger returned to the Sea God Pavilion. When Old Kong and Old Long learned that Lin Xuan wanted to face the challenge alone, they were taken aback and immediately refused. Old Long looked at Lin Xuan and said, "Although my strength isn't that great, I'm still a limit de law. We should at least go together, right?" "Exactly, you're still young. What will happen if something goes wrong?" Old Kong also advised against it. Lin Xuan shook his head and looked at the two elders, saying, "Old Long, no matter if I win or lose this battle, Wang Dong will no longer exist on the continent. If you two pass away, Shrek will lose its backbone. I can responsibly tell you that even if I come back, I will immediately accept the divine inheritance and head to the divine realm." Sigh. The two elders knew that Lin Xuan's reasons were hard to refuse, so they could only hug him. This child bears too much. Lin Xuan then went to Yuanshan City, where he visited Xia Feng one last time. After all, he might never show his face again, and some things had to be made clear. Although Xia Feng was reluctant, she also understood that Lin Xuan was about to become a god. After a heartfelt farewell, Lin Xuan arrived at the frozen forest, the place where he met Luna. There was an invisible letter here, placed in a spatial rift. After Lin Xuan opened it, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Luna had returned to the elf realm through the old spatial rift. Although she was very reluctant, she still chose to leave alone. "It's okay. I will come find you. How can I let you get away?" Lin Xuan said with a smile as he put away the envelope. Barbados was still in his hands, and he planned to deliver it to Luna later. Lin Xuan left the frozen forest and spent a year accompanying his family. However, Yun Air's indifference made him quite uncomfortable. Although Old Huang also came out to help and said good things, it was of no use. This little girl, although only 3 years old, was very smart. Shouldn't it be said that she's his daughter? One day, after finishing farming in his ethereal stone, Lin Xuan returned to reality. Yun Air bounced in and immediately put on a stern face upon seeing Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan awkwardly looked at Du Gu Yun and asked, "Yun Air, what exactly did I do to upset you?" "Because Dad is a big bad guy." "How am I a big bad guy?" "Because Dad left Mom and hasn't come back. Dad has always been at the Sea God Pavilion. It's just that there are things going on." Lin Xuan didn't know how to explain. If there was a gap with his child, it could last a lifetime. It seemed Yun Air would only become close to Du Gu Shui in this life. Lin Xuan picked Yun Air up and said, "Dad is leaving tomorrow. Can you forgive me? Is Dad going to fight the bad guys?" "Yes, Dad, this big bad guy is going to fight an even bigger bad guy so that we can provide a good living environment for Mom." "When will Dad come back?" Yun Air's question left Lin Xuan stunned. "Yes, when would he be able to return?" Just as Lin Xuan was at a loss for how to answer, Old Huang walked in. Yun Air bounced into Old Huang's arms, sweetly calling out, "Grandpa." "Yun Air, be good. Can you let me and your dad talk for a moment?" "Okay, Grandpa, help me teach the bad dad a lesson." "Okay, I will. Go find your mom." "All right." Old Huang smiled happily after Yun Air left. Lin Xuan asked, "Is there something you need, Old Huang? Are you planning to set off?" "Yes, I originally wanted to chat with Yun Air a bit before leaving. I sense that if I don't stop Wang Dong soon, something might really happen." The range of dark clouds around the Jinshan sect was growing larger, with a 3-kilometer area centered on the Jinshan sect becoming barren and lifeless. If Lin Xuan didn't take action soon, he might lose the initiative. After all, he was currently stronger than Wang Dong. Once Wang Dong truly inherited the divine legacy, it would be too late. "I came to find you for this reason. What will happen to Linger if you leave?" "I will come back alive." "But I—" Old Huang sat down and sighed. Lin Xuan was momentarily stunned before realizing something. Could it be that Old Huang used his martial soul to divine his fate? If so, Lin Xuan was suddenly taken aback. Could it really be that destiny is hard to defy? "Old Huang, no matter how fate unfolds, I will come back alive. Please believe me. If it truly is fate that is hard to defy, then I will break this divine will." After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Chapter 285. Come on. Lin Xuan. Old Huang sighed. He couldn't stop Lin Xuan. The result of the divination indicated that Lin Xuan would undoubtedly die. But that wasn't necessarily true. For the first time in many years, he doubted his own divination, or perhaps he believed Lin Xuan would slap his martial soul's face. "You must come back alive." Lin Xuan arrived over the Jinshan sect, his hands continuously drawing in the sky. A massive blood-red mouth appeared above the Jinshan sect, and all the dark clouds were sucked into it. People in the distance watched in astonishment. Lin Xuan, with silver-white eyes, looked at Wang Dong inside the Jinshan sect. "You really came to interrupt me, so you were lying to me. You probably can't inherit the divine legacy unless you kill me, right?" Of course. I think you feel the same way. Wang Dong licked his lips excitedly. Both were limit duels, both possessing complementary dual martial souls. They released their martial souls simultaneously. Lin Xian's soul rings received Yang Zhao's enhancement as well, with 6 black and 3 red soul rings lighting up, and Wang Dong's were identical. But the next second, the two of them, along with the old side of the Jinshan sect, disappeared without a trace. 3 days later, after the dark clouds dissipated, someone cautiously approached the site. A 30-meter-long spatial rift in the sky revealed its ferocity to the world. However, everyone knew that Lin Xian had taken Wang Dong away from Dou continent. But no one was happy because the spatial rift remained. There could be no true peace until the two of them settled their score. Dad, good luck. Yun Er waved her little fists at the spatial rift in the sky. Du Gu Shui, with tears in her eyes, hugged Du Gu Yun. She prayed for Lin Xian's safe return, not wanting this child to lose her father forever. Meanwhile, a kilometer away from the old site of the Jinshan sect, Luna, cloaked and hidden, also looked at the spatial rift with tears in her eyes. She watched Lin Xian and Wang Dong disappear without joining the battle, knowing that her strength would only lead to her death if she entered. Everyone on the continent could only wait for Lin Xian's return. At this moment, Lin Xian was also in trouble because he couldn't break the Great Formation. Wang Dong sat leisurely within the formation, waiting for Lin Xian to break through. After 3 days of trying to break the formation, Lin Xian's soul power was exhausted. He looked at the formation coldly and said, "This is no longer Dou continent. You can become a demon god and survive in another world, but you will never return to Dou continent because you are just a secondary divine legacy, like an ant." Wang Dong's face darkened completely. Lin Xian was right. Even if he inherited the divine legacy, what would it matter? He was just a secondary divine legacy after all, so he couldn't just sit and watch anymore. Wang Dong removed the Great Formation and stepped out. His 9th spirit ring lit up, and a black giant dragon along with a black demon rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the black and gold colors inside him shone brightly. The fearsome demon dragon and the golden holy dragon flew out of his body, charging at the giant dragon and demon summoned by Wang Dong. In the next second, Lin Xian gripped the ethereal stone, and the soul power inside it instantly infused into his body. He waved his right hand, releasing the 10,000 swords returned to origin once again. Wang Dong was also preparing to unleash his 6th soul skill, but was immobilized by Lin Xian's immobilization technique. Wang Dong was pierced by the swords condensed by Lin Xian, turning into a porcupine, but in the next second, all the swords disappeared. Wang Dong's figure continued to grow larger, finally transforming into a demon with a long head, double horns, and twin wings. Lin Xian looked at Wang Dong's true form and said, "Come on, weren't you looking to finish me off? I'm right here." Lin Xian raised his right arm, and the holy light was released instantly, shining like the sun in the darkness. However, a streak of black light pierced through the brightness, and a long spear pierced through Lin Xian's left chest, pinning him to the ground. Lin Xian looked at Wang Dong in disbelief. How is this possible? Wang Dong was coldly staring at him. The holy light had no effect whatsoever. After all, the skill from the 100,000-year soul bone was still too weak against him. Lin Xian stood up, grasped the spear in his hand, and forcefully threw it back. "Release your strength. Stop hiding it." "You're right." Lin Xian's 9th soul ring lit up, and the 9-color divine light shone on Wang Dong. Wang Dong immediately felt as if he were sinking into a swamp. But in the next second, he slapped the ground, and a row of spikes shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian gripped the wind blade and disappeared from his spot. Wang Dong's expression changed as he punched backward. Lin Xian immediately released the void skill, and Wang Dong also unleashed his 4th soul skill, both turning into an undetectable state. Just as both of their attacks were about to miss, Lin Xian's right leg bone skill activated, stopping time. Lin Xian stabbed a dagger into Wang Dong's back, and the wind blade deeply pierced into Wang Dong's dantian. But in the next second, time resumed, and a mass of black mist enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian exerted all his strength to retreat, but his soul core was tainted with a trace of black mist, making it impossible to operate again. The result of the soul power within him stopping its rotation was that his martial soul ended its possession. Lin Xian could no longer summon his martial soul, and Wang Dong was also injured to his soul core, with his soul power rapidly depleting. He too realized something was wrong and said with a grim expression, "There's not a trace of soul power here." "That's right, the power here is not soul power. Without our soul cores to convert power, we can't continue fighting," Lin Xian said with a pale face. Wang Dong roared and charged over, punching Lin Xuan in the face. Lin Xuan released the soul bone skill space cage, trapping Wang Dong in place. But in the next second, Wang Dong pulled the wind blade from his back and threw it directly at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan released a skill to block it, but couldn't stop the wind blade. This relic left by his mother, an artifact that ignored any defense, ultimately coldly struck towards him. Puff! Lin Xuan raised his left hand to block, but the wind blade still pierced through his left palm and into his left chest. Lin Xuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and a slight wound appeared on his heart. The wound slowly expanded, and Lin Xuan looked at Wang Dong in terror. At this moment, Wang Dong broke free from the space cage and approached Lin Xuan, throwing punch after punch. The bloodline of the nine-tailed fox within Lin Xuan erupted autonomously, and his body turned rosy. The wound on his heart was temporarily sealed, and Lin Xuan seized Wang Dong's right hand, flipping him over and pinning him down, then headbutting Wang Dong. After a muffled sound, both fell in different directions. Wang Dong gritted his teeth and got up, kicking Lin Xuan in the left chest. He then pulled out the wind blade embedded in Lin Xuan's left chest, preparing to deliver the final blow. The bloodline of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor within Lin Xuan transformed into an emerald phosphor snake, biting Wang Dong's neck. The snake's poison instantly entered his body, while the wind blade ultimately pierced through Lin Xuan's right shoulder. When Wang Dong prepared to destroy the Emerald Phosphor Snake, he realized that his soul power had been completely exhausted. His martial soul was released, and he also fell to the ground. However, unlike Lin Xuan, the Emerald Phosphor Snake poison would not threaten his life. For a title duel, the Emerald Phosphor Snake poison was already quite weak, let alone for a limit duel. Chapter 286, A Fierce Battle Cough. The nine-tailed fox bloodline within Lin Xuan gradually calmed down, and the injury that had been stopped began to recover again. The wound on his heart grew larger, and Lin Xuan's heartbeat became weaker and weaker. He never expected that the wind blade would deal him the final blow. Just as the light in his eyes faded, a golden light appeared, and a strange man appeared before him. He seemed to recognize this person, yet he seemed unfamiliar. What's going on? You've actually reached the limit duel realm. How am I supposed to survive now? A frivolous voice sounded. The golden holy dragon in the sky seemed to have been summoned, abandoning its opponent to come to the rescue, while the fearsome demon dragon faced the demon and giant dragon without losing ground. The so-called power of the golden holy dragon is not limited to these uses. The most important thing is still your heart. The bloodline power of the golden holy dragon transformed into light in the man's hands, entering Lin Xuan's heart. The injury on his heart began to visibly heal, and Lin Xuan's gaze regained clarity. He clearly saw the man before him. It was actually the Dragon Emperor who had inherited the Dragon Emperor's legacy, the man who had taught him the Yin-Yang Dragon Phoenix technique. Senior Dragon Emperor, don't call me senior. To be honest, I secretly entered your golden holy dragon bloodline to see how far you could go. I didn't expect that when I woke up, you had actually become a limit duel. That is truly embarrassing. Your heart has transformed back into a golden heart. Honestly, the person who helped you shape the golden heart didn't tell you the true use of the golden holy dragon bloodline, which is a pity. My remnant soul doesn't have many memories, but I only remember the method of condensing the golden heart. The Dragon Emperor kept talking to himself, his body gradually becoming transparent. He knew this time might truly be a farewell. He looked at Lin Xuan and said, the so-called dual cultivation technique is not just about improving cultivation. It's more about bonds. You are vague and even resistant to many things. After this battle, you must learn to love well. That's the essence of being carefree. No matter what, love boldly. Learn from me. A man should be shameless. Before the Dragon Emperor could finish, he disappeared into the heavens and the earth. Lin Xuan stared blankly at the spot where the Dragon Emperor had vanished, shedding a tear. At this moment, the connections with everyone gathered together. Yes, he was not alone. Whether they were deceased or living companions and family were all watching him, waiting for him. Just then, someone he never expected would actually help him. Isn't this the best proof? Wang Dong. It seems that the saying those who have attained the Tao will have many helpers, while those who have lost the Tao will have few helpers is indeed not wrong. It seems that even heaven is on my side. Lin Xuan's soul core still couldn't be used, and Wang Dong had already expelled all the emerald phosphor snake poison. The two looked at each other, neither of them making the first move. The fearsome demon dragon in the sky returned to Lin Xuan's body, and Wang Dong also released his ninth soul skill. At this moment, Lin Xuan had not a trace of soul power left in his body, while Wang Dong still had enough soul power to release one more soul skill. Lin Xuan took the initiative to strike first, throwing a punch at Wang Dong. Seeing this, Wang Dong attempted to grab Lin Xuan's hand to execute a shoulder throw. But this was Lin Xuan's specialty, and he would never fall for it. He jumped up from the ground, wrapping his legs around Wang Dong's arm. Wang Dong's right hand clutched his left hand to prevent himself from falling. If he fell, Lin Xuan could instantly break his arm. Just as he was about to kick Lin Xuan with his legs, Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, and instantly, the spatial power around them transformed into daggers. Stabbing at Wang Dong. Wang Dong looked at Lin Xuan in fear, then abandoned his defense. Lin Xuan rolled with the momentum and broke Wang Dong's left arm. Wang Dong stared at his left arm, snapped his fingers, and the attacking Lin Xuan stood frozen in place. Time stopped. I never expected you had such a soul skill, Wang Dong coldly said as he approached Lin Xuan. His martial soul was actually his eyes, and his soul skills were all released through mental power. Most importantly, his sixth soul skill could copy any skill he saw, and Lin Xuan's time stop was just the skill he desired. Although you're difficult to deal with, this is where it ends. Wang Dong's punch pierced Lin Xuan's left chest, but the next moment, cold sweat broke out on his forehead as Lin Xuan's dazed eyes regained clarity. The void skill was released, and his left hand, hidden behind him, was gripping a second ethereal stone. Lin Xuan looked at Wang Dong and said, "From the moment you released your sixth soul skill, I had my suspicions. Do you think that that's why I released my time stop so early? It was because of your misunderstanding of my soul skills. My spatial power has reached its peak. I can even wrap myself in my own spatial power to avoid your attack without using the void, but if I didn't do it this way, how would you take the bait? You." Wang Dong was now at the end of his rope. As Lin Xuan's void ended, Wang Dong's hand was forced open. The two stood less than half a meter apart, and any movement could deliver a fatal blow to the other. Lin Xuan looked at Wang Dong and said, "Move first. If you attack first, I can kill you too. You still have soul power, right? You can release your own void skill, but with my second strike, I can definitely kill you. In duel terms, go ahead, let us see who is faster, you or me." Wang Dong's forehead was bulging with veins. He had completely underestimated Lin Xuan. With his golden heart restored, Lin Xuan seemed to return to that fearless state without a trace of confusion. But how could Wang Dong just sit back and wait? He directly used his hand as a knife to slash at Lin Xuan's neck, while in the next second, he unleashed his own void skill. However, Lin Xuan did not attack. Instead, he raised his left hand to block the strike. With his right hand, he grabbed Wang Dong's right hand and swung him forcefully, tossing Wang Dong around like a sandbag. Just as Lin Xuan was about to strike again, he suddenly spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. Wang Dong lay on the ground, grinning. Lin Xuan's soul ring had exploded. Was it because of that cloud of black mist? Lin Xuan thought at that moment. He had no soul power in his body, so the explosion of his soul core only caused severe internal injuries without killing him outright. Now, what other means do you have? Wang Dong looked at his chest in shock, where a wound the size of a stone appeared. Lin Xuan still maintained a throwing posture. He had just used all his strength to throw the gravity stone, a gift from Old Dragon that had resolved countless crises. Impossible. How could this be? At the moment your soul ring exploded, my body finally could operate soul power. Do you think people before title Delu operated soul power without a soul core? Chapter 287. The conclusion. Lin Xuan said with a cold smile, "A soul master doesn't necessarily need a soul core. After losing the soul core, soul power could still flow through the meridians." He gathered the last bit of soul power in his right hand and threw the gravity stone. This was his final trump card. "No, I can't die here. I absolutely can't die here." Wang Dong lay on the ground, trying to get up, but both his hands had been broken, making it impossible to crawl up. Instead, Lin Xuan dragged his severely injured body in front of Wang Dong, pulled out the wind blade lodged in his shoulder, and pierced it directly through Wang Dong's skull. Wang Dong never expected to die here. If he had stayed hidden in the formation, he might have survived, but neither of them could accept this outcome. Wang Dong died due to his arrogance, but he had almost killed Lin Xuan if he hadn't let his guard down at the last moment. Lin Xuan lay next to Wang Dong. Gasping for breath, his soul core exploded, leaving his internal organs severely injured, and he could hardly lift a finger. "No way. Am I really going to die here after being so unlucky? I've already beaten Wang Dong. Could it really be that I die from exhaustion?" He felt a bit gloomy, wondering if fate was truly inescapable. Just as he was feeling down, a silver light appeared, and Yang Zhao's figure appeared before him. "Master, you really make me uneasy. I finally found a successor. How could I let you die like this? My luck is really too good." "Huh." Lin Xuan laughed heartily, but it pulled at his injuries, causing him to cough up blood again. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one fight? This really isn't following the rules of martial arts, but he quite liked this feeling. Yang Zhao healed Lin Xuan's injuries and looked at him, saying, losing your soul core isn't necessarily a bad thing. Take your time, spend more time with your wife and daughter, don't worry about me. I can stay in the divine realm for a while longer. MHM. Lin Xuan nodded, looking at the ruins of the Jinshan sect. The demon god inheritance can just be left here. This is a dead star. It was once very prosperous here, but now it has burned out its life. So there is no need to worry about anyone discovering it. As for Wang Dong's corpse, Lin Xuan found a place, dug a hole, and buried it. As the saying goes, not dying of old age is a thief. Who knows if Wang Dong might resurrect one day, which wouldn't be good for Dou continent. It would be better to bury him here. If he were to revive later, he'd have no way to harm Dou continent. In the next life, don't be so hysterical. Why can't you achieve something? Why must it be like this? After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he returned to the Dou continent. His return shook the continent, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Wang Dong would never appear again. Lin Xuan's sudden rise to title Dou was unexpected for everyone, but even more surprising was that Lin Xuan did not immediately recondense his soul core. Instead, he prepared to hold a grand wedding. The reason he didn't condense his soul core was that he recalled the words of the Dragon Emperor. The most important thing about dual cultivation is the bond between hearts. Daddy, do I look pretty? Du Yun, wearing a white long dress, bounced up to Lin Xuan and asked. Lin Xuan squatted down, smiling. You look beautiful. Later, you have to bring mommy to find daddy. I'll leave mommy to you. Leave it to me, dad. Du Yun patted her chest. This was 4 years after the battle with Wang Dong. The wedding, which had been in preparation for 4 years, finally took place within the borders of the Star Dou Empire. Lin Xuan didn't make it too extravagant, inviting only familiar faces. Dai Lin, you should return my territory now, right? It's Lin Xuan's big happy day, don't say such things. Dai Lin, dressed in simple cloth, said with a smile, while Shui Qingtian beside him was so furious that he felt like his lungs were about to explode. They had promised to return all the territory occupied by the Tiandou Empire, yet it had been 2 years, and they had been continuously let down. Tang Xiao patted Shui Qingtian's back and said, after all, he is a king. Don't act like a child. If we weren't all getting older, I would have rolled up my sleeves and dealt with him. Shui Qingtian huffed in anger, while Dai Lin chuckled and stayed close to Zhulin. Kong Lao and Long Lao, who were also present, watched the two's antics with smiles. Aside from them, Yi Fanqing, the village chief, Yin Heng, Han Bin, Duan Xianhua, and Chun Feng were sitting here chatting harmoniously. Among them, the nine-tailed fox and the Tianyue demon spider were likely the most frustrated, as they were the only 2 spirit beasts among so many people. Although no one spoke, it felt as if they were sitting on needles. Lin Xuan, do you really want me to be your bridesmaid? Luna said awkwardly from behind the door. 3 years ago, she was embarrassed when Lin Xuan dragged her out, and unexpectedly. A month ago, he notified her that she was to be his bridesmaid. Before Luna could say anything else, she gasped as she was playfully pushed in by Xiao Mei. Lin Xuan looked at Luna in her emerald green dress and said, you look beautiful. Lin Xuan, you actually managed to hook up with a woman from the elf clan. What good fortune you have. I want to devour her. How inappropriate. Xiao Fang spat out shyly from the side. She was the youngest and had the worst figure among them. Du Yun stifled a laugh in Lin Xuan's arms and said, Dad is such a flirt. I'm going to tell Mom. Bad girl. Don't tarnish your father's reputation. Ha! The 3 girls blushed and punched Lin Xuan simultaneously. Lin Xuan looked at the 3 girls and said, aren't you 2 my wife's bridesmaids? What are you doing here? Young Master Lin, how could you be so heartless? Letting us few women who admire you attend your wedding? How can you bear it? Xiao Mei said, lying on the ground with tears in her eyes. Lin Xuan felt a wave of embarrassment, and Xiao Fang, blushing, said, I don't like Brother Xuan. Is that so? Then, can I monopolize Lin Xuan? Go away, really. You were so normal when I first met you. Now you're completely a succubus. Lin Xuan hurriedly dodged Xiao Mei's embrace. This woman had changed too much. Xiao Mei got up and laughed. All right, seriously, the wedding is so small. Are you planning to run away right after? Of course, once I go to the divine realm. Don't think of me. Who would think of you, Let's go. Xiao Mei dragged the unwilling Xia Fang away, leaving Lin Xuan looking at the empty room and saying, I'm really sorry. No need to apologize. You picked the heartbreak red for me, yet I can't marry you. Perhaps that's unfair to you. Lin Xuan said with guilt. He could intentionally ignore Xiao Mei and Xia Fang's affections, but he couldn't with Luna. At least this woman's love for him could withstand the test. Chapter 288, the 9th assessment love. Lin Xuan, time is running out. Hurry up. Su Zhixiong's voice echoed at the door. He and Xiao Bei were standing there, the only two remaining members of the Shrek's 7 monsters, responsible for hosting the wedding. Lin Xuan stood up and said, "Let's go, my bridesmaid. I'm really sorry." "Why apologize? It's fine. Hold your head high. You're the main character." "Yes, I am a main character." Su Zhixiong and Xiao Bei exchanged a glance and directly went to the stage. On the stage, Li Xiaoyan and Du Zitong were already standing there, feeling a bit nervous as they looked at the many elders below. Su Zhixiong cleared his throat and said, "Thank you to all the elders and partners for attending the wedding of our good friend and the great hero of Dou continent, Lin Xuan. This rascal sometimes likes to show off and is always a step late, but there's no denying his contributions to the continent. Now, let's have the grooms say a few words." Lin Xuan glanced around and then walked to the stage side by side with them. He looked at the familiar faces below and said, "Thank you to all the elders for attending my wedding. This may be the last time I see most of you. Soon, I will enter seclusion to prepare for the true inheritance of the divine throne. I have fought alongside most of you, and my years on Dou continent will definitely be the most beautiful memories I have in the divine realm. I also hope that after I leave, Dou continent can develop peacefully, because being pushed out as a hero by the times does not feel good." Lin Xuan's joke made most people laugh, especially the group from Yunheng. When Lin Xuan first entered Yunheng City, it was as if a god had descended, and within days, he had integrated Yunheng City into a solid block. But unfortunately, the 4 great families no longer existed. Since Lin Xuan has said so, I'll be straightforward. Shui Qingtian, I have delayed until now to re-sign a contract with you here. In this contract, our 2 great empires will not initiate war for 100 years, and we will not station troops on our borders either. I wonder if this contract can be signed in Lin Xuan's presence? That would be great. Shui Qingtian seemed not to expect Dai Lin to play this card, but such a matter was beneficial and harmless for the Tiando Empire after the Great War. Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. This could be considered a contribution to the peace of the continent, as the 2 great empires reconciled. Now, let's invite our brides to the stage. After the 2 signed, Su Zhixiong smiled and said. Lin Xuan nervously turned around to see Chu Linger and Dugu Shui in white wedding dresses. They stood next to Huang Lao, who seriously brought the 2 girls to Lin Xuan. Xiao Mei and Xia Fang stood on either side of them. Lin Xuan, although Dugu Shui is not my child, I treat her the same as Chu Linger. After all, they're both poor children. As their only relative, I was initially worried about leaving them to you, but you have proven yourself time and again in front of me. I believe you can protect them well. Can you truly bring them happiness? Huang Lao's words did not waver Lin Xuan's heart. He simply looked at the 2 girls and said, "At least in this world, no one loves them more than I do. Perhaps I'm not a competent husband or father, but I still have plenty of time to fulfill this role." Lin Xuan patted the head of Dugu Yun, who was hiding behind Dugu Shui. Huang Lao smiled wryly and said, "Then I hope you can do it. Oh dear groom, you can't just take the bride away like this. Although we're all older, you know the process, right? You must use your words to move the brides, to let them willingly remove their veils." Just as Lin Xuan was about to lift the veil, Su Zhixiong and Xiao Bei stepped forward to stop him. Lin Xuan was taken aback for a moment before smiling and saying, "I knew I couldn't escape. Being this age is quite shy. Ha 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 ha." The audience erupted in laughter. This was the part they had been looking forward to the most. Lin Xuan helplessly glanced at the crowd below who were cheering and said, "It seems that every time I meet a girl, we end up in a fight. And I always seem to be the one at a disadvantage. Linger, you are the first splash of color in my blank life. To be honest, my childhood only gave you the color white. I entered this world like a blank sheet of paper. I don't even know why I fell in love with someone disguised as a man, but you are indeed the first woman I have liked. Swear, you have been by my side during my darkest moments. Without you, this wedding might not have happened today. So my love for both of you is the same. I will continue to work hard to provide a good life for you both. So will you marry me? Forgive me for not being good with words, because you said you didn't want me to use those flowery words on you." Lin Xuan knelt on one knee and spoke sincerely. He had learned many lines to charm women from Xiao Feng, but he had never used them on the 2 women. This was the most genuine thing he could think of. Silly. Chu Linger and Dugu Shui removed their veils, tears welling in their eyes as they looked at Lin Xuan. This thick-headed guy had tricks to deceive women, but at a crucial moment, he couldn't say anything right. "Marry me." Lin Xuan didn't even remember how he got back. All he knew was that on this day, he didn't use soul power to dispel the alcohol, just like what he had done in the demon territory. He was so dizzy he couldn't tell east from west. He only remembered that he seemed to have drunk 3 rounds. He was just too happy. However, an awkward situation followed. On the wedding night, he actually slept soundly, Probably the first groom to sleep on his wedding night. Are you awake? Chu Linger pushed the door open and saw Lin Xuan sitting on the bed with a dazed smile. Lin Xuan cleared his throat to ease the embarrassment. Chu Linger sat on the edge of the bed and asked, "How is it? Are you sober? I had to drink a bit too much." Then, "Tonight?" Who said only tonight is allowed? Can't we do it during the day? After Lin Xuan said that, he directly pinned Chu Linger under him. The two tangled together in broad daylight, forgetting the time. When they came to their senses, it was already the next morning. After waiting so many years, he finally saw Chu Linger become a title de law. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Tester Lin Xuan, you have passed the 9th assessment. Congratulations on completing all assessments. Please proceed to the space hall after reaching title de law to inherit the divine position. Yang Zhao's words echoed in Lin Xuan's mind. Lin Xuan looked at the moon and smiled. That's enough. After saying that, he got up, covered Chu Linger with a blanket, and continued to sleep. Occasionally taking a break wasn't bad, right? Chapter 289. The blessing of the elves. Lin Xuan took 10 years to return to title de law. This time, he had trained his way back step by step. Du Yun was already a member of the Shrek reserve team, and Chu Linger had successfully given birth to a son for him. Not only had Lin Xuan broken through to title de law, but both Chu Linger and Du Yun had also reached title de law. Although he was reluctant, Lin Xuan knew it was time for him to leave Doluo continent. Once everything is packed, just throw it into the Void Stone. We will be living in a world inside the Void Stone. Which Void Stone? The one I created. After saying that, he went to the frozen forest. He had made an appointment with Luna to go to the elf clan's world. At this moment, Luna was nervously standing in front of the spatial rift, not knowing if her mother was still alive, nor how to face her mother. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shall we set off? Luna nervously took Lin Xuan's hand. He could feel the sweat in her palm. She was quite nervous too. He directly tore open the spatial rift and took Luna into a forest. Luna covered her mouth in disbelief as she looked at everything before her. Countless elves danced in the wind, all smiling. Lin Xuan patted Luna's shoulder and said, "Stop standing there stupidly. Go find your mother." "Who are you?" Several elves jumped out from the bushes, their bows drawn and ready to shoot at any movement from Lin Xuan. Luna's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Sister Hylon." "It's me, Luna." "Luna? Luna? Luna." Hylon lowered her longbow, looking at Luna in disbelief. The youngest elf had actually returned? Lin Xuan watched as Luna and Hylon cried tears of joy and felt relieved. He was most afraid that when Luna returned, all her peers in the elf clan would have passed away. It seemed that the lifespan of the elves was not something he needed to worry about. "Lin Xuan, let's go see Mother." Luna held Lin Xuan's hand and followed Hylon. Hylon spoke to Luna in Elvish, and Luna blushed, unsure of what to say. Hylon led Lin Xuan into the elf hall under the astonished gazes of all the elves. The elf hall here was similar to the elf hall of Barbados in the Voidstone, but it lacked the oppressive atmosphere. The woman on the throne emanated the same pressure as Yang Zhao did for Lin Xuan. "Luna, how did you come here?" "My friend Lin Xuan brought me here. He is a human proficient in spatial power and has obtained the recognition of the divine residence, sending me here before becoming a god." Luna said happily, but who knew her mother had a stern expression and snorted angrily. On either side of her sat 8 elves, each with the strength of title de law. Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "What does this mean, madam? You threw your daughter on Doluo continent without a word, and now that she has returned, you're giving her a hard time?" "Lin Xuan." Luna's expression changed as she hurriedly stood in front of Lin Xuan, trying to dissuade him. Lin Xuan protected Luna behind him and asked, "If you have something to say it clearly. If you don't welcome your daughter, I'll take her away." "You deceived Luna's heart and still want to leave?" "Cough. I'm not that kind of irresponsible person. She likes me, and I like her, so I will take responsibility." Lin Xuan's words left Luna stunned. Her mind was spinning. Lin Xuan and the elf queen suddenly laughed. Luna realized she had fallen into a trap. Lin Xuan cupped his fists and said, "Your acting skills are truly impressive, my dear mother-in-law. I admit I'm not as good." "What dear mother-in-law? You humans are just smooth talkers." "Hey, that's also a skill," Lin Xuan said with a thick face. Luna tugged at Lin Xuan's sleeve, pouting. Lin Xuan had no choice but to lay everything bare. When he opened a spatial rift, the Elf Queen had noticed and came to Doluo continent. He had talked with the Elf Queen for a long time and was ultimately persuaded by her. He had also told Chu Linger and Du Yun about it. After all, Luna had saved his life, so the two women readily accepted Luna, especially since Luna had not clung to Lin Xuan. "Luna, although I can't take you away, I will come to see you often in the future. The Elf Clan is ultimately your home, so spend some time with your mother." Luna buried herself in Lin Xian's arms, seemingly wanting to never part, but she knew that was impossible. Lin Xian expressed his love and acknowledged her, but their identities were not enough for them to give up everything. Luna bore the responsibility of reviving the elf clan. You can keep the Void Stone. I have already let Tiago go. The remaining demon god can be handed over to you, madam. Lin Xian handed the ethereal stone to Luna, and the elf queen smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry. How about we have a meal together? Then I will humbly accept your invitation." After a brief stay in Elf Clan, Lin Xian returned to Dou continent. Before leaving, he received the blessings of the Elf Clan, which meant that no matter what happened in the future, the Elf Clan would fully support him. Was this a privilege of his son-in-law? After returning to Dou continent, Lin Xian rushed to the space hall. Yang Zhao looked at Lin Xian with a gloomy expression, and Lin Xian immediately stopped smiling and lowered his head, asking, "Master, who annoyed you? You might as well not inherit the divine position." There's no way. Master, you know how hard it is to reach the limit Dou. It's not like I can just break through. Yang Zhao, too lazy to argue with Lin Xian, stood up and said, "Once you accept the divine position of the god of space, it means you are completely tied to Dou continent, and you won't even be able to investigate your own origins. I want to know if you can break through to my level by entering other worlds from the elf clan. I don't mind. It's up to you. Master, there's no need for that. My origins don't matter to me. The divine realm is quite nice, and besides, if I want to leave, no one can stop me." Lin Xian said with a smile. Although Yang Zhao's expression didn't change, he still sighed in relief. Lin Xian's words essentially meant that he could free himself. Yang Zhao hugged Lin Xian and said, "Good disciple, go in and inherit my divine position. Perhaps by the time you open your eyes, I will be gone. Master, I wish you a smooth journey." Yang Zhao patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. Lin Xian glanced at the hall and then plunged in. The inheritance had begun. Sierra looked melancholically at the silver light emitted from the hall. Once, she had proudly accepted the divine inheritance, but unfortunately, she had ultimately failed. Now that Lin Xian had inherited the power of space, she felt a bit lost, even though she didn't particularly dislike him. "Do you want to come with me, little Sierra?" Chapter 290. The end is also the beginning, Master Yang Zhao. Sierra looked incredulously at the person behind her. Yang Zhao took Sienna's hand and said, "You have waited here for thousands of years, and I can't bear to see you stay any longer. How about coming with me to explore the unknown world? There are many beautiful clothes." Do you hate me for not choosing you as my successor back then? Why would I hate you? If it weren't for you saving me, I would have been dead." Sierra rolled her eyes. Yang Zhao laughed heartily and left with Sierra. From that moment on, he would no longer be a part of the divine realm. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Tang San helplessly watched Yang Zhao's departure. His old senior was truly strange. He hoped that the new junior could give him a bit of respect, as the divine realm was about to face some troubles. And if they lost the god of space, it would be difficult to handle. Lin Xian took 5 years to inherit the divine position. During those 5 years, Dou continent had almost forgotten Lin Xian, which was intentional on his part. However, Shrek would not forget Lin Xian. His deeds had been recorded in the continent's chronicle as the first person to become a god after the Shrek 7 Monsters era. Shrek's new star, Duguyen, also successfully led Shrek to win the trophy in the continent's high-level Soul Master Academy competition. The young Duguyen naturally attracted many admirers. Duguyen did not intend to follow her parents to the divine realm, but planned to stay on the continent and become a god with her own strength. Duguyen did not stop her, even though she was reluctant. After all, every generation has its own fortune, and they could not overly pamper Duguyen. "Linya, when do you think Lin Xian will come back?" "I don't know. That kid Lin Ming has also run off somewhere after inheriting his father's martial soul. It's really giving me a headache," Chu Linger said helplessly. Duguyen inherited the Biphosphor Serpent King's martial soul, while Lin Ming inherited the space martial soul, Shadowless. Just as the two girls were about to continue their conversation, Lin Xian suddenly appeared in front of them, smiling and asking, "Are you ready, my wives?" No one knew where Lin Xian and his wives had gone, not even leaving a note. Yi Fanqing sat in the Sea God Pavilion side and thought that he was not originally the candidate for the Sea God Pavilion's master. However, with Lin Xian having become a hands-off manager and both Long Lao and Kong Lao retreating to the second line, he could only inherit this position. It was really troublesome. Lin Xian arrived in the divine realm alone. Few were interested in the arrival of a new god, as he was merely a secondary god. However, there was one person waiting for him, and that was Tang San. Younger Lin Xian pays respects to senior Tang San. "No need to be so respectful. Your master has already left. From now on, the divine realm will be in your hands." Then let's not delay. Hurry up and help. Huh? Lin Xuan instantly made a face, and Tang San smiled and said, your master has been on strike for a long time. Hurry up. All right. After Lin Xuan helped the divine realm repair all the spatial rifts, he finally had time to return to the ethereal stone and accompany his 2 wives. He finally understood why Yang Zhao didn't like staying in the divine realm. He had also fulfilled his promise and resurrected Chu Linger's parents. The price was indeed a bit high, but Tang San understood Lin Xuan's importance, so he turned a blind eye, even though Lin Xuan, as a secondary god, was allowed to bring his family along. Busy, Lin Xuan thought to himself, perhaps the end is also the beginning? Summary: Lin Xuan, who awakened his martial soul at the age of 6, was identified as a waste martial soul with innate full soul power. Unwilling to be mediocre, Lin Xuan set off alone to the Star Dou Forest, thus beginning a legendary journey.